Here lies the Antarctic Research Institute, a solitary edifice clad in brilliant red paint, standing resolutely amidst the swirling snow and wind. Zhiyong, roused from his slumber by hunger, prepared to rise and procure the day's provisions from the supply room. However, as he passed by the porthole, he chanced upon a startling sight outside. A plume of white smoke cleaved through the sky, culminating in a colossal metallic cone that glinted in the sunlight. An intercontinental missile. Goodness, has it truly reached Antarctica? Upon witnessing the intercontinental missile plummeting from the heavens, Zhiyong felt a jolt of terror that banished all remnants of drowsiness. The missile's target was a mere 14 kilometers away in Icy Mountain. 14 kilometers. Should the missile be armed with a nuclear warhead, their research institute would be obliterated by the shockwave of the ensuing explosion. We are doomed. Boom. Zhiyong barely managed to utter those two words before the rapidly descending missile detonated in midair above the iceberg. A sphere of light, 1,000 times more radiant than the sun, erupted in the Antarctic sky with a resounding roar. A mushroom cloud, ascending nearly 10,000 meters high, manifested as the brilliance waned, with blackened smoke swirling like a monstrous demon, clawing and gesticulating Mina. Singly, the shockwave unleashed by the explosion swept mercilessly across everything in its path. Regrettably, the only human structure in the vicinity was the very research institute where Zhiyong was situated. The shockwave surged forth, crashing against the institute with colossal fragments of ice in its wake. In but a fleeting moment, mere seconds after witnessing the missile soaring through the sky, Zhiyong was irrevocably cast into unconsciousness. Simultaneously, within a military base in the United States, a middle-aged man clad in military uniform gazed expressionlessly at the monitor before him. The hydrogen bomb unleashed upon Antarctica was his doing. This is humanity's final roar. All is lost. This hydrogen bomb represented mankind's last desperate outcry against the very forces that threatened its annihilation. Indeed, humanity stood on the brink of extinction. By the year 2030, the relentless march of global warming had led to the melting of the Antarctic permafrost, awakening ancient viruses long entombed in ice. Initially, no one paid heed to this virus. After all, it posed no threat to animals. Yet a horrifying revelation soon emerged. The true target of this virus was none other than vegetation. Plants infected by this virus would inevitably wither away, without exception. Thus, it was dubbed the Wilt Virus. By the time it came to the public's attention, the Wilt Virus had already spread across every nation. All flora began to perish uncontrollably. Crops, grasslands, forests, everything succumbed to a pallid decay. The world was engulfed in a catastrophe known as famine. By 2040, over 60% of the planet's vegetation had perished, and all agricultural produce had long been obliterated. Consequently, wars erupted over the struggle for food, as powerful nations began to ruthlessly plunder every edible resource from smaller countries. However, the Wilt virus has yet to be subdued by any effective remedy. The few major powers that have survived by draining the resources of other nations ultimately find themselves ensnared in a cycle of mutual destruction. In 2045, the United States was the first to ignite the flames of war, leading to an escalation of hostilities that culminated in a brutal nuclear conflict, a struggle for survival. Here one must perish for the other to thrive. The Earth became a wasteland, marred by the devastation of nuclear explosions, marking the end of humanity. The hydrogen bomb stationed in Antarctica symbolizes mankind's final defiance and rage. Regrettably, this was merely the impotent wrath of humanity. In the end, humans brought about their own demise, falling victim to an inconspicuous virus. Before him lay a dazzling expanse of silvery light. Zhiyong found his consciousness manifesting within a mysterious realm composed of this luminous radiance. Rubbing his eyes, a transparent screen abruptly materialized before him. What is this place? Zhiyong gazed in bewilderment at his surroundings, particularly at the screen that displayed several incongruous tree diagrams. His instinct led him to focus on the bottom of the first tree diagram on the floating transparent screen. Energy, nuclear fission technology. A line of text appeared at the very bottom, encased within a frame reminiscent of a technology tree in a video game. Zhiyong stared vacantly, concentrating his awareness on the dim black frame. As his thoughts coalesced, the previously dark frame erupted into a brilliant silvery luminescence, and a line began to extend upward, unfurling in its ascent. His gaze followed the line as it ascended. Energy, controllable nuclear fusion. Under the focus of Zhiyong's consciousness, the dark frame suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance. An influx of countless words, symbols, and blueprints flooded into his mind. Throughout this bewildering experience, Zhiyong remained utterly disoriented, unable to grasp the situation at hand. An overwhelming torrent of knowledge surged into his consciousness, rendering him unconscious. Zhiyong, Zhiyong. Amidst the haze, a familiar yet distant voice called out to him. His vision gradually sharpened, gaining clarity. With a wince, Zhiyong reluctantly opened his eyes. As his sight adjusted to the blinding light, he focused intently. At the podium stood an elderly man, furrowing his brow as he searched for something. The moment the old man turned to face him, Zhiyong finally discerned his identity. It was Professor Hao. But he had passed away 5 years ago. Zhiyong, this is Professor Hao's pathology class. Are you disregarding your life? Hurry up. The professor expects you to answer the question. His roommate's voice was tinged with urgency after all. This was a notorious and formidable Professor Hao Yuan from Huazhong University of Science and Technology. How could he dare to? One last time, is Zhiyong present? Please respond to this question. Professor Hao Yuan's tone carried a hint of anger. Zhiyong stood up in bewilderment, pulled by his roommate, and turned his head to survey his surroundings. The arrangement of this classroom was so familiar to him. This was his university lecture hall. You are Zhiyong. Hao Yuan, having called out repeatedly, suddenly raised his voice several decibels upon seeing someone finally stand. The unexpected shout startled Zhiyong into a jolt. He hurriedly retrieved his phone from his pocket, his thumb illuminating the screen. September 20th, 2020. Had he been reborn? In an instant, a myriad of complex emotions surged through Zhiyong's mind: anguish, desolation, and a flicker of rekindled hope. This was a decade prior to the emergence of the withering virus, and the current Antarctic permafrost had not yet unleashed the buried demon. There was still time. In his previous life, he had toilingly researched the withering disease at the Institute. Their Antarctic Research Institute, being at the forefront of biological research, had made pivotal advancements that in this lifetime, he was determined to find a way to prevent the emergence of the withering disease. Yet, how should he proceed? Zhiyong, did you hear my question? Professor Hao Yuan, standing at the podium, was livid, his face flushed and his finger trembling as he pointed at Zhiyong. This was an affront to his authority. Having taught for many years at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, he had never encountered such a student. How dare he openly defy him? Zhiyong finally regained his composure. Upon discerning the current situation, he lifted his gaze toward Professor Hao Yuan at the podium and the blackboard behind him, his eyes subtly shifting. Having returned to this summer 25 years ago, perhaps, this represents a unique opportunity for humanity. In the next instant, the memories that had long been dormant in his mind began to resurface, one by one, as chemical equations and texts emerged vividly. Instantly, Zhiyong discovered a solution to the topic written on Professor Hao Yuan's blackboard. A smile crept upon his lips as he turned and left his seat. Chapter 2. On-site simulation therapy methods. Zhiyong, what do you intend to do? Upon witnessing Zhiyong striding directly towards the podium, Hao Yuan's expression shifted slightly before he raised his voice in a stern reprimand. This is my classroom. I have not permitted you to come up here. Do you understand the rules? Hao Yuan was filled with indignation. It was the first time he had encountered such an audacious student. Not only did this student dare to confront him directly, but he also had the audacity to disrupt the orderly conduct of the class. As Zhiyong approached the podium, he felt a tremor of apprehension upon hearing Professor Hao scolding. How long had it been since he had heard that voice? Perhaps 7 or 8 years. Professor Hao's nostrils flared in anger, and his gaze towards Zhiyong was ablaze with fury. Casting a remorseful glance at Hao Yuan, Zhiyong spoke softly. Professor Hao, I have a hypothesis regarding the topic on your blackboard, and I would like to borrow the board for a moment. Hao Yuan was taken aback and furious. After all his years of teaching, he had never encountered such a brazen student. However, when he heard Zhiyong mention having a hypothesis about the topic on the blackboard, his interest was piqued. As the most formidable professor at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, he was, in truth, quite tolerant of his students. As long as they did not commit fundamental errors, he was willing to forgive them if they displayed talent. In the next moment, he set aside the intercom he had prepared to summon security and watched as Zhiyong confidently approached him, taking a piece of dust-free chalk from the podium. Hao Yuan observed with keen interest, eager to see what unique hypothesis this sophomore would present. A fellow student, I present you with this opportunity to prove yourself. Hao Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the ire that surged within him at the other's impolite actions, and softly spoke, if the outcome pleases me, I shall disregard your behavior. However, should it fail to meet my expectations, prepare for the consequences. Zhiyong straightened his posture, his gaze imbued with nostalgia. Casting a profound look at Hao Yuan. Hao Yuan's pupils constricted slightly, his words faltering and lodged in his throat. That gaze, such weariness. How could it manifest in a mere 20-year-old? He couldn't help but reminisce about his own childhood. In those days, his grandfather bore an identical weight of timelessness in his eyes. Yet, this individual before him was merely a sophomore in college. His grandfather had endured countless tribulations, having weathered the storms of war, plague, and famine. Only the gaze of such an aged man could convey that sense of disillusionment. Why did he possess it? At that moment, not only Hao Yuan, but even the students seated below fell into a daze. Goodness, has Zhiyong lost his mind? A robust young man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene on stage, mumbling to himself, does he not wish to live any longer? Professor Hao would undoubtedly deduct all his usual grades. This young man was named Li Lei, a roommate of Zhiyong, who had just moments ago roused him from slumber to answer questions. After all, the ordinary grades hold great significance now, and his fellow roommates. One should lend a helping hand whenever possible. However, he could never have anticipated that Zhiyong would present such a shocking turn of events. The thought of the potential consequences he might face made Li Lei's facial muscles twitch involuntarily. Their English teacher had recounted a tale of a senior who had been failed for confronting a teacher, resulting in him being held back until now. Zhiyong, no longer the naive sophomore he once was, exhibited an air of nonchalance towards everyone's reactions. Having witnessed numerous grand spectacles in his previous life, he had developed a certain resilience, thus refraining from any excessive display of emotion. He turned to the blackboard, grasping the whiteboard marker in his hand, and began to write with a relaxed demeanor. Like a human printer, intricate chemical equations materialized on the board with remarkable clarity. Upon seeing this, Professor Hao Yuan's eyes instantly sparkled with astonishment. The quality of the drawings suggested that considerable effort had been exerted to achieve such proficiency. This Zhiyong certainly possessed remarkable skills. Yet, before long, a frown creased his brow. The chemical diagrams bore a resemblance to certain pharmaceuticals, and the knowledge encapsulated within was beyond the grasp of an undergraduate. As he observed the evidently advanced material, curiosity flickered in Professor Hao Yuan's gaze. Standing at the podium, arms crossed, he quietly continued to scrutinize the content Zhiyong was inscribing on the board. With each diagram and line of text that emerged, the furrows on Professor Hao Yuan's forehead deepened. Something was amiss. If he was not mistaken, this pertained to methods for treating AIDS. But where on earth did this young man acquire such knowledge? After all, data regarding drug stimulation is generally not made public. The fact that Zhiyong could articulate it flawlessly, without a single error, left Professor Hao Yuan astonished. The knowledge he presented far exceeded what was recorded in undergraduate textbooks, and any lingering anger within Hao Yuan had entirely dissipated. Now, he was filled solely with amazement and joy. He had unexpectedly stumbled upon a remarkable talent. After all, which teacher would not cherish a self-taught student? If he could bring Zhiyong under his wing for graduate studies, he could relish the role of a hands-off mentor. Hao Yuan watched in awe as Zhiyong continued to write, captivated by his insights into the discovery and mutation of viruses, as well as the directions of viral mutations. He felt an immediate desire to take him on as a student. The slight offense Zhiyong had caused moments ago was now entirely forgotten. After all, geniuses are afforded certain privileges. Moreover, the other party had been quite courteous earlier. At this moment, the blackboard was densely filled with analyses related to the HIV virus, including an introduction to existing treatment methods. Hao Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Currently, the cutting-edge research on HIV was at a standstill worldwide. Just as he was about to pose a question to Zhiyong, he suddenly saw Zhiyong make a bold stroke with the whiteboard marker, striking a large cross over the most effective treatment method for AIDS patients. Hao Yuan raised an eyebrow, deeply intrigued as to why Zhiyong would deny the cocktail therapy, widely recognized as the most effective means of suppressing AIDS. The blackboard was already brimming with information. Zhiyong's decision to eschew the cocktail therapy stemmed from the simple fact that there was no space left on the blackboard. He was disinclined to dwell further on this method of viral suppression. Instead, he intended to reserve the final spot for a method that could completely cure HIV. With one hand supporting the blackboard, Zhiyong pulled down the board positioned above his head. He swept the eraser vigorously, obliterating the previous content, which had been intended by Professor Hao Yuan for students to take notes. However, at this moment, Zhiyong was evidently unconcerned with such trivialities. He was determined to articulate all the knowledge from the future that resided in his mind. Zhiyong proceeded to write at an astonishing speed, and Professor Hao Yuan, satisfied with his progress, refrained from any unnecessary actions to interrupt him, based solely on the content from the previous section of the blackboard. He had completely forgiven Zhiyong's earlier audacity. Just as Professor Hao's thoughts began to drift, Zhiyong had already filled half of the blackboard. Upon returning to the present, Professor Hao was captivated by the material before him. This was Professor Hao Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. It was a diagram of the chemical composition of an entirely new drug, along with its manufacturing process. Upon careful reflection, he realized that this drug was neither an existing nor an experimental one. It was something that Zhiyong had devised himself. What exactly is this medication? Professor Hao murmured, lost in contemplation as the unfolding events had far surpassed his expectations. Initially, he had merely wished for a student to stand and answer a question. The professor's moment of confusion was abruptly interrupted by the discussions emerging from the other students in the classroom. He turned his gaze towards the source of the loudest noise, only to find several students discreetly recording the scene before them with their mobile phones. Hao Yuan's expression abruptly changed. Although he was unfamiliar with the specifics of the drug that Zhiyong had written about, his extensive experience led him to believe that the preparation methods and principles of the drug were sound. That was sufficient. A medication for treating the HIV virus. Even a whisper of its potential would send the most prestigious pharmaceutical laboratories into a frenzy. For the sake of Zhiyong's safety and to safeguard the research achievements of Biotechnology University, this information must not be leaked lightly. Thus, he immediately admonished in a hushed tone, "All of you, leave the classroom at once." His stern tone left the 100 or so students with no choice but to comply, departing with a sense of regret. This was a significant revelation. Alas, they would not partake in it. Half an hour later, Zhiyong transcribed everything he recalled regarding the HIV virus onto the blackboard behind him. "You have written about a medication for treating AIDS?" Hao Yuan's voice came from the side. Zhiyong turned around, nodding with a calm smile. "Indeed." He glanced at the now empty classroom and added, "Professor, this drug can induce harmless mutations in the CCR5 gene of the human body." Hao Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. The CCR5 gene was discovered by Professor Deng Hongkue of Huawei University, who first confirmed on June 20, 1996, that CCR5 serves as a receptor for the HIV virus's invasion. In other words, it is this genetic fragment that renders the human body susceptible to HIV infection. This year, in 2020, the world's second cured AIDS patient, known as the London patient, achieved this remarkable feat due to the transplantation of hematopoietic stem cells bearing the CCR5 mutation. This medication, is it designed to induce a beneficial mutation in the CCR5 gene fragment? A tremor laced Hao Yuan's voice, for he had conducted research in pathology and possessed a certain understanding of CCR5. The densely packed derivation steps on the blackboard, along with the introduction to the drug's mechanism of mutating CCR5, dissipated many of his internal inquiries. Such precise, targeted pharmaceutical intervention. He had only encountered it in mature drug trial reports. This medication has the potential to induce a beneficial mutation in the CCR5 gene fragments within all human bodies, causing the HIV virus to lose its target, thereby allowing the immune system to detect and eradicate it. This method would not be discovered by Chinese chemists until 2028. Zhiyong merely expedited its emergence by a few years. This was but a facade he employed to address the anomalies in his class, as well as the inception of his burgeoning genius reputation, reflecting on the painful memories of his past life. A peculiar intensity ignited in Zhiyong's gaze as he fervently addressed Professor Hao Yuan. Professor Hao Yuan, I require a biomanufacturing laboratory to validate this medication with data, particularly to test its inducement effects on the CCR5 gene fragments. Chapter 3. The future technology system confronted with Zhiyong's request, Hao Yuan swallowed slightly. As a professor in the field of pathology, he was acutely aware and comprehensively understood the implications. When an expert makes a move, one can discern the truth. Who could have anticipated that a sophomore undergraduate would orchestrate such an astounding revelation, presenting intricate details regarding the treatment of the HIV virus in a classroom setting, even including pertinent medications? More critically, the various pharmacological reactions described were nothing short of flawless. Perhaps overwhelmed by astonishment, Professor Hao Yuan's voice turned somewhat hoarse as he responded somewhat woodenly to Zhiyong's inquiries. He was rendered speechless by the shock. An experiment, you say? Professor Hao Yuan meticulously reviewed the content on the blackboard once more. It was impeccable. He discerned not a single flaw, not even in the final chemical structure diagram of the medication. Given this, he naturally felt no need to hesitate any longer. With a remarkable gaze sweeping over the resolute face of Zhiyong, Professor Hao Yuan ultimately nodded in agreement to Zhiyong's request for experimental validation. He acquiesced. At Huazhong University of Science and Technology, within the School of Biopharmaceuticals, a sudden urgent ringing of the telephone pierced the air. Hello, Professor Hao? What, are you serious? All right, I will contact the dean immediately. You will send the paper over shortly, correct? If the data is authentic, we could potentially replicate the experiment successfully in no time. With this phone call from Hao Yuan, the Biomanufacturing Institute trembled with excitement. For AIDS is indeed an incurable disease, a condition that is currently deemed utterly insolvable. The previously retired Dean Zhou Deqian was also stirred from his repose. Hao Yuan, you cannot be deceiving me, can you? A student of yours has developed a drug that induces a benign mutation in the CCR5 gene? An undergraduate, a sophomore, no less? Was this during class? Are you awake? Or am I the one dreaming? This cannot be a jest. Can you assure me? Very well. I shall make my way to the laboratory immediately. After Zhou Deqian hung up the phone, he hurriedly rushed to the lab. Regardless of how implausible the situation may seem, the experimental data will ultimately reveal the truth. Hao Yuan and Zhiyong sat quietly in their classroom seats. The content that Zhiyong inscribed on the blackboard had already been compiled by Hao Yuan into a complete paper and sent to Zhou Deqian's email. Now, they awaited the validation of Zhiyong's findings from the College of Biopharmaceuticals. Zhiyong, did you truly develop all of this on your own? Despite having witnessed Zhiyong single-handedly fill the blackboard, certain experimental data still left him skeptical. Although Huazhong University of Science and Technology is renowned internationally as a premier institution, it is highly improbable for an undergraduate, especially a sophomore, to have access to knowledge pertaining to the pathology of HIV. Furthermore, deducing experimental data regarding the CCR5 gene cannot solely be achieved through textbooks. If you claim he is self-taught, I find it hard to believe. Professor, I assure you that all of this is indeed my own research, Zhiyong replied, sitting beside Professor Hao Yuan, gazing into his eyes with a depth and weariness that belied his youth, nodding resolutely. In this regard, he spoke no falsehood. In his previous life, he was among numerous research teams dedicated to combating the HIV virus and made significant contributions to the discovery of the beneficial mutation of the CCR5 gene. One can only hope. Hao Yuan cast a deep glance at Zhiyong. He would not easily believe mere words. Having regained his composure from the initial shock, the doubts he had previously overlooked resurfaced in his mind. Whether true or false, whether a natural genius or a mere buffoon, the ultimate truth would be unveiled in the experiments conducted at the School of Biopharmaceuticals. Experimental data cannot be fabricated. Certainly, if this medication proves even slightly effective, Zhiyong would undoubtedly deserve the title of genius. Hao Yuan would also let him off the hook. As he pondered this, he suddenly recalled his own pressing question and quickly inquired, "Where did you conduct your CCR5 gene experiment?" He had not identified any issues with the various treatment methods. However, it was impossible for a sophomore to have any involvement with the CCR5 gene experiment. It was during a freshman lab class when the CCR5 gene fragment was indeed present. This was true. Zhiyong had indeed tinkered with CCR5 gene samples during his freshman practical course and had received a harsh reprimand from the instructor for it. Fortunately, it was merely the ordinary CCR5 gene and not a mutated variant. Otherwise, he likely would have failed that course. Oh? So you are the rebellious student that old Xing mentioned. Upon hearing that he had encountered the CCR5 gene in his freshman year, Hao Yuan immediately recalled his friend's complaints. He had thoroughly criticized that student at the time. Little did he expect that this individual was none other than Zhiyong. I am deeply grateful for Professor Xing's leniency. He had specifically cautioned against using samples from another cabinet, but the youthful Zhiyong couldn't resist the temptation. Otherwise, according to school regulations, he would have failed the practical course. Fortunately, the professor showed mercy. After a brief exchange, tranquility descended upon the classroom once more. Professor Hao Yuan closed his eyes, seeking respite. The recent events had left him somewhat weary. Thus, he preferred to await news in silence. Observing Hao Yuan's repose, Zhiyong's gaze flickered momentarily before he, too, gently closed his eyes. However, his intentions were not to rest. Zhiyong was only 20 years old, hardly susceptible to such fatigue. His purpose in closing his eyes was to delve into the silvery white expanse he had encountered upon his rebirth. Awakening to Professor Hao Yuan's interrogation had prevented him from investigating its nature. But now, an opportunity presented itself. Filled with curiosity, Zhiyong promptly closed his eyes. In an instant, with a mere thought, he rediscovered the silvery white radiance. Was this light within his consciousness? Urging his awareness forward, Zhiyong once again found himself in the silvery white realm. Before him, the peculiar transparent screen reappeared, the technological tree diagram prominently displayed. This time, he had the chance to thoroughly examine this enigmatic object. Identical to his previous observation, the two luminous, silvery white boxes remained at the base of the tree diagram. Ascending from these radiant boxes, he noticed another dim, black rectangle. Within the confines of a box, a line of text reads, Energy, Controllable Nuclear Fusion Miniaturization Technology. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhiyong's eyes. Why is it all related to nuclear technology? Moreover, it is all concerning nuclear fusion. He had been sent away by the uncontrollable hydrogen bomb, and now this enigmatic tree diagram was pushing knowledge of nuclear fusion onto him. Yet, he was a student of biochemistry. Why was there no information related to biology? Zhiyong remained unconvinced and continued to gaze upward along the branches of the tree diagram. Plasma engine, quantum communication technology, biocomputer technology, gene locking. At last, he encountered a technology pertinent to biochemistry. Although biocomputers also encompassed biological knowledge, they leaned more towards computer technology. Thus, the truly biochemistry-related technology was the one he had just observed. Mimicking his previous actions, Zhiyong concentrated his thoughts on this final box. Yet, there was no response. The dim gene locking box failed to emit the silvery glow. It appeared that this technological tree diagram functioned similarly to a technology tree in a game, requiring each node to be illuminated one by one. Let us call it the future technology system. Zhiyong smiled faintly, hoping that this time, humanity could embrace the future. Feeling a tinge of regret for not illuminating the gene-locking technology, he pondered. How was he to overcome the withering virus? Just as Zhiyong found himself in a state of uncertainty, his gaze fell upon the title section of the initial tree diagram. It was a brightly illuminated square, within which were inscribed the words, Level 1 Planetary Civilization. Zhiyong swallowed slightly, an unusual glimmer igniting in his eyes. The transparent screen displayed 3 technological tree diagrams, corresponding to the first, second, and third levels of civilization. Is it possible that controllable nuclear fusion technology is the foundation of a Level 1 civilization? Is energy indeed fundamental? Humanity has yet to even reach the foundational stage of a Level 1 civilization? What then constitutes the basis for a Level 2 civilization? As this thought crossed his mind, Zhiyong's gaze fell upon a rather dim square, located in the title box of the second tree diagram. Energy, antimatter power generation technology. Upon reading these words, Zhiyong's pupils contracted sharply. Antimatter power generation technology. The efficiency of this technology is 300 times that of controllable nuclear fusion. And what about a Level 3 civilization? A spark of realization flickered in Zhiyong's eyes. To rescue humanity from the clutches of the blight, perhaps it is unnecessary to vanquish the blight immediately. The blight originates from the permafrost of the Antarctic glaciers. The virus emerged due to global warming. The principal catalyst of global warming is humanity's unrestrained emission of greenhouse gases. If humanity could harness controllable nuclear fusion as an inexhaustible clean energy source, the Antarctic glaciers would not melt due to greenhouse gases. Consequently, the blight virus would cease to exist. What do we call this? A circuitous salvation for the world. An astonishing brilliance illuminated Zhiyong's gaze. Indeed, it is precisely this. Just as Zhiyong was engrossed in devising a plan to prevent the emergence of the blight virus, a gentle knock echoed from outside the classroom. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock resounded through the air. Zhiyong and Hao Yuan simultaneously opened their eyes, directing their gaze towards the classroom door. Come in, the door is unlocked. Hao Yuan said in a deep voice, surmising that it must be someone from the College of Biological Manufacturing. In the next moment, the classroom door slowly creaked open. A professor, dressed in casual attire and with graying hair at the temples, entered the room with a solemn expression. Upon his entrance, Hao Yuan was taken aback. Why had the dean of the School of Biopharmaceuticals come in person? The elderly gentleman paid no heed to Hao Yuan's gaze. Instead, he was immediately captivated by the content on the blackboard. After scanning it briefly, his eyes lingered on the final section for an extended moment. This is simply astonishing. At last, the elder turned his attention to Zhiyong. Upon meeting the unwavering gaze of Zhiyong, the elder's curiosity intensified. Such a student was a rare find. Most of his students reacted like frightened mice in his presence. Hao Yuan, is this the so-called genius student you mentioned? Hao Yuan nodded gently in response, sharing a knowing smile at the elder's peculiar expression. Dean Zhou, what brings you here in person? Allow me to introduce you. This young man is a sophomore majoring in biochemistry, named Zhiyong. Turning to Zhiyong, he continued, this is Dean Zhou Daqian of the School of Biopharmaceuticals. Your experiment will be carried out under his supervision. Chapter 4. Disrupting Medications. Greetings, Dean Zhou. Zhiyong promptly stood up to greet the elder. Before me stands the venerable elder, the esteemed dean of the Institute of Biomanufacturing. I never anticipated his personal arrival. Zhou Daqian, with a warm smile, nodded appreciatively, and then shifted his gaze to the blackboard situated behind the podium. His attention was immediately captivated by the content displayed upon it. The initial segment of the blackboard elucidated the mechanisms by which the HIV virus devastates the human body, offering explanations for various causes, analyses of numerous outcomes, and case studies that illuminated Zhou Daqian's understanding. Such rigorous and comprehensive exposition fundamentally dissected the destructive methods employed by the HIV virus within the human system. Should this student truly be a self-taught prodigy, it would undoubtedly herald a beacon of hope for countless patients afflicted by terminal illnesses. Particularly striking was the discussion on the mode of action for drugs targeting the beneficial mutation of the CCR5 gene, alongside the detailed steps of the chemical reaction, which caused the brilliance in his eyes to radiate with renewed vigor. Regardless of the true nature of this drug, the foundational information presented was indisputably sound. This medication may indeed hold promise. Without further ado, this student has certainly piqued his interest. Zhou Daqian's gaze softened and took on a benevolent warmth as he turned to Zhiyong. Zhiyong, is it? Upon receiving a nod from Zhiyong, Zhou Daqian continued with a narrowed gaze. Would you be interested in joining us in our laboratory for further study? You are currently a sophomore, am I correct? Following the conventional path at school is a waste of your time. If your drug proves effective, I will personally assist you in applying for a direct master's and doctoral program, along with the corresponding patents. All I ask is that you join our department. Zhiyong stood momentarily stunned. Has he developed an appreciation for talent? Wait. Old Zhou, what are you doing? Upon hearing Zhou Daqian's words, Hao Yuan immediately felt a surge of urgency. Was he attempting to undermine him right before his eyes? Zhou Daqian, unfazed by Hao Yuan's presence, bypassed him and continued with a bemused smile. Xiaozai, I see you possess profound knowledge in pathology and pharmacology. Is this self-taught? Zhiyong nodded affirmatively, his gaze shifting as he replied, indeed, it is all self-taught. Zhou Daqian's eyebrows shot up at the decisive response. Self-taught? Such a rarity. He hastily suppressed his excitement and feigned a calm demeanor, saying, to have learned to this extent independently is quite commendable. However, the subsequent experimental data lacks empirical support. How about this? Come to my laboratory, and I will ensure that all the experimental data is arranged for you. Zhiyong gazed at the squinting Zhou Dean, half amused and half irritated. Did he truly believe him to be an uninformed sophomore? Were it not for the fact that this data was derived from countless experiments and trials in his previous life, he might have been entirely swayed by Zhou Dean's tactics. Yet, as a sophomore well-versed in human nature, Zhiyong resolved to keep his insights to himself. It would be unwise to undermine the other's pride. He retrieved the acting skills he had honed in his previous career, allowing a measured hint of conflict to flicker in his eyes. Dean Zhou, perhaps you could share the results of the experiments instead? Zhou Deqian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this young man would be immune to his ploys. Typically, his carrot-and-stick approach would have easily ensnared a less astute youth. In his expectations, he had envisioned the other accepting his invitation with eager enthusiasm. Unexpectedly, the other party did not adhere to the conventional norms. Old Zhou, this is one of us from the Department of Biochemistry. Beside him, Hao Yuan's face flushed with anger. He was rendered speechless by Zhou Deqian's shamelessness and could only reiterate his stance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Deqian cast an irritable glance at Hao Yuan. All right. What does it matter if he belongs to the biochemistry department? We are all students of Huaca University of Science and Technology. Besides, his talent lies in pathology and pharmaceuticals. We must utilize valuable skills where they are most effective. In conclusion, he added, we cannot bury his talents. Professor Hao, as the dean, is it not reasonable for me to be concerned about the urgently needed talents in our country? It is only fair to promise some benefits to such individuals. Is it not? Upon hearing this, Hao Yuan's expression stiffened. Goodness, is he really trying to pressure him with righteousness? As if the biochemistry department lacks a laboratory. They are capable of conducting these experiments too. He had initially thought that Zhou Deqian was an expert in this field, but unexpectedly, he had awakened a ferocious wolf. Even worse, he was not the dean and could not casually promise benefits to Zhiyong. This was indeed dire. Just as the situation became increasingly tense, the classroom door was abruptly flung open. Old Zhou, what you just said is absurd. Student, he is from our biochemistry department. And it is the duty of our department's dean to commend such talent. How dare you overstep your bounds? A booming voice resonated from the entrance of the classroom. It was Zhang Minxing, the dean of the biochemistry department. A spark of surprise ignited in Hao Yuan's eyes. Upon reflection, Zhou Deqian's face displayed a mixture of embarrassment and chagrin. He had been caught in the act of undermining someone and, worse still, had failed in his endeavor. At that moment, he wished he could find a corner to hide in. Zhang Minxing strode confidently into the classroom, immediately noticing the content written on the blackboard. His attention was instantly captivated. A mere glance at the board ignited a spark of curiosity in his eyes. No wonder Zhou Deqian, that shameless old fellow, dared to publicly poach talent. If such a gifted individual were not retained in the Department of Biochemistry, Zhang would certainly regret it in the future. He Zhiyong, is it? I am Dean Zhang Minxing. Regardless of whatever promises Zhou made to you, they are nothing but empty words. Your academic status remains within our department, and he is incapable of fulfilling any of his commitments. In contrast, I assure you that I can facilitate everything upon my return. What a farce. Could Zhou possibly enforce interdepartmental decisions? Your academic record is held by the Department of Biochemistry. Have you even consulted him about transferring? Ever since Zhiyong saw Zhang Minxing enter the classroom, a glimmer of tears shone in his eyes. It was this voice, this person. He had initially sought the mentorship of Zhang Minxing and subsequently followed him to the Antarctic Research Institute. It was precisely because of this that Zhiyong had escaped the dark era and evaded the fate of starvation. Professor Hao Yuan had, unfortunately, not accompanied Dean Zhang to Antarctica due to personal matters and ultimately perished in a research lab back in Huagua. That was in the year 2040 of the previous life, the 10th year since the emergence of the withering virus. A year in which the flora of the entire planet faced imminent extinction. In the midst of a global famine, humanity lost all sense of morality, plunging into a dark age. Over 1 billion souls perished from starvation. During this tragic epoch, Zhiyong's parents also succumbed to hunger. Zhiyong, what troubles you? Upon witnessing Zhiyong's stunned expression, filled with profound sorrow, Zhang Minxing furrowed his brow. What is the matter with him? Am I truly so frightening that he nearly weeps upon seeing me? It's nothing, Dean. I was merely taken aback by your fervor, Zhiyong remarked, pinching his nose in an attempt to stifle his tears. At this critical moment, Professor Hao was the first to regain his composure, gently clearing his throat to steer the conversation back on course. Ahem, Dean Zhou, perhaps you could share your validation results? A fleeting look of confusion crossed Zhang Minxing's face, which quickly transformed into a serene expression as he smiled and nodded. Very well, old Zhou. Your audacity in attempting to claim attention suggests that the drug trial has yielded promising results. Pray, do enlighten us. Upon hearing this, Zhiyong emerged from his reverie, releasing a soft sigh of relief. After obtaining the drug data, I promptly synthesized the medication using the readily available materials in the laboratory. Zhou Deqian, somewhat begrudgingly, disclosed the experimental data before Zhiyong Minxing. The CCR5 gene fragment was influenced by the drug, resulting in a beneficial mutation of the protein kinase located on the X chromosome, successfully thwarting the invasion of the HIV virus. What precisely constitutes this beneficial mutation? Zhiyong Minxing inquired, his eyebrows slightly raised at Zhou's experimental findings. It is well known that once the CCR5 gene is obstructed, it is as if the brakes have been released, accelerating the pace of change within the human body, concomitantly heightening the associated risks. Zhou Deqian, in the throes of his excitement, exclaimed how monumental this discovery is. The medication proposed by He Tongxue, which effectively blocks the CCR5 gene while preserving its activity, ensures that only the HIV virus's targeted attacks are thwarted. This is a drug inherently designed to combat the HIV virus. Zhou Deqian, brimming with enthusiasm, gesticulated wildly at the notion of selectively blocking the CCR5 gene. A truly magnificent concept. Who would have thought that such an achievement would be realized by a sophomore student? Many scientists have dedicated their lives to this pursuit, yet they have made little progress. Astonishingly, it was a second-year student who unveiled it in such a dramatic manner during class. The room fell into a profound silence. Zhiyong Minxing and Hao Yuan remained in stunned disbelief. Hao Yuan's expression was one of incredulity, while Zhiyong Minxing's face reflected shock and exhilaration. The targeted obstruction of the CCR5 gene fragment is a remarkable breakthrough. The gene is inextricably linked to organ transplant rejection, asthma, rheumatoid arthritis, multiple sclerosis, and diabetes. If the issues surrounding the CCR5 gene can be genuinely resolved, countless individuals may be liberated from the clutches of disease. Such an achievement is immeasurable in its virtue. In ancient times, it would warrant the creation of a golden statue to be enshrined in a temple. Ahem. Zhiyong, you may return to the dormitory now. We still need to deliberate further. Hao Yuan understood the gravity of the situation and immediately addressed He Zhiyong, saying, for the next few days, remain at the school and refrain from wandering about. We need to conduct several more experiments. The emergence of this drug could easily earn a Nobel Prize in physiology. Chapter 5, Determination. Dean Zhang, are you acquainted with Professor Sun Xiaodong from Huazhong University of Science and Technology? He Zhiyong was eager to leave, but he had to initiate his own plan first. Old son, what do you need him for? Are you interested in nuclear physics? Zhiyong Minxing, recovering from his astonishment, furrowed his brow in confusion as he gazed at He Zhiyong. What was his intention? Did he truly have research interests in nuclear physics? Impossible. I can provide you with his personal email. Feel free to reach out to him if you have any inquiries. Zhiyong Minxing exhaled slowly, dismissing the unrealistic thoughts swirling in his mind. No matter how brilliant one may be, it is unlikely to cross disciplinary boundaries, especially given the vast chasm between biology and nuclear physics. Thank you, Dean. Securing the email address of a nuclear physics professor from Huazhong University was a stroke of fortune for He Zhiyong. After all, if he were to seek it out himself, as a student of biology, would he not be treated as a fool? Upon obtaining Professor Sun's personal email, He Zhiyong turned with a smile and pushed open the classroom door, stepping outside. Once He Zhiyong departed, the classroom fell into silence once more. The three professors regarded the blackboard with serious expressions. After a lengthy pause, Zhiyong Minxing slowly exhaled a breath of resignation. This young man is extraordinary. Nearby, Zhou Deqian nodded in agreement. Indeed, at the very least, my experimental data indicates that this drug meets the criteria for pharmacokinetic research. Old Zhou, I will discuss this matter with the principal. You can rest assured to proceed with the animal experiments of the drug. Any medication available on the market must undergo at least 7 or 8 processes, let alone a drug that controls gene fragments. As of now, the number of patients infected with HIV in our country has surpassed 1 million. Countless individuals worldwide are tormented by the HIV virus. Initially, they could only endure a maximum of 10 years with cocktail therapy. The drug discovered by He Zhiyong may hold the potential to eradicate the HIV virus entirely for humanity, much like our nation has triumphed over malaria and smallpox. At Huazhong University of Science and Technology, the weather has begun to cool as September draws to a close, and the oppressive heat of the campus dissipates. The night air is occasionally pierced by the cacophonous cries of cicadas, a sound that can be quite irksome. Yet, for He Zhiyong, this clamor is a source of delight. It has been a decade since he last heard the serenade of cicadas. He spent 10 years at a research station in Antarctica, surrounded solely by the desolation of frost and snow. devoid of any vitality. As Zhiyong strolls along the asphalt path, a myriad of complex emotions flickers in his eyes. Had it not been for her presence at the research station, he might have succumbed to solitude in the abyss of endless white snow after learning of his parents' demise. The image of her perpetually smiling, radiant visage continually resurfaces in his mind. Time seems to have left no traces upon her face. In a past life, he harbored affection for a girl at the research institute, yet he relinquished all romantic entanglements for the sake of the withering virus. But what was the outcome? Not only did he lack the courage to confess his feelings to those around him, but he also failed to resolve the blight of the virus, leading to the extinction of human civilization. In this life, he is determined to rectify all past regrets. He clenched his fists tightly. In the campus twilight, carefree university students wandered in groups, enjoying their leisure. It is these very individuals that he wishes to protect. Upon reaching the dormitory, he found his roommates engaged in a gaming session. "Hey, Zhiyong, are you alright?" "Of course. You're the one who dared to experiment in the lab during your freshman year and challenge professors in your sophomore year." Lilei was the one with whom Zhiyong shared the closest bond among his dorm mates. In fact, he got along splendidly with all his roommates. "It's nothing. Professor Hao just asked me a few questions." In response to his roommate's concern, Zhiyong offered a faint smile and exchanged a few words before taking his computer and student card and leaving the dormitory. He intended to visit the library, for the dorm was not a place conducive to serious work. To avoid his roommates inviting him to join their gaming, which he would find difficult to decline, he opted for solitude. Ding, ding, ding. As he walked partway, his phone suddenly rang from his pocket. Gazing at the device, which had become a mere tool for labor in his previous life due to the ravages of war, a wave of nostalgia washed over Zhiyong. The screen illuminated, revealing the caller ID, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. It was his mother. With trembling fingers, he swiped to answer the call. "Mom." His voice quivered with emotion. The next moment, a gentle voice emanated from the phone's receiver. "Zhiyong, what's wrong? Why does it sound as if you are on the verge of tears? Who has wronged you?" Realizing he had let his emotions get the better of him, Zhiyong quickly suppressed the turmoil within, striving to compose himself. With a forced smile, he replied, "Mom, it's nothing. It's been a while since we've seen each other. I miss you." "Oh, you dear child, it's only been a few days since school started, and already you miss me?" The voice on the other end, though tinged with a hint of reproach, was laden with genuine concern. "Mom, is there something you wanted to discuss?" "Not particularly. I just wanted to check on you. Make sure you're eating well at school and not starving yourself." Zhiyong listened quietly, allowing his mother's gentle admonishments to wash over him. Especially when she urged him to eat enough, tears began to flow uncontrollably down his cheeks. His parents, in his previous life, had perished from starvation during a time of darkness. Zhiyong continued to listen in silence, wiping away the tears that streamed down his face. "Well, I have nothing more to say. Take care and study hard." "All right, Mom, I'm on my way to the library. Make sure to reach out for more living expenses when you need them." Before Zhiyong could utter another word, the call was abruptly cut off. Listening to the dial tone, he could no longer hold back the tears. They cascaded down his cheeks, filling his face with sorrow. His father, Zhiyong, was a quintessential farmer, sustaining the family through several greenhouses dedicated to fruit cultivation. His mother, Zhiyong, also tended to the crops within these greenhouses. In a previous life, due to the existence of these greenhouses, their family managed to harvest an additional season of rice even amidst the global onslaught of blight. With his identity as a researcher, his parents lived a reasonably comfortable life. However, following the outbreak of global famine and the ensuing chaos within Hua country, his parents ultimately succumbed to starvation against this grim backdrop. The memory of the footage sent by the Hua Institute, revealing skeletal remains scattered across the fields, echoed in his mind. Zhiyong's resolve hardened, and he wiped away the tears staining his face. With determined strides, he entered the library, resolved to prevent the emergence of the blight virus. Chapter 6. The Thesis Hua University of Science and Technology, Library. Several stacks of books lay on Zhiyong's desk, all pertaining to nuclear physics and materials science. He aimed to compose a thesis on controlled nuclear fusion technology derived from the technological tree diagram, which provided an abundance of relevant materials. His task was to systematically organize these materials into a coherent article, which he would then submit to Professor Sun Xiaodong at Hua University. This institution stands as a leading global research academy, its scientific prowess rivaling that of many renowned American universities. The world's most advanced superconducting tokamak device, EAST, is located at the Plasma Research Institute of Hua University. The tokamak is a device designed to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. Its shape resembles that of a donut, with the entire outer surface intricately wrapped in wires, creating a spiral magnetic field within to confine plasma temperatures soaring to 100 million degrees. Given that nuclear fusion necessitates exceedingly high temperatures, ensuring the inner wall of the tokamak device remains intact against the damaging effects of high heat and neutrons generated from the deuterium-tritium reaction has become a global conundrum. This temperature, a staggering 100 million degrees, is several times greater than that of the sun. Hence, the tokamak device is often referred to as an artificial sun. The library of Zhiyong University of Science and Technology is typically open around the clock. Zhiyong, after an entire night of toil, finally organized his research on nuclear fusion technology into a standard paper. He entered Professor Sun Xiaodong's private email, marked the sender's signature and affiliation, and with a click, sent it off. Mission accomplished. Early in the morning, Sun Xiaodong arrived at the East Research Laboratory, where dozens of experts in nuclear physics diligently operated this Chinese sun daily, seeking the safest magnetic confinement methods. As the experiments had yet to commence, Sun Xiaodong, relishing the rare tranquility, brewed a cup of coffee to enjoy this delightful morning. Opening his personal computer, he prepared to check if his old colleague had anything to share. Ding! A sudden alert echoed from the computer, the email icon in the window quivering incessantly. Who could be sending an email? Few are privy to his private address. With a puzzled expression, Sun Xiaodong opened his inbox. Verification of controlled nuclear fusion technology, Zhiyong. What is this? As Sun Xiaodong gazed upon the document, he nearly succumbed to laughter. The notion of controlled nuclear fusion technology was akin to flaunting a grand sword before Guangdong or wielding a colossal axe before Luban. Who exactly is Zhiyong, and how did he come to possess my private email? With a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, driven by curiosity, Sun Xiaodong reluctantly opened the file sent by the mysterious sender. What greeted him was a citation regarding nuclear fusion, indeed, a standard academic paper. It appeared that he was not being trifled with. He would have to peruse the entirety of the document before addressing the sender. As he discerned its scholarly format, Sun Xiaodong continued to scroll down, delving deeper into the content. With each line of equations and accompanying diagrams, his brow furrowed increasingly. This was undeniably knowledge pertinent to nuclear fusion, yet, as he progressed, a sudden transformation occurred. His pupils constricted slightly. This was a wholly novel method of material composition. Sun Xiaodong instinctively rummaged through his mental archives, but despite his exhaustive search, he found no recollection of this material. It was capable of withstanding the extreme temperatures generated during the ignition of nuclear fusion. More crucially, its structure allowed for the absorption of the substantial neutrons produced by the deuterium-tritium reaction. Upon reading the introduction within the paper, Sun Xiaodong's mind buzzed with astonishment. A material that could endure the temperatures of fusion ignition while also absorbing neutrons. What extraordinary substance was this? Presently, the tokamak devices or stellarators scattered across the globe were merely components of nuclear fusion apparatuses. If one were to liken a controlled nuclear fusion device to a furnace, the tokamak and stellarator merely serve as the walls that contain the fire. They do not truly achieve ignition. To instantaneously accomplish ignition, it is imperative to employ lasers to heat deuterium and tritium to a staggering 100 million degrees Celsius. Any known material is incapable of withstanding such extreme temperatures, which are 7 times that of the sun's core. Remarkably, the material discussed in this paper audaciously claims to endure such temperatures. Sun Xiaodong remained noncommittal, opting to delve further into the content. Was this truly the brainchild of Zhiyong alone? Upon encountering the detailed modification plans for the existing tokamak and the methodologies to achieve genuine fusion ignition, Sun Xiaodong inhaled deeply. The arguments presented were comprehensive and impeccably articulated. Coupled with the precise descriptions of plasma under high-temperature conditions, he found himself believing more than half of what he read in an instant. Who exactly is this Zhiyong? Sun Xiaodong was left in a state of uncertainty, pondering when China had acquired such an eminent figure in nuclear physics. Suddenly, the urgent ringing of a phone interrupted his thoughts. It was Zhang Minxing. What prompted him to call? Sun Xiaodong was somewhat perplexed by Zhang Minxing's temperament. Although they were former classmates, they rarely communicated. Why did he think to reach out today? Hello, Lao Zhang, what do you need? Oh, what? One of your students asked for my personal email. Upon hearing that a student of Zhiyong had requested his personal email, a sense of foreboding swiftly invaded Sun Xiaodong's mind. In the next moment, he bit his lip and incredulously inquired, "You don't mean to say that student is he Zhiyong, do you?" "Indeed. He has reached out to you? What did he inquire about?" Upon hearing Sun Xiaodong immediately mention he Zhiyong's name, Zhang Minxing realized that the young man had already contacted him. He was taken aback by how quickly he had acted. "Oh, it's nothing of great significance. That he Zhiyong is a graduate student who is interested in switching to nuclear physics," he mused, considering the high-quality paper in question. Sun Xiaodong boldly speculated that any student capable of producing such a paper must have dedicated considerable effort to the field of nuclear physics. "Not quite. He is actually a sophomore in our department. I fear he might speak out of turn, hence I asked you to be a bit more accommodating." "A sophomore? You're telling me a sophomore authored this paper?" Sun Xiaodong couldn't believe his ears. Is Zhang Minxing trying to deceive me? How could that be possible? Given the quality of this paper, even a seasoned scholar would require substantial time to complete it. What department is Zhang Minxing the dean of at Awaken University? Are you saying that he Zhiyong is a sophomore in your biochemistry department? It was at this moment that Sun Xiaodong regained his composure and recognized the incongruity. If he Zhiyong was indeed a student from Zhang Minxing's department, it followed that this individual who penned a top-tier academic paper in nuclear physics was, in fact, affiliated with the biochemistry department, a field seemingly unrelated to nuclear physics. Sun Xiaodong slowly typed out 3 question marks. Was he truly encountering a phenomenon that defied belief? Could such a person genuinely exist? Chapter 7. Materials. I must find someone to verify this paper. Sun Xiaodong decisively hung up the phone, dismissing Zhang Minxing. This individual, after all, is the head of the institute and should not deceive him regarding such matters. Moreover, in the realm of science, it is exceedingly difficult to fabricate results. The laboratory can reveal all manner of anomalies. Sun Xiaodong swiftly rose and took his laptop to his office. He approached his desk, grasped the handset of the office phone, and pressed the corresponding buttons. Moments later, a voice emerged from the receiver. "Old Sun, what can I do for you?" On the other end was Li Miolin, the director of the Plasma Research Institute at Awaken University, who also serves as the chief overseer of China's controllable nuclear fusion project. "I have a paper here. Could you assist me in verifying the authenticity of its contents, particularly the 2 new materials mentioned within?" "2 new materials? Send it over, and I will consult with Shin Binkai." "Excellent. I eagerly await your response." Sun Xiaodong suppressed his excitement. If these 2 materials were indeed genuine, controllable nuclear fusion would be tantalizingly close at hand. He meticulously reread the papers sent by he Zhiyong, discovering anew the vast potential it held. The Stellarator and tokamak are both inertial magnetic confinement devices. Thus, theoretically, they are both capable of facilitating a controllable nuclear fusion reaction. However, the scaling law governing tokamak devices stipulates that they cannot be miniaturized. In simple terms, the larger the tokamak, the greater the likelihood of achieving nuclear fusion. This implies that tokamak devices cannot be too small. In his paper, he Zhiyong annotated methods for achieving controllable nuclear fusion. Sun Xiaodong, utterly absorbed, meticulously read every word of the manuscript, affixing a top-secret label during its transmission. The document, marked with top secret, would be thoroughly purged from the internet by the cyber unit. Professor Sun had received the file. He witnessed his computer mouse behaving erratically, opening the folder, deleting the paper, and then crashing to a blue screen. He Zhiyong asserted that his paper had indeed reached Professor Sun, who regarded it with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, a hacker would not have deleted it from his computer. However, such an operation was utterly absurd. To perform it right in front of him was simply outrageous. Yet, since the recipient had obtained it, it was time for him to catch up on sleep. After an all-nighter, he truly felt exhausted. At Huazhong University of Science and Technology, in the Materials Research Institute, Director Shin Binkai was surprisingly engaged in the hands-on fabrication of a certain material. This left the institute's intern researchers astonished. What was Director Shin up to, and why had he not activated the experimental recording device? Perhaps he was crafting some enigmatic material? What kind of material could it be, so shrouded in secrecy that we were not permitted near? Ignoring the other researchers from a distance, Shin Binkai continued to operate the sophisticated apparatus with great caution. Recently, Li Miolin sent 2 highly confidential documents, stating that these are new materials required by the military for experimentation, classified as top secret, and a preliminary result is needed today. Upon receiving the order, Shin Binkai abandoned his class, leaving a bewildered group of students behind, and hastily returned to the research institute. After all, anything associated with the military commands his utmost attention. The first material is a high-temperature resistant nanoceramic. While the fabrication of this material is relatively straightforward, the method of combination is unlike anything he has encountered before. The ceramic's honeycomb structure is infused with nanomaterials. A standard piece of this nanoceramic is approximately the size of a conventional brick. Astonishingly, its surface temperature resistance is beyond measurable limits. Indeed, his laboratory can only generate a maximum thermal environment of 10,000 degrees, yet the nanoceramic exhibits no reaction whatsoever when subjected to such extreme heat. Even more astonishing is the internal honeycomb layer, which, when exposed to high temperatures, manages to confine neutrons within its nanostructure. This is truly miraculous. With this material, what fear remains of high temperatures? What concern is there over neutron radiation? As for the second material, it is even more extraordinary. It is a room temperature superconductor formed by 3 layers of graphene twisted into a helical structure at a 0.9 angle. This is indeed a room temperature superconductor. Has the military's technological research reached such heights? Shin Binkai now bears an expression akin to one who has tasted something foul. If the military's technological advancements have reached this level, where does that leave his reputation as the foremost materials scientist in Huagua? Currently, the only known room temperature superconductors have been developed in the laboratories of the University of Rochester. This was accomplished by subjecting hydrogen, carbon, and sulfur elements within a diamond anvil cell under a staggering pressure of 267 billion pascals. Such a pressure renders this material utterly impractical and devoid of any usable conditions. Nevertheless, it is venerated by scientists as the holy grail of physics. Should these scientists become aware of the emergence of a truly room temperature superconducting material, one wonders if they would hastily discard the previous grail. No, this material must remain confidential. Humanity has completely misdirected its quest for room temperature superconductors. Shin Binkai is acutely aware that nearly every laboratory in the world is pursuing the alignment of compound particle states with the spin velocity of electrons. Little did they know that mere graphene could meet the criteria for room temperature superconductivity. Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Binkai completely erased the data from this experiment in the instruments. Such information must be kept under wraps. No one can be allowed to know. Possessing this material would enable Huagua to surge ahead in the realm of controllable nuclear fusion. Meanwhile, nations that have ventured down the wrong research path will find it difficult to recognize their errors in the short term. This presents Huagua with a monumental opportunity to widen the gap in research compared to other nations. Advanced materials, sophisticated chips, and cutting-edge engines. These are the advantages that the United States initially claimed at the pinnacle of science. However, as the United States touches the existing scientific zenith without experiencing a qualitative transformation, it remains vulnerable to being surpassed by subsequent nations at any moment. Controllable nuclear fusion represents that very transformation. Why has Huagua invested so heavily in controllable nuclear fusion? Because it is the steam engine of the new era, the protagonist of the next age. If Western nations were to first master controllable nuclear fusion technology, China would not only miss the age of exploration, but also potentially forfeit its chance at the interstellar era. Once lost, China could once again be subjected to devastation, a haunting memory of a century of humiliation that lingers vividly in the mind. He cannot forget. However, it is fortunate that China has now taken the lead in mastering room temperature superconducting materials and high-temperature resistant nanoceramics. With a little more effort, it may very well step directly into the interstellar age. The existence of such materials is indeed a boon for China. Disregarding all experimental data, Shin Binkai still felt as if he were in a dream, unable to believe this was real, though he specialized in materials science. The nuclear physicists had long lamented the absence of these two materials in the world. Yet now, they have truly emerged. Haha, that was the sound of his joyous laughter. He had studied under the esteemed Shi Changshu, whose lifelong ambition was to elevate China's materials science to the level of the United States. Influenced by this, he too was determined to strengthen China's materials. Yet unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, he had indeed achieved the goal of surpassing the United States. Chapter 8. Signature. That afternoon, Shin Binkai arrived at Li Miaoling's office carrying a black briefcase. He was filled with suspicion along the way, nearly mistaking several oddly behaving students for spies. After all, The contents of the case were of utmost importance, a key to China's leadership on the global stage. Old Shun, why have you come in person? You could have simply sent me the experimental data. Li Miolin remarked with a hint of amusement as he caught a glimpse of Shun Binkai stealthily entering the office. He also perused the paper, and although Zhiyong's deductions were indeed flawless, he harbored doubts regarding the two materials in question. After all, the entire world was pouring vast sums of money into the pursuit of room-temperature superconductors and high-heat-resistant nanoceramics. How could a sophomore biochemistry student possibly achieve such feats? Nevertheless, the other content was sufficient for him to recommend Zhiyong to their plasma laboratory. Despite the suspicion of fabricated materials, he was undeniably a rare talent. Li Miolin anticipated that Shun Binkai would soon question him about why he had allowed such peculiar material fabrication methods to be experimented upon, especially under the guise of military endorsement. He resolved to counsel him wisely. Once classified as top secret, the documents would automatically belong to the military. Oldly, has the military's research capability reached such heights? Shun Binkai assured himself that no one was following him and hastily approached his desk, reaching for the black briefcase. What does this mean? Li Miolin, taken aback by Shun Binkai's unexpected demeanor, cast him a puzzled glance. This was not the Shun Binkai he remembered. Moreover, what did his question imply? Could it be that both materials were indeed genuine? Li Miaolin's expression morphed into one of disbelief. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate an apple. Upon receiving Shun Binkai's bewildered nod, Li Miolin first felt shock, followed by overwhelming joy. Regardless of how that sophomore had accomplished it, the evidence was irrefutable. What about the experimental data? I shall present it to you now. Casting a perplexed glance at Li Miolin, it was now Shin Bingwen who found himself at a loss. Wasn't this method of material preparation provided by you? Why do you seem as if it's your first encounter with it? It's as if I were the one to inform you of the existence of such materials. It's utterly bewildering. These two materials are indeed genuine? Hearing the precise data from Shin Bing, Li Miaolin's heart raced with astonishment. Truly, he was worthy of his long-held position. Li Miolin quickly regained his composure. With a grave expression, he glanced at the two materials within the box and declared in a solemn tone, "Since these two materials are authentic, I will immediately convene a meeting for the entire institute. All professors from the Plasma Research Institute and the Nuclear Physics Institute must be present." After a moment of contemplation, Li Miolin added, "Furthermore, I will consult with the military laboratory to verify the maximum temperature that the high-temperature resistant nanoceramics can endure. Additionally, the confidentiality level for these two materials, especially the room-temperature superconducting material, will be elevated to the highest tier. If the contents of this paper are indeed true, perhaps the day of our nation's resurgence is upon us." At Huaqa University of Science and Technology, Zhiyong was roused from his slumber in the dormitory by a call from Professor Hao Yuan. "Zhiyong, the drug you provided has resulted in the CCR5 gene mutating to become completely immune to the HIV virus. This is truly remarkable. Where are you now?" The excitement in Professor Hao's voice was palpable, for this was the HIV virus that had claimed the lives of over 30 million people since its inception. Now, a student of his had discovered a potential cure. This was a testament to his effective mentorship. In the future, speaking of this will undoubtedly enhance one's prestige. "Professor Hao, I am currently in my dormitory." Zhiyong has just awoken, still in a daze, when he overhears Professor Hao's animated praise. He is elated, for the premature emergence of such medication could save countless lives. In terms of our nation, tens of thousands succumb to the HIV virus annually. The most lamentable cases are those unfortunate souls who inadvertently contract the virus. Whenever Zhiyong envisions the frail and emaciated patients, vivid images flood his mind. Those struggling for survival amidst famine in a past life were equally engulfed in despair, were they not? Hurry and come out, for I am about to visit the biopharmaceutical laboratory. I shall escort you there. Dean Zhang has organized the content from the blackboard into a paper, attributing it to your name, though some details still require discussion. Professor Hao, I shall leave my dormitory at once." Upon hearing that it pertains to the discussion of the paper, Zhiyong immediately sprang up, for perhaps this paper would secure him a recommendation for graduate studies. Professor Hao's vehicle is a white Hyundai. Upon spotting Zhiyong, he promptly greets him. Now, he regards Zhiyong as an equal. Naturally, his demeanor towards a student and a peer differs. The two engage in light conversation. The biopharmaceutical laboratory is not far, and they arrive in less than 20 minutes. Upon opening the office door, Zhang Minxing and Zhou Deqian are already awaiting them. Zhiyong, we have conducted preliminary experiments on the drug mentioned in your paper, and it shows complete immunity to the HIV virus. Are you prepared to publish this paper? Zhang Minxing's voice resonated with clarity, and his character was marked by unwavering integrity. With a benevolent smile directed at Zhiyong, he exuded warmth. The rat experiments were executed flawlessly, with the data pertaining to the drug omitted, culminating in a paper of impeccable quality. Zhou Deqian took the time to conduct animal trials using rats, during which the HIV virus was effectively suppressed within their bodies. As long as the safety of the drug is ensured, clinical trials can proceed. Come, Zhiyong, take a look at this paper. Professor Hao Yuan handed him a tablet, which displayed the paper meticulously organized by Dean Zhang. The title read, The Immunological Effects of CCR532 Gene Fragment Beneficial Variants Induced by Drug Stimulation on HIV. The authorship was attributed to He Yongji. We have supplemented the paper with detailed experimental data, yet omitted the methods of drug formulation and chemical reaction equations. Zhang Minxing felt an increasing sense of admiration for He Zhiyong, a truly rare genius. Without a moment's hesitation, He Zhiyong took the tablet and inscribed the names of Zhang Minxing, Zhou Deqian, and Hao Yuan in the authors section. Zhiyong, what is this? Hao Yuan was taken aback. What are you doing? I wish to express my gratitude to the esteemed professors for their validation over the past few days. The data in the paper has been substantiated by all of us. It would be inappropriate for me to claim sole authorship, He Zhiyong replied. In his previous life, these professors had dedicated themselves to overcoming the Wilt virus, and Zhang Minxing had already made significant contributions to combating HIV. It was He Zhiyong who had inadvertently usurped their credit. Please do not decline. I must also thank you all for your mentorship. Furthermore, the endorsement of several esteemed authorities in this field would significantly diminish any skepticism. Chapter 9. General Assembly. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that we, a few old men, would also partake in such fortune? In response to He Zhiyong's enthusiastic invitation, Zhou Deqian and the others initially declined several times, but ultimately acquiesced. After all, conquering the HIV virus is no small feat. This achievement will surely be inscribed in the annals of history. Indeed, in the chronicles of world history. Faced with such temptation, even the most principled individuals would find themselves swayed. In an instant, the atmosphere in the office became more vibrant. Previously, they had assisted He Zhiyong in his capacity as educators. Now, as signatories, they naturally felt a greater sense of commitment. At Huazhong University of Science and Technology, in the conference room, dozens of members from the Plasma Research Institute and professors from the Nuclear Physics Institute took their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason I have summoned you today is to validate a proposal for controllable nuclear fusion. This specific plan has been provided by an undergraduate student, and the table displays the details of the proposal along with some information about the student. Li Miolin, seated at the head of the table, wore a serious expression and addressed the microphone with utmost gravity. He convened this meeting to have an expert of equal standing review the document. However, as soon as his words fell, the previously quiet conference room erupted into a cacophony, with numerous invited experts and professors engaging in animated discussions. Did I hear that correctly? What has happened to Director Li? Is a General Assembly truly warranted for this? Alas, the experiments at East have also come to a halt. It appears we must work overtime today to catch up. These two documents are indeed serious matters. Classified information. What are these redacted contents? Biochemistry major. A wave of murmurs swept through the researchers, with some even lamenting that Li Miolin was making a mountain out of a molehill. Many of them, being members of the Plasma Research Institute, were already burdened with heavy research responsibilities, spending their days either monitoring equipment or preparing to do so. Holding meetings during work hours without delaying progress was already a source of discontent, particularly when the subject at hand was a paper on controllable nuclear fusion authored by a student from the biochemistry department. Was this some sort of jest? Li Miolin anticipated the ensuing situation and cleared his throat forcefully, silencing the clamor in the conference room. This is a specific proposal regarding controllable nuclear fusion. Both Director Sun Xiaodong and I have reviewed it. It possesses considerable feasibility, which is why I have gathered everyone here for discussion. Upon hearing Li's words, a wave of astonishment washed over the faces of all the professors present. High feasibility. They were summoned for a discussion. This was none other than Li Miolin, the head of nuclear fusion, alongside Sun Xiaodong, the director of the Plasma Institute. Particularly with Li Miolin, instances of him consulting others were exceedingly rare. In just a few sentences, the professors were ignited with intense curiosity, eager to uncover the remarkable aspects of this proposal that could compel such a distinguished figure to engage. Bang! The door to the conference room was abruptly pushed open. A group of middle-aged men clad in deep green military uniforms filed in one after another. At the forefront was a man with a resolute face and a serious demeanor. His gaze was profound, instilling a sense of being thoroughly scrutinized upon making eye contact. The moment the newcomers arrived, the professors in the conference room collectively gasped in surprise. What were military personnel doing here? Everyone had gathered. Upon seeing the visitors, Li Miolin nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for them to take a seat beside him. Now that everyone was present, shall we commence? Guards, please distribute the materials. Once the individuals in military attire had settled down, an air of solemnity enveloped the conference room. They were now aware of the contents obscured on the documents. These were confidential materials, rendered secret for the utmost security. In addition to the seated military personnel, several guards stood at the entrance of the room. Following orders, they retrieved a stack of papers from their briefcases. The papers were distributed to each individual, prompting curious professors to examine them closely. Goodness, this is a confidentiality agreement of the highest order. Please call me Ma Weixing, announced the man who identified himself as a technical officer with the rank of Major General. His directives were not to be questioned. Was there military involvement in this matter? Could it be that the proposal put forth by the student from the Department of Biochemistry was indeed legitimate? As the professors below expressed their astonishment, Li Miolin stood up with a smile, introducing Ma Weixing to sit beside him. All right, everyone, please sign the confidentiality agreement. We are about to delve into its contents. The military personnel were naturally summoned by Li Miolin. Within the army, there has long been the existence of secret research institutions. As the chief overseer of the nuclear fusion project, Li Miolin was certainly acquainted with such matters. Once the two materials were submitted, they immediately garnered the military's attention, particularly the high-temperature resistant nanoceramic material, which withstood an instantaneous surge of 100 million degrees. Following the successful experiments, the military promptly took charge of the situation. Consequently, the de facto leader of this meeting became Ma Weixing, although he was publicly declared as being led by Li Miolin to the assembled professors. Due to the confidentiality of the project, these professors were unaware of Ma Weixing's true identity. In fact, Ma Weixing is merely a pseudonym. Many individuals, like him, dedicated to national defense secrets, spend their lives in anonymity. The professors, understanding the gravity of the situation, hastily inscribed their names on the confidentiality agreement. After the guard collected the signed documents, Ma Weixing subtly nodded at Li Miolin. Upon receiving this acknowledgement, Li Miolin became invigorated and, after responding to Ma Weixing, spoke. Since everyone has signed, shall we commence the meeting? He turned to scan the entire assembly before reaching for the projector behind him. In the next moment, several high-resolution images illuminated the screen in the conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the proposal drafted by the biochemistry student you mentioned. Beep, beep, beep. Following this, the only sound that filled the conference room was the ticking of the wall clock. Each professor furrowed their brows, meticulously scrutinizing the content projected before them. As the principal investigator of the Eastern Supering 2, the successor to the tokamak experimental reactor, Yao Tianming was filled with an unusual intensity at that moment. What is wrong, old Yao? Li Miolin, noticing Yao's peculiar demeanor, inquired in a hushed tone. Is there anything amiss with the released portions of this proposal? Yao, with a complex expression, withdrew his gaze and cast a strange look at Li. It is utterly infeasible. Igniting with a laser generator would subject any material to temperatures of 100 million degrees. Though the laser generator can instantaneously reach ignition temperatures, it would inevitably melt the reactor's inner walls. Yao's seriousness was palpable. A tokamak is worth billions of dollars, and such a gamble is not to be taken lightly. Setting aside these material concerns, can you merely comment on whether this proposal is theoretically viable? Due to confidentiality agreements, Li and his colleagues were unable to disclose information regarding high-temperature resistant nanoceramics. Thus, they could only hint at their inquiries. In response to Li's oddly phrased question, Yao slowly typed several question marks. Isn't that akin to disregarding the facts entirely? Without considering material issues, one could effortlessly conjure nuclear fusion out of thin air. Chapter 10. Discussion. As Yao gazed at Li, His expression morphed into one of incredulity, akin to viewing someone of diminished intellect. He genuinely questioned how this individual had attained the position of chief overseer of nuclear fusion. Come on, just share your insights. As Yao began to doubt his interlocutor's intelligence, Li could only exchange exasperated glances with Ma Weisheng beside him. Simultaneously, he did not forget to add, set aside the issue of materials and discuss this matter. Particularly when he uttered the phrase set aside, Li Miolin incessantly made faces at Ma Weisheng. What is happening? Observing the gradually contorted expression of Li Miolin, Yao Tianming furrowed his brow. What does this mean? At his age, making faces at others. Wait, materials. From his understanding of Li Miolin, it was improbable for him to make such baseless statements without reason, unless there was something he could not disclose. A confidentiality agreement. It must be. The military possesses materials capable of withstanding instantaneous temperatures soaring to 100 million degrees. Upon realizing this, Yao Tianming's pupils abruptly constricted. Old Li, could it be? Shoo. Li Miolin smiled and gestured for silence, indicating he should not be too ostentatious. Yao Tianming's security clearance had also reached a level where he could divulge a modicum of information. If this were the case, the proposal would be entirely feasible, as long as the tokamak could ignite swiftly and the confined plasma could rapidly achieve H-mode. Contemplating the existence of materials capable of enduring a sudden temperature spike to 100 million degrees, Yao Tianming's thoughts immediately began to expand. Previously, the challenge with tokamaks lay in the fact that the higher the temperature, the more difficult it became to confine the plasma. This dilemma stemmed from the heating method employed by the tokamak. All tokamaks globally utilized ohmic heating to reach 20 million degrees Celsius before injecting high-energy neutron beams into the plasma, subsequently allowing the temperature to rise to 100 million degrees. This heating process required an extensive amount of time. The H-mode serves as a model for the state of plasma confinement, wherein an increase in temperature to a certain threshold results in the plasma becoming remarkably easier to confine. Previously, the challenge lay in the protracted duration required to reach this temperature threshold, which hindered a swift transition into a fusion state. If they could achieve direct heating to the H-mode threshold, they would instantaneously induce the plasma into a high-temperature confinement state, thereby achieving self-sustained burning of deuterium and tritium. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a unique spark ignited in Yao Tianming's eyes. This scheme was indeed viable. Similarly, if the mimic star device could also employ this method, it could theoretically facilitate nuclear fusion reactions. However, without superconducting coils, the complexity of the mimic star device would evidently surpass that of the tokamak. What do you think? Observing Yao Tianming, who had already fallen into deep contemplation, Li Miolin chuckled softly and inquired about his opinion. The feasibility of the tokamak scheme was strikingly high. Could it truly be the work of a mere biochemistry student? Faced with Li Miaolin's question, Yao Tianming felt a sense of disbelief. He had devoted his life to the study of tokamaks, and the prototype T3, inherited from the Soviet Union, was passed down by his mentor. To think that a biochemistry student could delve deeper into the subject than he. Having lost the directorship of the East Research Institute to Sun Xiaodong, he now anticipated that the directorship of his own Eastern Super Ring 2 Institute might also be claimed by this student. Truly, such is the nature of fate. Upon witnessing Yao Tianming's nod of approval regarding the scheme's feasibility, Li Miolin felt an explosive surge of excitement within him. Excellent. Truly splendid. The endorsement of Zhiyong's proposal by two consecutive experts in nuclear fusion undoubtedly attests to its feasibility. Li Miaolin's exuberant exclamations captivated the attention of all the professors and researchers present. Unaware of Li Miaolin's insinuations and oblivious to the existence of heat-resistant nanoceramics, they engaged in fervent debates over the proposal. While all preceding calculations and theories appeared immaculate, the hypothesis surrounding this nuclear fusion design seemed utterly preposterous. How could there possibly exist materials capable of withstanding temperatures exceeding 100 million degrees? Such a design would inevitably lead to catastrophic failure. This student from the biochemistry department must possess remarkable talent in nuclear physics, albeit being rather youthful. Indeed, the design is excessively audacious. After considerable contemplation, I have decided to heed the opinions of directors Yao and Sun and suspend the assembly of the Eastern Super Ring 2. Li Miolin reached this conclusion after profound deliberation. This represents a controlled nuclear fusion proposal with substantial potential for success. Should it come to fruition, The academic stature of Zhiyong University of Science and Technology would be unparalleled on a global scale. Yao Tianming, having anticipated Li Miaolin's intentions, sat despondently in his seat. Exhaling a sigh, he lamented the loss of his position as the director of the Eastern Super Ring 2 Research Institute. Nevertheless, despite his personal regret over losing such a pivotal role, he remained exhilarated overall. The proposal indeed holds considerable promise. If successful, the rise of China is imminent. To halt the Super Ring 2 for this flawed proposal, Li is in charge, and Director Yao has acquiesced. Director Yao's agreement does not equate to our consent. The immense effort we have invested in Project Number 2 cannot simply be disregarded. Indeed, how can one propose to halt it so casually? Unacceptable. I vehemently oppose this. The room erupted into a cacophony of voices, with the last speaker's fervent tone instilling confidence in the dissenters. Upon catching sight of the speaker, Li Miaolin's pupils constricted in shock. It was him. Chen Fanghua, please articulate your opposing views, Li Miaolin inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. Chen Fanghua scoffed. The numerous blacked-out sections in this proposal conceal critical information, while the revealed portions seem generally acceptable on this basis. You wish to cease operations on the Eastern Super Ring Number 2? I oppose this, unless you can provide a satisfactory explanation. I cannot believe that a mere student from the biochemistry department could produce a proposal of such caliber. Furthermore, I recommend a thorough investigation into this student. Aren't there military personnel present? Has this individual's background been scrutinized? Chen Fanghua grew increasingly animated, raising his brow as he continued. I even suspect that he could be a spy, possibly bribed to interfere with our research progress with a fabricated proposal from the United States. Li Miaolin's frown deepened. He was indeed at a loss to explain the redacted content. Very well, this is... Ma Weixing, who had been conversing with Yao Tianming, interjected to diffuse the tense atmosphere in the conference room. This is Deputy Director Chen Fanghua from the Second Institute. Upon hearing Ma Weixing speak, Li Miaolin exhaled in relief. He had been grappling with how to articulate the situation. Director Chen, the parts of the plan that are redacted contain information of utmost secrecy pertaining to our military. Ma Weixing gazed at Chen Fanghua with a smile, his eyes deep and penetrating, sending shivers down Chen Fanghua's spine. This information is verified by our military laboratory. Furthermore, we have already consulted the committee regarding the suspension of the number 2 machine, and we shall soon receive the results. Chapter 11. Finalization. Is it already submitted to the committee? Upon hearing this news, Chen Fanghua stumbled in disbelief. The reason he was so invested in the No. 2 machine was that he had dedicated nearly a decade of effort to it, 10 whole years. Now, he found himself thwarted by a mere student on the path to success. Old Chen, I understand the sacrifices you've made for the number 2 machine, but this is the nature of scientific research. Li Miaolin empathized with Chen Fanghua's predicament. After all, who would not feel disheartened when years of toil seemed to vanish into thin air? Was there truly a possibility for his proposal to succeed? Returning to his seat, Chen Fanghua felt dejected, lowering his gaze as he inquired. He had been willing to set aside his dignity to disparage a student for the sake of the fruits of his decade-long labor. Director Chen, we do not intend to completely abandon the number 2 machine. Rather, we aim to modify it according to the model outlined in this proposal. The elderly figure before him, despite his despondency and stubbornness, had dedicated his youth, and indeed his entire middle age, to the advancement of China's nuclear fusion endeavors. Ma Weixing held profound respect for all the professors and researchers present, who had contributed significantly to the advancement of nuclear technology in Huaguo. Thus, he tempered his tone, stating, the transformation will not take much time. Please stay tuned for our good news. Moreover, I assure you, if the plan proves unfeasible, we shall petition the committee for continued funding to construct the second reactor. With this guarantee from Ma Weixing, the professors and researchers present had no further objections. A few minutes later, no one voiced dissent, and Li Miaolin chuckled softly. Since there are no more questions, let us proceed with the cessation of the second reactor. An hour later, Ma Weixing, accompanied by Li Miaolin and Sun Xiaodong, approached a military truck parked in the garage. He climbed directly into the cargo area of the truck, which was filled with an array of communication devices. Beside a military green radio, a red landline was installed. Ma Weixing reached for the receiver, pressing a special button on it. Moments later, a mechanical grinding sound emanated from the receiver. Connect me to Director Cheng Yuanming, executing confidentiality code 0043210001. The communication location was successfully identified, classified as a secure area, with train number G4321, aligning with the confidentiality code, access granted, connecting. As a series of mechanical verification sounds resonated from the receiver, the call was established. This is the dark web. Director Chung Yuan-ming will arrive shortly. Please hold. The wait was brief, and a steady, robust male voice emerged from the receiver. Xiaoma, I am Chung Yuan-ming. What brings you here? Dean Chung. Have you had the chance to read the letter I sent you? Ma Weixing mentioned that he submitted the documents to the committee, and he was not misleading you. Academician Chung Yuan-ming serves as the scientific advisor to the committee, and he always takes into account the opinions of these scientific practitioners when making decisions and planning in the realm of science and technology. Informing Academician Chung Yuan-ming is tantamount to notifying the committee, is it not? Oh, I have been preoccupied with validating other projects these past few days. Your letter has been placed in my safe. Chung Yuan-ming has been engaged with other matters, and Ma Weixing's correspondence had long been delivered, resting in his confidential vault. Let me take a look. Xiaoma, are you serious? Are you certain there has not been a mistake in the information you delivered? Even renowned scientists achieve their success only after dedicating over a decade to their respective fields. This young lad, Zhiyong, is merely 20 years old and has already accomplished controlled nuclear fusion. Ma Weixing smiled faintly, having anticipated this scenario, which is why he brought Li Miolin into the discussion. Li Miolin met Ma Weixing's gaze and hurriedly stepped forward to take the microphone from Ma Weixing's hand. Academician Chung, I am Li Miolin, the head of the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Project. Indeed, the situation is accurate. I have already conferred with other experts. They all believe that the feasibility of this proposal is exceedingly high. Very well, I understand, Academician Chung. Li Miolin replaced the microphone. As Academician Chung had already ended the call. What did he say? Ma Weixing gazed anxiously at Li Miolin, acutely aware that the level of attention from the other party directly influenced the strength of support and the amount of funding. In response, Li Miolin, with a serious expression, remarked that Academician Chung, who specialized in nuclear physics, deemed the matter of great significance and intended to report it to the chairman of the committee. The mention of the chairman caused Ma Weixing to gasp in surprise. He had not anticipated that Academician Chung would regard the issue with such gravity that it reached the chairman's ears. What is the military's perspective on this matter? Li Miolin, equally shaken by the magnitude of the situation, suddenly inquired about the military's stance. The military has always placed significant emphasis on nuclear fusion technology, and concurrently, we are under considerable pressure, Ma Weixing replied, his brow furrowed in concern. In light of the establishment of the U.S. Space Force, many of our research resources have been redirected towards aerospace endeavors. We have conducted an urgent internal assessment of this proposal, which has proven to be highly feasible, prompting higher authorities to decide to allocate some resources to our project team. Due to the high level of confidentiality surrounding Li Miolin and Sun Xiaodong, Ma Weixing felt at liberty to share this information, otherwise, he would have remained silent. Now, they could only hope that this proposal would yield favorable results. In the capital, at the Zhiyong Pavilion, a location that eludes maps, Chung Yuan-ming stood before the door of an office, clutching a document with a grave expression. He knocked firmly on the door. Come in, came a resounding, yet somewhat weary voice from within. Chung Yuan-ming slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. An elderly man with graying hair sat quietly behind his desk, gazing intently at him. The depth of the old man's eyes suggested the wisdom of one who had transcended the trivialities of the world. This was the esteemed speaker of the Parliament of Huagua. As he observed Chung Kaijiao approach, the old man set aside his work and spoke. Old Chung, I have heard that you have significant matters to report to me. Chung Yuan-ming, undeterred by the age difference, took a seat before the speaker, for he was a venerable nuclear physicist of Huagua, far senior in rank. He conveyed the entirety of Ma Weixing's report with unwavering candor. The speaker's expression turned grave in an instant. Is this news credible? What about the feasibility of the proposal? Without hesitation, Chung Yuan-ming nodded and continued. You remember Li Miolin, don't you? The speaker replied affirmatively. Of course, he is the head of the nuclear fusion project. Is he involved in this matter as well? Chung Yuan-ming confirmed with another nod. He has organized several experts in this field, all of whom have assured us that there are no issues. The two types of materials from the military and the Materials Institute have also been verified as described in the proposal. Upon hearing this, the speaker fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, He retrieved a document from the multitude of papers before him and handed it to Cheng Yuanming. Let us set aside these discussions for now. I would like you to examine this first. Chapter 12. ITER and Conspiracy. Cheng Yuanming accepted the document with a look of perplexity, and upon glimpsing the title, rage surged visibly in his eyes. The actions of the United States were utterly intolerable. How dare these Americans engage in such despicable actions? Congressman Wu let out a deep sigh, a rare flicker of concern appearing in his eyes. He shook his head slowly, expressing a sense of helplessness as he remarked, "The United States intends to install intercontinental missile silos in Ukraine, and Russia will not acquiesce. The outbreak of war has become inevitable. Russia is currently the primary target of NATO, led by the United States, and we may very well be next. We cannot overtly support Russia, yet even in neutrality, we will be portrayed by the American media as allies of Russia. When that time comes, oil prices will inevitably soar, leading to an energy crisis in our country." Cheng Yuanming, filled with indignation, hesitated before saying, "But why does the United States still need to intervene in the Middle East?" Upon hearing Yuanming's question, Congressman Wu pointed to himself and replied, "To curb our rise and to make us taste some bitterness. The world's major oil-producing regions lie in Russia and the Middle East. While our nation happens to be the largest oil importer, they are sending us a warning. Should we remain indifferent?" Cheng Yuanming sighed in resignation. Being an oil-importing nation with no energy autonomy is a fatal vulnerability. Energy, oh energy. Those who possess energy hold the world. My greatest fear is that the United States will ultimately target the ITER project. They have long sought to oust us. Isn't ITER still under construction? Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yuanming felt an even greater surge of anger. They had invested an immeasurable amount of human and material resources into the ITER project, and now, to think they would dismantle the very bridge they had crossed was simply despicable. It became clear to me that any international collaborative endeavor, unless led by oneself, is inherently unreliable. Wu, the legislator, felt somewhat helpless. The opponent's series of maneuvers had completely disrupted their forthcoming plans. The head of the ITER project was an American. After pondering for a moment, Wu spoke again. "Very well, we shall fully support this project, and we will also deploy the military's clandestinely developed imitation star devices. I will allocate sufficient personnel to this project, ensuring that those tasked with modifying the apparatus work in 3 shifts, striving to complete the modifications and experiments within a month. The intelligence community anticipates that within a month, the United States will take action. We shall declare our withdrawal from ITER at that time." A month? Might that be too hasty? Modifying the apparatus within a month, alongside urgent designs, seems overly ambitious. Nevertheless, it is decided. A month from now, we shall announce our departure from the ITER project. With Russia conducting military exercises at the border, who can guarantee they will not suddenly attack Ukraine? When the United States launches their series of actions, we must be prepared in advance. Henceforth, in the research of controllable nuclear fusion technology, we will have to rely solely on ourselves. Wu's expression darkened as he looked at Cheng Yuanming and continued, "I am not well versed in technical matters. The situation is urgent, and I entrust the entire responsibility to you. You should understand how to proceed. Given the urgency of the situation, I shall personally visit Zhiyong University of Science and Technology. I shall strive to achieve results within a month. Let us exit ITER with a magnificent conclusion. In an office in London, England." A sudden crash resounded as the door was forcefully swung open. Such a display of rudeness is rare in a country renowned for its gentlemanly decorum. Inside the office sat an elderly gentleman clad in a black suit, his hair grayed, but his eyes vibrant with life. Startled by the abrupt entrance, he looked up with his pale blue eyes and, somewhat irritated, inquired, "Tuzen, how many times must I remind you to uphold proper etiquette?" "Mr. Horton, I apologize. It was my oversight." The intruder was the editor of The Lancet, responsible for receiving medical papers from around the globe. The Lancet stands as a paragon of authority in the medical community, akin to the Nobel Prize in the realm of science. Just moments ago, Tuzen had been sifting through countless medical manuscripts, dismissing the countless subpar submissions that cluttered his inbox. However, one particular paper that had just arrived caught his undivided attention. This was a submission from Zhiyong University of Science and Technology, a place that has recently made remarkable strides in the medical field. Their advancements in the treatment of malaria with artemisinin, cancer therapies, and cardiovascular disease research are at the forefront of global innovation. Hence, the receipt of this paper from Zhiyong University was of great significance to Tuzen. He cautiously maneuvered his mouse and opened the attached document. This is a method for treating AIDS. Oh my God, they have truly conquered the HIV virus. After meticulously poring over this paper without missing a single word, Tucson rushed into the office of the person in charge, clutching his laptop. Should this paper pass the review process, it would be published in The Lancet. This groundbreaking discovery is indeed a privilege for The Lancet. Undoubtedly, the opportunity to feature such a high-caliber paper solidifies The Lancet's unassailable dominance in the realm of medical journals. Mr. Horton, you must take a look at this paper. After apologizing for his impulsiveness, Tucson approached Richard Horton's desk and placed the laptop before him. Richard Horton slowly retrieved a pair of glasses from his breast pocket, his movements reminiscent of a stuttering projector as he donned the spectacles. The immunological effects of the beneficial mutation of the CCR532 gene fragment stimulated by drugs. This pertains to groundbreaking research on AIDS. Upon discerning the title, Horton's interest was piqued. It was indeed a study concerning the HIV virus. It is essential to note that this is London, the very city where the second individual in the world was cured of AIDS, the famous London patient. Furthermore, the paper also focuses on the CCR5 gene research, which is incredibly intriguing. A flicker of excitement danced in Horton's eyes. His inbox contained the contents earmarked for the next issue of The Lancet, and the findings related to the London patient were prominently featured, occupying a remarkable 5 pages. This is 5 pages in a world-class journal. Unexpectedly, Zhiyong University of Science and Technology has found itself in the crosshairs. With the precedent set by the London patient, what can Zhiyong University possibly compare with us? Although Horton, as the editor of The Lancet, should provide an impartial assessment of the research on various complex medical conditions, one must not forget that he is also British. He relishes the thought of other nations being outshone by his own. Chapter 13. Horton's astonishment stimulating rats with medication. Horton suppressed his emotions and forced himself to meticulously read through the paper. Despite the persistent sense of national pride swelling within him, he had a duty to thoroughly review this research. As he reached the precise experimental data presented in the latter half of the paper, his eyes widened in disbelief as he continued to read. Astonishingly, the latter portion of the paper contained experimental data on a certain drug. This drug could perfectly cure patients with AIDS. How could this be? How could Zhiyong University have conquered the AIDS virus so swiftly? Horton could hardly believe it. He removed his glasses and carefully wiped them with a handkerchief. He questioned whether he was misreading. How could anyone achieve such a breakthrough in silence? Overcoming the AIDS virus so swiftly? Tucson, what do you think of this paper? He felt uncertain, as the fastest-known AIDS research institution in the world was right in Britain. Yet suddenly, a university from Zhiyong claimed to have triumphed over the AIDS virus. He found it utterly incredulous. The data presented in the paper is largely accurate, with certain aspects aligning with the case of the London patient. Editor, I believe there is no significant issue at hand. Tucson did not perceive any logical flaws within this manuscript, and the experimental data and procedures are meticulously documented. His suggestion was to entrust the review to the experts at The Lancet. I understand. Horton sank back into his chair, feeling disheartened. Should this paper pass the review, the work concerning the London patient would become a subject of ridicule. Its esteemed position entirely supplanted by this paper from Zhiyong. This was a notion Horton found utterly intolerable. That glory rightfully belonged to Great Britain. Wait a moment. This authorship? This structure? As Horton pondered, he reached the end of the paper and suddenly noticed the authorship section. It was a standard format for joint authorship. However, this name, Zhiyong, was unfamiliar to him. This was not a recognized researcher in the field of HIV. Moreover, the structure of the paper was quite familiar. Wasn't this the format typically used for undergraduate theses in Zhiyong? Horton gasped sharply. He had previously rejected numerous Zhiyong undergraduate theses attempting to pass themselves off as legitimate research. Those inflated papers were etched in his memory, for no other nation seemed to inflate their research to such an extent. Yet, here was an undergraduate thesis that supposedly conquered HIV. Editor, do you mean to suggest that this paper is an undergraduate thesis from Zhiyong? Tucson had only recently assumed the role of editor and had yet to encounter the flood of thesis submissions from Zhiyong's graduating students, thus failing to recognize the significance of the situation. Upon hearing the editor-in-chief's exclamation, his jaw dropped in astonishment, wide enough to fit a fist. Are Zhiyong's undergraduates truly this exceptional? Over 4 years of university, they have managed to conquer the AIDS virus, a challenge that has perplexed humanity for over 40 years. At Huaca University of Science and Technology, Zhiyong, a mere sophomore, was blissfully unaware that he was being considered a prospective graduate. However, he found himself intrigued by his dean's proposition. Zhang Minxin could not bear to see such a brilliant talent spend the next 2 years learning what he had already mastered. Thus, he sought to utilize the Lancet journal to facilitate Zhiyong's advancement, allowing him to leapfrog 2 academic levels and obtain his undergraduate degree directly. Zhiyong harbored similar aspirations, and it was conceivable that he might soon depart from Huaca University of Science and Technology. This was due to Professor Sun Xiaodong having reached out to him via email. Dear student, we highly value your paper, which has already been submitted for review. Professor Sun, seated in his office, carefully pondered his choice of words. With the paper on nuclear fusion, he had come to regard Zhiyong as an equal, if not someone with even greater knowledge, at least in the realm of materials science, where he himself was only vaguely informed. Is there any feedback for modification, Professor Sun? Zhiyong had anticipated the professor's interest, yet the forthcoming revelation caught him completely off guard. It is absolutely perfect. We have submitted your paper to the committee, and the military is also taking a keen interest. The committee? The military? Zhiyong gasped in shock. How had this matter escalated to the committee? Zhiyong found himself compelled to deepen his understanding of China's rapid response capabilities. In the previous era, it was China that first disclosed the genetic sequence of the Wilt virus and consistently warned nations to regard this issue with utmost seriousness. However, rather than heeding these warnings, countries accused China of manufacturing a bioweapon in its laboratories. Upon reading this news, Zhiyong's face contorted with anger. For the past few days, he had been pondering that even if nuclear fusion technology were to be developed, the trend of global warming would remain unmitigated. The technological demands of nuclear fusion are exceedingly high, and there will always be less developed nations that, due to technological constraints, resort to utilizing fuels that pose no difficulties for power generation. This merely delays the emergence of the Wilt virus. A plan gradually began to take shape in his mind. Indeed, the higher-ups place significant importance on your proposal. Would you be able to visit Huazhong University of Science and Technology? Li Miolin had also informed him that the esteemed academician had already reported to the senior officials, who were naturally very concerned about this matter. We have several inquiries we wish to discuss with you. Professor Sun happened to require clarification on certain aspects of the paper from Zhiyong. Additionally, he was curious to ascertain whether Zhiyong truly possessed an extraordinary talent, capable of transcending numerous disciplines. After all, how could one be so exceptionally gifted? Traversing fields such as biochemistry, nuclear physics, plasma research, and materials science, the more he contemplated, the more Professor Sun became convinced that the individual before him might indeed be the legendary super genius. I am available at any time, Professor Sun. Would this afternoon work for you? At present, Zhiyong finds himself with ample time, having absorbed nearly all the knowledge that resides within his mind. A visit to Huazhong University of Science and Technology seems beneficial. We eagerly await your arrival, remarked Professor Sun, to which Zhiyong graciously responded, You flatter me, Professor Sunday. Every scholar who has contributed to the scientific endeavors of our nation deserves his utmost respect, especially those devoted to the foundational realms of nuclear physics. Zhiyong, why are you perusing books on nuclear physics? In the library of Huazhong University, Li Lei, a rare visitor, quickly spotted his roommate amidst the crowd. His purpose for being in the library was evident. Otherwise, with his usual lethargy, he would likely be in their dormitory engrossed in video games. Oh, I have an interest in this field. Noticing Li Lei's gaze frequently darting behind him, Zhiyong inquired with curiosity, What brings you to the library today? Look, behind you. Li Lei exclaimed dramatically, lowering his voice in a conspiratorial manner, urging Zhiyong to glance over his shoulder. Upon understanding his friend's implication, Zhiyong turned around and immediately grasped the reason for Li Lei's presence. Not far behind, a youthful maiden with an elegant appearance sat, exuding a charming innocence typical of a student, her attire meticulously chosen. In the past, Zhiyong might have joined Li Lei in teasing, but now, he merely offered a gesture of encouragement before continuing his diligent pursuit of knowledge. Chapter 14. Magnetic Field H-Mode Huazhong University of Science and Technology. This institution is renowned worldwide. Within this esteemed institution, numerous groundbreaking scientific achievements have emerged. The first quantum computing prototype, Zhiyong, a world record for plasma confinement in a tokamak at a staggering temperature of 120 million degrees, 106 seconds, an artificial intelligence system of advanced global caliber. These remarkable innovations have originated from this prestigious university, which, despite its modest reputation among the Chinese populace, stands as a beacon of excellence. Due to the proximity of Zhiyong University of Science and Technology, Zhiyong easily arrived at its grand entrance. The imposing sign prominently displayed the powerful characters, Zhiyong University of Science and Technology. At the entrance, Professors Sun Xiaodong and Li Miolin had been waiting for quite some time. Students entering and exiting the campus were astonished to see these eminent figures waiting at the gate, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Who could this distinguished guest be that warranted such attention from these esteemed scholars? Upon noticing the two elderly gentlemen at the gate, Zhiyong was equally taken aback. Why were they waiting for him? Such honor was overwhelming. These were venerable individuals who had dedicated their lives to the advancement of Huagua. Professor Sun, why are you waiting for me at the entrance? Zhiyong hurried forward, eager to invite the two gentlemen to sit comfortably in his office before discussing anything further. Why you are Zhiyong? Professor Sun Xiaodong turned upon hearing the voice, his gaze falling upon the young man approaching them. Oldly, he is even younger and more unassuming than we had imagined. How delightful it is to see such youth, Li Miolin remarked, looking at Zhiyong with a blend of surprise and admiration. He felt reassured knowing that the future of Huagua rested in the hands of such a talented and capable young individual. I shall forego a self-introduction. Let me introduce you to this esteemed individual, the head of the nuclear fusion experiment, Li Miolin. Professor Sun grasped Zhiyong's hand and turned to him, saying, having reviewed your proposal, Director Li has decided to lend his robust support to your initiative. Greetings, Director Li. Zhiyong, caught off guard, hurriedly greeted the elder. What a promising young hero you are. Just call me Dean Li. Referring to me as director feels rather formal. Li Miolin nodded with a smile, his gaze towards Zhiyong radiating approval. We have a few queries regarding some aspects of your proposal that remain unclear. Shall we discuss them in my office? Certainly. Please, lead the way. The trio amiably made their way towards Li Miaolin's office, leaving a group of astonished students in their wake. Who is that? How is he able to converse so effortlessly with Dean Li and Professor Sun? He is so young. Why haven't I seen him around campus? Could he possibly be a child of privilege? At Zhiyong University of Science and Technology, in the office of the Plasma Research Institute. Come, Zhiyong. Share your thoughts on the nuclear fusion device. Once seated, Sun Xiaodong eagerly initiated the discussion. The existing tokamak device merely serves as a component of the nuclear fusion reactor, primarily to investigate the safety of magnetically confined plasma. Zhiyong generously shared his insights, selecting key points gleaned from his studies. It is well understood that the higher the temperature, the more challenging it becomes to control the plasma. Indeed, the H-mode necessitates that we elevate the temperature to a corresponding threshold. Both Sun Xiaodong and Li Miolin are cognizant of this fact. Thus, the high-temperature resistant nanoceramic materials provided by Zhiyong have become crucial. However, merely achieving the H-mode is insufficient. The plasma is exceedingly difficult to control, and should any issues arise, the inner walls of the reactor could be breached instantaneously. Zhiyong chuckled lightly and remarked, our understanding of plasma is woefully inadequate. The tokamak generates magnetic fields by inputting currents in excess of 10 million amperes. The artificial disruption of the magnetic field can precipitate unpredictable variations in the plasma. Does this imply that the tokamak device, even if it succeeds, remains perilous? Upon hearing that even Zhiyong harbored doubts about the tokamak, Sun Xiaodong felt a pang of concern. Had they been traversing the wrong path all along? Li Miolin, silent beside them, patiently awaited Zhiyong's next words. Do not be anxious. Professor Sun, I have yet to conclude. Zhiyong gestured downward, indicating that there was no cause for concern. Have you perused my paper on the extrapolation of deuterium-tritium? Our perplexity lies in this very point. Why, as the confinement time extends, does the deuterium-tritium plasma become more amenable to control? Even more so than at the peak of the H-mode temperature? Not only Sun Xiaodong and Li Miolin, but also the military researchers share this point of confusion. When God shuts a door, he invariably leaves a window open to the outside world. Zhiyong smiled gently and continued, under currents of several tens of millions of amperes. A uniformly segmented magnetic field can lead to unexpected occurrences in the plasma at any moment. Much like the H-mode, when a magnetic field reaches a certain threshold, the plasma becomes paradoxically easier to confine. This insight was gleaned from the system itself. Similar to the H-mode, As the complexity of the magnetic field increases, the confinement of the plasma becomes increasingly challenging. However, upon reaching a specific threshold, the difficulty in confining the plasma suddenly diminishes. This phenomenon is pivotal to the success of the tokamak. This is the H mode in the magnetic field, with the H mode as a reference. Sun Xiaodong and Li Miolin instantly understood. It turns out that nuclear fusion also exhibits an H mode in the magnetic field. This revelation elucidates the situation. The difficulty of plasma confinement experiences an exponential decline due to the influence of the two H modes. This breakthrough liberates the tokamak from the constraints of scaling rates. Unlike ITER, which requires a colossal apparatus measuring 30 meters in height and diameter, successful nuclear fusion reactions can now be attained with significantly smaller devices. Sun Xiaodong and Li Miolin were immediately filled with exhilaration. The curse of the scaling rate had been shattered. What then? Is the specific value required to achieve the magnetic field H mode? Li Miolin gazed at Zhiyong with eyes brimming with anticipation. He was eager to uncover the results and subsequently validate this conclusion on the east. Through my calculations, a magnetic field strength of 10T is identified as the threshold. Zhiyong looked into Li Miaolin's eyes, filled with unwavering determination. The magnetic field H mode was discovered in the year 2029 in a past life. Yet the interplay between the magnetic field and high temperatures could lead to disruptive tearing. Thus, it merely represented a significant stride for humanity towards boundless energy. However, Zhiyong possesses high-temperature resistant nanoceramic materials, which, when installed on the inner walls of the tokamak, can significantly mitigate such tearing. A magnetic field strength of 10T, equivalent to 200,000 times that of Earth's magnetic field, is indeed formidable. Presently, the strongest tokamak device in the world, located in the United States, has achieved a strength of 8T. This is also the reason humanity has yet to discover the magnetic H mode. Can we truly reach 10T? East currently operates at around 6T, and with enhanced power, it could potentially reach 10T. Li Miolin expressed his excitement. If it is indeed 10T, East could achieve it. Old Li, that would damage East. Its lifespan will be compromised. Sun Xiaodong, being the director of the East Research Institute, holds a deep affection for East, even more so than for his own son. Hearing about potentially overstressing its capabilities, he felt a pang of concern. Chapter 15. The Arrival of Academician's Old Son. This is not the time for sentimentality. Li Miaolin's expression turned serious. If the magnetic H mode truly exists, with high-temperature resistant nanomaterials, temperature H mode, and magnetic H mode, controllable nuclear fusion would be within our grasp. The glorious future of our nation is at hand. If East suffers a setback, so be it. Very well. I will now notify the engineering team to adjust East. Sun Xiaodong, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, suppressed his emotional attachment to East and nodded in agreement. The design specifications for East target a magnetic field strength of 6T, but to achieve 10T, overclocking would be necessary. This would require alterations to certain structural components of the device, thus necessitating the involvement of the engineering team. Dingling. Suddenly, a sharp ring interrupted the conversation among the three. Li Miolin, who was deeply engrossed in the discussion, frowned slightly and murmured in annoyance before answering the phone. Who is it? This is Li Miolin. However, in the next moment, the expression on his face turned serious. What? Academician Chung has arrived? All right, I understand. He's Zhiyong. He is here with me now. I'll take him over immediately. Li Miolin solemnly hung up the phone. Zhiyong, you don't have any other arrangements, do you? Before Zhiyong could respond, Li Miolin continued to speak to himself. Never mind. Even if the Americans come knocking today, you must accompany me first. Zhiyong. Clearing his throat, he asked, Director Li, what is happening? Li Miolin adjusted his attire and smoothed out the creases in his clothing before replying. Zhiyong, academician Chung Yuanming from the committee has come to Huaka University. Please organize your thoughts. We are going to welcome him. Zhiyong's pupils dilated in shock. Director Li? Li Miolin cast a significant glance at Zhiyong and said softly, It seems the committee is taking this matter very seriously. Otherwise, they wouldn't send academician Chung in person. Is it the legendary academician Chung Yuanming, coming back to his senses from the initial shock? Zhiyong's face transformed into one of excitement. Upon seeing Li Miaolin's gentle nod, Zhiyong's mind was completely overwhelmed. It is indeed the famed academician Chung Yuanming, known for developing nuclear weaponry. This is truly a person who has silently devoted his entire life to the betterment of our nation. He is the true backbone of the Republic. It is astonishing that he himself has come to Zhiyong University of Science and Technology. Academician Cheng's visit undoubtedly signifies the final validation of the proposal, illustrating the committee's utmost regard for your plan. Li Miolin gently patted Zhiyong's shoulder and continued. We shall head to east shortly. Academician Cheng, being a scientist rooted in nuclear physics, is most swayed by experimental results. The magnetic H model should pose no issues, correct? I assure you, there will be no problems. Zhiyong confidently affirmed, as this technology has already manifested in a previous era, guaranteeing its reliability. Excellent. Let us go and greet Academician Cheng. At the first playground of Zhiyong University of Science and Technology, a rare drizzle had fallen today. Thus a gentle breeze swept across the entire area. Numerous young university students gathered in the playground, relishing the refreshing air that had been long awaited. Suddenly, the tranquil ambience of the campus was disrupted by the cacophony of diesel engines. Several military green jeeps rolled in from outside the playground. Students, please step back behind the caution line. Step back behind the caution line. A few young soldiers leaped from the jeeps, swiftly setting up a perimeter. What significant figure could be arriving at the school? I have no idea. There is no way to notify anyone. Shall we leave this place? They haven't asked us to leave. Let's stay a bit longer. With the soldiers not urging them to depart, the students in the playground grew bolder. They were eager to discover who warranted such a grand display. Not long after, the soldiers cordoned off the grassy area in the center of the playground. The rhythmic thumping of helicopter blades echoed from the distant sky. A dark speck grew closer. It's the G-20. Students with an interest in military affairs immediately recognized the olive-green helicopter soaring overhead. The fierce gust from the rotors unveiled the countless pieces of litter that had been concealed within the grass. The helicopter landed steadily on the playground. As military jeeps swiftly approached after the aircraft had come to a halt, Ma Weixing leapt from the vehicle, promptly opening the helicopter door. Academician Cheng, why the haste? Ma Weixing questioned, his expression tinged with concern as he regarded the elderly man aboard the helicopter. Didn't I arrange for a car to pick you up? Ma, the situation is urgent. We must expedite matters. I arranged for the aircraft to land at the military district and then took the helicopter to reach here, Cheng Yuanming replied. With a square face characteristic of his heritage, he retained a vigorous spirit despite his advanced age. His piercing gaze seemed to reflect the cosmos itself, as if one could glimpse the stars within his eyes. This aircraft is remarkable. As Ma Weixing assisted him in descending, Cheng gently caressed the sleek surface of the military's most advanced helicopter with his wrinkled hand. Where is Zhiyong? They are waiting for you at the East Laboratory. Come quickly. Ma Weixing guided Academician Cheng towards the green military vehicle. Once the door was secured, the vehicle sped off towards the laboratory, the East Laboratory. Known as Huagua's Sun, home to the Eastern Super Ring 1 Laboratory. The team from the Academy of Engineering was summoned by a phone call. They had already configured the East for overclocking. Old Sun, Academician Cheng, is about to arrive. Li Miolin, with a grave expression, turned to Sun Xiaodong and asked, Your understanding of East surpasses mine. Can you guarantee reaching 10T? Theoretically, it is achievable. Sun Xiaodong replied. Didn't you just assert that we could indeed reach 10T? Why do you seem less confident now that Academician Cheng is coming? That is reassuring. Upon hearing Sun Xiaodong's response, Li Miolin instantly breathed a sigh of relief. But let there be no misunderstanding. Their scientific endeavors were conducted with utmost rigor. What is theoretically possible must also be practically realizable. Outside the laboratory, Cheng Yuanming and Ma Weixing had arrived at the lab entrance. Just before opening the door, Ma Weixing expressed his concerns, saying, Academician Cheng, we investigated Zhiyong's background. He has always been quite ordinary, never exhibiting any extraordinary talents. His parents are farmers, and there seem to be no issues there. However, the source of his knowledge remains questionable. Enough, Cheng Yuanming interjected, his brows unfurling. As long as this knowledge is authentic and effective, it matters not whether it comes from a black cat or a white cat. A cat that catches mice is a good cat. There is no need to overly fixate on the origins of this knowledge. As long as his heart is with China, no one can question him. Chapter 16. Overclocking. The door to the East Laboratory slowly opened. A somewhat stooped figure alongside an upright stance appeared at the entrance. Zhiyong's gaze slightly shifted, and in an instant, he recognized that familiar yet foreign face. He had seen a photograph of him in his youth within the pages of a textbook. Back then, he stood as tall and upright as the military man beside him. Though the years had aged him, his eyes, seemingly holding the essence of countless stars, remained unchanged. When Zhiyong locked eyes with him, he straightened his posture, believing that only in this manner could he be worthy of meeting this venerable elder. This is the backbone of Hua Nation. Old academician Cheng. What an honor for you to grace us with your presence. Li Miaolin approached with several others to greet the elder. Before turning back to introduce him, old academician Cheng, allow me to present Zhiyong. Zhiyong, this is old academician Cheng. And this is Major General Ma Weixing. Observing the absence of trepidation in Zhiyong's eyes, replaced instead by a spark of excitement. Cheng Yuanming's gaze flickered with curiosity. You must be the young he, correct? You seem quite delighted. Old academician Cheng, how could I not be excited upon meeting you? Zhiyong's lips curled slightly upward, a radiant smile illuminating his face. You have no idea how many young people idolize you. Meeting you fills me with exhilaration. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid, splendid. Upon hearing Zhiyong's response, Cheng Yuanming burst into hearty laughter. I never imagined that this old man could command such admiration from so many young individuals. I entrust the future of Hua Nation to the likes of you young people with great confidence. Cheng Yuanming extolled Zhiyong briefly, and after greeting Ma Weixing, he turned to say, your proposal has been validated by everyone, yet I remain uneasy. You summoned me to the laboratory. I presume you are well prepared, so let us commence. True to his seasoned nature as a researcher, Cheng Yuanshan wasted no time on superfluous chatter and directly instructed them to initiate their plan. Although Congressman Wu had issued a command, he insisted on personally overseeing the process to ensure that no complications would arise. At the Plasma Research Institute of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, an unusual situation unfolded. How could all the roads be cordoned off so suddenly? A group of male students, intending to take a shortcut, found all nearby routes barricaded. One student, scrolling through his phone, suddenly exclaimed, "No way. Academician Cheng Yuanming is visiting our school." Academician Cheng. Since when? Upon hearing Cheng Yuanming's name, the students of Huazhong University were instantly stirred with excitement. After all, the presence of such a legendary figure at their institution would provide ample fodder for stories throughout their lives. On the campus wall, it was reported that academician Cheng had arrived via a military helicopter. No wonder the plasma laboratory was entirely sealed off. Could they be conducting some sort of experiment? The student who had been scrolling through his phone wore a grave expression as he nodded. Huazhong University has been engaged in research on controlled nuclear fusion, which is no secret. Yet, it has never attracted such significant attention before. With academician Cheng here, could there be a problem? That seems improbable. It has been many years. And the tokamak has yet to achieve fusion ignition. What issues could possibly arise? Another young man evidently harbored doubts about the possibility of issues arising in the plasma laboratory. His skepticism stemming from his understanding of the tokamak. The Eastern Super Ring No. 1 at Huazhong University of Science and Technology is merely intended for testing plasma confinement methods and lacks the capability for ignition. What significant problems could possibly arise? Alas, you are somewhat acquainted with a senior from the Nuclear Physics Institute. Do you possess any insider information? Clearly, this young man stands out as the most knowledgeable among his peers regarding plasma research. Indeed, a general among the short. Is there truly no news? Perhaps there are new developments. This conjecture seems considerably more plausible. Hiss. If that is indeed the case, does it not imply that our nation could soon achieve controlled nuclear fusion? The most informed young man nearby, upon hearing his words, rolled his eyes in exasperation. How could that be possible? I suspect that the experiment has made significant progress. Last time, I heard the senior mention that the Plasma Research Institute is hardly a place for humans. They spend their days fixated on data analysis on their computers. Her advisor even stated that achieving controlled nuclear fusion would require at least another 10 to 20 years. Meanwhile, at the East Laboratory of the Plasma Research Institute at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, academician Li Miaolin indicated the tokamak device on the computer screen and elucidated. You have seen Zhiyong's proposal, which mentions that when magnetic force reaches a certain threshold, the difficulty of confinement will actually decrease. I am perplexed about this. Did Zhiyong provide you with an explanation? Cheng Yuanming, the esteemed academician, has witnessed countless scenarios throughout his illustrious career. However, each time he gazes upon the formidable East, weighing in at an astonishing 400 tons, he is invariably reminded of his youthful days. Back then, they relied on abacuses to meticulously compute nuclear weapon data. Now, with such advanced apparatus at their disposal, he is imbued with a sense of boundless possibility. Zhiyong elucidated that, under his projections, magnetic forces could indeed manifest the H-mode effect. H-mode. Although Chung Yuanming is well versed in the fundamental principles of nuclear fusion as a nuclear physicist, he finds himself somewhat perplexed by the intricate workings of the tokamak experiments. As the saying goes, a different field is like a different mountain, and when one is uncertain, it is prudent to seek guidance. During the tokamak experiment, we discovered that when the temperature reaches a certain threshold, the difficulty of confining the plasma suddenly diminishes. Li Miolin meticulously recounted He Zhiyong's deductions. And true to his legendary status, academician Chung grasped the concept immediately. I see. I have no further questions. You may proceed. With renewed vigor, everyone rallied together. Li Miolin reiterated the principles to the assembled researchers before ushering He Zhiyong into the control room. Zhiyong, take the helm. Li Miolin entrusted He Zhiyong with the command pager, accompanied by an encouraging glance. Then I shall humbly comply. He Zhiyong accepted the pager with alacrity. Let us conduct a final inspection of each component of East. If all is in order, we shall prepare to energize and commence the magnetic H-mode experiment. With He Zhiyong's command, the researchers in the laboratory commenced a meticulous inspection. The heating system is functioning normally. The high-energy neutron beam emitter is operating correctly. The temperature of the superconducting coils is stable, having reached -269. As the reports echoed through the room, the expressions on He Yongji and his colleagues grew increasingly serious. Upon the completion of the final inspection, a flicker of uncontrollable excitement passed through He Zhiyong's eyes as he resolutely commanded, "Initiate power." A nearby researcher entered the command, and a deep hum gradually filled the air, as an extraordinarily powerful current surged through the superconducting coils encircling East. What is the magnetic field strength? He Zhiyong inquired loudly. A researcher responsible for monitoring the magnetic field strength promptly replied, "The current magnetic field strength is at 6T. Commence overlocking. Increase the power." As He Zhiyong's voice resounded, the previously muted hum transformed into a tremendous roar. This was the tremor of the magnetic field generated by the superpower input current. What is the magnetic field strength now? The sensors within East began to sound alarms. Ignoring the flashing red warning lights, He Zhiyong's determined voice resonated throughout the laboratory. 90. The East coils are triggering alarms. The researcher monitoring the magnetic strength glanced at the alert in front of him, a hint of concern in his voice as he asked, "Shall we continue?" The plasma is starting to drift from its position. Increase the power. He Zhiyong's tone was resolute. 10T is imminent. Beep, beep, beep. As the input power surged, alarm signals emanated from various components of East. The laboratory was engulfed in a cacophony of warning sounds. It must succeed. Li Miolin clenched his fists tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In the next moment, the cooling system of East also issued a warning. The high temperature accumulating on the inner wall of East had overwhelmed the active cooling system. If this continued, the inner wall would be scorched through by the high-temperature plasma. The inner wall is about to be breached. Halt immediately, cried the researcher monitoring the wall's condition, his heart racing as he gazed at the screen. Report the magnetic field strength. At this critical juncture, He Zhiyong too was perspiring profusely, as the fate of their endeavor hung in the balance. 990. The magnetic field strength inspector wiped the sweat from his brow and shouted, "It's reached 10T. The magnetic field strength is at 10T. In this crucial moment, East's magnetic field strength finally achieved 10T. Report the status of all departments." Upon hearing that the magnetic field strength had met the standard, He Zhiyong immediately commanded everyone to report the status of each component. The high-temperature plasma within the chamber returned to normal. The cooling system gradually stabilized. After each researcher reported their findings, they stared in disbelief at the data before them. We have succeeded. The magnetic strength truly exhibits the H-mode. The challenges of plasma confinement have diminished. In the very moment when the East magnetic field reached 10 Tesla, all alarm signals vanished instantaneously. As the plasma began to move along its designated trajectory, the entire inner wall relaxed in an instant. The accumulated heat was gradually dissipated by the active cooling system. The detectors erupted in jubilant cheers. A sigh of relief escaped He Zhiyong as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feigning calmness as he glanced back at the cheering crowd. Everyone resumed their duties, eager to see how long the confinement would last. Indeed, with the magnetic field configuration confirmed, the duration of confinement was bound to soar. The researchers, regaining their focus, resumed monitoring the reactions of East with renewed vigor. Perhaps due to the tension, Li Miolin and Sun Xiaodong's faces flushed, their fingers trembling slightly. In contrast, He Zhiyong's feigned composure conveyed an air of confidence. This did not go unnoticed by the esteemed academician Cheng, who regarded He Zhiyong with a heightened sense of admiration. Observing He Zhiyong's silhouette, he nodded approvingly. The deuterium and tritium in the plasma continuously navigated through the artificially generated magnetic field, colliding and generating helium atoms and a neutron. Nuclear fusion unfolded in this process, releasing an immense amount of energy. The temperature reached a critical point. A researcher exclaimed excitedly as he detected a significant release of neutrons. His gaze fixed intently on the screen before him. The eyes of everyone present flickered with anticipation. As professionals, they are all capable of comprehending the underlying implications of this statement. The process of nuclear fusion has commenced within the confines of the East Chamber. However, the temperature has yet to reach the H-mode threshold. It has only attained a mere 80 million degrees Celsius. Although the actual fusion temperature requires merely 15 million degrees Celsius, this is achievable only within the Sun, where immense pressure exists. Such pressure is unattainable on Earth. Therefore, the tokamak compensates for the reaction conditions by utilizing extremely high temperatures. Must we also elevate the temperature to reach the H-mode state? The intense heat of 100 million degrees will distort the magnetic field. The high-temperature-resistant nanoceramics serve another purpose: to mitigate this distortion. In response to the researcher's suggestions, He Zhiyong gently shook his head, asserting that without the installation of similar isolation measures, nuclear fusion could not occur continuously. Now, we must test how long the magnetic H-mode can maintain confinement. Having absorbed knowledge on controlled nuclear fusion over the past few days, He Zhiyong now feels confident in achieving true controlled nuclear fusion. A faint smile graced his lips as he observed the continuously flickering numbers on the electronic stopwatch. For now, it is merely a validation of the magnetic H-mode. Thanks to the existence of the magnetic H-mode, East has consistently broken records for the duration of fusion at 80 million degrees Celsius. After 10 minutes, due to prolonged high-frequency operation, East was compelled to halt. The internal fusion reactions were likewise forced to cease. He Zhiyong's gaze shifted slightly, and he immediately commanded the engineering team. Quick, inspect the internal conditions of East. Now is not the time for celebration. The engineering team members swiftly donned their biohazard suits and rushed into the room housing the East device. Several researchers bowed their heads, diligently operating their computers to assess the condition of East. The status of the active cooling system was satisfactory, and the temperature of the inner wall of East remained normal. However, the superconducting coils exhibited anomalies, damage inflicted by the over-frequency operation. Although this had been anticipated, He Zhiyong still inquired in a grave tone, "What is the current temperature of the superconducting coils, and where do the anomalies manifest?" The temperature of the superconducting coils had decreased to ambient levels, yet the coils in Zone C3 displayed signs of fracture, with ice crystals forming from the ruptures. Engineering team, what is the situation? East is modular in design, allowing each zone to be isolated independently. Currently, only the coils in Zone C3 are damaged, which poses no significant issue. They can be replaced with backup components when necessary. Moreover, it is possible that East may not even be needed in the future. The condition of the inner and outer walls of the East chamber is satisfactory, with no radiation damage detected. With the final report from the engineering team, a genuine smile finally graced He Zhiyong's face. 10 minutes. 600 seconds. The duration of the nuclear fusion reaction within East reached an astounding 600 seconds, shattering the previous record of 100 seconds set by East itself. He had broken his own world record. Furthermore, the Q value of East had already attained 195. In the annals of human history, only two devices have ever produced an output energy greater than their input current. The first is the JT-60 from Japan. Now, East has not only reached, but has also surpassed this equipment spectacularly. Chapter 18. This is truly remarkable. The nuclear fusion reaction lasted for an astounding 600 seconds. The Q value has even reached 195. The laboratory is now filled with jubilant cheers. Uninformed researchers are diligently recording these two groundbreaking world record figures as if they were precious treasures. He Zhiyong turned around, silently observing the jubilant crowd. A flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes. If only he had been able to conquer the withering virus in his past life, he too would have received such adulation. But now, there is still an opportunity. He must exert every effort. He is determined to prevent the emergence of the withering virus. Memories of his previous life spiraled incessantly in his mind. Suddenly, a hand clapped heavily on his shoulder. Zhiyong slightly trembled, instantly returning to reality. Turning around, he saw Li Miolin beaming at him. What are you lost in thought about? The magnetic H-mode verification was successful. Why are you dawdling here? Come on. Let's go see Academician Cheng. He surely has something to say. At the office of the Plasma Research Institute at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. What a promising young talent. Academician Cheng Yuanming observed Zhiyong with satisfaction, having witnessed everything that just transpired. Little He, is it all right if I call you that? Absolutely. Please call me Little He. To be addressed so affectionately by such a distinguished figure indicates that he truly regards Zhiyong as a mentee. Academician Cheng gazed at Zhiyong with satisfaction and slowly began to speak. Xiao He, we have thoroughly validated your proposal, and you have demonstrated the results to us. It can be said that its feasibility is exceedingly high. I have come here bearing the directives from the chairman of the committee. The chairman? At the mention of the chairman's instructions, Zhiyong gasped in astonishment. The extent to which Huagua prioritizes controllable nuclear fusion exceeded his wildest imagination. So, do you dare to accept this mission? Cheng Yuanming produced a brown confidential envelope and presented it before Zhiyong. Zhiyong fell into silence, while Li Miolin and Sun Xiaodong exchanged concerned glances. Under their watchful eyes, he resolutely nodded. Of course. Ha ha ha, splendid. Despite his advanced age, Academician Cheng's laughter resonated powerfully as he gently applauded. Truly, you are a promising youth of Huagua, exhibiting admirable ambition and responsibility. Li and Sun, you should also sign this confidentiality agreement. Yes, Academician Cheng. Upon receiving the elder's command, Li Miolin eagerly approached to retrieve 2 copies of the confidentiality agreement. At that moment, Zhiyong extracted the documents from the sealed envelope. As he focused his gaze upon them, his expression darkened in an instant. America, this is utterly outrageous. This is beyond excessive. As he stared at the title page of the stack of documents in his hands, Zhiyong's rage erupted. Academician Cheng, is this for real? Zhiyong, what has happened? Having signed the confidentiality agreement, Li Miolin and Sun Xiaodong observed the drastically changed expression of Zhiyong, initially believing that the committee's demands were excessively harsh. Upon closer inspection, they realized he was denouncing the United States. Professors, look, Zhiyong exclaimed, urgently handing over the document in his possession. Both professors took it simultaneously, and as they discerned the words inscribed upon it, their faces flushed with indignation. The United States is truly despicable, a nation of robbers. After a considerable pause, Cheng Yuanming noted that the group had regained their composure and proceeded. The United States is instigating the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, a mere diversion. The intelligence reports indicate that their true target is, in fact, us. They will undoubtedly create obstacles in the ITER project, aiming to force us out. At this juncture, Cheng, the esteemed academician, adopted a suddenly grave demeanor. Young He. Present. Zhiyong responded, instantly straightening up, poised for Cheng's command. The United States may pose challenges within the ITER project, yet Europe can only acquiesce, compelling us to withdraw from this initiative. We have 1 month. The chairman has decreed that you shall take full responsibility. In 1 month's time, deliver results. This shall not only ensure a magnificent conclusion for our nation, but also herald a new beginning for controlled nuclear fusion in China. After articulating this, Academician Cheng abruptly shifted his tone. From this moment forth, you are no longer merely a sophomore at Huaka University. You are now the head of the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Project at the Military Research Institute of China, Major Zhiyong. The entire office was enveloped in silence. Li Miolin, Sun Xiaodong, and Ma Weixing cast incredulous glances toward Cheng Yuanming and Zhiyong. Did the esteemed academician Cheng truly mean what he had just said? Zhiyong felt a surge of excitement within him. He never anticipated that the chairman would possess such formidable resolve, astonishing in its magnitude. Not only was he, a sophomore from the Department of Biochemistry, appointed to oversee the critically significant project of controllable nuclear fusion, but he was also designated as a senior military technology officer. In foreign terms, that equated to the rank of a brigadier general. This would undoubtedly expedite the realization of his ambitions. Perhaps recognizing that the timeline of 1 month was rather pressing, Academician Cheng's expression turned serious as he added, "Xiaohe, the time frame is indeed too tight. The Super Ring Number 2, along with the military's clandestinely developed imitation star device, will be entrusted to you." The revelation of a military imitation star device instantly astounded Zhiyong. He had not anticipated that the military was also clandestinely pursuing controllable nuclear fusion, particularly via the imitation star device route. Sun Xiaodong, one of the two present who was unaware of this development, was equally taken aback. Truly, the confidentiality measures of the great nation of Huagua are unparalleled globally. In 1 month, I will require additional manpower. That shall not pose a problem. We will expedite the relocation of Super Ring Number 2 to the military district, where 3 engineering battalions are stationed. Cheng Yuanming replied with a slight smile, brimming with confidence. With 3 shifts, as long as you provide the modified blueprints, they will complete the construction swiftly. As a nation renowned for its infrastructural prowess, particularly in engineering, once the design plans are drafted, the teams will work tirelessly around the clock. The construction will be completed in just a few days. What remains is the final debugging of the equipment. I have no doubts about this, and I can assure you that within a year, our nation will have a firm grasp on controllable nuclear fusion technology. What? Zhiyong, what nonsense are you spouting? As Zhiyong's words fell, both Li Miolin and Sun Xiaodong exclaimed in astonishment. Sun Xiaodong even shouted towards Zhiyong. Zhiyong, large-scale scientific projects typically require at least 3 years to initiate. This is not something that can be accomplished with mere words. While saying this, Sun Xiaodong also apologized to Academician Cheng. Academician Cheng. This young man Zhiyong sometimes gets carried away. Cheng Yuanming, however, did not take this matter too seriously. After all, he had made similar pledges when he was young. He chuckled lightly, interrupting Sun Xiaodong, and looked at Zhiyong's resolute expression, intrigued as he inquired, "Do you understand the implications of what you just said? Your current identity is Colonel Zhiyong." Zhiyong's gaze was unwavering. "Of course I do. Academician Cheng, did you not also make similar pledges in the past?" Sun Xiaodong could not bear it and covered his eyes with his hand. Deeply sighing, "This is a calamity." Chapter 19. Design Blueprints. Academician Cheng regarded Zhiyong, whose eyes were filled with determination, and nodded with satisfaction. "Are you willing to make a pledge?" "Indeed, if the controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor is not successfully completed within a year, I shall submit myself to your discretion." After meticulously comparing the knowledge in his mind, Zhiyong affirmed resolutely, "Certainly, throughout this year, I shall provide you with whatever you desire, and you shall bear full responsibility for this endeavor." Cheng Yuanming regarded Zhiyong with a sense of recognition, reminiscent of his own past when he was engaged in the development of nuclear weapons. Consequently, his expression grew solemn. "We live in a society governed by law. Should you fail within a year, I shall not impose any penalties upon you. However, as a senior colonel, should you falter, you must undergo the requisite military training." He added, "By the way, the forthcoming month shall not be counted towards this time frame." Faced with such an ambitious talent, as long as Zhiyong demonstrates tangible achievements within a year, Cheng Yuanming would not consider letting him go, especially since it would provide an opportunity for him to hone his skills within the military for 2 years. "Zhiyong, I shall not dissuade you, but I am curious. From where does your confidence stem?" Li Miolin had hardly offered any counsel, for his father had repeatedly pledged military commitments before the esteemed Cheng. Unless the matter was of pressing urgency, failure to fulfill these commitments merely invited minor repercussions, which were proportionate to the progress achieved. Thus, he harbored no concerns. Now, pledging a military commitment is not akin to being on the battlefield. It is primarily a testament to one's resolve. What intrigued Li Miolin more was the source of Zhiyong's unwavering confidence. "Esteemed Cheng and others present, I possess the confidence to pledge my military commitment right here." With a slight smile, Zhiyong retrieved a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Professor Sun Xiaodong. "Professor Sun, could you kindly project the contents of this USB drive for everyone to witness the foundation of my confidence?" With a resigned expression, Professor Sun accepted the USB drive and inserted it into the computer. As he passed by Zhiyong, a look of concern washed over him. Why does this young man willingly seek out hardship? Originally, as a newly appointed colonel, he was exempt from military training, given his role in a technical branch and his exceptional talents. Yet, he insisted on voluntarily embracing challenges. Sigh, the youth of today, one cannot quite comprehend them. Absently, He connected the USB drive to the computer's main unit. Upon activating the projector, Sun Xiaodong was immediately taken aback by the multitude of design blueprints displayed before him. This was. Cheng Laoyuan and the others had their pupils dilate in astonishment, frozen in place as they gazed at the projected schematics. As the chief director of the nuclear fusion project, Li Miolin scrutinized the blueprints, swallowed hard, and stammered, "Zhiyong. Is this the design blueprint for controllable nuclear fusion?" Zhiyong smiled naturally, pursing his lips as he replied, "To be precise, this is the design blueprint for the nuclear fusion experimental reactor. Moreover, it incorporates both the tokamak and stellarator reactor pathways. Now, Director Li, do you understand where my confidence stems from?" Cheng Yuanming, observing the intricate pipeline designs plastered on the wall, turned to cast a glance at Zhiyong, a glint of brilliance igniting in his eyes. This clever lad had indeed come prepared. If a controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor can truly be constructed within a year, we shall unconditionally support your future research projects. Good heavens, all of this. Did you accomplish it all by yourself? Sun Xiaodong, Li Miolin, and Ma Weixing, though they already harbored answers in their hearts, still found it hard to believe as they stared at the densely packed pipeline designs. Completing the design blueprint for such a colossal project independently. Li Miolin had initially summoned over a dozen professors from the Nuclear Physics Research Institute, their minds nearly bursting from the effort required to draft the plans. After expressing gratitude to the venerable academician Cheng, Zhiyong turned and offered Li Miolin a subtle nod. "A prodigy," Li Miolin exclaimed in astonishment at Zhiyong's acknowledgement. And this was merely 2 blueprints. Sun Xiaodong promptly retracted his previous belief that Zhiyong was courting trouble, instead branding him as a prodigy. What manner of being is this? He is nothing short of a drawing genius. How long did it take you to complete these 2 blueprints? Ma Weixing asked with a slight tremor. Reflecting on his recollection of the drawings, Zhiyong mused that it had taken him an entire night. Though he certainly could not admit this. Stealing a glance at the expressions of those around him, he offered a sheepish smile and said, "Well, roughly, a little over 2 years? That is still acceptable. 2 years sounds reasonable. Good heavens, you accomplished this in just 2 years?" Li Miolin recalled the arduous years they endured, tirelessly working for 4 to 5 years to finalize their blueprints. In comparison, they truly felt as if they had been living as mere dogs. "I wish I could pry open your head to see what extraordinary thoughts reside within." Sun Xiaodong, casting a jokingly sinister expression at Zhiyong. That very evening, a piece of news suddenly surfaced on Weibo's trending topics. Warm congratulations to the Huagua Plasma Research Institute for successfully achieving controllable nuclear fusion. At precisely 7 p.m., the evening news devoted a full 3 minutes to report this remarkable story, a monumental success. China's controllable nuclear fusion device has achieved a fusion reaction lasting 600 seconds. In an instant, this news swiftly dominated the headlines of major media outlets. Is this true? Has success been attained? I need an expert to elucidate this. All these Chinese characters, yet I find myself perplexed. Weren't there students from Huazhong University of Science and Technology claiming their campus was locked down? Is this somehow related? Incredible. To clarify, while it may not be a complete success yet, a 600-second nuclear fusion reaction is already a significant advancement. Meanwhile, as the entirety of China celebrated, across the ocean in America, within the presidential office of the White House, a document lay quietly on the polished wooden desk. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a middle-aged man with a tousled mop of golden hair and a somewhat corpulent figure violently overturned the soda and fried chicken on the table. Damn it! How could China progress so rapidly? The man rose furiously, kicking over a nearby potted plant. "Give me Bernard Bigot." The phone was quickly answered by a terrified aide. And after a few brief beeps, a middle-aged voice emerged from the line. "Mr. President, how may I assist you?" "Damn it, Bernard, you had better check the news immediately." Upon hearing Bernard Bigot's seemingly oblivious inquiry, the president's ire intensified. He bellowed in frustration, "Show me the news." "Damn it. All right, no need to be angry, Mr. Flair. I'm currently accessing Fox News." "Damn it. China has just made significant advancements." Before long, a somewhat distressed voice from Bernard Bigot reached Flair. "Their progress is accelerating too quickly. Damn it. We must curtail their development at all costs." Flair could scarcely fathom the potential ramifications if China were to surpass them, prompting him to urgently inquire. "How is the plan progressing?" "The CIA is prepared." "That's good to hear." Contemplating his own strategy, Flair let out a sinister chuckle. Flair, the President of the United States, would stop at nothing to thwart China's rise. Chapter 20. The Imitation Device. Oh, by the way, bigot, is NASA concealing something from me? Recently, the director of NASA had been pressing him to submit a plan to Congress for the exploration of Mars. Whenever Flair sought specifics regarding the plan or the urgency behind it, the director would skillfully evade the topic. Thus, he had reason to suspect that the NASA director was withholding information from him, the President of the United States. Mr. Flair, you are being overly concerned. After a brief pause, Bernard Bigot's voice continued from the other end of the line. You are the President. How could we possibly keep anything from you? That's good, Bigot. You know I have great trust in you. Flair received an affirmative response from Bigot and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It seems I was overly concerned. Beep, beep, beep. Once the call ended, Bernard Bigot's previously cheerful demeanor shifted dramatically, turning icy in an instant. It was as if he wore two distinct faces. One for the President of the United States and another for this moment. China is soon to embark on its own exploration of Mars. We must hasten our pace. The Mars exploration plan cannot be postponed any longer. That technology must not fall into the hands of China. Meanwhile, in China, within the Soviet Eastern Military District, after receiving his orders, Zhiyong and his team hurried to this location. The olive-green jeep traversed the 2-meter-high walls and entered the military jurisdiction. Here lies the clandestinely developed imitation star device. This site, excavated during times of heightened tension, features an extensive underground space capable of accommodating thousands of individuals. After passing through several checkpoints, Zhiyong took an elevator down to the subterranean level. The Super Ring number 2 will soon be transported here. For now, let us examine the imitation star device. Young He, the esteemed elder scholar, leisurely led the way, and after several turns, a thick door forged from aluminum alloy came into view. Inside lies the imitation star device. Like the tokamak, the imitation star device is also a magnetic confinement apparatus. However, unlike the tokamak, it employs a complex process to manipulate the magnetic field with the coils. Due to the absence of a massive artificial magnetic field, the fragmentation and distortion of the magnetic field exert minimal influence on the plasma within. Why, then, is such an advanced device seldom constructed by nations? The reason lies in the fact that the prospects for the Stellarator are far less clear than those for the tokamak. After all, the tokamak's scaling laws have long demonstrated to scientists the feasibility of achieving controlled nuclear fusion. Experimental devices like EAST merely represent reactions occurring when plasma is constrained. The true embodiment of a controlled nuclear fusion experimental reactor, built according to these scaling laws, is ITER, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. It is genuinely directed towards the realization of controlled nuclear fusion. Regrettably, it seems that China may soon be expelled from this organization. Within a year, I must ensure that China gains complete mastery over controlled nuclear fusion. On his way, Zhiyong had already perused the document brought by the esteemed academician Chung. The United States, seeking to exploit the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, aims to seize control of the Middle East and dominate the lifeblood of the world's oil supply. They intend to maintain their global hegemony. This realization dawned upon Zhiyong, who understood that even if the technology for controlled nuclear fusion were to materialize, it might not suffice to avert the emergence of the Wilt virus. For now, he could only take one step at a time. At the very least, once he secures control over nuclear fusion, humanity would have one more option. Furthermore, should his influence rise, perhaps humanity would pay greater heed to the Wilt virus under his warnings. As long as the Wilt virus is not allowed to ravage unchecked, there remains hope for humanity. Suddenly, Li Miolin, standing beside Zhiyong, slapped him on the shoulder and quipped irritably, "What are you thinking about? Come on, let us go inside." The unexpected gesture jolted Zhiyong back to reality, and with a resolute gaze, he entered the military green laboratory. The transformation of the Stellarator requires the room temperature superconducting materials outlined in his proposal. There is no need for him to worry about this. Following the testing of the two materials in the proposal, the Research Institute here promptly commenced the development of equipment for mass production. Simultaneously, through the most rudimentary methods, they painstakingly manufactured a substantial quantity of materials. All these actions were conducted within the confines of the Military District's Research Institute, where confidentiality measures were of the utmost secrecy. The responsibility for maintaining this confidentiality lay with Ma Weisheng, who is far from foolish. Should even a hint of information leak, the United States could swiftly take action against them. At this moment, the Research Institute was equipped with a brand new star simulator, a military project developed in parallel with the tokamak progress. While children make choices, adults desire everything. Upholding this philosophy, Huagua is steadily advancing along two distinct paths, one aimed at future civilian use, the other at military applications. Concurrently, a weapon system compatible with future controllable nuclear fusion is also under development. The laser weapon system, known as Death Ray A, was a name that Zhiyong was hearing for the first time, and he secretly admired the military's audacity. Developing these various conceptual technologies is undoubtedly costly. The spiral coil module within the star simulator has already been disassembled, allowing for complete access to the internal structure. The inner cavity will be directly replaced with high-temperature, resistant nanoceramic materials, and the spiral coils will be substituted with room-temperature superconductors. Zhiyong circled the 300-ton star simulator several times, observing it meticulously before continuing. During the material replacement, the position of each superconducting wire must be recalculated to ensure the formation of a closed, twisted spiral magnetic field within the internal cavity of the star simulator. Our engineering department will conduct the calculations. According to Zhiyong's estimates, once the room-temperature superconducting materials are replaced, the magnetic field strength of this mock star device can effortlessly reach 10T without the coil damage experienced by East. Although East is a superconducting tokamak, its coils must be maintained at a temperature of -269 degrees Celsius. Overfrequency can cause the coils to heat up, and the extreme temperature differential can lead to their degradation. However, room temperature superconductors eliminate this requirement, as the resistance of the coils remains zero. Moreover, this mock star device is sufficiently large to sustain a magnetic field strength of 10T. At this juncture, Lemiolan received experimental data on two new materials provided by the military. He was astonished to discover that the high-temperature resistant nanoceramic materials could perfectly withstand the irradiation damage caused by nuclear fusion. While he marveled at this revelation, a sense of admiration for Zhiyong began to blossom within him. This material seemed as though it were inherently designed for controlled nuclear fusion. Remarkably, it had been developed by a sophomore student from the biochemistry department. Though Lemiolan did not hail from a materials science background, the expression of disbelief on the face of the soldier who brought the materials indicated the significance of these new materials. Days passed as the engineering team toiled day and night in their calculations, but ultimately, they surrendered. The data was simply beyond human computation. In the end, they had to collaborate with the Taihu Light team to secure the final experimental project. Each curved point of the mock star's magnetic field was meticulously simulated into a 3D image by the computer. This illustrates the advantages of supercomputers. With the aid of engineering software, all data is ultimately presented as three-dimensional images. The engineering team can directly transform the simulator based on these images. The modification of the simulator is currently in full swing, and at this moment, the Super Ring 2 device has also been transported. Chapter 21. The Great Change, September 27th. 2020, night. This evening is anything but tranquil for the students of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Autumn has already set in, and the moon in the sky is delightfully full. A group of young men strolls leisurely across the campus. It is Sunday, a rare occasion for them to enjoy such a relaxed walk outside the Research Institute. Wasn't the recent breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion technology achieved at the Institute ahead? A slightly plump young man, sporting black-framed glasses, inquired of his companion. 600 seconds. What does that signify? As far as I know, the most crucial aspect is that the Q value has reached 195, replied a slender young man nearby, feigning profundity. This indicates that the output of the nuclear fusion device has surpassed its input, understand? The young man with glasses gazed up at the sky, murmuring softly. How much longer until we can achieve controllable nuclear fusion? I truly wish to explore outer space. Suddenly, whoa, a plane! Exclaimed the slender young man, who had been distractedly admiring a passing senior. Nonchalantly, he remarked, what era are we in? Such old tricks, a plane? I might as well say it's an alien. Not at all. It's heading towards us. The young man wearing black-framed glasses excitedly tugged at his companion, pointing emphatically towards a helicopter soaring overhead. Captivated by his friend's gesture, he turned to gaze in the direction indicated. In the next moment, his mouth fell agape. How many times have military aircraft visited Huazhong University of Science and Technology? Indeed, the Super Ring 2 had been directly transported to the military district by helicopter. The engineering team from Zhiyong University was tasked with disassembling it into smaller components, with the military repeatedly employing helicopters for transportation. Over the past few days, the sound of helicopter engines has become a nightly occurrence at the university, leaving students bewildered. Meanwhile, the school forum has been rife with speculation. Is success imminent? Has the military intercepted the fusion device at Zhiyong University? This article, hailed as the most plausible theory, swiftly traversed the vast expanse of the internet, garnering a plethora of enthusiastic comments from netizens. China would never engage in such a short-sighted act. But what if they decided to relocate the entire chicken? Isn't everything under the sun part of China? Did they not just successfully run for 600 seconds a few days ago? Indeed, it seems too hasty, doesn't it? Perhaps significant progress has been made, and the military is conducting protective research, aware of the potential threats. That white-headed eagle, the operation to transfer the Super Ring 2, was destined to attract attention from all quarters. After all, the apparatus was colossal. Any movement would be swiftly detected. Fortunately, several other significant news stories soon emerged, quickly dominating the headlines of major news outlets. Zhiyong University of Science and Technology develops a drug to treat the HIV virus. Paper published in The Lancet. The movements of the Russian Empire remain enigmatic. War is on the verge of breaking out. Will the United States intervene? Will it assist or create chaos? The news of American airstrikes in Kuwait, along with the intertwining of oil and American interests, has unexpectedly overshadowed the events at Zhiyong University, which have swiftly fallen off the trending charts. Even the publication of HIV treatment drugs in The Lancet barely stirred the waters, quickly submerged by the deluge of war-related news. The entire internet seemed momentarily stunned into silence, only to erupt with fervor. Oh my, it has truly begun. As I perused the news, a mention of Zhiyong University caught my eye. Never mind that. Are there any updates from the front lines? I am currently in Kuwait, and there were sudden explosions. I am terrified. Mingming, please ensure your safety. The abrupt onset of war has thrown the entire world into disarray. Zhiyong, situated in the military district, has also received first-hand intelligence. The sudden outbreak of war indicates that after intimidating the Middle Eastern nations, the United States will soon take action against them. Consequently, their movements must expedite. In France, at the headquarters of the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, ITER, we are now nearing October. The conflict between Russia and Ukraine has reached a stalemate, aligning perfectly with America's strategy to delay Russia's development. Thus, they have been providing lukewarm support to Ukraine. Now, it seems, the time has come to take action against China. A few CIA agents, clad in French police uniforms, are stealthily stationed outside a residence. Residing here is Zhiyong, the chief researcher of China at ITER. What should we do? A seemingly inexperienced young man gazed in awe at the leading middle-aged man with a prominent nose and blue eyes. Bob, this mission is quite straightforward. Which is why I brought you along as a newcomer, the middle-aged man remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the young man he referred to as Bob. Indifferently, he continued, "Put on your headgear, take the search warrant and police badge, and head straight in to locate the confidential documents." But what if there are no confidential documents? The young Bob inquired, perplexed about how his superior could be so certain that this Chinese scientist had stolen classified files. The middle-aged man smirked disdainfully, retrieving a sealed folder from his pocket and slapping it against Bob's chest. "You are still too young, Bob. You have a long journey ahead." Bob hurriedly accepted the folder and, upon closer inspection, noticed the words ITER, top secret, emblazoned across it. "Isn't this enough?" he asked. "Bob, make sure to place it in the cabinet right in front of him." With that, the middle-aged man donned his headgear and deftly severed the wires connecting to the surveillance monitor. "It's time for us to act. Remember to remove the battery from the recorder." Bob. In a certain office in China, Congressman Wu studied the information relayed from the intelligence personnel in his hands. After a moment of silence, he gently handed the file to Deng Yoji sitting before him. "Take a look at this document first. Proceed with the reusable spacecraft matter as you suggested." Deng Yoji has long been responsible for the preliminary development of aerospace aircraft, and he has recently achieved some results, which is why he has come to report on his work. Observing the expressionless face of the presiding member, Deng Yoji, puzzled, reached out to accept the document. Could it be that the presiding member is dissatisfied with the progress of the aerospace aircraft? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the moment he glanced at the title, fury manifested on his face at an observable speed. What an audacious and shameless act by the United States. How dare they engage in such despicable behavior? Member Wu sighed and shook his head, a hint of concern clouding his eyes. He remarked, "So many have been treated this way. What else can't they do? It is merely that at the residence of our nation's scientists, they brazenly searched and seized the confidential documents they had illicitly obtained. The United States aims to expel us from the ITER project, and their intentions are glaringly obvious. France is aware, yet they lack the courage to resist." Deng Yoji hesitated. "But this is an attempt to tarnish our reputation." He gritted his teeth, his gaze fiercely fixed on the document in his hand. The document spanned 2 pages. The first was a U.S. announcement, which meticulously fabricated a narrative of how a French detective valiantly uncovered the alleged misconduct of China's researchers at the ITER project, claiming they had stolen pertinent data. The second page contained a brief message from China's intelligence sector, succinctly stating that the individual who searched Zhiyong Jiwa's residence was a former CIA member. In just a single sentence, the mastermind was identified, the sequence of events laid bare, and the origins of the confidential documents revealed. Due to similar incidents, the CIA has not been remiss in its activities. Infiltrating the homes of their targets with documents has become an age-old tradition in the United States. Chapter 22. I am about to flip the table. The transformation work at the Soviet Eastern Military District has finally approached its conclusion after more than 20 consecutive days. The adjustments made to the framework of the tokamak and the imitation star device have rendered them compliant with the operational requirements of controllable nuclear fusion reactors. However, Zhiyong could only regard them as experimental specimens. Should any structural issues arise and an explosion occur, their fate would be sealed. Although, in theory, controllable nuclear fusion does not emit radiation, the sheer moment of an explosion would make it exceedingly difficult for those within the same civil defense engineering structure to remain unscathed. Ding dong. With the completion of the modifications, Zhiyong finally had a rare moment to sit down and rest. Suddenly, a notification sound emanated from the phone beside him, interrupting his brief respite. He lifted his gaze slightly towards the device resting on the table. A piece of news appeared on the screen. China's Ministry of Science and Technology announces withdrawal from the ITER project. Shock. The United States reveals the hidden truth. Immoral. How could Zhiyong Jiwa commit such an act? Clean hands. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs issues a statement. A jolt of realization struck Zhiyong. The situation had indeed unfolded. The United States had resorted to such despicable tactics. They had even employed the feeble excuse of stealing data from the ITER project, showcasing their utter lack of shame. The ITER facility had yet to be completed. What data could they possibly steal? This was nothing but a futile attempt to seek out the void, and shockingly, there were those who believed it. A multitude of comments flooded in beneath the post. A stringent investigation into Zhiyong Jiwa is underway, tarnishing the reputation of Huagua. How could such a scoundrel ascend to the position of chief researcher? As for the comments above, ITER has yet to be completed. What data could possibly be pilfered? Just because it is incomplete does not grant immunity from theft. A theft is a theft, and we demand an explanation. It is rare to find a voice of reason. Yet even that individual has been silenced by criticism. As I casually scrolled through, Zhiyong furrowed his brow and promptly turned off his phone screen. Engaging with this discourse proves futile. It is best to diligently focus on our work. At that moment, Li Miolin and Sun Xiaodong also arrived, bound by a confidentiality agreement. They were appointed as Zhiyong's trusted aides, no, assistants, to aid in the modification of 2 devices. The United States has launched an assault. Have you seen this, Zhiyong? Li Miolin's mood was somewhat despondent. Zhiyong Jiwa was a nuclear physicist of their generation and a personal friend. The current slander and public denouncement weighed heavily on him. Old Zhiyong sigh? Sun Xiaodong echoed this sentiment with a series of sighs, acknowledging that Zhiyong Jiwa had devoted himself entirely to ITER, tirelessly striving to realize controlled nuclear fusion technology. It was unexpected that the United States would so ruthlessly discard him. The components provided by Huagua for the ITER project have only just arrived in the Indian Ocean. They are effectively forcing Huagua out of the project team. Professors, once we achieve controlled nuclear fusion ahead of them, they will undoubtedly seek our assistance, and in due course, will restore Professor Zhiyong's reputation. Zhiyong turned to observe the apparatus before him, which was undergoing its final adjustments. A subtle improvement appeared on his countenance. We will confront the United States with undeniable facts, demonstrating that the ITER project is unworthy of our nation's attention. In his previous life, he had followed this news closely. Professor Zhiyong Jiwa was ultimately repatriated and relegated to obscurity. It seemed that the ITER project was also reluctantly halted, although he had forgotten the precise reasons, perhaps due to a deficiency in a crucial component. Zhiyong was right. We shall vindicate old Zhiyong with experimental data. Li Miaolin and Sun Xiaodong, while harboring dreams of achieving controllable nuclear fusion within a year, regarded such aspirations as somewhat unrealistic. Nevertheless, the apparatus before them was indeed tangible. The previous 600 seconds were not mere fabrications. They chose to place their faith in He Zhiyong. In the capital city, at the Zhejiang Pavilion, Congressman Wu quietly scrutinized the documents in his hands. Having already dismissed Deng Yuji, falsely accusing our nation, yet daring to abandon loyalty, with a disdainful huff, Congressman Wu reached for the red landline phone on his desk, lightly pressing a button to dial. Naval Command, please state the mission code. This is Naval Dawn. Please provide the task code. A glint of ferocity flickered in Wu's eyes as he spoke in a measured tone. HY 569831. Proceed discreetly and swiftly. Understood, Congressman. Connect me to the Eastern Military District. After relaying a command to the Navy, Congressman Wu continued to dial. Chung Lao, what is the status of the project? Xiaohe has nearly completed his transformation and is currently engaged in the final debugging work. Soon, experiments will commence. Across the microphone, Academician Cheng's voice conveyed a hint of indignation, growing louder as he exclaimed, "What about Xiaojiang? Shall we allow him to be wrongfully accused? His safety is assured. I have just relayed intelligence to Fry, who knows the necessary course of action." Senator Wu rubbed his temples, a look of concern crossing his face. Once Jiang Zhiguo returns to the country, he should come to your location and refrain from appearing in public for the time being. Damn the Americans, I understand. By the way, what are your thoughts on Xiaohe's mastery of nuclear fusion? Academician Chung clenched his jaw, then deftly shifted the conversation to He Zhiyong. When discussing He Zhiyong's plan for mastering nuclear fusion within a year, Senator Wu chuckled lightly. It's commendable for young people to have ambition. The Research Institute in the Soviet East fully supports him. If he produces satisfactory results this time, the experimental reactor will be entrusted to him. Indeed, I have reviewed his design blueprints, and the feasibility appears promising. The mere thought of what controllable nuclear fusion could entail ignited a spark in Academician Cheng's eyes. This endeavor might just succeed. Oh, are you suggesting that? Senator Wu, who initially approached the matter with the intent of encouraging the youth, found himself intrigued by Academician Cheng's enthusiasm. He noted that both experimental reactors were capable of undergoing nuclear fusion reactions, theoretically meeting the requirements for the experimental setup. However, due to the alteration of the structural framework, prolonged reactions are not feasible. If this experiment successfully validates his assertions, Academician Chung paused momentarily. His tone invigorated as he declared, "Let us proceed according to his design. Henceforth, we shall refrain from excessive interference." After a brief silence, a flicker of incredulity crossed Congressman Wu's eyes. "Since you have said so, let us follow your guidance." Beep, beep, beep. After the call ended, Congressman Wu gently leaned back against the chair's backrest, murmuring, "Controlled nuclear fusion. This technology symbolizes the future of humanity. Even before its inception, it has already sparked endless contention. ITER, you say? Since you and the United States dare to abandon your commitments, do not blame me for overturning the table." In the Indian Ocean, a French transport vessel carrying the ITER inner wall support columns from Huagua sailed smoothly over the open sea. At this moment, the sea was tranquil. Nearby, seagulls soared alongside the setting sun, eliciting a sense of serenity. Yet, the crew aboard the ship remained oblivious to the impending danger. Chapter 23, Damage to ITER Components. Rick, would you care for a glass of wine from my homeland? Charles, the ITER project inspector, had just completed the inspection of the Indian ring column. Having finished his work, he leisurely leaned against the railing and took out a bottle of French wine he had brought with him. Charles, the American escort fleet has vanished. We are approaching a region notorious for pirate activity. As an employee of the ITER project, Rick held a telescope in his hand, gazing into the distance with some concern. This vessel housed crucial components provided by both China and India, should any issues arise. ITER. Fear not, exclaimed Charles, casting a dismissive glance in a certain direction. He smacked his lips nonchalantly and added, "This ship flies the united flag of 17 nations. What foolhardy pirate would dare target us? Moreover, the Chinese naval fleet is not far from here. Let's enjoy a drink." Rick appeared to be swayed by his words. He glanced at the ship's information displayed on his tablet and noted that the Chinese warship was merely 28 nautical miles away. All right, you have successfully convinced me. Bring me. What is that? Just as he was about to take the cup of wine that Charles offered, he diverted his gaze from the telescope and suddenly spotted several small black dots. His expression darkened instantly, and his brow furrowed. Charles, there are unidentified vessels approaching. Quick! Alert the security personnel. They are flying black flags. This is dire. Pirates. As the enemy ships drew closer, Rick clearly discerned the ominous black flag fluttering at their bow, causing his countenance to shift to one of grave concern. Hurry, Charles. Inform the captain and send a distress signal to the Chinese warship. I'll do it right away. Poor Charles, having been at sea for months, was unaware of the subtle shifts occurring in the world. They did not grasp the delicate awkwardness that accompanied their plea for assistance from the Chinese naval forces at that moment. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, alarms aboard the transport vessel blared throughout as armed guards hastily assembled on the port side. Quick, quick, quick. Load your weapons. The captain of the guard, his expression grave, repeatedly shouted, once we reach shooting range, fire at will. We cannot allow the pirates to breach the hull. These damned pirates will climb aboard if given the chance. Your only task is to eliminate them. This contingent of guards consisted of legally contracted mercenaries from France, seasoned veterans with extensive combat experience from various war-torn regions. However, this time, they had evidently encountered formidable adversaries. RPG, seek cover. The captain, peering through his binoculars, was horrified to see the pirates brandishing an RPG. Why aren't they following the usual tactics? What kind of pirates attack with an RPG? A deafening explosion erupted as the pirates targeted the starboard side. What are they planning? The captain bellowed, frantically shouting into the intercom. Open fire, open fire. Suppress their fire. Do not give them a chance to retaliate. With the captain's command issued, the guards, who had dispersed in search of cover, were compelled to expose themselves and unleash a barrage of gunfire toward the pirate vessel. In an instant, the pirate ship was forced to decelerate, creating distance from the transport vessel. To the stern. Move, move, move. The captain astutely discerned the pirates' intentions and swiftly directed his team to maneuver toward the rear of the ship. Under his vigilant observation, several rusted pipes suddenly emerged on the opposing pirate ship. What nefarious intentions do these wretched pirates harbor this time? These pipes, visibly measuring 107 millimeters in diameter, were interconnected. Upon scrutinizing the enemy's actions, the captain abruptly discerned that the pirates were inserting rocket launchers into the pipes. Those contraptions, affixed with batteries and wires, were indeed rocket launchers. Their target was the ship's stern propeller. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the captain of the guard comprehended the enemy's intent, but it was already too late. Despite their rudimentary design, these rocket launchers, constructed from standard steel pipes found on construction sites and powered directly by batteries and wires, were not to be underestimated. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of thunderous explosions, the metal fragments from the rocket launchers shattered one of the stern propellers. Crackle, crackle, crackle. As the propeller emitted a strange noise, the transport vessel instantly lost power, forcing the captain to reduce speed. Damn it! How could these pirates possess such formidable firepower? Faced with the immobilized transport ship, the captain of the guard felt a sense of helplessness. He could only place his hopes on the naval fleet of Huagua. Contemplating this, he swiftly grasped his walkie-talkie, adjusting the frequency to emergency channel 16 at 156, 800 megahertz. Mayday, mayday. This is the ITER joint transport ship. We have been halted by pirates. The location is. Hurry to the rescue. Please hurry to the rescue. The warship of Huagua is merely 28 nautical miles away from the transport vessel, and at the speed of the warship, it will arrive in approximately an hour. Not to mention, there are also onboard helicopters. Once the helicopters arrive, the pirates will undoubtedly be frightened away. With this thought, the captain of the guard suddenly reignited hope as he gazed at the approaching pirate ship, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. When the warship of Huagua arrives, you shall face the consequences. After several calls, the warship finally responded. Distressed vessel. Please confirm your location. Beep, beep, beep. This is the Navy of Huagua. Beep, beep, beep. Repeat. Please confirm your location. This is the Navy of Huagua. Finally, a response. The captain of the guard was overjoyed and quickly began to reply. We will arrive in 1 hour. During this process, do not provoke the pirates. Beep, beep. Repeat. Do not provoke the pirates during this process. 1 hour later, in the Indian Ocean, the silver and graceful silhouette of the Huagua warship gradually emerged in the distance. Captain Wu Delong had already dispatched helicopters in advance to gather intelligence. The pirates, brazen as ever, refused to retreat even upon sighting the military helicopter of Huagua, continuing their search for something. The images relayed by the helicopter puzzled Captain Wu. What were these pirates after? Explosions erupted on the transport vessel, yet not a single person among the pirates was harmed. Even more absurdly, the pirates did not make a ransom call. They seemed intent on sabotaging certain elements aboard the vessel before the naval forces from Huagua could arrive. The pirates had already made their swift exit, leaving behind a bewildered Captain Wu, a relieved security officer, and two despondent individuals, Xia and Rick. Why did Xia and Rick feel such despair? Because those cursed pirates had damaged the essential components of the ITER project provided by Huagua and India. Every part of the ITER project demands an extraordinary degree of precision, with Huagua's components requiring accuracy at the micrometer level. Yet, after such a detonation, what could possibly be salvaged? Moreover, the components that Huagua was responsible for were beyond the manufacturing capabilities of other nations. The 50-meter-tall circular support structure could only be fabricated by Huagua. Were they expected to produce another one? Chapter 24, Rumors and Detractors in the White House Office. A resonant sound echoed as Flair slammed the intelligence report onto the ground, his chest heaving with indignation. Huagua. It must be Huagua's doing. He furiously pointed at Bernard Bigot, his voice rising in a hysterical roar. What on earth is the meaning of this, Bigot? Upon hearing the furious outburst from the middle-aged man with golden hair, Bernard Bigot's expression turned grave. He stepped forward and replied earnestly, Lord Flair, I too am astounded that Huagua would directly destroy the provided components. I must report this to the United Nations. This is a blatant violation of the ITER agreement. The muscles on the face of the blond man quivered with his agitation, causing his tousled locks to tremble as well. Even if Hua withdraws from ITER, that component has already reached the Indian Ocean. He is tarnishing our sacred assets. Flair, visibly agitated, spewed forth a torrent of fallacies, depicting Hua as a mere victim of oppression. Mr. President, I must remind you, Bernard Bigot interjected, shaking his head slightly. While the president's remarks resonated with their usual line of reasoning, he continued, although we are aware that it is Hua who has meddled, we lack concrete evidence. Furthermore, at this juncture, Bigot rubbed his temples in exasperation. If it were merely a matter of lacking evidence, they could still activate their propaganda machine to indiscriminately cast blame upon Hua. Yet, amidst an avalanche of overwhelming propaganda, would it not merely become a reality? What complicates matters, however, is that the terrorist faction from the Islamic State has already claimed responsibility for this incident. Flair's expression was one of bewilderment. How could this be related to the Islamic State? What on earth are they doing? Observing Flair's confusion, which bordered on belief, Bigot rolled his eyes and countered. Do they possess the capability to accurately pinpoint the location of the transport vessel? These terrorists will claim responsibility for anything just for notoriety. Bigot's face was etched with anger. These terrorists had truly become audacious, daring to shoulder such blame. Very well, I shall have you bear the burden of another's misdeeds. Mr. Bigot, your suggestion is commendable. Upon hearing of the attack on the terrorists, Flair cast aside all doubts. Eliminating terrorists would indeed be a significant achievement. With the midterm elections approaching, these terrorists must be eradicated for the sake of his approval ratings. I shall promptly sign the documents, commanding the American fleet to launch an assault on the terrorist strongholds of the Islamic State, the day after China announced its withdrawal from the ITER project. While discussions regarding the reasons for this withdrawal were still ongoing, another piece of news quietly graced the front page of the newspapers. Project interrupted. The ITER transport vessel has been attacked by terrorists on the high seas. This news swiftly ascended to the headlines of major media outlets, spawning a plethora of sensational headlines. Without China, can ITER be sustained? China, putting aside past grievances, rescues ITER personnel kidnapped by pirates. Instantly, these articles attracted the attention of countless netizens. Ha ha ha. Retribution has arrived, hasn't it? The components are lost, and the people have become foolish. One must admit, does this not seem remarkably coincidental? I have long asserted that Chinese scientists would not engage in such actions. Moreover, it is rather fortuitous that the vessel was carrying Chinese equipment. I wager a spicy strip that the devious rabbit has been wronged and is now seeking revenge in the shadows. Those above should refrain from making baseless claims. The terrorists of the Islamic State have taken responsibility for this incident, and spreading falsehoods is a crime. As netizens passionately debated the matter, an article suddenly appeared on Weibo, Conspiracy. China has fallen behind the world. This article initially elucidates the fundamental principles of controlled nuclear fusion, subsequently presenting one of the core issues pertaining to the tokamak device, the scaling factor. This refers to the radius of the plasma ring and the dimensions of the cross-section of the ring. These two values, in conjunction with the magnetic field strength, enable the calculation of the reaction time for nuclear fusion. Furthermore, these parameters dictate that a larger tokamak device facilitates a more effective fusion confinement. However, China lacks such a substantial tokamak apparatus. Only the ITER device possesses such dimensions globally. Even though the ITER project has faced delays, it appears that China is inevitably falling behind the world stage. As time progresses, the influence of this article rapidly begins to proliferate, reposts, likes, shares, and follows. It swiftly circulates across the internet, inciting increasing concern among the populace regarding China's lagging position. Ever since China announced its withdrawal from ITER, Zhiyong has been immersed in the laboratory, diligently scrutinizing the debugging progress of the tokamak device and the stellarator. This renovation signifies a genuine endeavor to achieve prolonged controlled nuclear fusion within the apparatus. Only upon meeting the requisite standards can he propose a plan to the Committee for the Establishment of an Experimental Reactor, who authored this article online. It is infuriating. Such a lack of confidence in our scientific community is profoundly disheartening. Just as Zhiyong was comparing the coil positions of the tokamak, he heard the somewhat indignant voice of Sun Xiaodong nearby. He had originally been reveling in the news about ITER, but unexpectedly, the media's tone shifted dramatically, beginning to cast doubt on Huawei's controlled nuclear fusion project. This sudden change ignited a torrent of pent-up sorrow within him regarding Jiang Zhiguo's plight. Observing Professor Sun's flushed complexion and the fury etched across his face, Zhiyong was momentarily taken aback, promptly setting aside his work to inquire, "What has happened? Has the United States stirred up trouble again?" Upon hearing Zhiyong's question, Professor Sun hastily shook his head and handed his phone to him, stating, "The internet is rife with pessimism regarding our project. It reminds me of how they spoke of old Zhiyong, which makes me quite angry. We toil away in this underground lair, not merely for ourselves, but to secure dignity and a future for Huawei and its people." A flicker of confusion crossed Zhiyong's eyes. He had been working tirelessly over the past few days and had not kept abreast of the news following the withdrawal from ITER. Curiosity piqued. He leaned closer to the screen Professor Sun had presented. Upon recognizing the somewhat familiar interface, a smile broke across his face. "Is this Weibo?" he jested. Turning to Sun Xiaodong, "Oh, Professor Sun, so you do indulge in Weibo in your spare time?" Professor Sun shot him an irritated glare, retorting, "What nonsense. A friend sent me this interface. Just take a look at the content." The phrase "a friend" elicited a slight grin from Zhiyong, who chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Professor Sun's anger dissipated considerably at the light-hearted banter. After all, it would not do to be excessively vexed. This is a nuclear physics expert, who can bear the consequences of angering him. Chapter 25, Rumors Cease with the Wise. Receiving the phone handed over by Professor Sun, Zhiyong swiped across the screen. Conspiracy. China has fallen behind the world. The moment he glimpsed the headline, his brows shot up, and a smile instantaneously graced his face. It was evident that the author possessed a certain understanding of controllable nuclear fusion and was aware of the scaling limitations. Some of the content resonated with reality. The initial part of the article objectively described the scaling limitations of the tokamak, emphasizing that China currently lacks any facilities akin to the ITER project. Upon reaching this point, Zhiyong looked up in astonishment at Sun Xiaodong, exclaiming, "This part is indeed factual. China has never possessed equipment as grand as ITER, neither in the past nor present, nor likely in the future." Sun Xiaodong sighed. "You've only read half of it. Take a look at the latter half." It was then that Zhiyong realized. Continuing to scroll down, instantly, he recognized the issue. Viewing only the first half, it appeared to be a legitimate popular science article. However, the tone shifted in the latter sections. Firstly, it elaborated that the ultimate goal of the ITER project is to achieve controllable nuclear fusion and drew comparisons with the East project, which are not equivalent, to argue that China lags in controllable nuclear fusion. After all, no matter how remarkable an experimental device may be, it is merely a device and cannot be equated with the ITER project, which is aimed at controllable nuclear fusion. Furthermore, The article discloses that the Eastern Superconducting tokamak, 2 from Huaguahuaca University, along with its experimental funding, has been removed. And it pretentiously claims that financial constraints have led to the project's abandonment. This reflects a profound disappointment in Huagua's lack of emphasis on controllable nuclear fusion. It also emphasizes that Huagua's exploration of controllable nuclear fusion has fallen behind the global trend. In the end, the author elaborates on the significance of controllable nuclear fusion for Huagua, only to pivot and attribute all issues to the systemic problems within the country. Indeed, it is all a matter of Huagua's institutional shortcomings. What a piece of work, Zhiyong remarked incredulously. Such a masterful use of rhetoric, blending truth and falsehood, and ultimately circling back to his target of criticism. As one peruses the comment section, it's unclear who penned the vitriol. Should I encounter them, I would not hesitate to confront them, Sun Xiaodong muttered with clenched teeth. In contrast to Sun Xiaodong's reaction, Zhiyong calmly closed the webpage and returned the phone to Sun Xiaodong. Observing Zhiyong's demeanor, Sun Xiaodong felt somewhat disjointed in his emotions. Zhiyong, are you not angry? Professor Sun was also disturbed by Zhiyong's situation. Otherwise, given his nature, he would merely find amusement in it. With his wealth of life experience, he was taken aback by Zhiyong's composure. This young man is remarkably steady. The article is clearly penned by someone with a biased perspective. Why should one feel anger? Do you truly believe that we, Huagua, lag behind in the global research trends of controllable nuclear fusion? Zhiyong then shifted the conversation, inquiring about Sun Xiaodong's thoughts. Of course, it is hard to believe. With just these 2 devices, we are already decades ahead of the world. Upon mentioning controlled nuclear fusion, Sun Xiaodong's spirits instantly lifted. Zhiyong chuckled lightly and continued, then that's settled. Facts speak louder than words. Once we present the data, all rumors will vanish. Indeed, I was too anxious. Sun Xiaodong sighed softly, realizing that he was not as open-minded as a young person. In my opinion, you are simply overworked. Your excessive liver fire makes you prone to anger. Noticing the dark circles under Professor Sun's eyes, Zhiyong remarked with concern. How long has it been since you last rested? It's only been 3 or 4 days without sleep. The experiment is crucial, and I simply cannot find the time to sleep, Sun Xiaodong replied, shaking his head as he flung his phone into a distant box. This troublesome device disrupts my peace of mind. I must continue verifying the magnetic field of the stellar simulator. I can spare only a moment for a meal. Why is Lao Yao sending me this discouraging trinket? As he turned to leave and resume his work, Zhiyong quickly grabbed him, exclaiming, Hey, my esteemed Professor Sun, you should rest first. I manage to sleep a few hours each day. How can you endure this? Upon hearing that Professor Sun had not closed his eyes for 3 or 4 days, Zhiyong grew alarmed. Was he truly on the brink of enlightenment? What an exaggeration. Sun Xiaodong shot Zhiyong an irritated glance and brushed his hand away, stating, When I was young, I conducted nuclear tests in the desert and went a month without sleep. This is nothing. Hurry and finish the work here. The stellar simulator is nearly ready for inspection. Hasten to produce the results. I shall personally deliver a resounding slap to those who disparage Huagua. Although this matter has not stirred significant commotion within the experimental group, the military will not overlook those who seek to spread rumors during this critical time. After all, the nuclear fusion project has now entered confidential archives, and it is preferable to avoid igniting heated discussions. Consequently, a cadre of adept computer specialists clad in military green commenced the clandestine manipulation of online data. In Huagua, in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, within a cramped room, the dim atmosphere is illuminated solely by the flickering glow of a computer screen. A man with pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes fixates intently on the data displayed before him. The screen reveals an interface showcasing submission statistics, wherein a particular article has garnered countless shares and likes. As the camera draws closer, the title of the article becomes increasingly discernible. It is, indeed, the very piece that maligns Huagua. Observing the rapidly escalating views and shares, a cold smirk emerges at the corners of his mouth. Let the clamor continue. Let the disputes rage on. I crave the traffic. This article has already begun to yield substantial profits for him. At last, he can escape this shadowy chamber. He has no intention of pursuing the job recommended by a friend. Why toil when one can effortlessly earn money while reclining? Moreover, there is a fool who will generously compensate him for this article. This fool, however, exhibits peculiarities in his Chinese messaging. Yet, that is of no concern to him. As long as the funds are delivered, he is satisfied. Contemplating the generous rewards that await him, he smoothly glides the mouse, refreshing the data on his screen. As a consequence, after the next refresh, his article transformed into a shade of gray and vanished entirely. How could this happen? The man, filled with anger, rose abruptly and swiftly accessed the back-end customer service interface to inquire. The final outcome revealed that the article had violated regulations, failed the review process, and was consequently removed by the system. Enraged, he quickly switched to the revenue data section of the backend. To his dismay, due to the article's violation, all blank spaces in his articles were filled with advertisements, and the corresponding ad revenue had been reclaimed. Furthermore, the platform's income interface had morphed into a glaring zero. Bang. Damn it. The man's expression darkened. This amounted to hundreds of thousands. Just like that, it was gone. This matter was far from over. If the major platform refused to publish, he would turn to smaller ones. If he couldn't publish in Huawei, he would seek out foreign platforms. Since these earnings had vanished, he was determined to claim the promised funds from that fool. Chapter 26. Ignition of the fusion reactor. Days passed. Such is the nature of the online world. With the disappearance of that article, the negative public sentiment it had stirred began to fade away. Even the number of individuals concerned about the ITER project and controlled nuclear fusion in Huawei dwindled significantly. As the flood recedes, so too does the tide. Meanwhile, within the Eastern Military District, Zhiyong and his colleagues watched gravely as the Super Ring No. 2, now encased in a shielding cover, stood before them. The modifications had been completed. The Stellarator had been retrofitted even before the Super Ring No. 2. However, due to slower progress here, its experimental work had yet to commence. It was time to begin. Zhiyong let out a sigh of relief. The tension that had gripped him for an entire month finally began to ease. Let us commence the experimental work on the Super Ring No. 2, he declared. He felt there was no need for further elaboration. The nation of Huawei was in dire need of promising news regarding a nuclear fusion experiment. Moreover, it had to be good news akin to that of the ITER project. Based on the tokamak device, Li Miolin nodded gently. He too harbored a wealth of frustration regarding Jiang Zhigui's situation, and it was high time to vindicate the elder Zhiyong. Let the verification work begin. Li Miolin promptly turned to issue directives to the military researchers beside him. The cooling system verification is normal. The heating system verification is normal. The inner wall strength verification is normal. The researchers, who had rehearsed the procedures countless times, skillfully initiated a series of operations. Once all departments confirmed their verifications were flawless, the gazes of Li Miolin, Sun Xiaodong, Ma Weixing, Cheng Yuanming, and numerous researchers turned towards Zhiyong. Zhiyong, feeling the weight of their expectant stares, was filled with fervor. Why should a man not wield a spear and reclaim the 50 states of North America? Ah, no. It is time for the artificial sun to bloom upon the land of Huawei. Commence power activation. With Zhiyong's command, the researchers sprang into action. As the circuit breaker was flipped, a sudden, resonant hum filled the air, and an immensely powerful current surged through the superconducting coils, rapidly forming a spiral, closed-loop magnetic field. The magnetic field strength steadily ascended, 6T, 7T, 10T. The researcher monitoring the magnetic field strength periodically reports the intensity is voice-resonant and vigorous, invigorating all who hear it. After the completion of ohmic heating, the internal temperature of the chamber has reached a staggering 20 million degrees Celsius. Concurrently with the monitoring of the magnetic field strength, the heating operations within the tokamak are underway, with the magnetic field and temperature meeting the necessary standards. The laser generator stands ready. Zhiyong nods in satisfaction, continuing to issue commands. The laser generator is prepared. Shall we proceed with the injection of deuterium-tritium gas? The original high-energy neutron emitter has been replaced by the laser generator, which has been dismantled from China's Shenzhuang 3, a device expressly designed for initiating controlled nuclear fusion. Everything is now in readiness. Zhiyong scrutinizes the data displayed on the computer screen, finding no discrepancies. Inject the deuterium-tritium gas. Prepare for ignition. As Zhiyong's command is executed, the deuterium-tritium gas is disrupted within the tokamak chamber by the 20 million degrees Celsius generated by ohmic heating, transforming into a plasma state. The moment the plasma is formed, a high-energy laser instantaneously illuminates the surface of the deuterium-tritium plasma. Within mere seconds, the temperature inside the tokamak escalates rapidly to 100 million degrees Celsius. Though with the successful ignition, nuclear fusion rapidly unfolded within the apparatus, and the surrounding researchers displayed expressions of gravity. The high-temperature resistant nanoceramics withstood the sudden surge of temperature during ignition. The temperature H mode was achieved through sensors. The researchers meticulously monitored the conditions of the device, confirming that the nanoceramic material endured the abrupt and intense temperature increase, effectively isolating the magnetic field from the heat. Zhiyong, how long do you believe we can maintain controlled nuclear fusion this time? At this moment, academician Chung approached, observing the successful ignition and the device operating under intense stabilization. Before posing his inquiry, upon hearing the question, Zhiyong instructed the researchers to pay close attention to the addition of deuterium-tritium fuel, then turned to academician Chung with a solemn expression. Theoretically, the apparatus has little distinction from genuine controlled nuclear fusion. However, it has always been a modification of the framework of the Super Ring 2. Some supportive structures were hastily adjusted, which would undoubtedly affect its lifespan. Academician Chung, how much deuterium-tritium gas do we have prepared? Contemplating these concerns, Zhiyong cautiously countered. How much? Hearing Zhiyong's counter, academician Chung was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained composure. The implication of his words was clear. Colonel He, the heat dissipation system is functioning normally, and the apparatus can sustain combustion autonomously. Before academician Chung could elaborate, an excited military researcher exclaimed from the side. The deuterium-tritium plasma within the apparatus has already achieved the capability for self-sustained combustion. In other words, as long as they continue to supply deuterium and tritium gas, the nuclear fusion reaction within the device can persist indefinitely. What is the condition of the internal chamber? Zhiyong swiftly turned his head and inquired in a grave tone. The researcher responsible for monitoring the chamber promptly responded, the high-temperature resistant nanomaterials have perfectly withstood the sustained high temperatures, and the active cooling system is effectively dissipating the excess heat. Currently, the temperature of the chamber walls is merely 20 degrees Celsius. It is astonishing that this is merely half a meter away from the nuclear fusion process, a distance that epitomizes the marvels of human ingenuity. Half a meter, 100 million degrees Celsius, and 20 degrees Celsius. A mere step apart, yet it represents a staggering leap of 100 million degrees. The magnetic field has rendered the impossible possible, and the heat-resistant materials have successfully endured the sudden surge in temperature during ignition. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour. As the duration of the nuclear fusion reaction reached an astonishing hour, all present in the laboratory displayed expressions of exhilaration. The eyes of the esteemed veteran academic also glistened with tears. It was so reminiscent. The moment he witnessed the towering mushroom cloud in the Gobi Desert felt strikingly similar to this. Anxious, excited, and incredulous. Time passed second by second. Ultimately, time halted at 93 minutes. Zhiyong remained fixated on the data from the deuterium and tritium supply device, and as it reached 0, he glanced at the clock. A faint smile gracing his lips. 1 hour and 33 minutes. The deuterium and tritium gas prepared here has been entirely consumed. Let us prepare to cease operations. Under the orderly actions of the researchers, the fusion reaction gradually began to wind down. As the fusion reactions within the experimental reactor ceased, the flames of nuclear fusion ultimately extinguished. At that moment, the esteemed academician finally regained his composure. It dawned upon him that the audacious young man had just posed a counter-question regarding the quantity of deuterium-tritium gas prepared. Was he implying that the duration of nuclear fusion could persist until the fuel was depleted? Controlled nuclear fusion, was it truly accomplished? Chapter 27. Good news. Returning home in a modest room in Huagua, Wang Hao sat before the luminous computer screen, his expression somber. After countless experiments, he had finally reposted his article on a lesser-known website with a considerable readership. The discovery of this site was a serendipitous delight. The site's administrator was nothing short of a genius. Anyone whose views did not align with the site's ethos was promptly removed. Moreover, due to the server being located abroad, it remained untouched despite numerous reports. The ethos of this website was one of opposition to all policies. Let us commence. Wang Hao rubbed his hands together, excitement bubbling within him as he opened the comments section of his article. He had already received the payment from that fool, and once he withdrew the earnings from the site, he would move to a more luxurious residence. Thanks to the site's purification process, the comments section was rife with complaints. It was a blatant display of ignorance. How could those who spent their days in offices comprehend the prospects of controlled nuclear fusion? It is perilous. Brothers, do any of you have connections to America? We have fallen so far behind. Why are we not increasing our investments? Just wait. America will soon achieve controlled nuclear fusion. As Wang Hao perused the comments, he nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, that is precisely the case. Currently, there exists no domestic equipment that can rival the ITER project. Even if new facilities were constructed, they would still lag far behind the advancements achieved abroad. Only the United States stands as a beacon of human civilization. If one does not follow in the footsteps of the United States, they will soon find themselves obsolete on the world stage. Contemplating this, Wang Hao shrugged and let out a derisive chuckle. How dare they suppress his article? It was evident that the higher-ups were utterly deaf to dissenting opinions. Arrogance and obstinacy reigned supreme. It was no wonder that American scholars had published articles on the impending collapse in 2022. The signs were unmistakable. To his astonishment, he even encountered disparagement on social media. Those individuals were, quite frankly, hopelessly ignorant. Ding dong. Just as Wang Hao envisioned a promising future upon arriving in the United States. A notification chimed from his phone. I appreciated your article. It was excellent. I have a job for you. One photograph for 10,000 yuan. What kind of job? Upon reading the message, Wang Hao instantly sprang to his feet. 10,000 yuan for a single photograph. How could such an opportunity exist? Are we to take several scenic photos from these locations? Wang Hao compared the locations provided and discovered they were all near the port, military port. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly received another notification on his phone. Major breakthrough. The Super Ring 2 maintains nuclear fusion for over an hour. Wang Hao's pupils dilated in disbelief as he grasped his phone. How could this be possible? The domestic technology is utterly incapable of reaching such heights. This must be a charade to deceive the masses. It certainly is. Wang Hao clicked on the news and, after a brief moment, burst into laughter. He promptly replied in the background of his computer, I'm in. When do you need the photos? The sooner, the better. In the evening, during the morning in France, Zhiyong was freed from the shackles on his feet and, along with other scientists and their luggage from the ITER project, was sent aboard the vessel heading home. In the ship's lounge, Zhiyong kept his head bowed in silence. Old Zhiyong, we all know you are not that kind of person. Don't take it too much to heart. You know what these foreigners are like, one colleague reassured him. Indeed. Don't dwell on it, academician Zhiyong. Another chimed in, observing Zhiyong's continued silence. Thank you all, Zhiyong replied with a slight wave of his hand, indicating he was fine. I have merely withdrawn from the ITER project. From now on, the controllable nuclear fusion initiative will have to rely solely on us. It's my fault for dragging you down. Old Zhiyong, if we must rely on ourselves, so be it. This ITER project has been around since the Soviet era and has barely made any progress, remarked another expert in the lounge, scoffing dismissively. I refuse to believe they can achieve anything remarkable. Perhaps we will advance more swiftly on our own. We're not far from the shore now, and we still have signal. Why don't you take a look at the news? We will be heading home soon. You just need to overcome this hurdle. At present, it is 7 o'clock in the evening in Huagua. As soon as the television is turned on, the familiar sound resonates across the nation. Beep, beep, beep. Good evening, esteemed viewers, and welcome to today as Huagua News. Our latest report reveals that this afternoon, the superconducting tokamak device, jointly developed by Huaqa University and the Military Research Institute, successfully achieved nuclear fusion reactions. This experiment sustained the fusion reaction for an impressive 93 minutes, laying a solid foundation for future commercial experimental reactor construction. The moment the television flickered to life, it sent a jolt through the experts and professors in the lounge. The previously bustling room fell into an eerie silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Good heavens! Exclaimed the expert who had just spoken, his eyes wide in disbelief as he turned to his assistant. Are you playing a prank video? Professor Qian, no, this is live television, receiving satellite signals. It cannot be a recorded tape. The assistant shook his head in bewilderment, fully aware that such a foolish act would be tantamount to career suicide. At this moment, joking around was far from prudent. The group of elderly gentlemen would certainly berate him to no end. Old Zhiyong, am I dreaming? Professor Qian gaped in astonishment at the images being broadcasted on Huagua News, where a shadowy figure fleetingly appeared. It was none other than his former colleagues, Old Li and Old Sun. Professor Qian instantly recognized his old partners. He would know them even if they were reduced to ashes. Thus, at this moment, Zhiyong stood up, his eyes fixated on the images broadcasted on the television, particularly when the frame froze on the timer of the apparatus. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he murmured, "This is real. Huagua has taken that crucial step." The next phase is the prototype experimental reactor. At this instant, Zhiyong felt an immense sense of relief. The endeavor of controlled nuclear fusion had not faltered due to his involvement. This had been his greatest source of guilt. He disregarded the skepticism directed towards him by others. For what mattered most was whether his actions had impeded the progress of domestic research in controlled nuclear fusion. Now, it appeared that the nation had surged ahead of the world by a vast expanse of the Pacific. How splendid! In the lounge, after a brief silence, exuberant cheers erupted fervently. Having been dismissed from the ITER project, they had harbored a great deal of frustration, which was now unleashed. Zhiyong instantly donned an expression of elation, his genuine smile dispelling the shadows from his face. Wonderful! Excellent! Upon our return, let us seek out Oldley. Let those at ITER weep for their decision. Ha. Chapter 28, Confidentiality. Following the report by Huagua News, various media outlets were quick to headline this significant announcement. Major breakthrough. Controlled nuclear fusion within reach. Huagua poised to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. The future has arrived. 93 minutes. When will the commercial experimental reactor be constructed? By 7 or 8 in the evening. It was indeed the prime time for most ordinary individuals to surf the internet. This unprecedented event, where a single piece of news dominated the rankings, caught everyone's attention, prompting them to eagerly click on the link. Within mere minutes of its release, major forums and comment sections erupted in a frenzy. Goodness, just a few days ago, weren't we lamenting that our nation was falling behind global trends? Flower Weeping 12138. Come and open your eyes. Some even criticized academician Zhiyong, questioning what we were supposedly stealing from the unfinished ITER project. What exactly are we stealing? Pray tell, what is it? With hands on hips. It turns out that the significant actions taken by Huazhong University of Science and Technology were merely the prelude to a grand revelation. This revelation is rather astonishing. I hope for more to come. Ever since our nation ventured to the far side of the moon, the narrative has become increasingly peculiar. How amusing. To those above, perhaps consider delving into the wonders of Cybertron technology. At this very moment, within the underground civil defense facility of the Eastern Military District, Zhiyong wearily commanded the shutdown of the star simulating device. During this interlude, the experiment with the star simulator met his expectations, achieving a fusion reaction that lasted for 8 hours. As this apparatus is intended for military use, the deuterium-tritium gas prepared for East by Huazhong University was requisitioned directly. It was only when issues arose with the modified structural framework that he was compelled to issue a halt. Nevertheless, the experimental data has already indicated that the two reaction devices designed by Zhiyong are indeed the ultimate artifacts. Zhiyong, our experiment has triumphed. Li Miolin and Sun Xiaodong were in tears, having devoted their lives to the realization of controllable nuclear fusion at last. Ha, Zhiyong. It is time for us to thoughtfully consider the matter of the commercial experimental reactor. Academician Chung stepped forward, gently patting Zhiyong on the shoulder. He too had not felt such joy in a long time. The last time was during Miss Chio's wedding. Oh, the chairman of the committee wishes to meet you in person. Academician Chung smiled faintly, offering Zhiyong an encouraging glance. This time, you should express your thoughts. Member Wu has already resolved to wholeheartedly support all your research endeavors. What? The chairman wishes to meet me personally? Although I am aware that he has been attentive to controlled nuclear fusion, the recent international tensions must have kept him quite occupied. Especially concerning the issues of oil and energy, he has been negotiating with Russia for low-cost imports of oil and natural gas. The mere fact that he can spare time for a meeting signifies his commitment to this matter. Indeed, the chairman's intent is to provide unwavering support for all your future research projects. Suddenly, Academician Cheng's expression turned grave as he solemnly stated, as long as it is your project, do not hesitate to request personnel and funding. No matter the amount, the funding must be allocated solely for research purposes. The rest, you shall discuss directly with the chairman. Upon hearing this, Zhiyong's eyes widened in astonishment, asking, Academician, is this truly the case? All of his future research projects will receive unconditional support. This provided him with a tangible understanding of the resolve of Huagua. His first plan can finally commence. In an electronic shielding room within the Civil Defense Engineering facility. At this moment, Ma Weixing, who had long remained inconspicuous, connected the call with the chairman of the council. Chairman, what orders do you have? Ma Weixing inhaled deeply, even now. He felt a tinge of excitement. Controlled nuclear fusion had been realized right before his eyes. You have executed this task splendidly. I have also reviewed the investigative report you sent. The voice on the other end expressed a rare note of joy, pausing momentarily before continuing. I never anticipated that Zhiyong was such a versatile talent, excelling even in biochemistry. Such individuals are indeed a rarity. How is the work progressing? All information about Zhiyong prior to university had been altered by military information personnel, and his parents had been reclassified as martyrs. At this juncture, Ma Weiming solemnly replied, "We will remain vigilant regarding the safety of his parents." "Very well. I shall convey this to him personally when he comes to meet me. Please notify his associates." "Understood, Chairman." Meanwhile, in a small county on the southwestern fringes of Huaghua, the grape harvest season had already passed. Yishoren and Wang Guixiang were stretching their backs and tiptoeing as they picked the freshly ripened grapes in the greenhouse. The prices for grapes during the peak season had plummeted to a mere pittance, but fortunately, they had learned their lesson and planted late-maturing varieties this year. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel draped around his neck, Wang Guixiang felt a sense of relief. It's fortunate that the fourth family's strategy proved wise. Following their lead was indeed the right choice. Yishoren, equally elated, acknowledged that aligning with the fourth family for late-maturing grapes had proven to be a wise decision. Just moments ago, a fruit merchant from the county had approached him, offering prices 3 times that of the peak season. Having exchanged some money, they decided to send a little to Zhiyong, hoping he would enjoy better meals. The two of them laughed and chatted while picking the plump, purple grapes hanging from the vines. Suddenly, a robust voice laden with local dialect resonated, as a man lifted the plastic curtain of the greenhouse and called out loudly, "Uncle Shorin, a military vehicle has arrived in the village looking for you." Confused, Yishoren and Wang Guixiang made their way to the village committee at the center of the village. Upon seeing them, the village chief warmly ushered them into his office. To their astonishment, the office was filled to capacity with a large gathering of people. Yishoren squinted, recognizing that they were all relatives and friends of his family. Bewildered, he inquired of the village chief, "What is going on here? You must be Zhiyong's father, and you are her mother, I presume?" A middle-aged man in military uniform suddenly emerged, extending a friendly handshake to Yishoren. "I have gathered everyone here to discuss a confidentiality matter." The man in uniform subtly revealed that Zhiyong was assisting a research project group with experiments and presented a confidentiality agreement. "Dear relatives and friends of Comrade Zhiyong, this is the confidentiality agreement. Once signed, each of you will receive a stipend of 2,000 yuan every month." The prospect of receiving money ignited a spark of enthusiasm in the previously compliant crowd regarding the military's confidentiality work. Yishoren and Wang Guixiang, still in a daze, signed the documents and collected their money before finally departing. Before departing, the man in military attire handed them a black military telephone, instructing them to use it for future communication with their son. This device possessed a mere point-to-point functionality, linking solely to Zhiyong. As for the confidentiality compensation, as Zhiyong's parents, they each received 10,000, totaling 20,000 a month, an amount that was quite fitting. With a thick stack of cash in hand, the couple returned home in a daze. From that moment on, a garrison of the armed forces was permanently stationed beside the village. Chapter 29, Starship outside a military port in the bustling metropolis. Wang Hao held a DSLR camera, the lens focused on a warship entering the harbor. A photo like this could fetch 10,000. Click, click, click. With several shutter sounds, Wang Hao nodded at the clear images displayed on his camera. Only photographs of such clarity could yield substantial profits. He chuckled to himself, eager to continue capturing more images. "I am destined for wealth." Humming a cheerful tune, Wang Hao contemplated relocating to continue his photography. Wasn't there a shipyard in the city? He opened a forum on his phone and saw enthusiasts discussing China's aircraft carriers. He decided to head to that shipyard. Capturing images of the under-construction aircraft carrier would undoubtedly be lucrative. Currently, he found himself on a beach, not too far from the shipyard, and resolved to catch a ride there immediately. Soon, a taxi approached, likely drawn by Wang Hao's raised hand. Unbeknownst to him, several individuals on the beach, engaged in laughter and conversation, were stealthily drawing nearer. Oblivious to their presence, Wang Hao opened the taxi door without a second thought. "It is he. Quickly ascend." Suddenly, an inexplicable shout echoed. The individuals who had been suspended behind Wang Hao, upon hearing the sound, took several large strides and, in an instant, positioned themselves behind him. In the next moment, Wang Hao's hand was forcibly twisted backward, and his head was violently thrust against the car frame. "Wang Hao, is it You are being taken with us on suspicion of endangering national security. While speaking, the leader, clad in beach shorts, extracted his credentials from a bag and waved them before Wang Hao. It turned out they were all undercover agents. In the capital, within the enigmatic confines of the Zhiyong pavilion, a formidable vehicle came to a gradual halt. As the door swung open, a somewhat stooped elder emerged first, followed by a youthful university student, his face still bearing the signs of youthful innocence. Zhiyong, when you meet with Congressman Wu, do not be overly anxious. Simply express your thoughts as you would in a casual conversation. The esteemed academician Chung smiled and gestured for Zhiyong to alleviate any psychological burden. He nodded gently, refraining from further comments. He had encountered the congressman in a previous life, albeit a version of him that had transformed since then. At that time, prior to his expedition to Antarctica with Zhang Minxing, he had been granted an audience with the congressman. Observing Zhiyong's hesitation, academician Chung chuckled and nodded reassuringly. What is this? Are you feeling nervous? You didn't seem this way at the Sudong laboratory. Do you also experience moments of anxiety? The esteemed academician, having rarely encountered a young talent worthy of his full investment, jestingly teased him. His light-hearted banter effectively drew Zhiyong's thoughts back to the present. Nervous? Who is nervous? He was not nervous at all. He had merely departed from Huagua for the Antarctic upon the instructions of the chairman before the meeting. Although academician Chung had expressed such sentiments, he could not directly counter them, especially considering that he was only 20 years of physiological age. It was only natural to feel some anxiety in such a setting. Upon encountering Zhiyong, he merely smiled and remained silent. A glimmer of amusement flashed in academician Cheng's eyes as he gently patted Zhiyong's shoulder. Let us proceed. We must not keep Member Wu waiting too long. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic knocking broke the tranquility of the room. Come in. A resonant voice emanated from within, exuding a sense of calm assurance. The heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing the familiar office that Zhiyong recalled vividly. It was here, in a past life, that the chairman had bid them farewell. Zhiyong, is it? Upon seeing the young man before him, a smile graced the elder's face, and he slowly rose from his chair to approach Zhiyong. After a careful appraisal, the elder nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, you are truly a representative of the youthful generation of Huagua. Regarding the matter of nuclear fusion, I must extend my gratitude on behalf of Huagua. To Zhiyong's astonishment, Member Wu actually bowed in respect. Academician Chung observed this gesture without intervening, and in the face of the controllable nuclear fusion technology, Zhiyong accepted the bow in humility. Chairman, what are you doing? Zhiyong hurriedly extended his hand to assist the elderly gentleman, and with sincere eyes, he responded. I too am inspired by the aspirations of esteemed scientists like academician Chung, striving for the rise of our great nation. As the assisted Wu, upon hearing the noble intentions of the elder scientists, could not help but be moved. He exclaimed, wonderful. The spirit of our nation can indeed be passed down. A few days prior, academician Chung had briefed me on your endeavors. Initially, I harbored reservations about fully supporting your research project. However, having met you in person, I now feel reassured. With that, Wu cast a pleased glance at Zhiyong, feeling quite satisfied with their first encounter. Moreover, Zhiyong maintained a demeanor that was neither obsequious nor arrogant, exuding an air of calm assurance. This quality particularly resonated with Wu, who had long occupied high positions. It indicated that he possessed a stable character, a trait befitting one destined for great achievements. Zhiyong, what are your thoughts on the future of technological development in our nation? After a brief moment of contemplation, Wu slowly inquired. The moment Wu's words escaped his lips, Zhiyong understood that this was the ultimate test. If he could provide an answer that would satisfy Wu, his research project would subsequently encounter no obstacles. A seamless path ahead. A flicker of emotion crossed Zhiyong's eyes as countless harrowing images from his previous life flashed through his mind like a slideshow. In approximately 9 years, the blight virus would emerge. How could he afford to slow down? Wu, I believe that the future of technological development in our nation should be placed within the cosmos. Beside him, academician Chung nodded slowly, acknowledging that the overall direction was indeed correct. However, the subsequent explanations needed to satisfy Congressman Wu. We have essentially grasped the principles of controlled nuclear fusion, and now we must proceed with the construction of experimental reactors. With breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion technology, our nation will soon possess boundless energy. Upon hearing the phrase boundless energy, Congressman Wu nodded slightly, recognizing that this was precisely why he was willing to wholeheartedly support the project. Yet, this alone was insufficient to justify an immediate shift in our nation's research focus towards the cosmos. Please continue. Congressman Wu, when I speak of the cosmos, I am referring to the Moon, Mars, and the planets within our solar system, particularly the Moon, whose vast reserves of helium-3 will provide us with tremendous assistance. Zhiyong, expanding his thoughts, continued, with controlled nuclear fusion technology, we will hold the key to unlocking the interstellar age. Moreover, I have calculated the total weight of the Star Simulator theoretical experimental reactor. Speaking of the Star Simulator, Zhiyong smiled slightly, confidently asserting, once the Star Simulator employs new materials, its weight can be drastically reduced to 150 tons. Most importantly, I am confident in my ability to manufacture an interstellar spacecraft capable of launching from Earth. At this point, Academician Chung could no longer contain his anxiety, lowering his voice to urgently call out to Zhiyong. Zhiyong, do you comprehend what you are saying? Congressman Wu abruptly gestured for Chung to remain silent, casting a significant glance towards Zhiyong. A spacecraft capable of launching from Earth? Indeed, it is a spacecraft capable of departing from Earth and soaring directly into the cosmos, aptly referred to as an interplanetary vessel. Following the successful realization of controllable nuclear fusion within the Soviet Eastern Military District, his consciousness once again transcended into that silvery expanse. This time, he scrutinized the transparent screen with intent. Energy, controllable nuclear fusion miniaturization technology, propulsion, plasma engine technology. The two previously dim boxes suddenly erupted into a resplendent silvery glow. Immediately, an array of symbols, blueprints, and knowledge surged like a tempest into Zhiyong's mind. This was the source of his confidence when he stood before Congressman Wu, asserting his capability to manufacture an interstellar spacecraft. Congressman Wu, Zhiyong cleared his throat, his gaze imbued with certainty as he replied, I have devised a direction. Once the prototype experimental reactor for controllable nuclear fusion is completed, I shall commence research along this trajectory. The prototype experimental reactor. He recalled how he had previously dismissed this young man's military commitment as a jest, yet now, the prospect of a controllable nuclear fusion reactor seemed increasingly plausible. 93 minutes. 8 hours. Academician Chung had elucidated the significance of these data points to him. Excellent. 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 With 3 affirmations. It was clear that since Zhiyong had already accomplished a miracle, it would be prudent to allow him the freedom to continue creating wonders. We shall fully support your research endeavors henceforth. Congressman Wu laughed heartily, reminiscing about his own spirited youth. If you require funding, it shall be provided. If you need personnel, they shall be at your disposal. Simultaneously, Zhiyong, the colonel. Indeed, Congressman Wu. With a solemn and serious tone, Congressman Wu shifted his focus and declared, I hereby officially appoint you as an academician of the Military Academy of Sciences. From now on, you will be entirely responsible for the Academy of Sciences of the Eastern Military District. Thank you for your trust, Congressman Wu. I shall not fail the Republic of Huagua. Zhiyong stood tall, performing a somewhat unrefined military salute, his voice resolute. Good lad. Congressman Wu chuckled upon hearing his response, nodding with a smile as he glanced at Zhiyong before turning to Elder Chung. The spirit is there, but that salute leaves much to be desired. Elder Chung, you must take note. If the media captures this, how can it be acceptable for a colonel to deliver such a lackluster salute? That can easily be rectified. I shall provide him with specialized training upon my return. Elder Chung, enjoying the moment, playfully patted Zhiyong on the shoulder. Yes, I will certainly pay attention to that. Zhiyong had merely aimed to lend a sense of ceremony to the scene, but unexpectedly, it turned into a significant faux pas. He quickly acquiesced, acknowledging the need for improvement. By the way, I have included you in the confidential files. All information prior to your university days has been altered by the security personnel. After sharing this, Congressman Wu suddenly extracted a document from a pile of folders and handed it to Zhiyong. Here is all your information prior to university. You should memorize it when you have the chance. Thank you for your concern, Congressman Wu. As Zhiyong accepted the document, he felt a profound sense of relief washing over him. With his worries alleviated, he could now proceed with confidence. Also, be sure to keep this mobile phone. We will use it for communication moving forward. At this moment, Elder Chung stepped forward, presenting Zhiyong with a black, somewhat hefty military phone. This device was directly linked to a satellite, equipped with the latest quantum key, rendering it unbreakable by anyone on Earth, not even by Huagua itself. Zhiyong, you will need to focus your efforts on the controllable nuclear fusion commercial demonstration reactor from here on, he instructed. Finally, with a raised brow, Senator Wu solemnly advised, I never imagined that your initial military pledge was anything but serious. Go take a rest, and then begin overseeing the relevant work. I will be in the capital, awaiting your celebratory feast. Zhiyong was the first to exit the office, leaving Elder Chung behind. Once the office door closed, Chung impatiently turned to Senator Wu and inquired, So, what is the verdict, Senator Wu? Can you give me a clear answer? All right. Wu waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he spoke. I have already appointed him as an academician. Is my intention not clear enough? The reason for keeping you here is for another matter. With that, Wu handed a document to Elder Chung. Chung took it gingerly, but the moment he glanced at the contents, his brow furrowed deeply. The first page contained the intelligence agency's second review investigation into Zhiyong. Wu casually remarked, this includes investigations by psychologists and behavioral scientists regarding his family and classmates. The intelligence agency of Huagua has always been an enigmatic institution, shrouded in mystery, with little information available to the outside world. However, during each international incident, they consistently provided the domestic front with detailed accounts. This is a clandestine intelligence organization that rivals the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States. Congressman Wu, with a penetrating gaze, murmured, according to our investigation, Zhiyong resided in a small county until his university years. The birth verification is indisputable, and our intelligence personnel even conducted interviews with the medical staff who assisted in his delivery. In summary, the only point of contention lies in his extraordinary knowledge. Elder Chung furrowed his brow slightly and remarked softly, this indeed raises a question, yet, in reality, these matters are of little consequence. Congressman Wu observed Elder Cheng's expression of turmoil and chuckled lightly. We have previously agreed that only those who can catch the mice are worthy cats. The psychological evaluation results for Zhiyong have just come in. Congressman Wu turned the tablet before him and handed it to Elder Chung. Upon taking a closer look, Elder Cheng's furrowed brow relaxed, and he exhaled softly. The screen displayed the state of Zhiyong during their recent conversation, as interpreted from micro-expressions. The outcome was clear. There were no issues. During their discussion, a team of psychological and behavioral experts had been observing Zhiyong from the monitoring room. Among the invited specialists were even experts in micro-expressions and criminal psychology. After thorough deliberation, they reached a unanimous conclusion. Zhiyong posed no problems. It is inherent for individuals to conceal their inner malevolence, and from the micro-expressions observed, he had not lied. All his responses were genuine. From his demeanor, it is evident that the individual harbors some secrets. However, there are no conspicuous defensive postures or actions. I deduce that the concealed matters may pertain to unpleasant memories or past traumas, which are entirely normal human reactions. The absence of overt defensive stances, when compared to his recent years of recorded behavior, raises no concerns. Various experts on the tablet have rendered similar judgments. While there is an element of concealment, the implications are not grave. Every individual possesses their own secrets, including myself. Observing Elder Chung meticulously reviewing the psychological analysis report on the tablet, Councilman Wu offered a slight smile. As you previously stated, as long as it poses no harm to Huagua, it suffices. Moreover, he has made significant breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion. Thus, we shall refrain from further scrutinizing the ambiguities surrounding him. We possess the courage to trust those we employ. Henceforth, you shall assist in overseeing matters in the Soviet Union. Your seniority will command respect from the younger generation. At this juncture, Councilman Wu's expression turned serious as he declared, I hope the experimental reactor can be constructed expeditiously. Chapter 31. The Mars Exploration Program. No problem, Councilman Wu. After witnessing Zhiyong's experiment, Elder Chung is now filled with confidence, as if controllable nuclear fusion has suddenly diminished in value. Just be attentive. Councilman Wu rapped the table and, observing Elder Chung preparing to depart, remarked irritably, Hold on, there is a second document. Elder Chung, filled with confusion, was abruptly pulled back and began to examine the psychological analysis report, only to discover an additional document beneath it. Upon discerning the contents of the file, he inquired with a furrowed brow, Is it true that the intelligence agency has reported irregularities concerning NASA? Indeed, replied Congressman Wu, his expression grave. They have learned that NASA is intentionally withholding information from Congress regarding its Mars exploration plans. The specifics remain unclear, but they have identified discrepancies in the rocket data related to the Mars mission. Discrepancies? Elder Chung was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the prowess of China's intelligence agency in uncovering even the most clandestine details of NASA's operations, particularly concerning such crucial rocket data. They noted it in the report. Wu continued, exhaling deeply. I truly wonder what schemes are being concocted across the ocean in America. Curiosity piqued. Elder Chung meticulously perused the document from beginning to end. As he reached the final section, his pupils dilated in shock. The rocket was equipped with an additional probe. And astonishingly, its target was not Mars, but the asteroid belt. What could be the motive behind such concealment? Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in the United States, within the confines of the presidential office in the White House, a Chinese newspaper, marked with annotations, lay quietly on the president's desk. In stark contrast to the stillness of the newspaper, the American president was in a furious uproar, smashing chairs in a fit of rage. Damn it! What the hell? He shouted, as a vase by his desk shattered into pieces, soil and plant matter strewn about. Bigo, Fulren, I demand an explanation. With his tousled, corn-silk hair, Flair brandished a chair and, with a resounding crash, brought it down, splintering it into several pieces. His face flushed with rage as he bellowed. Hearing the furious outburst from the middle-aged man before him, the two chastised gentlemen stepped forward, grasping Flair and stating, Mr. President, the advancements made by Huagua are indeed astonishing. In just 93 minutes, they have taken that monumental step, nuclear fusion. It may be closer than we think. Is this your explanation, both of you? A minister of technology and a minister of defense? The blond, middle-aged man fumed, his face reddening and his hands trembling in agitation. Bigo, it was you who informed me that driving Huagua away would ensure America's supremacy in controlled nuclear fusion. Flair, seething, pointed an accusatory finger at Bernard Bigo, denouncing him as a liability to the United States. Now that Huagua's progress surpasses ours, you dare to oppose increasing investment in controlled nuclear fusion research. Do you wish to see Huagua utterly eclipse us? Flair, consumed by indignation, forcefully stamped on the proposal laid before him. At this juncture, why are you still fixated on that accursed Mars? Bigo, Fulren, unless you provide me with an explanation today, this proposal shall not pass. And I will not allocate a single dollar to your Mars exploration plans. Congress will never agree. Standing aside, Bernard Bigo and Fu Luan exchanged a glance, both resignedly shrugging their shoulders. They had not anticipated that Huagua would so swiftly achieve a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology. They were ill-prepared. Damn it, President Frel, allow me to elucidate the reasons behind our relentless pursuit of Mars. Defense Minister Fulren sighed in resignation. This is a secret even the president cannot know. With that, Fulren produced a document and handed it to Frel. Frel's expression altered, a wave of confusion washing over him. Does the United States harbor secrets even the president is unaware of? Upon opening the document, Frel was instantly taken aback, hastily closing it. I consent to your Mars exploration plan. In the Eastern Military District, within the underground civil defense facility, Zhiyong, after meeting with Congressman Wu, returned here by private jet. His accommodations were arranged within the civil defense infrastructure, a standard single room with a private restroom. Lying on the bed, he contemplated the path ahead. Suddenly, the encrypted phone rang. Zhiyong, startled, swiftly retrieved it from his pocket and focused on the screen. Caller ID, father. It was identical to his own phone's caller display. Zhiyong exhaled, striving to regain his composure, and then answered the call. Hello, Dad? Zhiyong. As soon as the call connected, he heard that familiar voice. It was undoubtedly his father. Yet, his father, Zhiyong, hesitated for a moment. Zhiyong quickly responded with a smile. Indeed, it is your son. Truly, it is Zhiyong. On the other end of the line, a gentle female voice suddenly emerged, undoubtedly belonging to his mother. Zhiyong, a military vehicle arrived in our village yesterday, and the officer informed us about your situation. Li Guoxiang eagerly snatched the phone from Zhiyong's hand and quickly inquired, when did you begin your research in the military? Mom, just recently. You needn't worry about me. Oh, that's wonderful. Being in the army is great. At this moment, Zhiyong interjected, when I was young, I hadn't even become a soldier yet. You must behave well in the military. It's not like school. You have to follow orders. The child from the fourth family is serving too, and after leaving, they won't have to worry about food and clothing. Oh, go away. Li Guoxiang pushed aside the chattering He-shorin dismissively. Your father has been quite impressive lately. Take good care of yourself in the military. I've heard it can be quite tough. Mom, I'm a researcher, it's not exhausting. Please don't worry. Upon hearing his parents' familiar nagging, a tear gently rolled down Zhiyong's cheek. It is only after experiencing loss that one truly learns to cherish. Now, as he listened to his parents' admonishments, every word resonated deeply with him. By the way, they also issued a subsidy of 20,000 yuan in the military. Li Guoxiang suddenly recalled this detail and continued, Your father and I discussed it and decided not to use it. We'll save it for your future house. Mom, there's no need. You should use it as you see fit. I have plenty of money here. He suddenly realized he had forgotten to ask about the monthly allowance for a colonel. In a previous life, food was scarce, and money had become mere waste paper. He was grateful to have something to eat each day, having entirely forgotten the true value of money. Chapter 32. The choice of generator technology very well. Do remember to take care of yourself. Li Guoxiang and He-shorin reminded Zhiyong one last time. On the other end of the line, Zhiyong felt a surge of emotion, his voice slightly choked. It was truly delightful to hear the voices of his elders once more. With that, the call ended. Zhiyong sprang from his bed, ready to resume his work. Within the Civil Defense Engineering Department of the Eastern Military District, in the drafting room, Sun Xiaodong observed Zhiyong, who had merely taken a brief rest in his room, and his expression turned to one of satisfaction. Yes, this is the spirit of the youth from their generation. Colonel He. Beside him, Ma Weiqing cast a complex glance at Zhiyong. In just half a day, he had lost his position as the head of the research institute in the Eastern Military District. The appointment from the council leader had arrived. From now on, this research institute would be entrusted to him. Thank you, Major General Ma. Zhiyong nodded in gratitude before turning his attention to the drafting room. Where is Dean Li? After scanning the room, he noticed the absence of Li Miolin. The academician had always been proactive when it came to discussing controllable nuclear fusion. Why was he missing now? Oh, Sun Xiaodong furrowed his brow, irritation evident in his tone. After I left East, they assigned Yao Tianming to take over. That fellow lacks experience. And when a student caused some trouble, old Li went back to handle it. Is the situation serious? Upon hearing that an incident had occurred at East, Zhiyong felt a sudden pang of anxiety and promptly inquired about the situation. It seemed that a student had accidentally left something behind in the laboratory. Fortunately, no one was harmed. Sun Xiaodong, with a look of exasperation, reflected on the fact that trouble had arisen just a few days after his departure. Thankfully, the item was situated at a considerable distance from East, and its magnetic properties were not particularly strong. Otherwise, the consequences for Yao Tianming could have been dire. With the assurance that all personnel from the Sudong Research Institute had arrived, there was no need to await the presence of Director Li Miolin. Taking the attendance sheet from Ma Weiqing, Zhiyong cast a cursory glance at it, and then addressed the dozen or so individuals in the drafting room with a clear and resonant voice. Let us commence the verification work for the controllable nuclear fusion commercial experimental reactor. Though termed a verification endeavor, the group of individuals, after much deliberation, primarily focused on augmenting Zhiyong's original reactor design by incorporating power generation equipment. After all, controllable nuclear fusion generates substantial thermal energy within the reactor. To convert this thermal energy into electrical energy is essential for power generation. Sun Xiaodong proposed a plan to directly adapt the high-temperature steam turbine system from nuclear fission. This approach posed the least complexity. Since humanity embarked on the steam era, progressing into the current information age, all forms of energy acquisition have fundamentally revolved around boiling water, whether through thermal power generation, nuclear fission, or geothermal energy. It seems that humanity has become inexorably linked to the act of boiling water, even in the realm of controllable nuclear fusion power generation. The most feasible method appears to also involve the boiling of water. Utilizing a steam turbine for electricity generation seems to be the most pragmatic solution. However, Zhiyong was not content with such a conventional approach. If we solely rely on steam turbines for electricity generation, a reactor weighing 300 tons could ultimately be burdened with a weight of 800 tons. The weight of the generating turbines alone would surpass that of the reactor. With such technology, how could one ever contemplate the construction of interstellar vessels? What about magnetic cutting for power generation? Observing Zhiyong lost in thought. A rather dissatisfied expression gracing his features, a researcher quietly murmured a suggestion. Upon hearing this, Zhiyong's eyes brightened, and he eagerly urged, "Do elaborate." Huh. The researcher, meeting Zhiyong's gaze, paused momentarily before slowly articulating, "When it comes to power generation, direct conversion to electrical energy is undoubtedly preferable. If we convert thermal energy into mechanical energy and subsequently into electrical energy, there will inevitably be energy losses along the way. However, since the tokamak itself is a colossal artificial magnetic field, could we not generate electricity by allowing the plasma to cut through the toroidal magnetic field?" Upon hearing the researcher's words, Sun Xiaodong's eyes sparkled with interest as he swiftly picked up a pen to calculate. Yet, as he proceeded, his brow furrowed tightly. This method of power generation indeed holds potential, but the technical challenges are conspicuous, particularly the high precision required for the cutting magnetic field. Furthermore, the distortion of the magnetic field in the mimicry device renders this method unsuitable. Sun Xiaodong shook his head, expressing a sense of regret. "We need to identify a universally applicable power generation device. Do you recall the magnetohydrodynamic generator, Professor Sun?" Zhiyong, upon noting the feasibility of the technology, felt a surge of excitement as he instantly recalled the associated techniques. When the system provided him with controllable nuclear fusion technology, it also included compatible power generation equipment. This is a technology that harnesses the movement of magnetic fields to convert thermal energy into electrical energy with an efficiency approaching 100. An efficiency nearing 100. In contrast, the highest conversion efficiency of current steam turbines is merely 36. Regrettably, this power generation technology demands an exceptionally high level of control over magnetic fields. Given humanity's current technological capabilities, it is simply impossible to manufacture such power generation equipment. Thus, Zhiyong had no choice but to seek alternatives. Employing its derivative versions, magnetic cutting power generation and magnetohydrodynamic power generation. One is intended for use in thermal nuclear fusion tokamaks, while the other is designed for stellarators. Magnetohydrodynamic power generation? Sun Xiaodong paused momentarily, then smiled wryly, stating, "This technology currently faces numerous challenges. Moreover, its power generation efficiency can only reach 20 at present. The principles of magnetohydrodynamic power generation and magnetic cutting power generation are quite similar. Both generate electrical energy through the cutting of magnetic induction lines. However, magnetohydrodynamic power generation requires a conductive fluid, such as air or liquid, for the cutting process. In contrast, magnetic cutting, due to the orderly magnetic fields of the tokamak, necessitates only plasma to sever the magnetic induction lines. But what if we employ even higher temperatures and stronger magnetic fields? The power generation efficiency would undoubtedly surpass that of steam turbines." As Zhiyong spoke, his eyes grew increasingly bright, and he energetically addressed Sun Xiaodong. "Currently, the challenges faced by both methods of cutting magnetic induction lines are twofold. First, they require extraordinarily high operational temperatures. Second, magnetohydrodynamic power generation necessitates the use of inert gases as working fluids, while magnetic cutting technology demands the ability to control plasma." "Professor Sun, I am not mistaken, am I?" Sun Xiaodong's gaze sharpened, and he nodded gently. "Indeed, we currently lack the technology for mass production of inert gases. This is merely the beginning. Each difficulty you mentioned requires our concerted efforts to overcome." Zhiyong cast a meaningful glance at Sun Xiaodong, a subtle smile gracing his features. "Professor Sun, these conditions may appear daunting, but is it truly beyond our capabilities?" Sun Xiaodong furrowed his brow slightly, meticulously searching his mind before slowly shaking his head. "At least, I have not observed any conditions in Huagua that would enable us to achieve these two technologies." Zhiyong remained silent, producing a sheet of paper and settling beside Sun Xiaodong, then began to sketch and scribble. Observing this scene, Sun Xiaodong felt a surge of inexplicable agitation within him. It was as if he had overlooked something significant. Yet, every time he attempted to recall what it was, his mind would suddenly draw a blank. "Zhiyong, can we truly create these two generators?" No, he must have overlooked a crucial factor. Inert gases sounded so familiar. The more he pondered, the greater his inner turmoil, akin to ants crawling beneath his skin. No, he must have neglected some essential condition. Chapter 33. The composite battery. While Sun Xiaodong was lost in thought, Zhiyong continued to write diligently on the paper with his ballpoint pen. The sound of the pen gliding across the page drew Sun Xiaodong's attention, and he glanced down at the blank sheet before him. A simple sketch began to take shape on the paper. It is a tokamak device, encased in a magnetic cage, where the plasma intersects the magnetic induction lines within a surrounding annular magnetic field. Sun Xiaodong widened his eyes, realizing the oversight. This nesting doll-like approach could perfectly confine the plasma cutting through the magnetic flux lines. Upon closer inspection of Zhiyong's blueprint, he noted that the second illustration depicted a stellarator, prominently featuring a sophisticated annular structure. This is a magnetohydrodynamic generator. Furthermore, the stellarator has been modified. The channel originally intended for the subsequent helium ash has now been transformed into an exhaust structure. An exhaust structure? Sun Xiaodong murmured, questioning the necessity of a separate exhaust design. Exhaust. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Of course. The reaction formula for deuterium-tritium fusion, 12H13H24 He01N17. 6 MeV. Recalling this familiar equation, Sun Xiaodong stood frozen in place. How could I have forgotten this? The deuterium-tritium fusion reaction inherently produces inert helium gas. As isotopes of hydrogen and helium, deuterium and tritium, under high temperatures, yield helium gas and neutrons. He had overlooked this fundamental knowledge. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The issue of inert gas is resolved. Yet one final question remains. What about the working environment? Ionizing gases for conductivity requires an exorbitant temperature of 6,000 C. Sun Xiaodong shook his head with a wry smile. The working environment is indeed the challenge. Without magnetic confinement, there is currently no material capable of withstanding such extreme temperatures for an extended period. Zhiyong gazed at Sun Xiaodong with a smile in his eyes, reflecting on the fact that even a professor can occasionally be momentarily blinded by a single leaf. Professor Sun, can high-temperature resistant nanoceramics truly not withstand a mere 6,000 degrees? Even if technology advances to tens of thousands of degrees, what does that signify? Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaodong smacked his forehead, realizing how muddled he had become. Oh dear, it dawns on me that we already possess all the necessary conditions. I never considered bringing them together. The high-temperature resistant nanoceramic material can endure a staggering instantaneous temperature of 100 million degrees. Does 6,000 degrees not seem like mere water being sprinkled? The more he contemplated, the more delighted he became, enthusiastically scribbling calculations on paper. Yes, we can indeed create 2 generators. Moreover, the theoretical power generation efficiency could reach 70. Deuterium-tritium fusion inherently produces temperatures exceeding 100 million degrees. We may not even need additional heating. Zhiyong chuckled lightly and solemnly proposed to Sun Xiaodong, Professor, how about we proceed with this plan? The tokamak with a magnetic cutting generator, and the stellarator utilizing a magnetohydrodynamic generator. Excellent. Since the issues have been resolved, I wholeheartedly endorse this proposal. With no challenges left, Sun Xiaodong readily raised both hands in agreement with Zhiyong's scheme. Major General Ma, does the Sudong laboratory possess any facilities for this line of experimentation? If so, let us expedite the creation of a prototype. We must strive to keep pace with the design schedule for the controllable nuclear fusion commercial experimental reactor. Ma Weixing, an expert in controllable nuclear fusion, felt a surge of excitement upon overhearing their conversation. A 70 energy utilization rate. If someone had mentioned this to him just an hour ago, he would have dismissed it as mere science fiction. Such advancements had previously existed solely within the realms of theory. Rest assured, we shall work tirelessly. The prototype will be ready in a matter of days, and we will conduct experiments on the 2 nuclear fusion devices in Sudong. In 10 days, the experimental data from the prototype will be presented to you all. After Ma Weixing hurriedly departed, Zhiyong oversaw the completion of the design work for the commercial demonstration reactor of controllable nuclear fusion. The outer walls of both reactors featured gaps reserved for the generators. Once the prototype data was received, they could seamlessly integrate this final piece into the puzzle. At dinner time, Zhiyong was fervently indulging in an array of foods. Sun Xiaodong had grown accustomed to this spectacle. He had witnessed this gluttonous behavior from the very first meal they shared. While a hearty appetite is commendable, such ravenous consumption is unwarranted. Observing Zhiyong devour a chicken leg in one swift motion, Sun Xiaodong's lips twitched as he futilely attempted to advise. Where did you acquire this habit of gnawing on bones? While it is indeed a commendable practice to minimize waste, there is no need to gnaw on what you cannot chew. Hey, your gums are bleeding. Just as Sun Xiaodong resolved to justly put an end to He Zhiyong's act of pulverizing the bone, He Zhiyong's phone suddenly chimed. It's Dean Li. Suppressing the impulse to forcefully crush the bone in his mouth, He Zhiyong regretfully spat the bone fragments into the trash receptacle. Confound it. What a waste. In his previous existence, he scarcely knew where his next meal would come from. How could he have possibly indulged in such delicacies? Hello, Dean Li. What can I do for you? Reluctantly setting aside his supper, He Zhiyong answered the phone with a swipe of his finger. Zhiyong, care to venture a guess as to what we've unexpectedly discovered? A burst of triumphant laughter emanated from the other end of the line, its resounding volume nearly deafening, compelling He Zhiyong to distance the phone from his ear. I'm not particularly interested, Dean Li. If you don't elaborate, I shall terminate this call. He Zhiyong toyed with his chopsticks in his right hand, his gaze fixated on the victuals within the lunchbox, triggering a veritable deluge of saliva. Benefiting from the starvation he endured in his past life, he now possessed no resistance to anything edible. Acknowledging your demanding schedules, I shall dispense with the suspense. Perhaps mindful of their ongoing deliberations regarding the controlled nuclear fusion schematics, Li Miolin chuckled heartily, divulging the enigma. Old Yao, one of his students, inadvertently dropped a radiation detector in the device laboratory due to sheer negligence. Speaking of Yao Tianming, Li Miolin clicked his tongue in disapproval. Alas, young fellow, despite the opportunities presented to you, you failed to capitalize on them, committing such an egregious blunder. Subsequently, Li Miolin abruptly shifted the topic. However, fortune favors fools. Under the influence of a high-intensity magnetic field, the lithium battery within the radiation detector was compressed into a fused state by magnetic forces. We discovered that the energy storage efficiency of this fused state surged dramatically. I have summoned Shin Binkai from the Materials Institute. A new battery material is on the verge of being born. The energy capacity of the original lithium battery has reached its zenith. Moreover, with the widespread use of lithium batteries, their associated hazards have gradually come to light. Lithium ions are notoriously unstable, and under conditions of collision and compression, batteries can ignite rapidly. Meanwhile, the graphene battery in the laboratory is still quite distant from practical application. The advancement of humanity's new energy devices has, to a large extent, been constrained by battery technology. After conducting experiments, Old Shin successfully combined sodium-lithium chloride in a high magnetic environment to create an optimal fused state. At this point, Li Miaolin's voice suddenly became fervent. This fused state is extraordinarily stable, showing no signs of combustion under conditions of collision, compression, exposure to water, extreme temperatures, or other harsh environments. Most importantly, its energy storage capacity surpasses that of lithium batteries by several magnitudes. Chapter 34. The Dawn of the Electric Age. I will send you the detailed information about this battery. Li Miaolin's hearty laughter has not ceased since the call was connected. Of course, his joy is well-founded. The combination of controllable nuclear fusion technology and advanced battery technology heralds the true electric age. Many of humanity's devices are currently irreplaceable. Steelmaking, fuel-powered vehicles, ships, and various other forms of transportation rely on fuel. Particularly in the realm of new energy vehicles, the significance of battery technology cannot be overstated. When Li Miolin transmitted the battery data to He Zhiyong's pupils dilated in astonishment. A battery the size of a standard car battery, if utilizing this innovative technology, could elevate its storage capacity from 1.5 kilowatt-hours to a staggering 1,000 kilowatt-hours. The magnitude of this enhancement took He Zhiyong's breath away, nearly causing his mind to short-circuit. He had tirelessly pursued controlled nuclear fusion to mitigate the pace of global warming, and now, with the advent of this battery, it felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. Such a formidable battery could effortlessly render fuel-powered vehicles obsolete. With 1,000 kilowatt-hours of energy, an electric vehicle, typically operating at around 16 kilowatts, could run continuously for 63 hours. Remarkably, this is achieved with a battery of standard car battery dimensions. If utilizing a battery pack designed for electric vehicles, their range would surpass that of fuel-powered cars, leading to an unequivocal triumph. Moreover, He Zhiyong's mind raced with possibilities. Eliminating fuel-powered vehicles would drastically alleviate the global warming crisis. Director Li, is this material capable of mass production? He Zhiyong inquired earnestly, snapping back to reality. Absolutely feasible for large-scale production. The method of its creation is ingeniously devised, Lee Mi-holan assured him, somewhat entranced by the mysteries and serendipities within the scientific community. Often, delightful misunderstandings pave the way for the dawn of a new era. The apple that fell on Newton's head is akin to the radiation detector located near the apparatus. The scientific realm is indeed replete with astonishing coincidences. Even if the world's other battery researchers were to perish, they would remain oblivious to the fact that the most powerful battery in history was born from an unforeseen incident. 10 days elapsed quietly. Ma Weiqing, true to his military background, adhered unwaveringly to his promise of delivering data within the stipulated time frame. The results indicated that magnetic cutting power generation and magnetohydrodynamic power generation were entirely feasible. The final piece of the puzzle for the controllable nuclear fusion commercial demonstration reactor was finally in place. After an additional 2 days, the complete schematics of the reactor were meticulously crafted. These designs were promptly submitted to the esteemed academician Zhiyong, accompanied by a draft proposal. The first page of the proposal boldly proclaimed the phrase, "the era of electric power." Subsequently, the designs and the proposal would be presented to several legislators. Once they granted their approval, the construction could commence. Before departing, academician Zhiyong reassuringly patted his chest and promised, "Chairman Wu has agreed to offer full support. This will undoubtedly be a smooth journey. However, the necessary procedures must still be followed, and news would arrive within a few days. For now, focus on perfecting that battery." Just a day later, at the launch event of a domestic electric vehicle in China, the president of a prominent automotive company stood before a multitude of media representatives with confidence. With fervor in his voice, he announced, "Dear media friends, fellow car enthusiasts, and esteemed audience, I have just received a call from the Huaka Institute." A young man's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he paused, unable to conceal the smile gracing his face. "Our new car launch is on hold," he announced. "The Huaka Institute has recently invented a revolutionary battery. Due to the exceptional performance of this battery, our company, BYD, has decided to temporarily suspend the production of our current electric vehicles." As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd of media personnel and audience members erupted in a cacophony of discussion. A new type of battery? Why halt the production of existing cars? Isn't it obvious that the cars are waiting for the battery? Observing the audience's immediate uproar, the young man smiled faintly and continued with fervor, "This battery will unleash a monumental wave in the automotive industry. Internal combustion vehicles will become a relic of the past." The audience, already supporters of new energy vehicles, and the reporters, known for their tenacity, eagerly awaited a striking proclamation from the young president. However, the assertion of completely eradicating fuel vehicles left everyone momentarily stunned. This was soon followed by an overwhelming cheer. "Mr. Lee, may I inquire about the foundation of your confidence in eliminating fuel vehicles? Mr. Lee, is the new battery from the Huaka Institute truly as miraculous as you claim?" In response to the barrage of questions from the journalists, the president of BYD smiled gently and gestured for the reporter's attention towards the large screen behind him. "Behold, here are the detailed specifications of this groundbreaking battery developed by the Huaka Institute. In terms of equal size, a lithium battery can store 80 kilowatt-hours of energy. This remarkable battery possesses the capacity to store an astonishing 8,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity." The audience, upon witnessing the figures displayed on the large screen, was left utterly astounded. What an extraordinary battery reminiscent of celestial wonders. One cannot help but admire it. It is no wonder the CEO boldly declares that fuel vehicles will soon be a relic of the past. With such an immense storage capacity, if it could consistently retain energy, even those who do not frequently drive would find charging unnecessary. Even with daily use, it would take years to deplete such a reserve. A mere 80 kilowatt-hours allows for a journey of 500 kilometers and 8,000 kilowatt-hours. That equates to an astonishing 50,000 kilometers. One could nearly circumnavigate the globe. What an extraordinary creation, reminiscent of the technology from Cybertron. The multitude of spectators and journalists present had their mouths agape, some nearly dislocating their jaws in disbelief. They could scarcely comprehend the existence of such a groundbreaking battery, emerging so quietly and unexpectedly. The graphene batteries that have been the subject of much hype in recent years have yet to materialize. Has humanity truly advanced to such a stage? Shortly thereafter, a news report that would send shockwaves across the globe made headlines. The Huawei news agency published Huawei steadily steps into the era of electric power planning white paper. In the comments section of the agency's public account, onlookers eagerly flooded in. What is this? A declaration of the extinction of fuel vehicles. What has transpired? Pure electric vehicles are a scam. How can one ban fuel cars? Clearly, those upstairs did not attend the release conference by Sonia D. Who would have thought the nation was serious about this? Just came from there. Does this mean that in the future, when purchasing a vehicle, one might not need to charge for many years? Those upstairs are clearly lacking vision. From now on, all appliances powered by batteries will be equipped with high endurance. The demise of fuel vehicles is imminent. The nation has resolved to gradually replace all fuel vehicles within 5 years and to expand the network of charging stations sufficiently. We are on the brink of entering a true electric era. Chapter 35. Reunion. The external world is abuzz with the news of the super batteries. The United States is also unyielding, with President Flair personally initiating a live broadcast from his office. Fellow citizens of America, we have always been the beacon of civilization on this blue planet. Flair, clad in a black suit and with a solemn expression, sat poised at his ornate mahogany desk. Now, we are about to fulfill a sacred mission. That is to depart from humanity's cradle and venture forth to explore Mars. With hands clasped and a steadfast gaze directed at the camera, he declared, "We were the first nation to set foot on the moon. And we shall also be the first to land on Mars. God favors America. We are the greatest civilization on this planet." As his stirring words resonated, Flair lifted a document resting on the desk. Dipping his pen in ink, he confidently signed his name before the eyes of countless American citizens. The Mars exploration program has officially commenced. From this moment onward, the SLS rocket, still on the launch pad, will halt its launch preparations. It shall serve as the vanguard rocket for the deployment of the Mars Synchronous Orbit Probe. The live broadcast concluded thereafter. Flair loosened the tie around his neck and, feeling somewhat fatigued, inquired of Bernard Bigot and Fuelin, who were seated in the corner, "Are you certain you can decipher that device?" "Yes, Mr. President, I am confident." On the other side, within the Zhiyong military district, Zhiyong, awaiting project approval, suddenly received a call from Dean Zhang Mishing. The call was made from his previous mobile device. "Zhiyong, where have you been these days? I heard you were participating in a research project at Awaken Institute." Dean Zhang's voice was tinged with an uncontainable joy, and as soon as the call connected, he hurriedly proclaimed, "The clinical trial results for your medication have arrived. The first phase of the clinical trial achieved a remarkable cure rate of 100. Moreover, no side effects have been detected thus far, and the benign mutation of the CCR5 gene will not adversely affect the human gene pool. Instead, it is poised to be preserved as an excellent gene for humanity." In his excitement, Zhang Minxin continued, "Perhaps in a few hundred years, humanity will become completely immune to the HIV virus. Where are you at present?" "Dean Zhang, I am currently in the laboratory." Zhiyong was indeed thrilled about the premature emergence of this medication, yet he could not disclose his current location due to confidentiality agreements. "Are you free now? Come to the school." Dean Zhang was merely aware that Huaka Institute had requisitioned students from his college, unaware of the specifics of their project. However, the opportunity to participate in such a project indicated that the school was no longer in a position to adequately instruct Zhiyong. It would be better to let go and allow him to embark on a life of practice. Perhaps this exceptionally gifted child may one day rescue many who are ensnared by the clutches of illness. "Your diploma has arrived. Come and complete the necessary formalities." Zhang Minxing remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "You are the first student I have ever encountered who graduated directly from their sophomore year." The dean, Zhiyong, presently unoccupied, had brought a plainclothes guard to the confidential chamber and was preparing to return to the school for a visit. "I will head back to the university shortly. It is time to address the matters there, lest I find myself perpetually preoccupied." At Huaka University of Science and Technology, winter has indeed arrived. Yet, the snow has yet to fall. Only the sky appears dim and oppressive, casting an inexplicable gloom. Zhiyong instructed the guard to drive him directly to the entrance in a civilian vehicle. Upon entering through the gate, he observed the lush trees flanking the roadway. As he wandered through the campus at this moment, he could not help but feel a wave of sentimentality. The building of their department of biochemistry is located at the far end, necessitating a traverse across the entire campus. While he initially enjoyed a sense of tranquility walking alone, the peculiar stares from passing students robbed him of this comfort. The reason lay with the guard behind him. "I understand your professionalism. However, Could you not stand so rigidly while in plain clothes? Does that not clearly signal to others that you are a soldier? What then is the purpose of this civilian attire? The guard evidently recognized this predicament, as many students nearby began to whisper and point. Thus, he could only attempt to slouch slightly. Now this feels much better. Zhiyong observed the considerably improved demeanor of the guards and nodded, saying, "Now, the students will likely assume you have served in the military. All right, let us continue our journey." As they traversed a straight road extending 200 meters, upon rounding a corner, Zhiyong's pupils dilated sharply. What is this? At the bend, a large bus was parked, from which students were disembarking, indicating that it had just arrived. What elicited a stark reaction from Zhiyong was the banner on the bus and the individual stepping off. The bus prominently displayed Huadong University of Biology Exchange Group. Among the students was a young woman clad in a delicate floral dress, her features strikingly beautiful, with her hair cascading freely. She appeared curious as she surveyed her surroundings. But upon turning her head, her brow furrowed instantly. Why is there someone behind me, staring intently at me? Chen Xingru pressed her lips together and glanced back, only to quickly turn away. The expression on the boy's face resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost. Was she truly that frightening? Zhiyong could hardly fathom that he would encounter Chen Xingru here once more. In his previous life, upon learning of his parents' demise, the research institute struggled for an extended period to conquer the withering virus. Furthermore, amidst the chaos, the institute's supplies had been interrupted for an entire week. In utter despair, Zhiyong had initially resolved to follow the lead of others who shared his fate, embarking alone towards the icy expanse of Antarctica to confront death. However, it was Chen Xingru who, just as he was about to quietly exit the research institute, seized him by the arm. It was one fateful evening when Zhiyong had planned to leave discreetly. However, just as he unlatched the door, a slender hand emerged from the shadows, gripping him tightly. Chen Xingru stepped out from the corner, her luminous eyes fixated upon him. She shook her head, and a cold gust of wind rushed in from outside, causing her to shiver. At that moment, Zhiyong was momentarily stunned, turning to meet her increasingly resolute gaze. "No, please don't." A hoarse, choked voice echoed in Zhiyong's ears, unleashing a torrent of anguish within him. That day, he wept for an entire night before the gates of the laboratory, watching as Chen Xingru, with a playful glance over her shoulder, surreptitiously scrutinized him. Zhiyong realized he had lost his composure. He turned his head to suppress his emotions and forced a laugh, murmuring, "I fear I may have left her with a rather poor first impression." "Hey, Zhiyong, when did you return? Your timing is impeccable." Zhiyong had been entirely absorbed in Chen Xingru. It turned out that Professor Hao Yuan had been engaged in conversation with the leading professor from East China University of Biology. When he turned around, he exclaimed, "Well, is that not Zhiyong? Just in time for the dean to summon you back." Chapter 36. Apprenticeship Professor Hao Yuan swiftly dashed to Zhiyong's side, seizing him with enthusiasm. The suddenness of his approach made the guards behind Zhiyong tense. However, upon closer inspection of the unfolding scene, they relaxed their vigilance. "You have been missing for an entire month." Hao Yuan clapped Zhiyong on the shoulder, clearly delighted to encounter this elusive figure. "I have heard that you are working on a project at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, tackling some significant challenges. Professor Hao, what brings you here?" Zhiyong momentarily lost his train of thought, recalling the fabricated information, and then replied, "It is the Cancer Cell Research Institute. The difficulties there are immense." "Cancer cells?" Upon hearing about this project, Hao Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he quickly considered the capabilities of the student before him, then smiled. "That is truly a blessing for countless patients. I eagerly await the good news from you." "Professor Hao, who is this?" The white-haired elder, previously neglected by Professor Hao, regained his composure and scrutinized Zhiyong with curiosity. What a lack of decorum from Hao Yuan to abandon a guest like this. "I was his university classmate." "Oh, old Qi, come here, let me introduce you to Zhiyong." Hao Yuan, having momentarily succumbed to excitement and neglected his guest, was now compelled to make an introduction upon being prompted. "This is Professor Qi Xiaoyan from East China University of Biology." Afterward, Hao Yuan turned to Qi Xiaoyan and stated, "This is one of my students, Zhiyong, who graduated directly from his sophomore year and is now working at the Cancer Cell Research Institute at Huazhong University. By the way, the AIDS treatment you came to learn about was developed by him." "Is it really him?" Observing the proud smile on Hao Yuan's face, Qi Xiaoyan's expression twitched, But what left him even more astounded was the realization that everything Hao Yuan had mentioned over the phone was indeed true. The CCR5 therapy was genuinely developed by one of his students. Qi Xiaoyun was utterly shocked, her mind momentarily incapacitated. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to utter this. He Tongxue is truly a prodigy. You may call me Zhiyong, Professor, He Zhiyong replied, glancing at the suddenly approaching Chen Qingru, his expression stiffening. He casually added, I owe much to the nurturing of Professor Hao and the others. This remark evidently pleased Professor Hao Yuan, as it enhanced his prestige significantly. Indeed, it was quite the boon. Teacher, what are you discussing? Chen Qingru's voice was still light and melodious, as gentle as a warm spring breeze. Upon noticing the boy who looked as though he had seen a ghost while conversing with her teacher, she hurried over. Oh, Hao Yuan, allow me to introduce you. This is my student, Chen Qingru. Seeing the proud expression on Hao Yuan's face, Qi Xiaoyun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. So what if he had produced a remarkable student? His own teaching abilities were commendable as well. Next time, he was determined to cultivate an even more exceptional talent. Turning to Chen Qingru, he encouraged her with a glance and said, Qingru, this is Professor Hao Yuan from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, and this is his student He Zhiyong, who has made significant strides in combating the HIV virus. He intentionally paused on the word student, leaving Chen Qingru in a state of confusion. Had she inadvertently displeased her mentor? Qingru is a lovely name. Professor Hao smiled and nodded at her before leading Qi Xiaoyun away to reminisce, leaving the younger individuals to their own conversation. As Hao Yuan observed He Zhiyong, he noticed a peculiar glint in his eyes upon seeing old Qi's student. Oh, the youthful mind often wanders into fanciful thoughts. Given that Hao Yuan was here under the auspices of his mentor, it was only natural for him to create opportunities for his own students. Eventually, he mused, he might just coax the young lady into his fold, leaving old Qi to lament his loss. Hello, I am Chen Qingru, she stammered, her expression bewildered as the two professors departed, leaving her feeling somewhat lost. Greetings, I am He Zhiyong. Despite being unaware of Professor Hao's underlying intentions, He Zhiyong felt compelled to commend him silently for his effective assistance. Observing the young man before her, Chen Qingru managed a shy smile, but soon her thoughts drifted to an unsettling realization. Is it true that you developed the CCR5 therapy? Indeed, is that why you've come to Huaka? He Zhiyong was pleasantly surprised that his work had piqued Chen Qingru's interest. This is truly wonderful. It is you. Despite the peculiar expression he wore moments ago, the mention of his professional domain ignited an extraordinary spark in Chen Qingru's eyes. Could you share some of your insights with me? Though they were mere strangers at this point, her curiosity for knowledge urged her to lower her guard. Moreover, considering their connection through her mentor-esque friend, she felt emboldened to trust this young man. Certainly, the CCR5 gene has long been identified by scientists in our country. My approach involves inducing a targeted rejection response with this gene. As they walked and conversed, the dialogue flowed effortlessly between them. The guards concealed themselves exceptionally well, akin to invisible specters, evoking no one's attention. Soon, the group arrived at the laboratory of the Department of Biochemistry. The others from East China University of Biology were ushered into the reception room. Hao Yuan, Qi Xiaoyun, He Zhiyong, and Chen Qingru proceeded to the dean's exclusive meeting room, where Zhang Minqing awaited them. As the door swung open, Zhang Minqing greeted each individual in turn. Suddenly, he addressed Qi Xiaoyun, saying, Old Qi, is this the exceptionally gifted Chen Qingru you spoke of? Indeed, Qi Xiaoyun replied, drawing Chen Qingru closer for an introduction. Qingru possesses remarkable talent in the study of viral mechanisms. As an authority in this field, I wish for her to pursue her graduate studies under your guidance. Are you truly willing to let her go? Zhang Minqing recalled the paper Chen Qingru had penned, which old Qi had sent him. She was a promising candidate, endowed with talent, diligence, and a broad perspective. It was surprising that Qi Xiaoyun, renowned for his fervor in mentoring students, was willing to part with her. Different fields can be as distant as mountains. I fear I may hinder her future, he pondered. Qi Xiaoyun shook his head, confident that the knowledge he imparted was no less valuable than that of others. However, he acknowledged his limitations in the study of viral mechanisms. One must recognize one's shortcomings. There are no polymaths in this world. Consequently, he sought to connect Chen Qingru with Zhang Minqing. Originally, he intended to visit personally after some time, but fate intervened with the arrival of a delegation visiting Huaka University to discuss AIDS treatment. Thus, he brought Chen Qingru along. Since you have spoken so highly of her, I shall gladly accept this student. Zhang Minxing had also perused the paper published by Chen Qingru, thereby gaining insight into her research capabilities and foundational knowledge, and thus decided to accept her. Thank you, Teacher Qi, and greetings to you, Professor Zhang. Chen Qingru, not one to be outdone, stood up and sweetly expressed her gratitude. Bowing respectfully to Zhang Minxing, it was only then that Zhiyong realized the significance of this moment. Indeed, in a previous life, Chen Qingru had taken her leave to study under Zhang Minxing. Zhiyong's presence coincidentally expedited this process. Chapter 37, Project Initiation and Site Selection. Excellent. 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 Zhang Minxing exclaimed, observing the obedient Chen Qingru before him, repeating the word thrice. Upon noticing Zhiyong's expression of understanding, he abruptly shifted the conversation, saying, Zhiyong, Qingru, you are both young. Take the opportunity to become more acquainted with each other. Especially you, Qingru, should you encounter any uncertainties in the future. Do not hesitate to consult Zhiyong. He possesses considerable expertise in the study of viral mechanisms. Understood, Professor. Chen Qingru, now under Zhang Minxing's guidance, would continue her postgraduate studies at Huaka University of Science and Technology. Having a knowledgeable senior like Zhiyong was indeed advantageous. I look forward to your guidance, Senior He. Her voice was crisp, akin to a lark, evoking an image of a lively young woman in the mind. Si. Feel free to call me by my name. Or just Zhiyong will suffice, Zhiyong remarked, his heart brimming with joy, playfully adding, I am of a similar age to you. The professors in their department were truly remarkable, each one more dedicated than the last. Zhiyong expressed his admiration fervently. Let me add your contact information. Zhiyong revealed a smile, his eyes twinkling as he addressed Chen Qingru. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me directly. All right, Zhiyong, classmate? Chen Qingru responded with equal enthusiasm as she took out her phone. Although this classmate's initial gaze towards her had seemed somewhat peculiar, the atmosphere was now relaxed. The group engaged in conversation in the reception room, with Zhang Minxing intentionally arranging for the two young individuals to sit together. Zhiyong gradually became more familiar with Chen Qingru. As for the stoic guard in the background, Zhang Minxing merely cast a fleeting glance. He was somewhat privy to certain insider information and chose not to inquire further. Ding dong. A notification sound emanated from Zhiyong's pocket, interrupting their dialogue. Chen Qingru's eyes widened as he retrieved another smartphone from his pocket, starkly contrasting the one he had used to exchange contact information. This one was a sleek black device. How does he possess two frequently used phones? Zhiyong offered an apologetic smile, swiped the screen, and entered his password. A message appeared on the confidential chat application. The project approval documents for the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Commercial Demonstration Reactor have arrived. Zhiyong, where are you? Come back quickly. The documents are here. A wave of joy surged within Zhiyong. The construction of the reactor was about to commence. Director Zhang, something urgent has come up in my lab, and I've also received my graduation certificate, so I must take my leave, he explained to Zhang Minxing. Turning to Chen Qingru, he nodded apologetically, saying, Qingru, I have matters to attend to. Let's continue our conversation another day. Chen Qingru was momentarily taken aback, nodding in confusion. Why did he go out of his way to bid me farewell? Zhiyong initially anticipated that it would take another day or two for the project approval documents to be finalized. To his astonishment, the higher-ups truly expedited the process. Such large-scale scientific research projects typically undergo several layers of scrutiny, requiring multiple discussions among relevant experts and professors to assess feasibility before receiving the green light. Yet, it had only been 3 days since the application submission. This undeniably reflects the significant emphasis placed on controllable nuclear fusion by those in authority. Zhiyong's proposal to the committee was for a thermonuclear experimental reactor based on the tokamak device, while the Stellarator pursued an internal route within the military. The foremost concern following project approval was the selection of the site. Similar to nuclear fission reactors, the construction of a fusion reactor necessitates careful consideration of the surrounding environment. The first criterion is to establish it in a geologically stable area. Given the substantial value of fusion reactors, a sudden earthquake that damages the equipment would leave Zhiyong in utter despair. This leads to the second consideration. The terrain must be flat and open. Constructing in a valley poses risks such as falling rocks, which could be perilous. Furthermore, a fusion reactor requires the establishment of supporting facilities, particularly for tritium, which, as a raw material, remains radioactive. Thus, a radiation shielding chamber must be constructed for its storage. The third criterion mandates that the site be located in an area abundant in water and wind resources. Magnetic power generation produces significant heat, necessitating the use of water or wind to dissipate this excess thermal energy. Particularly, water is essential. Adhering to the principle of waste reduction, they would utilize the surplus heat to boil water. 70% of the energy generated by nuclear fusion is directly converted into electricity, while the remaining thermal energy is utilized to boil water, subsequently producing an additional 40% of electrical energy from the excess heat. This is a flawless system. Based on these three principles, Zhiyong and his colleagues ultimately chose the suburban locale of Zhiyong. Located not far from the city, Zhiyong was already deemed an ideal site for a nuclear reactor. The primary reason for the hesitance to construct a nuclear fission power plant here has been the terrifying radiation associated with fission. Should any issues arise, the entire city's population would be at risk. However, nuclear fusion presents a stark contrast. In the event of an anomaly, the magnetic confinement system of the tokamak ceases operation, instantly halting the fusion reaction within. As for radiation concerns, they are decidedly less problematic. Nuclear fission, whether in terms of its raw materials or the resultant fission products, is characterized by potent radioactivity. Even the nuclear waste emitted from reactors contains a significant amount of radioactive substances, with half-lives of the radioactive elements measured in thousands of years. In contrast, nuclear fusion is fundamentally different. Although deuterium and helium-3 fusion is not currently employed, the reaction utilizes deuterium and tritium. Of these, only tritium possesses radioactivity, and its radiation is considerably milder than that of other radioactive elements. It emits only soft radiation, thereby ensuring safety during operations and transportation. Furthermore, even in the event of a catastrophic failure of the fusion reactor, no radioactive contamination would ensue. The technology of controlled nuclear fusion is thus remarkably safe. Zhiyong, the aforementioned matters are entrusted to your full responsibility. Li Miolin smiled faintly as he observed Zhiyong, who was finalizing the location information. Moreover, your confidentiality work has been entirely accomplished. It is now time for you to make a public appearance before the nation. The youth of our country must witness that the new generation is ready to take over from us old-timers. The chairman wishes for you to serve as a benchmark for the young scientific community. How should I proceed? Zhiyong replied, somewhat taken aback by the prospect of being in the spotlight. However, he quickly recalled that his pre-university confidentiality work had been meticulously executed. It was an enormous undertaking, with personnel at various secure points fabricating traces of his existence. Even if the special task force were to investigate, they would only uncover the life of Zhiyong as the descendant of a martyr. With such protective measures in place, what was there to fear? If someone sought to harm him, they would need to penetrate the Sudong military district, and he doubted anyone could breach that fortress. You need not worry about a thing. When the publicity department arrives to photograph the equipment, merely showing your face will suffice. Li Miolin, evidently seasoned in such matters, continued to impart his wisdom. On the day, simply don your military uniform and stand contemplatively. There will be someone to introduce you. Colonel He, are you prepared? He chuckled heartily. Chapter 38. Punishable and restrainable. With the site selection for the controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor completed, the next phase of construction was about to commence. With the accumulation of experience from the East, Super Ring 2, and ITER projects, the core reactor construction timeline provided by the Shanghai Electromechanical Institute is a mere 2 months. The remaining work encompasses the construction of the outer shell, foundation, cement shell, and water circulation system, all of which fall under the category of infrastructure. Speaking of infrastructure, China is certainly not lagging behind. All foundational construction projects will be completed collaboratively by the Shanghai Engineering Bureau and the Xiangbei Construction Bureau. According to the combined estimates from both engineering bureaus, the infrastructure development can be finalized in less than a month. After that, it will simply be a matter of waiting for the reactor, with the completion of project bidding. A tender document has inadvertently surfaced. Tender for the construction of the infrastructure of the Zhiyong controlled nuclear fusion prototype demonstration reactor, draft. This document strikingly showcases China's ambition in controlled nuclear fusion. The most eye-catching aspect is that the total construction timeline is set at 2 months. 2 months. Within this time frame, all tasks from site selection to reactor completion must be executed. Upon its discovery by a renowned blogger, the entire nation of China erupted in excitement. The previously dominant headlines of new battery technologies and the American Mars exploration program were swiftly overshadowed. The era of electric power. China never jokes. 2 months. And the future awaits. The infrastructure juggernaut is back. This time, we bear the hopes of our entire village. This series of trending topics left Chinese netizens utterly astonished. What on earth has transpired in the last 6 months? The pace of change in this world seems to be accelerating dramatically. Is this truly a prototype demonstration of nuclear fusion? Could there be a mistake in the timeline? Just 2 months? Such a vast area. Wouldn't it take longer to lay the foundation? The IP is exposed upstairs. Is this the pace of engineering in France? Do we really need to question the infrastructure speed of my nation? My country is renowned worldwide for its extraordinary infrastructure capabilities. Do you comprehend what Chinese speed entails? Hands on hips. The United States, with its $2 trillion in infrastructure development. Do not believe in rumors. Do not spread rumors. Such a monumental announcement prompted some enthusiastic netizens to share the news on foreign platforms. In an instant, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube were inundated. Even at this late hour in several major countries, there are still those abroad who are keenly engaged. This news swiftly generated a tempest on international social media. What on earth? Didn't my country withdraw from ITER? 2 months? This is madness. Absolutely impossible. Our subways in the United States have taken years to develop, and they still exist only in presentations. 2 months? They are utterly insane. In contrast to the unwavering confidence of my compatriots in the feasibility of the project, ordinary individuals abroad are largely unaware of my nation. They merely recognize it as an ancient country. In their perception, this nation appears quite fragile. Thus, when a seemingly weak nation suddenly proclaims that it can construct a controllable nuclear fusion prototype in just 2 months, it strikes them as absurd. The situation is as amusing as the declaration of war by Gambia against the United States. Although the reactions on the international web were intense, they were soon overshadowed by skepticism. After all, from a young age, the media has instilled the notion that China is a backward nation. Naturally, eager netizens hastily translated and brought back the comments from abroad. Once published, the comment sections of major video news websites instantly transformed into a jubilant atmosphere. Is your melon ripe? Hey, look at what you're saying. I run a fruit stall. How could my melons not be ripe? Enough already. I'm feeling anxious. As if my heart is being tickled. Is it true or not? Seeing is believing. I have decided to report in writing. Zhiyong is just on the outskirts. Wait for my good news. Hey. You up there, are you serious? Leaking secrets will lead to capture, and capture could mean death. Just a heads up, dog emoji. 20 wall climbing party. What a name. You have a record. You've been reinforced. But remember to scale the wall again in 2 months. Right now? It's just a barren land. Manual side-eye. I must say, that very night several individuals attempted to scale the walls of the blocked Zhiyong. This forced the alert soldiers to run back and forth, eventually opting to employ military dogs. Don't get me wrong. The canine vigilance far surpasses that of humans, and in conjunction with surveillance, they catch every perpetrator with precision. Upon checking the backgrounds of several wall climbers, it turned out many had criminal records. Zhiyong, a 46-year-old from Sichuan, had a previous offense, climbing a tree outside the Qingfei wall to take a photograph of the J-20 prototype during a test flight with a Nokia phone. Considering his simple patriotic sentiment, after some critical education, the military declassified the photograph. He was released after being detained for 15 days. Now, at Zhiyong, the other party has once again taken a photograph with a device of abysmal pixel quality. Once more, he was apprehended. The soldiers on guard have become increasingly exasperated by the growing number of wall climbers. Consequently, they sought counsel from Zhiyong, the person in charge, requesting him to devise a solution for this matter. Unable to apprehend them, startled by the fervor of the Chinese populace, Zhiyong could only chuckle wryly and say, "Then let us not apprehend them. Let us set up a platform outside for the public to observe to their heart's content." However, what about the confidentiality measures? The captain of the guard, responsible for the security of Zhiyong, furrowed his brow. After all, this is a significant project. Currently, it is merely a concrete shell. What is there to keep confidential? Zhiyong cast a casual glance at the captain and remarked nonchalantly, "Just set up a checkpoint in front of the platform to prohibit dangerous items. Even if the reactor and power generation equipment arrive, a complete apparatus reveals nothing. Just ensure that when the fusion materials are transported, the public is promptly notified to avoid chaos." Zhiyong contacted the security team, informing them that the construction process could be made public. He is now fully responsible for this matter. The phrase fully responsible speaks volumes. Soon, a monitoring platform was erected outside Zhiyong. The military not only constructed the platform but also added a rain shelter and provided hot water. The only stipulation for entry is that individuals must pass through security checks and are prohibited from bringing long-focus cameras. The most crucial element is the allowance for long-distance live streaming. It must be said that this wave of operations has left netizens utterly astounded. Once the public oversight platform was established, numerous wall-climbing enthusiasts swiftly commenced their live broadcasts. The live stream of the citizens' oversight of the construction site for the controllable nuclear fusion prototype experiment has officially begun. With the attention of countless citizens of Huagua, each individual becomes a supervisor. As soon as several live broadcasts were initiated, the number of viewers surged to tens of millions, and it continues to rise. Incredible! Is this an official observation platform? Astonishingly, they even provide hot water. Are you one of those wall-climbing enthusiasts for the J20? Well, you mischievous rogue, take this carnival. Can we zoom in? I just spotted someone in military attire emerging from the temporary structure. The upper floor is truly formidable, both punitive and restraining. Only remote mobile live streaming is permitted. With such privileges, enjoy it quietly, lest you end up losing the chance to watch the live stream altogether. Incredible news! Tomorrow there will be an official live broadcast, accompanied by expert introductions. Chapter 39. The broadcast begins at precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon the following day. The official live stream of Huagua was launched across the internet, drawing countless netizens into the comment section in an instant. While the live feed from the oversight platform is also available, fixating on the construction footage can be quite monotonous. The wall-climbing enthusiast stream featuring the J20 remains relatively entertaining, as he manages to incorporate various engaging elements. However, when it comes to specialized knowledge, viewers are often left bewildered. Consequently, the official live stream swiftly became the preferred choice for the audience. Even at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the designated time for work and school, the eager individuals could scarcely contain their excitement as they discreetly opened the live broadcast. Across the darkened screen, a flurry of comments raced by. It's time. It's time. The little rabbit should open the door now. I am the big bad wolf. Hee hee hee. Where is everyone? Open the door. If you can start a live stream, why can't you open the door? Those first 2 comments are enough. This is driving me crazy. I can hardly hold my bladder. I don't want to miss the broadcast. Let us continue our battle of wits with the boss. In the next moment, amidst the urgent cries of the netizens, the pitch-black screen suddenly illuminated. As the camera was adjusted, the clear image of the construction site at Luo 1 abruptly appeared before everyone's eyes. Hundreds of towering rammed earth machines stood in an orderly row, their immense presence akin to a legion of formidable kings standing resolutely. Boom! As the heavy hammers of the rammed earth machines struck simultaneously, the entire scene began to shake violently. Behind the rammed earth machines were hundreds of engineering vehicles responsible for various transport tasks. At the rear, throngs of workers surged forward. As the camera shook with the tremors of the ground, someone noticed the issue and quickly installed anti-vibration measures on the device. Yet, the sense of cataclysmic impact still caused the barrage of comments in the live stream to multiply exponentially. Wow, wow, wow. It feels like the earth is shattering. This is incredibly intense. In the next moment, a window appeared in the lower left corner of the screen, revealing a studio where the host sat opposite 2 invited experts. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. Welcome to the special segment of Huagua News. The host's gentle and melodious voice announces the commencement of today's live broadcast. Presenting are the esteemed experts in controllable nuclear fusion, Professor Liao Da and Professor Xinyue Yuan. Recently, a document has circulated online. What are the professor's thoughts on it? I have also reviewed this tender document, which is the announcement from the Plasma Institute. The professors share a subtle smile, indicating that this question is indeed answerable. Furthermore, it serves as the most compelling proof of Huagua's triumph in mastering controllable nuclear fusion technology. Please direct your attention to the big screen. Professor Liao Da, with enthusiasm, gestures towards the screen. This marks the first unveiling of the information regarding the controllable nuclear fusion experimental team. Let us first examine the principal leader. As his words resonate, a photograph is projected onto the big screen. The image reveals a young man clad in military attire, standing tall and gazing into the distance. This individual is none other than Zhiyong in his uniform. Upon seeing Zhiyong on the screen, A flicker of astonishment glimmers in Liaoda's eyes. Such capability at such a tender age. Indeed, they have aged compared to these youthful talents. The host, witnessing this photograph for the first time, is momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise, which, combined with her sweet visage, renders her irresistibly charming. Given that this live broadcast delves into sensitive revelations, she had not previously encountered the contents of these materials. The realization that such a significant project is overseen by someone so young leaves her momentarily speechless. In the live broadcast room, there was a moment of stunned silence, followed by an explosive reaction. The individual in charge is so young, born in 2000. Merely 20 years old this year? Surely, this must be a misprint. Can a major's rank be mistaken? Can the title of an academician from the military academy be fabricated? Goodness, the disparity is staggering. I am also precisely 20 years old. Yet, this individual has self-studied nuclear physics with an undergraduate degree in biochemistry. Biochemistry, Zhiyong, that name sounds familiar. Isn't there a prominent figure in CCR5 therapy by that name? I even heard my teacher mention it today. Could it be that he is also the one who developed the AIDS treatment? At this moment, the entire online community of Huagua was profoundly shaken. A 20-year-old, a major, the head of controllable nuclear fusion, the founder of AIDS therapy. This series of accolades inscribed the name Zhiyong deeply in the minds of all. At the construction site in Luoyang, Zhiyong concluded his conversation with his parents. They had seen the news, spotting their son's spirited photograph making headlines. They quickly called to confirm Zhiyong's safety. After countless assurances from him, his parents finally felt at ease. Having spent their lives in a small mountain village, they believed that soldiers are only solemnly reported on after their sacrifice. Upon seeing his son's photograph, they were suddenly taken aback, neglecting even the television, and hastily dialed their son's number. The incessant admonitions from his mother stirred an indescribable feeling within Zhiyong. In his previous life, after he ventured to the Antarctic Research Institute, it became apparent that reunions with his parents would be exceedingly rare. Moreover, amidst the chaos of the world, despite the protection afforded to his parents as relatives of researchers, they ultimately fell victim to calamity. Once the construction of the nuclear fusion reactor was completed and his plans fulfilled, he would return to spend time with his parents. This thought flashed through his mind. Originally, he had envisioned a grand scheme in the cosmos, establishing expansive space farms to supply several major nations isolated from Earth. However, with the advent of new batteries and the influx of knowledge in his mind, he altered his strategy. He would pursue a dual approach. On Earth, he would install more nuclear fusion reactors while simultaneously ushering the world into a genuine electrical era. This could mitigate the melting rate of the Antarctic glaciers, delaying the emergence of the withering virus. In space, he would continue to advance technology, striving to miniaturize controllable nuclear fusion and develop plasma engine technology in a short time frame. Once the Huan nation attained the capability for interplanetary travel, he would promptly commence the construction of a space city, tasked with the monumental responsibility of preserving humanity's essence. Of course, space would serve merely as a contingency plan. With the release of his AIDS treatment, nations have steadily increased their investments in healthcare. As long as humanity continues to evolve at this pace, when the withering virus emerges, they will possess the research momentum from his previous life. Zhiyong is confident that he will soon discover a remedy to curb the Wilt virus. Everything is progressing in a favorable direction, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arise. Akin to the previous world where a mere Wilt virus brought about global devastation, such a scenario shall not repeat itself. Zhiyong mused. Chapter 40. Recruitment. Following the commencement of the prototype demonstration reactor for nuclear fusion, the most pressing challenge Zhiyong faces is a shortage of manpower. Even with the personnel from the Eastern Military District Research Institute, there are scarcely a dozen individuals. While this number may suffice for an experimental apparatus, it is patently inadequate for a true prototype experimental reactor. Zhiyong is in urgent need of seasoned nuclear physicists, computer experts, and the like. In particular, he is seeking computer specialists with great urgency. Due to the immense magnetic fields involved in controlled nuclear fusion, temperatures soar to astonishing heights. The real-time data from various modules must be meticulously monitored. Otherwise, any oversight could result in catastrophic failure, potentially melting through the entire reactor. Previously, each module required a researcher for constant supervision, but this was for experimental devices. Now, as a prototype demonstration reactor is being constructed, It is impractical to station numerous individuals in front of computers daily. Thus, he requires a master program capable of overseeing the specific conditions of each module in real time. Furthermore, the myriad challenges encountered during the reactor's construction necessitate the expertise of seasoned professionals. Although the design schematics have been drafted, discrepancies can often arise between theory and practice. In such instances, experienced individuals can swiftly ascertain the likely sources of issues. Zhiyong University of Science and Technology, East Research Institute. Recently, Chen Fenghua has been engulfed in a tumult of conflicting emotions. He is exhilarated by the imminent success of controllable nuclear fusion in China, yet simultaneously mourns the possibility that his decades of relentless effort may amount to naught. After all, the Eastern Super Ring No. 2 has been the culmination of his lifelong pursuit. Alongside Yao Tianming, they have often been humorously dubbed the two little giants of Huaca. They have witnessed the entire journey of the number 2 machine, from its initial project proposal and construction to its nearing completion. His concern for the No. 2 machine even eclipses that for his own son. It was anticipated that the number 2 machine would soon be operational, and he firmly believed that their project team would herald a promising future for China. However, the emergence of Zhiyong altered everything, leading to the abrupt cessation of the number 2 project. Consequently, he was reassigned to the East Experimental Institute, tasked with aiding Yao Tianming in managing his restoration of East. With the commencement of the construction of the Zhiyong controllable nuclear fusion prototype reactor, all laboratories halted their related experiments and began to observe with bated breath. After all, if Zhiyong succeeds, what need is there for their own experiments? They might as well disband on the spot. Alas, I've heard that the 63rd Institute is hiring. Perhaps I shall pay them a visit one day. Recently, a state-owned enterprise specializing in sodium-lithium chloride intercalation batteries was officially established, and it is rumored that they are seeking veterans from the Plasma Institute. Chen Fenghua resolved to try his luck there. Otherwise, holding a professorship without engaging in any research projects would leave him utterly humiliated. Just then, his phone rang abruptly. Chen Fenghua hastily pulled it out to see that the caller was Li Miolin. "Hello, old Chen. You and old Yao should quickly pack your things and get out of East." Li Miaolin's resonant voice echoed through the telephone, tinged with a sense of urgency. Upon hearing this, Chen Fenghua felt a chill in his heart. Was he truly destined for the 63rd Institute? However, Li Miaolin's subsequent remark revealed that the other party had fallen back into old habits. "We are in dire need of personnel at Zhiyong. You all must come promptly." Am I also going? It turned out that Li Miolin was inviting them to participate in the Zhiyong project. "Why can't you?" he replied, taken aback by Chen Fenghua's question. "Who doesn't know you, Chen Fenghua? You are intimately familiar with every component of the Super Ring No. 2. In comparison, even Director Lao Yao falls short. We are indeed lacking individuals with your and Lao Yao's wealth of experience." Well, I did previously malign Zhiyong during the meeting. Faced with Li Miaolin's invitation, Chen Fenghua could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Alas, the consequences of one's own actions must be borne alone. Is that the issue? Only then did Li Miolin recall the matter, realizing why Lao Chen was hesitating. This was hardly in line with his usual character. "Why are you dwelling on this? Zhiyong is indeed exceptionally talented. I have had my suspicions before as well. Furthermore, we all recognize the dedication you have poured into the number 2 machine. What does it matter if you vent your frustrations momentarily?" When I was contending with Lao Gua over the design of the star simulator and the tokamak route, you were not present to hear. When discussing the past arguments regarding the paths of the mimic star device and the tokamak, Li Miolin suddenly became animated, chuckling as he recounted, "At that time, I berated old Gua quite fiercely. I nearly cursed his ancestors. In a fit of anger, it was quite normal. Who could question your fervent dedication to scientific research in our nation? I've arranged for your and old Yao's tickets. Come over to me tomorrow." Thus, I continued to rally support. With a complex expression, Chen Fenghua set down the phone, shoulders slumped. After a long pause, he chuckled softly. "It seems I was too caught up in my own thoughts, fixating on trivial details." His attachment to the Super Ring 2 stemmed from his commitment to achieving controllable nuclear fusion for our nation. Li Miaolin's words were like a wake-up call. Was not everything he had done in service of our country? In the contest of paths taken, he had lost. Could he not continue to contribute to our nation's scientific endeavors? The following afternoon, a rejuvenated Chen Fenghua disembarked from the plane, accompanied by the equally exhilarated Yao Tianming. As they surveyed the bustling airport exit, Chen Fenghua's gaze was immediately drawn to a distinguished figure in military attire. Professor Chen, Professor Yao, I am Li Weiyun, sent here to welcome you both. The military man, having spotted them as well, approached and instinctively rendered a salute. In an instant, all eyes of those disembarking or receiving them were captured by this scene. This is not the place for conversation. Please follow me. We have arranged for transportation. Li Weiyun, aware of the attention surrounding them, took hold of their luggage and led the way. Xiao Luowan is a 2-hour drive from here. Upon reaching the wall, Chen Fenghua and Yao Tianming exchanged puzzled glances at the monitoring station. Is there no confidentiality here? The driver, Li Weiyun, chuckled and shook his head. It's just an opportunity for the confidentiality team to hone their skills. Every individual involved, even those who wet the bed as children, has already been scrutinized. Furthermore, there are regulations in place regarding the number of personnel. With constant oversight of the construction site, it won't be long before they disperse. Currently, a mixed integration division is stationed near Shaoluowan. Additionally, this location is situated some distance from the coastline and not far from the Sudong military district. No spies could genuinely infiltrate this area. As Li Weiyun approached the communication control zone of Shaoluowan, he smiled at Chen Fenghua. Do you see that black robotic dog? It is equipped with a new type of battery, featuring infrared detectors, life detectors, and microwave radar. There are currently thousands of such dogs patrolling Shaoluowan. We are even acutely aware when subterranean rodents attempt to burrow into Shaoluowan. Chapter 41. The Scarcity of 8th-Level Machinists Hiss. Thousands of robotic dogs. At this revelation, both Chen Fenghua and Yao Tianming gasped in astonishment. This truly renders Shaoluowan impenetrable. The implications of the new type of battery for future warfare extend far beyond this. A smile graced Li Weiyun's lips as he reflected on this revolutionary new era of warfare. Thanks to the advent of the new battery technology, Huahua has already established a significant lead over other nations. There are even drones capable of hovering for an entire half-year in the skies above. Upon entering the realm of Shaluo Bay, you have now assumed the role of confidential personnel. Did Li Weiyun truly find the staff of the enigmatic Xiaobai? He is now eager to divulge everything to the two individuals. The Military Research Institute is still in the throes of developing exoskeletons and tank electromagnetic cannons. The new type of battery lies in the hands of Yao Tianming and Chen Fenghua, a result of an unforeseen incident. They are acutely aware that this battery is destined to herald a transformation. Yet, they never anticipated the magnitude of its impact. Astonishingly, the military has commenced research on exoskeletons and tank electromagnetic cannons, concepts that previously belonged solely to the realm of science fiction. A sudden screech of brakes interrupted their contemplation. Professors, I must express my gratitude for the battery you invented. The voice of Li Weiyun resonated from the driver's seat, earnest in tone as he turned his head and nodded. We have arrived. The temporary structures ahead constitute the Research Institute. Regaining his focus, Chen Fenghua peered through the car window. A cluster of makeshift structures emerged upon the gravel-strewn ground, shrouded in a haze of yellow dust stirred up by vehicles above. Is this the Research Institute? Yao Tianming's eyes widened slightly, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at the silvery mobile structures. Surely, this is the most rudimentary research institute I have ever encountered. Moreover, it stands alone in its simplicity. Even the construction site of Super Ring No. 2 featured at least a legitimate cement structure for the laboratory. Old Yao, you have always followed esteemed mentors and have not known hardship, Chen Fenghua remarked nonchalantly. As long as it isn't outdoor sleeping, it suffices. The air conditioning unit. This temporary house is quite decent. During my time in the Southwest, I spent many nights sleeping outdoors. Let us go. Chen Fenghua and Yao Tianming followed Li Weiyun to the entrance of a makeshift room, partially concealed by several rows of foliage. Professor Chen, Professor Yao, they are all inside now, so I shall not intrude, Li Weiyun said with a smile, gesturing for them to proceed, before turning to leave. Yao Tianming cast a glance at the rugged wooden structure, a fleeting sense of novelty flickering in his eyes. He had never stayed in such a portable cabin before. Old Yao, let us go in. Chen Fenghua took a deep breath, stepped forward, and pushed open the large door of the cabin. As they entered through the iron door, they spotted a young man, around 20 years of age, seated at the head of the room, his expression serious as he conversed with others and took notes. Although the young man's cheeks still bore a hint of youthfulness, Chen Fenghua perceived an aura reminiscent of the elder generation of scientists emanating from him. Perhaps alerted by the sound of the door, everyone in the cabin turned in unison. Upon seeing Chun Fanghua and Yao Tianming, Li Miolin promptly stood up to greet them, exclaiming, "Old Chun, old Yao, you finally arrived. Let me introduce you." He gestured towards He Zhiyong, who also stood to welcome them, saying, "This is He Zhiyong, the current head here. Professors Chun and Yao, please have a seat." The arrival of the two seasoned professors brightened He Zhiyong's demeanor. He quickly extended his hand, saying, "What we truly lack at this moment are experienced professors like you two. How does the person in charge know us?" Chun Fanghua now felt a bit awkward, especially since he had previously slandered He Zhiyong. Yao Tianming was equally curious, gazing at He Zhiyong, as he was somewhat informed about the proposal and the materials. Thus, his intrigue regarding He Zhiyong was palpable. "I have read your paper, Professor Chun. You needn't address me in such a formal manner, as I have merely graduated with my bachelor's degree." He Zhiyong waved his hand, gesturing for both to take a seat and converse. Chun Fanghua suddenly recalled, "Oh, that's right. It seems He Zhiyong just turned sophomore last month." Observing the silence that enveloped Chun Fanghua, whose expression resembled one who had just tasted something unpleasant, He Zhiyong smiled. "I was merely jesting. Professor Chun, you may call me Zhiyong, or simply Colonel He." He chuckled, "Compared to my status as an academician at the Military Academy of Sciences, Colonel He sounds far more pleasant. Colonel He, I must first extend my apologies." Chun Fanghua gritted his teeth, realizing it was better to voice this matter himself than to have it uncovered later. "When I was reviewing your proposal, some of my remarks may have been offensive." "Ah, Professor Chun, there is no need for that," He Zhiyong dismissed with a wave of his hand, smiling cheerfully. "Professor Li mentioned this to me. He had his share of doubts about me too. This is only natural." He then retrieved 2 confidentiality agreements from his drawer and handed them to Chun Fanghua and Yao Tianming, continuing, "We are all working for the benefit of Huaghua. These trivial matters are inconsequential." Chun Fanghua was taken aback, realizing that He Zhiyong had been aware all along. No wonder He Zhiyong can oversee such a substantial project. With the 2 professors having signed the confidentiality agreement, they shall not leave Xiaoluan for the next few months. Observing Chun Fanghua's relief, He Zhiyong smiled and nodded, suggesting, "It's nothing, just ensure our needs are met." A graceful signature graced the confidentiality agreement before Chun Fanghua. He was well versed in signing such agreements, hardly glancing at the contents. After all, he intended to remain in He Zhiyong's project team indefinitely. Yao Tianming likewise swiftly affixed his signature to the document. "Excellent." He Zhiyong nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, you two may rest for now. Tomorrow, there will be tasks assigned for you to undertake." After bidding farewell to Chun Fanghua and Yao Tianming, He Zhiyong continued discussions with others regarding a challenging issue. The production work at the Shanghai Electromechanical Institute faced significant obstacles. The precision required for the tokamak superconducting coils was at the micron level, and the installation accuracy of each component was exceedingly high. The existing machinery simply could not meet this precision standard. Surprisingly, human precision had surpassed that of machines. The dilemma for the Shanghai Electromechanical Institute lay in the fact that their skilled craftsmen had been reassigned elsewhere due to a classified mission. The installation of the superconducting coils had become quite awkward, as no one dared to take on the task. The remaining personnel were apprentices who had yet to graduate from their training as skilled craftsmen, and their current skills were insufficient for the requirements. This predicament had left the leadership of the Shanghai Electromechanical Institute in a state of distress. Owing to the confidential nature of the mission, they were unable to find suitable personnel. Thus, he could only call He Zhiyong. As a colonel and the project leader, he would certainly be able to summon 8th-level fitters from elsewhere. Since the Shanghai Electromechanical Institute had undertaken the task from above, they had to complete it on time, no matter the cost. Therefore, in addition to contacting He Zhiyong, the leaders of the Shanghai Electromechanical Institute were frantically making calls everywhere, pleading for anyone to send over 2 8th-level fitters. What a stroke of bad luck. Just after receiving such a significant task, their manpower was diverted. What was the Human Resources Department doing? Such personnel changes should have been communicated at least half a month in advance. Why had he not been informed? Chapter 42. Sui Rin number 1 beep beep beep. After concluding the call with the head of the classified department, He Zhiyong exhaled deeply. It turned out that the 8th-level fitters from the Shanghai Electromechanical Institute had been reassigned to the 637 Institute, tasked with the temporary assembly of reusable spacecraft. The 8th-level fitters at the 637 Institute had taken leave for several months due to health reasons. In desperation, They had to summon personnel from other locations. Oldly, the other party has already agreed to send more people to the Electromechanical Institute. Li Miolin, feeling increasingly anxious, finally found some solace upon hearing this news. The urgently needed computer experts were also on their way. Professor Li, you should go home and rest for a while. Zhiyong looked at Li Miolin with a hint of helplessness. He simply could not comprehend why these older scientists could endure sleepless nights so easily. At their age, staying up late seemed as effortless as eating or drinking. In response, Li Miolin might have said, "Only practice makes perfect." Time slipped by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had quietly elapsed. As time progressed, regardless of whether it is an official or unofficial live stream, the audience count has plummeted by a staggering 90. Even the monitoring station at Zhiyong has only a handful of individuals persistently continuing their broadcast. The internet, devoid of memory, seems to have forgotten this event, just as the public was on the verge of forgetting. Official accounts across various new media platforms in Huagua suddenly pushed out a message. Warm congratulations on the successful completion of the Zhiyong controlled nuclear fusion prototype demonstration plant. Boom. A stone cast into a sea of tumult. With the release of this news, a wave of astonishment swept across Huagua. My goodness, I had nearly forgotten about this matter. Exactly 60 days, plus 1 day from the previous lunar month, it took less than 2 months to complete. Such a vast area could only be accomplished in 2 months by Huagua. So what comes next? Ignition? Surely, testing must precede that. The live stream is still active. Let's go take a look. This comment swiftly reminded the onlookers online that the Zhiyong live stream was still ongoing. Within mere minutes, millions of viewers flooded into various live stream rooms. Through the lenses of the streams, a colossal hemispherical structure loomed majestically. The concrete shell of the building glimmered with a silvery sheen under the sunlight. After a brief silence, countless bullet comments began to cascade across the screen. Is this a sphere? After 3 years of anticipation, it has birthed a sphere? Manual humor. To the commenter above, refrain from speaking without understanding. That is likely the protective shell of the fusion reactor, with the reactor housed within. What is there to observe? Merely a ball and a few chimneys beside it. J20 climbing party. Dare you to zoom in a little? Are you attempting to inflate it to 500,000? Before you zoom in, could you kindly inform me where your residence is? I wish to borrow your head for a down payment. Doghead, ah? This is the first controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Should we not bestow it with a name akin to the first aircraft carrier? Goodness, I concur. You lot. I also agree. In an instant, the topic in the live broadcast room veered off course. Perhaps the addiction to naming took hold. After recently naming the Mars rover, the netizens promptly set their sights on the fusion reactor. Zhiyong, being a fellow enthusiastic netizen, naturally understood their sentiments. Thus, he decisively approved the document sent by the publicity department. Consequently, another piece of news ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics. The national naming campaign for the Zhiyong nuclear fusion prototype reactor commences. Perhaps due to the overwhelming participation from netizens, even several large software servers experienced outages for a few minutes. Companies like Weibo and Bilibili hurriedly rushed to repair their servers. Once the malfunctioning servers were restored, this post was instantly inundated with the wildly imaginative names proposed by various netizens. Fushi, Hoi, Sun Lord, Golden Crow. These names were relatively normal, all drawn from the solar deities of Chinese mythology. However, the issue arose with the subsequent names. Patrick Star, the Calabash Brothers, King Kong. This current generation of internet users is quite fierce, selecting the most peculiar names. Furthermore, these names have garnered a surprisingly high number of votes. The promotional team, observing the accumulating votes in the back end, is drenched in cold sweat. This group of netizens is indeed challenging to manage. This is a serious project. How can such bizarre names be chosen? He instantly recalled the disastrous experience of naming the first aircraft carrier online. The Prawn was the top contender. If not for their back-end intervention, it would have undoubtedly claimed the most votes. However, being sunk by a prawn does sound rather amusing. What a profound insult to the enemy. Nevertheless, the official title cannot be so whimsical. Perhaps a more casual nickname could be permitted. The online naming campaign persisted for 5 consecutive days. As the clock struck noon on the final day, the event finally concluded. The promotional team was on the verge of losing their hair. They had to meet the demands of the netizens while adhering to the established naming criteria. They could only navigate between these challenges. Ultimately, The top-voted Patrick star was strategically sidelined through their discreet maneuvers. The method was quite simple. They mobilized a larger number of voters to counter the odd name. In reality, a significant portion of participants would not cast their votes in the online naming event. By promoting a few voting-related lottery activities, the promotional team could entice these individuals. Moreover, they added a basic naming guideline in the voting interface. Most participants would be directed toward selecting more conventional names. This approach mirrors fundamental polling techniques from the Western world. It hardly constitutes altering the final voting results, as they triumphed through genuine vote counts. Ultimately, the outcome of the naming contest was placed on the desk of the chief director, Zhiyong. Swearin, this name is quite remarkable. Upon gazing at the name before him, Zhiyong's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, followed by a meaningful glance at the head of the publicity team. Let it be this name. The Swearin clan is said to be the first tribe to master the art of fire by friction. The act of fire by Swearin is indeed monumental, ushering in a new era for the world. The name Swearin embodies the essence of passing down the flame and pioneering a new world. Splendid indeed. Upon seeing this earnest name, Zhiyong immediately recognized that it must have been the handiwork of the publicity team. He had anticipated that netizens might opt for more peculiar names. He had even devised a name himself, ready to turn the tables using his position as chief director. However, since the publicity team had already taken the initiative, he need not exert any further effort. Thus, it was decided, Swearin No. 1 fusion reactor it shall be. Soon, the official naming was confirmed and announced online. The Zhiyong nuclear fusion prototype reactor is officially named Swearin No. 1. Thank you to all netizens for your submissions and support. Once the announcement was made, the comments section was instantly inundated. What a scandal. Why are there so many comments about Swearin on the last day? My goodness. Come on. This time the voting includes IP location and username verification. Check for yourself. Nevertheless, the name Swearin is indeed quite commendable. Zhiyong will undoubtedly ignite the flames of nuclear fusion for Huagua. Swearin's mastery of fire, kindling hope for all who seek to carry the torch. This name is uniquely romantic to Huagua. Observing the comments section filled with agreement, the leader of the promotional team displayed a satisfied smile at the computer. Not only had he managed to please the higher-ups, but he also garnered the approval of the majority of the populace. This task had been executed commendably. He certainly deserved a reward of a chicken leg later. Chapter 43. The cooling dilemma within the protective shell of the Swearin No. 1. All equipment had been installed. Inside the immense casing, two mutually isolated reactors stood. These reactors served as backups for each other, both equipped with corresponding magnetic cutting generators. Contrary to popular belief, the magnetic cutting generator is not a series of individual units. Rather, it is an apparatus that envelopes the reactor entirely. The total power generation of a single magnetic cutting device in one day amounts to 1,000 megawatts. Consequently, the daily power output of Swearin No. 1 reaches an astonishing 200,000 megawatts. One device alone can generate 200 million kilowatt-hours of electricity in a single day. In 2020, the total electricity consumption of China was 511 billion kilowatt-hours, with a daily usage of 21 billion kilowatt-hours. This implies that a mere 105 reactors and 53 sets of reactors would suffice to supply the entire nation. Moreover, this is merely a prototype experimental reactor. Future configurations will consist of 4 reactors per set, totaling 27 sets. With just 27 controllable fusion reactors, China could forever liberate itself from fossil fuel power generation. Such is the might of nuclear fusion. However, at present, there were no fusion reactions occurring within the reactor. The reason for this lay within the cooling system. In the depths of the night, someone in the main control room of Swearin No. 1 was tirelessly immersed in calculations. The power generation was exceedingly high. The cooling system might encounter issues. Zhang Quanxing is responsible for the design and construction of the reactor cooling system. Upon the completion of the actual construction, while estimating the fusion triple product, he realized something was amiss. The theoretically designed cooling system should meet the necessary conditions. However, reality often diverges from theory. The complexity of this cooling system could indeed be described as hellish. The heat generated by the reactor and the generator would converge and subsequently impact the cooling system. Zhang Quanxing opted for the active cooling 2.0 system, wherein a portion of the heat is utilized to boil water, generating steam to power the turbines. The surplus heat is then carried away by water, swiftly traversing through a -269°C cooling chamber. The challenge arose in the latter aspect. The heat from magnetic cutting generation exhibits sudden fluctuations, and insufficiently heated water risks being frozen within the pipes, resulting in blockages. As the overall head of the cooling system, Zhang Quanxing naturally took it upon himself to address this issue. Zhang, the entire project team is awaiting our cooling group. A colleague of Zhang Quanxing queried. A note of urgency in his voice. The entire project is currently stalled due to our cooling system. I truly cannot conceive a solution to the potential blockage issue. The crux of the problem lies in the abrupt thermal fluctuations from the external environment of the magnetic cutting generator. We must devise a means to resolve this dilemma. It is now 2 a.m., marking the 6th consecutive night that Zhang Quanxing has toiled to rectify this issue. If the cooling problem remains unresolved, the controlled nuclear fusion reactor cannot be permitted to commence operations. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking resounded at the door. Zhang Quanxing was momentarily taken aback, quickly rising to open the door to the control room. At such a late hour, who could possibly be visiting? A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. After all, their project team had yet to complete their tasks. Who could it be? It is I, Zhiyong. The arrival of Zhiyong caused Zhang Quanxing to feel a twinge of anxiety, prompting him to hastily swing the door open. Surely, he thought, this would not be a summons for reprimand. If he were to face the brunt of any ire, he would undoubtedly shoulder the blame entirely. Outside, Zhiyong appeared somewhat weary. He had just been meticulously verifying various data. Assuming that the personnel from the thermal dissipation team were still awake, he decided to stop by for a check. Colonel He, what brings you here at such a late hour? Zhang Quanxing asked, his gaze somewhat evasive. After all, he had not accomplished his task satisfactorily. Confronted with the overall supervisor, even one so young, he could not help but feel a degree of trepidation. Upon entering the main control room, Zhiyong noticed a stack of papers on the makeshift desk and let out a sigh. Professor Zhang, has the issue of heat dissipation and nuclear fusion not yet been resolved? Hearing Zhiyong's inquiry without accusation, Zhang Quanxing felt a wave of relief wash over him, though his voice still bore a hint of bitterness. Colonel He, if you could grant us a little more time. We are merely one final hurdle away from overcoming the heat dissipation problem. One final hurdle? Zhiyong raised an eyebrow, directing a question toward Zhang Quanxing. In response to this, Zhang Quanxing could only reluctantly begin to explain. Colonel He, the magnetic cutting generator primarily relies on plasma cutting within a magnetic field for power generation. A fact you are undoubtedly aware of, hence I shall refrain from elaborating further. Zhiyong nodded gently in acknowledgement. Zhang Quanxing continued, the issue arises here. Although the plasma is confined within a certain range, its motion within the generator remains erratic. This irregular motion can result in varying degrees of heat across the magnetic cutting devices. Such discrepancies may lead to excessively low temperatures in the discharged water, causing it to freeze. However, if we were to elevate the temperature within the cooling chamber, we would not meet the requisite cooling limit. This presents a significant challenge for heat dissipation. Upon finishing his explanation, Zhang Quanxing shook his head, having contemplated both increasing the temperature within the cooling chamber and altering the coolant, only to ultimately dismiss these solutions. Upon hearing Zhang Quanxing's concerns, Zhiyong instantly grasped the crux of the issue. It became clear to him why the controllable nuclear fusion device in his mind was encased in a peculiar metallic covering. It was intended for heating. Professor Zhang, you are truly lost in the complexities. Zhiyong chuckled, rummaging through Zhang Quanxing's desk until he produced a schematic of the reactor. With a flourish, he sketched a cover over the reactor and handed the paper to Zhang Quanxing. This is. Zhang Quanxing received the sheet, his brow furrowed. Why does this reactor require a cover? Wait, a cover? In an instant, an epiphany struck him, and he excitedly grasped Zhiyong's hand. Colonel He, your insight has truly awakened me from my slumber. Such a simple method could easily be overlooked. Zhiyong, as an outsider to the heating system, embodies the adage that a bystander sees clearly. Moreover, the system had already provided him with the answer. In that fleeting moment, he arrived at a solution: active heating. Given that the magnetic cutting device exhibited uneven heat distribution, the solution was to actively render it uniform by employing external temperature sensors. The discrepancies in temperature distribution could be accurately monitored. Subsequently, the cooler areas would be heated through the active heating system, artificially achieving a uniform temperature distribution. This would alleviate concerns regarding insufficient heat in the water, which could lead to blockages in the cooling system. However, this approach would necessitate a more rigorous control system, as an additional heating system would have to be integrated. Consequently, personnel from both the computing and engineering teams were summoned to join the cooling team in working late into the night. Chapter 44. Active heating. The development of the active heating system for the power generation device officially commenced. The design responsibility was entrusted entirely to Zhiyong, a specialist in the field of heat dissipation engineering. After a brief discussion with Zhiyong, he collaborated with the computing team that very night to draft a preliminary proposal. The heating apparatus consisted of a metallic shell enveloping the power generation device, equipped with strategically placed heating pipelines and a multitude of sensors. The abundance of sensors necessitated a more sophisticated control program, the design and modification of which was assigned to the esteemed expert, Quan Shengmin. Notably, Quan Shengmin's pinnacle achievement thus far has been the intricate flight control program for the J-20 aircraft. During the recruitment process, Li Miolin had merely stated a single sentence. If Quan Shengmin's team fails to develop the control program for a controllable nuclear fusion reactor, then it seems that no one else in the world will be able to achieve this feat for the time being. Such is the audacity. The complexity of the flight control program for the J-20 aircraft is hardly less daunting than that of the reactor's control system. In fact, in certain aspects, it may even be more challenging. When the design schematics for the active heating apparatus were unveiled, Quan Shengmin confidently assured Colonel He, "Rest assured, give me 10 days, and the program for active heating will be perfected. If I fail, you may hold me accountable." Meanwhile, at the NASA Launch Center, President Flare personally visited the office. As he gazed at the news on his phone screen, his face flushed with indignation. This cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Fulren, this must be false, right? Flare's body trembled violently as he viewed the satellite imagery captured by American satellites of Little Luoan. Regrettably, Mr. President, this is all confirmed by the most advanced surveillance satellites. Defense Secretary Fulren lamented, shaking his head. The speed of infrastructure development in Huagua is astonishing. Such a colossal project has been completed in less than 2 months. Where is our nuclear fusion device, Bago? At this moment, Flare, exasperated, pointed accusingly at Bernard Bago, his voice rising in fury. Now Huagua possesses its own demonstration reactor. But where is our demonstration reactor? Has there been no progress on the ITER project? Witnessing the rapid construction of a sophisticated nuclear fusion demonstration reactor by Huagua in merely 2 months on a barren expanse of gravel left Flare visibly disconcerted. Mr. President, the components from Huagua and India for the ITER project have been compromised. Bernard Bago gestured helplessly, stepping forward to assert. The decline of American manufacturing means that rebuilding factories capable of producing such components will require considerable time. Moreover, I dare say that Huagua cannot possibly succeed. As he spoke, Bago produced a clear satellite ranging photograph and confidently remarked, I wonder what blunder they have committed. They have clearly mastered sustained fusion. Mr. President, this apparatus is far too diminutive. If it were a tokamak, nuclear fusion would be unachievable. You are aware that we have not engaged in research on stellarators with Huagua. After a moment of silence, Flare examined the satellite photograph intently with his somewhat portly hands. Let us hope it is as you say, Bago. He, Flare, possessed a profound understanding of controllable nuclear fusion devices. As he gazed at the small low band depicted in the monochrome image, an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose within him. Mr. President, our Mars probe is about to launch. To divert from this disconcerting topic, Bernard Bago pointed towards the panoramic glass behind Flare, forcing a smile. Our plans are about to commence. Are the fuel tanks and engines for the military's early launch prepared? Interrupted in his train of thought by Bago, Flare regained his focus. Indeed, the pressing priority is to address the challenges of Mars exploration. Mr. President, preparations are already in place. At this moment, Fulren's lips curled into a smile. Once the spacecraft reaches space, it will dock with the propulsion system. This spacecraft will traverse the cosmos at an unprecedented velocity. In no more than 2 months, it will arrive at Mars. The United States has launched a space engine equipped with fuel and propulsion in advance for its Mars exploration initiative. After the spacecraft docks with this space engine, the well-fueled engine will operate at full throttle, propelling the spacecraft directly toward Mars. Thanks to the specially designed engine, the journey that typically takes 6 months has been compressed to a mere 2 months. Mr. President, Once the spacecraft reaches Mars orbit, that apparatus will be deployed. Foreign's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement, and even Bigo could not hide the glimmer of unease in his gaze. Excellent. I hope that in 2 months, you will return to me with the decoded information. At that moment on Twitter, the edited video of the Huaguazeluen project unsurprisingly surged to the trending list. The comment section was quickly inundated by netizens from various nations. Oh my god. In just 2 months, Huagua has truly accomplished this. FXXK, where is our nuclear fusion device? What about ITER? Why haven't we heard anything? Haha. ITER is missing crucial components and is stranded like a beached whale. Truly remarkable. Love from Pakistan. The formidable porcelain, a gift from Tsarist Russia. Just as this topic ignites fervent discussions on Twitter, NASA has officially announced the successful launch of the SLS rocket. It is anticipated that the spacecraft will reach Mars in approximately 2 months, marking humanity's swiftest venture into the cosmos. However, this news did not resonate well with netizens, particularly those in the United States. They swiftly countered with videos showcasing the construction of a fusion reactor, commenting under NASA's announcement, "What use is exploring that damned Mars? We demand controllable nuclear fusion. Controllable nuclear fusion is the future. America is finished." At such a critical juncture, we are still laboring to explore that damned Mars. Where is America's nuclear fusion apparatus? We want controllable nuclear fusion. We seek the future. Undoubtedly. Even the netizens are acutely aware that controllable nuclear fusion is evidently more significant than the exploration of Mars. With controllable nuclear fusion comes the promise of the future. But what future does the exploration of Mars hold? Can one truly rely on chemical propulsion for advancement? The limits of fuel rockets are apparent. Wake up. The rational citizens of America are profoundly disillusioned with their government. This is indeed a grievous misstep. If China were to achieve controllable nuclear fusion first, it would be akin to Britain, the pioneer of the steam engine. Would America not then be destined to relinquish its position at the pinnacle of the world? That is a source of pride for them. Yet, this honor is on the verge of being surrendered. How can these Americans, who aspire to champion their nation and humanity, permit a non-white nation to ascend to the throne of global supremacy? Flair, we demand an explanation. The security of the United States is gravely compromised. Bernard must be silenced. He is jeopardizing the future of our nation. Chapter 45. Anomalies in the cooling system 1.5 months later. Little Luowan, China. The Mixed Integrated Division Station nearby stands ready for action. The operational aircraft of the Eastern Military District circle the vicinity of Little Luowan every half hour. Unmanned aerial vehicles equipped with advanced batteries and robotic dogs are continuously expanding their surveillance perimeter. The information units of the Integrated Division operate their radar vehicles at maximum capacity. Hundreds of kilometers away, the aircraft carrier fleet is also poised for combat, confronting the American naval forces at their operational positions. On the shore, the station's soldiers' anti-aircraft missiles and anti-ship missiles are firmly targeted at the American fleet. The American carrier fleet has been on its combat mission in international waters since it departed from Kadena Air Base 2 weeks ago. The tension arises from the imminent ignition test of the Swearin-1 fusion reactor in Little Luowan, set to commence shortly. In the main control room of the Swearin-1 fusion reactor, Zhiyong stands solemnly at the main control console, intently monitoring the various data displayed on the screens. He conducts the final checks of all systems. As he issues his commands, the entire control room's operators become tense. They set aside their usual jovial demeanor, adopting serious expressions as they commence their tasks. They have been rehearsing continuously for a month. Since the active heating devices and programs were in place, they have been diligently repeating their operational drills each day. All of this is merely to ensure that at the moment of ignition, not a single issue arises. The reactor's cooling system is functioning normally. The magnetic coils of the reactor are operational. The magnetic cutting generator is performing optimally. Zhiyong exhaled softly and stated solemnly, "Commence power supply." No sooner had the words left his lips than a resounding thrum echoed outside the control room. The current input power has been achieved, confirming that the magnetic field strength has reached 10T. An inspector fixed his gaze intently on the data before him, and the instant it hit 10T, he immediately reported at the top of his lungs, "Initiate heating equipment. Fuel is ready for injection." As this command was issued, Zhiyong gazed at the control panel with a mix of nostalgia and anticipation. Finally, they had arrived at this crucial juncture. As the inner chamber heated to 20 million degrees Celsius, the injected deuterium-tritium gas swiftly transitioned into a plasma state. Zhiyong, with a serious demeanor, resolutely pressed the control command in his hand. The ignition mechanism consisted of a series of buttons designed to prevent accidental activation. Beep, 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 beep. Each button pressed emitted a confirming beep. With unwavering resolve, he pressed the final button, and his authoritative command resonated throughout the entire control room. Initiate ignition. Within the reactor, the laser generator instantaneously unleashed a high-energy laser, heating the deuterium-tritium plasma within the chamber to over 100 million degrees Celsius. The inner walls were cooling adequately, showing no signs of damage. The inspector monitoring the condition of the inner walls wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved that the walls remained unscathed under the intense bombardment of the high-energy laser. Upon hearing that there was nothing amiss within the internal walls, Zhiyong gently nodded. The data on the main control panel was fluctuating significantly. The neutron dosage was rising dramatically. A fusion reaction was occurring within the reactor. His eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been less than half a year since his rebirth, yet controllable nuclear fusion was on the verge of success on the soil of Huagua. If this momentum were to be maintained, humanity would soon transition into a true era of complete electrification. Meanwhile, in a corner of the control room, Zhang Quanxing gazed solemnly at the oscillating curve before him. This was the temperature oscilloscope, capable of providing real-time feedback on the water temperature within the cooling system. At that moment, all other devices were operating smoothly. They functioned flawlessly, and the pressure had successfully reached the cooling side. The success of the fusion reactor ultimately depended on the modified cooling apparatus. Everything was still under control. The cooling system was currently functioning normally. With tense hands clasped, Zhang Quanxing refused to overlook any sudden changes in the numbers. After the ignition was successfully initiated, an inexplicable sense of unease welled up within him. It was a feeling difficult to articulate, akin to the anxiety he felt during his youth when he submitted a hastily prepared assignment, only to find the teacher meticulously correcting each page for every student. The most crucial aspect was that he sat in the front row. This sense of déjà vu left Zhang Quanxing feeling utterly disheartened. Suddenly, the oscilloscope emitted a soft beep, and the previously orderly oscillating temperature curve took a sharp turn, plunging straight down without any sign of stopping. This unexpected change caused Zhang Quanxing's heart to sink along with the alarming drop. He hastily drew closer to the screen, his eyes fixated on the erratic curve that had suddenly shifted. At that moment, the oscillograph on the screen seemed to mock him, as the curve abruptly returned to a normal range, rendering the preceding events as if they had never occurred. Nevertheless, cold sweat erupted on Zhang Quanxing's forehead as he trembled and seized his pen and paper to recalculate. Something was amiss. This was decidedly problematic. The cooling system should not exhibit such drastic fluctuations in data like other systems. The temperature within the pipeline system would not inexplicably drop. The cooling system was designed to maintain stability. It could not be inherently unstable. But the question remained, where exactly lay the problem? Zhang Quanxing substituted the recently spiked data into the formula, and the moment the result materialized, his pupils constricted sharply, red veins suddenly appearing in the whites of his eyes. Damn it! The cooling system was indeed malfunctioning. Quick! Halt the fusion reaction. The cooling system has failed. The temperature is decreasing irregularly. Zhang Quanxing sprang to his feet, shouting loudly. The tense atmosphere in the control room was abruptly shattered. His desperate cries pierced the silence, striking an excruciating chord. Zhiyong's smile vanished in an instant. Without a moment to inquire, upon hearing Zhang Quanxing's voice, he immediately pressed a series of buttons on the control panel to forcibly terminate the operation. Regardless of the veracity of the situation, he could not permit any mishap to occur. Thus, he had no choice but to abort the entire program. Bang! The deuterium-tritium gas injector was swiftly shut off. Subsequently, each energy supply system emitted a resonant hum, gradually diminishing the current with the assistance of the safety system. As the various systems ceased operation in succession, the fusion reactions within the reactor also came to a halt. To safeguard the inner walls, the magnetic field was the last to be disengaged. Observing the neutron dosage displayed on the control panel plummet rapidly, a murmur of speculation filled the control room. What is happening? Is that old Zhang, who oversees the cooling system? Has there been a malfunction? Aren't the temperatures of the reactor and generator quite normal? Our data shows no anomalies. I'm not certain. Perhaps there is an issue with the coolant? It was not until the reactor was confirmed to be entirely non-operational that Zhiyong at the control panel turned his head. Frowning, he noticed Zhang Quansheng already engrossed in his tasks. At this moment, Zhang Quansheng, witnessing the cessation of the fusion reaction, let out a sigh of relief. It's good that it has stopped. He then plunged into his calculations with fervor. The active heating system cannot possibly have a fault. I have computed it several times and conducted numerous program tests. Where could the problem lie? Observing Professor Zhang Quansheng muttering to himself while calculating, Zhiyong and Li Miolin approached him. They stood quietly, awaiting his findings. Old Zhang, what has transpired with the cooling system? Li Miolin seized the moment and inquired once Zhang completed his calculations. Colonel He, there was an abnormal trend of temperature reduction in the cooling system just now. Zhang Quansheng's hands trembled incessantly as he clutched the paper. He had just made a crucial calculation. An anomaly in the cooling system could lead to the obstruction of the heat dissipation pipes. Look. Upon receiving the document from Zhang Quansheng, Zhiyong scrutinized the data meticulously. The moment he beheld the final predicted outcome, his countenance shifted dramatically. The rapidly decreasing water temperature would swiftly freeze within the pipes, causing a blockage in the heat dissipation system. Without the cooling system, the generator's temperature would escalate violently, risking catastrophic failure. This was an intolerable safety hazard. Zhiyong, with a grim expression, returned the paper to Zhang Quansheng and issued a command. Everyone was to cease work immediately and prepare for a comprehensive fault inspection. An anomaly had arisen in the cooling system. Chapter 46. Comfort. Everyone in the control room felt a jolt at Zhiyong's command. A fault inspection? Was this a reset? Li Miolin, aware of the implications of a malfunction, cautiously inquired, should we reset the system? A reset entails a thorough examination of every system and component within the project, beginning from the design phase until the precise source of the issue is identified. As no significant problems had been detected in other systems, the focus would initially be on the cooling system. The preliminary ignition had shown no obvious anomalies across the various systems. If a reset were to be conducted at this juncture, it would be an enormous waste of time. What is the operational status of the cooling system's control program? The malfunction in the cooling system may well stem from an issue with program control. The program indicates that both the active heating system and the cooling system are functioning correctly. The sensors cannot deceive. Ishamin possesses unwavering confidence in his program design. It is impossible for the issue to originate from his end. The program is flawless, the sensors are accurate, and the active heater operates normally. So, where indeed does the problem lie? Zhiyong furrows his brow, his right hand thoughtfully stroking his chin as he ponders deeply. Ultimately, unable to identify the source of the issue, Zhiyong resolves to take action. Engineering team, dismantle the cooling system and investigate for faults. The most prudent course of action now is to conduct a thorough inspection of the cooling system. If the problem remains elusive, we shall have no choice but to reset everything. Swearin 1. The cooling system has been completely dismantled. Zhiyong and a group of professors now wear furrowed brows. It has been 2 days since the problem was first noted. The engineering team has yet to uncover any issues. This predicament is indeed troubling. In such devices, encountering problems is commonplace. Each apparatus invariably harbors some flaws, to varying degrees. The crux of the matter lies in whether we can pinpoint the source of the issue. If we cannot identify where the problem arises, it may indicate a fundamental flaw in the design of the device itself. When the matter pertains to design, the stakes are significantly higher. Da Xiao call for you. Just as the group stares in confusion at the cooling system, a soldier suddenly approaches Zhiyong. I shall take this call. Zhiyong finds it peculiar that someone is seeking him. Engineering team, please conduct another thorough inspection. Unyielding, Zhiyong insisted that the engineering team conduct a final inspection, emphasizing, not a single bolt should be overlooked. Should they fail to identify the issue, he would be faced with the agonizing prospect of starting from scratch. This not only squandered precious time, but also jeopardized the project. After issuing these instructions, Zhiyong followed the guard to a military truck serving as a temporary mobile base station, where communications were directly linked to secure satellites. Upon receiving the microphone from the security personnel, Zhiyong immediately inquired, "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Before his words could fully dissipate, an aged voice responded from the other end. "I am Congressman Wu." Congressman Wu. Zhiyong's expression instantly turned serious, his demeanor reflecting astonishment. "What can I do for you?" The fact that Congressman Wu was reaching out to him indicated that the higher-ups were quite concerned about the situation at Zhiyong. Zhiyong, I have heard that there are issues with the fusion device at Zhiyong. Upon hearing Wu's words, a hint of bitter amusement flickered in Zhiyong's eyes. It seemed the flaws that had attracted attention from above had finally manifested. The problem had only arisen 2 days prior, yet the news had already reached the congressman's ears. Congressman Wu, we are encountering a minor issue, but rest assured, it will be resolved promptly. After a brief silence, Wu's voice resonated once more. Zhiyong, do not be anxious about this matter. If problems arise during the investigation and cannot be resolved, we will start anew. Our nation is not in a hurry at this moment. You and the esteemed professors from various disciplines within the project team are the true treasures of Huagua. When issues arise within the project, we shall learn from our missteps and persevere. With a serious tone, Counselor Wu remarked, talent is of utmost importance. I do not wish for anyone to be sacrificed in this endeavor. Do you understand? I understand. Zhiyong initially believed that Counselor Wu would come to inquire about the project's progress. However, he was taken aback to discover that the counselor was there to advise him against rushing. Moreover, he emphasized the necessity of ensuring the safety of himself and his fellow researchers. This gesture deeply moved Zhiyong. In his previous life, Huagua had gone to great lengths to supply food to the Antarctic Research Station. To his knowledge, the American Antarctic Research Station had already faced food shortages during the initial chaos. Such humanitarian concern for researchers left Zhiyong in profound reflection. Subsequently, he assured earnestly, rest assured, Counselor Wu, I will do everything in my power to prevent any accidents within this project. Meanwhile, in the White House office, Bernard Bigot gently placed images captured by surveillance satellites before Flare. Mr. President, our satellites indicate that Huagua seems to be in distress. I knew it. Such a sizable apparatus is bound to encounter problems, Flare replied skeptically as he accepted the images. Upon discerning the content, a smile spread across his face. They have dismantled part of their facilities? Excellent. Bigot, you have finally made an accurate observation. Flare set aside the image he held, his smile unwavering as he continued his inquiry. What is the status of the Mars probe? It has traversed halfway, and it is expected to separate in 20 days. Bernard Bigot replied with a smile, elaborating, as the probe approaches, it will be able to discern more clearly. Have you interpreted any findings? Mr. President, we have only received sporadic signals. We need to get closer. In an undisclosed subterranean facility in Siberia, a bearded giant traversed several sealed doors, donned a containment suit, and strapped on an oxygen tank before entering a negative pressure laboratory. Andre, have there been any recent breakthroughs? The bearded man exhaled a cloud of warm breath that fogged his visor. His tone was laced with excitement as he inquired of Andre, who was busy at the testing station. Vagonev, you are overly enthusiastic. I indeed have experimental results. What is that disgusting thing? Vagonev waved his hand, urging Andre to dispense with the suspense and reveal the outcome. It contains a vessel with a hardness akin to diamond. Andre shot a disapproving glance at his impatient companion and retorted, the vessel contains a type of virus. A virus? Upon hearing this, Vagonev quickly inspected his containment suit for any breaches. After confirming its integrity, he let out a long, relieved breath. Is this container artificial? That's what makes it so peculiar. Andre lifted his head with a hint of excitement. It appears to be naturally formed. My goodness. A virus still alive within the diamond? Fuginev, can you believe it? Chapter 47. The Connector Issue Xiao Luo Bei. After Zhiyong completed the call from Congressman Wu, he strolled back. Turning around, he spotted a robotic dog emerging from behind the equipment. Thanks to the advent of a new type of battery, this mechanical canine now possessed a significant energy reserve, leading to an array of devices installed on its back. Observing the swiveling camera and the ever-vigilant robotic dog, Zhiyong approached out of curiosity and playfully ruffled the dog's head. The robotic dog, equipped with a facial recognition system, did not resist. It merely expressed mild disdain at having its camera obstructed. After being touched, it turned and scampered away in a series of small, hurried steps. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The camera of the robotic dog seemed to be connected to the military's information center. Did that mean his previous actions could have consequences? Straightening up, Zhiyong hastily decided against lingering. It was not the potential ridicule from the information center that concerned him, but rather the issue with the cooling system that awaited his attention. Upon his return to the cooling system room, Zhiyong noticed that Professor Sun Xiaodong no longer bore the earlier look of distress. Instead, a broad smile graced his face. Zhiyong, we found the problem. Li Miolin stepped forward, holding a wire connector and presenting it to him. Zhiyong gazed at the connector in his hand, perplexed. Is the issue rooted in this? Upon careful observation, Zhiyong did not detect any abnormalities with the connectors. The issue lay within the material of the connectors. Li Miholan expressed a sense of regret. Grateful that Zhiyong had mentioned the need to meticulously inspect each screw cap before departing. This recollection evoked memories for the supervising academician Chung, reminiscent of the problems that arose during the inaugural launch of the JL-1 missile, a disconnection of the wiring. This seemingly insignificant issue led to the catastrophic explosion of the JL-1 merely seconds after it breached the water's surface. Confronted with this unpleasant memory, academician Chung promptly instructed the engineering team to conduct a thorough inspection of the wiring. To their astonishment, the problem indeed resided there. Zhiyong, the connectors made from this material, under a high-intensity magnetic field of 10T, would lead to disconnection. Li Miholan cast a wistful glance at all the connectors that had been dismantled. Who would have imagined the problem originated here? The active cooling system had been added hastily due to time constraints, without much consideration. Fortunately, the issue was identified in time. After listening to Li Miaolin's explanation, Zhiyong was struck with realization. These connectors, being metal products, would inevitably be subject to unpredictable influences within a super-strong magnetic field. I have already instructed the arsenal to expedite the production of a batch of high-temperature resistant nanoceramic connectors. At this moment, academician Chung approached and nodded at Zhiyong, continuing. It is good that the issue has been resolved. Thank you, academician Chung. Zhiyong replied earnestly. Thus, having an experienced individual within the team is indeed a tremendous advantage. Perhaps the challenges you are encountering are those that others have faced as well. In such a large-scale project, relying solely on Zhiyong is utterly insufficient. Even a few minor issues could overwhelm him. By the way, who just called you? After explaining the problem, Li Miholan suddenly inquired of Zhiyong. The fact that the call was made via a secure line suggested that the caller held significant influence, which made him feel somewhat anxious. It was Congressman Wu. Congressman Wu. Upon hearing that the call was from the esteemed legislator himself, both Li Miholan and Sun Xiaodong gasped in astonishment. They had initially thought the caller was merely a notable figure, only to discover it was the head of the assembly. Did Congressman Wu learn about the situation with Swearin number 1? Sun Xiaodong felt a twinge of anxiety, pondering the possibility that Wu might be calling to hold them accountable. Zhiyong, noticing the apprehension on Li Miaolin's face and the tension in Sun Xiaodong, smiled slightly and said, Congressman Wu called to inform me that there is an issue with Swearin number 1. He specifically emphasized that we must prioritize the safety of all the professors. Hearing Zhiyong's explanation, both men exhaled in relief. Not only was there no reprimand, but Congressman Wu had even taken the time to express concern for the safety of the researchers. Although Li Miholan and Sun Xiaodong were seasoned professionals, this was indeed their first experience of such distinguished treatment, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction from being valued. Observing the suddenly serene expressions of the two men, Zhiyong also smiled and added, Since Congressman Wu is so concerned for us, we must not disappoint him. Chung Lao, how long until the components arrive? Chung Lao has long been accustomed to interacting with Councilman Wu, and thus he was not easily agitated by such trivial matters. He began to respond calmly. The components will arrive this afternoon at 2 o'clock. Precisely at 2 o'clock, a military green helicopter swiftly approached from the distance. The rhythmic thrum of the rotor blades stirred anticipation among the professors, prompting them to emerge from the lounge. The long-awaited components had finally arrived. Following the receipt of production directives, the factories under the Sudong military district promptly commenced the necessary manufacturing processes. Over 400 connectors for the nuclear fusion apparatus were produced, beginning with the procurement of raw materials, followed by molding, wire pressing, quality inspection, packaging, and transportation. Remarkably, within a mere 2 hours, these impeccably crafted connectors were delivered to Shaoluowan. This exemplifies the remarkable speed of Huagua. The helicopter, creating a gust of wind, landed steadily on the temporary helipad at Shaoluowan. A group of eager young engineers wasted no time in rushing to unload the crates. With the connectors in place, only the final assembly remained. The engineering team worked tirelessly until 2 in the morning, completing the full assembly and inspection of the cooling system. This certainly tested the endurance of the engineers, as the repetitive process of disassembly and reassembly was quite taxing. Zhiyong had initially planned to conduct the ignition test the following morning. However, upon entering the main control room, He was astonished to find that all personnel had remained awake, vigilantly accompanying the engineering team until midnight. It was no wonder the engineers appeared resolute, embodying a spirit of determination to complete their tasks without rest. Since everyone was still awake, it was time to commence the ignition test. Under the watchful gaze of countless expectant eyes, Zhiyong resolved to heed the will of the people and commenced immediate experimentation. In the early hours of that day, the inaugural ignition test of the Swearin No. 1 was flawlessly executed. Beginning at 2:30, the operation lasted for a total of 5 hours, during which every piece of data was meticulously accurate. The cooling system maintained the generator's exterior temperature at a commendable 15 degrees. Over the following fortnight, Swearin No. 1 conducted several ignition tests, culminating in a remarkable trial that sustained fusion reactions for a continuous 7 days. With impeccable results, Swearin No. 1 assured everyone of its absolute safety and reliability. During these 7 days, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in Zhiyong. The originally designed discharge tower operated beyond its intended capacity, unleashing a tremendous current that cascaded from its pinnacle like artificial lightning. Even under the cloak of night, the entire Zhiyong required no artificial illumination, as the bluish currents illuminated the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. This was due to the fact that Swearin No. 1 was not yet networked, resulting in excess electricity without a designated use, thus necessitating the discharge tower to dissipate the surplus energy. As a month elapsed, the once quiet zone resurfaced in the public eye, propelled into the spotlight once more. The discharge tower was simply too striking to ignore. The immense currents released drew the attention of onlookers, resembling an electromagnetic tower in their eyes. For 7 consecutive days, the relentless discharges created an impression as if electricity were free of charge. Nearby residents captured astonishing photographs and effortlessly shared them on social media. Before long, the news rapidly ascended to the top of trending discussions. Countless netizens flooded the comment section with exclamations such as, "Has an electromagnetic tower appeared in Shaluo Bay? And what on earth is happening for 7 consecutive days?" Faced with these eye-catching headlines, numerous users were momentarily bewildered. What on earth is this? Is there anyone knowledgeable here to explain? It certainly bears a striking resemblance. With the emergence of the electromagnetic tower, could the magnetic storm infantry be far behind? To the user above, "I am an ally. Open the door." To the first commenter, "This must be a discharge tower." The nuclear fusion device in Shaluo Bay has commenced electricity generation. The device is not networked, so the power must be released in this manner. Indeed, it has been discharging continuously for 7 days. Does this imply that the fusion reaction has been ongoing for 7 days? Blind friend, you have uncovered the crux. Goodness, has controllable nuclear fusion actually been achieved? With 7 days of uninterrupted discharges, anyone with common sense would inevitably connect this to the issue of nuclear fusion. It is akin to the Russian Empire burning through endless natural gas. One must first have a steady supply of it. The discharge tower in Shaluo Bay has been operational for a full 7 days. This signifies that the Swearin No. 1 has been running for a complete week. Does this not suggest mastery over the technology of controllable nuclear fusion? Or is it merely for amusement to release electricity? The 7-day trial operation has concluded. Swearin No. 1 encountered no issues whatsoever. After further ensuring there would be no complications, Zhiyong extended a formal invitation to Counselor Wu, who resides far away in the capital. This invitation was conducted through proper channels, with the invitation document personally delivered by the esteemed academician Cheng to the Zhiyong Pavilion. In the capital, within Counselor Wu's office, knock, 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 a series of gentle knocks echoed through the room. At that moment, Member Wu was deep in thought regarding the rising oil prices. Upon hearing the knocks, he did not lift his head, but simply called out, "Come in, member. It is I." Senior academician Cheng gently pushed the door open and walked slowly to stand before Member Wu, finding a seat for himself. Cheng Lao, are you not in Shaluo Bay?" Hearing Cheng Yuanming's voice, Member Wu was somewhat surprised and lifted his head. Could it be that something unexpected happened in Shaluo Bay? The thought made Wu furrow his brow. As long as there are no casualties, that is what matters. Hey, do not furrow your brow. It is good news. Cheng Lao observed Wu's expression, smiled gently, and said, "There is good news from Shaluo Bay." Wu's previously furrowed brow relaxed as he set down his pen, his eyes sparkling with interest as he gazed intently at senior academician Cheng. "Oh, I am eager to hear what this good news is. Could it be the issue with Swearin No. 1 has been resolved?" Senior academician Chung chuckled heartily. The issue has indeed been resolved. But that is not the good news. Swear and no. One has successfully undergone trial operation for 7 consecutive days. It has passed safety inspections. The next step is ignition and the formal commencement of operations. Senior academician Chung took a letter from his bag and presented it to member Wu. This is an invitation from Zhiyong. He wishes to ask you to take the time to personally witness this historic moment. Upon hearing that the Sui Rin No. 1 would soon commence its operations, Counselor Wu was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly opened the envelope and began to read with great attention. After several days of continuous efforts, we can affirm that Sui Rin No. 1 has met all the necessary conditions for prolonged operation. The integration of Sui Rin No. 1 into the Soviet Eastern power grid has also been duly coordinated. I extend a heartfelt invitation to Counselor Wu to witness this historic moment in person. Controlled nuclear fusion. The future of humanity is about to be ignited in Huagua, reflecting on the fact that during his tenure, the technology of controlled nuclear fusion has truly come to fruition. Counselor Wu's face flushed with excitement. It had been a long time since he had felt such exhilaration. Good, 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 he exclaimed thrice, emphatically striking the armrest of his chair. Indeed, Elder Qing possesses a discerning eye. With He Zhiyong present, it is truly a blessing for Huagua. When exactly will Sui Rin No. 1 commence operations? Elder Chang, empathizing with the enthusiastic Counselor Wu, also felt a surge of excitement whenever he recalled the magnificent sight of the power transmission towers. It will commence at noon the day after tomorrow. The Soviet Eastern power grid needs to adjust the power capacity of its receiving equipment. Such an immense current flowing in all at once could potentially lead to a complete shutdown of the grid. The integration of Sui Rin No. 1 into the power grid aims to generate electricity, not to serve as a weapon against the Soviet Eastern power grid. Hence, adjustments to the equipment's power capacity are necessary. Fortunately, Huagua possesses high-voltage cables with a capacity of 100,000 kilowatts, along with the requisite supporting infrastructure. It will suffice to transport a complete set to the Soviet East for installation. Upon hearing that the event was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, Councilman Wu fell into a contemplative silence for a moment before suddenly declaring, "Very well, I shall cancel the negotiations concerning oil prices with the Middle East. Chung Lao, accompany me." Originally, the day after tomorrow was designated for discussions surrounding oil pricing with Middle Eastern representatives. However, with resolute determination, Wu decided that enduring prolonged suffering was less desirable than swift resolution. He promptly convened the council, urging the rapid deployment of charging station infrastructure across the nation. Additionally, he pressed for advancements in the research and development of new battery electric vehicles. His objective was to eradicate the dominance of oil-fueled vehicles from the country in a short span of time. While oil prices remained elevated, he deemed it acceptable to allow gasoline prices to soar temporarily, thereby paving the way for the emergence of new battery vehicles. In the future, they would no longer need to fret over oil-related concerns. That evening at precisely 7 p.m., the host, who was reporting on various aspects of public welfare, abruptly ceased the broadcast. With a serious demeanor, he addressed the national audience. "We interrupt this program to bring you an important announcement. The controllable nuclear fusion prototype, Sui Rin No. 1, located in Shaluo Bay, successfully completed its final safety inspection yesterday." Colonel He Zhiyong, the project leader, stated that Sui Rin No. 1 will commence power generation in the coming days. Colonel He emphasized that the successful integration of Sui Rin No. 1 into the grid signifies that our nation has officially mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology. Following the news report, an announcement from the Ministry of Propaganda swiftly dominated the headlines of major media outlets. "We inform the citizens of our country that we are making great strides toward the future." This announcement was accompanied by a flurry of subsequent reports. Meanwhile, a newly released album by Wang Feng was swiftly overshadowed, failing to even make it onto the trending charts. 7 days of discharge, it turns out to be safety testing. Controlled nuclear fusion technology is within reach. The first controlled nuclear fusion device in human history. The official live broadcast will commence the day after tomorrow. Is the networking work happening on the 11th? Countless netizens flocked to the comment section in an instant. They had just been discussing the discharge tower in Zhiyong when this monumental news bombshell dropped. Goodness! The official announcement of mastering controlled nuclear fusion is here. Goodness! 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 The comments above have turned into a chorus of exclamations, echoing nothing but astonishment. There will be an official live broadcast the day after tomorrow. Iter isn't even completed yet. Haha. What about those who criticized Professor Zhiyong, accusing him of data theft? The facts speak louder than words. Who would need to steal with such a contraption as Iter? A live broadcast at noon the day after tomorrow. I'll be waiting eagerly. Why is it the day after tomorrow? I feel utterly restless. I want to witness the networking right now. To the commenter above, perhaps you should purchase some sleeping pills. I fear you won't find rest in the coming days. Manual jest. Chapter 49. The Huagua's sun officially operates amid the eager anticipation of the crowd. The clock struck noon on the 11th. At precisely 12 o'clock, escorted by military vehicles, a vintage red flag car without a license plate, adorned with round lights, slowly entered Zhiyong. It finally came to a halt in front of Swearin No. 1. Here, Zhiyong and others had been waiting for quite some time. Counselor Wu gazed at the shining one, which shimmered with a silvery glow, and reflected thoughtfully, Chung. When Zhiyong made a solemn pledge to master controllable nuclear fusion within a year, it truly was an awe-inspiring ambition. I never expected that this young man would actually accomplish it. Chung, feeling a twinge of nostalgia, sighed, I find it increasingly difficult to comprehend the minds of these youth. In just a few short months, Zhiyong has managed to develop the technology for controllable nuclear fusion. It is beyond imagination what monumental feats he may achieve in the future. I was once preoccupied with concerns regarding ITER, but in hindsight, those worries were utterly unfounded. The individuals at ITER must be regretting their decisions now. Counselor Wu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Let us not dwell on ITER, since they have withdrawn. Their affairs are no longer our concern. Today, we are not the protagonists. When the time comes, let us disembark and hand the stage over to this young talent. As Counselor Wu and Qing entered the control room of the Shining One amidst the warm welcome of the crowd, they were assigned seats beside the main control panel. You all carry on with your tasks. We are but mere observers. Wu remarked with a gentle smile to the somewhat apprehensive inspectors and professors. I am merely here to offer encouragement, so do not mind me. Leave the professional matters to you. I shall merely deliver a few customary words at the end. Perhaps the comforting words of Counselor Wu had a profound effect, as numerous experts and professors soon became engrossed in their preparations, swiftly forgetting his presence. Within the main control room, the air was filled with the triumphant shouts of completed inspections. Zhiyong respectfully nodded at Counselor Wu, his expression conveying an apology for his abrupt departure. He was determined to immerse himself fully in his work. Director Li, how are preparations on the Sudong power grid progressing? The person in charge responded with a phone call, confirming that the ultra-high voltage line had been successfully connected to the distribution group of Swearin 1. As Li Miolin answered Zhiyong, he simultaneously reviewed data from various departments. It was the final inspection before the live broadcast. With reports coming in from each sector, Zhiyong ultimately received the reassuring news. All systems were functioning perfectly. Su Yuhao was an ardent admirer of the technological vanguard. Since his middle school days, he had harbored a fascination for envisioning the future of human technology. He was particularly enamored by a phrase from the technological vanguard: develop controllable nuclear fusion and venture beyond Earth. Originally, the plan entailed constructing a commercial demonstration reactor by 2050. However, the surprise had come so unexpectedly. In just a few short months, it felt as though there had been a technological explosion, allowing them to swiftly master controllable nuclear fusion technology. This transformation filled him with immense excitement. Since last night, he had been so exhilarated that sleep evaded him. Now, as the clock struck midnight, he had waited all night for this moment. After all, this was the scene he had always dreamed of witnessing. Yet, as the hour arrived, the live broadcast had yet to commence. Could there be a problem? He fervently hoped not. Su Yuhao swiftly accessed the forum, where several well-informed individuals were active. They were likely privy to some news. Military Weapon 666. Why hasn't the live broadcast commenced yet? Little Su, the area is currently under strict martial law, and I have no updates. Even the well-informed moderators are at a loss, as the military's lockdown prevents anyone from acquiring specific information. Suddenly, he changed his tone. Wait, Little Su. The live broadcast has begun. The senator is here too. Upon noticing the start of the broadcast, Su Yuhao abruptly lifted his head. The melodramatic romance that had been airing on the television vanished in an instant, replaced by the live stream. The footage displayed what appeared to be the control room of the Swearin 1. Standing in the center, the individual who seemed to be of similar age was none other than Colonel He. Beside him sat an elder, academician Cheng Yuanming, the senator. In disbelief, Su Yuhao gazed at the unfolding scene, astonished that even the senator had personally arrived. Inside the control room of Swerin 1, Zhiyong stood at the central control panel, his expression grave as he surveyed the entire room. After exhaling softly, he solemnly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the day when Swerin 1 connects to the grid and ignites. The significance of this event is beyond words. The names of all present here will forever be etched into history. Prepare for ignition." With the issuance of Zhiyong's command, the personnel in charge of various systems immediately commenced their tasks. Reactor checks are normal. Cooling system checks are normal. Generator checks are normal. Grid connection system is ready. Upon hearing these words, repeated countless times, and witnessing the meticulously rehearsed operations, Zhiyong took a deep breath. In the gaze of countless expectant onlookers, he issued the command, "Commence discharge." A resonant hum instantly filled the air. The audience before their televisions and those in the live broadcast room clearly heard the thunderous sound emanating from the discharge chamber. It was their first encounter with the momentous actions that heralded the initiation of nuclear fusion. The experience was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The current had reached the required standard. Is deuterium-tritium gas injected? The magnetic field intensity inspector swiftly reported, seamlessly coordinated with the inspector of the deuterium-tritium injection device. All these operations instilled a profound sense of assurance in the hearts of the domestic viewers. After confirming the internal temperature of the reactor displayed on the main control panel, Zhiyong commanded in a booming voice, "Inject deuterium-tritium gas. Prepare for ignition." Lifting the protective covers of a series of buttons, he resolutely pressed each one in succession. High-energy lasers were swiftly activated from the laser generator. In a matter of moments, fusion reactions commenced within the reactor. A tremendous surge of energy, akin to that found within a star, was birthed in the fusion process. As the fusion reactions unfolded, all personnel present rapidly initiated their subsequent tasks, connecting to the power grid. The generator set had completed its preheating and commenced operation. The power generation rate reached 67, and the active heating system was engaged. The cooling system operated smoothly. The auxiliary steam turbine generator functioned normally, ready to connect to the grid. A remarkably potent current converged in the ultra-high voltage distribution room. Within the high-voltage cables, which could scarcely be grasped by both hands, an immense and ceaseless current surged forth. The grid connection was successful. The director of the Eastern Electricity Grid sent word that their distribution team had received power from the Swerin 1. A flicker of excitement danced in Zhiyong's eyes. Presently, only one reactor within the Swerin 1 was operational, while the other stood by as a backup. The power had now reached an astonishing 200,000 megawatts. As Zhiyong gazed upon the Swerin 1, operating at full capacity, a surge of exhilaration washed over him. We have succeeded. Chapter 50. Alien signals in the main control room of the Swerin 1. As Zhiyong declared the final success, a thunderous applause erupted. All the inspectors rose from their stations, and the professors and experts from various systems were overwhelmed with tears of joy. They had finally triumphed. The artificial sun was now shining brightly over Huagua. Beside the control panel, Counselor Wu wore a radiant smile, fervently applauding the researchers of Swerin 1. The inspectors began the handover process. After the jubilant cheers subsided, Zhiyong calmed the crowd with a gesture. The Swerin 1 was now operating stably. The monitoring results from various systems were about to be transferred to the control panel. Henceforth, the normal operation of Swerin 1 would require only a few personnel to remain on site. Zhiyong decided to entrust this responsibility to Yao Tianming and Chen Fanghua. We have succeeded. Su Yuhao fixed his gaze intently on the television screen before him. On the large display in the control room, the curves and data were inscrutable to him. Yet, the crowd erupted in jubilation, an undeniable truth. The prototype of controllable nuclear fusion has officially connected to the power grid. In this moment, the great nation of Huagua can proudly declare its place at the pinnacle of the world. Su Yuhai activated his live stream, his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen as he excitedly proclaimed, "Controllable nuclear fusion has been achieved. The stars and oceans await us." In an instant, equally exhilarated netizens rallied in response, and this declaration dominated the screens. The news of Huagua's Swerin 1 fusion reactor successfully connecting to the grid sent shockwaves around the globe. The world was astounded, particularly the citizens of the United States, who were simultaneously astonished and enraged. Hadn't they always claimed to be at the forefront of controllable nuclear fusion? How was it possible that Huagua had already triumphed while they had yet to even glimpse a trial reactor? An explanation was demanded. In their fury, certain American citizens quickly banded together, brandishing banners as they marched through various streets, questioning, "Where is America's controllable nuclear fusion? Where is America's future?" Some, filled with fervor, lashed out at reporters, exclaiming, "Friar, you are leading America into the abyss. Abandon that ludicrous Mars plan. We need clean energy. We demand nuclear fusion." These protesters were profoundly disillusioned with the American government and President Friar alike. Huagua had caught up, and their nation's position as the leader was in jeopardy. As more and more citizens joined, the procession grew longer and more fervent. The area outside the White House has become completely congested. Lord Flair, with his tousled hair resembling corn silk, listens with a hint of melancholy to the distant sounds of insults. Alas, no one could have anticipated the rapid pace of Huagua's development. In just a few months, their nuclear fusion device has already begun to connect to the power grid. Lord Flair, you need not concern yourself too much with the public outside, Bernard Bigot remarked, unfazed by the frequent protests occurring beyond. They protest about everything. How many of those ignorant masses truly understand the applications of controllable nuclear fusion technology? They merely seek entertainment. Few genuinely worry for the United States. Moreover, their true aim appears to be the allure of zero-cost purchases. Bigot, what did you say back then? Flair shot a fierce glare at Bernard. Mr. President, I firmly assert that such a small fusion reactor cannot possibly succeed. Flair vociferously mimicked Bigot's earlier tone, his face turning crimson with indignation. You are indifferent. Yet those protesting outside represent potential votes. I relinquish my investment in the fusion device for the sake of your plans. Bigot, tell me the truth. Flair lowered his voice, questioning Bernard Bigot with palpable anger. These damned individuals have continuously concealed the truth from him. After all, he is the President of the United States. Very well, Lord Flair. Bernard Bigot's expression stiffened. How on earth did Huagua overcome the limitations of reactor size? Damn it. The realization of being publicly humiliated gnawed at Bernard. His teeth clenched in frustration. He turned his head to glance at Defense Minister Fulin, and with a resigned gesture, he remarked, "We have deciphered some information." "What is it?" Upon hearing that information had been uncovered, Flair excitedly sprang from his chair, gazing expectantly at Bigot. "Do tell me." "The information is quite vague. You might want to take a look for yourself," Bigot replied, giving a slight nod to Fulin behind him. Fulin, unhurried, retrieved a document from his briefcase and placed it before Flair. Flair hastily snatched the document, focusing intently on the contents. Galaxy. Discovery. Civilization. Extinction. Bigot, what is this? A declaration of war. Upon seeing the document's contents, a chill surged through Flair. The juxtaposition of discovery and extinction boded ill. Although he harbored no affection for the Huagua, he had perused the acclaimed sci-fi work, The Three-Body Problem. "Mr. President, that object is equipped with a built-in coding translator, and we are currently working tirelessly to decode it." Bigot's brow furrowed. Flair's suspicions were not unfounded. These words were difficult to interpret innocently. However, as the information remained incompletely deciphered, they could not hastily draw conclusions. "Very well, expedite the decoding." Flair wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, the flesh on his face quivering, clearly revealing his inner turmoil. "What news do we have from Huagua, Fulin?" At the mention of Huagua, Fulin shook his head in resignation. "Their secrecy measures are exceptionally robust. We have been unable to procure any relevant technology. My dear Lord Flair, it may require your personal negotiation. What shall we do when the technology of hostile nations surpasses our own? As the esteemed Fulin from the U.S. Department of Defense advises, if the adversary is weak, seize. If strong, resort to theft. Should theft prove elusive, then employ deceit. Place the mantle of humanity's welfare upon their shoulders. The plan is sound. Oh. Shortly I shall be in telephonic discourse with the esteemed members of the Chinese legislature." Lord Flair rubbed his forehead thoughtfully. He needed to devise a robust approach to solicit assistance, ensuring that the prestige of the United States remained unblemished. After the successful operation of the Sunlight Project for a fortnight, Zhiyong summoned all members of the project team to the control room. "Zhiyong, have you called us for a particular reason?" inquired Li Miolin, who was currently basking in the glory of success. As Zhiyong's assistant, he naturally shared in the accolades of the Sunlight Project, enjoying a more significant share of the credit than the ordinary members. With controlled nuclear fusion technology now realized, the future planning of national power stations would no longer require our involvement. Zhiyong was in high spirits. Following the successful integration of the Sunlight project into the grid, Congressman Wu publicly announced that China would replace all other power generation methods with controlled nuclear fusion within 3 years. Crucially, all aspects of his plans would receive unconditional support from higher authorities. Witnessing the results, Congressman Wu decided to fully empower Zhiyong to unleash his potential. Suppressing his exhilaration, Zhiyong continued, "Next, we shall embark on the subsequent phase of the project." "What project may that be?" Sun Xiaodong interjected, voicing the collective curiosity of the professors present. "The next phase? Following the path of controlled nuclear fusion, could it be the miniaturization of nuclear fusion technology?" Zhiyong smiled gently, casting a glance at everyone present, and continued, "I wonder how interested everyone is?" Chapter 51. The miniaturization of controlled nuclear fusion. The notion of miniaturized controlled nuclear fusion elicited a collective gasp from the numerous professors in the control room. They were all astounded, staring in disbelief at Zhiyong, the young man at the center of attention. This youth truly dares to dream. "Zhiyong, could it be that you are aiming a bit too high?" Li Miolin exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity as he regarded Zhiyong. However, as he turned his head, he recalled the miraculous feats of this young prodigy. He resolved to place his trust in him. "Zhiyong, what is your level of confidence?" Having accompanied Zhiyong for several months, he had witnessed the young man's capabilities firsthand. From this perspective, he believed in Zhiyong unconditionally. "I possess at least a 70% assurance." Zhiyong delved into the depths of his mind, contemplating the intricacies of the miniaturization of nuclear fusion technology. Before articulating a precise figure, 70%, Sun Xiaodong exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing this number. The expressions of everyone else mirrored his astonishment. Initially intrigued by the prospect of miniaturized controlled nuclear fusion, the professors had hoped that if Zhiyong had a mere 30 or 40% confidence, they would eagerly dive into the endeavor. After all, in the realm of scientific exploration, even a glimmer of hope could compel them to pursue it. Yet, to be told of a 70% assurance? They had not even grasped the direction of miniaturized controlled nuclear fusion, and now they were presented with such a bold claim. 70% assurance. Sun Xiaodong lowered his head and murmured a few words before suddenly turning to Zhiyong. "I've made up my mind. Bring out the confidentiality agreement." With the precedent set by Sui Rin No. 1, Sun Xiaodong felt a sense of numbness. He believed that Zhiyong could achieve even greater miracles, and all he needed to do was to follow along and witness what realms humanity had yet to explore. Upon hearing Sun Xiaodong's resolve, the other professors could no longer contain themselves. "I will participate. Bring the confidentiality agreement. I will join as well. If controlled nuclear fusion can truly be miniaturized, our names will be indelibly etched in the annals of history." The confidentiality agreements had, of course, been prepared in advance. Once everyone nodded in agreement, Zhiyong smiled and said, "Since there are no objections, let us sign the agreement." The guard stationed at the entrance produced the confidentiality documents and distributed them one by one. Watching from the sidelines, Yao Tianming and Chun Fenghua felt a pang of envy. They too received confidentiality agreements, but their role was to remain by the side of Sui Rin No. 1. The miniaturization of nuclear fusion was beyond their purview. "What about you, Deanly? Will you participate?" Zhiyong personally placed a copy of the confidentiality document in front of Li Miolin. Oldly. Cough. Deanly was still somewhat bewildered. It was only upon seeing the document that he regained his senses. "Zhiyong, you truly are a prodigy." The expression in Li Miaolin's eyes became complex as he picked up the confidentiality document, and his pupils suddenly constricted. "What is this? Why are there two projects?" Li Miolin suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with astonishment as he gazed at Zhiyong. "Good heavens! This is a well-prepared endeavor. A plasma engine. Miniaturized controlled nuclear fusion. This is aimed at interstellar spacecraft. Is this even feasible?" Numerous professors, like ravenous wolves, stared at Zhiyong, their eyes gleaming with a subtle green light. They, too, had caught sight of the second project outlined in the documents. The plasma engine utilizes Lorentz force to accelerate charged atoms or ions through a magnetic field, thereby propelling the spacecraft with electric thrust. The well-known Hall effect thruster is a type of ion engine. Now, within the laboratories of Huagua, a Hall thruster capable of producing 1 Newton of thrust has already been developed. Its power output stands at 20 kilowatts. What if we were to miniaturize the controlled nuclear fusion device and amplify the stable current output power to 200 kilowatts, or even megawatt levels? Zhiyong offered a slight smile, countering the questioning professor. Megawatt-level power. Professor Zhou clenched his fist. Indeed, if we could achieve megawatt-level power, the Hall generator would undergo a paradigm shift. Furthermore, with the advent of high-temperature resistant nanoceramics, direct plasma jet propulsion would become a tangible possibility. However, all of this hinges on the successful miniaturization of controlled nuclear fusion technology. This is entirely feasible. Contemplating the implications behind this, Li Miolin solemnly nodded. Within this context, the miniaturization of controlled nuclear fusion technology emerges as a pivotal node. Colonel He, we have signed our confidentiality agreements. It is time to disclose the direction of miniaturization to us, is it not? Before long, the professors, devoid of any doubts, swiftly signed the confidentiality agreement. At this moment, Zhiyong ushered them into the office. He retrieved a projector and inserted his USB drive into the computer. In the next instant, a densely packed design diagram filled with text and images illuminated the screen. This was. Li Miolin stared at the familiar scene, momentarily at a loss for words. Wasn't it similar when you made a solemn vow to academician Sheng? How could you claim to have only a 70 certainty? The design has already been drafted. This is a schematic for a compact superconducting tokamak nuclear fusion device. Zhiyong had sketched this during his recent downtime. The apparatus measures merely 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width. It employs magnetic confinement akin to that of the Swerin No. 1. However, unlike before, the miniaturized device does not feature a helical toroidal magnetic field, but rather a more potent alternating spherical magnetic field. This alternating spherical magnetic field necessitates a magnetic field strength of 50 Tesla. Zhiyong stood before the projection and commenced a detailed exposition. The concept of controllable nuclear fusion in a compact form is, in essence, rather straightforward. It involves perpetuating nuclear fusion reactions within a reduced spatial volume. After attentively examining the design diagram projected, Li Miolin raised a pertinent question. Can this spherical magnetic field genuinely confine plasma? Absolutely. Zhiyong replied with unwavering conviction. The spherical magnetic field operates in an alternating state. The injected plasma will continuously oscillate around the spherical magnetic field. By optimizing the geometric structure of the magnetic field, plasma can be fused within a more expansive space. Sun Xiaodong closed his eyes in contemplation. He seemed to have encountered this reaction device before, albeit in a more rudimentary form. Could it be reminiscent of the CFR principle employed by the Skunk Works? A nuclear physics professor seated below, upon observing the design diagram projected before him, suddenly realized. His exclamation caused Sun Xiaodong to open his eyes wide in recognition. Indeed, it bore resemblance to the CFR principle. With exquisitely precise magnetic field design, the plasma is constrained within a spherical magnetic field. Beyond this ingenious design, the remaining operations are nearly indistinguishable from those of the Sun 1 reactor. Furthermore, unlike the colossal power output of 200,000 megawatts from Sun 1, this compact reactor boasts a mere output of around 800 megawatts, yet weighs only 60 tons. When paired with a generator set, its total weight barely reaches 100 tons. A mere 100 tons of weight can yield 800 megawatts of electrical energy. Is interstellar travel not within reach? Chapter 52. Old Aerospace. Zhiyong was equally perplexed while studying the miniaturization technology of controllable nuclear fusion. This compact fusion reactor simultaneously harnesses the advantages of both stellarators and tokamaks. The intricate and precise magnetic field, combined with human intervention, enables miniaturization. For a nation like Huagua, which is advancing in tandem with stellarators and tokamaks, this is indeed a straightforward task. Moreover, the military stellarator has successfully achieved ignition and operation. Just a few days ago, Ma Weixing revealed that the stellarator, now weighing only 150 tons, along with the magneto-hydrodynamic generator and other equipment, totals just 400 tons. The military has resolved to install a fusion reactor on an aircraft carrier to test its capabilities. Listening to the excited remarks of Ma Weixing, Zhiyong could only twitch his lips in disbelief. The military is indeed reckless. They are directly placing a reactor on the aircraft carrier. A nuclear fusion aircraft carrier. Goodness. After Zhiyong explained the intricate details of the compact fusion reactor, he gathered all the professors and experts and transported them to the Eastern Military District. Within the military district, Li Miolin gazed at the printed design blueprints, lost in contemplation. Director Li, what occupies your thoughts? Zhiyong queried, furrowing his brow. Finally breaking the silence, as Li Miolin had been sighing repeatedly. The precision requirements are extraordinarily stringent. Li Miolin shook his head, a cunning glint suddenly flashing in his eyes. Unless what? Zhiyong was also aware that the precision demands and manufacturing challenges of the compact fusion reactor were even greater than those of the fusion simulator. How to produce it had transformed into a significant dilemma. Aren't you also keen on researching plasma engines? Li Miolin smirked slyly and slowly articulated. Summon the personnel from the aerospace department, especially those involved in Project 921. The precision requirements for manned spacecraft are no less demanding. Li Miolin had long coveted the skilled machinists from the aerospace sector. Now, with He Zhiyong's endorsement, who would refuse to come? Isn't there a need to develop plasma engines? All the research laboratories for Hall thrusters in aerospace. Their machining precision is not overly stringent, right? All those talented machinists specialized in producing precision instruments. Of course, the military is not devoid of such expertise. However, the arms factory is under significant production pressure, and acquiring personnel is quite challenging. In contrast, the aerospace department regards He Zhiyong as a mere soft target. With Li Miaolin's subtle reminder, He Zhiyong instantly comprehended the situation. After all, he had already painted a grand vision of the interstellar spacecraft for the committee chairman. What of it if he needed to recruit personnel for the project? Furthermore, once the team is assembled, a prototype could be completed in mere months. After securing the talent, He Zhiyong could conveniently retreat to the military district. Would those veteran aerospace experts dare to confront him? Initially, he could have directly requested personnel, but he hesitated to provoke the Aerospace Institute. The reason for his trepidation lies in the fact that this year marks the commencement of the launch of China's space station. If he were to poach talent now, it would effectively nullify decades of effort from the aerospace department. At that point, a multitude of aerospace magnates would protest, and even the committee chairman would struggle to endure the backlash. Yet, with the pretext of the interstellar spacecraft, a spark ignited in He Zhiyong's eyes. He was determined to secure the aerospace personnel. In the capital, Congressman Wu concluded his third unpleasant conversation with Flair. They have come to pester me. Faced with the United States' unreasonable request for technology sharing, Congressman Wu longed to utter a blunt dismissal. However, in the interest of upholding China's esteemed international reputation, he tactfully declined. What if the other party shamelessly recorded the conversation? They might attempt to label us with the absurd accusation of obstructing human development, utterly delusional. Contemplating Flair's brazen demeanor, Congressman Wu felt an ire rising within him. Indeed, a pirate by nature. While enforcing technology blockades, they simultaneously proclaim that science knows no borders. Disgusting. Ding ding ding. As Counselor Wu was sneering, the sudden ringing of the phone interrupted him. Frowning, he answered the call. Counselor Wu, this is He Zhiyong. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Wu's expression brightened considerably, and he managed a smile. Zhiyong, what brings you to call? Do you remember the interstellar spacecraft I mentioned? He Zhiyong's inquiry piqued Wu's interest as he raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Have you made any breakthroughs? Absolutely. We are currently researching controllable nuclear fusion miniaturization technology and plasma engine technology, He Zhiyong asserted with unwavering confidence. I have identified the direction, but I urgently require skilled machinists for high-precision instruments and talents in aerospace engine development. Wu could not help but chuckle at He Zhiyong's earnestness regarding aerospace matters. Zhiyong, you have presented me with quite the conundrum. At this critical juncture, the core module of the space station is about to launch. Do you think the aerospace department will release personnel? Under different circumstances, I would have approved your request without hesitation. Yet, your timing is impeccable. Upon hearing Wu's retort, He Zhiyong lightly touched his nose, but remained resolute. Counselor Wu, I will send you the development outline for controllable nuclear fusion miniaturization technology and plasma engines shortly. I am confident that we can produce a prototype within 2 months. Very well, Wu replied, acknowledging He Zhiyong's assurance, leaving him with little more to say. Having spoken to this extent, I shall bear the brunt of the criticism from those venerable academicians on your behalf. Remember, the Tianwen-1 mission is set to launch in 4 months, with a month required for maintenance. I can only support you for 3 months. Within this time frame, you must produce results that double the capabilities of the current Hall thruster. Those esteemed elders shall refrain from troubling you. Upon hearing that Congressman Wu was willing to shoulder this burden, He Zhiyong felt a surge of gratitude. After all, the aerospace sector is replete with formidable figures. Individuals so influential that even the most prominent congresspersons dare not confront them. These luminaries possess significant seniority and authority, driven by a fervent patriotism. If one fails to provide a justifiable reason for halting a research project, they might very well storm into your office. Congressman Wu is indeed taking on all the responsibility. I assure you, within 3 months, I will deliver research results. Zhiyong thought of the powerful aerospace figures from his previous life who opposed the cancellation of a project. They wielded immense influence in the scientific community of Huagua. It is truly fortuitous that Congressman Wu is willing to support him. He had even contemplated retreating into the military district if necessary. Such titans of the field can only be swayed by the final research outcomes, as they too are dedicated to the national defense of Huagua. Congressman Wu chuckled softly, shaking his head. The esteemed personalities within the aerospace realm place such importance on their work because they have experienced setbacks at the hands of adversaries. They are determined to prevent Huagua from suffering similar misfortunes. Thus, they devote themselves wholeheartedly to the aerospace field, allowing no obstacles in their path. During times of scarcity in Huagua, these individuals, even at their own expense, vowed to see their projects through to fruition. Once a heartfelt sentiment, it has inexplicably transformed into an impediment. Only when Zhiyong truly presents tangible results will these individuals suddenly awaken to reality. Consequently, they will immerse themselves with renewed fervor in this new domain. Senator Wu eagerly anticipates their transformation. Chapter 53. The Glacier Civilization with Senator Wu's Directive. The issues concerning skilled technicians and plasma engine specialists have been resolved. Experts from the original Swearin No. 1 project have been reassigned to the Soviet Eastern Military District. Throughout the night, Zhiyong meticulously drafted the outline for the development of compact, controllable nuclear fusion technology and plasma engines. By the following morning, Senator Wu promptly approved the documents, reflecting the profound trust he now places in Zhiyong. Such speed indeed borders on a wish-granting phenomenon. Although the project lacks funding, over 600 related research institutes across Huagua have pledged their unconditional support for Zhiyong's initiative. Zhiyong merely needs to submit the production documents to any institute, and the receiving institute is obliged to complete the production without delay. This level of support surpasses that of mere financial allocations. Following the experience gained from the Swearin No. 1, the research on compact nuclear fusion is advancing at a remarkable pace. With the arrival of personnel from the space agency, breakthroughs in plasma engine technology are incessantly emerging. In just the past half-month, the thrust of the Hall effect engine has reached an impressive 1 ton, while its weight remains a mere 200 kilograms. This groundbreaking achievement has rendered the esteemed experts at the space agency speechless. Upon receiving detailed materials from Senator Wu, they have immediately redirected their efforts to fully support the Research Institute of the Soviet Eastern Military District. In the United States, Area 51. This marks Flair's inaugural visit to this enigmatic location. Contrary to the publicized extraterrestrial research facilities, this place has long been a clandestine military research base. The projects undertaken here are somewhat inhumane, necessitating stringent confidentiality measures. Mind control, biochemical weapons, biological armaments. These matters must remain undisclosed. Welcome to our esteemed establishment. Your Excellency Flair. An elderly gentleman clad in a white lab coat extended his right hand toward Flair. You are among the select few who are aware of and have come here, Mr. President. I am researcher Kavinci. Mr. Kavinci, it is my honor. Flair exchanged pleasantries with Kavinci, who then guided him to the isolation research chamber. This isolation facility operates on principles akin to that of a Class 3A laboratory. It possesses a remarkably strong negative pressure, allowing air to flow solely inward, thereby preventing any external communication. This measure is crucial since certain laboratories house biochemical and biological weapons. Naturally, such dangerous materials cannot be present in this particular lab, especially with Flair, a novice in scientific matters, in attendance. A mere mishap could spell disaster for them all. Your Excellency Flair, we have deciphered all the information. A glimmer of reverence graced Kavinci's countenance. This is a signal from an extraterrestrial civilization. We are certain, decades ago, during the flyby of the asteroid belt by Explorer 3, a mysterious metallic object was discovered. When NASA received the photographs transmitted by Explorer 3, the astonishment was palpable. This metallic artifact is undoubtedly of artificial origin. Consequently, the originally intended trajectory to deeper space was immediately altered to facilitate closer observation. The results of the photographs have returned. Indeed, it is an artificial spacecraft. Moreover, It is certainly not launched by the Soviet Union. Humanity has never sent a spacecraft to this location. This is extraterrestrial civilization. More critically, this black spacecraft continues to transmit signals to the outside world. Faint radio signals. There are even gravitational wave signals. Unfortunately, with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the United States swiftly dismantled the original NASA department. Their plans to study extraterrestrial spacecraft were abruptly disrupted. It was not until the continuous advancement of China's aerospace technology that the United States finally unearthed these long-buried documents. Look, Cavendish gazed entranced at the documents before him, reverently handing them to Freyr. This marks humanity's first definitive discovery of extraterrestrial civilization, and it is within our solar system. Freyr, with a furrowed brow, solemnly accepted the document under the camera's gaze. As he finally opened the document, his pupils constricted sharply. It boldly stated, "We have discovered traces of life 8 light years away. We do not know if you have given birth to intelligent life. If so, please heed my words. We are an intelligent civilization from the Gliese 229 planetary system. This is the final cry of our civilization before its extinction. Our civilization, having endured wars and famine, ultimately ventured into the stars. This is a magnificent civilization. I must warn you, those of you 8 light years away. Our message device will reach us in 1000 Gliese years. You must exercise caution regarding wandering civilizations and their weaponized viruses. Alas, it may already be too late. This serves as a warning to your civilization. We have embarked on a path of no return." Upon reading the deciphered message, Freyr's brow furrowed even deeper. Had this alien civilization been extinguished? A civilization 8 light years away. It must pertain to Earth. They urged us to be wary of wandering civilizations and their viral weapons. Mr. President, what you are witnessing is the final message from the Gliese civilization. Cavan's gaze deepened, and a tone steeped in weariness suddenly escaped his lips. This was a great and benevolent civilization, which imparted their last counsel before their demise. They informed us of the existence of an evil wandering civilization within the 8 light-year radius. 8 light years away. Upon hearing this distance, Freyr exhaled softly, but soon his tension returned. Would the wandering civilization follow this message device back to Earth? Rest assured, our exploration of the asteroids surrounding the message device revealed that it arrived on Earth 10,000 years ago. Cavan shook his head, dismissing Freyr's conjecture. Even if the wandering civilization had pursued it, they would surely have departed by now. There was no intelligent civilization on Earth 10,000 years ago. When will this message device be returned to our homeland? Hearing Cavan's assured response, Freyr let out a sigh of relief. How surreal it is. Indeed, there exist numerous extraterrestrial civilizations within the cosmos. One was extinguished a mere 10,000 years ago. Our next launch will endeavor to retrieve the message device from the Gliese civilization. Bernard Bigot, trailing behind, interjected, revealing their plans. This message device undoubtedly possesses technology far surpassing that of humanity. We must acquire it post-haste. As Flair was preparing to offer further words of encouragement, Fulren's phone suddenly rang, causing him to furrow his brow. What? I understand. The defense minister Fulren hung up the phone, abruptly interrupting Flair's intentions to continue. My Lord Flair, we are in trouble. Our informants have disclosed that the ion engines of Hua country have achieved a thrust of 10 tons. They have seized the key to the interstellar age. We are gravely lagging behind. Chapter 54. Non-human creations. What? The first to express disbelief was surprisingly Bernard Bigot, who had lost his usual detachment. His countenance filled with agitation as he exclaimed, "What are the specific figures? What is the weight?" Fulren, fully aware of the significance of this matter, replied gravely. Their confidentiality measures are exceedingly robust. Our informants only possess vague data. A thrust of 10 tons, with a weight reduced to mere tens of kilograms. Upon hearing this data, Bernard collapsed helplessly to the ground. The thrust-to-weight ratio has reached an extraordinary level. How can they possibly compete with such advancements? Using that outdated chemical rocket? It pales in comparison. The pride of American space exploration is on the verge of being surpassed. It is merely a matter of time. Although Flair knew little about the concept of a hull engine boasting a thrust of 10 tons, observing Bernard's predicament, he understood that the situation was dire. Your Excellency Flair, the Russian Empire has resolved to acquire China's controllable nuclear fusion technology at any cost. The subsequent statement from Fulren struck Flair deeply. China. Will they exchange it? They will undoubtedly exchange it. No, we absolutely cannot allow the Russian Empire to also possess controllable nuclear fusion. At the very least, we cannot fall behind them. Quick, get Congressman Wu on the line. In China, within the Eastern Military District, 2 months had elapsed. After countless investments, a small nuclear fusion prototype had successfully emerged. It was rectangular in shape, measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in both width and height, including the power generation equipment. The total weight of the small nuclear fusion device reached 100 tons. Such a compact apparatus achieved a power output of 800 megawatts. For comparison, a diesel generator of equivalent size has a maximum power output of only 10 kilowatts. The 4 nuclear fission reactors aboard an American aircraft carrier combined yield merely 200 megawatts. In other words, as long as the structural integrity of the aircraft carrier is sufficient, once equipped with the small fusion reactor, it could potentially tow 3 additional carriers weighing 100,000 tons each. This is the essence of the small nuclear fusion device. The silvery metal gleamed with a subtle radiance as the prototype of the small nuclear fusion device was slowly wheeled out of the factory by assembly workers. "Zhiyong!" exclaimed Li Miolin, who had rushed over from another laboratory, holding an excited data sheet. "Zhiyong, the latest achievements of the plasma engine are astounding. The Hall thruster, weighing a mere 10 kilograms, has achieved a thrust of 14 tons. Are we about to embark on the design of an interstellar spacecraft?" Several prominent figures at the Aerospace Institute are eagerly awaiting your response. Currently, all space exploration programs have been suspended. Li Miolin, panting with excitement, exclaimed, "At your command. Everyone at the Institute will rally to your side." "Now is not the time," Zhiyong replied, shaking his head as he produced a pre-prepared design blueprint and handed it to Li Miolin. "Huh, what is this?" Li Miolin, initially disheartened by Zhiyong's outright refusal, widened his eyes in astonishment upon seeing the design he was presented with. "Is this a controllable nuclear fusion device that does not require high-temperature nanoceramics or room-temperature superconductors? What are you drawing this for? While theoretically feasible, its realization would take an extensive amount of time. Why squander our time on that now?" Zhiyong smiled faintly, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, and replied with a light chuckle, "This monkey version of the controllable nuclear fusion device is intended for others. Russia and America have proposed terms that no legislator could refuse in exchange for controllable nuclear fusion technology. I thought it unwise to allow them to acquire it so easily, so I devised this monkey version instead. Just take a look." Zhiyong gestured towards the design blueprint in his hand, explaining to Li Miolin. The heating system employs the injection of high-energy neutron beams, while the insulation material consists of multiple layers of active heat-dissipating substances. Each fusion reaction can be sustained for a maximum of approximately 7 days. After 7 days, due to the absence of high-temperature resistant nanoceramics on the inner walls, a cooling period of several hours is essential. Upon hearing Zhiyong's rather dubious design, Li Miolin exclaimed in approval, "Remarkable. Even the United States, which has consistently led in material science, can merely extend the reaction time with its own materials. After all, the substantial neutrons produced from the deuterium-tritium reaction can overwhelm any material over extended periods. This strategy not only ensures that China maintains its leadership but also allows for the exchange of this technology for more advantageous innovations for the nation." "You rascal! Your intentions are quite devious." Li Miolin chuckled as he observed the small nuclear fusion device about to be transported to the testing facility. "Thus, I intend to entrust this project to you. Let's utilize East for its transformation and broaden their horizons." "Absolutely, leave it to me," Li Miolin replied with a sly grin. "The United States and Russia must come to assess if they seek our technology, right? At that moment, I shall unveil a Chinese secret weapon, a deterrent." Haha. I relish the thought of watching foreigners falter. As he witnessed the rare display of such emotions from Li Miolin, Zhiyong chuckled softly and continued. "The spacecraft project is too intricate. Once the small experimental reactor is perfected, I shall naturally convene the aerospace team. They need not rush. By the way, how is the production of the new battery progressing?" This was what Zhiyong was most concerned about at present. This pertains to the emergence of the Wilt virus, a matter of utmost significance that cannot be overlooked. The production levels have surged, and the energy department has invested in dozens of production lines. After contemplating the particulars, Li Miolin continued, "They refer to the new civilian batteries as core energy and the military ones as dynamic energy. Fuel stations across various regions are gradually undergoing renovations, progressing smoothly. BYD is also cooperating fully, and several types of vehicles powered by core energy batteries have already commenced production. That is splendid. Zhiyong exhaled deeply, relieved that everything was unfolding according to the predetermined plan. Truly, this is magnificent. In the capital city, at the Zhiyong Pavilion, an uproar of laughter erupted from the most central office, prompting the guards stationed outside to exchange puzzled glances. What could have caused the chairman to be in such high spirits? Inside the office, the chairman, his face aglow, hung up the phone. Zhiyong is indeed a remarkable young man, he thought, reflecting on his previous concerns about transferring technology to the United States and Russia. Would this not lead to a technological reversal? To his surprise, Zhiyong had devised a cunning strategy, even sharpening the knife for him. Now that the United States and Russia had sought his assistance, he would not relent without exacting a substantial price. However, the document provided by Russia raised his eyebrows in concern. Congressman Wu scrutinized the several clear photographs sent over from Russia, his brow furrowed. One image depicted a peculiar tumor, part of which had been excised, revealing a transparent crystal within, slightly tinged with yellow. The subsequent image showcased a view captured under an electron microscope, observing an unidentified specimen. The final image depicts the genetic sequence of a certain virus. The furrows on Congressman Wu's brow deepened with each glance, until he turned the page and discovered a line of Chinese characters printed on the reverse side. His pupils constricted sharply upon reading. This was discovered within the Siberian ice layer and does not belong to humanity. Chapter 55. Encounters and Discoveries. Soviet Eastern Military District Testing Facility. The small nuclear fusion device was connected to the power supply and cooling system. The experiment was on the verge of commencement. Congressman Wu had initially intended to observe the proceedings in person. However, due to hosting the presidents of the United States and Russia, he regrettably could not attend. The testing facility was vast, rendering the small nuclear fusion device seemingly diminutive within the expansive space. Zhiyong, Li Miolin, and others had arrived on site. Currently, the congressman and the two presidents were engaged in preliminary discussions, with the technical assessment slated for a later time. Thus, Li Miolin would not miss this historic moment. Similar in principle to the Sui Rin No. 1, the small nuclear fusion device first activated the spherical magnetic field, followed by heating. The process of ohmic heating was expected to take approximately 15 minutes, which was entirely acceptable. As a power system for future planetary spacecraft, combined with other steps, a total startup time of around 20 minutes was quite feasible. Colonel He, the heating is complete, exclaimed the nearby researchers once the temperature reached the required standard. At this announcement, Zhiyong's expression instantly turned serious. Inject the deuterium-tritium gas. Prepare the laser generator. Following Zhiyong's command, the deuterium-tritium gas was swiftly injected into the center of the spherical magnetic field. Upon the arrival of the deuterium-tritium gas at the core, Zhiyong gazed intently at the detector's response and immediately shouted, "Ignition!" Unlike the Sui Rin No. 1, the target of the laser generator in the compact nuclear fusion device was, astonishingly, the core itself. Countless beams of high-energy lasers were instantaneously activated, converging at the core. In an instant, a blinding radiance emanated from within the core. At that moment, the point where the high-energy lasers intersected erupted with a staggering temperature of 100 million degrees. The continuously colliding plasma, constrained by magnetic forces, spun and fused within the sphere. The deuterium-tritium fusion reaction had ignited. The detector registered a significant barrage of neutron impacts on the inner wall, which the nanoceramic material withstood. Sun Xiaodong, standing nearby, diligently recorded the data, excitement radiating from him as he reported to Zhiyong. It was nothing short of extraordinary. They had succeeded. A mere 2 months away from mastering controlled nuclear fusion, they had achieved compact nuclear fusion. Just a year ago, had a reporter asked him how long it would take for humanity to harness controlled nuclear fusion, Sun Xiaodong would have answered without hesitation, 50 years. Who could have imagined that, in just over 6 months, they would leap forward and even master compact nuclear fusion? Success. A glimmer of joy appeared on Zhiyong's face. Simultaneously, within his consciousness, the technological tree diagram illuminated with the phrase energy. Miniaturized controlled nuclear fusion, which had previously been dim, suddenly radiated with a fierce silver glow. Zhiyong, tonight, we shall celebrate with wine once more. Li Miolin was thoroughly impressed by Zhiyong. This man seemed to be capable of anything. Sun Xiaodong, along with everyone present, gazed at Zhiyong with a glimmer of admiration. Controlled nuclear fusion. The technology of small fusion reactors is equally remarkable. This young man has conjured countless miracles. At the Diaoitai State Guest House, Congressman Wu, with a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze, personally rose to shake hands with Freire and President Putin. Welcome to both of you. Please, take a seat. Freire and Putin also displayed smiles, yet their exchanged glances concealed a touch of indifference. Freire had never intended to seek assistance from Huagua. After all, the United States had its pride. However, with Russia stepping in, he had no choice but to act. To be left behind by Russia would be unacceptable. Thus, the two took their seats, their gazes sparking with unspoken tension. Congressman Wu, I trust you can perceive my sincerity, Putin remarked, giving a slight nod to Wu. The old Russian was indeed forthright. He came under the pretense of exchanging technology, revealing his greatest secret without hesitation. Congressman Wu, I have brought a list. Feel free to request any technology you desire. Freire, unwilling to be outdone, interjected, clapping his hands, prompting a bodyguard to present a list. In order to secure this technology, Bernard, after considerable reflection, decided that even information regarding extraterrestrial civilizations could be disclosed. After all, once Russia acquired the technology, or if only the United States remained ignorant, the decoupling of American military power and oil, energy, would plunge the U.S. into irretrievable despair. He understood the implications of a crumbling wall inviting the push of many. Originally, it was believed that if Huagua mastered controllable nuclear fusion, it would confidently assume that the United States would soon follow suit. However, the emergence of Russia disrupted these plans. How infuriating. Freire shot a fierce glare at Putin and immediately turned the list to the page concerning extraterrestrial civilizations. He was determined to see if Congressman Wu would be swayed. The list included engine technology and production lines, chip technology and production lines, lithography technology and production lines. It even detailed the production lines of production lines. In short, they decided to make a significant investment. Freire resolved to utilize certain information about extraterrestrial civilizations as leverage. There is an ancient saying in Huagua, but never mind that. Congressman Wu took the list handed to him by Freire, somewhat intrigued by whether the United States could indeed afford such technologies. Putin, facing Freire's provocative demeanor, merely rolled his eyes, finding it childish. He had laid out the most valuable treasures from the Soviet era. This is... Congressman Wu read through the section that Freire had opened, his brow furrowing in an instant. The list merely provided a brief introduction, stating that the United States had discovered an extraterrestrial probe and deciphered its contents. There was mention of a civilization called Glaciers speaking to Earth's civilization. Gentlemen, I believe we need to have a serious discussion. Congressman Wu slowly closed the list, gazing at the two presidents with a grave expression. Both nations, great powers, had brought up the matter of extraterrestrial civilizations. For the safety of Huagua and even that of Earth's civilization, it was time for an open and honest dialogue. I must remind you both, Mr. Freire and Mr. Putin, that you have each provided me with differing information regarding extraterrestrial civilizations. Initially, Freire felt assured of victory, but his expression suddenly hardened. Is it possible that Russia possesses information about extraterrestrial civilizations? Even Putin, comfortably in his position, furrowed his brow in concern. How could he also have such knowledge? This shared thought weighed heavily on both men. Gentlemen, Congressman Wu stated gravely, let us set aside discussions on technology for the moment. I believe we must address the issue of Earth's security. What do you think? As the top 3 nations on Blue Planet, we bear a responsibility and obligation to protect our homeland. The fact that both of you possess information about extraterrestrial civilizations indicates that Blue Planet may no longer be safe. Wu emphasized the gravity of the situation, his worry palpable. Has human civilization already come under the scrutiny of other civilizations? Furthermore, didn't the United States discover a probe from an extraterrestrial civilization? Wait, a probe? Mars. Wu recalled the unusual reports from the Intelligence Department regarding the U.S. Mars exploration program. That deceptive probe, purportedly headed to the asteroid belt, was actually on a mission to investigate extraterrestrial civilizations. Realizing this, Wu's voice turned hoarse and heavy. The asteroid belt? Chapter 56, The Emergence of the Withering Virus. How do you know this? Freire exclaimed, as Wu's sudden revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue, causing him to leap to his feet. How could China possibly know? How did they discover that the Glaciers probe was in the asteroid belt? Wu's final remark shattered Freire's defenses. He had originally resolved never to share intelligence with Russia, Yet now China had accurately pinpointed the probe's location. Damn it. China's Tianwen-1 is about to launch. What if they simply use Tianwen-1 to retrieve the Gliese civilization's probe? They might actually do that. The probe from the Gliese civilization is situated in the asteroid belt just beyond Mars, continuously emitting faint signals. Based on the trajectory of the American probe's previous actions, locating it would be quite effortless. Observing the increasingly radiant smile on Congressman Wu's face, Flair let out a resigned sigh, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. His expression shifting. President Putin, I believe we must earnestly consider the safety of Blue Star civilization. A somewhat puzzled Putin nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting disbelief at Flair's unexpected willingness to exchange intelligence. I wholeheartedly agree with this sentiment. Putin replied with a faint smile, contemplating that regardless of Flair's ulterior motives, the tangible evidence of extraterrestrial civilization was firmly in his grasp, a definitive advantage. Excellent. Congressman Wu nodded, pleased to see two adversarial presidents united for the safety of Blue Star civilization. Flair and Putin exchanged solemn nods and gestured for their security personnel to present their respective documents. Within the brown file folders lay information regarding extraterrestrial civilizations from the two great nations. Flair eagerly took the documents handed to him by Putin, hastily tearing open the folder. Upon extracting the contents, Flair's pupils constricted sharply. This is a virus? The warning from the Gliese civilization flashed in Flair's mind, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Is this the virus of the wandering civilization? Has the Gliese civilization also been annihilated by this very virus? At that moment, President Pushkin had also finished reviewing the documents provided by Flair. He appeared somewhat dazed, soon revealing a pensive expression. Is the virus discovered within the Siberian ice indeed the warning sent by the Gliese civilization to Blue Star? Surely, both of you have grasped the gravity of this matter. Counselor Wu wore a solemn expression, instructing the bodyguards of Huagua to bring forth the two documents, which he perused thoroughly. We are confronted with several pressing issues. Firstly, if this virus is indeed a weapon of the wandering civilization, could there be more of it lurking elsewhere on Blue Star? Secondly, has Blue Star civilization exposed itself to the gaze of the wandering civilization? This virus is akin to a ticking time bomb on Earth. Flair's voice sharpened as he contemplated the demise of the Gliese civilization, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. We must unite to safeguard the security of Blue Star civilization. Pushkin nodded, rarely finding agreement with his longtime rival Flair. Counselor Wu also nodded in affirmation. Thus, within the confines of the Fishing City Hotel, the three foremost powers of Blue Star resolved to join forces. 3 days after the visits of the United States and the Tsarist Russia to Huagua, a significant announcement was broadcasted on Huagua's news channels. Breaking. The three nations announced the establishment of the Earth United Defense Council. With the release of this news, the world erupted in astonishment. Various news outlets across Huagua promptly disseminated countless versions of the story. In response to the escalating threat of asteroids, the joint communique from the three nations has been issued. The Huagua experimental module plan has been postponed, with intentions to explore Mars. Numerous comments have emerged beneath the official account of Huagua. PDC? Smirking, it merely refers to the defense against near-Earth asteroids. Let us not delve deeper. Only the brain is launched, Doge emoji. Curiously, the United States is actually collaborating with us? Perhaps it was a proclamation signed by the President? Parliament. Your Majesty, why the betrayal? Doge emoji. How audacious of Fry to defy Congress. The tripartite cooperation to establish the Earth United Defense Council is astonishing. However, what truly surprises is the commencement of collaboration between Huagua and the United States in space exploration. It is well known that the United States has the Wolf Amendment, which explicitly prohibits NASA from collaborating with Huagua. Who would have anticipated that the President would now seek cooperation with Huagua? What kind of maneuver is this? Is the President leading a rebellion? Following the emergence of this news, the most fervent reactions did not come from the populace of Huagua, but rather from within the United States. Fry has betrayed us. Why engage in cooperation with them? This is a blatant conspiracy. I find it quite intriguing that these three space powers are uniting. Perhaps humanity can truly step beyond the cradle of Earth. As a space enthusiast, I find it hard not to agree. Fry, are we genuinely going to collaborate with Huagua? Unexpectedly, Fry, who governs via Twitter, took the time to respond to the ensuing discourse. Our collaboration with Huagua and the Tsarist Russia is solely to safeguard the blue planet from the threats posed by asteroids. with no exchange of technology involved. Furthermore, our controlled nuclear fusion technology has made groundbreaking advancements, rivaling theirs. Although there was an exchange of controlled nuclear fusion technology with Congressman Wu after the meeting, Flair cannot admit that the technology was acquired from others. Congressman Wu would not dare to shatter Flair's delicate pride, which is why he boldly issued a statement to reassure his constituents that under his leadership, America will not be bested by anyone. In the office of the Eastern Military District, Zhiyong gazed at the documents laid out before him, his heart tumultuous with unease. These were confidential documents sent by Congressman Wu. As one of the most valued young scientific researchers by Wu, he was afforded special consideration. Yet, he was unprepared for the chilling revelation that awaited him within the files, the withering virus. How could it manifest at this moment? He murmured softly, his voice trembling with fear. Why was the withering virus present even in the icy layers of Siberia? Why did it exist in the Antarctic glaciers of the past? As he opened the reports from the United States and Tsarist Russia, all his previous confusions were clarified. This virus was, astonishingly, a biological weapon of extraterrestrial civilization. His hands trembled as he held the documents. The images of the withering virus were encased in peculiar containers, the transparent crystal tinged with an otherworldly hue, compelling any observer to perceive it as a divine gift from above. In Zhiyong's eyes, this crystal embodies the most terrifying of demons. Once this Pandora's box is opened, humanity may vanish silently into the vast cosmos, much like the Glaciers civilization. The emergence of the withering virus must be prevented at all costs. Without hesitation, Zhiyong dialed the phone of the parliamentary leader. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. Congressman Wu, this is Zhiyong. You must absolutely stop the extraction of this virus by the Russian faction. Chapter 57. The Wanderer Civilization. Zhiyong was acutely aware of the horror posed by the withering virus. In a previous era, humanity believed it to be an ancient virus frozen in the Antarctic permafrost and dedicated over a decade to its study. Once exposed to air, this withering virus would become activated. Its infectiousness is alarmingly high, while it poses little threat to animals. The true terror of the withering virus lies in its ability to disguise itself and lurk within animal hosts. When these animals come into contact with plants, the virus then infects the vegetation. In the past, the withering virus concealed itself within the human body, swiftly spreading across the globe. Ultimately, it underwent a mutation that allowed for airborne transmission. This final mutation became the last straw leading to humanity's extinction. Congressman Wu, this virus must never be unleashed. It must be permanently sealed by the Russian side. Zhiyong spoke with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for doubt. On the other end of the line, Congressman Wu furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss in Zhiyong's tone. Considering that Zhiyong was a specialist in biochemistry only added to his concern. Counselor Wu sensed that the other party had surely discovered something, thus he resolved to continue listening to the reasoning. Initially, the 3 leaders had conspired to establish a clandestine, sealed laboratory underground, where they would extract and study the virus. Zhiyong reflected upon the data regarding the withering virus from his previous life, and began to elucidate. Counselor Wu, pay close attention to the sequence of this virus, particularly the 12th group. Within this set of RNA fragments, the single-stranded PNA exhibits a formidable aggressiveness towards plants. I harbor grave suspicions that the target of this virus is indeed flora. Attacking plants? Counselor Wu expressed mild astonishment, pondering how Zhiyong could be so certain after merely viewing the viral sample photographs. Indeed, Zhiyong affirmed with conviction, if you were to meticulously verify with someone, you would discover that this virus shares overlapping genetic fragments with all plant viruses on Blue Star. All plants. In an instant, Counselor Wu grasped the severity of the situation. He was no fool. With just a gentle nudge from Zhiyong, he comprehended the mechanism by which this virus could lead to the annihilation of the Glacier civilization. What a vicious virus. What a targeted virus. I understand. Your insights are invaluable. I shall promptly convey this information to the Tsarist Russia. Counselor Wu spoke rapidly, clearly agitated. He feared that Tsarist Russia might act impulsively, inadvertently releasing the virus. He needed to urgently communicate the gravity of this matter to them. Before ending the call, Counselor Wu added, I will hasten to have the genetic sequences of this virus compared. Zhiyong relished conversing with intelligent individuals, as it required minimal effort on his part. Simultaneously, a complex emotion began to stir within him. It is no wonder that the withering virus has proven so difficult to conquer. Countless dedicated researchers in related fields from previous eras have been confounded by it. In retrospect, their near breakthroughs likely revealed only the tip of the iceberg regarding this virus. After all, it had even led to the annihilation of the Gliese civilization, located a staggering 18.8 light-years away. This civilization was capable of sending message machines to Blue Star, suggesting a technological advancement far beyond that of the present Blue Star civilization. If they could not overcome it, what hope did Blue Star civilization have? I must hasten my efforts. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhiyong's eyes. It turns out that within the vast cosmos, various disputes and wars have always existed. Humanity is but a defenseless child in this expanse. We must quickly grow stronger. In the boundless universe, amidst the profound darkness, a colossal metallic planet is slowly traversing between the Orion arm of the Milky Way and the Sagittarius arm. At the very center of this planet, a species adorned with fur, possessing 4 legs and arms resembling those of humans, is gradually gathering. They are the Shoei people. During the Third Mingi Star System War, their home planet, the magnificent Mother Earth, Antarctica, was pierced by the enemy's light particle weapons. In fury, the Shoei immediately activated their war apparatus, the Battlestar, Kuka. Utilizing the weaponry aboard their artificial planet, the Shoei finally vanquished the formidable Shings. However, years of conflict have transformed the Mingi Star system into a desolate wasteland. The inhabitants of Shoei Star initially prepared to reconstruct their homeland, Atuscus. However, the disturbances within the Milky Way ultimately attracted unwelcome visitors, the more formidable Mingyuan aliens. They promptly conscripted Shoei Star as a subordinate civilization, assigning them the task of disseminating selection factors throughout the far reaches of the Orion arm. Chief, how many planets remain unseeded with the factors? Inquired a colossal Shoei being, vibrating its armored wings with curiosity. Will the Mingyuan truly allow us to return to our homeland? No, exclaimed the leader, positioned in an unusual posture atop the central dais, its wings emitting a piercing sound. They will not permit our return. The war in the galaxy is nearing its conclusion, and the Mingyuan intend to maintain their dominion over the territory with their great funnel. All carbon-based life forms unable to conquer the climatic challenges of their homeworld will be filtered out by the great funnel. We can only continue to wander through this universe. The leader of the Shoei people was filled with nostalgia for their native land, realizing that they could never return. The Mingyuan had faith in the theory of the great funnel, a man-made construct designed to artificially create conditions for the selection of civilizations within their dominion. The selection factor was none other than the withering virus spoken of by Zhiyong. Accompanying the withering virus was a form of intelligent machinery virus, which would annihilate all non-carbon-based life. They believed that only civilizations capable of overcoming the withering virus deserved to exist within their ruled territories. We are merely instruments of the Mingyuan star people, the leader lamented, turning to perceive the direction of their homeland with his antennae. We still have 6,000 planetary systems to disseminate the factor. After completing this task, we will be reassigned to the front lines for the final phase. At that juncture, we shall pass by our homeland, to observe. The leader of the Shoei Star race slightly shook his head. Civilizations are ubiquitous in the cosmos. Advanced civilizations delineate territories and establish order, while subsequent civilizations can only compromise, seeking a means of survival within this order. Any civilization that rebels will be mercilessly annihilated. To obliterate you is of no consequence to us. This is the true depiction of the universe. The leader of Shoei Star gazed at the resplendent planet before the battle star. What a magnificent planet! Resembling my native Antarctica, green luminescence permeated before the leader, where countless peculiar creatures were active on the planet. They leapt, soared, and crawled, each motion exhibiting the splendor of life. This planet lacks an intelligent civilization. Let us project the sealed factor. After admiring this exquisite planet, the leader's countenance suddenly darkened, and a muffled sound emanated from his elytra. Perhaps in the years to come, your civilization will be annihilated. Alas. Chapter 58, Composite Sudong Military Region, within the factory. Zhiyong spent an entire night adjusting his mindset. He discerned that events had not deviated from the trajectory of his previous life, except that the blight virus had been discovered by several major nations prematurely. In his previous life, the blight virus emerged from the permafrost of Antarctica. It is precisely due to his relentless efforts that both the Russian Empire and the United States have come to China to exchange technologies. This signifies a profound transformation. Zhiyong, The personnel from the Plasma Research Laboratory have arrived. Lemiolan remains oblivious to the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Today marks the occasion for the joint testing of the miniature fusion reactor and the plasma engine, which fills him with excitement. The head of the Plasma Research Laboratory is a robust, middle-aged gentleman who previously worked at the Aerospace Institute. Colonel He. The prototype of the plasma engine has arrived and is currently being integrated with the miniature fusion reactor. Zhiyong approached Zhiyong with an expression of delight. Initially, he had reservations about being transferred to the Soviet Eastern District, but as the Hall generator technology continued to advance, he became utterly captivated. Now, he would not leave the Soviet Eastern Military District even under duress. How is the testing platform progressing? Zhiyong nodded gently, offering Zhiyong a courteous smile. The testing platform is currently undergoing urgent reinforcement. As he contemplated this extraordinary experiment, Zhiyong's eyes sparkled with excitement. This time, 11 upgraded Hall engines are interconnected. According to our calculations, this apparatus is entirely capable of achieving a state of aerial suspension. We have been preparing the technology for interplanetary spacecraft. Zhiyong pressed his lips together slightly. After this experiment concludes, he shall commence preparations for the interplanetary spacecraft. Personnel from the Aerospace Institute, in light of the rapid advancements in plasma engine technology, have been holding back their original plans due to the knowledge of the miniature nuclear fusion reactor. They are awaiting the results from Zhiyong. If a small fusion reactor combined with a Hall generator were to succeed, they would immediately cease all operations involving fuel rockets and dedicate themselves to constructing fusion-powered spacecraft. Deanley, how is the modification progress of the Super Ring No. 2? Observing the industrious engineers bustling within the workshop, Zhiyong deftly shifted the conversation to Lemiolan, who had taken the time to be here. Lemiolan chuckled softly, brushing off the dust from his attire, and replied, "The progress is quite smooth. In just over 10 days, the modifications will be completed. Researchers from Russia will come first to learn. I shall let the Americans experience the sentiments of our past. Given Russia's historical lens from the Soviet era, Lemiolan preferred not to overly complicate matters. Since a transaction had been established, it sufficed to provide the technology directly. However, for the Americans to believe they could obtain technology from him, they would soon discover the futility of their endeavor. Zhiyong, unfazed, nodded and remarked, "If this experiment is successful, I will commence preparations to design interstellar spacecraft." Hearing this, Lemiolan paused in surprise. Did he just mention spacecraft? Zhiyong, have you changed your mind? He had long desired to pursue research in this direction, with several prominent figures from the space agency having encouraged him to do so. Yet, since Zhiyong had remained silent at the time, he could only respond with reluctance to the agency's inquiries. Zhiyong's gaze deepened. Eyes closed in contemplation as he nodded, his tone tinged with resignation. Once the experiment succeeds, you may discreetly inform a few key figures at the space agency to prepare themselves. Understood. Lemiolan could hardly contain his excitement as he expressed his eagerness to share the news. Everyone is anticipating the outcome. Zhu Lao will undoubtedly be pleased. Colonel He. Professor Lee, the assembly work has been completed. In the midst of their conversation, the squad leader of the engineering corps approached. They had successfully assembled the small fusion reactor alongside 11 Hall thrusters. The compact fusion reactor was positioned upright within a circular casing, with the 11 Hall thrusters connected in series beneath it. Each Hall thruster boasted a thrust of 14 tons. The test platform was equipped with numerous connection devices linking this assembly. These were protective systems designed to prevent the assembly from crashing to the ground in the event of a failure during testing. Conduct a thorough inspection of all systems, Zhiyong announced, initiating the final check of each subsystem. The various system inspectors from the engineering team promptly commenced meticulous checks on every detail. Power connection devices are functioning normally. Protective devices are operating as expected. After confirming the safety of each system, Zhiyong nodded in satisfaction. This electric propulsion system undoubtedly offers a higher level of safety compared to fuel propulsion systems. At the very least, it is devoid of explosive risks. Although the exhaust plume from the Hall thrusters reaches temperatures of 20 million degrees Celsius, it poses no threat of explosion due to fuel issues. Once Zhiyong was assured of the system's integrity, he turned to Zhiyong and nodded. Professor Shi, we may proceed. Initiate the startup of the small fusion reactor. The researchers responsible for igniting the small fusion reactor promptly began the ignition process. Through numerous practical exercises, they had become quite adept at the ignition procedures. rendering any specific commands from Zhiyong unnecessary. The ignition of the fusion reactor had been significantly streamlined. Nearly 20 minutes had elapsed when the small fusion device successfully ignited, detecting a substantial production of neutrons. A researcher finally reported to Zhiyong, signaling the commencement of nuclear fusion reactions within the small fusion reactor. The current had surged. Preparations were underway to activate the Hall thruster. At this moment, Zhiyong began to feel a surge of anxiety. Beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he hurried to the data station. The plasma was about to be ejected. A tremendous current coursed through the connectors, infused into the Hall thruster. Instantly, the Hall thruster unleashed a jet of high-temperature plasma. Unlike the flames of a fuel rocket, the plasma beam emitted by the Hall thruster was a pale blue. The plasma beam shot forth in a straight line, piercing directly into the water basin of the experimental platform. This water basin was specifically designed to withstand the plasma beam. The 20 million degrees Celsius of the exhaust plume could only be effectively contained by this 10-meter deep water pit, safeguarding the military district's ground. As the exhaust plume erupted, the assembly rapidly ascended, hovering in the center of the facility. The Hall thruster was operating seamlessly, with ample power remaining. Observing the stable assembly suspended 10 meters above the ground, Zhiyong exhaled deeply, relieved. The initial phase of the experiment had been a success. Today's primary objective was to assess the operational status of multiple Hall thrusters connected in series. When multiple engines are interconnected, improper handling can lead to resonance. The Soviet Union's formidable fuel rocket, the N-1, was composed of 44 rocket boosters. Perhaps due to the urgency of the space race or the technological limitations of the time, the N-1 experienced 2 catastrophic failures, earning it the moniker of a skyward monkey from the combatant nations. Technical analyses suggest that engine resonance may have been one of the primary causes of its failure. However, contemporary technology undoubtedly surpasses that of the Soviet era, particularly in terms of engine attitude control. 11 Hall thrusters, through meticulous adjustments in computer programming, managed to maintain a stable hover within the assembly facility. The computer program adeptly resolved the resonance issues between the engines. Chapter 59. Major developments at the Space Research Institute. The new Long March rocket from Huagua is constructed from 21 engines, with its attitude control program developed in-house by the Space Research Institute. Presently, Zhiyong's research facility is bolstered by the expertise of the computer whiz, Quan Shengmin, leading to the successful creation of the program that adjusts the Hall thrusters. This innovative program is capable of actively maintaining the stability of the spacecraft's attitude during flight. Remarkably, it manages over 100 Hall thrusters, translating to an impressive thrust capacity of 400 tons. After accounting for the 100-ton small fusion reactor and the 2 tons from the 100 Hall thrusters, the future planetary system boasts a payload capacity of 298 tons. Furthermore, this 298-ton carrying capacity remains constant, unaffected by distinctions such as low Earth orbit, geostationary orbit, or lunar orbit, thanks to the operational principles of the Hall thrusters. Electric propulsion engines can achieve maximum thrust at any moment. However, unlike fuel rockets, if the fuel is insufficient, their thrust diminishes drastically. Currently, the most powerful fuel rocket, the Saturn V, can only carry a payload of 114 tons in low Earth orbit and 45 tons in lunar orbit. In contrast, the future Hall thrusters can support a remarkable 1,298 tons. The tests for the Hall engine have been successful, with all 11 engines performing flawlessly. At the same time, Li Miolin shared crucial information with the esteemed elder Zhu. Zhu, originally named Zhu Huasheng, is one of the few veterans in the aerospace sector. He was the chief designer of the manned rocket's propulsion system. Presently, he is quite anxious, as he is aware of the development of the Hall engine combined with a small nuclear fusion device by the Soviet Eastern Military District. And he knows that the experiment is scheduled for today. As a veteran in the aerospace community, he is certainly entitled to this information. Suddenly, as Zhu Huasheng paced back and forth in his office, he heard the phone ring. Startled, he quickly answered. "Hello, this is Zhu Huasheng. Who is this?" "Zhu Lao." "It's Xiaoli." Upon recognizing Li Miaolin's voice, Zhu Huasheng felt a surge of joy, followed by an urgent inquiry. How did the experiment turn out? Sensing the elder's anxious tone, Li Miolin quickly reassured him. The experiment was a resounding success. The assembly hovered in the sky for 8 hours, and it was only at the command of Zhiyong that we halted the test. Additionally, I have some good news to share. Hearing that the experiment was a perfect success, and that the assembly had remained suspended for 8 hours filled Zhu Huaxing with delight. This indicates that the Hall engine has operated continuously for 8 hours. 8 hours. The operational time for fuel engines barely reaches 800 seconds. This is a monumental difference. Zhu Huaxing was momentarily stunned, but soon exhilaration took over. What splendid news! Is it even better than the success of the experiment? Li Miolin allowed Zhu Lao a moment to collect himself before proceeding. Zhiyong has decided to commence the development of the planetary spacecraft. He asked me to inform you to prepare yourselves. What? Zhu Huaxing froze in place, doubting his own hearing. What happened, Xiaoli? Didn't you mention last time that Xiaoli had declined? He has changed his mind during today's experiment. He instructed me to give you a heads up. Li Miolin was equally elated and quickly explained. Excellent. I will summon personnel from all departments immediately, Zhu Huaxing exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. This is fantastic. Who needs a space station? A spacecraft with a payload of 298 tons is far more enticing than any space station. The team that was initially designated for the space station can be redirected to develop the planetary spacecraft. After all, apart from the engine, the fundamental principles are quite similar. I will begin preparations right away. Zhu Huaxing, no longer wishing to engage in idle talk with Li Miolin, abruptly ended the call. He then hurriedly made his way to the office of Director Zhou Huiran of the space agency. With a forceful push, the office door swung open. Old Zhou. Xiaoli has conveyed the message. Xiaoli has decided to initiate the development of the planetary spacecraft. At this moment, Zhou Huiran was in his office, addressing issues related to the launch of several military satellites. The sudden sound of a door slamming made him furrow his brow, and he turned towards the entrance in surprise and anger. Upon hearing Zhu Huaxing's words, his expression instantly froze. He had agreed. Zhou Huiming immediately stood up and approached Zhu Huaxing, asking, "Are you speaking the truth? Would I deceive you?" Zhu Huaxing replied, rolling his eyes. What motive would he have for such deceit? In an instant, Zhou Huiran regained his composure and swiftly spoke. Bring over the personnel from the space station's life support system, as well as those from the lunar ecological module. The planetary spacecraft requires a significantly larger life support system. Moreover, the specific impulse of the Hall thruster is substantial, ensuring rapid speeds in the cosmos. Astronauts can endure a maximum of 8 gs of pressure. We must prioritize the research on the spacecraft's life support system. Zhou Huiran believed that they could not afford to wait idly. The future planetary spacecraft would undoubtedly achieve high velocities, necessitating proactive research on the life support systems for astronauts. Indeed, Xiaoli should come over to provide updates. We cannot remain stagnant here. Zhu Huaxing suddenly realized that they could not wait passively. They could commence preliminary studies on the other subsystems of the spacecraft. Hurry and sign the transfer orders. Aside from military and essential satellites, all other projects are halted. We must devote our efforts to the preliminary research on the spacecraft's subsystems. A planetary spacecraft necessitates expertise across numerous domains. The engine technology is paramount, and it has already been resolved by Zhiyong. The remaining astronauts require sustenance, do they not? Thus, a life support system is essential. Given the spacecraft's excessive velocity, the safety of the astronauts must be ensured, necessitating oxygen and other vital resources. These elements warrant thorough research. In pursuit of swiftly constructing interstellar vessels, Zhou Huiran has resolutely committed himself. Other projects have become trivial in comparison. Where can one find anything more crucial than a spacecraft? Once the spacecraft succeeds, matters such as lunar and Martian landings will pale in significance. Zhou Huiran hastily drafted an announcement titled Notice of Suspension of All Non-Essential Aerospace Research Projects. Upon the issuance of this announcement, the entire aerospace department erupted in chaos. Within internal forums, numerous inquiries were raised. What has transpired? Why must there be a reorganization? It appears that our Martian exploration team has been entirely disbanded, and we were just instructed to await further notice. The life support system personnel are to be consolidated into a new research institute. Is this indicative of significant changes? I'm at a loss. As the director has gone to a meeting, and we can expect results by tomorrow, perhaps, a new immersion research group has been established, and we have been reassigned to this experimental team. What does this entail? Countless aerospace researchers have been abruptly reorganized. This day witnessed a complete standstill in the aerospace department, with all research projects halted. Although salaries continued to be disbursed, the researchers, devoid of tasks, found themselves in a state of disarray. What has occurred? Why have their research projects been suspended? Chapter 60. Preparation for the establishment of the Space Administration. The fervent discussions within the Aerospace Department swiftly permeated to the public sphere. The cause of this situation stems from a revelation by an insider who disclosed that the majority of research institutes within the Chinese Space Agency were abruptly halted. This incident swiftly ignited fervent discussions across various online media platforms. After all, just prior, the Tri-Nation Earth Joint Defense Agency had announced its establishment, and now, the entire Chinese aerospace sector is at a standstill. Such occurrences are hard to overlook. Is the aerospace sector undergoing a transformation? It seems that the management indeed requires some oversight. The comments from the online community have been overwhelming. I find myself utterly captivated by the unfolding events. As we await further news, my space station remains paralyzed. The fervor online rapidly spread, prompting a myriad of analysts to emerge. Some lamented that this heralds the end of aerospace endeavors, while others speculated about potential breakthroughs in new technologies. However, these opinions did not significantly impact those within the aerospace sector, as they had already received directives from their superiors. Following the successful hover test of the combination body, Zhiyong promptly set about drafting a developmental outline. The design of planetary spacecraft is a complex challenge. In addition to the talents within the Aerospace Institute, military expertise must also be engaged. Designing large vessels necessitates seasoned designers from the military, but this could lead to yet another project being stalled. Indeed, Zhiyong intends to enlist the designers of aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines. The designers of nuclear submarines are particularly ideal candidates, as they are accustomed to operating in isolation and require a robust life support system. Given the significance of the personnel involved, he must adhere to the standard procedures. After all, this is a military project of considerable importance, and it cannot be approached as casually as one might in the Aerospace Institute. Directly appealing to Congressman Wu. Zhiyong, you seem to be continuously presenting me with challenging dilemmas. After briefly reviewing the documents sent by Zhiyong, Congressman Wu found himself chuckling in disbelief. While the personnel from the Aerospace Institute were manageable, dealing with the military officials proved to be a formidable task, particularly concerning the two pivotal components, aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines. After all, China has yearned for its own aircraft carrier for a century. Moreover, nuclear submarines constitute a crucial element of national defense. Zhiyong himself scratched his nose, realizing the delicacy of the matter. Yet recalling the threat posed by the glaciers and the wandering civilization, he steeled his resolve and firmly stated, I require the designer of the next aircraft carrier, as well as the designer of the nuclear submarine, especially the designer of the nuclear submarine. Congressman Wu fell silent for a moment, the only sound on the line being the rustling of documents by Sasha. After a while, he finally spoke. There is no need for you to worry about the wandering civilization. Those matters are still distant from us. I agree on the matter of the designers. We will expedite the review and approval process for the planetary system spaceship project. Zhiyong's eyebrows twitched upon hearing the first part. He had anticipated a refusal from Congressman Wu. To his surprise, Wu had acquiesced. Nuclear submarines are indeed one of the core components of national defense. Zhiyong had initially thought there would be prolonged negotiations, but he did not expect such an effortless approval. Congressman Wu remained unaware of the devastating consequences that would ensue should the withering virus spread. It can only be said that he is indeed a seasoned and astute politician, demonstrating remarkable accuracy in his judgment of circumstances. Regarding the planetary system spaceship project, I am in full agreement. Congressman Wu nodded, contemplating for a moment, as if he had come to a definitive resolution. Therefore, I have resolved to establish the Huagua Space Administration, uniting the strength of our nation to wholeheartedly support the construction of spacecraft. The mere mention of a space administration left Zhiyong utterly astonished by the audacity of Counselor Wu. Having experienced life in a previous existence, he felt an undeniable sense of urgency. What could be the reason for Counselor Wu's haste? Ever since I perused the documents from the Russian Empire and the United States, an unsettling feeling has lingered in my heart. Naturally, Counselor Wu sensed Zhiyong's apprehension and promptly elucidated. I believe that advancing our space capabilities ahead of time can only yield positive outcomes. Moreover, since we possess the technology, why not utilize it? Previously, the various research institutes within the space agency operated independently due to limited funding from our nation. This was an endeavor to cultivate diverse technologies and accumulate knowledge, albeit without delving too deeply. Now that we have the requisite technology, it is indeed time to establish a comprehensive space agency akin to NASA. Zhiyong had also heard whispers regarding the space agency's internal governance. The rampant speculation online depicted it as a case of fragmented leadership. They only perceived the outcomes, neglecting the underlying reasons. The truth lies in the fact that Huawei's investment in aerospace has not reached the same magnitude as that of the United States. We have been diligently stockpiling technology, progressing step by step. Ultimately, a breakthrough in technology would pave the way for further advancements. The time has come to create a singular governing body for all aerospace research institutes, and the moment for its inception is nigh. Counselor Wu had also uncovered issues within the documents from the Russian Empire and the United States, noting the simultaneous appearances of glaciers and the wandering civilization within our solar system. For the sake of the people of Huawei, Counselor Wu is determined to be well prepared. Taking preventive measures in advance is undoubtedly wise. I will arrange everything for you as you requested. Counselor Wu has also confirmed and assured Zhiyong, prepare on your end, and I will convene a brief meeting shortly to finalize the details. I will also ensure everything is in order with the military. Please send me a copy of the experimental data from the consortium. All right, I will send the data to you immediately. Zhiyong felt a surge of joy. The matter was resolved, and now he merely awaited further news. Be prepared, as I intend to nominate you as the Minister of the Space Administration. Counselor Wu casually added. From now on, I will entrust you with the affairs of space. Please compile a list. For minor issues, you may handle them internally. Counselor Wu plans to establish a small council within the Space Administration, a semi-official entity responsible for coordinating Huawei's advancements in space. By the way, the genetic sequence of the virus has been compared. Upon mentioning the virus, Counselor Wu's tone grew serious. As you suspected, this virus bears the characteristics of numerous plant viruses. The Research Institute has analyzed the potential mechanisms of this virus. I have issued a stern warning to the Russian Federation. This virus must never be attempted for extraction. I have conferred with Putin and Flair about establishing a joint management organization to safely store these hazardous elements. Upon hearing that the issue of the Wilt virus was being taken seriously, the tension that had tightly wound in Zhiyong's heart finally began to ease. Particularly upon hearing that this virus would be jointly regulated by 3 nations, Zhiyong felt a sense of elation within. As long as several major countries took it seriously, the Wilt virus would pose no immediate threat to humanity, thereby granting him more time. Very well, I shall set off to assist you in securing personnel. Counselor Wu smiled gently, glancing up at the clock on the table. Thank you, Counselor Wu. Zhiyong nodded vigorously. With Counselor Wu's assistance, Zhiyong's objective was indeed accomplished. Chapter 61. The arrival of Russian learners at the capital's airport. A cerulean aircraft slowly descended onto the runway, where a red carpet had been laid out in advance. Rows of Ministry of Foreign Affairs staff had been waiting in anticipation. Once the plane came to a halt, a group of tall-nosed Russians disembarked from the staircase. They were researchers here to study controllable nuclear fusion technology. At the helm was Nikolaev, who had surpassed 80 years of age. As he surveyed the diplomats at the airport, a myriad of emotions crossed his face. 60 years ago, he had been among the youngest nuclear physicists supporting China. Now, as time had shifted, it was unexpected that Russia would turn to its former students for knowledge. Truly, the world has undergone immense transformations. Velichev, we have returned to this land, Nikolaev remarked, gazing at the modernized airport, sharing his sentiments with his companion. An equally white-haired elder, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, surveyed the bustling capital of China, astonishment flickering within his gaze. Nikolai, they have advanced so rapidly. The magnificent Soviet Union has long ceased to exist, and we, the Russian Empire, have been left behind. A trace of melancholy flickered in Nikolaev's eyes as he mentioned the Soviet Union, and he murmured, indeed, we have fallen behind. As he gazed at the confident Li Miolin in the distance, he felt a lump in his throat. Here, he saw the shadow of the once mighty Soviet Union. What a remarkable nation it was. Welcome to your arrival. As an esteemed figure among the older generation of nuclear physicists, Li Miolin had no difficulties with the Russian language. He stepped forward and solemnly extended his hand towards the leader, Nikolaev. He recognized Nikolaev. He was someone his teacher had once studied under. In his teacher's home, he had seen a photograph of the two of them together. You must be Lord Nikolaev. Am I right? Li Miolin, who had no intention of making things difficult for the Russian Empire, immediately revealed their connection. When you came to assist us, My teacher Wei Yunshan had the honor of receiving your guidance. Ah, Nikolaev had long cherished the memories of his time in Huagua, and upon hearing the name of the person responsible for receiving them, he instantly recalled. Ah, it's little Wei. I have a vivid impression of him. He is exceptionally intelligent and full of vigor. With the mention of Wei Yunshan, the distance between the two parties quickly diminished. Li Miolin also held great admiration for the scientists who had once aided them. Thus, the two groups chatted amicably as they proceeded to their hotel. The overall atmosphere was delightful. Moreover, the Russians, true to form, exhibited their characteristic straightforwardness, conducting affairs with remarkable candor. The journalists accompanying the Russian Empire swiftly transmitted images of the handshake between the two parties back to their homeland. Boldly captioning it, Russian scientific personnel traveled to the Chinese nation to study controllable nuclear fusion technology. Putin, too, resolved to take decisive action, shattering the veil of denial. He intended to openly acknowledge the stark reality of Russia's decline. This was a bitter pill to swallow. He sought to awaken the populace to the truth that they were no longer the formidable Soviet Union of yore. Only by genuinely rousing the domestic citizenry could Russia hope for a brighter future. The news rapidly proliferated within Russia, sparking fervent discussions across the international web. Russia was faltering. Unlike our esteemed United States, where the president has proclaimed groundbreaking advancements in controllable nuclear fusion technology. Soon, we, too, shall possess this technology, regardless of its origins. We have previously aided them. This is their recompense. Recently, Air Force One and the Russian president both visited China. Surely, American technology cannot be on par with that of Russia, can it? Such claims are slanderous. American technology is unparalleled. Perhaps there is some truth to it? Flair, could you please clarify? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In an unexpected turn of events, Russia's actions inadvertently cast a shadow on the United States. Flair, upon reading the tweets, felt his anger boil over. Those scoundrels, he exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, his face flushed with rage. Dare they speak so brazenly? They have reveled in their triumph and earned a resounding reputation. However, what about the United States? The veil of modesty has been lifted, particularly when President Flair witnessed the announcement made by the American nuclear physicist on Twitter. He was nearly driven to fury. This nuclear physics professor, Levi Stankin, boldly declared that the current data from all controllable nuclear fusion experiments in the United States shows no groundbreaking progress, as claimed by President Flair. How dare he? Flair, infuriated by Levi Stankin's public statement, nearly ground his teeth in rage, wishing to tear this impertinent professor apart. Suppressing his desire for vengeance, Flair swiftly picked up the phone. Foreign, you must immediately announce that the military has been secretly developing controllable nuclear fusion technology. Upon receiving the call, Foreign was momentarily taken aback by the sudden command, but quickly regained composure. Yes, Mr. President. After issuing the directive, Flair managed to quell most of his anger and subsequently posted a message on Twitter. No one understands controllable nuclear fusion better than I do. This information comes directly from the military and is absolutely reliable. Across Twitter, Professor Levi Stankin's remarks had spread like wildfire. It was only after Flair personally responded that the derision subsided. I told you so. The technology of the United States is certainly on par with anyone else's. We believe in President Flair. The Department of Defense has announced that the military is secretly developing controllable nuclear fusion. No wonder Professor Leviathan has been silent. It turns out to be a breakthrough from the military. As Fryer observed the shift in public opinion on Twitter, he felt a slight sense of relief. At last, this matter has passed. Next, he must find a plausible reason to study technology in Huagua. He must not allow any clues to be discovered again. In the Eastern Military District, in the office, Zhiyong was compiling a list of key personnel for the future Huagua Space Administration. At the top of this list were several prominent figures from the Aerospace Institute. Upon learning of the advancements in the Hall engine, they resolutely abandoned fuel rockets and pledged their full support to Zhiyong. The second group consisted of the core members from the Eastern Research Institute. These two batches of individuals would become the principal decision-makers of the space administration. Even computer expert Quan Shengmin would not be returned. Zhiyong planned to retain him directly within the space administration. After all, he would need his expertise to enhance the future Hall engine's adjustment program. With a click of the send button, the list was dispatched. Now, everything was in place, awaiting the outcome of the meeting above. Chapter 62. The eerie light of Glees having resolved the list issue. just as Zhiyong was about to inspect the production line of the Hall engine. The Huaguo Astronomical Observatory suddenly released a notification. Ever since the discovery of the message machine from the Gle civilization, the joint astronomical observatories of the three nations had long since aligned various telescopes towards this planetary system. Notably, the American Space Telescope had been redirected with the assistance of the propulsion system launched by the Russian Empire. The lens is firmly focused on the Gle's 229 star system. This marks the first collaboration among the three countries in the realm of space exploration. Zhiyong, as an informed individual, was naturally included in the internal news group. The latest discovery from the American Space Telescope reveals unusual activity concerning the Gle's 229 star. Upon viewing the information on his secure mobile device, Zhiyong's expression shifted dramatically. Unusual phenomena surrounding the Gle's 229 star? He hurriedly opened the attached documents from the observatory's reports. When the Hubble Space Telescope observed the Gle's 229 star, it detected a concealed area. Moreover, the obscuring object was orbiting the star in a systematic manner. According to the analysis by joint astronomers from the three nations, this object could not possibly be a planet or an asteroid. The obscuration exhibited striking similarities to the stellar flare activity, suggesting unmistakable signs of artificial control. The observatory reached a preliminary conclusion. This is a Dyson sphere. A Dyson sphere. After reading the report, Zhiyong felt as though his mind might explode. Cold sweat trickled down his back in astonishment. The Gle's 229 star, located 8 light-years from Blue Star, is actually enveloped by a Dyson sphere. The Dyson sphere is a conceptualized method of energy acquisition for Blue Star. Essentially, a Dyson sphere is an artificial structure with a diameter varying up to 200 million kilometers, designed to encompass a star and harvest its energy. The discovery of a Dyson sphere around Gle raises unsettling questions. Could the Gle civilization still exist? Or is it merely a remnant of a wandering civilization? The unfolding of events has completely surpassed Zhiyong's expectations. Originally, he believed that once the withering virus was resolved, humanity on Blue Star would be spared from extinction. To his astonishment, the withering virus turned out to be a biological weapon of an extraterrestrial civilization. The situation was veering increasingly towards the unknown. The discovery of a Dyson sphere around the Gle star was swiftly acknowledged by the three major nations. After Congressman Wu had deftly managed the affairs between the space agency and Zhiyong, he was struck by a sudden change in expression upon receiving a message from the observatory. He promptly initiated a video conference call with the Russian and American representatives. On the two screens before Congressman Wu, familiar figures soon materialized. "Flare, is the information accurate?" Putin inquired, still somewhat incredulous at the existence of a Dyson sphere merely 8 light-years from Blue Star. If such technology exists, Blue Star is practically at their doorstep. "Putin, your astronomers were also involved in the research. There can be no error." Flare rubbed the corners of his eyes, his face trembling with anxiety, revealing his own agitation. Either the Gle civilization has not perished, or the wandering civilization is presently stationed there. If it is the former, we can remain hopeful, as the Gle civilization appears relatively amicable. However, if it is the latter, the implications are dire. Congressman Wu could scarcely fathom the ramifications if such a wandering civilization were to discover Blue Star's existence. Taking a deep breath, he urged himself to maintain clarity of thought. It was premature to draw conclusions. Our nation's optical space telescope has been completed. I will initiate its launch immediately. Flare nodded emphatically, concurring with Councilman Wu's assessment. We will temporarily vacate the L1 point between the Sun and Earth. Push the Hubble telescope to a relative position, and we shall meticulously observe the Gle civilization from two directions. The optical telescope is more effective for observing the Gle stars. The Dyson sphere of Gle does not completely obscure the stars, allowing for clear observation. After all, there is a distinction between a planet eclipsing a star and a Dyson sphere. The most active regions of stellar activity must surely be the Dyson sphere. The actions of Huaguo were swift. The Tianwen-1 space telescope was urgently positioned on the launch pad. The director of the Aerospace Institute, Zhou Huiran, stood in the command center, his expression grave as he attentively monitored the various data on the screens. This launch was urgent and imperative. He had also reviewed the document regarding the Gle's Dyson sphere. "Old Zhu, how's the inspection proceeding?" Zhu Huaxing had personally come to the launch center to oversee the process, and he nodded solemnly. All departments have completed their inspections without any issues. We are ready for launch at any moment. The window period will arrive in half an hour. Indeed, Zhou Huiran remarked, gazing at the rocket displayed on the large screen. Have you heard about the affairs of the Space Administration? It seems we must accelerate the research on interstellar vessels. How is the progress on the life support system? Standing beside him, Zhu Huaxing promptly replied, I am aware of the matters concerning the administration. This is indeed a positive development. The vital systems and regenerative biological protection systems are functioning without issue, as there is a solid technical foundation in place. The challenge lies in the selection of the immersion solution, which presents some complications. However, the project team has already established its research direction. Zhou Huaxing is quite pleased with the pace of the project team's research, a testament to the benefits derived from previous technological accumulations. Ah, that is reassuring. Zhou Huiran shook his head in resignation. The incident had occurred unexpectedly. This era is certainly not akin to the last century, when people were eager to discover extraterrestrial civilizations. Individuals in the 21st century exhibit a more cautious attitude towards alien life. Undeniably, the influence of numerous sci-fi disaster films has played a role in this sentiment. Yet, the more significant reason lies in humanity's growing sense of reverence for the cosmos. The deeper humanity gazes into the universe, the more it recognizes its own insignificance. Moreover, contemporary humans are indeed rather unfortunate. The first discovered extraterrestrial civilization is one on the brink of extinction, ravaged by a wandering civilization. In a twist of fate, humanity simultaneously uncovers two intelligent civilizations. Humans will forever harbor a sense of insecurity when confronted with entities that may pose a threat to their existence. They often unleash an extraordinary force that surpasses their inherent capabilities. Zhou Huiran silently observed the countdown, now dwindling to a mere 20 seconds, and gently shook his head. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. Ignition. A thunderous roar erupted from the launch tower. A blinding flash surged forth from the rocket's propulsion nozzle. The tranquil night was abruptly illuminated by a fireball. That was the rocket's tail flame. Across the beach, it was as if a sun had swiftly risen. Nearby farmers, witnessing the sudden rocket launch, stood frozen in astonishment. What is happening? Shouldn't the rocket launch necessitate an evacuation in advance? Chapter 63. The Threat of Explorer 10. The rocket efficiently propelled the observatory into low Earth orbit within a mere 10 minutes. The subsequent propulsion tasks now rest upon the efforts of the Russian Federation. Prior to the launch of the observatory, the Russian Federation had successfully deployed a space engine. Naturally, the interface had been adapted to conform to Chinese standards. Once the observatory reached geostationary orbit, the Russian space engine swiftly locked onto its target. The Chinese Space Agency promptly detected the presence of the space engine as well. As for the capability to instantaneously lock onto high-speed objects, is this not a fundamental operation among the three major nations? There are only 3 copies of this technology on Blue Planet. The Russian Space Agency dispatched a message indicating that they had initiated the rapid docking procedure. Upon receiving the information, the researchers at the launch center immediately reported aloud. The data link has been established, and docking is permitted. Zhou Huiran gently clicked the mouse, transmitting the observatory's data key to the Russian Space Agency. A spacecraft combination is not merely a matter of having a compatible interface. The Russians urgently adopted the Chinese interface standard. However, the linking keys still needed to be provided by the Chinese Space Center. The 1-hour rapid docking procedure commenced. Attitude control in progress. Distance, 2 meters. Target confirmed. Docking successful. The researchers, upon seeing the successful docking notification, were filled with exhilaration. They had achieved successful docking. The locking mechanism is functioning properly. It's secured. The assembly has successfully docked. The subsequent tasks are now entrusted to the Russian Federation. They are responsible for controlling the space engine, guiding the survey telescope to reach the L1 point between the Earth and the Sun. Director Zhou received a call from the head of the Russian Space Agency. Zhou Huiran was relieved by the successful docking. After all, this launch was sudden, and many inspection processes were not carried out. He had been tense with an underlying anxiety. Now that success was achieved, he let out a sigh of relief. However, why was the director of the Russian Space Agency calling him? Gustav Sky, what brings you to me? The voice on the other end, filled with joy, announced. Our first space cooperation between our two nations has been nothing short of perfect. We must collaborate more in the future, advancing together. Hearing Gustavsky's words, Zhou Huiran rolled his eyes. Advancing together? They were on the verge of phasing out fuel rockets. How could there be any mutual progress? There would certainly be many opportunities ahead. Zhou Huiren could not express his thoughts directly and merely replied politely. Gustav Sky, not minding the subtlety, exchanged a few more pleasantries before abruptly shifting the tone of the conversation, his voice growing serious. Are you aware of the situation regarding Gliese? Zhou Huiren was momentarily taken aback. Why bring this up? I know. I am quite worried. Gustavsky's tone became increasingly cautious, his voice barely above a whisper. Indeed. If it were true, it would be right on the doorstep of Blue Planet. Zhou Huiren felt somewhat helpless. They could only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Even if the wandering civilization truly resided in Gliese, all they could do was pray not to be discovered by it. At that moment, Zhiyong's planetary spaceship might very well carry the spark of humanity. That is not what I meant. Gustav Sky interjected, his voice somewhat hoarse. 18.8 light-years is a distance that makes the discovery of Blue Star rather challenging. Yet, there lies a critical issue. Gustav Sky, older than Zhou Huiren, narrated events as if recounting a tale, leaving an air of suspense that bemused Zhou Huiren. Indeed, 18.8 light-years presents a significant obstacle to discovering Blue Star. The kindly Gliese civilization had sent a message via their color-coded communicator, clearly indicating they would not betray Blue Star's civilization. Furthermore, the existence of viral weapons on Blue Star suggests that wandering civilizations might have visited long before any civilization emerged there. To them, Blue Star is likely perceived merely as a life-bearing planet of little consequence. Gustav Sky was evidently aware of this fact. So, where does the fatal problem lie? Zhou, have you forgotten about the United States Pioneer 10? It has already ventured beyond the solar system. Gustavsky's tone betrayed his apprehension. Moreover, it continues to emit radio signals, posing a constant risk of exposing Blue Star's civilization. Pioneer 10. A flash of realization struck Zhou Huiren, and his expression changed dramatically. How could he have overlooked this detail? Even if the wandering civilizations lingered in Gliese, they would likely regard Blue Star as merely a planet teeming with life. However, should they discover the presence of an intelligent civilization on Blue Star, they might take decisive action, just as they did with the Gliese civilization. Although the radio signals from Voyager 10 are feeble, it is nonetheless transmitting as it approaches the fringes of our solar system. Gustav, hearing no word from Zhou Huiren, can only manage a wry smile. In the worst-case scenario, Blue Planet is merely one of the myriad worlds devoid of intelligent civilization in the eyes of wandering civilizations. However, should they detect the signals from Voyager 10, the consequences could be dire. Despite the weakness of Voyager 10's radio emissions, who can ascertain whether the wandering civilizations possess the technology to intercept such signals? Humanity cannot afford to gamble on such probabilities. We must devise a means to neutralize the threat posed by Voyager 10. Zhou Huiren, grasping this notion, felt a flicker of realization. Unbeknownst to him, the United States had long since lost control over Voyager 10, which now drifts aimlessly towards Alpha Centauri. Gustav, as if gifted with telepathy, instantly discerned Zhou Huiren's thoughts and promptly dismissed the notion of allowing the United States to trigger Voyager 10's self-destruction. The United States lost control? Zhou Huiren pondered for a moment, hesitantly nodding in agreement. Launched over 50 years ago, it was indeed plausible that Voyager 10 had slipped from human oversight. Yet now, as it nears the outer reaches of the solar system, the only viable options left are to either instigate its self-destruction or to destroy it outright. However, the distance to Blue Planet is overwhelmingly vast. Should we dispatch a spacecraft to pursue it, it might take decades to catch up. This implies that humanity would remain perpetually at risk of detection during those years. Such a prospect is exceedingly perilous. Unless, Zhou Huiren thought of the hull engine that was in preparation. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he exclaimed with fervor, Gustav Sky, I have a solution. Once I finish with the telescope, I will immediately begin this endeavor. You have a solution? Gustav on the other end of the line was utterly bewildered. Over 100 billion kilometers away, the Voyager 10 could not self-destruct. Are you suggesting you can resolve this? Will you chase it down and destroy it? How is that even possible? Even with ample fuel, catching up to Voyager 10 would take at least 2 or 3 decades. By then, humanity might very well be extinguished. Await my message. This issue must be resolved. Zhou Huiren's mind raced with calculations. This plan was indeed feasible. However, he would have to wait until the survey telescope completed its tasks before he could set this plan into motion. Chapter 64. Dyson Sphere. In the pitch-black expanse of the void, a pristine white spacecraft assembly was expelling wisps of gas to adjust its posture. After the internal circulation engine completed its adjustments, it seamlessly transitioned into operation. A pale blue flame erupted forcefully from the engine's nozzle. The survey telescope was propelled by the Russian space engine, its destination, the L4 point of the Sun-Earth system. The space engine was powerful, continuously expelling thrust. And prior to reaching its target, it executed a retrograde deceleration. The survey telescope was now in position. Researchers at the Space Control Center swiftly received signals transmitted back from the survey telescope via the Launch Center's directives. Had America's Hubble telescope been positioned yet? Tian Weichong hurriedly inquired of the researcher at the communications station. Deputy Director, wait a moment, let me take a look. The researcher promptly activated the real-time system for the Three Kingdoms satellite. This system was part of the publicly disclosed satellite positions of the three major powers for this mission. On the computer screen, the information regarding the Hubble Space Telescope was prominently displayed. The Hubble is already in position. I will immediately contact NASA. Upon confirming the Hubble's designated location, the researcher swiftly connected to the Joint Command System of the Three Kingdoms and sent the positioning information to NASA. At NASA's Control Center, Bernard Bigot personally monitored the dynamics of the Hubble Space Telescope. It could only be said that the space capabilities of the Russian Federation had not diminished as rapidly as anticipated, particularly in the realm of rocket engines. The space engine rapidly propelled the Hubble into lunar orbit, a result of the Russian Federation's advance by 2 days in maneuvering the telescope. Let us unveil your true nature, Bernard Bigot declared, his hands clasped tightly as he exhaled softly. Transmit the message. We have commenced observation. Yes, Your Excellency, replied the head of the NASA Control Center, swiftly responding to the message from the Chinese Space Control Center. At the L4 Lagrange point between the Earth and the Sun, the survey telescope gradually adjusted its orientation, focusing on the Gliese star located 8 light-years away. In lunar orbit, the Hubble Space Telescope also redirected its gaze, fixating intently on the same celestial target. The lens, reflecting the light of the stars, gradually magnified the Gliese 229 star, becoming increasingly larger, until a vague shadow appeared amidst the brilliant golden light. That was the target they sought to observe, the potential Dyson sphere surrounding the Gliese star. Would it be possible to discern the activities of Gliese? Bernard gazed at the image projected on the large screen, particularly fixating on the shadow that remained motionless, a spark of astonishment flickering in his eyes. As a scientist, he was immensely intrigued by the technology of the Dyson sphere, yet, as a human, he was profoundly apprehensive of such a formidable extraterrestrial civilization. With this conflicting sentiment, Bernard voiced his inquiry. Is that truly a Dyson sphere? This question was similarly posed by Tian Weichong. The images captured by the survey telescope had also been transmitted to the large screen. Beep. Suddenly, a rapid alarm rang out, and the data beside the screen began to fluctuate unexpectedly. The researcher analyzing the observational data silenced the alarm and meticulously compared the documents in hand. What was happening? Tian Weichong swiftly approached the researcher and, once the comparison was complete, eagerly inquired. Deputy Tian, the AI has just indicated the discovery of an activity point around the Gliese star. The researcher extracted a photograph from the documents and presented it to Tian Weichong. An activity point? Tian Weichong took the photograph and scrutinized it closely, his pupils narrowing in shock. The image depicted a comparative analysis of the previously observed activity points in the shadow's position around the Gliese star. The star's activities were not uniform, thus, a Dyson sphere that did not encapsulate the entire sun must continually adjust its position to seek out the most energetic zones for energy absorption. Herein lay the problem. The shadow has shifted. Through optical analysis, the position of the shadow coincides with the area of most intense activity around the Gliese star. What does NASA have to say about this? Tian Weichong inhaled deeply. This phenomenon had been observed twice in succession, making the likelihood of coincidence exceedingly low. The researchers at the Communications Center consulted the Tri-Nation Joint Command System. NASA has essentially confirmed that the shadow's position is indeed at the active point of the Gliese star. Moreover, compared to its previous location, the shadow is moving towards a non-stellar orbital trajectory. Moving towards a non-stellar orbit? Tian Weichong leaned closer to the computer screen, his breath hitching as he read the message from NASA. The United States had commenced deep space exploration long ago, aiming to investigate exoplanetary systems. They had been analyzing the optical relations of stars for quite some time. The orbit of the Gliese star had already been calculated. Their methodology involves analyzing the shadows cast when planets transit in front of the star. Typically, these shadows remain within a singular plane. Yet now, this shadow is not adhering to its expected orbital path. The continuous observation of unnatural behavior, coupled with the absence of gravitational interference from other celestial bodies in the Gliese system, eliminates all conceivable explanations. The only plausible conclusion is that it is indeed a Dyson sphere. Tian Weicheng was taken aback, trembling and stumbling a few steps back, struggling to maintain his balance. A nearby researcher quickly vacated their seat, rushing to support Tian Weicheng as he sank into the chair. Deputy Director Tian, take a moment to rest. Do not rush. The assistant hurriedly poured him a cup of hot water, gently pressing on his shoulder while extending the drink towards him. The reality of the situation was beyond belief. Tian Weicheng was momentarily taken aback. With age, one's body becomes less resilient to strain. After sipping some warm water to regain his composure, he stood up and proclaimed, "Notify everyone to continue observing the anomalies of the Gliese star. Instruct our colleagues at the Astronomical Center to conduct thorough analyses. We must arrive at an accurate conclusion." In truth, it had already been largely established that the shadow observed on the Gliese star was indeed a Dyson sphere. However, adhering to the principles of rigorous scientific inquiry, they needed to persist in their observations until multiple results converged without error. Only then could they claim definitive proof. A month had passed since the launch of the survey telescope. During this continuous month of observation, the activity point of the Gliese star shifted once more. And the shadow? Indeed, it moved in tandem. Whether it was a stroke of good fortune or a twist of fate for humanity, observing stellar activity points 8 light-years away was no trivial endeavor. It could be said that the Gliese star was perhaps in a phase of heightened activity 19 years ago, allowing humanity to witness changes in its activity points within such a short span. Zhiyong received the news that very evening. The joint aerospace institutions of Huagua, Megua, and Sha'i were discreetly announcing that the eerie shadow on Gliese 229 was indicative of an extraterrestrial civilization's Dyson sphere. That night, Zhiyong found himself unable to sleep. Although the document did not explicitly state it, the likelihood that the Dyson sphere was constructed by a wandering civilization was considerable. After extinguishing the Gliese civilization, they may have temporarily resided there. Chapter 65. Design meeting the following day, Zhiyong, sporting dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the testing facility of the Soviet Eastern Military District. Shimingen is currently responsible for the manufacturing line of the Hall thrusters. The design of the Hall thruster has been finalized, and over 400 safety tests have been conducted, weighing in at 10 kilograms. It produces a thrust of 14 tons and boasts a power output of 100 kilowatts. This is merely the specification for a single thrust unit of the Hall thruster. Zhiyong envisions that the planetary system spacecraft will require at least 100 Hall thrusters connected in series. Colonel He, did you not sleep well last night? Shimingen holds great respect for Zhiyong, as it was Colonel He himself who designated him to oversee the Hall thruster project, an undeniable act of promotion. Given the groundbreaking nature of this engine, his name will undoubtedly appear numerous times in textbooks and historical records. Oh, it's nothing. I was just contemplating the planetary system spacecraft yesterday. Zhiyong waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. Observing the spirited Shimingen, Zhiyong inquired with a smile, "Professor Sure, how is the pulse production line for the Hall thruster progressing?" "No problem at all," Shimingen assured, patting his chest. "The pulse production line is ready. As soon as the design blueprints for the planetary system spacecraft arrive, we can commence production at any moment." Zhiyong nodded with satisfaction. The project approval documents for the planetary system spacecraft have finally been received. Due to the substantial scale of this project, the authorities have exercised caution, resulting in several rounds of expert evaluation meetings. These are not mere experts but seasoned veterans in the field of aerospace. Moreover, the coinciding anomaly regarding the exploration of the Gliese star system caused a temporary delay in proceedings. Consequently, it was not until a month later that the project approval was ultimately granted. And now, it is time for Zhiyong to take charge of the space agency. The site for the agency has been established in Zhiyong, where numerous engineering teams are diligently working to construct the facilities. The once desolate outskirts of Zhiyong have been transformed into a level expanse. Several office buildings have already risen majestically from the ground. This area primarily serves as the administrative hub and is conveniently located near the military district, ensuring confidentiality. The construction site for the future planetary spacecraft is situated at the shipyard in Hudong, which possesses the requisite experience in manufacturing large metallic hulls. Arriving in a military green jeep, Zhiyong made his way to the main office building of the space agency. This towering structure exudes a sense of science fiction. A verdant landscape greets visitors at the entrance, where the prominent words Space Agency are displayed, imparting an impression of grandeur and magnificence. All personnel listed by Zhiyong have already arrived. Professor Shi, let us proceed, Zhiyong remarked with a gentle smile, turning to Shi Mianjin and gesturing playfully for him to go ahead. Haha, you are the minister, perhaps you should lead the way. Having spent several months together, Shi Mianjin had become well acquainted with Zhiyong's character. With a wave of his hand, Shi Mianjin playfully nudged Zhiyong toward the conference room through the entrance. Upon entering, Shi Mianjin noticed armed soldiers stationed in the corner. These were not soldiers in formal attire. Rather, they were clad in combat uniforms, standing not with rigid precision but slightly hunched, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. However, what captivated Shi Mianjin's attention the most was the exoskeleton supporting the soldiers. Indeed, it was an active exoskeleton. The black exoskeleton enveloped the soldier's abdomen and limbs. A robust heavy machine gun was mounted upon the exoskeleton, seemingly weightless despite its considerable heft. It appeared to have no impact on the soldier at all. Shi Jinmian even observed the soldier moving a considerable distance. Oh, Professor Shi, that is the military's newly developed active exoskeleton, known as Kinetic 1, Zhiyong remarked with a light chuckle, noticing Shi Jinmian's astonishment. Thanks to the remarkable performance of the kinetic battery, this exoskeleton can operate for several months without requiring a recharge. Is that so? Shi Jinmian gazed at the heavy machine gun, a chill of apprehension running through him. Fear for the enemy. A single soldier heavy machine gun. How can one combat the phobia of insufficient firepower? Such a firepower configuration is astounding. They arrived at the conference room. Zhiyong's expression briefly flickered with sentiment as he gazed at the soldier clad in the exoskeleton. A breakthrough in battery technology had effectively resolved all the military's challenges concerning exoskeletons. Energy, indeed, reigned supreme. In the conference room of the Space Administration, all 30 participants had gathered. When Zhiyong entered, every gaze in the room converged upon him. Li Miolin hurriedly stood and approached, guiding him to the seat of honor. Zhiyong, congratulations on your promotion to Minister of the Space Administration. Sun Xiaodong also led the applause, offering his congratulations. In the next moment, as Sun Xiaodong's applause resonated, the room erupted in a fervent ovation. Amidst the clapping, Zhou Huairan leaned towards his old companions, Zhu Huaxing and Tian Weichong, whispering, "This is Zhiyong. He truly is quite young. Indeed, this is a positive development." Zhu Huaxing and Tian Weichong observed as Zhiyong first bowed to them and then raised his hand to quell the applause, nodding repeatedly. Undeterred and poised, this was their initial impression. Thank you all for coming to the Space Administration. Zhiyong smiled slightly, suppressing the enthusiastic clapping. Everyone present had devoted their lives to the advancement of Huagua. I must express my gratitude to you all. After bowing once more, Zhiyong continued with a smile. As we are all professionals in technology, I shall refrain from unnecessary discourse. The primary reason for gathering you here today is to announce that you will henceforth be members of the Space Administration's Advisory Council. Moving forward, matters concerning space will be managed by the Council unless they pertain to significant projects, in which case we shall handle them autonomously. With the conclusion of Zhiyong's words, the professors in attendance erupted into applause, bestowing substantial autonomy upon the Space Administration. The aerospace capabilities of Huagua could finally begin to flourish unrestrained. After joining in the applause for a moment, Zhiyong waited for the clamor to subside before continuing. Now, the second matter at hand is the design of interplanetary spacecraft. As these words left his lips, some professors and experts, previously unaware of the situation, were momentarily taken aback. They had assumed that the stagnation in space endeavors was due to the establishment of a governing body. However, they could hardly fathom that the inaugural task of the Space Administration was to design interplanetary spacecraft. The meeting erupted into a frenzy following Zhiyong's announcement. Old Zhou, is what this young he said true? Yang Yu, the former head of the Moon Palace project, immediately turned and inquired with surprise from the evidently informed Zhou Huairan. After all, Zhou Huairan displayed no hint of astonishment. Guess. Zhou, an old classmate of Yang Yu, jested, eliciting an eye roll from her. Truly a rascal. It is indeed true. Everyone, please be quiet. Academician Cheng Yuanming, who had remained silent until now, promptly affirmed. With the endorsement of the esteemed academician Cheng, all those present who were unaware of the situation quickly calmed down. However, this was soon followed by immense excitement. If even academician Cheng said it was true, could it be that they were actually going to construct a planetary spacecraft? Chapter 66. Design work for the planetary spacecraft. Yang Yu surveyed the familiar faces within the conference room. Experts in flight dynamics, propulsion systems, life support systems, and submarine design. She nodded thoughtfully. This configuration truly aligns with the ideal design for a planetary spacecraft. Zhiyong also smiled and nodded towards the attendees in the meeting. At this moment, the presence of several authoritative figures proved advantageous. As soon as inquiries were made to a few distinguished experts, the attendees swiftly placed their trust in Zhiyong's assertions. Yun Zhongxing took a deep breath, only then realizing the significance. No wonder Director Zhou had tasked him with researching the immersion fluid. In the vastness of space, devoid of atmospheric resistance, once a spacecraft accelerates, its speed compounds. Eventually, the vessel reaches a velocity that humans cannot withstand. Thus, the necessity for immersion fluid arises. This is a viscous liquid capable of enveloping and protecting astronauts. Oh no, we should now refer to them as cosmonauts. The conference hall fell silent after a brief moment of commotion. All the esteemed professors and experts already had the answers in their minds. What kind of propulsion will we employ? Yun Zhongxing swallowed hard and was the first to voice his query. Since we are researching the immersion liquid, the spacecraft's speed must be quite substantial. His question instantly piqued the interest of other uninformed professors. If it were a fuel rocket, while it might excite them, the complexity would undoubtedly increase. In response to Yun Zhongxing's inquiry, Zhiyong offered a mysterious smile and replied, "Of course, we will utilize nuclear fusion technology as our power source." Nuclear fusion. The professors below gasped in unison. Although the swearing number one was successful, it was indeed too massive. Moreover, hadn't the electric propulsion engine's thrust only reached one end? All right, enough suspense, Minister he. Finally, Zhou Huiran interjected, quelling the discussions of others. This young man was quite astute, knowing just when to assert his authority. Zhiyong had not intended to do so, but the assembly of distinguished individuals at this meeting was formidable. Each professor harbored their own pride, and it was unrealistic to expect them to be directed by an unfamiliar young figure. Thus, he felt it necessary to temper their arrogance, as he felt the curious, incredulous, and expectant gazes fixated upon him. Zhiyong recognized that the moment had arrived. He raised his hand and activated the projector behind him, causing an introductory image and text to illuminate the screen. Prominently inscribed above was the formidable power combination of a compact nuclear fusion reactor paired with a Hall thruster. Furthermore, specific experimental data regarding this amalgamation was annotated. The thrust of the Hall thruster has now reached an impressive 14 newtons, with a mere mass of 10 kilograms. The compact fusion reactor weighs only 100 tons, a Hall thruster producing 14 newtons. Yun Zhongxing was utterly astounded, shaking his head and murmuring, "No wonder there is a need to research immersion liquids at this velocity. Theoretically, it could achieve 15 of the speed of light. With an ample supply of fuel, a spacecraft powered by nuclear fusion could attain a velocity of 15 of the speed of light. This implies that the spacecraft we are designing could reach speeds of at least 10,000 kilometers per second. The speed of light approximates 300,000 kilometers per second, making 15 of that around 45,000 kilometers per second. If one were to travel through space at this velocity, humanity would only require 20 minutes to journey from Earth to Mars during the optimal window." Everyone present, upon witnessing the data displayed on the screen, was rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the revelation. It was nothing short of astonishing. In their minds, the success of the swearing one had only recently been achieved. How could a compact fusion reactor already be in production? This is the triumph of our Soviet Eastern Research Institute. Zhiyong stood tall, proudly showcasing their accomplishments. Before finally inquiring, "Does anyone have further questions regarding the power system?" Casting a glance over the audience, all the professors under scrutiny promptly shook their heads, akin to students in the presence of their teacher. Excellent. Such authority had been firmly established. Henceforth, proceedings would be considerably more convenient. Our current objective is to construct a prototype of a planetary spacecraft. Shortly, I will present the detailed propulsion test data to everyone. At this moment, Zhiyong's expression is solemn as he earnestly gazes at all present. I hope everyone can collaborate wholeheartedly to tackle this challenge together. This also marks a promising beginning for our space agency's inaugural project. There is absolutely no doubt about it. The professors on site are now somewhat exhilarated. After all, the most significant propulsion issue has been resolved. What more is there to discuss? Let us proceed with our endeavors. The planning for China's planetary spacecraft is currently in full swing. After an intensive 2-week period of detailed discussions, the final design blueprint has been completed. The spacecraft's dimensions are 70 meters in length and 40 meters in width. The tonnage is calculated using the naval computation method. With an empty weight of 700 tons and a full weight of 1,250 tons. Zhiyong did not anticipate that several distinguished experts from the Aerospace Institute would promptly present the life support and immersion systems. It appears they have come thoroughly prepared. This has certainly alleviated much of Zhiyong's burden. With propulsion, life support, and immersion systems in place, the remaining tasks are mere trifles. The final design of the spacecraft shell and its sealing integrity were deemed minor challenges by the nuclear submarine designers. After the design work concluded, Zhiyong was preparing to notify the factory to commence production when Zhou Huiran suddenly approached him. Academician Zhou, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Zhiyong inquired with a smile, looking at the elder before him. Zhou Huiran's expression was grave as he solemnly led Zhiyong into an unoccupied office. Zhiyong, are you familiar with Voyager 10? Voyager 10? Zhiyong raised an eyebrow, well aware of the spacecraft. Isn't it about to exit the solar system? Zhou Huiran sighed lightly. The issue lies with it. The radio transmitter aboard Voyager 10 is still operational. Still operational. Upon hearing this, Zhiyong broke out in a cold sweat. He understood immediately why Zhou Huiran had sought him out. The United States cannot initiate its self-destruction? He quickly inquired. It's too far away, and some of its functions are already out of control, Zhou Huiran replied, shaking his head in resignation. If it could self-destruct, that would be fortunate. The implication of his words was clear to Zhiyong. The self-destruction mechanism was indeed within the realm of malfunction. What are your thoughts? Zhiyong asked directly. After all, this matter posed significant danger. When it comes to issues that affect the safety of the entire blue planet, ambiguity is utterly unacceptable. A spacecraft powered by nuclear fusion could theoretically achieve speeds of up to 15 of the speed of light. What do you mean? Zhiyong turned back, somewhat puzzled. Zhou Huiran's intent was clear. We must destroy Voyager 10. Chapter 67. The plan to pursue 23 billion kilometers. Zhou Huiran's tone was resolute. Since the United States could not allow it to self-destruct, we shall assist in that endeavor. Zhiyong was taken aback by Zhou Huiran's determination to obliterate Voyager 10, located 23 billion kilometers away. Moreover, the distance may extend even further. The record stands at 23 billion kilometers. A position signal last transmitted to our blue planet by Voyager 10 in 2003. The actual distance is likely even greater. We possess an unmanned aerial vehicle powered by nuclear fusion engines. Zhou Huiran presented a design blueprint to Zhiyong. The drone operates without the constraints of atmospheric pressure, allowing it to function at full power. Traveling at 15% of the speed of light, it can reach 45,000 kilometers per second in approximately 75 hours. We will be able to catch up with Voyager 10, which has been traversing the cosmos for over 50 years. In those 5 decades, while exploring, it has only managed to cover 23 billion kilometers, a distance that light can traverse in mere hours. In contrast, a spacecraft utilizing nuclear fusion technology can achieve this in just a few dozen hours. With the current technological capabilities of our nation, we are entirely equipped to pursue Voyager 10. Zhiyong glanced at the design blueprint handed to him by Zhou Huiran, his brow furrowing slightly. The unmanned aerial vehicle is relatively compact, akin to a small van, with an overall conical shape. The base houses 20 hull thrusters, weighing approximately 120 tons, generating a thrust of 280 tons, enabling it to launch directly from Earth. The apex of the cone is fitted with a rapid-fire howitzer. Voyager 10 is not particularly large. A single round from the howitzer could entirely obliterate it. However, for safety precautions, the aircraft is equipped with no less than 60 rounds. Every design aspect has been meticulously crafted, including collision avoidance measures. Yet, there remains an issue with communication technology. If only standard commands are transmitted, communication may require about 17 to 20 hours. However, due to the necessity of transmitting vast amounts of location data and imagery. Calculations by professionals indicate that it will take 2 months to receive the entirety of the aircraft's radio signals. It would be more prudent to equip the aircraft with a video recorder, capturing footage and simply returning the tape. After all, it takes merely over 75 hours to fly back to Earth. Waiting for 2 months for radio signals seems rather absurd, does it not? This radio transceiver appears somewhat superfluous, does it not? Zhiyong remarked, gesturing towards the signal transmission and reception device in the design blueprint, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Zhou Huiran shook his head, smiling as he explained, the unmanned aerial vehicle must receive signal guidance when in proximity to Earth. While this design may seem futile over long distances, the aircraft requires instructions to decelerate upon its return. Otherwise, a 120-ton vehicle traveling at 45,000 kilometers per second would collide directly with the blue planet. The impact would be more devastating than the combined force of hundreds of hydrogen bombs. Communication technology. Zhiyong's gaze flickered slightly, his consciousness drifting into that silvery expanse. Within that space, where white light ebbed and flowed, Zhiyong clearly discerned the boxes on the tree-like diagram. Energy, controlled nuclear fusion miniaturization, propulsion, plasma engine. The 2 boxes shimmered with radiant silver light. Even the text within them glowed with the same hue. Communication, quantum communication technology. As Zhiyong directed his consciousness towards a dimmer box at a higher tier, the silver light erupted with sudden intensity. Countless characters, formulas, and design schematics were swept into his mind like a tempest. Recently, due to matters concerning the Glee civilization, Zhiyong had completely forgotten about the inquiry system. It was only when Zhou Huiran raised the issue of communication that Zhiyong realized the gravity of the situation. The next advancement in future technological systems would be quantum communication technology. Zhiyong? Zhou Huiran observed Zhiyong's vacant expression and gently patted his shoulder. What are your thoughts on this plan? Oh. Zhiyong's consciousness immediately returned to the present as he regarded the proposal before him. Let us proceed with this plan. Time is of the essence. I will take it for evaluation right away. Zhiyong was acutely aware of the urgency of the matter. Given that Zhou Huiran had the audacity to present this design, it was clear that it had undergone several internal validations. He decided to gather a few individuals for assessment and then prepared to approach the Speaker of the House directly, seeking a military factory to commence construction without delay. Excellent. I will communicate with the United States to procure the necessary data. Zhou Huiran, being somewhat impetuous, swiftly turned and departed upon hearing Zhiyong's affirmation. The space agency housed a specialized secure room. Under the protection of several soldiers clad in exoskeletons, Zhiyong entered the tightly sealed chamber. The entire room was subterranean. Constructed from 10-meter thick reinforced concrete, the air inside was provided by ventilation systems. Zhiyong approached the central desk, picked up a red telephone, and pressed a distinctive button. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang 3 times before a middle-aged man's voice emerged from the other end. Whom do you wish to contact? Please connect me to the Speaker of the House. This is the space agency. Understood. Please hold, Colonel He. Upon hearing the mention of the space agency, the middle-aged man across the table promptly activated the key. The communication here employs cutting-edge quantum technology. However, due to the current limitations of the technology, it is necessary to construct an intermediary chamber to connect calls from various regions. While this adds a layer of complexity, the security it affords surpasses that of other communication methods. Before long, the call was routed to the capital. Zhiyong, what brings you to contact me? Laughed Congressman Wu softly, aware that this young man had been reaching out to him frequently of late, and curious about what earth-shattering endeavor he might propose this time. Wu Congressman, there is a matter of utmost urgency. Zhiyong cut straight to the chase, his tone turning grave, noticing the seriousness in his voice. Wu Congressman stifled his inclination for jest and replied solemnly, Speak. Thus, we must swiftly destroy Explorer 10. Zhiyong reiterated Zhou Huiran's words. How much confidence do we have in this undertaking? Wu Congressman felt a tremor of unease at such a radical plan. Has Huagua's technology truly reached such heights? This is splendid. I have discussed this with Professor Shi Jinmin from the Dynamics Institute, as well as several professors from the Structural Institute. Zhiyong asserted with conviction. We have an 80% chance of success. 80%, Wu Congressman exclaimed, taken aback. This constitutes a substantial degree of assurance. For a matter that impacts the safety of all human civilization, even a lack of certainty necessitates action. I will authorize it immediately. Wu Congressman, now fully convinced of Zhiyong's resolve, refrained from further inquiries and granted the approval. The 845 factory is now under your command, located in Hudong. Thank you, Councillor Wu. The news about Zhiyong is indeed surprising. The 845 factory is capable of constructing aircraft carriers. It has been directly allocated to him. Coincidentally, as you are also embarking on the construction of spacecraft, it seems prudent to resolve both matters simultaneously. Councillor Wu is now engaged in daily video calls with the presidents of Russia and the United States, overwhelmed by the potential threats posed by the Blue Star. Naturally, he hopes for Zhiyong to produce results swiftly, providing him with a much-needed boost. As for the President of the United States, I shall clarify that for you. Please expedite the production of the unmanned aerial vehicle. We cannot delay the pursuit of Voyager 10. Chapter 68. The news spreads at the Pentagon. The imposing figure of Fulren spoke solemnly with President Flair. Your Excellency Flair? Fulren's tone was laced with incredulity, his voice rising involuntarily. Are you certain you are not jesting? We are acutely aware of the threat posed by Voyager 10, and we currently possess no means to address it. China, no? With humanity's present technological capabilities, there is absolutely no way to catch up. Even a Hall thruster with a thrust of 10 would be ineffective. Voyager is now over 23 billion kilometers away from Earth. What did Fulren just hear? The President, Your Excellency Flair, actually claims that China intends to destroy Voyager 10? That is utterly preposterous. It is impossible. Flair, of course, shared his disbelief and, with a hint of schadenfreude, replied, they merely wish to obtain the trajectory of Voyager 10. In any case, it has spiraled beyond control. Flair's tone was imbued with indifference. The data will be promptly sent to CNSA. He let out a sinister chuckle, then winked as he added, I shall proceed to release the news shortly. What was that phrase from Huagua? Let them ride the tiger. Very well. Fulren shrugged his shoulders. Since their esteemed president has taken such an interest, let it be done. After all, they cannot possibly catch up to Explorer. Furthermore, it could serve to undermine their prestige. Why not seize the opportunity? That very afternoon, President Flair of the United States updated his Twitter account with a new announcement. The moment this statement was released, it ignited a firestorm within the American public discourse. The article proclaimed, Huagua pledges to assist the United States in destroying the out-of-control Explorer 10. It detailed that Explorer 10 had deviated from its designated trajectory, lost its course towards Centaurus, and the United States had completely relinquished control over it. As a member of the Blue Planet United Defense Council, Huagua willingly offered its aid to eliminate Explorer 10. At that moment, it was afternoon in the United States, a time when many netizens were particularly active. Flair's tweet was immediately met with a barrage of retweets, clicks. The comments section erupted in chaos. WTF? If I remember correctly, hasn't Explorer 10 nearly exited the solar system? To be precise, it is 23 billion kilometers away. How on earth can it be destroyed? With lightspeed weaponry? They lack such technology. Impossible. Flair, come forth and clarify. This time, Flair remained eerily silent, as if he had passed away, quietly awaiting the public's reaction to the unfolding events. As the news rapidly ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics on Twitter, it swiftly reached the shores of Huagua. Numerous enthusiastic netizens promptly relayed Flair's Twitter updates, thoughtfully accompanied by translations. The domestic audience was instantly ignited by this news. What? Are they pursuing Voyager 10? That must be at least 23 billion kilometers away, right? The spacecraft has been adrift for over 50 years. How could they possibly chase it? A nuclear-powered spacecraft? Doge emoji. Well, one might argue that only a nuclear-powered vessel could catch up. Is a fusion-powered spacecraft on the horizon? The crucial question remains, what purpose lies behind the destruction of Voyager 10? If my memory serves me correctly, it carries humanity's location data, does it not? Thus, destroying it would imply, no way, extraterrestrials? As the news circulated domestically, imaginative netizens quickly drew connections to aliens. After all, it is widely known what Voyager 10 carries. It bears the location of Earth and the primary languages of humankind. At the time, the United States had even recorded greetings in various major languages specifically to welcome potential extraterrestrial civilizations. Now, to destroy it. Does that not suggest a fear of extraterrestrial threats to Earth? Certain conspiracy-minded individuals promptly seized upon this narrative, crafting elaborate articles in response. Within the confines of the Donghu 845 factory, the manufacturing site for planetary spacecraft, and unmanned aerial vehicles thrived. The first steel plate of the interstellar spacecraft has been meticulously cut. This construction employs a modular approach, wherein each factory fabricates individual segments, ultimately converging at Factory 845 for assembly. This method significantly conserves time, with the inaugural interstellar spacecraft anticipated to be completed within 6 months. Zhiyong personally visited Factory 845, observing the on-site progress before entering a secured assembly plant alongside the manager. Zhang Su, the director of Factory 845, guided Zhiyong through several checkpoints before reaching this expansive, enclosed space. Colonel He, this facility was originally designated for the construction of strategic nuclear submarines, Zhang Su remarked, pride illuminating his features as he surveyed the brilliantly lit workshop. Under his stewardship, this factory has emerged as the world's largest enclosed shipbuilding facility, a testament to his glory. What an impressive place, Zhiyong mused, admiring the reinforced armor of the plant's dome. Indeed, it is a factory with an unparalleled safety level, the dome's armor estimated to be at least 5 meters thick. Is that correct? Zhang Su smiled with satisfaction, lifting his gaze to the dome as he confidently declared, this dome employs composite armor. It is impervious to most subterranean missiles. The entire shipyard is capable of constructing vessels with a displacement of up to 100,000 tons. The spacecraft will fit comfortably within. Upon mentioning the spacecraft, Zhang Su respectfully glanced at Zhiyong, for the Colonel's project would undoubtedly add an indelible luster to his resume. Being the director of the construction facility for Blue Star's inaugural interstellar spacecraft is a title he could boast of for a lifetime. The most critical aspect is to directly surpass the directors of several other shipyards. Indeed, Zhiyong is quite pleased with this shipyard, and Counselor Wu is truly generous. This shipyard clearly appears to be the production facility for the next generation of strategic nuclear submarines. However, you must first construct a small flying device. Having nearly completed the inspection, Zhiyong elucidated the second purpose of today's visit, the manufacturing of unmanned aerial vehicles. A small flying device. Upon hearing this, Zhang Su was utterly bewildered. If it were spacecraft, it could somewhat relate to the shipyard, but this unmanned aerial vehicle has no connection here whatsoever. You should seek an aircraft manufacturing plant. All you need to do is utilize special steel to fabricate the shell, and then conduct the final assembly here. Naturally, Zhiyong had no intention of placing Zhang Su in a difficult position. The engines, energy compartments, and weapon bays of the unmanned aerial vehicle had already been completed. Now, only the shell remains. A shell crafted from specialized submarine steel. Here are the design blueprints. Arrange for the workers to operate in 3 shifts and expedite the production. Zhiyong produced a black USB drive and extended it towards Zhang Su. Relieved that only the shell needed to be constructed, Zhang Su quickly accepted the USB drive. Finding a computer in the control room, Zhang Su examined the design blueprints in RA Chapter 69, preparations for launch with Zhang Su's assurance. Zhiyong promptly resolved to return to the Soviet Eastern Military District. The spacecraft, once assembled at Factory 845, would be directly transported to the Soviet Eastern region. His next task was simply to await its arrival there. Accompanying him to Factory 845 was Major General Ma Weisheng. As Zhiyong boarded the helicopter, Ma Weisheng was already waiting for him. Zhiyong, how are things? Despite being a major general, Ma Weisheng considered himself technically inferior to Zhiyong and thus always regarded him as the leader. Their technical personnel differed from professional soldiers. Their hierarchy was solely based on expertise. You know, sometimes, technical prowess truly pales in comparison to that of others. The one who excels is the one in charge. Director Zhang stated that the shell manufacturing would be completed within 3 days. Zhiyong estimated that the final assembly would not take much longer, so they decided to head back to the Soviet Eastern region. In the capital city, the National Security Bureau's confidential group was in turmoil. Su Jiaowen's mind was racing. How could those American fools so brazenly release this information? Now, news of extraterrestrial encounters was spreading nationwide. The article currently trending at the top of Weibo's hot searches was a speculative piece by a netizen titled, Pursuing the Explorer, The Truth Behind It All. In the article, the netizen asserted with conviction that the establishment of the Blue Star United Defense Council by the 3 major powers was in direct response to the threat posed by extraterrestrials. The pursuit of the explorer was also motivated by a fear of leaked information regarding Blue Star. The article even unearthed the mysterious disappearance of the Hubble Space Telescope. What was most absurd, however, was that this individual, through sheer happenstance, had stumbled upon the truth. Had it not been for Zhiyong's repeated visits, he might have suspected that the individual was merely concocting conspiracy theories based on existing data. He even questioned whether this person was an insider leaking confidential information. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone disrupted Zhiyong's train of thought. He glanced over and saw. It was the Speaker of the Assembly. A shiver ran down his spine as he hastily answered the call. "Speaker, what brings you to seek me?" At that moment, Zhiyong was drenched in cold sweat. Surely, it was not the Speaker's place to personally inquire about accountability. This situation was not your fault. It was the Americans who had set this trap. Councilman Wu clicked his tongue, shook his head, and replied with a smile. "Handle this matter with care. It is not appropriate to inform the public about the glacier issue just yet. There are already riots occurring among the populace over in America." "Yes, Speaker. I will certainly manage this matter." Upon hearing Councilman Wu's reassuring words, Zhiyong breathed a sigh of relief. It was all the wretched Americans doing. They never missed an opportunity to create trouble. After hanging up, a steely resolve filled Zhiyong's eyes. To suppress this incident, it seemed he would have to resort to that strategy. The following day marked the release of Wang Feng's new album. A scandal involving a certain popular celebrity swiftly ascended the trending charts, momentarily overshadowing articles speculating about the discovery of extraterrestrial life. Amidst this, an overwhelming surge of fervent fans emerged, whose remarks were nothing short of earth-shattering, leaving countless netizens astonished by the sheer absurdity of the world. Such foolishness existed. The emergence of these individuals quickly incited a fierce online feud. Various platforms and factions have been relentlessly engaged in personal attacks, showing no signs of abating for several days. Thus, the article titled "Pursuing the Explorer, the Truth Behind It," mysteriously vanished from everyone's sight. Those who remained interested in the matter could hardly stir any significant commotion. Half a month swiftly passed. A 24-wheeled articulated truck gradually entered the Eastern Military District. Zhiyong and Zhiyong had been waiting here for some time. The truck was carrying the unmanned probe responsible for pursuing Explorer No. 10. Upon arrival, the truck unloaded its cargo in the factory of the Eastern Military District. A dark, conical metallic object was quietly placed inside the facility. At the tip of the cone, there was a small opening. Once activated, it could launch a 60mm howitzer shell. "Let us name it the Pursuer," Zhiyong remarked, gazing at the unmanned aerial vehicle, which was roughly the size of a van. "Very well, let it be called the Pursuer." Zhiyong was not particularly concerned about the name. His focus lay solely on whether it could destroy Explorer No. 10. Director Zhiyong conducted a thorough inspection and confirmed that everything was in order. Zhiyong, observing the dark Pursuer, felt a sense of nostalgia. Who would have imagined that such a small object could theoretically attain a flight speed of 15% of the speed of light? "Let us conduct one final check. We shall attempt a test flight today." Zhiyong did not doubt Zhang Su's capabilities. Rather, he was concerned about the risks involved in transporting such a device. What if an unforeseen issue arose? The engineering team would arrive shortly for an inspection. Zhiyong and Zhiyong stepped aside to allow the engineering team to take over the area. Can this spacecraft truly reach 15% of the speed of light? Even Zhiyong finds it hard to believe. The pace of development is astonishing. Theoretically, there is no issue. Zhiyong smiles faintly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This will be the fastest spacecraft humanity has ever known for a long time. We merely need to fully activate its Hall engine, and after 10 hours of acceleration, its velocity will indeed reach 15% of the speed of light. What about the Planet System spacecraft equipped with the immersion system? Can it attain such speed? Zhiyong suddenly feels an inexplicable anticipation for the spacecraft currently under construction. Once we resolve the pressure issue, humanity will be poised to enter the interstellar era. The immersion system is not well understood. Our current technology is limited. Zhiyong shakes his head, expressing regret. The existing immersion system cannot keep pace with this development. With our current technology, the Planet System spacecraft being constructed can achieve at most 5% of the speed of light. 5%. Though it is merely a third of the unmanned drone Pursuer, it remains commendable. That equates to a staggering 15,000 kilometers per second. The window to reach Mars would only require an hour. 5% of the speed of light is indeed impressive. Zhiyong nods gently. This illustrates the distinction between theory and practice. Due to the limitations of immersion technology, the spacecraft can only dare to reach such speeds. With the Planet System spacecraft, we will be better equipped to explore space. Zhiyong feels both eager and apprehensive about the future. Our next step should be to establish a space transit station. Zhiyong's original ambition was to establish a series of space cities. The interplanetary spacecraft serves as an excellent commencement. As long as the explorer is destroyed, humanity will be temporarily secure. We possess ample time to continue our advancement. Subsequently, we shall conceal human civilization. Concerning the wandering civilizations that may linger in the glacier system, Zhiyong has devised relevant strategies. However, that necessitates humanity first departing from Earth. Colonel He. During their conversation, the engineering team meticulously examined the pursuer once more. We have completed the inspection. The spacecraft is flawless. It is ready for launch at any moment. Chapter 70. Departure within the military green factory. A dark conical spacecraft rests quietly upon the launch pad. Its smooth exterior reflects glimmers of light. This is the pursuer, the fastest spacecraft in human history. Zhou Huiran gazes at the pursuer, slowly being maneuvered into position, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight. It is magnificent. Thanks to the seamless riveting technique, the entire hull, apart from the exposed engines, boasts not a single gap. It appears to be a perfect unity. This is undoubtedly the most beautiful object Zhou Huiran has ever witnessed. The pursuer is now in position. The researchers at the control center, filled with fervor and excitement, grasp their communication devices tightly, reporting in a spirited tone. The space agency has confirmed that the information link is established. The telescope is now positioned for observation. Zhiyong squints at the unfolding scene, his elevated tone bursting forth from his lips. Regardless of what the future holds, they have chosen to give their all. Ignite the engines. As Zhiyong issued the command, the researchers beside him promptly pressed a series of buttons. The small fusion reactor, having undergone optimization of its ignition sequence, began to heat immediately. The laser generator was activated. A significant surge of neutrons was detected. The small nuclear fusion reactor was now capable of initiating ignition through an automated program, requiring only that the researchers diligently monitor the status of the equipment. The power generation system was functioning normally. Commander He, the pursuer is ready for launch. A researcher at the control panel suddenly looked up, earnestly inquiring whether Zhiyong had authorized takeoff. The hull engine had commenced operation, with currents steadily surging into the engine. The high-temperature plasma beam was poised to erupt at any moment. Grant permission for launch, Zhiyong proclaimed with an elevated voice, promptly announcing the departure of the pursuer. In the next instant, a silent azure tail flame erupted from the exhaust of the pursuer. It was the forbidden hue of death. The flame, reaching temperatures of tens of millions, even over 100 million degrees Celsius, quietly billowed forth. Not a whisper of wind was stirred. Only the area beneath the pursuer's exhaust appeared distorted. In the water pit below, a significant volume of water was instantly vaporized. In a heartbeat, the entire vicinity of the launch tower was enveloped in a thick white mist. The dark silhouette of the pursuer gradually ascended, embarking on a journey into the vast cosmos. A streak of light cleaved through the sky as the pursuer accelerated relentlessly. The azure tail flame, following this surge, suddenly expanded several-fold. The long view reported that the pursuer had achieved escape velocity. The console's communication system suddenly emitted a resounding report. The pursuer had achieved the velocity necessary to escape the gravitational pull of Blue Star 11. 2 kilometers per second, the second cosmic velocity, or escape velocity. Any object reaching this speed can liberate itself from the grasp of Blue Star's gravity. Flight time, 400 seconds. 600 seconds. The pursuer has successfully evaded the gravitational field. Due to the ample nuclear fuel carried by the pursuer, its speed far surpassed that of any previous spacecraft. It reached the geostationary orbit, 36,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface, in an astonishing 30 minutes. Typically, a satellite, unless utilizing a home and transfer orbit, would take several months to traverse from a low Earth orbit of 100 kilometers to the geostationary orbit of 36,000 kilometers. Even with a home and transfer orbit, it would require at least an hour. Yet, the pursuer ascended directly into geostationary orbit. Excluding the 600 seconds required to escape Blue Star's gravity, the pursuer completed nearly 36,000 kilometers in merely 20 minutes. Now entering the acceleration phase, Zhiyong observed the position displayed on the large screen and immediately commanded the pursuer to accelerate. With 20 minutes spent covering 36,000 kilometers, the pursuer's velocity was still far from the target. It is essential to note that the pursuer's ideal speed was 45 0.000 kilometers per second. To attain this velocity, approximately 10 hours of acceleration time would be necessary. The fusion reactor was operating at full power. The Hall thrusters were running at maximum capacity. The speed was indeed increasing. 1,000 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers. The researcher, engrossed in monitoring the data on the screen, suddenly exclaimed with fervor. The speed continues to accumulate. All systems of the pursuer are functioning flawlessly. The acceleration phase extends over a considerable distance, and it will take a significant stretch beyond the lunar orbit to achieve full acceleration, without the hindrance of the atmosphere or the gravitational pull of the blue planet. The pursuer accelerates ever more rapidly. After merely 1 hour of travel, the pursuer vanished from Huagua's detection range. The subsequent journey will rely entirely on automated programming. There are no issues with the system, as Zhou Huiran can assure. To ensure the successful completion of this mission, the design of the automation has been greatly simplified, comprising only 3 components: launch acceleration, data recording and photography, and deceleration for landing. Simplicity often correlates with enhanced reliability, a truth born from Zhou Huiran's years of practical experience. The pursuer will next attempt to lock onto the Explorer. We have now reached the most critical juncture in 4 days. Regardless of whether the Explorer 10 has been locked onto, the pursuer will return directly. It will bring back a wealth of photographs and radio signals. The team organized by Zhou Huiran will be tasked with pinpointing the location of Explorer 10 from this data. In the coming days, several optical telescopes will be focused on this direction continuously. Optical telescopes can only observe a limited area, while ordinary satellites can also serve the function of location locking. The pursuer is traveling too swiftly. Humanity currently lacks the capability to capture and lock onto an object moving at such velocities. Once any discoveries are made, they must be reported immediately. Zhiyong is particularly concerned about the practical effectiveness of the pursuer. Thus, he specifically instructed the personnel at the observatory to pay extra attention. The sound of artillery explosions, while minimal at the edge of the solar system, can still be detected by today's high-resolution telescopes, allowing the identification of anomalies. This is precisely what Zhiyong anticipates. Ideally, the pursuer would achieve a direct hit. Zhiyong, the pursuer is expected to catch up with the Explorer in approximately 75 hours. At this juncture, Zhou Huiran has surprisingly become unhurried, engaging in light conversation with Zhiyong. If all goes smoothly, news should arrive the day after tomorrow. The pursuit spanning 23 billion kilometers is bound to become a topic in future military theory classes. Indeed, after completing his instructions, Zhiyong, with some leisure, added, "If the pursuer performs satisfactorily, I envision it as an unmanned probe for interplanetary spacecraft in the future. Its swift speed and compact size render it an impeccable tool for space reconnaissance. It will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the vast expanse of space." Chapter 71. The Mysterious Aircraft. United States, White House Office. A sudden, urgent knock interrupted Freyr's indulgent moment with fried chicken and cola, inciting his irritation. "Enter." The grand mahogany door was thrust open with considerable force, and hurried footsteps approached. Upon closer inspection, Freyr was taken aback to see Fulan, the head of National Defense and Security. A look of astonishment crossed Freyr's face. It was the first time he had seen Foran in such a flurry. What on earth had transpired? Foran Flare stared at Foran with astonishment, his curiosity piqued. "This is bad, my Lord Flare." Foran's chest heaved vigorously from the exertion of running. The contours of his robust muscles faintly discernible, clearly a testament to his rigorous training. However, at this moment, his forehead was slick with perspiration. After taking a deep breath, he approached Flare and said, "An unidentified flying object has launched from the Soviet Eastern Military District, reaching speeds of up to 30 Mach. We have now lost tracking of it." The Soviet Eastern Military District? 30 Mach. Upon comprehending Foran's words, Flare was gripped by fear, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Who has launched an intercontinental missile? In Flare's mind, only an intercontinental missile could attain such velocity. Could they be initiating a third world war? The thought sent Flare into a state of panic. "Fuck. This is all too sudden." Foran's expression was grave as he solemnly regarded Flare, explaining, "This is not an intercontinental missile. The craft's objective is space. We have already observed that it has exited the Earth-Moon system. Moreover, its speed continues to accelerate. We must ascertain what it is. Otherwise, the national security of the United States will face a severe threat. Current air defense systems cannot intercept such speed." Realizing the gravity of the situation from Foran's words, Flair promptly inquired. What news do we have from NASA? The observatory has also lost track of it. Foran felt a sense of helplessness. Their detection methods simply could not keep pace with its speed. Connect me to Bernard. Upon hearing this, Flair immediately dialed the number of the Minister of Technology, Bernard Bigot. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Lord Flair, you wish to inquire about the spacecraft, correct? To his surprise, the anxious voice of Bernard Bigot came through the line the moment it connected. Yes. Flair momentarily froze, his somewhat rotund face contorting into a comical expression. Did Bernard Bigot also lack clarity on this matter? Had his call been for naught? Lord Flair, NASA has completely lost track of the spacecraft as well. Bernard Bigot's tone conveyed a hint of resignation and melancholy. It was simply flying too fast. At this point, all detection methods were rendered ineffective. Upon hearing Bernard's final confirmation, Flair felt as though he had lost his very spirit. He hung up the phone, muttering to himself, impossible, absolutely impossible. What on earth is this thing? At that moment, Foran stepped forward and suggested, should we call their parliamentary leader to discuss avoiding misjudgments? Avoiding misjudgments, indeed. Flair let out a helpless laugh. He should have recognized the reality long ago. America had truly been surpassed by others. Connect me to Congressman Wu. In an effort to restore America's dignity, he felt compelled to interrogate Congressman Wu with firmness. The phone was quickly connected. Since the establishment of the Blue Star United Defense Council, the continuous communication between the 3 nations has become a norm. Particularly, the leaders of the 3 nations frequently maintain contact. A phone call connects effortlessly. Frary, what brings you here? A voice filled with vigor, albeit aged, emanated from the other end. Counselor Wu. Counselor Wu, I must lodge a formal protest. Frary narrowed his eyes, issuing a warning. You have just launched a remarkably swift spacecraft into space. This action poses a severe threat to the safety of outer space. Protest? Formal? The terms resonated with Counselor Wu, evoking a sense of familiarity. Has the United States misinterpreted the script? However, when it came to the spacecraft, Counselor Wu suddenly grasped the situation. It was indeed about that matter. He had recently been preoccupied with a task, delegating the pursuit of the explorer to Zhiyong. The remarkably swift spacecraft Frary mentioned must refer to that. With a chuckle, Counselor Wu began to explain, Frary, you are mistaken. You are well aware of that spacecraft. We are? Now it was Frary's turn to be bewildered. What did they know about the spacecraft that launched from their military base? Do not keep me in suspense. I shall condemn you at the United Nations. Ha. Counselor Wu laughed, noting Frary's lack of understanding. It's the Explorer 10. Explorer 10? Frary furrowed his brow, contemplating. What could it possibly have to do with Explorer 10? Explorer 10, weren't they supposed to destroy it? To obliterate it? Is this vehicle designed to annihilate the Explorer? A sudden flash of insight struck Flair, and he finally understood. Yet, the thought left him agape, utterly incredulous. They truly possessed the capability to pursue the Explorer 10, located an astounding 23 billion kilometers away. He would sooner believe it to be an intercontinental missile or some form of space weaponry. Even the notion of a space-based weapon seemed more plausible. Indeed, it was intended to pursue the Explorer. There was no need for alarm. The tone of Congressman Wu was laden with significance. And after a prolonged silence from the other end, he finally ended the call. Flair was left in stunned silence. When the beeping sound of the call disconnecting broke the stillness, he regained his senses. So that was the case. He need not be anxious. Or so he thought. In fact, he felt even more tense. My Lord Flair, what of that vehicle? Ferlin inquired, observing Flair's pallor and hesitating to broach the subject. However, as the head of the Department of Homeland Security, he found himself compelled to pose the question. Damn it! Flair erupted, his frustration boiling over. He pointed an accusing finger at Ferlin, exclaiming, You imbeciles! Are you truly certain they cannot catch up to Explorer 10? That vehicle is meant to destroy the Explorer. You are all utterly useless. Flair was beyond exasperated. His face flushed crimson, and his subordinates made consecutive misjudgments. What a useless bunch. What? Ignoring Frary's insults. Foran keenly grasped the crucial information embedded in his words. That enigmatic aircraft is intended for pursuing the Explorer 10. Upon hearing this final revelation, Foran could no longer maintain his composure. He swiftly reached for a chair to steady himself, fearing he might collapse onto the ground. Pursuing the Explorer 10. This was nothing short of an impossible mission. Chapter 72. Revealing information. It was not only the United States that had discovered the pursuer unmanned aircraft. The The citizens of Huagua and the Soviet Union also noticed the sudden appearance of a meteor in the sky. Su Wenbing was among them. Recently, Huagua, Russia, and the United States had been particularly active in the realm of aerospace. As a devoted space enthusiast, Su Wenbing set up his telescope daily on the esteemed Mount Jingting in the Soviet East, eager to witness the remarkable achievements of the three nations in space exploration. On this very day, Su Wenbing was adjusting his telescope, aiming at the L2 point of the Sun-Earth Lagrange system with the survey telescope. Suddenly, a mysterious object trailing a fiery tail entered his field of vision. "What is that?" Su Wenbing exclaimed in astonishment, for it was soaring at an astonishing speed. Only after the enigmatic aircraft had traveled some distance did Su Wenbing regain his senses. He quickly reoriented his telescope and, amidst the chaos, captured an image of the pursuer about to vanish from sight. Its speed was incredible. It did not resemble a rocket. Rather, it appeared akin to a missile. The photograph was soon printed. Beneath the dimly lit sky, a shadowy figure trailed a long azure tail, soaring directly into the vastness of space. Su Wenbing scrutinized the aircraft captured in the photograph, and a jubilant smile broke across his face. This was an unpublicized aircraft. Moreover, the trajectory pointed towards the military district of Sudong. Was this a clandestine weapon of the military? The Dongfeng 51? As Su Wenbing pondered, he remained in anticipation. If it were a missile, it would undoubtedly re-enter the atmosphere, leaving behind a stunning white plume. Yet, 10 minutes passed, then half an hour, with no signs of re-entry. It was not a missile. Su Wenbing meticulously compared the image of the aircraft, arriving at a conclusion so astonishing that he could scarcely believe it. The aircraft did not employ a fuel engine. The elongated tail did not exhibit a Mach ring. What kind of engine was this? Eliminating all impossibilities, what remained was the most improbable truth. In a fit of excitement, tugging at his hair, Su Wenbing hastily blurred the photograph and posted it on a forum. Ding dong. Military dimension. I captured this in the skies over Sudong. Please analyze it. Xiaowen, is this what you photographed? Is this a Hall engine? The absence of a Mach ring surely indicates it is not a fuel engine. I will immediately contact the editor if this photograph passes review. It will undoubtedly grace the cover of the next issue. Please hold on for a moment. Merely 4 days after the launch of the Pursuer, a new issue of the Aviation Knowledge magazine was urgently printed. This is a special issue. The printing house labored through 3 sleepless nights to complete the scheduled production work. The magazine's cover prominently features a vivid, high-definition image. Aside from the bold title Aerospace Knowledge, there is a line of smaller text. The mysterious aircraft of the Soviet Union. The future weapon of China? It is this very image that propelled the sales of the entire Aerospace Knowledge magazine to surpass last month's total within just 2 days. Simultaneously, this image swiftly circulated across the internet, and the mysterious aircraft rapidly became a trending topic. What is it? A conical flying combat unit? Amusing everyone. Focus on the key point. There is no Mach ring. What does that mean? Simply put, this aircraft is not propelled by fossil fuels. Does that imply? Indeed. Ha ha ha, it is highly likely powered by electricity. This is nothing short of a celebration for aerospace enthusiasts, especially those who are passionate about interstellar travel. Even foreign citizens who learned of this event at the same time could only gaze enviously at the high-definition image. Some wished to refute it, to defend the honor of their own nation. However, once certain foreign aerospace bloggers presented the acceleration data of this mysterious aircraft, they were left utterly speechless. The specific impulse is extraordinarily high. Fossil fuel rockets could never achieve such a specific impulse. They have accomplished it. The renowned aerospace blogger Usain on Twitter nodded with a hint of regret. In my live stream, I never discuss political issues, my friends. Regardless of the country, I wish to convey, this marks humanity's inaugural liberation from the shackles of fossil fuel rockets. Akin to the moment we first fitted a steam engine to a wooden vessel, we truly stand at the threshold of the interstellar era. Usain is on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with emotion. A devoted space enthusiast, he has witnessed numerous rocket launches, including live broadcasts of Chinese rocket launches. Despite the language barrier, he remains steadfast in analyzing the aerospace technologies of distant nations. Now, they have achieved it, utilizing Hall thrusters for vertical takeoff and landing on Blue Planet. The reasons for this accomplishment may remain elusive, yet it undeniably signifies a monumental leap forward for humanity in the realm of space exploration. He is profoundly moved by this progress. In the Eastern Military District, Zhiyong gazes at the latest issue of Aerospace Knowledge, a smile gracing his lips. just days prior. A call from the confidentiality office prompted him to agree to declassify a particular image. The editor-in-chief of the Aerospace Knowledge publication, Major Zhiyong, who has served in the military, even called to express his gratitude. This book is a sample he sent over. The observatory has detected no unusual activity at the edge of the solar system. Zhiyong furrows his brow, deeply concerned about the status of the pursuer. After all, traversing the asteroid belt poses significant risks. Should it be struck by a meteor, the pursuer, given its speed, could be reduced to mere fragments. There is also the possibility that the pursuer has yet to identify its target. Zhiyong, now calm, pours Zhiyong a cup of tea and states composedly, even if the pursuer were to be destroyed, a nuclear fusion reactor would surely create some commotion. Moreover, the presence of 60 shells atop the artillery, unnoticed by the observatory, indicates that no issues have arisen. Old Zhou may simply await the news at his leisure. There is no need for your impatience. Zhiyong cast a disapproving glance at Zhiyong, who sat leisurely sipping tea. Outside, a cacophony of speculation reigned. Mysterious flying objects, even UFOs, had emerged in the discourse. What on earth were you thinking, agreeing to Zhu Xian's request to disclose the photograph? It's merely an image. Zhiyong took a sip of his tea, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Do you truly believe that the United States could replicate this picture? Previously, our technological prowess was lacking, necessitating alternative approaches to maintain an element of surprise, hence the need for secrecy. However, our technology has now advanced significantly. A little disclosure. A display of strength. What is there to fear from others?" Zhiyong spoke with an air of nonchalance, clearly articulating his reasoning. The prior insistence on confidentiality stemmed from the fact that revealing certain elements rendered them ineffective against adversaries. As for the pursuer, even if gifted to the Americans, it would take them several years to replicate. What is there to fear? Suddenly, as they conversed, a researcher who had steadfastly manned the monitoring station burst into the room. He forcefully swung the door open, leaning against the frame, breathless and urgently exclaiming, "Pursuer, there is news." Chapter 73, Discovery. What news? Zhiyong, who had been closely following this matter, immediately threw down his teacup with a loud clatter and stood up abruptly. "Zhou, our lunar relay satellite has received signals from the pursuer spacecraft." The researcher, having regained his composure and organized his thoughts, hastily remarked, "It has begun to decelerate and will soon dock in geostationary orbit. Data is being transmitted continuously. Zhu has urged you to head over immediately. We must discern the location of Explorer 10 from the data." "Excellent." Zhiyong instantly grasped the situation. Zhiyong nodded in agreement, and the three promptly made their way to the control room. The return of the pursuer, accompanied by data, indicated that it had not detected Explorer 10 this time. Their subsequent task was to locate the Explorer amidst the vast array of information. In the control center, the large screen displayed the position of the pursuer. It had begun to decelerate from a distance of 55 million kilometers, and its speed had significantly reduced. The data from the camera and radio signal receiver aboard the pursuer was being transmitted steadily. "How much data is there?" Upon entering the control room, Zhiyong quickly inquired of Zhu Huaxing, who was busy sifting through photographs. "Primarily, it consists of radio data, as there are not many photographs." Zhu Huaxing scanned through a few images, compared the data, and discarded several documents. The bandwidth for data transmission is limited, hence the predominance of radio data. Explorer 10 remains in an automatic operational state, and close-range radio control signals will trigger its automated response. This is why it was essential to request relevant data from the United States in advance. The Explorer 10 is equipped with a rudimentary automatic control system, capable of being operated via control signals of the same frequency. The United States NASA has entrusted the keys to these control signals to them. The pursuer merely needs to continuously emit radio signals. The instruments functioning normally on the Explorer will respond in kind. Once a response is received, the pursuer can swiftly lock onto its target and subsequently capture photographic confirmation. The absence of direct destruction indicates that the pursuer's automatic program is unable to ascertain the location of the Explorer. Zhiyong has also joined the ranks in the search for traces. Zhiyong glanced up at the large screen, which now displayed the pursuer, having docked in geostationary orbit. The observatory's telescope could now clearly discern it. "Zhiyong, the frequency is 86.47951 Hz. Come quickly to assist." Zhiyong, not one to be courteous, directly pulled Zhiyong, who was still observing the pursuer, into action. "Oh, So we are searching for the feedback signal at this frequency? Zhiyong, of course, could not remain idle and promptly joined the team deciphering the information. In Huabua, at the Beijing Capital Airport, Li Miolin wore a sullen expression, coldly observing the Boeing aircraft as it descended. This aircraft carried American researchers here to study nuclear fusion technology. The diplomats could still manage a strained smile. But the researchers were under no such obligation. Particularly for Li Miolin, his impression of the Americans was exceedingly poor, his face nearly inscribed with the word leave. In stark contrast to the reception of the researchers from Russia, he appeared a different person altogether. Oldly, are we truly going to share our technology with these American fellows? The nuclear physicist beside me seethed with indignation. It was one thing to tolerate the Russians, given the relatively amicable relations between our nations, allowing for an exchange of goods for technology. But why should the Americans presume to demand the same? Controlled nuclear fusion technology is not something that can simply be bartered. There exists no genuine camaraderie between our two countries. Such an exchange is utterly impossible. Rest assured, we are well prepared. Li Miolin, typically affable, had adopted a tone of sternness, occasionally emitting a chilling chuckle. Soon, they would be left to languish in discomfort, confined to their hotel for a few days. Afterward, we would escort them to view the Swearer No. 1, with strict instructions to keep them at a distance. I intend to repay every slight I have ever endured. As the roaring of the engines gradually subsided, the aircraft came to a steady halt on the runway, and the ground crew had already positioned the boarding stairs. Tomir gingerly descended the steps, resembling a defeated rooster, his proud head slightly bowed, his gaze tinged with melancholy. Have they truly reached such a nadir, resorting to learning from their adversaries? Over 2 decades ago, this nation had barely acknowledged his existence. How infuriating! A contingent of American nuclear physicists disembarked in succession. They struggled to muster smiles, attempting to engage in pleasantries with Li Miolin and his colleagues. However, aside from the diplomatic personnel who greeted them with obligatory smiles, the rest wore expressions of icy indifference. Like automatons, they were ushered into vehicles and transported to the hotel. Throughout this ordeal, Tomir's countenance darkened. He recalled a moment from the past when a general from Huabua visited the United States to tour an aircraft carrier. The Americans had treated him in a similar fashion. His face flushed with rage. He recalled the words of Emil, the neutral political scientist, who had once said to him, "Everything the United States has done to other nations will ultimately become a dagger thrust into its own heart." Little did he expect that this statement would soon prove to be true. Tomir cast a silent glance at the leading Li Miolin, then quietly closed his eyes. At the same time, within the Soviet Eastern Military District, in the control room, a young researcher rose excitedly, exclaiming loudly. He had just opened the final document of a data set, which prominently displayed the feedback signal from Explorer 10. Initially, he thought he might have opened it incorrectly. But after rubbing his eyes and carefully comparing the data, he realized it was indeed from Explorer 10, corresponding to a specific photo. Zhiyong was not far from the researcher, and, upon hearing the exclamation, rushed over. Zhou Huiran was even more dramatic, taking 2 steps for every 3 to reach the researcher's side. It corresponded to photo number 264. The researcher, surrounded by various dignitaries, swallowed nervously but did not falter, responding in a clear voice to Zhiyong. Indeed, this is the feedback signal from Explorer 10. After examining the data on the computer, Zhou Huiran affirmed confidently. Immediately retrieve the photo. Yes, Director Zhou. The researcher felt a surge of joy at Zhou Huiran's affirmation. The photo was retrieved. But how could this be? As the researcher quickly accessed the photo, he was left utterly dumbfounded. In the photograph, there is not even a shadow of the Explorer 10. How could this be? Zhou Huiran magnified the image, scrutinizing it inch by inch. The photo reveals only a meteorite. There is no trace of the Explorer 10 whatsoever. Zhiyong was equally perplexed, leaning in attentively to search for any signs. In the image, there lay a meteorite, approximately 20 meters in diameter, shaped like a bean. The monochrome photograph obscured its true color. Could it be that the Explorer was not captured in the shot? Zhou Huiran lamented softly. With no evidence of the Explorer 10, it seems the pursuer must make another journey. Chapter 74. The hidden informant. Let us prepare for the pursuer's return. Zhou Huiran sighed in resignation. Yet the hope within him swelled ever stronger. The detection of the Explorer's radio feedback signal indicates its proximity. A meticulous search around this meteorite is imperative. The Explorer must be nearby. The initial excitement on the faces of the gathered researchers had faded, and they now readied themselves to return to their respective duties. Wait. Zhiyong suddenly interjected, halting the crowd. What is it, Zhiyong? Zhou Huiran turned, gazing at Zhiyong with curiosity. Look at the lower left corner of the meteorite. Zhiyong's eyes sparkled with insight, his gaze fixed on the lower left corner of the meteorite in the image. There, a white dot appeared, resembling an ordinary pixel on the meteorite. However, its location was exceedingly peculiar. The white dot rested right at the edge of the meteorite, presenting an extraordinarily abrupt presence. Zhiyong, ever since the moment of discovery, had captured everyone's attention. Is that a white dot? Zhou Huiran, skeptical yet intrigued, leaned closer to the computer screen and discerned the elusive speck. Is there something unusual? Perhaps it was a star obscured in the background. It is exceedingly bright, and the luminosity appears to be a reflection. With each word, Zhiyong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly summoned the solar position chart. This luminous point was precisely positioned in the sunlight's path, and the angle suggested it was a reflection from the aluminum foil layer. This must be Explorer 10. Zhiyong asserted with fervor. It is cleverly concealed behind this meteorite. The light was indeed a reflection. Zhou Huiran's eyes brightened with realization as he seized the mouse and magnified the image. As the picture enlarged, the location of the light became increasingly distinct. It was clear that it did not touch the meteorite. Through the blurred visuals, Zhou Huiran astutely detected a gap between the light and the meteorite. Not daring to draw any conclusions yet, he quickly retrieved a color chart and placed it against the computer screen. The colors matched perfectly. This was the reflection from the aluminum foil. The color chart displayed the hues of various objects reflecting sunlight. Zhou Huiran ultimately confirmed their colors were identical. This is indeed Explorer 10. Zhiyong, your observational acumen is remarkable. Zhou Huiran laughed heartily, showering Zhiyong with praise. This revelation had saved them 7 to 8 days of time. After all, the planetary spacecraft was still under construction, and they needed to assist. They immediately instructed the pursuer to set off, relaying the positional data to its automated system. Zhiyong decisively made a swift decision. Indeed, the activation procedure had already commenced automatically. The researchers promptly returned to their respective posts and immediately initiated operations. The positional information has been transmitted. The pursuer has completed its turn and is accelerating. Speed 1. Speed 3. Acceleration is complete. We have lost track of the pursuer, and the automated program has begun its function. In the United States, at the White House, in the president's office, Flair sat despondently in a mahogany chair. Fulren and Bernard stood silently at the front of the office, their heads bowed like students punished by a teacher. Mr. President, the good news is that we have re-established tracking on the Chinese aircraft, Fulren said, his eyes dim and his voice hoarse. The bad news is that aircraft has set off again. With that, Fulren pressed his lips together, swallowed hard, and spoke with difficulty. We have lost track of it again. Upon uttering these words, Fulren lowered his head even further. This was nothing short of a disgrace, a profound humiliation. They were utterly incapable of tracking the Chinese aircraft. All of this was merely an excuse. The three present were acutely aware of this truth. Flair had already acknowledged the reality that American technology fell short compared to that of China, which was why he refrained from expressing anger. Had they truly managed to catch up with Explorer 10? Flair's tone was heavy as he sighed 3 times. The Juno spacecraft, positioned in Jupiter's orbit, had received radio signals from the opposing side. Bernard's eyes were bloodshot, clearly a sign of prolonged sleeplessness. According to the speed measurement device aboard Juno, the opponent's spacecraft had surpassed a velocity of 20,000 kilometers per second. Bernard wore an expression akin to seeing a ghost. 20,000 kilometers per second. That is 6% of the speed of light. This reading was likely constrained by the measuring instrument on the Juno probe, suggesting the actual speed could be even greater. Fryer, unfamiliar with the significance of 20,000 kilometers per second, exhibited a puzzled expression. Bernard immediately began to draw an analogy. Your Excellency, it's akin to comparing a rickshaw to a rocket. Our probe is like a rickshaw. Such speed. Fryer inhaled sharply, comprehension dawning upon him. The existing rocket technology in the United States was indeed comparable to a rickshaw, while the spacecraft of Huagua resembled a rocket. The gulf between them was immense. What shall we do? Fryer slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant. His political aspirations lay in ruins. The ambition to restore the greatness of the United States had not even begun before it was already extinguished. A sense of resentment welled within him. Yes, He was indignant. Friar's expression darkened as he turned sharply towards Ferlin. It was as if he had grasped a lifeline, his gaze fixed fiercely on Ferlin, and he exclaimed, "Ferlin, the United States must possess this technology. By any means necessary. I must witness a spacecraft capable of the same speed." Faced with Friar's unreasonable outburst, Ferlin responded with a hint of exasperation. "Your Excellency, their secrecy measures are exceedingly effective. Our informant is completely unable to access the core area. I don't care. In 2 weeks, if I do not have plans for the same type of aircraft on my desk." Flair glared fiercely at Ferlin and Bernard, his tone suddenly turning ominous. "You two, get out immediately." Ferlin and Bernard were thoroughly reprimanded before exiting the president's office together. "Ferlin, do you have confidence?" Bernard recalled Flair's hysterical state and rubbed his temples in frustration. It was now entirely up to Ferlin. Otherwise, they would truly find themselves dismissed by Flair. That man is capable of anything. They had no choice but to take a risk. Ferlin shrugged helplessly and replied in a low voice. "We have an informant deeply embedded, who is quite close to the confidential core. For now, we must let him take the risk." Ferlin shook his head. "This informant has been operational for over a decade. Yet for the great cause of America, we have no option but to deploy him. I will send a signal immediately to prepare for action. We must uncover the true nature of that mysterious aircraft." Chapter 75. Destroying the Explorer in the quiet, dark expanse of space. A brilliant blue light suddenly streaked by, leaving a beautiful trail in the vast solar system. It is now the 75th hour since the Pursuer's departure. According to the established automated program, the Pursuer has been in the deceleration phase for the past 10 hours. The space agency refers to 5% of the speed of light as speed 1, a standard velocity. The maximum velocity of the Pursuer is 15% of the speed of light, thus achieving a velocity of 1/3 the speed of light. After a prolonged deceleration phase, the Pursuer has arrived beside the asteroid. High-powered radio waves swiftly radiate outward, centered on the Pursuer, with its target aimed squarely at the backside of the asteroid. While the Explorer 10 has continued its voyage for some distance, this asteroid is simultaneously in motion. In the profound silence of space, the only sound is the rhythmic beeping of the instruments. However, due to the absence of a medium for sound propagation, this noise remains unheard. Suddenly, with a swift maneuver, the Pursuer's rear nozzle shifts, changing direction rapidly. It has located its target. Right ahead, the detector, wrapped in aluminum foil, continues to transmit signals about the blue planet to the outer world. The Pursuer steadily approaches, decelerating, until it finally narrows the distance to the golden aluminum-encased Explorer 10 to a mere 20 meters. Bang! The Pursuer's cone opens, revealing a 60mm cannon. In the absence of gravitational pull and air resistance, the shell is launched directly. A distance of 20 meters is covered in just 1 second, and the projectile strikes the Explorer with unwavering accuracy. In an instant, Explorer 10 is violently shattered into fragments by the explosion. After over 50 years of traversing the cosmos, Explorer 10 has vanished. At the Huaguo Observatory, all optical and radio telescopes are now trained on the fringes of the solar system. Zhao Yunfeng from the Astronomical Institute is among the many observers, operating a radio telescope with a diameter of 60 meters. The radio telescope observes the universe and celestial bodies by collecting electromagnetic waves from the cosmos. Recently, it received a directive to focus intently on the activities at the fringes of the solar system. This puzzled him. What could possibly be worth observing there? They were collaborating with FAST to detect neutron star, which seemed far more significant. However, as it was a command from superiors, Zhao Yunfeng had no choice but to comply. The spherical surface of the radio telescope was precisely oriented towards the edge of the solar system. A profound silence enveloped the solar system's periphery, punctuated only by the electromagnetic waves reflected from a few colossal meteoroids. It was dreadfully dull. Perhaps a cup of tea would alleviate the monotony. Zhao Yunfeng yawned and stretched. After several days of vigil with no reactions, he contemplated taking a break if no further developments occurred. Suddenly, a sharp, electric sound erupted from the alert mechanism on his computer. This alarm was triggered only by intense, anomalous electromagnetic wave signals. Something was amiss. Zhao Yunfeng immediately discarded his thermos and dashed back to his workstation. Upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated in shock. The signal was exceedingly peculiar. It did not resemble the frequency of celestial reflections or emissions. It was more akin to electromagnetic waves released by an explosion. Regardless of his confusion, Zhao Yunfeng dutifully recorded the frequency and promptly transmitted it to the headquarters of the Astronomical Institute. Not only the radio telescope under Zhao Yunfeng's management detected this feedback, telescopes across Huaguo also received the same signals. The survey telescope even captured images of the explosion. A dazzling spark quietly unfurls at the edge of the solar system. Suddenly, the door to the command center is forcefully flung open. Zhu Huaxing strides in, his gait as brisk as the wind, showing no signs of age. Zhiyong, old Zhou, we have received news from the Astronomy Institute. They have captured images of the explosion at the solar system's periphery. The pursuer has fired its shells. Fired. Zhou Huairan rises in excitement, exclaiming thrice in delight. Are there photographs? Zhiyong, more concerned with the particulars, is astonished that the Astronomy Institute managed to capture images. The panoramic lens of the survey telescope has indeed recorded the explosive event. As Zhu Huaxing speaks, he retrieves a printed photograph from his pocket. A brilliant point appears in the corner of the image. It is the fired artillery shell. Excellent. Zhiyong clenches his fist in exhilaration. The pursuer can only activate its artillery after locking onto the explorer, which means the probability of a successful hit is an impressive 99%. The remaining 1% accounts for a touch of humility. In 3 days, the pursuer will return, and we shall receive definitive news. Zhou Huairan feels a wave of relief wash over him, the earlier anxiety dissipating significantly. Now, they merely await confirmation of the results. 3 days swiftly pass. Zhiyong rises early and hurries to the command room, where the others have already gathered. The researchers anxiously await the data on the computer. Beep. Suddenly, the radio signal on the large screen responds. This is a confidential frequency designated solely for the pursuer spacecraft. We have received a response. The pursuer has returned to its synchronized orbit. The researcher, who had been meticulously monitoring the data, erupted in exclamation upon seeing the data link. Data has been transmitted back. The automated system reports that the target has been destroyed. Confirmation photographs have also been received. The researcher, increasingly exhilarated, continued his swift actions. Immediately downloading the data sent back by the pursuer. The file package opened, revealing 2 photographs. The first captures the image of the Explorer 10. The scene is illuminated by the pursuer's spotlight, revealing an ample brightness. The Explorer 10, wrapped in golden aluminum foil, is centrally positioned in the photograph, exuding an air of mystery. The second photograph depicts an explosion. At the center lies a fireball, with scattering golden aluminum fragments providing evidence that Explorer 10 has indeed been obliterated. This serves as but one piece of evidence, yet it is sufficient to invigorate everyone present. What about the radio data? Zhou Huairan urged, and the researcher promptly retrieved the radio data. It has been downloaded. The researcher, equally electrified, opened the data package from the radio receiver. After destroying the Explorer, the pursuer remained on site for 10 hours, seeking to collect any potentially intact instruments. One must eradicate the roots. The instruments aboard the Explorer were equipped with nuclear fuel cells, which might still be operational. The radio signal indicates that Explorer 10 has completely lost contact. We have succeeded. The researcher loudly announced the final analysis of the data, and the on-site researchers immediately leapt up in excitement, starting to cheer. We have succeeded. Zhiyong, Zhou Huairan, and others joined in the jubilation of the researchers. The Explorer 10 had been successfully destroyed. They had triumphed. Chapter 76. Complete disillusionment. The following morning, it was Saturday, and most people were still in slumber. Only a few had risen early, among them the space enthusiast Su Wenbing. He was the first to capture the pursuer up close, for which the Aerospace Knowledge magazine rewarded him 50,000 yuan for the rights to his photographs. Early that morning, he opened his Weibo account. He was also a fervent supporter, having filmed numerous launches of Huaguo rockets. As soon as Su Wenbing opened the app, his phone was nearly overwhelmed by a barrage of notifications. In exasperation, he resorted to his computer. Upon focusing his gaze, his eyes widened in disbelief. What had he just seen? He reached for a tissue to clean his glasses and scanned once more the news forwarded by his followers. The Aerospace Administration has announced that due to technical issues, the Explorer 10 was destroyed at 16:23 on June 12. The Explorer 10, which had reportedly traveled 23 billion kilometers, had ventured beyond the edge of the solar system, was indeed destroyed. Su Wenbing's jaw nearly dislocated in shock. He felt as though he were in a dream. How could this possibly have happened? His hands trembled, his heart raced with excitement, and he could hardly wait to delve into the news. The first thing that captivates the eye is a high-definition, color image. It depicts an explosive event. What is most exhilarating is the caption beneath the image. This photograph is provided by the Astronomy Institute, capturing the authentic observation of the destruction of Explorer 10. Remarkably, this is indeed a genuine observational photograph. Su Wenbing swiftly clicked on this astonishingly beautiful image. The photograph has undergone post-processing color enhancement. Do not misunderstand. This does not imply that the photograph is fabricated. Simply put, black and white photographs possess higher resolution, clarity, and contrast than their color counterparts. Consequently, the majority of space exploration devices capture images in black and white. The vibrant and resplendent cosmic photographs we admire are essentially the result of post-coloring techniques. The image depicting the destruction of the Explorer underwent a similar transformation. It is simply breathtaking. Su Wenbing was entranced by this photograph. Much like the explosion of a supernova, it radiated an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a fantastical world straight out of a fairy tale. It felt as though it belonged not to the realm of reality. Meanwhile, the comments section of the announcement naturally erupted. Wow, they truly destroyed it, and they weren't joking before. When have you ever seen the officials jesting? Astonished face. How did this happen? Does anyone know? I do. Let me send you a link. Save it quickly before it disappears. 666, the person above is simply outrageous. Of course, Su Wenbing could not resist either. After all, he is merely human, especially as a space enthusiast. It was impossible for him to decline. He clicked on the link, which led to a video. The protagonist of the video is a foreigner, a French space enthusiast. Ever since the mysterious spacecraft was launched from China, he has been diligently observing the trajectory of the Explorer. Indeed, by analyzing the chronological sequence of events, he deduced that the spacecraft was destined to destroy the Explorer. As fate would have it, his prediction came to fruition. He witnessed a trail in the asteroid belt. This trail was located in a dust zone of the belt. As the pursuer passed through that region, it left behind a vapor trail. This revelation filled the blogger with immense excitement. He had succeeded. He had truly discovered that a spacecraft had traversed that dust zone. Just a month prior, there had been no trail in that area, and there were no planned spacecraft slated to cross that region this month, save for the enigmatic vehicle. From this fragmented information, the blogger confidently concluded that the mysterious spacecraft launched by China was indeed on a mission to obliterate the Explorer 10. Su Wenbing's mouth fell agape. He was at a loss for words to express his astonishment. Was he truly living in 2021 and not some distant 2077? The photograph of the spacecraft was one he had captured himself just half a month ago. Following the foreign blogger's website, Su Wenbing successfully located the original video on YouTube. Indeed, the foreign blogger had shared Chinese news alongside incredible commentary, speculating that within 5 years, the spacecraft would catch up to the Explorer. Remarkably, it had taken merely half a month for the Explorer to be destroyed. I could hardly believe it. The foreign blogger promptly commenced a live broadcast. It is now evening in Europe, and he is clad in his pajamas, his hair disheveled, clearly in the midst of his nightly grooming routine. The speed of this spacecraft over the past fortnight is beyond imagination. Fans of the Aerospace channel have rapidly flocked to his live stream, with the audience swelling to 50,000 within just 5 minutes. According to my calculations, in this brief span, it has caught up with Voyager 10. Corey's expression is one of astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Its velocity must reach at least 10,000 kilometers per second. Such a speed is simply implausible. If this is indeed the case, then the aerospace technology of Huawei has ascended to unfathomable heights. They have yet to even develop heavy rockets. On this day, the world was shaken by this news, for it was indeed extraordinary. A spacecraft that had traversed the cosmos for over 50 years had been caught up with and destroyed. There exists only one possibility to explain this scenario. Huawei's aerospace technology has far surpassed that of the United States. The citizens of the United States seethed with anger as they read the news released by Fox. They had never suffered defeat in the realm of space exploration. Even the once mighty Soviet Union had been firmly subdued in this domain by the United States. Now, to suggest that a nation they had long portrayed as backward has outstripped the United States in aerospace technology, and that this is marked by the destruction of a former pride of the United States, is nothing short of a disgrace. Outrageous humiliation. The enraged populace of the United States could bear it no longer. They armed themselves with rifles and took to the streets, brandishing banners in protest. As the crowd swelled, The thoroughfares of the city became inundated with a sea of heads. Flare was leading us towards the abyss. We must voice our concerns. Why must our spacecraft be destroyed by foreign nations? The spirit of our nation lies in ruins. Are we destined to meet a fate akin to that of the Soviet Union? The enraged populace gradually converged upon the city hall, hurling every object within reach at the government edifice. Damn it! Perish! They cried. The United States is finished. For the first time, the citizens, once perched atop the world's most advanced nation, felt the weight of this descent. Though some lived in hardship, they prided themselves on their American identity. Now, all has crumbled, utterly shattered. Amidst the chaos outside the city hall, a number of Asian individuals collapsed in tears, wailing uncontrollably. It is over, all is lost. Chapter 77. The shadow wore the fury and disillusionment of the American populace surpassed all expectations. Perhaps it was the accumulation of indignation after being consistently surpassed by China that led to this moment. The threshold of eruption had finally been reached. The capital was overtaken by the angry throng. The Coast Guard, rushing to the scene, was rendered speechless by the sight before them. A multitude of armed civilians raged, vandalizing everything within the capital, particularly the podium used by the president, which had been shattered by their axes. "Evacuate immediately," shouted a soldier, aiming his weapon at a white man intent on continuing the destruction. Unexpectedly, this action did not draw the attention of the other party. "BXXXH. Shoot," the white man shouted, raising his automatic rifle. Witnessing his companion being threatened by the guards, the surrounding crowd, who were also wreaking havoc, all turned in unison, brandishing their rifles. The Coast Guard had never encountered such a scene. During the last assault on Capitol Hill, they were not equipped like this. Moreover, one individual wielded a heavy machine gun. Were they cosplaying as Terminators? "Retreat! Retreat! Notify the armored units, quickly!" The captain of the guards fled, realizing the gravity of the situation. The opposing firepower was overwhelming. In the White House president's office, Flare sat vacantly in his chair. Thanks to the early intervention of security, the infantry armored vehicles outside had successfully deterred the enraged populace. However, Flare knew his political career was over. Sighing repeatedly, he slumped deeper into his chair, uncertain if he could endure until his term ended. His approval ratings had likely plummeted to an all-time low. "Mr. President, the situation has escalated. Bernard, too, was being lambasted mercilessly, not daring to turn on his phone for fear of being inundated with threats. After all, his family had already received death threats. "We are powerless. This is the cost of promoting freedom, isn't it?" Flare was acutely aware that there was no way to quell the fury of the crowd. They could only wait, "I am aware. But should we not salvage the international image of the United States?" Bernard remarked, his brow furrowed. The destroyed Explorer 10 was indeed an American asset. This was a significant blow to the United States. "Huh." Fryer chuckled darkly. "Are you unaware of the current international standing of the United States? Is there even a need for redemption? We should have never acquiesced to them in the first place." Fuck. Fryer was genuinely filled with regret, wishing he had never been foolish enough to agree to China's demands. It was utterly infuriating. "In no more than a month, they will disband on their own," Fryer lamented, shaking his head. It was a consequence of his own making, and he would have to swallow his pride. He could only hope that these people would disperse soon. Suddenly recalling Foreign, Fryer's gaze hardened as he interrogated Bernard. "What news from Foreign?" "We have made contact with our informant." Bernard broke into a cold sweat at Fryer's sudden shift in tone, sensing the tension in the air. Given the current state of this individual, he still had the capacity to drag a few down with him before his demise. Consequently, Bernard was unusually cautious, shedding his former arrogance. "The informant has agreed, and he will soon make his move. Our extraction team is prepared, and a private plane will depart on that day. The destination is Hawaii. You intend to bring this person to the United States?" Fryer frowned slightly. Keeping such an individual in the United States would be a monumental liability. Bernard's reliability was in serious question. Haha. Bernard offered no rebuttal, merely grinning ominously. "Your Excellency, the sharks in Hawaii are quite ravenous. He cannot possibly appear in the United States." "That's a relief." Flare nodded with satisfaction. In order to resign safely without succumbing to a backstabbing, he must achieve some results. In the Sudong government building, the archives room. "Old Way, what brings you to the archives today?" At the entrance of the archives, an elderly man with graying hair gazed in surprise at Wei Yuan beside him. He had no assigned task. What was his purpose in the archives? "Oh, old Xing. It seems there was an issue with the last documents, so I came to verify. Wei Yuan forced a stiff smile, his gaze evasive. What an unfortunate encounter with Xing Jun, a former criminal investigation expert. This could spell disaster. As he thought this, beads of cold sweat began to form on his back, and his calves trembled. Are you feeling unwell? Xing Jun regarded Wei Yuan with concern. What was wrong with him? Had he fallen ill? Oh. The recent weather changes have upset my stomach a bit. Wei Yuan quickly followed Xing Jun's lead, attempting to collect himself. I see. As the mayor's secretary, although your work is demanding, you must also take care of your health. Xing Jun smiled gently, displaying the concern of an elder for a younger acquaintance, inquiring after his well-being. Suddenly, Wei Yuan cried out in pain, hastily clutching his abdomen. Oh dear, old Xing, my stomach. I must go see a doctor. Let us put the document matter aside for today. Please go and have a look. Old Xing extended a hand to support Wei Yuan and spoke with genuine care. Let me assist you. No. I can manage on my own. You carry on with your tasks. Wei Yuan quickly declined and gradually left while clutching his abdomen. Upon witnessing Wei Yuan's rejection of his assistance and his solitary departure, as he turned away, Xing Jun's eyes narrowed, a fierce glint of cold light erupting within them. Something was amiss with this Wei Yuan. The hand that had just retreated concealed something within his sleeve. Subsequently, having just supported Wei Yuan, Xing Jun discreetly pinched the object. It was an item the size of a cigarette case, made of plastic. This Wei Yuan was indeed suspicious. Xing Jun was nearly certain that Wei Yuan's stomach was not in pain at all. Cold sweat, relaxed muscles, evasive eyes, trembling calves. This was merely a display of anxiety upon seeing me. Why was he so anxious? Am I truly that intimidating? Xing Jun chuckled softly. He was well known for his affability at the office. The only reason someone might feel fear is if they were harboring secrets. He was apprehensive of his title as a criminal investigation expert. Having unraveled the logic, Xing Jun chuckled again, casting a meaningful glance at the bomb-proof door of the archives room. The situation was becoming intriguing. He hoped that Wei Yuan, with whom he had collaborated for many years, would not commit a foolish act. After all, he had no desire to visit his colleague in a prison cell. Beep, beep, beep. The only sound remaining in front of the archives room was Xing Jun dialing a nearby landline. Connect me to the secure room. Keep a continuous watch on this archives room. Secretary Wei Yuan seems to be acting strangely today. You must monitor him closely. Understood. I hope I am merely being overly cautious. Chapter 78. The Death of B. Since the successful destruction of Explorer 10 by Pursuer, Zhiyong felt as though all his projects were swept away like leaves in an autumn breeze, with no one left to oppose him. Today marked the day when Zhang Su, the director of Factory 845, would report to Zhiyong. Colonel He, the progress on the spacecraft's construction is promising. 5 out of 7 sections have already been completed. In the office of the Eastern Military District, Zhiyong sat comfortably in his chair while Zhang Su faced him, his expression brimming with joy. The wiring and piping were being laid out in an orderly fashion, and within 3 months, the spacecraft would be ready for final assembly. However, Zhang Su furrowed his brow and sighed with a hint of resignation. The military personnel were in discord over the armament to be installed on the spacecraft, tensions rising to the point of potential conflict. Zhang Su shook his head slightly, regarding them as mere brutes. He could no longer manage the situation and had no choice but to escalate the matter to the responsible party, Zhiyong. Weapons. Zhiyong frowned. What was there to argue about? Hadn't the designs already been finalized? The specifications for the interplanetary spacecraft had been established long ago. Aside from the fixed control consoles, all equipment aboard the spacecraft was designed with modularity in mind, akin to building blocks that could be disassembled. This approach facilitated future repairs and upgrades. With a payload capacity of 700 tons unladen and 1,250 tons fully loaded, the interplanetary spacecraft had 550 tons of remaining capacity. Zhiyong allocated 100 tons for the weapon systems, which accounted for 18 of the spacecraft's remaining load. Since the active phased array radar was included in the spacecraft's weight, the entire design incorporated 8 1130s, or 8 30mm Gatling guns. Additionally, with the inclusion of 4 chocolate launching devices, each equipped with 15 one-ton small Eagle strike missiles, the total number of missiles amounts to 60. After accounting for this weight, the remaining payload for the weapon system stands at 36 tons. This very 36 tons has become a topic of heated debate among military experts regarding what type of weaponry should be installed. Zhang Su, feeling the weight of the situation, massaged his temples, overwhelmed by the stress of the past few days. Various high-ranking military officials were eager to seize this opportunity. Laser weapons, electromagnetic cannons, tactical nuclear arms, they all sought to experiment with an array of weaponry aboard the spacecraft. This is not a warship. It is merely a test vessel. Zhiyong, upon receiving a document from Zhang, couldn't he help but chuckle at its contents. Good heavens, it was a red-headed document marked as top secret for 50 years. Several prominent figures from the military commission had also made suggestions. Let us proceed this way. We can attempt to install both laser weapons and electromagnetic cannons, as the spacecraft can provide sufficient energy loss. Upon opening the document, Zhiyong's eyes sparkled with excitement. It contained detailed experimental data on the laser weapon Death Ray A and the electromagnetic cannon. Together, they totaled 40 tons, surpassing the remaining payload of the weapon system. Such a dilemma was indeed challenging. Thus, as a mature individual, Zhiyong decided to choose all. He wanted both the laser weapons and the electromagnetic cannons. Install them all. Zhang was waiting for Zhiyong to make the final decision, for he dared not make a casual choice himself. Offending a high-ranking official could lead to unforeseen consequences, and while the individuals involved might not openly express their displeasure, he felt a sense of trepidation. He was here precisely for the responsible parties to make such choices, anticipating a considerable deliberation. Is this really all you can offer me? Regardless, there are 30 tons of surplus. The other space will remain unaffected. Zhiyong waved his hand dismissively. The spacecraft's maximum takeoff weight is 280 tons. And the full load target of 250 tons must leave some design margin. Besides, isn't there also 450 tons of cargo space? Both can be accommodated seamlessly. If the bigwigs are interested later, it would be no issue to use this space for launching Dongfeng 41 missiles. Just convey my agreement to those in the military industry. Zhiyong turned to the end of the document, signed his name after the applications for the installation of laser and electromagnetic weapons, and handed it to Zhang. Not a problem, Colonel He. You have truly alleviated a significant burden for me. Zhang accepted the document and solemnly saluted. Once the salute was completed, a look of relief washed over his face as he gratefully regarded Zhiyong. Once the spacecraft is completed, I will personally treat everyone from your research institute to a grand meal. That might be quite an expense. Zhiyong chuckled heartily, his eyes sparkling with mirth. There are quite a few people in your research institute. Not to worry. I have garnered considerable performance from this mission, and this project is historically significant for our nation. The excitement hidden in Zhang's gaze became evident. Such individuals dedicate their lives to the silent advancement of China's naval endeavors. A century of naval prowess cannot be achieved through mere words. It is built step by step, brick by brick. Now, having the opportunity to construct a spacecraft, an epic-making spacecraft, how could he not be thrilled? Maintaining composure is a testament to his role as the director of Factory 845. Every detail is meticulously scrutinized by him and the designers. Any hint of error is unacceptable. Thus, all emotions must be suppressed. Now, as he presents his work here, he finally has the opportunity to express the feelings he has long restrained. When the time comes, he will certainly host a lavish banquet to honor all of you esteemed contributors. Zhang is equally determined, prepared to invest his entire personal savings if necessary. The thought of his private funds makes him uneasy, prompting a slight shudder as he hopes that the bank card hidden within the model aircraft's compartment remains undiscovered. Very well. It is difficult to refuse such heartfelt hospitality. I shall undoubtedly show my support. In Beijing, within a certain aerospace city, a mysterious locale unmarked on any map. Once a center for nuclear weapons research, Gu Xinzhong, upon hearing the call from the communication soldier, hurried to the secure room. Colonel Gu, the military commission has approved your request. The soldier announced, standing resolutely, chest puffed out, though fatigue lingered on his face. Upon seeing Gu Xinzhong, he activated the shielding device and produced a document. Approved? Gu Xinzhong exclaimed with excitement as he swiftly perused the pages, discovering several signatures on the final page. Project leader Zhiyong, Military Technology Committees Cheng Yuanming, and the chairman of the council. You must inform Colonel He to expedite the specifications. We can produce the weapon within a month at most, he declared, brimming with confidence. After all, Gu Xinzhong is the chief designer of the laser generator. Designing a laser weapon? A mere trifling task. The laser generator on the Sui Ren No. 1 fusion reactor was designed and manufactured by him. It can instantaneously ignite deuterium and tritium, achieving a staggering temperature of over 100 million degrees, a combined laser generator. The principle of laser weaponry operates similarly. However, until now, no vehicle has been capable of such immense energy output. But now, that has changed. Gu Xinzhong joyfully exited the secure room and turned to his office. On his desk lay a design blueprint, quietly resting. The blueprint was titled High-Energy Laser Weapon, Death Ray B, Chapter 79. The archives today is Saturday, a day marked by heavy rain. Most personnel at the Sudong city government are enjoying their weekend, and those remaining are mostly gathered in the conference room. The entire government building is nearly deserted. Since encountering Xingjun, Wei Yuan has felt like a mouse in the presence of a cat, causing his plans to pause for several days. Today, the archives are set to undergo a security change, and he intends to seize this opportunity. Wei Yuan had previously orchestrated a deliberate error in a government document, obtaining the mayor's approval for a passage permit. He aims to retrieve that document and amend its mistakes. Adjusting his sleeves, Wei Yuan slowly made his way into the underground section housing the archives. "Halt!" commanded the guard stationed at the entrance, gesturing for him to stop upon seeing him approach. Wei Yuan produced his passage permit in a routine manner. He had attempted to engage in casual conversation with the guards before, but they behaved as if they were mere automatons, unresponsive and impervious to pleasantries. They adhere strictly to protocol. Any deviation could result in immediate detention. Thus, Wei Yuan had no need for further dialogue, promptly presenting his permit. The identification number matches. You may proceed. The guard's face was resolute, his gaze sharp. As he firmly returned the pass and opened the door, Wei Yuan nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude politely before turning to enter the underground facility. He now arrived at the corridor where he had previously encountered Xingjun. This corridor stretched 20 meters in length, perfectly straight. The entire archive room was encased in 15 meters of reinforced concrete, with an additional layer of lead shielding at its core, completely enveloping the archives. Only this passageway provided access to the documents. The 20-meter corridor had become a nightmare for anyone attempting to intrude. Given the absence of cover and the heavy machine gun positioned at the far end, Wei Yuan nonchalantly traversed the corridor and reached the first imposing door of the archive room. This door required both fingerprint and iris verification, a straightforward task for him, as he possessed a valid pass. With a series of clicks, the massive lead-filled door, weighing several tons, was gradually drawn open by a hoist, revealing a sentry. However, what captivated attention most was the dark, imposing door behind the sentry. This door, forged from lead alloy, was reputed to withstand bombardment from a 600mm battleship cannon. No one could physically breach it. This was the security checkpoint. Wei Yuan swallowed nervously, his previously trembling hands suddenly steadied. Upon entering this space, he found himself surprisingly at ease. "Hello, comrade. Please raise your hands." A bespectacled soldier approached briskly, a vital member of the security team responsible for the organization of the archive room. From within the sentry post, gun barrels silently trained on Wei Yuan's head. Wei Yuan was well aware of the situation, having frequented the archives numerous times and become thoroughly familiar with the procedures. The soldier's hands methodically searched from bottom to top, and after finding nothing, he employed a metal detector. Beep, beep. This metal detector was far more sensitive than those found at high-speed rail station entrances. The soldier, who had initially worn a smile, suddenly wore a frosty expression upon hearing the alarm. Wei Yuan was also taken aback, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. What could it be? The metal detector stopped just above Wei Yuan's mouth, and the soldier, with a serious demeanor, sternly commanded, "What is it?" It's a porcelain crown." Wei Yuan quickly opened his mouth to reveal his molar. "Does a porcelain crown contain metal?" The soldier's expression softened slightly, casting a suspicious glance at Wei Yuan. "The supporting structure must contain metal. I had it done just last month." Wei Yuan swiftly adjusted his mindset and began to explain. "I understand that. Come over here." The soldier nodded, seemingly in agreement with his explanation. Having visited multiple times, Wei Yuan had formed a rapport with him. However, the necessary checks could not be overlooked. Since it was a dental support, surely taking an X-ray wouldn't be excessive? Accompanying Wei Yuan, the soldier led him into a small room, which housed a machine resembling a CT scanner. CT. Upon seeing this imposing device, Wei Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. How was he unaware that the archives possessed a compact CT scanner? "You haven't had any issues before," the soldier kindly explained, We, who are engaged in confidential work, naturally must anticipate all possible scenarios. Subsequently, he directly pressed Wei Yuan onto the examination table. Wei Yuan instinctively attempted to struggle, but upon realizing his surroundings, he relinquished any futile resistance. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. As the thought of undergoing a CT scan loomed over him, what if this led to his exposure? It would be disastrous. A ring of crimson light swept over his head, lingering for an extended moment at his lips. Fortunately, he was alone in the room, and his trembling calves remained unseen. Otherwise, anyone who caught a glimpse would certainly suspect something amiss. Outside the radiation-proof wall, soldiers operated a computer, displaying the images produced by the X-ray. Beneath the porcelain dental work lay indeed a metallic support, precisely positioned and perfectly shaped. Well, it seemed there was no issue. The soldier exhaled in relief, though a flicker of curiosity glimmered in his eyes. At that moment, the radiation-proof door opened, and Wei Yuan emerged. Since no one had rushed to apprehend him, he assumed he had successfully escaped detection. Desperate times call for desperate measures. You may proceed inside. After releasing Wei Yuan, the soldier promptly closed the door and hurried to the guardroom. To his surprise, 7 or 8 individuals were crammed inside. Had Wei Yuan been present, he would have surely noticed that Xing Jun was among them. Indeed, old Xing was a true expert in criminal investigation. There was something suspicious about Wei Yuan. The bespectacled soldier cast an admiring glance at Xing Jun. But we currently lack evidence to assert he is a spy, correct? Another soldier inquired, shaking his head. The equipment had not indicated any anomalies. How could Wei Yuan possibly steal documents? His expression betrayed him. The bespectacled soldier resolutely stated. He seemed overly anxious upon encountering the CT. There must be an issue. Indeed, I had previously identified this concern. Xing Jun smiled faintly, recognizing that Wei Yuan had been indulging in a life of ease, daring to entertain nefarious thoughts. Yet, are you truly willing to allow him entry like this? Are you not apprehensive about potential complications? There is no problem. The bespectacled soldier chuckled, nonchalantly opening a screen. In truth, without your reminder, he would only be able to pass my level. The next stage would undoubtedly cost him his life. Xing Jun, curious, observed the confident expressions of everyone in the room. It was only when he turned his head that realization dawned upon him. So this is what it is. The infrared thermal imager. The entire archive room was laden with infrared thermal imagers, highly sensitive, akin to a surveillance system. On the screen, Wei Yuan had traversed the third door and had already entered the archive room. The vivid hues of red, yellow, green, and black distinctly captured all his movements. Even the most trivial of actions, such as a passing gas, was meticulously recorded by the thermal imager. Chapter 80. The culprit caught red-handed. Wei Yuan believed himself to be invulnerable. The archive room was fortified with layers of protection, and access to the core areas was strictly prohibited from networking. All materials were mandated to be paper-based. The space was primarily divided into 3 sections. One was the A-class top-secret zone, protected for over 50 years, whose breach would pose a grave threat to national security. The second was the B-class top-secret zone, also safeguarded for 50 years, with potential risks to national security, and the remaining area was the confidential zone, designated for certain government classified documents. In the confidential zone and the top-secret area, there exists an automatic door. Wei Yuan aims to locate and modify classified documents, which are generally presumed to be confidential for a duration of 20 years. The automatic door is an antiquated locking mechanism, and I must act swiftly. Wei Yuan did not linger in the confidential zone. He proceeded directly towards the deeper sectors. He made a beeline for the top-level classified area. The bespectacled soldier chuckled derisively. Was this not a farce? Entering only to head straight for the top-level classified zone. Did they truly believe that the iron door was inconsequential? Would they be so foolish as to place a locked iron door at the very core? Allowing him entry was merely a ruse. The crux of the matter was how he intended to transport the documents out. Xing Jun furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering what methods Wei Yuan might employ to smuggle the top-secret files. Although it was somewhat regrettable to witness an old colleague straying down such a misguided path, everyone in the Sentry Room regarded this intrusion as the quintessential template for evaluation. They all asserted that practice is the sole criterion for verifying truth. Wei Yuan's incursion represented the finest opportunity to assess the archival protection system. However, even when hunting a rabbit, a lion employs its full strength. They would not underestimate the threat posed by Wei Yuan. In addition to thermal imaging devices, numerous contingencies awaited him. If he were to extract the documents, the primary choice would undoubtedly be to photograph them. The bespectacled soldier's eyes gleamed with insight. I suspect that the support for that porcelain tooth is made of magnesium, which could be fashioned into a rudimentary camera alongside his other belongings. Yet, such an action would be too conspicuous, inevitably drawing external attention. Xing shook his head. Utilizing magnesium for auxiliary exposure was tantamount to treating them as fools. Wei Yuan was indeed aware of the existence of the light source detector in the archives, a matter that had become the subject of an amusing anecdote. In the days when the equipment was not particularly sophisticated, the archives experienced a brief power outage. The security personnel hurriedly employed a flashlight to conduct an inspection. To their dismay, the powerful beam triggered the light source detector, resulting in the immediate extraction of the individual by a helicopter. From that moment on, they realized that the military had contingency measures in place within the archives, one of which was the light source detector itself. Could one resort to handwritten notes, concealing them among supports or in crevices? The bespectacled soldier remained suspicious, fixated on the dental support as a significant point of inquiry, unwilling to relent. The dental fixture was undoubtedly problematic, otherwise Wei Yuan would not have suddenly opted for dental work. Xing nodded slightly. They had already investigated the matter, discovering that Wei Yuan's tooth was entirely intact. He had deliberately ground down a healthy tooth to create the support. Handwritten notes were out of the question, as the time required would be excessive. In truth, both Xing and the soldiers had fallen into a misconception, believing that Wei Yuan was attempting to steal a substantial number of highly classified documents. However, his objective was singular, a lone document. He had already managed to pick the lock. As Xing observed the images on the thermal imager, he felt a wave of emotion wash over him. For this day, his old colleague Wei Yuan had even taken the time to learn the art of lock-picking, accomplishing the feat in a mere 16 seconds. It was evident he had invested considerable effort into this endeavor. What method would he employ to abscond with the document? Xing gaze grew increasingly impassive. Having spent years in criminal investigation, he had long been acquainted with the darker aspects of human nature. Thus, he could only regard Wei Yuan's betrayal with a sense of resigned reflection. After all, this is the first time such an event has unfolded in my immediate vicinity. Wei Yuan swiftly made his way to the innermost file rack in the archives. Northern Frontier, Southern Frontier, Southern Jiangsu, Eastern Jiangsu. As he quickly scanned the origin areas of the documents, Wei Yuan soon pinpointed the classified files from Eastern Jiangsu. To facilitate differentiation, the entire classified section had been systematically partitioned. Thus, Wei Yuan rapidly located the files from his desired area. Aerospace, where are you? As he perused the documents, he meticulously filtered through the file names. Here it is. Suddenly, a soft chuckle escaped Wei Yuan's lips. He had finally found his target. Details on the pursuer now. 10 object from the Eastern Jiangsu Military District. Extracting the file, he hastily opened it, the prominent classification marking of top secret for 50 years catching his eye. So, your name is Pursuer. A sly smile crept across his face as he reached up to grasp his porcelain dental crown, twisting it sharply. A sharp intake of breath escaped his throat, and his expression contorted in agony. He had dislodged his tooth. Trembling, he removed the support for the dental crown, retrieving 2 tiny nuts and several wires from within. Soon, once I complete this task, I shall be able to lead a life of luxury in America. Suppressing the pain, Wei Yuan detached a plate from his belt and began assembling the components with the precise movements he had long since mastered. Xing clearly observed Wei Yuan's actions through the thermal imaging device. This motion, he is heading straight for the target. Moreover, the actions following the assembly, his hands were tapping rhythmically. Xing swiftly turned his head, his gaze fixated on the screen of the light source detector. Though the detector had not raised an alarm, it continued to transmit signals, long, short dots. In an instant, Xing focus sharpened, his pupils constricting in alarm. This is bad. Our comrades inside must act quickly. He is sending a telegram. Without hesitation, Xing seized the walkie-talkie from the bespectacled soldier's hands, shouting in a mix of fury and panic. A telegram? The soldier, startled by this revelation, hesitated, nearly drawing his weapon to reclaim the device. Inside, Wei Yuan was indeed transmitting a wireless message. In the archives, Wei Yuan had just sent a few characters, preparing to make a significant move when suddenly, the distant cabinet was violently kicked open. An armed soldier, fully equipped, leaped forward, covering 7 or 8 meters in an instant, and tackled Wei Yuan to the ground. Wei Yuan, momentarily stunned, wondered from where this individual had sprung. Had he just flown in? But soon, terror gripped him. He had been discovered. It's over. No, this is a misunderstanding. I have served the nation of Hua. Overcome with fear, Wei Yuan began to mumble aimlessly. The soldier paid him no heed, lifting the limp Wei Yuan as one might a chick. Wei Yuan, you are under arrest for the theft of state secrets and for endangering national security. The fully armed soldier, supported by his exoskeleton, escorted Wei Yuan, along with the incriminating makeshift telegraph machine, out of the archives. This soldier had been lying in wait within the archives, knowing full well that, given the security level of the facility, they could not hastily allow Wei Yuan access. Unanticipatedly, the adversary utilized the telegraph to catch them off guard. After all, the telegraph had long since been relegated to the annals of history. It appears that the archives must be upgraded to prevent radio signal transmission. Chapter 81. The Flying Cloud Project. Thomas had traveled to Huagua last week for tourism. Today, he happened to arrive in Zhiyong, and with a heavy backpack, he began to wander through the picturesque streets of the city. He found himself at a corner of the Zhiyong government building, standing there for an entire hour. Are the people of Huagua truly so tardy? Suddenly, a burst of electronic music crackled through his headphones. Surprised by the unexpected sound, Thomas eagerly adjusted the receiving frequency. An hour prior, a faint signal had been detected. He had already discerned that the flying object was named the Pursuer. In his excitement, a wave of greed surged within him. Even though the adversary had remained inactive for an hour, he clung to a sliver of hope. What if they were preoccupied? This was one of the greatest illusions of his life, the illusion of I can do it. Thus, upon receiving the signal once more, he hastily shifted his position. However, only after moving did he suddenly realize that something was amiss. Something was profoundly wrong. As the elation of receiving the signal waned, Thomas instinctively turned to flee. Yet, the plainclothes soldiers encircling him had long since set their sights on him. It's you, the one who stood here for an hour, moving with the telegraphic signal. You're the one we're after. Several individuals, with a fierce determination, lunged forth and immediately handcuffed Thomas. This was certainly an act deserving of at least a third-class merit. You cannot do this. FXXK, you are engaging in tyranny. Release me. I am an American citizen. You have no authority to detain me. I demand to contact the embassy. You have no right. In the office of Zhiyong, the person in charge, Zhiyong was savoring a rare moment of leisure with a cup of tea, preparing to take a half-day respite. After all, the calibration work for the planetary-class spacecraft was exceedingly tedious. As it was a prototype, every process needed to be meticulously documented for future inspections and mass production. Suddenly, a series of knocks disrupted the tranquility. Come in. Zhiyong straightened himself, retracting his crossed legs. Minister He. Entering was Ma Weisheng, carrying a brown briefcase that resembled a standing javelin, as he marched in and rendered a military salute. Major General Ma. Zhiyong promptly stood to return the salute. What brings you here? Zhiyong inquired with curiosity, noticing the troubled expression on Ma Weisheng's face. If there is something difficult, please speak candidly. It's like this. Ma Weisheng hesitated, steeling himself for the conversation. The 649 Institute at the Aerospace Research Center has recently escalated documents to the Speaker of the House. They are unwilling to abandon the 649 project, believing that several of its technologies warrant further investigation. Even after learning about the existence of the planetary-class spacecraft, they remain steadfast in their commitment. Zhiyong, upon hearing this, became quite intrigued and promptly inquired, what is the 649 plan? It is the aerospace plane project, commonly known as the Feiyun Plan. Ma Weisheng elaborated, providing a detailed introduction. The Feiyun Plan represents the final phase of the Three Clouds project. The Three Clouds project consists of three components: the combined propulsion two-stage orbital insertion, the combined propulsion horizontal flight orbital insertion, and finally, the combined propulsion single-stage orbital insertion. Currently, Huagua has secretly advanced to this last step. Feiyun. Ma Weisheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had it not been for the emergence of the compact fusion reactor coupled with the Hall thruster, the Feiyun Plan would undoubtedly have been the brightest star in the sky. The combined propulsion aerospace plane is a reusable vehicle that Huagua has long sought to develop, akin to the rockets of the American company SpaceX, which can also be reused. However, the distinction lies in the fact that Feiyun operates like an aircraft, taking off from a runway, ascending to low Earth orbit, and then landing back on the runway. It is a vehicle capable of horizontal takeoff and landing. The engine of Feiyun is a composite propulsion engine, comprised of a jet rocket, an aviation engine, and a scramjet engine, featuring 3 switchable modes, which underwent complete verification in 2016. By 2020, which is this year, the entire vehicle has been constructed. However, due to the sudden emergence of the planetary system spacecraft, this aerospace plane, a culmination of humanity's finest integrative capabilities, was abruptly curtailed. The personnel at the 649 Institute believe that the multitude of technologies within the Feiyun plan will facilitate upgrades for future planetary system spacecraft. Ma Weixing, shaking his head in resignation, conveyed the other party's assertions. The statement nearly elicited a laugh from Zhiyong, as the propulsion systems of the two were entirely dissimilar. Utterly unrelated. This was akin to a farcical pretense. If one were to insist on a connection, had they resolved the issue of resonance in the combined engine? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Zhiyong's eyes as his thoughts shifted. Indeed, the issue of resonance in the combined engine had been flawlessly addressed. Ma Weixing sighed. The Feiyun project could be described as a gathering of extraordinary talents, each an expert in their own right. The intricate problem of resonance in the combined engine had been ingeniously solved by them. They achieved this through precise programmatic control, systematically fine-tuning the 3 types of engines. By alternating among the 3 engines, they effectively negated the resonance. What did they document? Zhiyong's interest peaked. A strategy must be devised to entice the talents from the 649 Institute. They requested that the 649 Institute not be dismantled. They were willing to forego Feiyun. Yet the relevant materials science and other project teams could continue their research. Ma Weixing earnestly explained to Zhiyong, as per the chief counselor's directive. This matter was entrusted to Zhiyong's full authority. Zhiyong understood the chief counselor's intentions. After careful contemplation, he nodded and inquired, "Has Feiyun been completed?" "Indeed. It was successfully assembled 4 months ago." Ma Weixing's tone brightened his eyes, suggesting hope. "In that case, let all personnel from the 649 Institute be transferred to the Space Administration." Zhiyong smiled subtly, unabashedly revealing his ambition to recruit the 649 Institute. "You inform them that Feiyun may be preserved. They only need to come to the space agency, and I can assure you that I will facilitate the electric propulsion transformation of Feiyun." Zhiyong's tone was resolute and powerful. Given his current position, he could indeed accomplish such a task with a mere word. Feiyun is a fully operational spaceplane, meticulously designed for missions to low Earth orbit. With slight modifications, without altering its aerodynamic configuration, it could even be transformed into a space bus. Since the other party wishes to continue their research, so be it. He will package everything, including the aircraft and personnel, and take it all away. After all, those capable of studying combined propulsion are formidable individuals, true pioneers. Those who can tackle such an extraordinarily complex project must possess unique insights into resolving the series connection issues of Hall thrusters. Therefore, he desires it all. Chapter 82. Bait at the 649 Institute, Feiyun Program Research Institute. This is an exceedingly modest research institute, lacking the sci-fi and intricate design of the Hudong Electromechanical Institute. It is adorned in military green and white, reminiscent of the last century. The director, Yuan Xingji, aged 46, is among the youngest project leaders in the aerospace field. The vigor he once felt for the Feiyun project has now transformed into a sense of resignation. This project, which he dedicated his entire youth to, is Feiyun. It represents the pinnacle of chemical fuel spaceplanes, far surpassing the American space shuttle. Alas, it arrived at an inopportune time. Just as it was completed, an epoch-making, no, even a super-era figure emerged. Sigh. I wonder how the higher-ups perceive this situation. Yuan Xingji paced anxiously within the confines of the office, his unease palpable. A single day without news plunged him into a state of worry. "Oh, Yuan, please cease your incessant pacing. My head is spinning from your agitation," remarked Deputy Director Yu Xiaohua, his patience wearing thin. "If the higher-ups disapprove, this project is doomed to be scrapped. There is nothing more to discuss. My feelings for Feiyun are no less than yours. Yet this venture lacks a promising future, Yuan." Yu's words, laden with sincerity, served both to comfort Yuan and to assuage his own concerns. "I am fully aware." Yuan sighed deeply, his voice low. "Do you think I am reluctant to part with Feiyun? I have seen my fair share of projects come to an untimely end. It is a fact that I cannot deny. The competition is fierce. A fleeting shadow of worry crossed Yuan's eyes as he furrowed his brow and addressed you. My concern lies with the young men in our department. They are still in the early stages of their careers. Leaving this project group without adequate experience or recognition will render them overlooked. I worry for their futures. After absorbing Yuan's heartfelt lament, Yu Xiaowatu sank into his chair with a sigh. Indeed, they had initially recruited these bold and tenacious young individuals, with the hope that even if they could not produce immediate results, they would cultivate a new generation to continue their journey. Yet, to their astonishment, advancements in technology in Huagua had surged forward at an unprecedented pace. The development of aerospace vehicles seemed to materialize effortlessly, as if it were a natural course of events. Originally, this group of young individuals, under his guidance, had achieved remarkable results and were poised for a brighter future. However, with the abrupt cancellation of the 649 plan, pressing issues have come to light, namely, their contingency plan. This predicament is the source of Yuan Xingji's distress. The promises he once made now appear unattainable. It is not your fault, old Yuan, they all understand. Yu Xiaohua sighed and shook his head, his gaze at Yuan Xingji imbued with respect. Yuan Xingji had exerted every effort for the sake of his commitment. What remains now is subject to the whims of those above. They do not blame you. Do not bear the burden. Alas, Yuan Xingji paused, finding a spot to collapse into a seated position. Suddenly, his phone rang, an urgent call from the military's secure line. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, suppressing all emotions. Hello, is this Yuan Xingji? A resonant male voice inquired from the other end. Indeed, it is I. The review results for your documents have arrived. The man on the line paused momentarily before continuing. Your proposal has been rejected. Stunned, Yuan Xingji staggered, as if struck by a thunderclap from a clear sky. Although he had anticipated this outcome, the reality of it still dealt a severe blow. He stood frozen, his expression becoming rigid, and a shadow of despair began to cloud his eyes. The specifics of the decision will be sent over shortly. You may review them yourself. The individual on the opposite end of the microphone continued. Moreover, Minister Zhiyong of the Space Administration has decided to incorporate the disbanded 649 Institute and continue the development of the spaceplane. The specific appointments will be sent over shortly. Suddenly, Yuan Xingji, overwhelmed with emotion, paused in disbelief. Blinking in confusion, he wondered what had just been said. It seemed that the Space Administration intended to absorb all personnel from the 649 Institute to pursue further research. Comrade, what did you just say? Yuan Xingji awkwardly inquired once more, struggling to trust his own ears. Minister He of the Space Administration stated that they will be absorbing you and allowing you to continue your research on the spaceplane. The man on the other end chuckled lightly, evidently understanding Yuan Xingji's astonishment, and emphasized his words once again. Thank you so much. The unexpected delight filled Yuan Xingji with exuberance, and he managed to suppress his excitement long enough to express his gratitude. Upon hanging up the phone, he felt as though he might leap with joy. The unfortunate news was that the chairman had not approved his documents. The fortunate news, however, was that Minister He had taken them under his wing, and they would continue their research on the spaceplane. Wonderful, Yuan Xingji exclaimed, waving his hands with excitement, leaving Yu Xiaohua beside him utterly astonished. But soon, Yu Xiaohua regained his composure and a joyful smile spread across his face. They would not be assigned to other projects after all. How splendid. In the capital, at the Zhiyong Pavilion, a certain office was occupied by Councillor Wu, who frowned as he ended a phone call. Recently, a call was received from the Security Bureau of the Eastern State, revealing that a secretary from a government agency had been bribed, with intentions to steal highly classified documents. Alongside this, an American spy was apprehended who exhibited an audacious demeanor, defiantly proclaiming that the United States would not let this matter rest. Consequently, the operatives of the Security Bureau, abbreviated as MSS, resorted to certain measures to silence the spy. Yet, the United States remains undeterred in its ambitions. After a moment of contemplation, Congressman Wu let out a soft chuckle. It is fortunate that we captured him. The target had evidently made a beeline for the document pertaining to the pursuers, indicating a clear objective. Interrogating the spy, Thomas, would prove to be a straightforward task. A brief visit to a secluded room would likely yield substantial confessions. He was a former CIA informant, dispatched to the Eastern State on orders from his superiors, who indicated that an insider would be transmitting radio messages, instructing him to arrive at a designated location at the appointed time. It seems I must engage in a serious discussion with Flair. Wu, unfazed, chuckled lightly. Just a spy and a traitor. Did they genuinely believe that the archives of the Eastern State would house such critical documents? The genuine files are securely stored within the military archives, a location virtually impossible to uncover, situated over 1,000 meters underground. The documents of the Eastern State, to put it charitably, are merely a catalog, to speak frankly. Most of the files there serve as decoys. With a cold smile, Wu picked up the landline phone beside him and, with an impassive expression, commanded, "Connect me to the President's office in the United States. I wish to speak with Flair." He was determined to thoroughly discuss the matter at hand, the cost of redeeming the spy. Chapter 83. The Gramophone, the White House, President's Office. Why has there been no news yet? Flair anxiously paced around the office, eagerly awaiting updates from Thomas. He intermittently posed questions to Bernard and Fulren, causing them considerable annoyance. "President, they must succeed." Fulren wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gritted his teeth, and affirmed with unwavering determination. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Flair hurried to the phone, casting a hopeful glance at Fulren before answering. "Your Excellency," there's a line coming in from the esteemed member of the Huagua Parliament. Came a confident female voice from the other end. "All right, connect it swiftly." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Flair's eyes, yet he instructed his secretary to proceed. Beep beep beep. The call was quickly connected, and the voice of Member Wu resonated immediately. "Your Excellency, the progress of your nation's researchers has been remarkably swift." "Oh, really?" Flair's eyes brightened. "Rapid progress in learning indicates that the United States is approaching controllable nuclear fusion technology. Indeed, the caliber of your nation's researchers has been praised repeatedly by our team." Member Wu continued with compliments. This statement filled Flair with elation, as if he himself were being lauded. What exceptional scientists. However, Member Wu abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation, his voice turning ominous. "Yet, there are some unsavory elements within their government." "What do you mean?" The stark contrast in tone ignited Flair like a powder keg. "How dare you insult them? How dare you speak the truth?" "Thomas." Counselor Wu did not respond to Flair's fury. He merely uttered a name softly. Upon hearing this name, Flair immediately deflated, as if doused with cold water. "How do you know?" Flair's tone became hesitant, clearly revealing his unease. "Damn it. Fuck. Thomas must have been apprehended. I swear, I will not let Fulren and Bernard off the hook. BXXXH. Those two scoundrels, they should prepare to pack their bags. That brings us to you, Flair. Surely, you would not wish for us to issue a press announcement, would you?" Counselor Wu smiled slightly, his gaze brimming with self-satisfaction. "Is it your turn to face such a fate in America? Ha. It's not that we won't report. The time simply has not yet arrived. What is it that you desire?" Flair ground his teeth, forcing out those few words with great difficulty. Standing on the side of American interests, he ought to have resolutely refused. Yet, in comparison to his own interests, American interests seemed trivial. Without the presidency, he would still be a wealthy man. To ensure a smooth life post-tenure, he absolutely could not allow such a colossal scandal to surface. Stealing technology from a foreign nation and getting caught, it would undoubtedly tarnish America's international reputation. Please. Counselor Wu's words were succinct, merely a geographical name. Though simple. Flair instantly grasped the implication. They sought the phonograph of Glee's civilization. Indeed, when the three nations established the Blue Star Defense Council, America had not relinquished the phonograph. In pursuit of more technology, Counselor Wu had effectively given up on the phonograph. Thus, the true rights to research belonged to America. However, the circumstances have changed. Congressman Wu has decided to seize this opportunity with utmost decorum. Indeed, with propriety. He possesses an alternative strategy, one that entails a direct acquisition. Congressman Wu has been closely monitoring the rocket production in the United States while orchestrating his own plans. The Long March 5 rocket has a backup, and the capture mechanism has been under continuous research. He intends to dispatch the pursuer, equipped with the capture device, to the asteroid belt. Yet, events unfolded in an unforeseen manner as an opportunity presented itself unexpectedly. Excellent. I shall devise a means to address this. Flair's face turned crimson with rage, steam beginning to rise from his head. "I will drag NASA into this. The information must remain confidential." "Very well." Congressman Wu nodded with satisfaction and replied courteously. "Thomas will board the flight back home in 2 months. You need not worry about this. We will undoubtedly uphold our promise." Zhiyong, the Space Administration. The construction of the Space Administration's facilities has been completed, and Zhiyong has officially relocated here. Henceforth, his office will be situated in the headquarters of the Space Administration. As they are all technical research personnel, there are minimal formal requirements. Thus, the completion ceremony was merely a brief ribbon-cutting affair. Zhiyong has also received news regarding the espionage incident. He holds the traitor's actions in disdain, even harboring a sense of contempt. This serves as a warning, prompting Zhiyong to convene the second meeting of the Space Administration a few days ago. The primary focus of the meeting was to reaffirm the connections with the Confidentiality Department, enhancing the secrecy levels and scrutiny of core personnel. This is of utmost importance. Given the situation in the United States, acquiring advanced technology may lead to the exploitation of weaker nations. However, our country would not engage in such practices. Therefore, it is preferable for these developments to first emerge within our borders. Zhiyong, the personnel from the former 649 Institute have all arrived. Zhou Huiran is quite invested in the affairs of 649, and upon learning of Zhiyong's decision to fully integrate them, he felt a sense of relief. Please have the director come over. I have a task for him. Zhou Huiran, having entered the room, interrupted Zhiyong's train of thought. Nevertheless, since the individuals were already present, he needed to promptly facilitate their acclimatization to the new environment. I have brought the people you requested. Zhou Huiran had evidently anticipated this step and had already brought Yuan Xingji along, thus sparing himself another trip. Xiao Yuan, please come in. Zhou Huiran turned and called out toward the door. The office door was gently pushed open, and upon hearing his name, Yuan Xingji hurriedly entered. Minister He, Elder Zhou. Upon reaching the desk, he politely greeted the two men. Especially to Zhiyong, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Minister He, for graciously welcoming our research institute. You are quite young. Observing the notably youthful figure before him, Yuan Xingji could not help but feel a sense of awe, even though he had been aware of this in advance. Isn't he still in school at such a young age? He truly is an unparalleled individual. Haha, Director Yuan. There is no need for such formalities. You are all members of the Space Administration from this point forward. Zhiyong waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for concern, and then solemnly stated, Now, there is a very important task to assign to you all. What task? Yuan Xingji was momentarily taken aback. Had a task already arisen so swiftly? They were still unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding the Space Administration. Nevertheless, in a bid to demonstrate the worth of their project team, Yuan gritted his teeth and resolved to accept the challenge. We pledge to exert every effort to complete it. It pertains to your previous research project. Zhiyong smiled slightly, sensing the perplexity in Yuan's heart, and proceeded to elucidate. It involves designing a spaceplane utilizing a compact fusion reactor paired with a Hall thruster. The notion of researching a spaceplane sent a thrill through Yuan Xingji. They could indeed continue their exploration of spaceplanes. He was already content with the assurance of the young talents in the project team. To his astonishment, Minister He's promise in the documents was genuine. Chapter 84. The Operational Spaceplane Program. Minister He, what is the purpose of your continued support for the research on spaceplanes? Yuan Xingji managed to temper his excitement and voiced his inquiry. After all, the functionalities of planetary system spacecraft and spaceplanes overlapped significantly. Pursuing the study of spaceplanes independently seemed somewhat redundant. Director Yuan, our objective extends far beyond merely constructing a spacecraft, Zhiyong replied with a subtle smile, his gaze deepening and sparkling with a hint of starlight. Such aspirations are indeed limited. If the goal is simply to reach space, would not a conventional manned rocket suffice? He gently set down his pen, locking eyes with Yuan Xingji, and remarked meaningfully, utilizing a planetary system spacecraft for travel between the surface and space is truly an extravagant use of resources. Our aspiration is to establish a space city and even settlements on other celestial bodies. To achieve this, we must construct specialized spaceplanes that facilitate travel between the Earth and outer space. We envision a future where traversing to space is as effortless as boarding a conventional aircraft. Zhiyong has boldly sketched out this ambitious blueprint. This is not merely a fanciful dream. They possess a solid technological foundation already. Handing a document to Yuan Xingji, Zhiyong gazed at him, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yuan Xingji, too, was captivated by the future. No, the plan, articulated by Zhiyong, and he excitedly accepted the document. Flight-Oriented Spaceplane 2040 Plan. Upon opening the file, Yuan Xingji's expression shifted to one of confusion as he noted that its creation date was 2015. Why is this document dated 2015? This was initially a plan pertaining to your 649 project, developed based on the progress you reported, Zhiyong explained. Producing another document that was evidently more recent. This is my newly revised plan, which I intend to entrust to you entirely. The original plan. Yuan Xingji was taken aback, realizing that their 649 project had been under continuous scrutiny and that subsequent plans had already been drafted. It became evident that Huagua had always placed significant emphasis on spaceplanes, even proactively planning for flight-oriented space travel. This revelation reminded Yuan Xingji of a newspaper from 2003, which detailed the future space exploration plans of 4 nations: the United States, Huagua, Ribbon, and the Russian Empire. The United States threatened to return to the moon in 2018, while Japan boasted of establishing an unmanned lunar research station by 2025, and Russia declared its intentions to relaunch lunar probes. Yet, as the years have passed, only China has been diligently advancing its space endeavors. The plans of these 3 nations have yet to materialize. This exemplifies China's perseverance and methodical progress. Yuan Xingji, filled with excitement, took the second document and, upon glancing through it, nearly leapt for joy. The document titled Flight-Oriented Spaceplane Program Draft bore no specified timeline. His hands trembled as he opened the first page, and upon reading its contents, his pupils constricted to pinpricks. Minister is this for real? He could hardly believe his eyes. What had he discovered? The plan explicitly stated that trials for the flight capabilities of the spaceplane were to be conducted within the year. Can you still doubt its authenticity, considering the signature of Congressman Wu at the end? Zhiyong's eyes sparkled with mirth, though his expression remained composed. Anyone who beheld this plan would be thrilled, for it outlines the construction of a genuine flight-capable spaceplane. The Feiyun spaceplane serves as a natural prototype validation vessel. Previously, Zhiyong contemplated convening a meeting to discuss the matter of spaceplanes. Yet, the opportunity had presented itself directly. He was grateful for the gift bestowed upon them. The task ahead is to modify the Feiyun and, based on it, design a crewed spaceplane. Zhiyong's eyes shimmered, with the spacecraft now in hand. It was time to commence preparations for his Space City project. Upon resolving matters concerning the 649th issue, Zhiyong received a phone call from Congressman Wu that afternoon. Zhiyong, is there any issue with the pursuer? A somewhat fatigued voice inquired from the other end of the line. No problem. We are also planning to develop a prototype for a future unmanned probe based on the pursuer, Zhiyong replied, momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the full implication of Wu's words. Could there be a mission requiring the pursuer? I see. Wu paused, and a note of delight crept into his voice. I've instructed the military to launch a capture device. You need to modify the pursuer to tow it into the asteroid belt. The asteroid belt? A capture device? Zhiyong furrowed his brow and suddenly sprang to his feet, astonished. Are we to retrieve the gramophone of the Gliese civilization? This defies logic. Surely the United States would not concede. This is unprecedented. The United States has agreed? Zhiyong raised an eyebrow, sensing an underlying negotiation. Otherwise, they would never relent, even under duress. Of course, there existed another possibility. They might have become emboldened enough to seize it outright. His mind raced as countless thoughts flashed through his consciousness. Ha ha ha. Wu's lips curled into a subtle smile, clearing his throat before continuing. Are you aware of the spies from the Soviet Union? Oh, now it makes sense, Zhiyong exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. So, this opportunity was procured through espionage. The pursuer is entirely operational and ready for departure at any moment. Zhiyong felt a surge of excitement in that instant. After all, it was the creation of an extraterrestrial civilization. Who wouldn't be stirred by such a revelation? Very well, liaise with the personnel from the Aerospace Force. I entrust this matter to your capable hands. At this point, Councilman Wu held complete confidence in Zhiyong and handed over the responsibility without hesitation. It is imperative that the object be transported back to our homeland promptly. Later that afternoon, a call came in from a major general of the Aerospace Force. The data link from the Space Administration had already been integrated into the Aerospace Force's data system. The visuals from the capture device were now displayed on the large screen in the control center. The design appeared somewhat rugged. The capture device consisted of 2 segments. The front section was equipped with a primitive fiber net capture mechanism. Much like fishing, the net was cast out to envelop the phonograph, followed by tightening the ropes to secure it. This method effectively ensnared the phonograph. The rear section was a gas-sealed return capsule, resembling a scaled-down Shenzhou spacecraft. The captured phonograph would be placed within this chamber. The gas-sealed return capsule was a completely isolated environment from the outside. The phonograph would remain confined within this independent space, and upon returning to Blue Star, it would continue to be isolated therein until the entire capsule was transported to a vast negative pressure laboratory. A negative pressure laboratory is one where air flows solely inward. Why is it crucial to emphasize the isolation of the phonograph? Because it is an extraterrestrial artifact. Who knows what unforeseen incidents might arise? Zhiyong could not guarantee safety. He could only ensure that this phonograph would have no opportunity to come into contact with the environment of Blue Star. Chapter 85. Capturing the phonograph. The actions of the Space Force were swift. They had a rocket poised for launch. Acknowledging the significance of the mission, they promptly resolved to temporarily abandon the original launch plan, opting instead to await the optimal window for capturing the device and reaching the asteroid belt. On June 22nd, the capture device was in position, coinciding with a brief window of opportunity. This window signifies the moment when, after the rocket's launch, it will traverse at a specific velocity, allowing for the shortest distance between the blue planet and its target. However, this calculation was based on the previous satellite speed. With the arrival of the pursuer, there would be a minor window of opportunity nearly every day, provided the distance was not excessively vast. Lee's phonograph resided within the asteroid belt, its coordinates already communicated by the United States. The rocket's fuel had been fully loaded, and it stood ready for launch. In the control center, Zhiyong observed the live feed from a certain northwest launch site on his screen. The image revealed a pristine white rocket, prepared for departure. Received, pursuer has launched. Zhiyong responded to the launch center's inquiry through his communicator. Received, the tower has been retracted. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, ignition. The immaculate rocket, bearing the greetings of human civilization, took nearly 600 seconds to successfully deliver the capture device into low Earth orbit. Subsequently, the capture device utilized its onboard fuel to propel itself toward the docking orbit. After traversing a considerable distance, it reached perigee and then, employing a home and transfer orbit, it transitioned to geostationary orbit. The pursuer departed early and has been awaiting in geostationary orbit for quite some time. Originally designed to house a grenade launcher, the conical tip has been ingeniously modified into a flat top. Subsequently, the pursuer will navigate directly towards the asteroid belt, maintaining a firm connection with the capture unit. Why not employ a tether to tow the capture unit? One might ponder. Alas, the upgraded hull thruster's exhaust temperature is exceedingly high, commencing at tens of millions of degrees Celsius. Moreover, the length of the tether would pose a further risk. Following the trajectory of such intense exhaust, the capture unit would likely be incinerated. Thus, the only option is to proceed in direct contact. However, this method significantly limits the pursuer's velocity, resulting in a round trip that will consume a full fortnight. The data link has successfully established a connection. The researchers at the control center are now accustomed to this, as they are among the first to witness the marvel that is the pursuer. The pursuer has locked onto the capture unit. Should we commence docking? Initiating docking. Zhiyong cast a curious glance at the researcher, who seemed on the verge of articulating something. As the docking commenced, the pursuer executed a tight radius maneuver. The researcher, unfazed by Zhiyong's gaze, continued to issue commands with unwavering composure. The pursuer has successfully docked with the capture unit. The resonant voice of the launch center's commanding female officer echoed through the room. The docking was accomplished. The entire procedure took a mere 20 minutes. Truly remarkable speed. The responsibility now lies with your team. The launch center's head exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as there were no complications, the subsequent tasks would be entrusted to the space agency. The landing site and the emergency handling department have commenced their third practical training session, as we remain ever prepared to receive the lander. Wishing you all the best. In the vast, unfathomable void, the pristine protective materials of the capturer glisten like gold under the sunlight. Meanwhile, the dark and enigmatic pursuer blends seamlessly into the cosmic backdrop, casting doubt on its very existence. It has now been 7 days since the pursuer, accompanied by the capturer, embarked on its journey. They have traversed the expanse of Mars, fortuitously capturing images of the desolate, fearsome red planet. From millions of kilometers away, Zhiyong has been fortunate enough to behold the photographs transmitted back by the pursuer. In the monochrome images, Mars has lost its vibrancy, and upon magnifying the pictures, one is left with an endless panorama of mountains, expansive plains, and treacherous canyons. This is a planet beset by dust-laden dunes, radiating a unique beauty that captivates Zhiyong as he gazes at the screen, evoking a sense of newfound aesthetic wonder. Just 15 minutes ago, the pursuer relayed news that it has reached the target zone of the asteroid belt. Researchers at the control center hastily replaced the images occupying the screen with data sheets. The automated control system is functioning as intended, poised to capture the phonograph of the glacier civilization. The signal from the asteroid belt to Blue Planet incurs a delay of approximately 15 minutes. Thus, the procedure for capturing the phonograph must be autonomously conducted, reminiscent of the earlier explorations undertaken by the Pursuer Explorer 10. The agency has garnered considerable experience in this matter, navigating it with remarkable ease. As time inexorably ticks away, half an hour has elapsed since the last transmission from the Pursuer. Just as the tension in the control center reaches its zenith, the unmistakable sound of a signal alert reverberates through the once silent hall. The atmosphere, previously so still that one could hear a pin drop, is suddenly infused with energy. Anticipatory glances are swiftly directed towards the researcher receiving the message. Although he has become accustomed to such scrutiny, a flicker of excitement courses through him as he nervously opens the notification. Success! The sensor of the capture device has confirmed that the gramophone has been ensnared. Upon reading the news, the researcher lets out a jubilant cheer, proclaiming the content of the message throughout the hall. The gramophone is now secured within the airtight return capsule, and we shall behold it at the landing site in 7 days' time. Zhiyong, upon hearing this exhilarating news, breathes a sigh of relief. A successful outcome is all that matters. Next, he must organize the research efforts regarding the gramophone. At NASA's Space Monitoring Center, Bernard leisurely sips a cup of coffee in his office, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. As anticipated, after a few days of public uproar, the citizens of America have returned to their daily lives, granting him a rare respite. He takes a delicate sip of his coffee, momentarily pushing aside the chaos that had previously occupied his mind. Minister Bernard. The shout from one of his subordinates nearly causes him to spill his coffee in surprise. Bernard glared at his subordinate with a hint of irritation, sensing a discontent that could undermine his position. Cough, cough. What is it that you wish to convey? Bernard demanded sharply. Is it not possible for anyone to enjoy a moment of peace? Minister, the Mars probe has transmitted new information, exclaimed the middle-aged man, breathlessly leaning against the glass door, his expression fraught with urgency. We have discovered the spacecraft from Huagua. He glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice. They have seized the phonograph. What? Chapter 86. Deception on a Grand Scale. American style, a bolt of lightning struck Bernard's mind, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. No, he cried out in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. How can this be? The phonograph of the Gliese 229 civilization was supposed to be allocated to our nation. How dare they? How dare they? Bernard had been counting on this phonograph to unlock advanced technologies and reclaim a pinnacle of scientific achievement. Now, it was all over, utterly lost. His legs buckled, and he slumped into the chair behind him. Minister, what? What shall we do? The middle-aged man, witnessing Bernard's unprecedented display of distress, found himself equally flustered and at a loss for words. What can we do? Bernard murmured, his gaze dimmed. What is there to do? They have already carted off the phonograph. Can we possibly recover it? In this situation, our only recourse is diplomatic negotiation. Bernard gently shook his head. Diplomatic negotiations are a protracted affair, consuming an inordinate amount of time. With that time, they could have dismantled the phonograph several times over. There seemed to be no recourse. Bernard slowly extended his hand towards the landline, praying fervently that Flair could retrieve the item. Beep, beep, beep. The call was swiftly connected. Bernard? What do you want? Flair's voice bore a tinge of bitterness, reminiscent of the forlorn heroes in American cinema. Yet, he possessed no extraordinary ability to turn the tide. Bernard's ensuing words rendered the once spirited president utterly speechless. China has seized the phonograph. It was ours. Suddenly, Bernard's limp frame surged with energy as he shouted, his voice brimming with indignation. When has America ever endured such humiliation? Today marks a profound disgrace for our nation. I know. Bigo. Contrary to Bernard's expectations, he did not hear a more agitated response from Flair. This was illogical. In his mind, Flair should have been far more incensed. It was my allowance, Bigo. It was I. Flair's tone was tinged with sorrow, yet after expressing it, he seemed somewhat relieved. Why? Bernard was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend. Flair. You are the President of the United States. That spacecraft traveled 8 light years. If we could decipher the technology aboard, America would reclaim its position at the pinnacle of the technological world. This is a matter of great pride for Bernard. Until just 6 months ago, the United States was undeniably the supreme technological power. However, all of that has now been surpassed by a newcomer. Initially, his last glimmer of hope rested upon this extraterrestrial spacecraft. Yet, now he finds himself betrayed by his own president? By God, listen to me. Flair is also deeply troubled. But then, upon reflection, he suddenly adopts a more candid demeanor. Compared to everything else, his own interests take precedence. My approval ratings have plummeted to an all-time low. I will soon be stepping down. I must safeguard myself, by God. You, too, are my aide. You must consider your own future. Flair spoke earnestly, looking intently at Bernard. The scandal involving the spies has erupted, and you shall be implicated as well. The members of Congress remain oblivious to the matter of the gramophone. A significant tone resonated from the receiver, and Flair's words caused Bernard's expression to shift, his face reflecting a myriad of emotions. You have a daughter, correct? Just about 10 years old? Do you recall the death threats you received during the riots? Ultimately, Flair's last two statements shattered Bernard Bigo's psychological defenses. He cherishes his daughter dearly, yet since the incident with Explorer 10, he has received numerous death threat letters from the American public. Bernard's wife has also been deeply concerned about this matter. After all, such incidents have indeed occurred in the United States. He, the Secretary of Technology, Bernard Bigot, ultimately capitulated. I understand now. In Bernard's heart, there hung a fragile belief, which suddenly shattered with a resounding crack. This was his faith. I shall certainly elucidate this matter to Fulan. Yet, deep within Bernard's gaze, a tinge of gray began to permeate. To preserve himself from being consumed by the wrathful populace, he felt compelled to act thus. In the entirety of America, few were aware of the phonograph affair. For those who were, I would devise a means to silence them. Gritting his teeth, Bernard resolved to take the plunge. With a decisive click, he hung up the phone, and his expression sharpened, fixating intently on another individual within the office. Minister, the middle-aged man, drenched in cold sweat, trembled as he retreated to the office door, feeling that this position was sufficiently safe. Only then did he stammer, I know nothing of today's events. Yes, I am here to report on work. Although he had only grasped the general outline, he was not devoid of intellect. He had surmised the situation. Bernard regarded his trusted aide, narrowing his eyes as he murmured, Let us hope so. Ensure that your team keeps their lips sealed. Having decided to delve into this predicament, he felt no obligation to be gentle. With a fierce glare directed at the middle-aged man, Bernard warned, Make sure your team remains tight-lipped. Do you understand? Yes, indeed. We shall not divulge a single letter. The middle-aged man nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, promptly thumping his chest in assurance. You return and make the necessary arrangements. Bernard waved his hand dismissively, signaling the man to leave promptly, not wanting him to linger in his sight. Once the individual hurriedly exited, Bernard gazed at his retreating figure, his eyes igniting with a perilous glimmer. This man had overheard things he ought not to have, and with his intellect, he had deduced secrets he should remain oblivious to. Another corpse would soon grace the waters of the Mississippi. A soft murmur, akin to the hum of mosquitoes, permeated the office, resonating in a manner imperceptible to others. Bernard shook his head, dismissing thoughts of a soon-to-be deceased individual. He extended his hand and redialed the phone, this time calling Ferlin. To deceive the upper echelons of the entire nation, it was imperative to secure Ferlin's allegiance. He excelled in matters of confidentiality and public deception. A former CIA director, he could candidly assert, we resort to kidnapping, assassination, and eavesdropping. Nothing is off the table. With his involvement, their clandestine scheme would stand a far greater chance of success. Moreover, Bernard had already concocted a compelling reason to persuade Ferlin. After all, he held leverage over him. This task would prove effortless. Chapter 87. The call was swiftly connected, ringing thrice before Ferlin answered. Bernard, what do you require? Ferlin, listen closely, Bernard initiated, seamlessly transforming into a persuasive advocate within the span of a single telephone call. China has seized the gramophone. When was that not designated for us? Ferlin was momentarily taken aback by Bernard's opening statement, his heart igniting with fervent indignation. The audacity is utterly intolerable. When has he ever endured such humiliation? Even the presidents of smaller nations would treat him with utmost respect. Please refrain from speaking. This matter has the tacit approval of Frailer. Bernard promptly doused Fuluin with a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his fury. Frailer? Fuluin's voice faltered, leaving him speechless. Is the esteemed president experiencing a moment of folly? Is it due to the espionage case? This situation is exceedingly delicate. Bernard reluctantly articulated the reason for the predicament. Yet, that does not justify the betrayal of Glazer's spacecraft. Fuluin's tone was grave. Although the revelation of the spy is indeed a significant scandal, it pales in comparison to national interests. Ever since the greatest hope of Frailer's rise, the apprehension of a technology-stealing spy, he has been persistently seeking trouble for him, and recently, there have been murmurs advocating for his dismissal. Fuluin was increasingly reluctant to assist Frailer. Fuluin. Bernard, sensing Fuluin's demeanor, straightened his expression. It was clear that the latter was disinclined to acquiesce. If that is the case, then I shall not hesitate to reveal my true intentions. Do not forget the issue concerning the Air Force's hypersonic missiles. You. Upon hearing Bernard's words, Fuluin's lips twitched. Is this a threat? This is undeniably a threat. He would not be intimidated, yet, he conceded. I grasp your ulterior motives. I will ensure that the phonograph matter vanishes from the United States. Fuluin, in exasperation, lightly slapped his own face twice. Truly, what a foolish impulse. One should never have been greedy from the outset. Misappropriating public funds intended for army uniforms was already a transgression. Extending one's reach to hypersonic missiles was an egregious error. Consequently, Bernard, who was overseeing the project at that time, seized the opportunity to expose the wrongdoing. Now, he finds himself ensnared in this debacle. A single misstep leads to a cascade of errors. As the news concerning the gramophone in the United States gradually faded into obscurity, the North Frontier landing site was being prepared for takeoff. Today, the winds in the North Frontier are quite strong, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. The Pursuer spacecraft, equipped with a capture module, has completed its deceleration and has now reached geosynchronous orbit. The separation has been finalized, and the Pursuer will autonomously descend to the designated landing area within the Soviet Eastern Military District as per its programmed protocol. The rhythmic sound of keystrokes fills the air as the researcher responsible for data processing, while inducing the Pursuer to initiate its automated landing sequence, reports in a clear voice. Zhiyong is also present, and the large screen in the control center now broadcasts a live feed from the North Frontier landing site. The winds are indeed quite fierce today. Zhou Huiran, observing the footage on the screen, glances at the wind speed data for the landing area and furrows his brow, remarking, the wind speed at altitudes below 300 meters has already reached 12 meters per second. Let us wait a moment. Perhaps the wind speed will decrease. Zhiyong, surveying the data on the screen, shares his concern. The return module of the capture module operates under the same principles as that of a manned spacecraft. The return of the spacecraft is subject to specific meteorological requirements. The wind speed below 300 meters must not exceed 15 meters per second, and the wind speed at higher altitudes must remain below 70 meters per second. If data exceeds the threshold, the spacecraft may risk capsizing. More alarmingly, powerful winds could potentially lift the parachute, causing it to drag the spacecraft into a tumultuous roll, inflicting severe damage internally. The anemometer whirled incessantly, and by 3 p.m., the entire northern frontier suddenly stagnated. It seemed as though the winds had momentarily calmed to welcome the guests arriving from Gliese. As the wind speed swiftly diminished to 6 meters per second, the high-altitude wind speeds also met the necessary criteria. The conditions for landing had been fulfilled, and the return capsule of the catcher was about to disengage. Clear instructions emanated from the intercom, where personnel from the military launch center were responsible for managing the return process of the catcher. They were well versed in this procedure, having successfully facilitated the astronauts' journeys back and forth numerous times. Currently, only 3 independent nations possess the capability for manned spaceflight, with Huagua boasting the highest success rate among them. Armed with this technological foundation, failure seems an implausible notion. The metallic-hued return capsule, upon receiving the command, released its steadfastly locked connector from the catcher. Utilizing the remaining fuel, it propelled itself away from its original trajectory. After departing from its initial orbit, the return capsule commenced its free descent, relying on the thrust from its last propulsion to yield to the grip of Earth's gravity. Upon crossing the KRMN line, the boundary of 100 kilometers above the surface, where gravitational forces begin to dissipate, the spacecraft entered the re-entry phase. At this juncture, The return capsule had once again succumbed to gravitational capture. As it re-entered the atmosphere, the return capsule transformed swiftly into a blazing fireball. Certainly, it was not the explosion of the re-entry capsule that caused concern, but rather the immense heat generated by air friction at such high speeds. As the descent accelerated, the aerodynamic drag on the capsule gradually balanced with Earth's gravitational pull, stabilizing its velocity at 200 meters per second. Thus, the capsule descended uniformly at this speed. However, were it to collide with the ground at such a velocity, it would likely create a substantial crater. Hence, parachutes are essential for deceleration. The first to deploy is the pilot chute, followed by, at a distance of 10 kilometers from the ground, the main parachute is activated. Researchers at the flight center, utilizing data from real-time observations, swiftly reached a conclusion. With a decisive command, the cover of the parachute compartment was rapidly jettisoned, and the enormous deceleration parachute was promptly unfurled. The total area of the main parachute reached an astonishing 200 square meters, nearly half the size of a football field. As the capsule descended to a height of 7 to 8 kilometers, the deceleration parachute would deploy in 2 stages, further reducing the capsule's speed to 80 meters per second, then 40 meters per second, ultimately reaching a mere 8 meters per second. This represents the parachute's limit. Nevertheless, even at this velocity, there remains a risk of damaging the interior contents due to impact forces. Therefore, when the re-entry capsule is approximately 1 meter from the ground, the 4 retro engines installed at its base ignite, rapidly reducing its speed to 2 meters per second. On the large screen of the control hall, Zhiyong witnessed the entire process of the capsule deploying its main and deceleration parachutes. As it neared the ground, a massive cloud of dust was kicked up by the flames of the retro rockets. In that instant, the enormous parachute was abruptly severed. Bang! The capsule had made contact with the Earth. As the dust settled, a metallic object, gleaming in the brilliant sunlight, stood upright in the vast desert. The guest from Gliese had been successfully retrieved by us. Chapter 88. Transportation. The rhythmic sound of helicopter rotors resonated continuously from the screen. The capsule, solitary amidst the desolation of the desert, was firmly locked onto by the camera. Suddenly, a lively figure appeared within the thermal imaging footage. Ha! Even a rabbit has come to extend its welcome. Zhiyong pointed at the animated silhouette on the screen, bursting into laughter. With his cue, the researchers, momentarily unoccupied, were instantly captivated. It was indeed a rabbit. It was hopping closer to the capsule. Upon reaching the vicinity, it lifted its head, curiously gazing at this colossal object. The unexpected appearance of the rabbit amused the researchers, lightening the previously tense and bustling atmosphere of the control center. This was a promising omen. Zhiyong also wore a benevolent smile. The superstition goes, if your left eye twitches, it brings fortune. If your right eye twitches, it brings disaster. Surely, this rabbit heralded prosperity. Where were the search and rescue teams? As he observed the rabbits startled and fleeing from the descending helicopter on the screen, Zhiyong chuckled softly and turned to inquire. We have just 2 kilometers left. We shall arrive in a matter of minutes. Zhiyong glanced at the data, his eyes devoid of any tension. After all, the return capsule had landed with remarkable precision, standing upright on the ground. How exquisite was that landing! Due to the influence of wind, even when a manned spacecraft descends, it is rare for astronauts to time the moment of retro thrust engine activation with such accuracy. Therefore, the capsule's vertical stance signified that both the retro thrust engine functioned flawlessly and the deployment of the parachute proceeded smoothly. The negative pressure transport module followed closely behind the search and rescue team. Zhiyong added, "Are we transporting the items to the Space Administration?" Indeed. The large negative pressure laboratory at the Space Administration is specifically prepared for this. Zhiyong smiled faintly as he watched the images flickering on the large screen. The items could only be delivered to the Aerospace Administration. After all, such a high-level negative pressure laboratory exists solely within the Space Administration. The senior officials had entrusted him entirely with the research. As they conversed, the armored vehicles of the search and rescue team arrived. Dozens of soldiers clad in biochemical suits leaped from the vehicles. They bypassed the helicopters that had arrived earlier and the erected caution tapes, making a beeline for the return capsule. The first to greet the return capsule was a nozzle dragging hoses. A copious amount of disinfectant alcohol and chemical solutions were sprayed. No organization would dare to directly engage with any object from an extraterrestrial civilization. Even though the return capsule had only had indirect contact with the gramophone, it still had to undergo rigorous disinfection procedures. The procedure has been completed, and after the return capsule has been thoroughly rinsed with various solutions, it must undergo inspection by the engineering personnel to ascertain that there are no leaks. Only upon confirming that everything is in perfect order will the crane be summoned. This immense crane will secure the return capsule, weighing a staggering 20 tons, completely enclosed within a negative pressure transport vehicle. Meanwhile, the Zhiyong family is preparing for an outing to a suburban park. They are driving a modest white Chang'an SUV, not exceedingly expensive, yet spacious enough to accommodate their family comfortably. Son, shall we go for some barbecue? Are you excited? Jiangsu glanced back with a smile, playfully teasing his child. Hooray! Barbecue. The little boy in the backseat waved his hands and kicked his legs in delight, periodically bursting into cheers. Clearly, he was overjoyed. You spoil him. Jiangsu's wife chuckled softly, playfully narrowing her eyes at him. The family merrily cruised along the national highway. Suddenly, a loud, blaring siren pierced the air. As they rounded a corner, Jiangsu's gaze was met with several military vehicles ahead. A row of broad-wheeled military off-road vehicles stood resolutely on the side of the road, obstructing the right lane. With a screech, the white SUV came to an abrupt halt before the military convoy. What is going on? Jiangsu's wife inquired with a hint of concern, sensing that something was amiss. I doubt it's anything serious. Don't worry. He reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. Jiangsu rolled down the window, leaning out with curiosity. As he peered ahead, a soldier clad in a gray protective suit approached briskly from the military vehicles. Upon witnessing this attire, Jiangsu's previously relaxed demeanor instantly shifted to one of apprehension. Is this a chemical protection suit? What purpose do they serve in wearing this? Comrade, ensure the car windows are tightly sealed. We are in the process of transporting hazardous biological materials. As the soldier approached the vehicle, he removed his helmet and formally stated his intent. Oh, understood. It was only when the helmet was off that Jiangsu truly felt a sense of relief. Everything is fine. The situation is manageable. As time progressed, an increasing number of vehicles became ensnared in this thoroughfare. Everyone was instructed to remain inside their cars. Curiosity overwhelmed the drivers, who pressed their faces against the glass, speculating about the military's cargo. Soon, approximately half an hour passed. A speeding military truck, akin to a flying wall, swiftly traversed the left lane. The blaring sirens filled the air, and behind it unfolded a scene that left all drivers utterly astonished. Several heavy trucks, reminiscent of water tankers, which typically moved at a leisurely pace, now raced by, leaving only a blur in their wake. The sight prompted the drivers to click their tongues in disbelief. Under ordinary circumstances, one might suggest that truck drivers should prepare for their driving tests. As the trucks sped along, they simultaneously sprayed a foamy solution. After several rounds of these vehicles, the main event finally made its entrance. It was a colossal truck, boasting a full dozen tires, with thick, soft padding adorning its cargo area. The entire vehicle appeared somewhat bloated. Inside, it housed the return capsule, meticulously enveloped in multiple layers of protective wrapping, totaling 4 negative pressure layers both inside and out. It is noteworthy that the return capsule alone weighs 20 tons, thus, the external 4 layers of negative pressure chambers exceed its total weight. Indeed, the packaging is heavier than its contents. The colossal truck ambles along at a sluggish pace. Its swollen cargo reminiscent of Dad. Look, what a gigantic turtle, exclaimed Jiangsu's son from the back seat, his voice imbued with innocent wonder. Yes, a truly mighty turtle, Jiangsu replied, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He reached for his phone, eager to capture the moment, but upon pressing the power button, he was met with an unexpected darkness. Huh, why isn't my phone lighting up? It should still have battery. Perplexed, Jiangsu hastily connected his phone to a charger, but to no avail. His confusion deepened, prompting him to turn towards his wife and ask, "Could I see your phone? What is happening?" Jiangsu's wife, her face a canvas of bewilderment, complied and produced her device, only to find that it too remained unresponsive. What is wrong with my phone? Why won't it turn on? She fretted, her concern for her phone eclipsing the spectacle outside. Shoo! Jiangsu gently tugged at her sleeve, gesturing towards the lumbering giant truck outside, murmuring, "It must be for security reasons." This grand entrance is truly impressive. Chapter 89. Opening the hatch nestled in a corner of the space agency, there stands a magnificent egg-shaped structure. Its elegant curves reflect the dazzling sunlight. and the edifice is enveloped by lush greenery, imparting a refreshing sense of serenity to those who stroll nearby. Yet, this sensation may well be an illusion. This egg-shaped building is, in fact, the largest negative pressure testing chamber in the world. This is the location designated for the study of Gliese phonograph. A colossal truck glided into the premises of the space agency, while a massive crane extended its formidable claw, hoisting the entire negative pressure chamber into the building. The negative pressure laboratory began its sealing process. Researchers operated the controls to close the laboratory's gates. Once the gates were sealed, the external air was drawn into the laboratory by pumps, while the pre-existing waste gases were filtered through a circulation system. After numerous tests confirmed the absence of danger, these gases were permitted to be expelled. Furthermore, to avert any unforeseen incidents, the laboratory was equipped with 4 sets of identical pumps, with 3 additional sets as backups. Drawing lessons from the Chernobyl disaster, the laboratory was outfitted with several generators, capable of sustaining minimal ventilation even during crises through human-powered generation. Zhiyong had already arrived, accompanied by numerous members of the space agency's small council, all eager to witness this extraterrestrial creation firsthand. With the negative pressure laboratory fully sealed, Zhiyong, as the minister, led the way into the silvery structure. The interior of the building was divided into 2 parts, one being the enclosed chamber, where the entire re-entry capsule was isolated from the outside, and the other being a circular operation platform, a corridor encircling the inner chamber filled with various control stations, all within a complete negative pressure environment. The method of studying the phonograph was a world premiere, a plan meticulously deliberated upon by Zhiyong and numerous professors over several days. This was a contactless research initiative. The inner chamber and the outer corridor are completely isolated. Thus, they have resolved to employ robots to perform operations in lieu of human intervention. Over 20 specially designed robots quietly await within the inner chamber. The control panel in the corridor is dedicated to maneuvering the internal machines. Entering the negative pressure laboratory necessitates a thorough disinfection process. Gu Xinchuan, in charge of this research facility, takes on the role of guide, elucidating the procedures to everyone present. Indeed, just as I am doing now, one must first don the isolation suit. As he explains, he demonstrates the process of putting on the protective attire. This is the disinfection chamber. Once all individuals are equipped with their isolation suits, Gu Xinchuan leads the way into the blue-labeled disinfection area. Each individual undergoing disinfection receives a blue label affixed to their white isolation suit. The disinfection procedure is straightforward. One must remain stationary for 20 seconds. This process is repeated 5 times, necessitating that anyone working in the outer corridor don suits adorned with 5 colors: blue, green, red, yellow, and purple. The same applies to exiting the chamber. Moreover, each protective suit is specifically assigned to its user, ensuring that the negative pressure laboratory operates flawlessly. After all, it contains artifacts of extraterrestrial civilization. A leak would yield unimaginable consequences. Upon completing all the necessary steps, Zhiyong and his colleagues finally arrive at the outer corridor of the negative pressure laboratory. Through the glass, he clearly observes the encapsulated sphere within the inner chamber. But where are the operators? Noticing the control panel in the corridor devoid of personnel, Zhiyong furrows his brow. Oh, Minister, they have gone to calibrate the instruments. Gu Xinchuan explains with a smile. Given that they are operating robots, precision is paramount, and thus, no carelessness can be afforded. As he spoke, Gu Xinchuan suddenly turned his head to look back. Look, they have arrived. No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of individuals clad in heavy isolation suits entered in unison. Let the operations commence. Let us behold the spacecraft from Gliese. Gu Xinchuan's tone was imbued with unrestrained excitement. This was an extraterrestrial vessel, a first for humanity. Such a title was sufficient for him to boast for generations to come. Since childhood, having immersed himself in science fiction, he had always believed that humanity could not possibly be alone in the universe. Astonishingly, after all these years, he was finally in contact with something related to extraterrestrial beings. Under the watchful gaze of Zhiyong and others, Gu Xinchuan donned the sensor gloves, akin to motion capture gloves. Every movement he made would be synchronously relayed to the robotic apparatus. Click, click, click. As they operated, the robot gradually approached the return capsule. It began by sealing the negative pressure layer that enveloped it. Then the robotic arm meticulously peeled away the blue exterior. After an entire hour, they had managed to remove just one layer, while the return capsule boasted a total of 4 layers. Despite the monotonous nature of the task, Zhiyong and his companions exhibited no signs of impatience as they sat quietly in an orderly row. Professional endeavors were to be entrusted to professionals. They were merely there to observe, to witness the marvel. Naturally, they would not intrude upon the workers' concentration. Before long, for hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. The metallic shell of the return capsule was now fully exposed, revealing a portion that was pitch black, scorched by the immense heat experienced during atmospheric reentry. We are about to prepare to open the hatch. Beads of sweat continuously emerged on Gu Xinyue's forehead. Yet he could not wipe them away with his hands, allowing them to trickle down his skin instead. All right. Zhiyong and the others immediately stood up, gathering behind the glass window, eagerly extending their heads to observe the interior conditions. The camera resumed its recording. Gu Xinchuan called out, reminding his team members not to forget to document the proceedings. Let there be no misunderstanding. The recording is intended for archival purposes, an indispensable step in every experiment. With all matters addressed, Gu Xinchuan took a deep breath, exchanged a glance with his companions, and nodded. It was time. The robotic arm clicked as it gripped a massive green key. Gu Xinchuan aimed at the target, thrusting his hands forward with determination. The robotic arm received the command and mirrored Gu Xinchuan's forward motion. The green key was precisely inserted into the aperture. It went smoothly. Seizing the moment, Gu Xinyue swiftly executed a series of rotational movements. The robot immediately registered the command, grasping the key and beginning to rotate incessantly. With a puff, as it reached a decisive click, a whooshing sound of escaping air suddenly filled the space. The sealed return capsule began to vent. The hatch had been opened. The robotic arm grasped the latch on the door and gently pulled open the heavy entrance. A wisp of white vapor escaped from the hatch, vanishing in an instant. There is no need for concern. This is merely the high-pressure gas from within. Moreover, there remains an additional layer, the final sealed chamber. Slowly, the silvery box from inside the return capsule was extracted, and the mechanical arm powerfully placed it onto a platform. The box contains a gramophone. Zhiyong unconsciously edged closer to the glass window, ultimately pressing his face against it. The others followed suit. Before the creations of an extraterrestrial civilization, no one could maintain their composure. Chapter 90. The Unrelenting Spirits. The metallic box is constructed from durable titanium alloy, featuring an inflatable layer designed to fill any void within. This precaution is to prevent the gramophone from being damaged during the descent of the return capsule. One could assert that Zhiyong and his companions have exhausted every effort to ensure its safety. A glimmer of determination ignited in Gu Xinchuan's eyes, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like a breached dam. The box was opened. Zhiyong's face was almost pressed against the glass. The other professors mirrored his excitement. The atmosphere was electric. Even nuclear physicist Sun Xiaodong made a special trip to the negative pressure laboratory today. Originally, Congressman Wu intended to observe as well. But due to negotiations with the Russians, he was unable to attend, expressing profound regret over his absence. The silver box was gradually opened by a robotic arm. Zhiyong's attention was instantly captivated by the interior of the box. A black conical object immediately consumed his entire field of vision. The black cone, while seeming to defy metallic properties, was incredibly smooth, akin to a mirror. It was breathtaking. Zhou Huairan's gaze was filled with rapture. It resembled Rupert's tear, reflecting a dark light that created an illusion of transparency. It was truly astonishing. Yang Yu, the head of the Moon Palace, also marveled in awe. The black phonograph stood there in serene silence. Gu Xinchuan gazed in astonishment at the images relayed by the robot before him. This was not metal. He operated the mechanical arm and carefully retrieved the metal analyzer. With great caution, he maneuvered the probe closer to the phonograph. Beep, beep, beep. The metal analyzer, upon detecting the substance before it, promptly emitted an alarm. In the next moment, the screen before Gu Xinchuan was overtaken by bold characters. No metal components detected. No, not any metal. In disbelief, Gu Xinchuan murmured to himself, his gaze drifting up to the phonograph ensconced within the sealed chamber. What on earth is this thing? Could it be that the analyzer lacks precision? Zhou Huairan also expressed his bewilderment. It is possible that there are types of metal yet undiscovered. After all, it originates from an alien civilization 8 light years away, which follows a different developmental trajectory. Such anomalies are to be expected. Is it possible to damage the phonograph's casing? Zhiyong nodded in agreement. Zhou Huairan's assertion held merit. Indeed, there was a possibility. However, the precision of the metal analyzer here could be considered the pinnacle of blue star technology. If it truly is an unknown metal, then we can only scrape a small amount for experimental study. Ideally, we should extract a piece. Let me give it a try. Gu Xinchuan swiftly adjusted his mindset. His initial excitement transformed into a profound curiosity for the unknown. Since this was merely a phonograph for transmitting sound, Gu Xinchuan prepared to use a chisel directly. Clang! A spark erupted. Astonishingly, a fragment came away. To Zhiyong's astonishment, he had anticipated that a spacecraft of this caliber would require at least a miniature drill. Yet, what did he discover? A mere chisel had managed to chip away a fragment. Allow me to unveil your true nature. Gu Xinchuan, brimming with excitement, carefully stowed away the small shard. He deftly maneuvered the robot, pivoting and rolling towards the electron microscope. Under its scrutiny, the image magnified continuously, reaching a staggering magnification of 100 times. It was a cell. Initially, Gu Xinchuan had intended to escalate the magnification to the atomic level to analyze the stratification of the gramophone shell. However, upon reflection, he opted for a more measured approach. To his astonishment, this meticulous process yielded a remarkable conclusion. The shell of the gramophone was composed of biological cells. Gazing at the rhomboid cellular imagery through the microscope, Gu Xinchuan could scarcely believe his eyes. The exterior of this extraterrestrial vessel was, astonishingly, constituted of cells. It was utterly absurd and bewilderingly insane. The rhomboid cells formed an outer layer, upon which a dark substance adhered. These layers interwove and interlocked, creating the shell of the gramophone. Cellular structures? At that moment, Zhiyong leaned closer to the screen. The rhomboid cells had ceased their activity. However, even with his background in biochemistry, Zhiyong found it impossible to ascertain their current state, for they might represent extraterrestrial life, genuine alien life. Zhou Huiran stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by the sight of the extraterrestrial spacecraft, which filled him with exhilaration. Now, the possibility that this vessel might be constructed from alien life forms sent his excitement into a frenzy. What a splendid double surprise. While his thoughts surged, Zhiyong suddenly tensed, his pupils dilating as he uttered a quivering warning. Do not act recklessly. Zhiyong commanded an immediate halt to the ongoing experiment. Cease the experiment at once. What is it, Zhiyong? Zhou Huiran turned, puzzled, gazing at Zhiyong. This is alien life. Zhiyong, eager to uncover the results as swiftly as possible, found his attention riveted to the image on the electron microscope. Within the diamond-shaped cells, alongside what appeared to be a nucleus, there existed small gray particles. Zhiyong was baffled by their nature. However, he recognized with certainty that the viral spikes piercing it were unmistakably identifiable, even in their ash-like form. This is the withering virus. Zhiyong felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, his initial excitement evaporating in an instant. Staring at the withering virus on the microscope screen, his mind momentarily stalled. It seemed as though the virus was mocking him, reappearing to haunt him once more. Taking a deep breath, Zhiyong forced himself to regain composure. Sound the Level 1 biological invasion alarm immediately and inspect every link in the transport chain. The experiment is to be halted at once. I will contact the chief legislator. Zhiyong reached out to press the emergency stop button on the control panel. Gu Xinchuan stood by, utterly bewildered. Upon receiving the termination command, the robot within the chamber immediately severed its connection to the outside world and forcefully shut down. Concurrently, the backup power supply in the inner chamber and Corridor 1 stood ready for activation. The extraterrestrial cellular entity harbored the A299 virus, officially designated as the wasting virus. The A299 virus posed a significant threat. Hastily departing the negative pressure laboratory, Zhiyong instructed the personnel in the disinfection room to commence thorough sanitization without delay. As he walked, he conversed with his companion, Zhou Huiran, stating, "It was difficult to speak earlier. They are aware of the Gliese civilization, but they remain oblivious to the wasting virus. The cellular structure of the gramophone has been infested by the wasting virus. You have seen the content decrypted by the Americans. I am now certain that the Gliese civilization was indeed driven to the brink by this menace." Zhiyong quickened his pace, resolute in his determination to prevent the emergence of the wasting virus. This virus was tied to even more formidable civilizations and would undoubtedly not be as straightforward as he had initially imagined upon his rebirth. Chapter 91. Growth in the Minister's Office of the Space Administration. Zhiyong rushed into his office, swiftly grasping the telephone. Beep, beep, beep. At his level, The call was instantly connected, and Zhiyong wasted no time. Put me through to the chairman. Certainly, Minister He, Congressman Wu will be with you shortly. Came a gentle female voice from the other end. Good. Before long, a beep signaled the connection, followed by the commanding and authoritative voice of Congressman Wu. Zhiyong? What matter brings you to contact me? Counselor Wu, we have received the gramophone, but we have discovered some alarming issues. Zhiyong's tone was unprecedentedly grave. Upon hearing this tone, Counselor Wu's heart sank momentarily. Could it be that a major problem has arisen? We have found the withering virus within the gramophone. The withering virus? Counselor Wu's expression froze. How could a virus be present on an aircraft? The exterior of the Gliese civilization's gramophone is composed of biological cellular material, and we have detected the withering virus within those cells. Moreover, we can now confirm that the cause of Gliese's downfall is indeed the withering virus. Initially, it was merely a conjecture, as there was no concrete evidence. However, the last message sent by the opposing side has also been infiltrated by the withering virus. This indicates that the withering virus has permeated the entire Gliese civilization. I hereby request immediate medical observation for all personnel involved in transport, reception, and the entire process. Is this action not excessively drastic? Counselor Wu expressed some concerns. After all, the entire return capsule was enveloped by 4 layers of negative pressure. Even the search and installation teams were clad in biohazard suits. Could this withering virus possibly cling to the return capsule, withstand thousands of degrees of friction, and still remain viable? Counselor Wu, the issue of safety allows for no margin of error. Zhiyong understood these points as well, but he could afford to be lenient. Humanity cannot. It is better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one slip away. This encapsulates his attitude towards the withering virus. No tolerance for even the slightest potential error. Very well. Since you are so insistent, I shall allow it. After a moment of hesitation, Counselor Wu ultimately acquiesced to Zhiyong's viewpoint. After all, he had just engaged in a telephone conversation with President Pushkin of the Russo-Soviet Union, discussing various matters pertaining to the research of the Wilt virus. The Russo-Soviet side had uncovered that the outer layer of the Wilt virus possesses a coagulated coating. They conjectured that this virus exhibits an exceptionally high level of infectivity. The purpose of this coagulated layer is to forcibly breach cellular walls. The attack mechanism of this virus is strikingly simple, yet brutally effective. The more straightforward its approach, the more fearsome the virus tends to be. For the sake of safety, Counselor Wu concurred with Zhiyong's extreme actions. Today is Sunday. Yesterday, the Zhiyong family joyfully enjoyed a barbecue at a park in the suburbs. Undoubtedly, their son was the most delighted, as it was a rare occasion when his mother allowed him to indulge in junk food without restraint. Today is also a day of leisure. He rose early to prepare for a fishing trip. It is indeed a splendid day for relaxation. As he organized his fishing gear, Jiangsu was ready to step out. Dad, there's an alarm vehicle outside. His son exclaimed excitedly as he rushed out of his room. An alarm vehicle? Surely it is a police car? Jiangsu wondered in perplexity, turning to suddenly hear the sound of hurried footsteps ascending the stairs. Thud, 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 thud. The footsteps were rapid, and there seemed to be quite a number of them. This inexplicable noise stirred a sense of unease within Jiangsu. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased right at their doorstep, causing his heart to leap into his throat, beating wildly. Knock, knock, knock. Jiangsu vowed that he absolutely did not wish to hear that knock on the door. Leaning closer to the peephole, his pupils constricted sharply. Outside stood a group clad in protective suits and isolation garments, layered with medical-grade plastic. The sight alone provoked a sense of unease. Is Jiangsu home? We are the police, boomed a voice from outside. Upon hearing this, Jiangsu instantly relinquished any thought of resistance and obediently opened the door. Do you have something to discuss? He inquired softly, cautiously peeking out. Could you possibly remove some of those layers of protective clothing to speak? The leading officer brandished a police badge sealed in a plastic bag, waving it before Jiangsu. Ah, indeed. Jiangsu nodded, his mind racing to recall the events of the previous day. Soon, he vividly remembered that enormous truck, the one transporting hazardous chemicals. Could it have leaked? Jiangsu's countenance darkened. If there was a leak, wouldn't his family be in grave danger? That's correct. Put on a mask and come downstairs. The officer's voice was loud yet devoid of any coercive undertones. We have arranged a screening vehicle downstairs. Please come down for an inspection. Hearing the word inspection, Jiangsu's fishing gear clattered to the floor in fright. For heaven's sake, please do not scare him. He was truly terrified. The entire Bichuan garden community had been sealed off for a considerable duration. Every resident underwent a complimentary full-body examination, using equipment of such precision that even many large hospitals could not rival it. 18 detachments from the entire Soviet Union have been mobilized, and all individuals who were within an 800-meter radius of the return capsule are to undergo complimentary health examinations. The entire Bichuan garden, including the greenery, has been subjected to sampling inspections. The results, as expected, indicated no issues whatsoever. Minister He, we have all undergone health checks and found no problems. Gu Xinshuan emerged from the laboratory, presenting the test results to He Zhiyong. He further remarked that all individuals who had direct or indirect contact, or were even in the same vicinity, had been examined. The medical unit provided a conclusive result, indicating no anomalies. He Zhiyong discarded the bloodied cotton swab and nodded. Keep a close watch on their surroundings, particularly the flora. Report any developments to me immediately. No. I shall have the military personnel monitor it personally. He Zhiyong suddenly shook his head, pacing with determination. It is crucial that the military oversees this. Entrusting it to others does not provide me with peace of mind. Just as the two were conversing, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Minister He, Director Gu. There is a situation in the negative pressure laboratory. The visitor was a researcher who had been conducting inspections. Having just received the news, he rushed downstairs to inform them. The gramophone has self-repaired. The researcher gasped, relaying the information. We just checked the gas sealing device and discovered that the gramophone has mended itself. What? It has healed itself. Chapter 92. A living aircraft. This was unequivocally the most outlandish narrative Zhou Huiran had ever encountered. The hull of an extraterrestrial aircraft was capable of autonomously regenerating and mending its breached apertures. Utterly unfathomable. He Zhiyong immediately drew a parallel to the rhomboid cells of the gramophone. The self-repairing hull indicated that the aircraft was, in fact, sentient, a living extraterrestrial aircraft. His eyes blazed with inquisitive fervor. Were it not for the apprehension of the withering virus, he would have bolted to the laboratory without hesitation. Is there any visual recording? He Zhiyong inquired, rubbing his hands together with palpable eagerness. The negative pressure laboratory was currently undergoing an uninterrupted power supply upgrade, striving to ensure that nothing within its confines could be compromised, thus precluding their direct access to the laboratory. Indeed, the researcher replied, exhaling a breath of relief as he retrieved a secure tablet, initiating a cryptographically protected connection. He Zhiyong and Zhou Huiran, not waiting for him to proffer it, swiftly converged beside the researcher. In the video, the lustrous black aircraft was observed, serenely positioned on the experiment table. The entire video was played at 36x speed, spanning approximately 1 hour. Just as He Zhiyong's eyes began to fatigue, a perceptible alteration manifested in the footage. A cerulean luminescence flickered across the black hull. Subsequently, the compromised section of the gramophone's hull underwent instantaneous restoration. Decelerate the playback at the point of blue luminescence. He Zhiyong inhaled deeply. Things capable of self-repair were not unheard of on the blue planet, but the path of Glee's civilization was palpably distinct from that of the blue planet. This was an exceptionally exemplary template, capable of furnishing them with invaluable reference. However, soon, He Zhiyong's perspective would shift. The speed slowed down by tenfold, and the fluorescence emanated from within the spacecraft, swirling around its fissure. Subsequently, the fissure restored itself, slowing down to 20 times. He Zhiyong shook his head, realizing that the repair process was remarkably swift. In this world, where time was decelerated 20-fold, the fluorescence initially circled languidly. In the next moment, delicate tendrils emerged from the spacecraft's breach, mending the gap. Yet, this was insufficient. The repaired area was distinctly tinged with brown, contrasting sharply with the surrounding blackness of the vessel. After a while, the brown patch gradually transformed into black, akin to a wound healing itself upon witnessing this. He Zhiyong murmured to himself. Indeed, a gleam of curiosity ignited in Zhou Huiran's eyes as he speculated. This spacecraft might be an artificially designed organism. After sustaining damage, it autonomously heals its own injuries. That brown hue resembled freshly grown tissue. Glees must belong to a civilization with exceedingly advanced biotechnology. A civilization with unparalleled advancements in biological technology. He Zhiyong suddenly recalled the enigmatic gray particles that resembled mitochondria, yet also bore a likeness to chloroplasts. Furthermore, among the debris from the spacecraft's exterior, The Wilt virus appeared to be in an unusual dormant state. Zhiyong had encountered nearly every form of the Wilt virus, but had never witnessed its viral spikes and coagulation layer retracting in such a manner. He instructed those remaining in the laboratory to immediately check the electron microscope. Zhiyong harbored a suspicion and promptly instructed the researchers to contact the laboratory. A few individuals remained inside. The researcher, already indecisive, felt a sense of relief upon receiving direct orders from the minister. "I will have them go immediately," he declared, turning to initiate the communication. Even though the negative pressure laboratory was undergoing renovations, there were still personnel on duty within. They quickly assembled beside the control panel in the outer corridor. The images being broadcasted were the real-time visuals captured by the internal electron microscope. How could this be? The moment the personnel on duty laid eyes on the machinery, they gasped in astonishment. The video was soon transmitted. Zhiyong's suspicions were indeed confirmed. The Wilt virus was in an abnormal dormant state, primarily due to the presence of these gray particles resisting its invasion. This resistance established a dynamic equilibrium, resulting in a peculiar balance between the Wilt virus and the gray particles within the gramophone. However, this equilibrium came at a cost. The sacrifice was that the entire cell had to succumb to a similar dormancy. Thus, the fragment they had previously extracted exhibited no reaction, as if all the cells had perished. Yet now, the situation had changed. The fragment had lost its connection to the whole body, rendering it incapable of counterbalancing the Wilt virus. Unshackled, the Wilt virus began to reveal its true, devilishly cruel nature. The electron microscope fortuitously recorded this scene. The Wilt virus forcefully breached the gray particles with its coagulated layer and then directly moved towards a region resembling the cell nucleus, stabbing into its interior with its sharp spines. Then, a new withering virus was born. Utilizing the inherent genes and energy within the cells, the withering virus began to replicate itself at an alarming rate. In just half an hour, the original withering virus was duplicated hundreds of times. Even more terrifyingly, after invading all the cells in the petri dish, it fell into a dormant state, unable to breach the glass cover, patiently awaiting its next awakening. Throughout this entire process, Zhiyong felt an uncanny familiarity. In his previous life, his primary work in Antarctica revolved around the study of the withering virus. Now, he speculated that the gray particles within the shell cells of the gramophone likely functioned similarly to chloroplasts found in plant cells. Otherwise, the withering virus would not have targeted them first. In his past life, Zhiyong was perplexed by the virus's remarkably specific targets, akin to a sniper locking onto its prey with pinpoint accuracy. Upon entering a cell, the withering virus would immediately seek out the chloroplasts. Lacking chloroplasts, animal cells would expel the virus as if it were blown away by a gust of wind. This conundrum had troubled Zhiyong for quite some time. However, now, with the known information, it was evident that the withering virus was meticulously engineered by an alien civilization to assault plant-like organisms. Truly ruthless, Zhiyong muttered under his breath, asserting that the civilization responsible for unleashing such a virus deserved obliteration. Nevertheless, Glee's biotechnology was indeed formidable. Zhiyong replayed the video and couldn't help but commend the Glee's civilization. Successfully containing the withering virus and inducing its dormancy was a remarkable achievement. Reflecting on it now, they had claimed in their previous lives to have conquered 70 of the withering virus. Yet such an assertion seems somewhat inflated. The withering virus is undoubtedly far more complex than it appears. Zhiyong repeatedly watched the invasion video. It was here. Suddenly, he forcefully pressed the pause button. Just as the withering virus was replicating itself, an unexpected mutation occurred. Chapter 93. Completion of Feiyun. Zhiyong rubbed his eyes. After several replays at a progressively slower speed, he confirmed it. The withering virus, upon successfully breaching the glacier cell, exhibited a conspicuous mutation during its replication. The original spikes had elongated, and from within, curved barbs emerged. It was identical to what Zhiyong had witnessed in his previous life. Remarkable, Zhiyong exclaimed in astonishment. The withering virus could adapt its form to suit varying environments. Inside the negative pressure laboratory, the atmosphere was entirely sterile. Initially, it underwent disinfection, followed by a vacuum process lasting half a month. No aspect of sterilization was overlooked. It could be said that the withering virus could not have encountered any life forms from Blue Star within. Therefore, the only factor that could induce its mutation must be one thing: the environment. The oxygen levels within the chamber were nearly identical to those of the external world. The withering virus utilized this to swiftly transform into a form targeting all flora of Blue Star. Zhiyong could scarcely bear to contemplate further. The implications were chilling. The more he pondered, the more he was overwhelmed by the frightening concepts entwined with this reality. To consider one point, the civilization that engineered this virus undoubtedly possesses a profound understanding of all forms of life within the universe. Only in this manner can the withering virus swiftly mutate and execute targeted attacks. Observing the video before him, Zhiyong's expression shifted continuously. This situation is indeed quite challenging. The sudden emergence of the withering virus dealt a severe blow to Zhiyong. Fortunately, after nearly half a month of observation, the virus had not mutated to the extent that it could leak from the return capsule. Thus, upon the completion of the modifications in the negative pressure laboratory, research resumed. The primary upgrades involved the exhaust and drainage systems, as these could potentially facilitate viral leakage. Consequently, all gathered gases and liquids would be chemically destroyed underground, ensuring that the withering virus would not escape. After all, it is merely a virus. At temperatures exceeding 100 degrees Celsius, it can be entirely eradicated within 30 minutes. Zhiyong's fear does not lie in the virus itself, but rather in the ramifications of its spread. After reiterating the safety protocols for the experiments, he finally arranged for a biochemical unit to be stationed nearby, tasked with regularly monitoring the surroundings. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. Just as one crisis subsides, another emerges. However, he was recently delighted by the completion of the modifications to the Feiyun spaceplane. Within the space agency's facility, a white-painted spaceplane, characterized by its exquisitely graceful curves, quietly shed various temporary equipment. This is Feiyun. It bears no trace of rivets. Elegance is its hallmark. Its skin is remarkably smooth and seamless, even surpassing the precision of fifth-generation fighter jets. The modified Feiyun spaceplane measures 35 meters in length and weighs 200 tons. The combination of its motive engine and fuel storage tank has been completely dismantled. These spaces, once equipped with a compact fusion reactor and Hall engine, still possess ample surplus capacity. Consequently, a portion has been utilized to design the cockpit, while another section has been expanded into a cargo hold. Its payload capacity has astonishingly increased from the original 2 tons to an impressive 70 tons. This capability now rivals that of heavy rockets. Minister He, we have completed the modifications. Yuan Xingji greeted He Zhiyong with a beaming smile. They have not only accomplished the transformation of Feiyun. Professor Yuan, I have heard that based on its aerodynamic layout, you have also designed a new type of spaceplane? He Zhiyong forced a smile and countered Yuan Xingji's enthusiasm. It seems that bringing you into the space administration was indeed a wise choice. I have heard that your team is composed entirely of young individuals, bold and tenacious. As He Zhiyong nodded in affirmation, he added, under the expectant gaze of Yuan Xingji, once the spaceplane project is successfully completed, I shall certainly commend you and your team for your contributions. Thank you, Minister He. Yuan Xingji responded with a broad grin. Throughout the design of this spaceplane, he had been a constant presence, entrusting the remaining tasks to the youthful members of his team. Only when they found themselves in a desperate situation would he step in to offer guidance. Ultimately, the mission was executed flawlessly. The young talents he had nurtured were finally capable of standing on their own. Here lies Feiyun. With a gesture, Yuan Xingji led He Zhiyong to the side of Feiyun. All tests have been successfully passed, and our next step is to conduct unmanned test flights. Yuan Xingji presented the data for inspection to He Zhiyong, not to seek accolades, but to request his review and subsequently apply for flight exemption authorization from the military. He Zhiyong meticulously scrutinized the documents, assessing structural integrity, the honeycomb thermal protection shield, and control procedures. Each data point passed inspection, with signatures from the heads of the respective departments confirming compliance. With a resounding clap, He Zhiyong closed the hefty dossier, noting that all 236 checks had met the required standards. Feiyun was now ready for takeoff. A sense of relief washed over him. Finally, it was not a matter of concern. Furthermore, the planetary system spacecraft had also entered the final assembly stage, and the progress on both fronts was satisfactory. Greatly uplifting his spirits, I shall contact them immediately to secure your flight exemption authorization, He Zhiyong declared, not lingering any longer. He cast one last glance at Feiyun before turning to leave. The flight exemption authorization was essential prior to the test flights of any aircraft. Within the parameters of this exemption, should the aircraft become uncontrollable and result in property damage, the Aerospace Department would bear the liability, absolving it from criminal charges and compensation issues. All subsequent matters would be handled by government entities. Given its endorsement by the government, the approval process was rather intricate. However, as a military officer himself, and a colonel at that, Zhiyong found the internal approval procedures to be more straightforward. The materials would be submitted in the afternoon. And that evening, personnel from the Military Inspection Department would arrive by helicopter for random sampling, primarily to verify the authenticity of the documents. To prevent the occurrence of an aircraft inexplicably falling from the sky due to counterfeit materials, a thorough inspection period of 15 days has been instituted. During this time, the heads of the various departments involved in the inspection will also be summoned for inquiries. After all, safety has always been a matter of utmost importance in our nation, and any oversight is simply intolerable. The 15 days swiftly passed. Knock, knock, knock. Zhiyong happened to be in his office today, engrossed in processing documents. A group of resolute individuals clad in military uniforms, carrying briefcases, knocked on his office door. Please, come in. After signing off on the documents pertaining to the life support system installation, Zhiyong looked up. Several soldiers stood by, and only when he raised his gaze did they render a military salute. Colonel He, we have completed the inspection for Feiyun. Here are the documents for the flight exemption and the specific flight routes. The team leader, stepping forward, gently placed a red-headed document on Zhiyong's desk. Chapter 94. The promotional department of idling away. Zhiyong promptly took the document and flipped to the last page. The exemption period was from the 23rd to the 29th. He nodded slightly, considering the time frame quite generous, and continued to read. The chosen flight route traversed the sparsely populated northern frontier. Although the inspection for Feiyun had concluded successfully, there was a unanimous belief that there would be no issues. However, one must always prepare for the unexpected. Colonel He, our work is complete. The team leader saluted once more and, as he lowered his hand, added, I await your good news in the capital. He is a member of the project approval team and had heard about the two significant projects of the space agency well in advance. When he was assigned here to review the projects a fortnight ago, he felt a surge of excitement. Upon witnessing the physical model of the spacecraft, he was utterly astounded. Driven by a fervent hope for the flying cloud, he meticulously inspected it countless times. Only after confirming that all the specifications of the flying cloud were flawless did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, his fervent actions nearly frightened the project leader, Yuan Xingji, to death, who initially thought there was an issue with the flying cloud. You will hear our good news soon. Zhiyong replied confidently, smiling at the earnest gaze of his counterpart. Speaking of which, I share a certain connection with Colonel He. The squad leader chuckled softly, recalling the document in his pocket, and shook his head with amusement. What do you mean? This left Zhiyong perplexed. How did this become a matter of connection? I am heading to Factory 845 to oversee the random inspections, the squad leader explained with a twinkle in his eye. Both of Colonel He's major projects require my approval. How could that not be a connection? I am genuinely looking forward to these two projects and will ensure a thorough review. There was a hint of admiration in the squad leader's demeanor, for the advent of the spacecraft is a revelation that any rational person can comprehend. Thus, he would conduct an even more stringent examination. If the previous review difficulty was categorized as challenging, then the complexity of the planetary spacecraft would be nothing short of an infernal trial. As the approval team departed, they also took along the design blueprints of the spaceplane, for they bore the responsibility of approving its preliminary project as well. The intensity of this work is such that even the donkeys of the production team shake their heads in disbelief. Nevertheless, the long-awaited trial flight approval has finally arrived. Holding the document, Zhiyong directly made his way to the office of the Feiyun factory. At this moment, Yuan Xingji was still pondering why the members of the review committee had expressed disapproval regarding the flaps of Feiyun. Could it be that there were issues unknown to them? After all, outsiders often see things more clearly. Perhaps the review committee had indeed uncovered a problem. Could it be that this audit had not passed? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, causing Yuan Xingji, who was in a state of inner turmoil, to flinch. He quickly rose to open the office door. Minister He, how did it go? What did the review committee say? Upon seeing Zhiyong, he hastily inquired while also bringing over a chair from the corner. It passed. Prepare quickly for the 23rd to the 29th. Zhiyong, unceremoniously, handed the document to Yuan Xingji as he took a seat. Yuan Xingji hurriedly accepted it. reading carefully before finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. It passed. Feiyun would soon take flight. Today is the 20th, and we have already conducted a thorough inspection of Feiyun. After double-checking the timeline and pondering for a moment, he continued, "We will schedule the trial flight for the 23rd. Since the review committee had not identified any problems, it indicated that his previous concerns had merely been self-imposed. With this realization, he felt reassured. Feiyun has always been under your supervision, Zhiyong affirmed while nodding thoughtfully. Since you have made a decision, let it be so. The next 2 days will require your hard work. We shall present Feiyun to the nation and indeed to the entire world, as it ascends majestically into the cosmos. The Feiyun is colossal, with a fuselage measuring 32 meters in length. Once it is towed out of the factory, concealing it from the satellites above becomes an arduous task. Thus, Zhiyong decided to abandon all pretense. After departing the factory, he rode his vehicle straight to the Public Relations Department of the Space Administration. As a comprehensive space hub of Huagua, the presence of a public relations department is indispensable. Zhiyong's first impression of this place was one of emptiness. Perhaps it was due to the Space Administration's failure to deliver any tangible results, leaving the personnel in the PR department with little to showcase, aside from capturing images of the grand edifice of the administration itself. After all, rocket launches have become a rarity. When they do occur, they are primarily for military exigencies, leaving no room for the PR team to document them. Consequently, most of the staff finds themselves relegated to repackaging footage from previous launches, recycling stale content. They cannot afford to remain idle. The prospect of sitting for an entire month without any tasks, merely collecting a paycheck, would be deeply unsettling. What if they were to be dismissed later? Alas, why has Minister He come in person? The head of the PR department, Wang Chongbing, was in his office brewing tea. Through the glass door, he spotted the newly arrived Zhiyong and hastily concealed the tea set on his desk, rushing forward to greet him. "There is a task I must assign to you." Zhiyong squinted at Wang Chongbing. "What a resounding call you have." His voice boomed, reverberating in the hearts of those present, startling the nearest staff member into a sudden flurry of keyboard activity. "Do not think that by obstructing my view, I remain oblivious. Tap Alt is it? Rest assured, Minister He, any tasks can be entrusted to us." Wang Chongbing exhaled deeply. "These scoundrels. Let them indulge in leisure given the light workload here. Just make sure to remember these significant figures." He had nearly lost his composure moments ago. Looking up, he noticed 3 or 4 individuals idling away, with one of them barely 2 or 3 meters away from Minister He. In a moment of desperation, he could only shout out. The staff member wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Initially, the paperwork and video tasks for the day had been completed, and he was merely sitting there out of boredom, contemplating watching a series. Unexpectedly, the high-ranking officials arrived for an inspection. Goodness, he nearly got caught red-handed. Wang Director is indeed commendable. Zhiyong chose not to dwell on the matter. After all, the publicity department had little to occupy them at present. Once things got busy, there would still be those who would slack off. However, these were trivial matters. As long as the work tasks were accomplished, a bit of leisure was permissible. On the 23rd, Feiyun is set for its test flight. Zhiyong's lips twitched. It seemed Wang Director was quite protective. "Prepare a press release. This test flight does not require confidentiality. Let all major media outlets be ready. Simultaneously, ensure the preliminary promotional work is in place. Feiyun is about to take flight." Wang Chongbing raised an eyebrow, realizing that, according to Zhiyong, this flight test would be public. This is indeed a significant event. "No problem. The promotional work will be our responsibility," Wang Chongbing confidently declared. "This is a splendid opportunity to reshape the leadership's impression. What of idling? As long as we can effectively accomplish all our tasks, it is of no consequence." Chapter 95. The selection of astronauts. Su Wenbing had not encountered news of rocket launches for quite some time. It was as though the phenomenon had been abruptly severed. Ever since he captured footage of that enigmatic aircraft, he had been closely monitoring the updates from a foreign blogger. According to the blogger's analysis, the mysterious vehicle from Huagua was undoubtedly utilizing electric propulsion. Furthermore, recent reports revealed that, half a month prior, the aircraft had ascended once more. This time, the well-prepared blogger discovered the launch site, which was none other than Zhiyong. Moreover, it soared directly into the vast expanse of space. What implications this held were self-evident. This was a reusable vehicle with electric propulsion, capable of breaching the atmosphere with merely a single stage. I have ample reason to suspect that Huagua has already acquired the capability to construct interstellar spacecraft. With a beard full of enthusiasm, Korean was enraptured, speculating. This mysterious aircraft is the evidence. Korean's words left Su Wenbing exhilarated, causing him to lose sleep for several consecutive nights. Interstellar spacecraft. Interstellar spacecraft. These 4 syllables lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Until today was the 21st, and at precisely 7 o'clock a.m., Su Wenbing habitually retrieved his phone to scroll through the headlines. Once again, it was filled with trivial matters concerning celebrities. Feeling somewhat vexed, he continued to swipe down through the news, grumbling as he did so. Where was the report on Swerin 1? This was humanity's first operational nuclear fusion reactor. And what of the mysterious aircraft? It was the super vehicle that traversed 23 billion kilometers to obliterate the Explorer 10. Where was the Space Administration? This is a comprehensive integration of all functional departments of space agencies. Su Wenbing had high hopes that the Space Administration would produce something extraordinary. However, what he anticipated seemed to vanish without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. Instead, the trivial matters concerning celebrities escalated, causing him immense annoyance. Suddenly, a member from a space forum tagged him. Suga quickly checked the Space Administration's Weibo account. His heart raced at the mention of the Space Administration. Su Wenbing immediately switched screens, navigating to the account he had marked as a special focus. As he focused his gaze, tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. What did he see? The Space Administration had released an announcement. To his astonishment, this newly established department had indeed made a significant breakthrough. Statement on the test flight of the spaceplane prototype. The publicity department of Huagua enjoys crafting major events with such straightforward language. Thrilled, he clicked on the article, which began with an image. Was it too advanced to showcase? Su Wenbing glanced at the picture without lingering, quickly moving downward. It was indeed the prototype of the spaceplane. At that moment, his emotions were beyond verbal expression. The document detailed the schedule and flight path for the test flight. Crucially, the concluding content was particularly mischievous. Placing the most anticipated information for netizens at the end, journalists would be permitted to attend the test flight and cover it live. Su Wenbing gasped in astonishment. The recent promotional efforts from the authorities had been remarkably effective. Naturally, the comments section on Weibo was abuzz with activity. A stagnant pool of trending topics has unexpectedly welcomed a refreshing current. Is the spaceplane I envisioned truly coming to fruition? Indeed. It must be the very aircraft I had in mind. The test flight is scheduled for the 23rd, and today is merely the 21st. What a whirlwind of emotions this stirs. The entire event will be broadcast live. The space agency has immediately captivated us with grand revelations, despite having recently pointed fingers at those halting rocket operations. Is it truly the year 2021? It feels as though we have traversed into a new realm. Much like the destruction of the Explorer 10, the announcement from the space agency has ignited a fervor across the globe. Korean, aided by enthusiastic friends from China, was among the first to receive the news. I knew it, I just knew it. He promptly initiated a live broadcast, displaying the English translation of the document on the screen. I was certain that China has now acquired the capability to construct interstellar spacecraft. In the live stream, his voice trembled with excitement, his hands gesticulating fervently. He was overwhelmed with joy. The prototype of humanity's first spaceplane is on the verge of being born. This will mark the standard for humanity's re-entry into the cosmos. As a devoted space enthusiast, he rejoices not just for himself, but for all humankind. Are we truly about to venture beyond the nurturing embrace of our earthly mother? At the space agency's main control center, Yuan Xingji is conducting final inspections at the facility. Tomorrow's test flight will commence with an unmanned trial. He continues to outline the sequence of tomorrow's flight. How is the astronaut selection for subsequent manned flights progressing? There are absolutely no issues. Zhou Huiran bestowed a reassuring glance upon Zhiyong, gazing at the data displayed on the large screen. Under normal circumstances, there should be 3 astronauts aboard the space station. However, since the planetary system spacecraft program was initiated, the space station plan has been rescinded. Yet, those originally slated for the mission have continued their training. I shall inform them. Zhou Huiran sighed, reflecting on the swift changes. It felt as if he had turned back time. That is good. Zhiyong nodded in satisfaction, reassured by Zhou's competence. However, the pressing issue now lay in the selection of candidates. Zhou Huiran abruptly shifted the conversation, posing the question, is there any particular discourse surrounding this? Zhiyong inquired. Somewhat perplexed, as he was not well versed in the astronaut selection process. The second generation of astronauts possesses ample experience, albeit at an advanced age. Zhiyong found himself in a quandary. The third generation, though in their prime, lacked experience. The cockpit of the Feiyun spacecraft accommodates 3 seats. For safety reasons, we shall allow 1 astronaut to board initially. Yet, the dilemma lies in choosing the right individual, which is proving to be quite the headache. Zhiyong shrugged helplessly. His unfamiliarity with the matter left him as a mere observer. Moreover, it must be noted that the second generation of astronauts remains the optimal choice. Although their age surpasses that of the third generation, their training remains unparalleled. Contemplating this, Zhiyong silently reached his final decision. Let it be Lu Dong. He is the first astronaut to exit the capsule, and his wealth of experience is undeniable. Lu Dong. Zhiyong is no stranger to this name. I have exited the capsule and feel splendid. This was the exclamation he made upon his departure. At that time, he was indeed the first astronaut from Huagua to step out of the space laboratory. Consequently, Zhiyong, along with the general populace, holds a profound impression of him. Since you have made your decision, it shall be him. Zhiyong nodded gently, signifying his agreement with Zhiyong's choice. Why must Zhiyong nod? After all, he is the minister of the space agency, and such matters naturally require his personal consent. Very well, I shall proceed to print the documents. Now, the Feiyun project is finally poised to embark on its final phase. Anticipation looms among all. Chapter 96. Preparations. The morning of the 23rd has arrived. A multitude of journalists has gathered in the western district of the space agency. With their arrival, the once tranquil area has been transformed into a lively scene. Su Wenbing has also mingled among the journalists. One of his cousins works at a newspaper, but alas, the publication has struggled to adapt to the digital age and is on the brink of closure. However, a newspaper on the verge of collapse still possesses valid journalists. Thus, he leveraged connections to obtain a journalist's identity. Fortunately, the space agency's requirements for journalists are not overly stringent. Perhaps it is because they can only observe from outside the runway, leading to fewer restrictions on who qualifies as a journalist. This compound is immense. Like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, Su Wenbing constantly gazes left and right, curiously exploring this hub of Huagua's aerospace power embodied in the space agency. Although the promotional department of the space agency has edited videos of the park, the experience of viewing it on a computer vastly differs from witnessing it in person. Indeed, Su Wenbing was immediately captivated by the enormous space agency emblem within the park. Depicted on a simplified blue globe was a rocket in flight. This symbolizes the new insignia of the agency, minimalistic yet profoundly meaningful, as the rocket's design was rather peculiar. Its bulk was somewhat excessive, making it scarcely resemble a traditional rocket. While Su Wenbing was lost in contemplation, a soldier in the corner suddenly seized his attention. Was that an exoskeleton? Adorned in camouflage, the exoskeleton supported the entirety of the soldier's frame. Its design exuded a rugged beauty typical of heavy industry. With a heavy machine gun protruding from its waist and several tubes faintly visible on the back, Su Wenbing craned his neck, straining to catch a better glimpse. Upon discerning the details, he gasped in astonishment. How terrifying! Behind him were 8 individual cloudburst munitions. These disposable munitions typically do not occupy a standard loadout, as soldiers often carry as many as they can manage. This exemplified the profound fear of insufficient firepower. Previously, Su Wenbing had seen individuals armed with 2 tubes during televised drills and found that to be quite exaggerated. Now, a soldier clad in an exoskeleton bore 8 tubes. Additionally, he was wielding a heavy machine gun. What manner of humanoid mech was this? Excuse me, may I take a photograph? Throughout his journey, Su Wenbing encountered several soldiers donned in exoskeletons. Perhaps due to his ongoing observations, unaccompanied by alerts or warnings, his courage began to swell. He pondered. Perhaps it was intentionally revealed for our observation? Oh, of course, photographing is permissible. Leading the group was a major clad in military attire, who gave a slight smile and nodded in agreement. To Su Wenbing, that smile was nothing short of angelic. As soon as the major's words faded, Su Wenbing seized his DSLR camera and began to shoot fervently. The other journalists, akin to sharks detecting blood in the water, followed suit with fervor. Merely the presence of this exoskeleton constituted a significant news story. The major stood nearby, offering no further commentary, occasionally glancing at his watch. The exoskeletons were of little consequence. They were destined for obsolescence anyway. The more advanced Model 2 had already been finalized. Thus, it was no surprise that soldiers donned in exoskeletons appeared prominently within the space agency. The cunning rabbit implied, "Do you wish to witness something novel? Showcase one generation, produce another, and research the next." Understand. The incessant clicking of camera shutters echoed. The Major glanced at his watch once more, then suddenly exclaimed, "Dear journalist friends, time is of the essence. Please make your way to the airport." "Very well, Major, please lead the way," several official reporters responded with smiles. The others had thoroughly indulged in capturing the exoskeletons. Magnificent. Utterly magnificent. The aesthetic allure of the exoskeleton, combined with the resolute demeanor of the soldiers, made for striking photographs. A journalist specializing in aviation knowledge resolved that, come what may, this photograph would grace the magazine's front page. What? You mean the cover? The cover must, of course, be reserved for the prototype of the aerospace passenger aircraft. At the same time, the publicity department of the space agency finally commenced its bustling activities. Today, their task encompasses not only the composition of the script, but also the significant responsibility of live broadcasting. Thus, at the break of dawn, they have already set forth. In pursuit of establishing the perfect vantage point, director Wang Zhongbing has exerted considerable effort. He is determined to present a delightful surprise to the audience viewing the live stream. He aims to dispel any notions of idleness regarding the public relations department and minister his eyes through the flawless execution of their mission. Very well. The observatory is prepared, correct? Please send over the data link. Wang Zhongbing concluded the call, exhaling a sigh of relief. It appears that all observation positions are ready. The Space Administration possesses its own runway, located in the Western District. The viewing platform for reporters is situated just outside the runway, a fair distance from the factory. Su Wenbing and his companions also arrived punctually at the designated spot. The 800-meter-long runway appears exceedingly expansive. This trial flight ceremony will not include any speeches. Zhiyong and others are currently on high alert at the main control center, while the only individual overseeing the order at the viewing platform is a certain Major. "I have arrived at the viewing platform of the Space Administration." Su Wenbing casually snapped a photo of the runway and shared it on his social media account. Instantly, the comments section was inundated with eager netizens. "Brother Su, impressive. How did you manage to get in? Wasn't it said that there would be a live broadcast? Why is there still no news? I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm about to become the king of urgency. Space Administration, where's my live broadcast? What happened to my grand live stream?" Meanwhile, those waiting online for the broadcast were becoming increasingly anxious as they did not receive any updates regarding the live stream. "What is this all about? Please do not cut me off." They are frantically tagging the space agency, seeking clarification. Wang Chongbing, who is busy with the final line adjustments, did not anticipate the urgency of the netizens. To accomplish the mission beautifully, the primary objective must be met, and secondly, the majority must be satisfied. Reflecting on this, Wang Chongbing promptly edited a message in response. "Everyone, please be patient. We are currently fine-tuning the lines, and the aircraft has not yet been released from the hangar." Wiping sweat. As soon as Wang Chongbing sent this message, the multitude of anxious netizens instantly calmed down. After all, it was a personal reply from the official account of the space agency. Such a fan-loving official account is indeed rare. This official account speaks the truth when there is something to discuss. Funny face, acknowledged, please expedite the adjustments. Is someone up there in the Imperial Court reviewing memorials? Space Agency, what is the status of the aerospace passenger aircraft? Doghead. The online urging was resolved with just one statement from Wang Chongbing. After 20 minutes, all live streaming equipment was successfully adjusted. A smile crept across Wang Chongbing's lips. My turn has arrived. Chapter 97. Director Wang at work. The live stream room was opened, and the influx of netizens was left utterly astounded. Goodness, what is this picture quality? Look at the bottom right corner. There is a 4K option. The brightness. The level of detail. No wonder it took so long to adjust. This is a significant investment. 4K live streaming. I humbly apologize for my previous misjudgment of the official, but my phone does not even support 4K. Wang Chongbing chuckled in the editing hall of the publicity department. I will directly present a 4K image. Do you dare to doubt its clarity? In the past, the visuals were often muddled, plagued by frame drops and stuttering. This was due to the cameras used during the rocket's shaping process, which were inherently limited, especially for manned rockets, as they could not be easily replaced. Thus, They had to make do with what they had, leading to persistent criticisms regarding image quality. However, I refuse to believe that 4K cannot surpass your expectations. If necessary, I shall resort to 8K and overwhelm your devices. Inside the flight control center, Zhiyong sat before a computer, meticulously examining the data of Feiyun alongside Yuan Xingji. They were conducting a thorough review of the unmanned control program, a critical step that must not falter. Yuan Xingji repeatedly dialed various numbers. The entire space agency was bustling with activity, everyone engaged in the final preparations for Feiyun's launch. Minister He, all inspection tasks have been completed. Yuan Xingji suddenly stood, chest out, and reported solemnly. Feiyun is ready for takeoff. We request permission to proceed. Excellent. Zhiyong's eyes concealed a flicker of excitement as he agreed, promptly picking up the phone. Attention, Sudong Air Force Control Tower. Feiyun is about to fly along the KY-2359 route. Please advise civilian aircraft to take evasive action. Received. Tower acknowledges. The flight path has been cleared. We stand ready to welcome Feiyun. With that, Zhiyong and Yuan Xingji both settled before the large screen. The forthcoming operations would now depend on the researchers and the automated control program. At the airport, on the observation platform, Su Wenbing was anxiously awaiting under the scorching sun. He occasionally wiped the profuse sweat streaming down his forehead, his lips parched from the sweltering heat. Although summer had not yet arrived, the direct rays of the southern sun created an illusion of the season. Amid this torment, as Su Wenbing's gaze grew distant, the hangar doors slowly swung open. The doors of the hangar had opened, revealing a magnificent sight. After a few prompts from official reporters, the cameras began clicking furiously. As the hangar doors creaked ajar, a pristine behemoth materialized before Su Wenbing's dazed eyes. Was that the Feiyun? Simultaneously, in the live broadcast room of the Space Administration, the gradual opening of the hangar doors nearly caused the entire server to crash. The maintenance team for the social media servers wiped their brows in relief. Thankfully, they had anticipated this surge. Had they faltered at such a crucial moment, they would have faced the wrath of enraged netizens. Fortunately, they held firm. As the hangar opened, the sleek and smooth Feiyun aerospace vehicle came into public view. Its colossal frame, coupled with its immaculate white exterior, resembled a graceful swan gliding effortlessly through the water, majestic and breathtakingly beautiful. A small tugboat was gently pulling the Feiyun, and soon, within a matter of minutes, it was positioned at the runway's starting point. The Feiyun was now in place. Tower, please respond. The control center's researchers urgently contacted the tower, preparing for launch. Tower received. Takeoff is authorized. We wish you all the best. Upon the allowance of General Aviation, the Research Institute promptly initiated the autonomous flight program for the Feiyun aircraft. The Hall engine nozzles of the Feiyun aerospace vehicle, which initially emitted a faint cerulean glow, suddenly erupted in brilliance. A long and straight tail flame trailed behind the Feiyun as it began to gradually accelerate. Amidst the captivated audience, the rotation speed of the aircraft's tires increased steadily. 50 kilometers per hour, 100 kilometers per hour, 300 kilometers per hour. It had reached takeoff speed, and the automated control system elevated the nose of the aircraft. The researchers at the main control center reported in a calm and measured tone, diligently monitoring the operational log of the automatic control program. Everything was functioning smoothly. The Feiyun, resembling the nose of an intercontinental missile, inclined slightly upwards. It gradually ascended into the air. At an altitude of 400 meters, the landing gear was retracted. At 1 kilometer above ground, the aircraft's velocity had reached escape speed. The Feiyun was steadily climbing. To the researchers in the control room, these procedures were merely intricate routine operations. However, for the spectators in the live stream, it was nothing short of astonishing. Why is blue fire emanating from the tail? Has a new fuel been utilized? What on earth is this blue fire? Do you think it's a Gatling gun? No, it's an electric propulsion engine. The aerospace passenger aircraft is indeed serious. This is no jest. International bloggers have long speculated that the craft responsible for destroying Explorer 10 must have also employed electric propulsion. Electric propulsion? Has the development reached such an absurd level? What about the energy source? What about the energy for electric propulsion? It seems the individual upstairs may be rather naive. What could possibly sustain such an array of thrusters? Do I even need to elaborate? The individual above has made a rather hasty conclusion. The issue surrounding the tail thrusters of Feiyun has swiftly become a hot topic. However, A greater concern among netizens pertains to the whereabouts of Fei Yun at this moment. Soon enough, the live broadcast provided them with an answer. As Fei Yun ascended to greater heights and extended its journey, the ordinary cameras were rendered incapable of capturing its image. Moreover, due to the arrangement of its systems, only a few small cameras were exposed on Fei Yun's exterior. All footage from these cameras was transmitted to the main control center, leaving the publicity department in the dark. Thus, Director Wang Zhongbing sought assistance from the observatory. A few idle telescopes had already fixed their lenses on Fei Yun's flight path. As Wang Zhongbing anxiously awaited data from the observatory, he watched the live stream of Fei Yun's disappearing figure, his nerves fraying. The observatory must not let him down. Director, the data has arrived. Shall we broadcast it immediately? Yes. Put it on right away. Wang Zhongbing was singularly focused on fulfilling Zhiyong's mission, making him acutely attentive to this matter. Initially, indifferent viewers began to engage in lively discussions in the comments. Suddenly, the screen flickered. A higher resolution image emerged in the live broadcast. Clearly visible was Fei Yun, still in flight. From this perspective, the audience could appreciate the elegant contours of Fei Yun's side. Like a graceful maiden, adorned in garments that accentuate her form, the arc of Fei Yun's silhouette is indeed more exquisite. Zhiyong observed the scene orchestrated by Wang Zhongbing, nodding in satisfaction. This director Wang has performed admirably. Chapter 98, Astonishment. Fei Yun has surprisingly. Amidst the gaze of the multitude, Fei Yun took 30 minutes to finally breach the 100-kilometer km line. It has effectively entered the realm of outer space. Within the live broadcast, the vague outline of Fei Yun could still be discerned. Of course, Zhiyong's ambitions extend far beyond merely launching Fei Yun into space. Adhering to the principle of thorough testing during its maiden flight, their premeditated plan was to reach lunar synchronous orbit. Therefore, after ascending into space, Fei Yun did not decelerate, but continued to accelerate. The speed reached 60 meters per second, with the potential for further increase. Zhiyong gazed at the large screen in the main control center and remarked to the researchers beside him. As a vehicle designed for round trips between Earth and space, its principal future role will be akin to that of a space bus. Consequently, Fei Yun's speed requirements are maintained within a range acceptable to the general populace. Humans can withstand remarkably high speeds, provided the motion is uniform. Even 629 meters per second is feasible. What truly tests human tolerance is the acceleration. Professionally trained astronauts can endure approximately 8 g of acceleration, while the average person can handle around 5 g. Thus, Fei Yun aims for multiple small-scale accelerations, striving to enable ordinary individuals to circumnavigate the moon in a single day. The acceleration of Fei Yun has now been accomplished. The researchers at the control center attentively monitored the data, awaiting the moment when the Fei Yun would reach the altitude of its synchronous orbit. The satellite was being deployed, and the cargo bay hatch was fully opened. Adhering to the principle of minimizing waste, the 70-ton payload of the Fei Yun could not ascend unaccompanied. Consequently, the military directly placed a satellite designed to observe the agricultural growth conditions of enemy nations within the cargo hold. This satellite would continuously orbit above the blue planet in synchronous orbit. With its high-resolution synthetic aperture lens, it could discern even the slightest signs of pest damage on the crops below. As the high-resolution satellite was successfully released and the cargo bay hatch closed, the engine power was increased, targeting the moon. The tone of the researchers was fervent. He was exhilarated, more so than when he witnessed the pursuer destroy the explorer. After all, the pursuer was merely an unmanned vehicle. Despite its swift speed, it could only serve as an extension of humanity. It is only the true manned spacecraft that can genuinely represent the distance humanity has traversed in space exploration. Over 50 years ago, the United States accomplished a total of 6 lunar missions, with 12 individuals treading upon the lunar surface. At that time, some proclaimed this as a monumental leap for humankind, a half-step into the cosmos. However, since then, humanity has retracted that step. For over 50 years, the space industry has not exhibited the same fervor as before. We seem to be ensnared in a cradle, indulging in the exquisite comforts of a greenhouse existence. Yet now, China has emerged. It will once again lead humanity to step beyond the blue planet, out of the cradle of civilization. Have we already ventured into space? Even though the spacecraft had vanished from the screen for 20 minutes, the live stream from the space agency continued to captivate a multitude of viewers, most of whom were reluctant to depart. Clearly, It had ventured into the cosmos. The only uncertainty lay in its landing time. How incredible! Might I too one day journey to space? How much does a ticket cost? Perhaps I should save a few million first. Does the person above need a pendant? Space agency. Are standing tickets available? Hanging tickets would suffice. Ah, clever one. Are you planning to dangle it from the engine? Oh, the live broadcast has indeed concluded. The scene has shifted. Just as many viewers were engaging in idle banter in the empty live stream, the screen abruptly changed. Wang Chongbing exclaimed, "Didn't he see this coming, did you? It's my turn again." The scene transitioned, revealing the main control hall on the live stream. The design of the space agency's live room exudes an extraordinary sense of science fiction, with sleek lines, soft lighting, and a dome adorned with stars, resembling something from a futuristic realm. Especially now, the large screen showcased not outdated aviation simulation graphics, but rather a beautifully re-edited 3D animated model that appeared astonishingly lifelike. In the visuals, the spacecraft was accelerating toward the moon. It would take approximately 9 hours to reach the 48-hour orbit. The Research Institute was calculating the current speed. Chang, one transition from the 48-hour orbit to the lunar transfer orbit. Based on estimates, the spacecraft was projected to reach the moon in about 1 day. Let it ascend steadily. Zhiyong glanced at the time. Well, it seems the coming days will require them to endure sleepless nights once more. Upon the return of Feiyun from the lunar expedition, it faced a rigorous testing protocol, continuous takeoffs and landings. As a prototype for a spaceplane, Feiyun must achieve the same operational reliability as conventional airliners, requiring only minimal maintenance and a full tank of fuel to ensure its normal flight operations. It should not merely be capable of numerous flights daily, but at the very least, it must accomplish 1 flight per day. The essence of regularity in flights is paramount. Today, I wish to travel to Hudu, purchase a ticket, and arrive by evening. This is the essence of scheduled flights. In the future, our ventures into space must attain a similar standard. Thus, in the coming days, it seems this place will remain quite bustling. Meanwhile, Zhiyong and his colleagues are diligently engaged in their work at the control center, showing little concern for the live broadcast setup orchestrated by Wang Zhongbing. Curious netizens are equally intrigued by this newly established entity, the Space Administration, incessantly analyzing the details within the live stream. Isn't that Colonel Zhiyong? Isn't he involved in nuclear fusion research? Given his position, he is likely a high-ranking official within the Space Administration, leading to one unavoidable conclusion. Feiyun is powered by a nuclear fusion reactor. However, the notion raises skepticism. Hasn't Sui Ren number 1 only recently been completed? Can Feiyun's slender structure possibly accommodate such a reactor? Indeed, the concept of a miniaturized fusion reactor is still in its infancy, lacking a clear developmental trajectory. What nonsense! Look at the large screen. The visuals are exquisite. I'm moved to tears. Finally, we replaced the ancestral animation. Crying. Is Feiyun destined to journey to the moon? Does this imply that lunar travel may soon be within our reach? In the live stream, the appearance of Zhiyong nearly led to the correct conclusion among viewers. However, the creativity of the viewers is always commendable. Soon, the conversation deviated in unexpected directions. Wang Chongbing was not idle either. He continually prompted discussions in the live stream using alternate accounts. After all, his mission was to promote the broadcast. The live stream was going well, but it was the promotion that needed attention. How could he convey the significance of Feiyun effectively? Relying solely on articles published by the space agency would undoubtedly fall short, as most people rarely clicked on them. Thus, while throwing out questions with one account, Wang Chongbing also disseminated various entertaining videos with another. Titles such as "The Price of Feiyun Tickets Exposed, 181 yuan," and "With a Payload Exceeding 20 Tons, Can Feiyun Fulfill the Role of an Aerospace Bomber?" And the United States is alarmed. Feiyun has been circling above, instantly captivated countless viewers. Of course, these videos were merely bait. Upon clicking, one would find fabricated images. And after watching a few, it became evident that the focus was predominantly on elucidating Feiyun. Wang Chongbing chuckled, reveling in the success of his strategy, continuously producing content. Chapter 99. The Swan 2 days swiftly passed. The live stream continued, yet the enthusiasm of the online audience had long waned, leaving only a handful still watching. However, right after noon, a surge of new viewers flooded in. It turned out that these individuals had come to regard watching the Feiyun landing as a leisurely pastime. Chun, finishing his meal after work, opened a can of cola and promptly tuned into the space agency's live stream. At that moment, a humorous scene unfolded in the live broadcast room, causing Chun to nearly spit out his food in laughter. It turned out that the official account was engaging in some lively antics. An anonymous netizen exclaimed, "Hey, space agency, is it true? A ticket for the cloud ship costs 181? Is that really the case?" Wang Zhongbing's subordinates, having little to do, glanced at the dozing director with squinted eyes, a rather lewd smile creeping onto their lips. Fortunately, there were only a few people in the live room. The space agency replied, "Indeed. Type 1, and I'll give you one for free, funny face." Wow, alive. 111,111. Are you really giving them out? The entire live room was instantly inundated with the number 1. And those who had initially been merely observers in the broadcast jumped into action. "I typed 1, but what if there are no tickets left, dog face?" The space agency responded, "No tickets left, but I can reserve a hanging ticket for you." "Goodness, which employee are you?" "I'll report you for using the official account for personal gain, funny face." The space agency retorted, "Come here." Ha ha. Chen could no longer contain his laughter in the cafeteria, bursting into fits of giggles. It was his first encounter with such a mischievous official account. Truly delightful. The space agency is online, amusing the crowd, funny face. However, as the number of spectators in the live room swelled, the publicity department grew cautious and promptly vanished. Yet, the curious netizens were quick to review the records. Upon doing so, they found it all quite entertaining. "Hey, space agency, where did you go? Did you get scolded by your superiors? If you have the capability to sell hanging tickets, then surely you can help us secure one." Indeed. Thus, the entire live stream was filled with joy once again. Oblivious to the happenings around him, Wang Chongbing merely touched his nose, unaware of the ominous premonition lurking within him. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Zhiyong seemed to have taken residence in the control center these past few days. Aside from meals and brief bathroom breaks, he was never far from his post, even managing to catch some sleep in the makeshift arrangements of the control center. Fortunately, all operations aboard Feiyun were proceeding smoothly, and it was now time for the first descent. Feiyun had returned to geostationary orbit, with its altitude steadily decreasing. The researchers meticulously verified the data from Feiyun's main control program to ascertain its current status. The present descent method of Feiyun differed markedly from that of the return capsule and its original reentry approach. As Feiyun re-entered the atmosphere, the Hall thrusters would pivot 90 degrees, directing a vertical descent to facilitate a gradual reentry. This maneuver effectively mitigated the intense friction encountered during high-speed descent, significantly enhancing the safety performance of Feiyun upon atmospheric reentry. After all, the experience of the American space shuttles necessitated serious consideration of this matter. Once Feiyun reached a certain altitude during its vertical descent, the Hall thrusters would gently adjust their orientation and gradually reduce power. For the remainder of the descent, Feiyun would rely on gliding to return to the airport. This entire landing procedure would take merely half an hour at the space agency's airport runway in the Western District. Su Wenbing and various journalists had been present for 2 days. In contrast to his own situation, the other reporters were exceedingly busy, conducting interviews with a plethora of individuals, sparing not even the cleaning staff within the facility. As the descent approached, Su Wenbing gripped his camera tightly, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the distant sky. According to the plan, Feiyun would soon make its landing here. A crackling voice emerged from the radio. "This is the control tower. We have detected Feiyun's signal. It is nearing the airport." Upon hearing this, Su Wenbing swiftly seized his small telescope. The aircraft must align perfectly with the runway during its landing, and he meticulously adjusted the telescope to enhance his observation of the approach. "I see it," he exclaimed, a thrill coursing through him as he lifted his camera. Feiyun was now aligned with the runway. It was about to land. Simultaneously, Wang Chongbing, having finished instructing his subordinates, established a connection with the observatory's signal. The live broadcast instantly displayed Feiyun's current position. It was directly aligned with the runway. The altitude continued to decrease. 900 meters, 500 meters, the landing gear was deployed. 100 meters. A screech echoed as the tires made contact with the ground. All 3 landing gear of the 32-meter-long Feiyun, a spacecraft capable of traversing between heaven and earth, touched down on the 1,800-meter runway, gradually decelerating until it came to a halt. Seizing the moment, Su Wenbing fervently captured the scene, the shutter clicking incessantly. Without a care, he snapped away, intending to select the finest shots later. The sleek, pristine form of Feiyun now rested quietly on the runway. The entire landing sequence possessed an inexplicable beauty. Like a ballerina gracefully performing the dance of the swan, she gently lowers her toe and lightly touches the ground. Su Wenbing gazes into the camera, captivated by the moment when the aircraft, Feiyun, touches down after its ascent through the clouds. In his heart, he believes that the title of Swan should not be bestowed upon the strategic bombers of Tsarist Russia. Only Feiyun deserves such an honor. After the successful takeoff and landing of Feiyun, the video of the entire process swiftly inundates the online world. This is truly a global phenomenon. Everyone who witnesses it is astonished by the achievements of Huagua, except for the members of the American Congress. Bernard, you, the Minister of Technology, can go to hell, roared Congressman Pulaski, pointing an accusatory finger at Bernard. Bernard bowed his head in silence. He had long anticipated this day. Had it not been for Frary persuading him to board the warship, it might very well have been his esteemed president who stood there berating him. Huagua has completely surpassed us in space technology, Pulaski exclaimed triumphantly, casting a glance at Frary. We cannot remain in despair any longer. Reflect on the time when we competed fiercely with the Soviet Union. Do we possess such resolve now? Pulaski's tone grew increasingly fervent as he suddenly turned to Frary and asked, Mr. President, do you have this courage? This determination? We must shatter our enemies just as we did 50 years ago against the Soviet Union, using our democracy to utterly dismantle them. It must be said that Pulaski is a highly compelling orator. Many members of Congress were swayed by his impassioned speech. However, Bernard, with his head bowed, cast a disdainful glance at Filowoki. The United States triumphed over the Soviet Union through democracy? Truly, you possess a remarkable gift for hyperbole. Chapter 100, Turning Point. For the glory of America. Filowoki stood upon the podium, his voice fervent as he stirred the emotions of the legislators. The younger representatives were eager and ready to engage. Yet the seasoned politicians remained unimpressed. They were well versed in the intricacies of Congress. Their primary concern lay in whether measures to counterbalance China's rapid ascent would serve their interests. The notion of American glory was a distant consideration. Philip, the American populace is incensed at being surpassed. We can exploit this sentiment. Old Francis observed the restless young legislators ahead, shook his head, and turned to an elderly companion beside him, saying, If Filowoki wishes to advance space exploration, let him proceed. A spark of realization flashed in Philip's eyes. Indeed, why not seize the opportunity? Yet, he shook his head slightly, sensing that the timing was not right. They could not hastily advance this plan. We must delay for a few days to allow our private investment firms time to respond. Old Francis nodded in agreement. Delay. Time must be stretched. Although America is in decline, the machinery of the state remains operational, and its power should not be underestimated. Military industry, aerospace, nuclear energy. Immediately instruct companies to channel all available funds into these sectors. The upper echelons of America were clearly aware of the necessity to heed public sentiment. They too were students of historical materialism. However, their learning was not intended to enhance the lives of the populace, but rather to exert greater control. Do you comprehend? Farasai, I have a modest suggestion regarding your proposal. The venerable Francis, a master of linguistic artistry, subtly raised his right hand. Once the objective was established, seasoned politicians never miss an opportunity. Seizing the moment while Firasai spoke at length, and as the enthusiasm of various politicians began to wane, he seized the initiative. We must afford each department a moment to respond, mustn't we? Old Francis commanded considerable respect in the assembly as a stalwart of the establishment. His words silenced all discourse. After all, our industrial decline is alarmingly severe, Bernard. Old Francis turned, casting the topic toward the Minister of Technology. Ah, indeed. We need a few days to scrutinize each production position. Bernard discerned the subtle threat lurking in the depths of old Francis's gaze and hastily nodded in agreement. The old fox is indeed astute. No contest. Bernard's inner self repeatedly shook its head in defeat. Patience, patience. With this in mind, Firasai pondered on the platform for a moment. Although Bernard may be a fool, his capabilities are evident to all. Should he force the bill through and complications arise during implementation, would not the entire burden fall upon Firasai? No, even if the bill were to pass. All must be included. Having contemplated thoroughly, Firasai could only nod. Very well, Bernard. I require a comprehensive report on the conditions of the factories in each department within 3 days. Ladies and gentlemen, Fei Luisiki suddenly proclaimed, in 3 days. A detailed discourse regarding this matter will unfold here. For the future of our nation, I implore everyone to attend. Let us safeguard the honor of his esteemed position as a congressman. Of course, there are also the stocks he has prudently acquired in advance. This is pivotal. While discussions commence in the United States, the new media of Huahua appears to be rather exuberant. The videos of Feiyun taking off and landing have instantaneously captivated the entire internet, igniting a fervor across the digital landscape. Wang Feng remarked, ahem. He hasn't released a new song this time. It's about time for an album. Let us observe a moment of silence for Brother Feng. I am wholeheartedly supporting Feiyun. The test flight has been a resounding success. Are we ready to commence the construction of aerospace passenger aircraft? Which endeavor has succeeded? Is one flight enough to deem it a success? It cannot be that simple. I'm currently in the suburbs of Zhiyong, and I just witnessed Feiyun take off once again. May I take a photograph, esteemed one? I too request a photograph. As netizens have noted, Feiyun has merely completed the first phase of its flight testing. The next steps involve rigorous long-duration, multiple flight testing. Specifically, this entails continuous takeoffs and landings. Due to its method of employing reverse thrust for a gradual descent upon re-entering the atmosphere, the original heat-resistant coating of Feiyun has experienced negligible wear. Thus, over the course of 7 days, with daily takeoffs and landings, Feiyun has flawlessly accomplished the second phase of testing. Next up is the third phase. The extreme flight tests will see Feiyun taking off and landing only once within a single day. Yet it will engage in a series of water glides both within and beyond the Kármán line. This is the final confirmation regarding the safety of Feiyun's re-entry into the atmosphere. Minister He, the experiment was flawless. Feiyun has successfully completed all 3 phases of testing. The researcher respectfully handed the organized data to He Zhiyong. Zhou Lao, shall we take a look together? He Zhiyong said with a smile as he accepted the documents and called out to Zhou Huiran. Thus, the two of them began to meticulously analyze the data of Feiyun. The thermal protection coating exhibited remarkably low wear, and during the re-entry phase, a vertical deceleration method was employed. Although the process was somewhat slower, the enhancement in safety was nothing short of revolutionary. Zhou Huiran's face beamed with delight. Feiyun's designation is that of a prototype for a spaceplane. Safety, of course, is paramount for spaceplanes. He had also reviewed Yuan Xingji's design for the spaceplane, which featured an enlarged fuselage extending to 50 meters. The aircraft structure was upgraded, utilizing innovative composite materials, resulting in a weight of only 256 tons. The cockpit retained the traditional 3-seat configuration, while the passenger cabin could accommodate up to 70 individuals. Unlike conventional aircraft, Feiyun's design resembles an acute isosceles triangle, consequently offering a more compact passenger space. The design of this spaceplane emphasizes stability. The cockpit and passenger cabin are even capable of being jettisoned as a whole, implementing the concept of a rocket escape tower, all in the name of safety. The aircraft is less susceptible to external forces, and all data remains well within standard parameters. Impressive, Zhou Huiran remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Yuan Xingji, who stood nearby. Zhiyong has indeed struck gold. Director Yuan is truly remarkable. Feiyun is nearly perfect. He Zhiyong also laughed heartily, as Yuan Xingji, who had immersed himself in aerospace aircraft for many years, truly surprised him. Once the aerospace passenger aircraft is finalized, I have decided to entrust the issues regarding the aerospace cargo aircraft and the hull engine to your team. Really? Now it is Yuan Xingji's turn to be astonished. An aerospace cargo aircraft, a combination of passenger and cargo aircraft. This pairing left Yuan Xingji with much to ponder. Coupled with the ongoing construction of the planetary spacecraft, our nation is indeed preparing to embark on a comprehensive journey into the cosmos. Of course, it is true. He Zhiyong's eyes brimmed with anticipation. He had never ventured into space either. Once the aerospace aircraft is completed, he too would have the chance to witness and experience the wondrous yet intimidating cosmos. Chapter 101. A textbook landing the Feiyun has fully acquired the capability for manned flight. Astronaut Wang Dong has accepted this sacred mission. Today is April 6th, dressed in the spacecraft spacesuit. Lu Dong holds a small box that integrates ventilation and oxygen supply functions in his right hand, while his left hand waves continuously. Flanking him are He Zhiyong and the other personnel from the main control center, who have come to see him off. I am Lu Dong, an astronaut from the astronaut corps, and I am tasked with executing this flight mission. Please, Colonel He Zhiyong, provide your instructions. Lu Dong's expression was resolute, his gaze serene. His hand waved vigorously as he rendered a remarkably precise military salute. His voice was resounding and powerful, devoid of any trace of fear. Just moments ago, he had signed his last will and testament. This was a process that every astronaut must undergo before embarking on a space mission. Every astronaut embodies the unwavering spirit of a true warrior. Permission for takeoff granted. Zhiyong, gazing at the brave pioneers of space, solemnly returned their salute, his eyes brimming with admiration. This is humanity's most magnificent anthem, a tribute to the uncharted depths of the cosmos. Forward, ever forward. As the farewell ceremony concluded, everyone returned to their respective positions. Dong approached the majestic spacecraft, Feiyun. What an extraordinary vessel it was. Under the guidance of the crew, he opened the hatch and ascended slowly. The cockpit was spacious, larger than any spacecraft he had previously experienced. Dong could even practice a set of Tai Chi within its confines. However, the cumbersome spacesuit he donned would not permit such movements. Securing the right-hand container in its specially designed clasp, connecting the oxygen supply line, and fastening his seatbelt, Dong signaled an OK gesture. Now, all that remained was to wait. Upon seeing Dong's gesture, the ground crew promptly sealed the hatch and began transporting a colossal object into the cargo hold of Feiyun. This was the core module of the abandoned space station. Originally slated for launch last year, the project was abruptly halted due to the unforeseen circumstances surrounding Zhiyong. Yet, with the core module already constructed, it was repurposed as a temporary docking station, taking advantage of the current surplus in launch capacity. Transporting a main battle tank into orbit was not out of the question. With a hiss, the cargo hold secured, and control was transferred. Dongya, we have transferred control. Received. The entire loading process lasted half an hour. Upon hearing the command, Dong immediately opened his eyes and extended his small support rod. At the same time, he retrieved the flight operations manual. The first steps involved activating the air closure and oxygen supply. Methodically following the manual, Dong persistently pressed the buttons with his support rod. To prevent accidental touches, all operational commands within the cockpit were executed through button presses, each safeguarded by protective frames. The entire procedure took nearly 20 minutes, even with the streamlined process. After conducting a comprehensive self-check of the machinery and a manual mixed inspection for dual assurance, Feiyun was deemed ready for takeoff. This is Dongya, preparing to initiate the automatic flight program. This is the main control center, having communicated with the tower. Granting permission for takeoff. Wishing you all the best. Acknowledged Dongya. Upon receiving the takeoff command, Dong swiftly adhered to the instructions in the manual, illuminating a sequence of buttons. Beep, 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 beep. The automatic flight program has commenced. A cold, mechanical female voice resonated within the cockpit. Hearing the voice, Dong reclined, pressing his body against the seat. The ensuing operations would rely entirely on the automatic flight program. Buzz, 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 buzz. Through the window, Dong observed the scenery receding into the distance. The aircraft accelerated, gaining speed progressively. Thud. A gentle tremor signaled the aircraft's ascent. Filled with curiosity, Dong attentively embraced the sensation of flight. He had previously served as a fighter pilot before becoming an astronaut, participating in several manned space missions. However, the horizontal takeoff, soaring directly into the cosmos, was indeed a first for him. Filled with curiosity, he continuously glanced left and right. The ascent into space aboard Feiyun took merely half an hour. Compared to the approximately 10 minutes of a manned rocket, this seemed rather sluggish. Yet, the sensation of acceleration was unparalleled. The experience of a manned rocket was akin to being propelled by a bulldozer, with speeds surging abruptly. In contrast, Feiyun exhibited a gradual acceleration within the atmosphere, which felt notably gentler. This left Dong, who could endure up to 9G, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. It was akin to a master effortlessly dominating a novice village. The 4.5G acceleration failed to stir a ripple within him. Feiyun had indeed considered every aspect for the average individual. With such acceleration, as long as one maintained good health, it was entirely tolerable. Dong, reflecting on his own sensations, began to feel increasingly optimistic about his career prospects. Initially, he anticipated working aboard a space station. However, to be candid, the experience of piloting Feiyun was quite delightful. Of course, he remained unaware of the planetary spacecraft currently under construction. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have swiftly abandoned Feiyun. After all, navigating a spaceship would be far more exhilarating. The entire acceleration process felt trivial to Dong, he scarcely felt discomfort. With a stoic expression, he observed the altitude displayed on the screen. 30 minutes had elapsed. Feiyun had successfully completed a thrilling leap, surpassing the KRM inline. Seated in his chair, Lu Dong once again experienced the familiar sensation of weightlessness. His body slightly disengaged from the chair's backrest, and the pen connected to the flight manual began to levitate. Dong Yao, your target is in orbit of 400 kilometers. Lu Dong gazed out the porthole at the Earth, illuminated in a mesmerizing blue light, his eyes filled with awe. This breathtaking sight never ceased to captivate him. Each encounter was a fresh revelation. The command from the control center jolted Lu Dong back to reality. He promptly replied. Dong Yao acknowledged, transitioning to manual control and ascending to 400 kilometers. After switching to manual control, Lu Dong gently pushed the throttle forward. The Hall engine, with its azure plume, propelled the Feiyun skyward. Before long, the Feiyun reached the 400-kilometer orbit. Control center, Dong Yao is commencing payload release. Lu Dong seized the moment, positioning the Feiyun in orbit. Even with the change in propulsion method, his manual maneuvering was nothing short of astonishing. It could only be described as precise. The Feiyun perfectly halted at the 400-kilometer orbit. At this juncture, releasing the core module did not even necessitate remote attitude adjustments. Truly, an experienced astronaut. Researchers at the control center meticulously compared the orbital data with the Feiyun's altitude information. The more they scrutinized, the wider their mouths gaped in disbelief. This position is exceptionally well executed. Chapter 102. The Phyros Chi act in the serene expanse of space. The cargo bay doors of the Feiyun spaceplane slowly opened. The core module of the space station, measuring 16.6 meters in length and weighing 22.5 tons, gradually moved using its own antiquated Hall engine. This Hall engine delivers a mere thrust of 80 millinewtons per unit. The singular thrust of the Hall engine, which reaches an impressive 14 newtons when paired with the Feiyun, is simply incomparable. However, the core module had long been designed and produced as a finished product. Furthermore, it cannot accommodate additional Hall engines. Thus it must be utilized as is. The core module gradually shifted, and upon switching to manual control, Lu Dong meticulously maneuvered it to maintain a safe distance from the cargo bay wall. Should this 22-ton weight collide with the Feiyun, it could potentially lead to dire consequences. Although there is an emergency inflatable cushion, the perfectionist Lu Dong hoped to avoid triggering it. With a gentle and continuous pull of the lever, the core module and the wall appeared to align perfectly, maintaining a distinct separation. Upon completion of the release, the core module was successfully deployed into its designated orbit. At last, the payload delivery was accomplished. Lu Dong activated the cargo bay door switch while simultaneously reporting, "The hatch is closing. Please confirm the status at the main control center." Dong Mu visually confirmed the closure, and the instrument readings indicated completion. Zizz. This is the main control center. Confirmation received. The hatch is securely closed. Mere seconds later, the radio transmitted the instruction indicating the main control center had completed its checks. Given the nature of space operations, safety is paramount, which is why the Space Administration employs a trifold verification system: visual confirmation by the astronaut, self-checks by the spacecraft's sensors, and an independent verification by the main control center. Any matters pertaining to the opening and closing of hatches require confirmation from these three parties. Having successfully completed the delivery task, Lu Dong returned to his busy schedule, as he had numerous testing procedures still to conduct. At the same time, the United States Congress reconvened. Fei Luoqi once again took the podium. "Bernard, how is the situation with the factory?" he inquired, a smile gracing his face. Yet a palpable hardness lingered in his eyes. "Your Excellency, all the details regarding the factory are contained herein." Bernard wiped the sweat from his brow. Did he labor under the weight of this document? No. For the past few days, he had been frantically acquiring stocks in aerospace and military industries. They had concealed the matter of the Glacier civilization's gramophone. Once discovered, retribution would be inevitable. Therefore, the prudent choice was to amass capital and flee when circumstances turned dire. As for the factory documents, he could simply delegate them to his subordinates. Just moments ago, he had arranged for his family to go on a vacation. Fuluin had assured him that he would handle all loose ends. "It seems you are still of some use, Bernard." With an air of arrogance, Fei Luoqi extended his hand to receive the documents, slowly unfolding them to cast a glance. His expression darkened significantly. Had the decline of the United States industrial factories reached such a critical juncture? With a resounding thud, he slammed the documents onto the table. Even the boosters for the SLS rocket were mere antiques from the space shuttle era. How could they compete with Huawei's Feiyun using these outdated relics? A near-screaming voice emanated from Fei Luoqi, betraying his profound indignation over the fall of the United States. Yet, deep within, he felt a surge of joy. The worse it got, the better. Reconstructing a production line requires funding, does it not? Recruiting new workers necessitates financial resources, does it not? Engaging in research and development demands monetary investment, does it not? In a word, it is all about money. As long as the United States allocates funds toward these endeavors, it can indeed yield profits. The performance of Feloasiki is commendable. I am convinced that the Oscar statuette is within his grasp. Were it not for the astute Francis being aware of his true intentions, one might have been swayed by his fabrications. 6 days ago, a substantial influx of capital unexpectedly surged into aerospace stocks. I conducted a self-investigation, and lo and behold, guess who it is? Philip chuckled softly, casting a disdainful glance at Feloasiki, and lowered his voice to whisper. The entity behind the significant stock purchases is the Planxiu Capital Company, whose legal representative is none other than Feloasiki's nephew. The youngsters in Congress may be easily duped by Feloasiki's persuasive tactics, but not so with us. If necessary, we can always shift to another country to continue our profitable ventures. Gentlemen, the honor of our nation is being gravely trampled upon. It is time for us to rise. Feloasiki proclaimed with righteous fervor, his tone impassioned. 50 years ago, we managed to destabilize the Soviet Union through aerospace. We are equally capable now. Therefore, I hereby propose the immediate passage of this bill. Feloasiki was clearly well prepared. He produced a stack of documents and had them distributed among the legislators. To sever all aerospace ties with China? Upon opening the folder, Bernard felt a wave of dismay wash over him. It was the same old mindset. This spells disaster. The Wolfson Bill, dear friend. The two nations' aerospace sectors were never interconnected to begin with. Bernard could only gaze up at the stars with a resigned expression. Initially, it was anticipated that even if this proposal were fundamentally flawed, it could still rejuvenate a fragment of the American manufacturing sector. However, the opening remarks were shocking, leaving Bernard utterly speechless. Nevertheless, the subsequent content was somewhat acceptable. The plan to revitalize the aerospace manufacturing industry and to reignite the Super Heavy Lift rocket program was introduced. The notion of a Super Heavy Lift rocket. Bernard's eyes glimmered with an inscrutable meaning. He had succumbed to utter disillusionment. The spacecraft opposite him was powered by electric propulsion, a Hall thruster with a thrust capacity of 10 tons. He was almost certain that the power source was undoubtedly a compact nuclear fusion reactor. Lacking intelligence, this was merely conjecture. Such a substantial output of electricity could potentially stem from a small fission reactor. Yet he could not shake the profound intuition he felt. Lord Feloasiki, isn't the fuel rocket somewhat? A technology-conscious congressman furrowed his brow, voicing his concerns. He observed the aerospace experts analyzing the situation, noting that their counterpart utilized high-thrust electric propulsion. In typical satellite launches, electric propulsion may not necessarily outperform fuel rockets. However, when it comes to interstellar travel, the ultimate velocity achieved by electric propulsion would certainly surpass that of fuel propulsion. This plan was inherently lagging behind others from the outset. This matter pertains to technology. The refined proposal could be entrusted to Bernard and his team. Feloasiki, on the other hand, remained nonchalant. Regardless, all stocks related to aerospace would rise. Once the news was disseminated, the market would respond favorably. He was privy to the specifics of the proposal ahead of others and could make minor adjustments later. He, the master of fine-tuning, was determined to reap substantial rewards this time. Indeed, Your Excellency, replied the congressman. Bernard rolled his eyes, responding weakly, if it goes well, you can take the credit. If it fails, I'll be the fool, right? His subtle gestures did not escape the keen observation of Feloasiki, who chose to remain silent. After all, who was he to contend with a member of parliament? All Bernard could do was express his exasperation. A self-satisfied smirk curled at the corner of Feloasiki's mouth as he let out a soft chuckle. Chapter 103. The kilometer-scale space transfer station Lu Dong piloted the Feiyun, quietly orbiting the moon. This was his first time witnessing the lunar surface from such proximity, and as he gazed out the porthole at the celestial body, a surge of boundless ambition welled up within him. Soon, we shall set foot upon this moon, a symbol of the cherished aspirations of the Chinese people. This journey into the cosmos was unlike any Lu Dong had experienced before. The Feiyun descended gently, and upon reaching a certain altitude, the engines pivoted. The craft transitioned from a vertical descent to a gliding landing. Throughout this descent, Lu Dong experienced an unprecedented level of comfort. In comparison, flying a fighter jet paled in comfort to piloting the Feiyun. The disparity was astounding. Our technological advancements are truly beyond imagination. Previously, every return capsule ride had been an uncomfortable ordeal, but now, it felt as effortless as flying home on an airplane. Upon returning, he resolved to boast to his fellow astronauts about his remarkable achievement. He would be the first man to pilot a spaceplane, leaving them envious. All test flights of the Feiyun had been successfully completed. In the main control center, the large screen had transformed into a vivid shade of red, adorned with the words, "Warm congratulations on the successful test flight of the Feiyun aerospace aircraft. Our journey is towards the stars and the vast ocean." The applause resounded throughout the control center, each researcher's face radiating with brilliant smiles. Most of them were still oblivious to the planetary system spacecraft, and thus found the Feiyun's achievement utterly astonishing, truly a groundbreaking milestone. Zhiyong joined in the applause, stepping forward to deliver a few words. The success of the Feiyun signifies that we possess the capability for routine flights between Earth and space. Just as the statement goes, our path is towards the stars and the vast ocean. The boundless universe awaits our exploration. After an invigorating speech, Zhiyong unveiled something that filled all the researchers with immense joy. Since the establishment of the Space Administration, the comrades had been exceedingly diligent, and their accomplishments were evident for all to see. Therefore, after deliberation, we decided to grant everyone some rewards. The ability to apply for this bonus was indeed due to Zhiyong's influence. Upon hearing that minister he had requested it for the Space Administration, the Performance Department promptly approved it without hesitation. Each person would receive approximately 100,000, all drawn from the Space Administration's public funds. After all, the Space Administration had its own decision-making meetings, and significant matters only required reporting to the higher-ups. The usage of funds was naturally at their discretion. This amount, when compared to expenditures that could easily reach billions, was but a drop in the bucket. After all, making life easier for these researchers will encourage them to approach their work with greater seriousness. The master of humane management, Zhiyong, pondered thus. Following the celebration of Feiyun's success, Zhiyong, along with Zhou Huiran and others, entered the meeting room. This was the decision-making body of the space agency, the Development Committee, comprising military representatives and aerospace experts, essentially the upper echelons of the agency. Upon entering, Zhiyong took his seat at the head of the table. After surveying the room and confirming that everyone had arrived, he nodded and brought his lips close to the microphone. The purpose of gathering everyone here was primarily to discuss the construction of the space station. A space station? Murmured the experts and professors below. Wasn't the space station project scrapped? Indeed, with the enhancement of our various transportation capabilities, it is high time we considered this matter. Zhou Huiran laughed heartily. This space station is not the trivial affair of the International Space Station or the one we abandoned ourselves. It is a colossal hub, measuring hundreds or even thousands of meters. Thousands of meters, exclaimed Yang Yu, the life support system manager. Does old Zhou intend for everyone in the life support group to perish? This is remarkable. Zhu Huaxing applauded enthusiastically and began to calculate meticulously. We can design cubic modules measuring 30 meters per side, which can then be assembled in space. Furthermore, we can complete the docking and installation of the framework in the cosmos. In this case, we merely need to design each module individually. Zhu Huaxing had conceived this idea long ago, and now it has finally been articulated. Yang Yu, the head of the life support system, could not suppress the twitching at the corners of her mouth. Zhou Huiran harbored a desire for their demise. This individual, however, carried considerable weight. It seemed they wished for their torment to be prolonged. A kilometer-scale space station, still modular in design, made the production and design tasks of other departments considerably simpler. Yet, they were not so fortunate. The life support system had grown more intricate. Each module must ultimately be integrated, correct? Should they design the life support system as separate modules, or as a cohesive whole? Yang Yu's gaze upon Zhu Huaxing grew perilous. There was no need to rush the installation of the life support system. Zhu Huaxing had envisioned this for many years, evidently considering every aspect. We should first reserve the life support conduits for each module, and then lay them out in space. Reserve space first? Yang Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. I can devise a small temporary life support system, and once the modules are assembled, we can make the necessary adjustments. Although I may risk my hair standing on end, witnessing the eagerness of everyone in the conference room prompted her to agree. Is it merely a matter of high design difficulty? Today, our team is committed to pushing through. After nearly an entire afternoon of discussion, this plan was ultimately confirmed. The document titled Kilometer Scale Space Transfer Station Project was finalized. Next came the various design tasks. According to Zhu Huaxing's vision, there will be a total of 7 fundamental modules for the Space Transit Station: the Living Module, Activity Module, Energy Module, Experimental Module, Docking Module, and more. The future space transit stations will be constructed by assembling these modular compartments. However, even with modularization, the overall design of the project remains exceedingly intricate. Consequently, the Space Administration will redirect most of its focus towards this endeavor. Zhiyong also aims to expedite the entire process. Yet, as this marks the first time they, and indeed humanity, have attempted to design such a colossal space project, they can only proceed cautiously and methodically, given their lack of experience. Thankfully, the development outline has finally been drafted. The purpose of the kilometer-scale space transit station is to accommodate the rapidly increasing capacity for travel between Earth and space in China. After all, with the advent of the flying cloud, a place for disembarkation is essential. In the future, resupply missions for interplanetary spacecraft cannot perpetually return to Earth, can they? With an increasing number of astronauts, there must be a central hub for activities. Although these demands have yet to arise, they are inevitable. Thus, preparing in advance will certainly alleviate many potential complications. Chapter 104. Reinforcement. Zhiyong, holding the final development outline in his hands, resolved to personally visit the capital. The distance between the Space Administration and the Eastern Military District was not substantial. He boarded a special aircraft bound for the capital after merely an hour's journey. The aircraft was an IL-76 transport plane. Upon entering the cabin, he was taken aback by what lay before him, a mysterious apparatus imbued with a mechanical aesthetic, revealing only a fraction of itself. This visible portion was adorned with an array of black wires, intertwined with an intricate and seemingly chaotic network of silver metallic strands. There seems to be a chaotic beauty in the air. Colonel He, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. The young man in military uniform, seated beside, was instantly captivated by Zhiyong's presence, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He promptly rose to his feet, extending his hand in greeting. Greetings. Zhiyong's gaze remained fixed on the partially concealed machinery, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Ah, Colonel He. This is an item transported from Dongfeng City to the capital for examination. The young soldier, undeterred by Zhiyong's apparent disregard, began to elaborate enthusiastically. This is the deep violet source of the death ray B, along with a portion of its cooling system. My name is Wu Yuan, and I am a researcher at the High Energy Laser Research Institute. Wu Yuan's enthusiasm was palpable as he continued his presentation. Zhiyong was, in many ways, his idol. Achieving such remarkable feats at a young age and serving as the Minister of the Space Administration had deeply inspired Wu Yuan, as well as countless young researchers nationwide. Their motivations soared in their endeavors. The laser weapon, Death Ray B. Zhiyong felt a profound curiosity welling within him. Although he had perused the project documentation, it merely outlined the principles and capabilities achieved, lacking in detailed specifics. This was, indeed, his first encounter with the physical manifestation of the Death Ray B high-energy laser weapon. Why is it covered? He inquired, pointing at the obscured apparatus, his eyes radiating insatiable curiosity. This is an optical sensitive device. It contains several layers of light-blocking panels that cannot be excessively exposed, Wu Yuan explained, gently adjusting the brown cloth that had been displaced by the wind, restoring the cover to its rightful position. Originally, this component was intended to be directly installed on the spacecraft of the planetary system. However, it is currently undergoing testing. The young man's linguistic prowess is quite commendable, implying that this apparatus should not be shown to Zhiyong. Zhiyong, perceptive as ever, began engaging Wu Yuan in a conversation about the High Energy Laser Research Institute. Suddenly, a series of metallic clashing sounds erupted. Zhiyong turned his head in surprise, his attention drawn anew. What was this? A humanoid armor. It had only been a short while since he last visited the Zhiyong military district. Was it not just a few years? How had Mech emerged in such a short span? The hefty humanoid armor came to a halt above the cockpit, a mere 3 meters away from Zhiyong. The black armor, glistening with a metallic sheen, collided with the base of the cockpit with a resounding thud. The immense noise startled Zhiyong. What on earth is this? Regaining his composure, Zhiyong noticed Wu Yuan beside him wore a look of utter indifference, prompting him to inquire with genuine curiosity. He struggled to comprehend the rapid pace of development. It was almost daunting. This was one of the prototypes of the Hunter II. Known as the heavy armor, Wu Yuan shrugged, nonchalantly patting the seemingly cumbersome armor. The heavy armor is specifically designed for intricate terrains and is equipped with a kinetic energy battery that ensures a maximum operational duration of 6 months. The current design objective appears to focus primarily on patrolling border areas, such as deserts, Gobi, and plateaus. But what if the enemy were to capture the heavy armor? Zhiyong's eyes reflected a multitude of emotions. Once the shackles of energy were broken, the application of technology indeed began to leap forward. This heavy-duty model does not merely mimic civilian robots. It lacks arms, possessing only a bare muzzle. Inside, it has been ingeniously outfitted with a weaponry structure. Its energy shell is composed of high explosives, and upon self-assessment, it will detonate. Wu Yuan gazed into the eyes of the hunter with profound trepidation, a fear directed towards the adversary, particularly those at the border. The firepower of Hunter No. 2 is not particularly formidable. However, any attempt to capture or dismantle it would reveal to the enemy the true nature of explosion. This is merely one of the many prototypes of Hunter No. 2. Ever since the military issued directives for the development of unmanned combat capabilities, various research institutes have eagerly participated, resulting in a total of 6 distinct models. This unmanned armored vehicle, dubbed Heavy Armor by Zhiyong, is a creation of the Zhiyong Intelligent Research Laboratory. Zhiyong circled the heavy armor several times, only returning to his seat once the pilot's voice announced that the aircraft was about to take off. The plane ascended, steadily heading north. Unbeknownst to Zhiyong, since his rebirth, the world had begun to veer in an unpredictable direction. Outside a little-known office at the Zhiyong Pavilion in the capital, Zhiyong had become quite familiar with this place. Holding documents, he gently rapped his fingers on the solid wooden door. "Come in." Inside the office, Congressman Wu was busy managing paperwork, with stacks of documents piled on either side of his desk. Hearing a knock at the door, he set down his pen and slightly lifted his gaze to catch sight of the entrance. "Ah, Zhiyong, what brings you here in person?" Once he recognized the visitor, Congressman Wu straightened his posture and a smile graced his face. "This is truly a treasure for our nation. Congressman Wu, I have a proposal for you to review today." Zhiyong stepped into the office, gently closing the door behind him. "Oh?" Congressman Wu flipped the document before him and gestured for Zhiyong to take a seat, then teased in a tone akin to that of a mentor. "What kind of proposal could possibly draw such a busy individual to an old fellow like me?" "Please do not jest. It is the proposal for the space transfer station." Zhiyong settled into the chair and respectfully handed the document to Congressman Wu. The congressman could indulge in a jest or two, and this indeed reflected his cordiality towards Zhiyong. Such kindness. A proposal for a space transfer station? Congressman Wu was taken aback and quickly extended his calloused hand to receive the document. A kilometer-scale space transfer station, as a forward base for future space exploration and the lunar economic belt. Although this year has seen a remarkable surge in our nation's technological advancements, the moment this document was truly placed in his hands, he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. A kilometer-scale space station. Our country has never even had a proper space station before. The leap made him feel as though he had truly aged. Indeed, this world is destined for the youth. Chapter 105. Delegation. Is this truly feasible? Wu, the counselor, expressed his incredulity upon perusing the entire proposal. It was exceedingly bizarre. Born in the 1950s, he was now around 70 years of age. In his childhood, even the presence of electricity was a rarity. As he matured, he witnessed the emergence of automobiles, towering skyscrapers, and electric trains. Huawei gradually embraced modernization and the dawn of a new century. And now, an even more astonishing phenomenon was unfolding. They were on the brink of entering the genuine interstellar era. A space station measuring in kilometers. How many inhabitants could it accommodate? With the advent of planetary system spacecraft, all of this was rendered possible. Zhiyong's tone was resolute. This is merely a kilometer-level space station in Earth's orbit. Hence, the life support systems can partially rely on Earth, alleviating concerns regarding the self-sustaining capabilities of a space city detached from our planet. Wu's eyes flickered with intrigue as he retrieved a map from the cabinet. It was a detailed lunar system map, intricately depicting various orbital information. What is this? Zhiyong was utterly taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of such a map within Wu's cabinet. It was truly astonishing. Ever since we commenced the construction of planetary system spacecraft, I have been in search of experts to gain insights into these matters. Perceiving Zhiyong's astonishment, Wu broke into a grin and elucidated. We initially had plans for establishing an Earth-Moon economic zone. The emergence of planetary system spacecraft has expedited the progress of this initiative. Originally, within the plans of the Huagua Nation, the document titled Reflections on the Development of the Earth-Moon Space articulated the ambition to establish an economically vibrant Earth-Moon space zone equipped with a flight-capable aerospace system by the mid-21st century. Initially, the implementation of this plan was centered around the Feiyun Aerospace Plane and the now-abandoned Lunar Scientific Research Station project. However, a remarkable pivot has occurred, as the proposal now suggests a direct replacement with a planetary system spacecraft coupled with a space transit station. This alteration is simply exquisite. The scheme presented by your space agency is commendable. Personally, I wholeheartedly endorse it, remarked Congressman Wu, as he pointed out several originally planned milestones. Suddenly, Wu's words took an intriguing turn. What about Congressman Wu? Personally, Zhiyong immediately discerned the underlying message in Wu's statement, and an unsettling realization struck him. Could it be that others disagree? No need to be anxious. It's not a matter of disagreement. Observing the gradual fade of Zhiyong's smile, Wu's gaze flickered with a hint of something more. If Elder Chung Yuanming were to witness such a countenance from Wu, he would surely comprehend the peculiar notions swirling in his mind. This often signifies that someone might be in for a surprise. The funding required for the Space Transit Station project is astronomical. Wu's words prompted a nod of agreement from Zhiyong. Indeed, this initiative is costly, and the return on investment is unlikely to materialize in the short term. Our annual budget for aerospace research and development is limited, and we have already expended considerable resources on the planetary system spacecraft and other projects. Even if this project is approved, construction can only commence next year. Wu's persuasive rhetoric was both logical and compelling, leaving Zhiyong oblivious to any potential issues. He even felt that the other party's assertions were quite valid. Each year, the government allocates substantial funds to various projects, decisions that had been deliberated in meetings long before. Even if there are reserved funds, it is imprudent to continually funnel resources into a singular project. We are not in a Cold War, nor have we reached a point of desperation. Therefore, for any large-scale initiative that does not pertain directly to national defense and security, it must await discussion and approval in the following year's meetings. What then? Zhiyong furrowed his brow, contemplating but finding no alternative solutions. Upon catching sight of the confident glimmer in Wu's eyes, he immediately understood that the esteemed legislator surely possessed a strategy. Legislator Wu, you must assist me. His ambition was to establish a space city, with aspirations even further into deep space. How could he allow such aspirations to be thwarted here? The military had also recently been considering plans to develop a space force. Wu could not suppress a sly smile. I may endeavor to secure support from them, persuading them to redirect their research funding to your project. The true intentions of Wu had finally surfaced, and he found it remarkably effortless to sway Zhiyong. Yet what was the catch? Zhiyong pondered briefly. The military likely sought detailed upgrade data on the Feiyun and planetary system spacecraft, using that as a foundation to construct the Space Force. One might wonder why the military would be interested in this information. After all, Zhiyong was also affiliated with the military. They were all part of the Huagua institutions. Wasn't there supposed to be data sharing? However, it is not so simple. This issue touches upon the rights of construction. Each department operates its own factories, and as enterprises, they too must ensure profitability and performance. It is estimated that what the military truly desires is to utilize their specialized facilities for the production of future military spacecraft, rather than relying on the factories of the space agency. Upon careful consideration, Zhiyong resolved that if the demands were reasonable, he would acquiesce. The military sought a design for a military space vessel and requested the transfer of production rights to them. Indeed, as Zhiyong surmised, the requirements articulated by Congressman Wu were quite similar. Very well, our space agency has no objections. After another round of contemplation, Zhiyong nodded in agreement. After all, the interests of both parties did not conflict. The military would save time on the design of the spacecraft, while securing immediate funding for research on the space transfer station. Moreover, they were all part of the same family, and ultimately, the outcomes could mutually benefit both sides. It was simply flawless. Your documents will remain here. I will make arrangements shortly. Congressman Wu, having achieved his objective, nodded slightly. However, he soon shifted the conversation. With the matter of the space transfer station settled, he turned to discuss another topic. Dismissing his previously relaxed demeanor, Congressman Wu retrieved a document from the cabinet and handed it to Zhiyong. Upon receiving it, Zhiyong fixed his gaze upon it, his pupils widening in shock. Had the Russo-Soviet truly consented? Were they willing? It turned out that this document contained their agreement to transfer the findings of a suspected rogue civilization virus weapon discovered beneath the Siberian ice to Huagua for further study. How could Pushkin have so readily agreed? Congressman Wu shook his head, offering a wry smile. This matter profoundly concerns the safety of the entire world. The discovery of the withering virus on the gramophone has substantiated the notion that the Gliese civilization was driven to the brink of extinction, if not annihilation, by this very virus. Thus, the creations unearthed by the Russian Empire must be meticulously regulated. As a responsible great power, they proceed with unwavering determination. We have invested significantly in infrastructure in the Russian Far East, which has facilitated their concession. Wu, the legislator, shook his head slightly. Pushkin, too, is a person who will not act without assurance of success. Upon hearing the legislator's explanation, Zhiyong experienced a moment of clarity. So that is why? He pondered how the steadfast Russian Empire, which had long been reluctant to relinquish this matter, suddenly acquiesced. It turns out they were swayed by the allure of monetary influence. Chapter 106. The clinical trial concludes. Only 5 days had elapsed since Zhiyong sought counsel from legislator Wu. A plane carrying mysterious cargo took off quite normally from an airport in Siberia. However, for reasons unknown, it suddenly veered off its intended course, heading southward instead. Inside the cargo hold of the transport aircraft, the bearded figure of Fganiv wore an expression of deep regret. He sat alone, distanced from his companion, Andrei. Fganiv, this is for a greater good, for our nation. Andrei felt a profound reluctance regarding the contents sealed within the airtight compartment. Yet, for the benefit of their country, for the greatness of Russia, they had no choice but to proceed. Andrei, I understand. I merely feel a sense of injustice. Fganiv's countenance was one of bitterness, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This sentiment could resonate with any nation, even the United States. As long as the benefits are substantial, he has resolved to accept them. The most intolerable aspect for him is that the final handover is to Hua Nation, a former student of the Soviet Union. The Russian Empire has always prided itself on being the legitimate successor of the Soviet Union. Thus, they harbor a complex sentiment towards Hua Nation, which can be succinctly described as an inability to lower their pride. Now, in pursuit of investments in the Far East, they have once again bowed their heads. Sending representatives to study nuclear fusion technology was one instance. Now, they are transferring the virus of extraterrestrial civilization to them, yet another. Ferganov slightly closed his eyes, feeling as though a lead weight was tethered to his head. He must confront the reality. Andrei could only sigh inwardly. He had long recognized the fact that they had been surpassed by Hua Nation and had mentally crossed that hurdle. Now, witnessing his friend's despondency, he could only hope that the latter would soon emerge from this gloom. Upon returning from the capital, the space agency promptly commenced the design work for the space transfer station. The entire agency functioned like a well-oiled machine, with each subsystem's research institute beginning its operations. Naturally, the most burdened were those in the spacecraft shell design department. They had received orders from the minister to collaborate with military designers in developing a military warship. This left Li Mingyuan feeling as though his head might explode. They were already tasked with optimizing the design of the aerospace passenger aircraft and keeping pace with the construction of interstellar vessels. Now, the military warship project had been added to their plate. How were they to survive this onslaught? In desperation, Li Mingyuan sought out Zhiyong, fearing that if this continued, he might very well meet an untimely end. Minister, the workload for the design of our spacecraft's hull is indeed overwhelming. Li Mingyuan has been lamenting incessantly about it. Regardless of the difficulty, we must persevere. Zhiyong was initially quite bewildered, but upon hearing the detailed explanation from the other party, he began to take it seriously. Previously, he had only considered the design work for a single space transit station at the Design Institute, neglecting the subsequent tasks that needed attention. However, It is better to identify problems than to remain oblivious to them. Directorly, I comprehend your point. Zhiyong nodded affirmatively, indicating his understanding. Let us proceed this way. Since this project is for the military, I will request some personnel to assist. With a shift in his gaze, Zhiyong's mind conjured up a few clever ideas. The rationale for needing personnel was taking shape. Once they arrive and spend a few months here, how could they possibly return? That would provide an additional justification for securing talent. After seeing Awfully Mingyuan and addressing his concerns, Zhiyong prepared to handle the transfer documents. Suddenly, his personal phone rang. Who could be calling at this hour? Curiously, he retrieved his personal phone, which he had seldom used lately, as he typically communicated with his parents using a secure device. Upon lighting up the screen, he discovered that the caller was Zhang Minxing, the dean of the biochemistry department at Huaka University. Hello? Dean, is there something you need? He wondered what prompted the dean to call him. Zhiyong set aside the file in his hands and answered the phone. Zhiyong, do you have some time recently? On the other end of the line, Zhang Minxing listened to Zhiyong's voice, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Initially, he had believed that his student had secured a position at the Research Institute of Huaka University. Who could have anticipated that just a few months prior, Professor Hao Yuan had sent him a video? At first glance, it appeared to be a recorded news segment. However, upon clicking it, he was utterly taken aback. The news featured none other than Zhiyong himself. It turned out to be an introduction to Zhiyong as the project leader during the completion of the Swear and No. 1 project. After watching, Zhang Minxing was left in a daze. Had his student ventured into the realm of cross-genre singing? Or was he navigating a life simulation at breakneck speed? How had he suddenly transitioned from a biological laboratory to a plasma research facility? It took Zhang Minxing quite some time to come to terms with this revelation. His student was truly extraordinary. Director Zhang, is there something you need? I've been rather busy lately. Zhiyong hesitated, acutely aware of the mounting workload before him. He could no longer afford to wander aimlessly as he had before. Oh, it's nothing of great concern. The clinical trials for the HIV medication have concluded, Zhang Minxing replied, immediately sensing Zhiyong's understanding. He continued, the results from the Phase 3 clinical trials were exemplary. We have applied for a patent on your behalf, and the drug has received approval from the Drug Administration for market release. Recently, a company has expressed interest in obtaining the production license for this medication, so we decided to reach out to you for a decision. So that was the purpose of the call. Zhiyong suddenly realized, having nearly forgotten about the matter after all this time. Let us assign the production license directly to Huagua Pharmaceuticals. He is also quite decisive. Such medication must never be entrusted to private enterprises. The suppressive drugs, which cost tens of thousands per vial, are still on the market. Huagua Pharmaceutical is a state-owned enterprise and has integrated with health insurance. Zhiyong has decided to directly grant them the production license, believing they will provide a satisfactory response. As for patent fees, if Zhiyong were in need of such trivialities, wouldn't it be more advantageous to collect fees from the nuclear fusion device, handing it over to Huagua Pharmaceutical? Zhang Minxing couldn't help but admire him. It is no wonder that a student from their academy, at such a young age, understands the importance of giving back to society. It is no surprise he is destined for great achievements. All right, I comprehend your intent, and I will promptly handle this matter. Zhang Minxing, known for his decisive demeanor, said without further pleasantries, eager to conclude the call upon receiving the outcome. Wait a moment. Zhiyong suddenly recalled an important matter. The virus container from the Russian Empire is about to be handed over to Huagua for research. Experts in this field will undoubtedly be summoned next. Zhang Minxing the optimal choice. However, due to confidentiality principles, he could not express this directly, so he decided to hint at it subtly. Director Zhang, I would like to request your assistance with something. Chapter 107. Unsuitable Conditions Assistance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Minxing was utterly perplexed. Why would you need my help at this point? Just await my updates. I will keep you informed, Zhiyong replied with a light chuckle, offering no further explanation. Very well. Considering Zhiyong's current position, it would be unlikely for him to jeopardize the reputation of the director. So Zhang Minxing nodded in agreement. As long as it wasn't overly troublesome, he would consent. Rest assured, Director Zhang, for I am indeed your student, and shall not betray your trust. Perhaps realizing that his words were somewhat ambiguous, Zhiyong quickly added, sensing the anticipation in the other's voice. Zhang Minxing, too, felt a weight lift from his heart. With that, he found solace. Meanwhile, A mysterious aircraft from the Sand Empire veered off its course and plunged into the vast desert of northwest Huagua. In an obscure, uncharted territory, there existed a military outpost. The Sand Empire's aircraft gently descended onto the runway. As one surveyed the surroundings, the airport was surrounded by an array of isolation and protective measures. "Vaganev, we have arrived," exclaimed Andrei, peering out the window at the heavily armed soldiers below. Their caution was indeed excessive. A towering water column cascaded over the aircraft post-landing. Only after the completion of numerous predetermined inspection and disinfection protocols was the cargo door of the transport plane permitted to open. "Greetings," shouted a soldier, equipped with an oxygen machine, as he rushed into the aircraft's hold, swiftly securing the lock with a hook. Concurrently, an approaching transport vehicle engaged its winch to carefully load the sealed virus container into the truck. This series of actions was executed with remarkable efficiency, clearly indicating that these soldiers had rehearsed this operation numerous times. The virus container was destined for a laboratory, situated within a civil defense facility amidst the desolate expanse of the desert. Months prior, a negative pressure laboratory had been covertly established within. Upon learning of the existence of the blight virus, Councilman Wu swiftly set his sights on it. He felt secure only when the threat lay firmly within his grasp. After all, whether in the hands of the Russian Empire or the United States, Congressman Wu remains deeply uneasy. These two entities are indeed reckless, capable of undertaking any audacious act. He genuinely fears that they might treat the virus as a colossal firework, launching it onto the battlefield to unleash devastation. The conflict between Russia and Ukraine is currently exceedingly tense. Given their brash nature, Wu is genuinely apprehensive about such a scenario unfolding. "Fognev, let us depart," he declared, casting a lingering glance at the military facility behind him. Without hesitation, Andrei, whose body and the entire aircraft had been thoroughly disinfected, turned and boarded the transport plane. They were traversing ever further down the right path. A faint murmur escaped the lips of the imposing Andrei, his gaze filled with complexity. He perceived echoes of the former Soviet Union within this nation. Both the United States and we shall be left far behind. This is the essence of what a great nation should embody. Andrei and Fognev departed, accompanied by the pride that resided in their hearts. The virus container was loaded onto a truck, which was then fitted with several layers of airtight mechanisms, before being transported to a secluded research facility in the desert. Laboratory 598, the Center for Airtight Experiments. Zhu Ping, the head of the 598 Engineering Test Institute, is also an expert in pathology and biology. He has long been dedicated to research in biochemical testing and biological weaponry. Let there be no misunderstanding. Biological weapons are explicitly prohibited by the international community. Zhu Ping is merely researching methods to counter the biological weapons of adversarial nations. As for the most effective means of defense, those who understand know well. Ever since Zhu Ping learned of the existence of viral weapons from extraterrestrial civilizations, he has been exceedingly exhilarated. This is, after all, a viral weapon from an alien civilization. For Zhu Ping, who has dedicated his life to studying the mechanisms of biological viruses, nothing could be more thrilling. Thus, he arrived early to the entrance of the research institute, eagerly awaiting developments. The relentless winds outside stirred up clouds of yellow sand, and Zhu Ping frequently glanced at the time. Why hasn't he arrived yet? His impatience was palpable. Suddenly, the distant sound of an engine broke the silence. "They are coming," Zhu Ping exclaimed, summoning his colleagues from the institute to prepare for their arrival. "Put on your biosuits. We must inspect the gas sealing apparatus." Meanwhile, within the Sudong Shaluo Bay Sui Rin No. 1 pile group, Li Miolin had finally completed his task. The American researchers had fully mastered the technology of the monkey version of the fusion reactor. Over the past few months, these scientists had endured considerable hardships. To ensure their protection, Li Miolin had deliberately chosen a researcher with inadequate English proficiency to assist them, leading to considerable frustration among the Americans. Although they could comprehend the individual English words, the way this person connected them left them utterly bewildered. What amused Li Miolin even more was that this researcher also struggled with Mandarin. Ha ha ha. Consequently, even the translators accompanying the American researchers were left flabbergasted. It was one thing not to understand English, especially since China is a non-English speaking country, but the true value of translation became evident at that moment. As a result, the translation has now become incomprehensible even in Chinese. This is merely the first layer of torment. Li Miolin, with his crafty ideas, seeks to repay the hardships he once endured at the hands of others. He contemplates discreetly adding a touch of seasoning to their meals, hoping to induce a bout of stomach troubles. These petty tactics he executes with finesse. What? You wish to go to the hospital for an examination? By all means, proceed. The referees and committee members are all in my pocket. Let us see how you dare to contend with me. Initially, Li Miolin had no intention of resorting to such underhanded methods. However, upon discovering the presence of several unfriendly individuals among the researchers, he unleashed his full repertoire of tricks to create difficulties. Alas, the joy of this time proved fleeting. This group ultimately mastered the technology and was soon preparing to return to their homeland. Li Miolin felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. At the farewell banquet, as he clasped the hand of the American researcher, his own hand trembled uncontrollably. He wished to present these researchers with one final gift. Thus, a fine dust slipped from his sleeve into the other's wine glass, unnoticed by anyone. Li Miaolin's skill in this poisoning technique could only be described as exquisite. Safe travels. Grasping the somewhat pallid hand of his counterpart, Li Miolin lifted a wine glass from the tray and offered it to him. Thank you all. Tomir's complexion appeared somewhat ashen as he accepted the proffered drink and downed it in one swift motion. He sought to alleviate his physical discomfort with the liquor. Yet, it seemed to have the opposite effect. I apologize, Li. I am feeling somewhat unwell. Tomir's forehead glistened with cold sweat. I may be suffering from severe acclimatization issues. I must take my leave. The term unaccustomed to the local environment was imparted to him by the Chinese. Tomir vowed never to set foot again on this uncomfortable land. Chapter 108, Project 293. The transfer of the virus container of the Tsarist Russia has finally been completed. The soldiers of the biochemical unit have been diligently conducting inspections in the surrounding area. Should any unforeseen incident arise, they are prepared to activate emergency protocols. Zhiyong is closely monitoring the situation in the northern desert and the space agency. These two locations are now strictly off-limits for any biochemical leaks. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The committee finally announced the recruitment notice for pathology experts. Without hesitation, Zhiyong recommended Zhang Minxing. Thus, the following scene unfolded. At Huaka University of Science and Technology, in the biochemical laboratory, Zhang Minxing had almost forgotten about Zhiyong's request for assistance after 2 months of silence. Today, he was in the lab teaching his newly admitted students. Chen Qingru demonstrated remarkable learning capabilities and possessed considerable knowledge in pathology. With just a hint, she could deduce a multitude of connections. Consequently, Zhang Minxing held her in high regard. He personally guided her through various experimental procedures and was currently elucidating the operational mechanisms of viruses. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted his train of thought. Zhang Minxing furrowed his brow. Who could it be? Why would someone call him at this hour? Those familiar with his schedule knew he was engaged in lectures throughout the afternoon, so it was unusual for anyone to contact him. Teacher, perhaps you should take the call? Chen Qingru, engrossed in the content on the blackboard, turned slightly to offer a gentle reminder. Very well, allow me to reflect on this for a moment. Upon glancing at his phone, Zhang Minxing discovered an unfamiliar number, causing his brow to furrow even deeper. It was only after exiting the laboratory that he decided to answer the call. Is this Professor Zhang Minxing? Indeed, it is I. May I inquire who is calling? The voice on the other end was youthful, yet Zhang Minxing was certain he did not recognize the individual. We are from the Dispatch Bureau. Please proceed immediately to the secure room at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. The young man's voice possessed a captivating resonance, making it quite pleasant to listen to. Upon hearing the directive to go to Huazhong University, Zhang Minxing felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. What could this possibly signify? In the secure room of Huazhong University, Zhang Minxing hurriedly arrived, only to encounter familiar faces. Hao Yuan, old Zhou, what brings you both here? It turned out that both Hao Yuan and Zhou Deqian were also present in the secure room. Their eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Zhang Minxing burst in. Welcome, esteemed professors, greeted Ma Weixing, clad in military attire, as he stepped from the shadows with a smile. What brings you to us? Zhang Minxing and the other professors, seasoned in facing grand occasions, handled Ma Weixing with ease. Please, esteemed professors, take a moment to review this document, Ma Weixing said, foregoing any further pleasantries as he retrieved 3 documents from a folder and distributed them. Zhang Minxing accepted the document with a puzzled expression, which swiftly transformed into one of astonishment as he read the title. Order regarding Professor Zhang Minxing's assignment to Project 293. His pupils widened in shock as he quickly turned to see that both Hao Yuan and Zhou were equally stunned, frozen in place. Stretching his neck, Zhang Miqing caught a glimpse of the documents in Hao Yuan's hands, which were alarmingly similar to his own. They had been reassigned to the mysterious Project 293, a name he had never even heard before. So, have the three professors finished reviewing? Ma Weisheng inquired, displaying an unhurried demeanor. His sole mission today was to recruit the three professors, and thus he exhibited remarkable patience. What is this Project 293 that we know nothing about? Moreover, why were we reassigned without prior consultation? Zhou Deqian's composure began to fray. Isn't there a need for discussion on such matters? Regrettably, esteemed professors, we are only permitted to disclose so much, Ma Weisheng replied, wearing an expression that conveyed a shared understanding. He then added, it was General He Zhiyong who recommended you. After thorough deliberation, the higher-ups decided on your reassignment, and I have been dispatched to inquire about your thoughts. Our thoughts? Hao Yuan was incredulous. The document clearly stated a reassignment order, yet this was termed as soliciting opinions? It was merely a recommendation from He Zhiyong. Contemplating this, Hao Yuan felt a flicker of uncertainty. After all, this was the individual who had developed a treatment for AIDS during his university years, not to mention his other accolades. The mention of He Zhiyong's name instantly transported Zhang Miqing back 2 months, to the moment when he had been invited for assistance. Project 293 is of paramount importance. Thus, the decision was made swiftly. Professors, please deliberate carefully, Ma Weisheng urged. May we inquire about the location of our new assignments? Zhang Miqing and his companions, being of a certain age, could hardly venture into remote locales for research. Thus, it was determined that the study would take place within the confines of the Space Administration in Zhiyong. Ma Weisheng was forthright about this arrangement. From his words, it was evident that the three professors were inclined to accept the proposal. Currently, there are 2 locations designated for the study of the Wilt Virus, one in the deserts of northern Xinjiang and the other within the negative pressure laboratory in Zhiyong. He Zhiyong naturally could not permit the elderly professors to traverse to the desert. Therefore, the most judicious choice was indeed the Space Administration, right here in Zhiyong. Upon hearing this, the 3 men exhaled in relief. Zhang Miqing realized that He Zhiyong had not led him astray, and he was the first to nod in agreement, stating, I consent to join Project 293. Lao Zhang. Zhou Deqian hesitated momentarily, casting a surprised glance at the seemingly hasty Zhang Miqing, puzzled by his swift decision. However, swayed by the endorsement of his students and the resolute agreement of his friend, he reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. As for Hao Yuan, upon learning that He Zhiyong had recommended him, he was already inclined to agree. Excellent. Now that all 3 professors have consented, allow me to introduce Project 293. The effortless inclusion of the 3 professors brought great joy to Ma Weisheng, a gleam of satisfaction illuminating his eyes. Project 293, formerly known as the Extraterrestrial Virus Mechanism Research Project. Extraterrestrial viruses. Zhang Miqing and his colleagues were indeed prepared. They had initially anticipated the research would pertain to biological or chemical weaponry, especially since the directive originated from the military. To their astonishment, they discovered it was, in fact, an investigation into extraterrestrial viruses. Have we discovered an extraterrestrial virus? Zhang Miqing's voice, tinged with excitement, became somewhat shrill. They had dedicated their lives to the study of Earth's biology, yet had never encountered what an alien virus might resemble. With recent significant advancements in space exploration by Huagua, Zhang Miqing began to comprehend the reason behind it all. Professors, please remain calm. My knowledge on this matter is limited as well, Ma Weisheng said with a wry smile. Shaking his head, let us await the arrival of the 3 at the Space Administration for a more detailed understanding. If it were merely a common discovery of an extraterrestrial virus, he might have been quite thrilled. However, this was a weapon of alien civilization. He hoped that the 3 professors would still be as elated upon learning the truth. Chapter 109. 10 kilograms of DNA in the low-pressure laboratory of the Space Administration's garden. He Zhiyong had just finished a phone call with his parents, assuring them of his safety, when he promptly received a call from the lab director, Gu Xinchuan. Without even having dinner, he hurried to the site. After undergoing an intricate disinfection process, he returned to the laboratory's outer corridor. The transformation was stark. The once expansive corridor had now become quite narrow, with several layers of isolation barriers newly installed along the curved walls. Minister He, we have made a new discovery regarding the phonograph. Gu Xinchuan exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing the hurried Zhiyong. What discovery? Zhiyong glanced at the surrounding safety measures, contemplating the security level of the facility. Little did he expect that Gu Xinchuan's subsequent revelation would startle him. We meticulously pried open the casing of the gramophone and delved into its intricate structure, unveiling an astonishing spectacle. The expression on Gu Xinyue's face grew increasingly animated. This revelation was nothing short of a paradigm shift for him. The Gliese civilization may indeed represent a peculiar form of biological existence. As he spoke, he received a computer from his assistant. Behold, this is our recorded footage. Biological civilization? Zhiyong's pupils constricted, his gaze instinctively shifting towards the computer screen. The display revealed a mesmerizing scene. Within the Gliese civilization's gramophone, a rhythmic eruption of blue light emanated. Encased within the black exterior was a white core, ensconced by an intricate web of intertwining vines. These vines continuously exuded a mysterious solution, from which the blue luminescence flickered intermittently along their tendrils. What is this? Zhiyong inquired, pointing at the video in bewilderment. It is merely a sophisticated, imaginative, and extraordinary biological structure. Gu Xinyue endeavored to articulate, racking his brain for the most fitting adjectives. A biological structure? Indeed. Gu Xinyue fast-forwarded the video and swiftly paused it at a specific moment. Minister, look. He gestured towards the data in the upper left corner of the screen, his excitement palpable. The gramophone has been transmitting radio signals, and the source is right here. The data in the upper left corner fluctuated, indicating the radio signals received by the experimental apparatus. Gu Xianqian pointed to a corner inside the phonograph, passionately explaining, the tentacles here can emit radio waves of varying intensities through electrical currents. We have extracted a portion of this tissue and discovered that the cells resemble muscle cells, arranged in multiple layers, interspersed with numerous reactive nodules. Upon receiving a signal, the layers of cells compress against each other, generating electrical currents. The excitement in Gu Xuanchuan's voice grew, and finally, he pointed to the white core, his voice trembling with awe as he stated, what astonished us the most is that the core of the phonograph is an artificial DNA array. Without needing further explanation from Gu Xianxian, Zhiyong, with his background in biochemistry, instantly comprehended the implications. He staggered slightly, clearly taken aback by the revelation. The phonograph utilized a DNA storage system. Completely engrossed, Zhiyong continuously magnified the white core. Eventually, at the nanoscale, he discerned the structure of the core. It consisted of minuscule square matrices, each containing tightly linked DNA aggregates, arranged in a specific pattern. What could the entire core weigh? Zhiyong suddenly inquired, realizing that the image could no longer be enlarged. Due to the core's significance, Gu Xinxian had refrained from taking random samples, opting instead for a comprehensive observation. Thus, once they had magnified the structure sufficiently to visualize the DNA, further enlargement was impossible. We estimate the core of the phonograph weighs approximately 10 kilograms. The voice of Gu Xinchuan trembled significantly as he struggled to articulate the figure. 10 kilograms of DNA. Zhiyong inhaled sharply, astonished. The Gliese civilization. Had they encapsulated the entirety of their knowledge within a phonograph? 10 kilograms of DNA data. What a profound concept. According to data provided by IDC and EMC, in 2020, the total amount of data generated by humanity was approximately 44 zettabytes. Up until that year, the cumulative data produced over millennia was estimated to be around 500 zettabytes. A mere gram of DNA can store about 455 exabytes of information. Thus, to archive all human data to date, approximately only 1 kilogram of DNA would suffice, perhaps even less. Yet, here they had 10 kilograms. To suggest that Gliese had compressed the entirety of their civilization's knowledge into a phonograph was beyond belief for Zhiyong. This was not merely a phonograph. It was, in fact, a beacon of civilization for the isolationists. Have you attempted to decipher the DNA information contained within? Zhiyong pointed somewhat dazedly at the core, which lay quietly displayed on the screen, posing the question. No, we dare not sample it yet. The implications of this matter are overwhelmingly significant. Gu Xinchuan was not naive. If it were merely a phonograph, they would have taken the risk. Even if the structure were compromised, as long as the object remained intact, they could eventually glean some insights. However, this object was essentially a colossal DNA hard drive. A slight disturbance could potentially obliterate a portion of the data within. Gu Xinchuan could not bear the responsibility for such a catastrophic failure. This matter is indeed rather intricate. Zhiyong felt utterly bewildered. Never did he anticipate that the gramophone of the Gliese civilization could be so terrifying. If I am not mistaken, it likely harbors data equivalent to that of 10 human civilizations. Humanity's legacy has tragically been reduced to a mere unit of measurement. As of now, we have yet to discover the decoder within it. Gu Xinchuan shook his head. Without a decoder, relying solely on decryption may render them incapable of success for an entire lifetime. You must refrain from tampering with the core. First, locate the decoder and the arrangement of the DNA sequence before proceeding to act. To possess a treasure trove, yet be unable to unlock it is a source of regret for Zhiyong. However, haste is futile in this endeavor. They must identify both the decoder and the sequence arrangement before they can commence the process of reading. DNA storage is a cutting-edge technology currently being explored by humanity. It is widely known that DNA serves as the hereditary material within living organisms, encapsulating all intrinsic information. It consists of two strands, resembling a twisted zipper. Each tooth of the zipper corresponds to a nucleotide, arranged sequentially based on the variations of their bases. DNA storage technology involves the deliberate editing of bases to embed information within. Moreover, DNA is exceedingly minute, with a diameter of merely 2 nanometers. The most notable achievement humanity has made in this realm occurred in 2016, when the University of Washington successfully encoded Shakespeare's 14-line sonnet into DNA. This accomplishment alone has left the scientific community in awe. Furthermore, before Zhiyong lies an astonishing 10 kilograms of extraterrestrial DNA. Chapter 110. The spark. The phonograph of the Gliese civilization is undoubtedly far more intricate than the estimates posited by the United States. Zhiyong could scarcely fathom that a civilization capable of such meticulous design could be obliterated. Gu Xinchuan nodded in agreement, adding, "We shall conduct a thorough investigation, striving to swiftly uncover the decoder and the arrangement of the DNA sequence." He then paused, reflecting, by the way, several experts in pathology will be arriving shortly to undertake research on the A229 virus. Zhiyong shifted the topic abruptly, realizing the importance of notifying his mentors, including Zhang Minxing and others. "Very well, I will ensure that the professors are properly accommodated," Gu Xinchuan replied, acknowledging his awareness of Project 293 and his involvement in it as well. Upon exiting the negative pressure laboratory, Zhiyong felt a tightening in his chest. The situation had veered drastically from its original course. It appeared that beneath the withering virus lay a plethora of concealed mysteries. Rubbing his temples, he suddenly felt a wave of headache. The future of humanity was becoming increasingly worrisome. It seemed imperative to hasten their efforts. Meanwhile, Congressman Wu received the news in the early hours of the morning. Initially, he had been engrossed in reviewing documents submitted by the military for approval when he unexpectedly received a confidential letter from the space agency. The document contained the latest research report on the phonograph of the Gliese civilization, revealing it to be a living superstorage device. He offered a remarkably incisive summary of the phonograph, though it left him with a throbbing headache. A sense of bewilderment washed over him as he pondered the events of the past year. First, the Gliese civilization, and now the virus weapon of the Wanderer civilization. Now, a seemingly insignificant phonograph harbors an unexpectedly profound significance. Upon reviewing the report, a profound sense of urgency surged within him. This cannot continue. Humanity must possess the power to retaliate, even if it is merely a struggle. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Congressman Wu rose and retrieved a document from the safe, distinctly different in color from the other official red files. This particular document was black, with the text rendered in white. Upon closer inspection, it bore the inscription, Crisis Rehearsal, Ember Project, Zhiyong. Indeed, this was a contingency plan devised in anticipation of a potential incursion by rogue civilizations. Following the discovery of Gliese's Dyson sphere, the world had not remained as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. The congressional meetings in Huaguo were quietly deliberating as well. Ultimately, Congressman Wu opted for 2 foundational proposals prepared by Zhiyong, along with a backup plan provided by the military. The Ember project represented the most pessimistic of contingencies. Its purpose was to safeguard the essence of humanity. A future spacecraft, once fully realized, would encompass a designated repository for the human DNA bank, along with 5 million preserved fertilized eggs. Additionally, the spacecraft would be equipped with artificial wombs, intended for the eventual restoration of human civilization. Originally conceived as a plan for the worst-case scenario, the increasingly frequent transmissions from extraterrestrial civilizations instilled a growing sense of urgency within Wu. The moment for decisive action had arrived. With eyes closed, Congressman Wu resolved firmly, signing his name on the document with unwavering conviction. The Ember project was officially set in motion. The rabbit has always possessed a keen awareness of the need for vigilance in times of peace. At present, the international landscape remains relatively peaceful. However, certain factions are preparing for a global conflict. The same holds true in the face of extraterrestrial civilizations. Counselor Wu senses a profound threat. In pursuit of the continuation of civilization, he, as a decision-maker, must brace for the worst-case scenario. Moreover, he has also approved an additional document proposed by Zhiyong. Previously, he had suggested the establishment of a space city, maintaining a considerable distance from the Blue Star civilization. At that time, Counselor Wu resolutely opposed the idea, as such a distant space city would pose significant governance challenges. Yet now, he has chosen to endorse this proposal as well. One can only wish to return to a year ago, when we could gaze upon the Earth without a care. Counselor Wu let out a heavy sigh. As humanity gazes into the cosmos, they begin to recognize their own fragility, thus giving birth to a crisis. Time swiftly passes, and another month has elapsed. Zhiyong has been diligently observing the progress of research within the negative pressure laboratory. Fortunately, the recently joined Zhang Minxing possesses a keen understanding of DNA storage technology. Upon examining the phonograph's casing, he made an astonishing discovery. It turns out that the vines encircling the white core emit blue light in a systematic manner. After every 4 segments of blue light, a wireless signal is transmitted. Through meticulous investigation, it was determined that the blue light emanates from a specific port on the core. Under the microscope, the enigmatic blue light was finally unveiled. At the core lies a nanoport, from which a single strand of DNA is read at intervals. Upon being read, the adjacent multilayered cellular structure exhibits a stimulatory response, with blue light being emitted at this very spot. This is the locus of DNA data retrieval. Delving deeper into this detail, Guxin Xian swiftly discerned the pattern of the core DNA arrangement. The entire core's DNA manifests in a spiraled, intertwining state, ultimately forming a homopolymer. This revelation brought immense joy to the upper echelons of the space agency, for it signified that they were just a step away from unraveling the secrets of the phonograph. All that remained was to locate the encoder. According to Zhiyong's estimations, Gliese had embedded an encoding system within the radio signals, suggesting a hope that humanity might decode the embedded information. Thus, it was certain that the core would also possess a corresponding information encoder. However, the forthcoming tasks were destined to be arduous, and in the short term, the likelihood of yielding results was exceedingly low. Within Factory 845, Zhang Su gazed upon the planetary system spacecraft nearing completion with a sense of nostalgia. After several months of relentless effort, they were finally on the verge of finishing this epic-making vessel. "Director, production is about to conclude," exclaimed Supervisor Su Ming, wiping the sweat from his brow as he jogged over. The planetary system spacecraft was being constructed within a sealed workshop. Despite the presence of an exhaust system, the atmosphere inside resembled a furnace. Su Ming had just descended from above, thoroughly drenched in perspiration. "Indeed, we have finished a few days ahead of schedule." Zhang Su nodded with a smile, fully affirming Su Ming's work. Simultaneously, the personnel from the inspection department had completed their fundamental assessment. Su Ming turned to gaze at the colossal spacecraft, resembling a submarine, his eyes brimming with excitement. This was a planetary system spacecraft. It was the most extraordinary creation he had ever constructed. Although its weight could not compare to that of a frigate, this vessel was not meant to traverse the seas. It soared through the cosmos. The team leader of the inspection group was awaiting you. Once the delivery signatures were completed, they would be departing. Su Ming did not forget this crucial matter and promptly reminded everyone. "All right, ensure the workers are well settled. They have been working in shifts for over half a year and must be fatigued." Zhang Su rubbed his hands together and, after offering a brief reminder, turned with excitement to bid farewell to the inspection team. Once they submitted their materials, the planetary system spacecraft would be ready for its official test flight. Chapter 111. Flight Crew, August 20th, 2021. Zhiyong donned his military uniform, smoothing out the creases and adjusting his demeanor. He was set to depart for Hudong. The planetary system spacecraft had been completed, and the inspection team had finished their evaluation. It was primed for takeoff at any moment. After discussions, it was decided that the inaugural test flight would still employ an unmanned mode. Traveling by helicopter, Zhiyong, along with senior officials from the Space Administration, arrived at Factory 845. The solemn yet cheerful sounds resonated throughout the Hudong shipyard. As soon as he disembarked from the helicopter, Zhiyong's gaze instantly locked onto a specific direction. As I gaze into the distance, I observe Councilman Wu standing resolutely ahead, with Academician Chen Yuanming beside him, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Is the councilman waiting for me? Zhiyong feels somewhat bewildered. At this moment, outside the helicopter landing pad, Councilman Wu spots Zhiyong disembarking and turns to Cheng Yuanming with a smile, exclaiming, "Our great benefactor has arrived." The venerable academician Cheng chuckles heartily, grinning widely as he remarks, with you taking the helm for our Wagwa, I have no lingering regrets." At this juncture, Zhiyong hastens over, gazing at Councilman Wu with confusion. "Councilman Wu, what brings you here to await my arrival?" "Ha ha ha. Today as protagonists are not us old-timers." Councilman Wu booms with laughter, giving Zhiyong's shoulder a hearty pat. "Heroes emerge from youth. I am genuinely eager to discover the heights to which you will elevate our Huagua." The satisfaction gleaming in Councilman Wu's eyes is unmistakable as he gazes intently at Zhiyong. "Thank you for your generous faith, Councilman Wu. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly." Zhiyong is deeply moved by Councilman Wu's gestures. This is indeed a person who has dedicated his life to the concerns of Huagua, a truly remarkable individual. Now, let us not obstruct the way. Let us venture inside to see the magnificent beast. The jovial academician Cheng continues to chuckle, and upon spotting Zhou Huiren, he swiftly shifts the conversation, urging everyone to enter promptly. "Indeed, I too wish to witness the magnificent beast within." Councilman Wu, in high spirits, wears an ever-broadening smile. This day is destined to be etched in the annals of human history. The first planetary spacecraft of humanity is on the verge of its maiden voyage. Fang Ming resided near the Hudong shipbuilding plant. Early this morning, he was roused from slumber by the cacophony emanating from the shipyard. What vessel was being launched this time? Irritated, he groggily rose from his bed, covering his ears with the quilt in a futile attempt to block out the noise. It was hardly surprising. Being awakened at such an early hour would unsettle anyone of sound mind. Alas, sleep eluded him. With a resolute determination, Fang Ming sprang from his bed, declaring, "I shall not sleep any longer." He was eager to discover the source of the blaring horns and jubilant songs celebrating the launch of yet another grand ship. Striding to the window, he yanked back the curtains with a swift motion, revealing a sliver of the sun's radiant face, casting its warm glow. The gentle light gradually illuminated Fang Ming's astonished visage, his mouth agape in disbelief. In the distance, what had once been a closed-off factory was now partially exposed. As one of its walls began to creak open, Fang Ming's window offered a direct view of this unfolding scene. And there it was, a colossal object emerging from within the factory. A submarine? Upon witnessing the Leviathan being carefully maneuvered out of the factory, Fang Ming felt a surge of apprehension. After all, emblazoned on the wall of the factory, facing them were the ominous words, "Point your lens at the factory, and life will lead you to confinement." One need not inquire how Fang Ming had glimpsed the warning inscribed on the factory wall. Who among the inhabitants of the Hudong shipyard could resist the temptation to steal a glance? He had merely cast a fleeting gaze and had nearly been summoned for AT session. No, it was not a submarine. Fang Ming possessed keen eyesight, and with the clarity of the day's weather, visibility was exceptional. He discerned the peculiarities of this submarine with clarity. A conventional submarine would not possess a multitude of exhaust ports at its stern. Due to the distance, Fang Ming could only catch a vague glimpse. Yet, from this alone, he was certain this was unequivocally not a submarine. It resembled the exhaust of a flying cloud. A voice of disbelief slowly echoed within the room. "Chairman, what brings you here in person?" Zhang Su, donned in formal attire and radiating a rosy glow, stood ready to welcome him. Upon seeing Member Wu, he slightly bowed and hurriedly approached. "Well done, Xiaozhang." Member Wu offered a few words of praise, smiling as he gazed at the spacecraft quietly resting nearby. After a brief pause, he added, "Such a significant event, how could I possibly be absent?" Indeed, turning his gaze toward the massive spacecraft behind him, Zhang Su momentarily lost his focus. The spacecraft was laden with 254 tons. It is noteworthy that the total weight of humanity's largest space assembly, the International Space Station, is merely 400 tons. The spacecraft constructed by Factory 845 has tripled that record. Moreover, the implications of this achievement are simply incomparable. How are the preparations for the launching ceremony progressing? Zhiyong suddenly interjected, inquiring about Zhang Su while fixating on the colossal entity not far away. Everything is ready. Zhang Su nodded, adding, the crew for the first batch of spacecraft has also arrived. Look, they are right over there. Zhang Su gestured towards a group of individuals in a specific direction. Following his gesture, Zhiyong, Wu Yuan, and others turned in unison, directing their gaze towards a group of individuals positioned to the left of the spacecraft. They stood upon the crimson carpet, as upright as flagpoles, exuding an undeniable sense of pride through their erect postures. These individuals were the reserve crew members of the original 096 strategic nuclear submarine, who had been reassigned to the Space Training Center a few months prior. Zhang Su regarded these soldiers, standing tall and proud, with a profound sense of admiration. They had been selected from 6 batches of recruits, signifying the elite among elites. Due to their lack of experience in piloting such a colossal planetary spacecraft, the space agency decided to recruit from submarine forces, which share similarities with the space environment. A total of 600 individuals were recruited across 6 batches, and after rigorous selection processes, only 100 remained. These individuals underwent 3 months of astronaut training, achieving outstanding results that met the assessment criteria set by the space agency. This group of 100 constitutes the inaugural test pilots for the planetary spacecraft. However, their journey aboard the vessel would only commence following unmanned test flights. The 100 soldiers on the crimson carpet were filled with excitement. Although the spacecraft they were about to pilot was not as heavy as a single frigate, it possessed the capability of flight. Furthermore, they would serve as the pioneering members of a new branch of military forces, indicating that they would be the first experimental personnel of the future Space Army. They were poised to transition from submarine units to space forces. Chapter 112, Chabai Mountain. A grand colorful sphere was affixed to the bow of the planetary spacecraft. With a resounding blast of a horn, the colorful balloons erupted, dispersing a multitude of streamers into the air. Zhiyong stood solemnly on the temporary podium, cradling a crimson certificate in his hands. Opposite him stood Huxian, the captain of the interplanetary spacecraft. The ceremony at hand was the naming of the spacecraft. After both parties exchanged military salutes, Zhiyong formally presented the certificate to Huxian. At that moment, Huxian was filled with immense excitement as he firmly accepted the certificate. Colonel He, I pledge to fulfill all test flight missions of the spacecraft. The ceremony lasted 2 hours before reaching its official conclusion. Following a decision by the military committee, the first interplanetary spacecraft was designated as the Changbai Mountain, with the identification number beginning with 0300. 0, distinguishing it from naval vessels. The 3 signifies the specifications of the interplanetary spacecraft, referencing the standards of naval frigates, where vessels weighing 2,500 tons or less are classified as frigates. Thus, 03 denotes the frigate's identification. The final 0 indicates that the Changbai Mountain is the prototype experimental vessel of this model. Typically, frigates are named after mountains. Next, the test flights of the Changbai Mountain await. It seems that our friends across the ocean are becoming increasingly restless, hovering persistently in our skies. After receiving a phone call, Congressman Wu shook his head slightly and chuckled at Zhiyong beside him, saying, today's display has certainly drawn the attention of the Americans. Their spy satellites are circling above us. When did they arrive? Seeing Wu's relaxed demeanor, Zhiyong felt a weight lift from his heart. Not long after our arrival, our satellite engaged in a tactical confrontation with the adversary, successfully driving them away. Now, everyone is gathered in the conference room. Counselor Wu patted Zhiyong on the shoulder and shifted the topic. How is the design work for the space transfer station progressing? We have developed several fundamental modules. Upon hearing that the spy satellite had been repelled, Zhiyong let out a sigh of relief. We are employing a predetermined pipeline system, following a model of designing one module and producing one module. To keep pace with the Shangbeian schedule, the first life module has been completed and is currently undergoing the final inspection process. So soon? Now it was Counselor Wu's turn to be astonished. It has only been a little over a month, and the first module of the space transfer station is ready for production? This speed is quite extraordinary. The life module utilizes mature technologies from the space station, hence the design phase did not consume much time. To expedite the production of the space transfer station, Zhiyong has arranged for the design bureau staff to work in 3 shifts. Several high-precision manufacturing facilities for aerospace equipment have also fallen under his influence. Once the Shangbaishan's test flight is successful, we will be able to launch the first module. Indeed, excellent. We must swiftly establish the space transfer station. Counselor Wu's satisfaction with Zhiyong continued to grow. This level of efficiency would please anyone. The design work for the military's warships has also been completed, with the prototype being the Shangbaishan. Zhiyong added, I have already handed it over to them. The warship requested by the military is a modified version of the Changbai Mountain class. After systematic optimization, its payload has impressively increased to 650 tons. The military designers are exceptionally skilled, tirelessly refining the design to significantly reduce unnecessary weight. Ultimately, they managed to shed an astonishing 100 tons. This remarkable achievement is attributed to the military designer's application of topological calculations to the ship's structural framework. Without compromising material strength, they extensively employed hollowing techniques. Such technology has been utilized in the new submarines and other vessels. The modifications to the framework have resulted in considerable weight savings. The military designers, seasoned experts, incorporated all repetitive structures into a computer-controlled system, allowing for optimal regulation by the computer. This effectively delegated the responsibility to the automated programming team. The designer remarked, in any case, I have fulfilled my task, reducing the weight by 100 tons. The military will quietly begin preparations for ignition. Zhiyong. After a moment of contemplation, Congressman Wu's tone shifted to one of gravity as he lowered his voice towards Zhiyong. The development of space cities must also accelerate. Once the military's ignition design is completed, it will be dispatched to the edge of the solar system, remaining in a state of silence. I will monitor the progress closely. Zhiyong's expression also turned serious. The Dyson sphere around glaciers. The withering virus frequently discovered on Earth. All these signs indicate that humanity can no longer afford to remain complacent. A crisis is looming. We need not rush, Congressman Wu exhaled, explaining, it is sufficient to be adequately prepared to face the impending crisis. In other aspects, it is best to let things develop naturally. They should possess a sense of crisis, yet cannot live in fear each day. Once adequately prepared, they should proceed with their tasks. Congressman Wu. The preparations for the Changbai Mountains trial flight are complete, and it is ready for takeoff at any moment. As the two conversed, Zhou Huiran suddenly approached, prompting them to cease their discussion immediately. Please proceed to the observation platform. We are prepared for the launch operations. The entire Changbai mountain vessel is adorned in a black coating, exuding a sense of brutal beauty characteristic of heavy industry. Presently, the Changbai mountain lies on the ground. Zhiyong has made a rare visit to the observation platform. Typically stationed at the main control center, this marks his first experience from a live perspective. What a colossal behemoth. Congressman Wu gazed at this immense steel monstrosity, his lips parting in awe. His expression bore a complexity of emotions. Previously, he had viewed images of the Changbai mountain in documents, which, due to their panoramic nature, seemed unremarkable. However, upon arriving on site, he truly comprehended what an industrial beast it is. Lying on the ground, the Changbai mountain spacecraft towers over 40 meters high. As he looks around, his entire field of vision is dominated by its presence. The overwhelming darkness evokes a sense of insignificance and drifting. It is difficult to fathom how spectacular the scene will be when such a massive structure takes flight. Moreover, he no longer needs to imagine it. Congressman Wu, a message has arrived from the control center. The Changbai mountain has disengaged from the control chain. Cheng Yuanming glanced at his phone, a smile blooming on his face. The Changbai mountain, previously secured to its base, has gradually released the locking chains affixed to its hull. Bang! A tremendous roar erupted, akin to thunder materializing from thin air. The vicinity of the Hudong shipyard reverberated thrice with this deafening sound. A colossal chain crashed heavily onto the ground, and despite some cushioning, the impact compelled many to instinctively cover their ears. Fortunately, soundproofing measures were in place in front of the viewing platform. Otherwise, Zhiyong and his companions would have been left dazed by the noise. Buzzing. Following closely was a resounding hum as the hull engine powered up. The Changbai mountain was poised for takeoff. Chapter 113. Ascension. The hull engine gradually pivoted, directing its nozzle towards the prepared water pit. Simultaneously, an opening beneath the Changbai mountain slowly unfurled, revealing another set of hull engines within, reminiscent of the vertical takeoff of the American F-35 fighter jet. A thunderous roar filled the air, distinct from the typical sound of an engine's eruption. It resonated with a muffled thud that left listeners feeling uneasy, as though an unexpressed pressure lingered in their chests. Under the force of robust thrust, the Changbai Mountain, which had been lying on the ground, gradually rose to an upright position, creating a 70 angle with the earth. Clack, clack, clack. Subsequently, the sound of massive machinery whirring came to life as the main thrust engine at the stern of the Changbai Mountain began to rotate, with its power steadily increasing. The entire vessel, maintaining a 70 angle, ascended gently into the sky. Imagine the spectacle of a 056 soaring into the heavens. This was the scene unfolding before Zhiyong. After all, the displacement of the 056 frigate is merely around 1,500 tons. The Changbai Mountain, when airborne, indeed evokes a sensation akin to that of the 056 taking flight. In the distance, Fang Ming, a resident, felt as though he were still ensnared in a dream. He pinched himself fiercely. Ouch, that hurts. Fang Ming gasped, continuously rubbing his aching cheek. This was no dream. What had he witnessed? A submarine with short wings had taken to the skies. Its size was hardly smaller than the nearby Factory S-056 frigate. Moreover, it was ascending at an angle, gaining speed with each passing moment. Astonishing. Fang Ming was utterly flabbergasted. Was this truly a shipyard? Could it be that spacecraft were indeed vessels? He hurriedly took out his phone, eager to capture a moment of this astonishing event. With precision and haste, Fang Ming snapped a photograph. The colossal spacecraft, upon reaching a certain altitude, unleashed the full power of its hull engines. A brilliant azure tail flame erupted from the nozzle. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. In the image Fang Ming captured, the Changbai Mountain appeared even more immense than the ship behind it. Viewed from below, it hovered in the air, reminiscent of a movie poster, exuding an overwhelming sense of an extraterrestrial fleet descending upon Earth. The Changbai Mountain was undeniably monumental, not only in its size but also in the roar of its ascent. Numerous residents who remained at home witnessed the spectacle of this behemoth taking flight. Particularly, a fighter jet fortuitously flew across their line of sight. In the previously empty sky, devoid of reference points, they had not fully grasped the enormity of the Changbai Mountain. However, with the presence of this fighter jet, their perspectives were utterly shattered. This aerial object was astonishingly colossal. Perhaps due to its distance, in comparison, the fighter jet appeared as diminutive as a mere mosquito beside the Changbai Mountain. This revelation successfully made the surrounding residents realize that this was undeniably a spacecraft, an immensely grand spacecraft. Quick-witted witnesses promptly uploaded their photographs online, creating ripples of excitement. As more individuals shared and reposted images related to the Changbai Mountain, the entire network of Huagua once again erupted in fervor. This was yet another exhilarating piece of news following the incident in Feiyun. Even though some photographs were rather unclear, the aerospace community was certainly buzzing with excitement. All the enthusiasts were invigorated. Under the posts about the Changbai Mountain, they celebrated wildly. It was a festive occasion. Upon witnessing the Feiyun event, I sensed that something monumental was brewing, yet I could never have anticipated that this revelation would be as earth-shattering as it was. Can anyone speculate on the size of this spacecraft? I implore the experts for their analysis. It is estimated to be approximately 60 to 80 meters in length. I possess a satellite image taken prior to the spacecraft's launch, revealing a 056 class vessel in the adjacent dock. The 056 has a total length of 88.9 meters and a width of 11 meters. The spacecraft is clearly shorter than the 056, but wider. Ultimately, those providing the analysis are undoubtedly seasoned veterans of the aerospace community. Moreover, it is certain that the other party must have invested in acquiring images from reconnaissance satellites. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to possess such detailed knowledge. Upon witnessing the prominent figure from the aircraft carrier forum express his views, the commenters were quick to exclaim their admiration. After conducting an extensive analysis of the data, this expert reached a remarkable conclusion. This spacecraft may possess a tonnage comparable to that of the 056. Astonishing. A 1,500-ton spacecraft? Given that the artifacts displayed by the rabbits are all outdated, does this imply my mind is overwhelmed? I once believed that Feiyun represented the pinnacle of aerospace technology. I shall forever hold a fondness for this vessel. The comments above seem to reflect a shift in perception. It has only been a short time since Feiyun transformed into a figure of great admiration. Have you all seen the clear photographs? Remarkably, There appears to be chocolate on this spacecraft. Fong Ming initially harbored concerns that sharing photographs might pose a risk to national information security. However, upon discovering a similarly oriented image on the forum, which was less clear than his own, he decided to remain vigilant, waiting for this image to vanish. Yet, time passed, and the image remained intact, not removed. Observing this, Fong Ming's courage surged. The fact that the authorities had not deleted the image indicated their tacit approval. Otherwise, threads of this nature would typically vanish within mere seconds. Excitedly, he contemplated sharing his findings for further analysis by the experts. Consequently, Fong Ming sent a private message to the esteemed figure from the Aerospace Aircraft Carrier Forum. With a gentle nudge, my esteemed friend, I reside in close proximity and have captured a clear photograph. I perceive no indication from the authorities suggesting a prohibition on its publication. Might you assist me in analyzing this matter? You have indeed secured a clear image. Yao Qingguang, a university student specializing in engineering design, possesses a keen interest in various data measurements. Additionally, being an avid military enthusiast, he has become the designated measurement expert for the Aerospace Aircraft Forum. The estimates he provides are typically remarkably accurate. Now, upon hearing that someone has privately messaged him about capturing a clear photograph of a mysterious spacecraft, he straightens in excitement, nervously swallows, and places his hands on the keyboard, slowly composing a message. Please refrain from publicizing it just yet. An excessively clear photograph could undoubtedly lead to issues of leakage. Send it to me privately, and I will handle it before you share it. Direct dissemination is not advisable. As a seasoned member of the Aerospace Aircraft Forum, he is acutely aware of the paramount importance of security. Much like the satellite images of the first aircraft carrier, he has access to clearer photographs. Yet due to confidentiality protocols, those images have never circulated. After all, safeguarding information security begins with each of us. Chapter 114. Solid Evidence. Fong Ming pondered carefully for a moment. The individual in question is a veteran of the forum and had recently shared satellite images of the Hadong shipyard. Given the circumstances, sharing the photograph with him posed no issue. However, Fong Ming was not naive. He would not simply hand over the image. What if the recipient were a foreign intelligence operative lurking within the forum? Fong Ming refrained from processing the image directly, opting instead to transfer it back and forth between his phone and computer multiple times, deliberately avoiding the original version. After completing this series of operations, he finally sent the resulting photograph to the other party. However, the image appeared somewhat blurred after decompression. Upon viewing it, Yao Qingguang could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This is a phased array radar. By dragging the mouse and continuously magnifying the image, Yao Qingguang discerned a square protrusion at the bow of the ship. This square elevation exhibited a slight color difference from its surroundings and bore no traces of rivets in the center. It presented as a smooth radar dome, reminiscent of the active phased array radar found on the Huagua Shinden-class vessels. Allow me to examine you closely. The moment he received the photograph, he made such a significant discovery. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, he noted additional developments. There were very fine traces displayed in a square formation. With a group consisting of over a dozen, he meticulously searched every detail. Even though the image was somewhat unclear, it was, in fact, clearer than the photos currently circulating online. There was also a group at the stern. Observing the simultaneous appearance of two identical square configurations, it was difficult for Yao Qingguang to suppress his associations. He took out the vertical launch system of the 052 class vessel, known as the Chocolate Missile System, and conducted a meticulous comparison. This is a spacecraft. The hatch of the vertical launch system must be significantly thicker. A flash of insight struck him, prompting Yao Qingguang to bring up another blurred photograph from a different angle. Although the image was indistinct, the opposite side of the spacecraft also revealed two identical square structures, along with the phased array radar. It was certain. Yao Qingguang excitedly waved his hand while seated in the massage chair. He was nearly convinced. On the spacecraft, that is a missile launch system. Everything follows a trace, and this is the spacecraft constructed by Huagua. The rumors circulating online regarding Huagua's reverse engineering of extraterrestrial vessels have been thoroughly dispelled. The distinctive design style, the cloud-like nozzles, and the configuration of weaponry can only be attributed to our own ingenuity. The invigorated Yao Qingguang, having processed the images with specialized software, subsequently shared them with Fong Ming. Fong Zhongsho, may I repost this edited image? Oh, absolutely. Fong Ming, without a second thought, Merely wished to see if the seasoned aeronautics enthusiast could glean any insights. Excellent. I shall commence my analysis post-haste. Moments later, Fong Ming found himself incessantly refreshing the news, his fingers gliding over the screen. In a matter of minutes, the news of the mysterious spacecraft's launch in Hudong had skyrocketed to the forefront of trending topics. Prominent internet media outlets were incessantly sharing the story, and a tempest of excitement erupted within the forums. The catalyst for this fervor was a new post by Yao Chengguang. With an active phased array and vertical launch capabilities. It seems one can never truly ascertain how much a rabbit conceals. The rabbit grins slyly. It genuinely resembles the nozzles of a cloud-like hypersonic aircraft. Could this spacecraft possibly match the displacement of an 056? I can hardly believe it. Shall we see it swim in the water? Dog emoji, a 1,000-ton spacecraft. This is a space frigate. Numerous diving aficionados have emerged, marveling at the phased array radar and missile launchers prominently displayed here. Who would dare to contest? Henceforth, this vessel shall become the new scripture for our aircraft carrier. It is too late. The aerospace forum has already been taken over. What? This is tragic. I have decided to defect to the aerospace forum. The photographs of the Changbai Mountain spacecraft's launch have gone viral, and within a single day, nearly all netizens are aware of it. Our nation has successfully developed a spacecraft. This is even more exhilarating than the development of an aircraft carrier, especially with the speculation regarding the presence of weaponry on board. Many viewers, upon gazing at the enlarged close-up images, were moved to tears. From this day forth, the balance of power with the United States has undeniably shifted. At precisely 7 p.m. that evening, the familiar melody resonated from the national news channel. As the host unveiled the script from a brown sealed envelope, there was a rare moment of hesitation. However, he quickly regained his composure. Our channel reports that at 8 a.m. today, our first planetary system spacecraft, the Changbai Mountain, successfully completed its test flight. According to relevant experts, the success of this test flight signifies that our nation possesses the capability to develop and construct in space. The host's voice was filled with fervor, and the muscles in his cheeks quivered with excitement. He was genuinely thrilled. The content following the script was almost beyond his belief. Yet, out of trust in the station, he proceeded to read the details aloud. Our channel reports that this afternoon, Counselor Wu personally issued a directive. We solemnly inform the citizens of our nation that we are making significant strides into space. Counselor Wu emphasized that the successful test flight of the Changbai Mountain has laid a solid foundation for the establishment of a kilometer-level space transfer station. We are indeed making remarkable progress into the cosmos. In the concluding moments, the host felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Was he truly broadcasting the news? This time, merely introducing the Changbai Mountain spacecraft and the remarks from Congressman Wu consumed a full 10 minutes. It is noteworthy that the entire broadcast is limited to 30 minutes. The internet, already abuzz with the photographs of the Changbai Mountain spacecraft, now finds itself further ignited, as if a truckload of fuel had been thrown onto the flames, rendering it uncontrollable. I had thought that the planetary system spacecraft was formidable enough, yet here we are, encountering this transit station. Who is its commander? A kilometer-scale space transfer station. Is this the dawn of space exploration? Indeed, the Feiyun is intended for human transport, while the Changbai Mountain spacecraft, robust in appearance, is undoubtedly designed for cargo transport. Is the upper echelon devoid of wisdom? A cargo ship laden with weaponry. What a farcical notion of an armed transport vessel. This is not the age of exploration. Could there truly be pirates in space? Fly, fly, fly. I yearn for a journey into the cosmos. If earlier today, there were skeptics regarding the authenticity of the Changbai Mountain photographs, the official confirmation now serves as a resounding declaration, truly exhilarating. Tonight promises to be a sleepless night for the Changbai Mountain in its voyage through the cosmos. Is set to make a triumphant return to Hudong. Following the news, countless citizens have gathered spontaneously, congregating outside the Hudong shipyard. How could they possibly miss this historical moment? They are eager to witness it with their own eyes. A throng of people encircled the shipyard's walls, a sea of heads tilted at a 45-degree angle, gazing expectantly at the inky void above. The skies over Hudong today are shrouded in clouds, while the gathered masses below seem desperate to tear apart the clouds above. In the midst of the throng, some individuals exhibited an exuberance that surpassed that of the rest. They were the former enthusiasts of rocket launches, having ardently pursued the spectacle for over a decade. Awakening to the present moment, They found themselves on the brink of witnessing a spacecraft's descent, a truly exhilarating experience. Chapter 115. Descent. Why has it not yet landed? Murmurs of concern rippled through the crowd as the wait extended longer than anticipated. Perhaps they are conducting experiments in space. No worries. If it takes too long, I shall forego sleep tonight. I brought a thermos of hot water. Anyone in need of a warm drink? I also brought a box of instant noodles. Come, let us make do. The assembled gathering, orderly and spirited, swiftly established a makeshift camp. Observing the spacecraft's reluctance to descend, the staff of the Hudong shipyard exchanged knowing smiles. It was clear that allowing entry was out of the question. However, extending a helping hand was certainly feasible. Thus, the perimeter of the shipyard swiftly transformed into a small camping ground. Fong Ming, seizing this opportunity, joined the crowd, positioning himself at the outskirts. He had just prepared a bowl of noodles when, with a sudden poke of his fork, he heard a gasp erupt from the crowd. Look, where is the Changbai Mountain spacecraft? The collective gaze turned skyward, captivated by the sudden cry. Fong Ming, transfixed by the sight above, watched in astonishment as his bowl of noodles slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. The once ink-black sky was illuminated by a brilliant light, the glow of the rocket's tail flame, strikingly vivid against the nocturnal backdrop. As I gaze into the distance, the Changbai Mountain spacecraft descends vertically with a graceful elegance. Two azure trails of flame erupt forcefully, gently guiding the vessel towards the ground. As it approaches closer to the Earth, the inhabitants of the camp experience a profound sense of anticipation. This is truly reminiscent of an alien invasion depicted in films. The immense spacecraft hovers in the air, its altitude gradually diminishing due to retro thrust. Imagine, if you will, a 056 vessel, akin to a small building, slowly descending before your very eyes. This is the scene. Boom. Even the lightest touch upon landing produces a resounding crash, a testament to the sheer weight of the Changbai Mountain. The entire camp erupts with excitement. Some brave souls have already constructed a human ladder, peeking through the walls to glimpse the interior of the shipyard. Success. The landing was indeed successful. Naturally, they exercised discretion, quickly dismantling the ladder upon confirming the news. Simultaneously, the tidings of the successful landing swiftly spread throughout the camp, inciting jubilant leaps from all. They cheer, scream, and celebrate. In the conference room of Factory 845, the atmosphere is equally vibrant. Director Zhiyong, do not forget, after the successful landing of the spacecraft, you owe us a feast. Upon hearing the news of the Changbai Mountain's descent, Zhiyong is filled with joy. Moreover, he recalls Zhang Su's initial promise. What joy to indulge in a complimentary meal. Ha ha ha. Minister I, Zhang Su, am a man of my word. Arrangements will be made immediately. Zhang Su responds with hearty laughter, unwavering in his commitment. Today is a day of celebration, and it would be an understatement to say the nation rejoices. Please, do set up several tables. We, the old gentleman, should also partake in the feast. Zhou Huairan's voice rose several notches, clearly betraying his inner turmoil. The Changbai Mountain spacecraft exhibited no issues in its various parameters. After sipping his tea, Zhou Huairan shifted the topic to more pressing matters. After a few test flights, we will prepare to send the crew aboard. The subsequent tasks are equally significant. We aim to utilize the Changbai Mountain to concurrently verify the review system. Zhiyong nodded slightly in agreement. This vessel represents the first spacecraft of Huagua, yet it shall not be the last. Once future spacecraft are delivered, they, like warships, must undergo testing prior to their service. Correct? Testing inevitably requires designated projects, does it not? The current mission of the Changbai Mountain is to conduct assessments for future testing initiatives, thus shouldering a considerable responsibility. The selected crew for the Changbai Mountain includes talents specifically suited for this endeavor. Zhou Huairan nodded in affirmation, adding, they will contribute specific enhancements to the testing projects we discuss. Their frontline experience enables them to identify potential issues with greater precision. We are currently in a trial and error phase. Aside from ensuring safety, various systems may encounter issues of varying magnitudes, all of which are typical occurrences during testing. Once these challenges are addressed, the Changbai Mountain will be ready for official service. Hence, a new question arises: to which region shall it serve? I propose the establishment of a space force. The speaker has left due to pressing matters, yet Cheng Yuanming is unwilling to miss out on the excitement, remaining at the scene. Zhiyong furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The establishment of a space force carries significant implications. After all, while the United States may act shamelessly, we hold ourselves to higher standards. The Outer Space Treaty, which prohibits the militarization of space, has been duly signed by all parties involved. Such agreements are far from mere scraps of paper. Perhaps it would be more prudent to designate it as the Second Aerospace Division of the Air Force. The formation of a military branch dedicated to space is undoubtedly necessary. The distinction lies in the nomenclature, which should not be overtly ostentatious. Indeed, akin to the 2nd Artillery Corps, it would be wise to establish a subsidiary of the Air Force first, especially since our country's Air Force is referred to as the Aerospace Force. Is there any issue with Aerospace Force aircraft venturing into space? To which I respond, can you truly blame me? You are the ones who cannot access the cosmos. Rest assured, I shall relay this to the speaker, who is currently quite troubled by these matters. Cheng Yuanming smiled broadly at this notion. It's a brilliant idea. My Air Force can reach into space. And you dare to hold me accountable? Quite cunning. The pressing question now is, when will the module for the space transfer station be launched? Zhou Huiran remarked with a smile. Today brings a plethora of good news. The first module of the space transfer station has been completed. The inspection team has conducted multiple checks, and it meets all launch requirements. Once the Changbai mountain vessel completes its tests, we shall send the module aloft. Zhiyong's eyes lit up, swiftly making a decision. The first module is a habitation module, impressively large at a 30-meter square cabin. The space station has exceeded its original planned dimensions by more than 70 times. Indeed, it is a staggering 70 times larger. The living module is so luxurious that each crew member is allocated a personal room, complete with a private restroom. Each individual room measures 3 meters in height, 4 meters in length, and 3 meters in width. Consequently, the entire living module boasts approximately 340 rooms, along with an extraordinarily spacious common area. In the future, this living module will accommodate the entire crew of the Changbai mountain spacecraft, with ample surplus space. With 340 rooms and a life support system capable of sustaining food supplies for 5 years. Zhiyong licked his lips and jokingly remarked, Zhou Lao Chung Lao. Once the spacecraft is operational, we might even have the chance to visit the space transfer station. His words resonated deeply with Zhou Huiran and Cheng Yuanming. Indeed, the current Changbai mountain spacecraft, along with Feiyun, has a relatively moderate acceleration that any normal person can tolerate. Once the transfer station is operational, they will truly have the opportunity to explore space. Chapter 116, Industrial Dock. Zhiyong's suggestion is excellent. Zhou Huiran's eyes brightened, and a flicker of excitement crossed his face. Having dedicated his life to aerospace, he has yet to experience the wonders of the true cosmos. Once the space transfer station is officially in operation, let us embark on a journey together. Very well, I shall accompany you. Cheng Yuanming expressed his own excitement, pleasantly surprised that at his age, he could still partake in an extraterrestrial adventure. I will also invite Congressman Wu to join us on this expedition. Invite the congressman as well? As Zhiyong daydreamed about a journey through the cosmos, he was momentarily taken aback by an unexpected remark from Academician Chung. Isn't this a bit too ambitious? He pondered, startled. What is there to fear? We have but one life. We dare to embark on this venture, so why worry about potential issues? Cheng Yuanming, unfazed by the alarmed expressions of Zhiyong and Zhou Huiran, merely chuckled in disdain. He knew that once the news reached Congressman Wu, he would be even more exhilarated than anyone present. After all, who among us has not dreamed of soaring through the universe in their youth? If they were to exclude Congressman Wu from the endeavor, he would certainly become agitated. There is no need for concern. We simply need to accidentally let him in on the news. Academician Chung smirked, devising a clever plan. Rather than formally inviting him, it would be far more effective for Wu to express interest himself. He would subtly leak the information, prompting the congressman to inquire about it, at which point he could casually mention their intentions. A flawless scheme. Splendid. This task is entrusted to Chung. Zhiyong laughed heartily, confident that Academician Chung, being well acquainted with Congressman Wu, would handle it adeptly. Once the space transit station is established, should we not contemplate the development of space industrial capabilities? Zhou Huiran mused, envisioning himself navigating the station amidst the stars, his gaze slightly distant. However, his formidable self-discipline soon dispelled such fantasies, leading him to propose a comprehensive development plan for the future of space. The moon and other celestial bodies are abundant in resources such as iron and silicon. Thus, The future of space construction cannot rely solely on terrestrial supplies. Zhiyong nodded. The question posed by Zhou Huiran indeed represents a principal challenge that the space agency is poised to confront. While the establishment of a comprehensive industrial system in space is not an immediate goal, the capability to repair and maintain spacecraft and transit stations must be developed. The replication of humanity's entire industrial prowess in the cosmos remains largely unattainable at this juncture. However, the necessity for the upkeep of spacecraft is undeniable. Frequent returns to Earth for repairs are impractical. Thus, cultivating fundamental industrial capabilities in space has ascended to a primary concern. Under microgravity conditions, employing methods such as alloy processing through miscibility gaps and vapor phase techniques may yield novel alloy structures and characteristics. A look of aspiration illuminated Zhou Huiran's face, signifying that this implies a more favorable environment for the exploration of new materials in space. Due to its relatively nascent development, Huawei has historically been constrained in the realm of materials. Yet, this landscape is destined to transform with the advent of extraterrestrial industrial development. The exploration of outer space industries encompasses not only the construction of industrial sectors, but also the investigation of materials, automation in production equipment, and more. Currently, our missions in outer space can be categorized into two types. Zhou Huiran organized his thoughts and elucidated. The first involves utilizing raw materials sourced from Earth and celestial bodies such as the Moon to manufacture large-scale space apparatus. The second pertains to the production of specific components necessary for the maintenance and repair of spacecraft and other aerospace equipment. Does the Space Transit Station possess similar industrial production modules? Academician Cheng Yuanming, having heard of various modules within the Space Transit Station, interjected with curiosity. Indeed, it does. Zhiyong's contemplation was abruptly interrupted as he observed the childlike curiosity etched on the face of the esteemed old academician, Cheng Yuanming. With a gentle smile, he cheerfully elucidated, the production modules at the transit station primarily serve as backups for components of the space station. Our current objective is to establish a comprehensive space industrial dock specifically designed for berthing, maintenance, and refurbishment. Indeed, Zhiyong's summary was remarkably astute. Zhou Huiran also applauded, affirming that Zhiyong had articulated their needs splendidly. They required such a dock, one endowed with industrial capabilities. It was imperative that they append such a module to the Space Transit Station. Without delay, I shall reach out to the Microgravity Industrial Research Institute and collaborate with them to design this module. Zhou Huiran had always been decisive, springing into action at the mere thought of an idea. Hence, upon confirming the necessity of constructing this dock, he wasted no time and promptly exited the conference room. Zhiyong and academician Cheng exchanged resigned glances. Is this really happening? We are supposed to be celebrating the successful test flight of the Changbai Mountain. How did the conversation shift so swiftly to work? Is he intent on exhausting us? Ha ha ha. Old Zhou remains true to his nature. A fleeting glimmer of resignation passed through Cheng Yuanming's eyes, which soon transformed into a playful chuckle directed at Zhiyong, his eyes narrowing slightly. There was something amiss in that laughter. Zhiyong forced a smile, his expression stiffening. That gaze. It was the scrutinizing stare of a homeroom teacher. From academician Cheng's eyes, Zhiyong could discern a multitude of unspoken words. It was as if the venerable elder were saying, "Look at them, still here, laughing and chatting with me. Shouldn't you be busy working for me?" Suddenly, Zhiyong recalled that he had unfinished projects. Under the penetrating gaze of academician Cheng, Zhiyong succumbed within mere seconds. It was a profound defeat. He hastily made his escape, thinking, I must hurry to urge the progress of my projects. Zhiyong fled, awkwardly retreating. After all, it was the scrutinizing gaze of academician Cheng. Zhiyong thought, this situation is dire. I must slip away. Meanwhile, in the United States Capitol, a loud crash echoed as Feasibility slammed the table before him to the ground. It was nothing short of disgraceful. This marked the darkest day in American history. He screamed with all his might, his body trembling as if he were enduring immense inner turmoil. The entire Capitol was now shrouded in silence. Even Feasibility's staunchest opponents dared not challenge him at this moment. The Huawei had successfully developed a spacecraft. This was even more distressing than the achievements of the Tsarist Russia. It was a bitter truth that everyone present acknowledged and could not refute. Standing on the platform, Feasibility was consumed by impotent rage, regretting his investments. His stocks, space exploration and military industry shares had plummeted at the market opening, sending him into a fit of despair. Upon witnessing the morning's losses, he nearly spewed blood and would have been carried away had he not held the title of congressman, allowing him to salvage some wealth. Otherwise, he would have been like the retail investors, lining up to leap from the building. This could not continue. Absolutely not. He must recover the losses. My esteemed colleagues, we can no longer allow this to continue. We must rejuvenate our aerospace industry. Chapter 117, Trial Voyage. Flare. Firosi, steeling himself, realized that a decisive action was necessary. How is our controllable nuclear fusion progressing? Previously, Flare had been gesticulating, claiming to be the foremost expert on controllable nuclear fusion, assuring that the United States was nearing a breakthrough in this technology. However, he had remained vague, unwilling to divulge specific timelines for its development. Until now, he could not interfere with presidential matters, but now, the national security of the United States was under serious threat. As the senior congressman, he had the authority to inquire. Meanwhile, Flare, somewhat bored, was fidgeting with his fingers like a child. Suddenly, upon hearing Firosi call his name, he jolted as if caught in mischief by a teacher. It dawned on him that he was, after all, the president. Straightening his posture, Flare donned an elegant yet courteous smile, as though nothing had transpired. Lord Bernard was already organizing matters. Flare displayed his iconic smile, declaring that he was no longer fatigued when it came to controllable nuclear fusion. He was well versed in this subject. The construction of our controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor has officially commenced. Soon, we shall master this technology. Splendid. Firosi nodded affirmatively. Excellent. Although Flare is typically quite unreliable, he dares not deceive when it comes to such critical matters. Ladies and gentlemen, we absolutely cannot afford to fall behind in aerospace. A fierce determination surged within Felois. With controllable nuclear fusion technology at hand, and a Hall thruster boasting a thrust of 1 Newton, is it not a spacecraft? Can't the United States forcefully bring it into existence? We have already lagged behind. This sentiment was one that Bernard could only ponder internally, not daring to voice it aloud. Observing the speaker on the platform, Bernard felt a sense of despair. What are we doing here? The United States has already been left far behind. They are on the verge of establishing a 1,000-meter space base. And here we are, insisting that we must not fall behind. Next, we too must develop a comparable spacecraft. Felois, in a bid to salvage his stocks, was willing to risk everything. The members of Congress perked up at this proposal, as many had invested some money in the stock market after the last session. The subsequent plunge had not been pleasant for them. This new plan could not only uphold the dignity of the United States, but also rescue their modest investments. It was simply perfect. I am in agreement. Old Francis had also invested a considerable amount in the stock market, and he could hardly contain his eagerness. We must disseminate this information to rescue the plummeting market. I concur. Count me in. With old Francis leading the charge, the lawmakers began to express their support. It can be said that nearly no member opposed the idea. Very well. This time, we shall mobilize the full strength of the nation, just as we did in the past against the Soviet Union in the realm of aerospace. Victory belongs to us, America. Glory belongs to us, America. In a room at the Hudong shipyard, Hu Xian rose early. Today marked the official entry of the Changbai Mountain into service. Thus, he was immensely exhilarated, having scarcely slept the previous night. Beep, beep, beep. As the wake-up call rang out, within moments, the entire flight crew of 100 for the Changbai Mountain burst forth in unison. Each one of them displayed an expression of fervor, rushing down with unbridled enthusiasm, and effortlessly forming a line. This left Hu Xian, who was typically fashionably late, momentarily perplexed. To his astonishment, he realized he was not alone in his excitement. Everyone felt the same. Brothers, let us gather and set forth to meet our vessel. Hu Xian proclaimed with fervent enthusiasm, his voice resonating. Indeed, 100 soldiers marched in perfect unison, their feet pounding rhythmically as they expressed their inner exhilaration through the spirited singing of military songs. These 100 individuals had been rehearsing operations aboard the Changbai Mountain for several days. Hu Xian confidently approached the captain's control room. The captain's control system aboard the Changbai Mountain was adapted from the 3-section communication system of an aircraft carrier, meaning there were 9 individuals in the main control room. Donning their wetsuits, form-fitting, waterproof garments designed to maintain body temperature and prevent prolonged contact with liquid, Hu Xian and the other 8 slowly entered a glass-like spherical chamber. Seated upon the built-in chair, Hu Xian deftly manipulated the controls on the screen before her, commanding the closure of the immersion pod's door. The pod was equipped with an independent oxygen supply system and capable of infusing a unique viscous solution. This substance was designed to counteract the effects on the human body during the acceleration of the Changbai mountain vessel. In a bid to conserve space, the designers ingeniously integrated the life support functions, immersion capabilities, and control systems within the pod itself. Dip. The door sealed shut, accompanied by a piercing sound and the mechanical voice announcing that the immersion pod door was now closed. The crew members of the control systems proceeded to verify the closure of the pod door. After ensuring the airtightness of her breathing assistance mask, Hu Xian activated the radio frequency to broadcast across the ship. Command received. We are about to embark. Command acknowledged. The airspace has been cleared. Takeoff is permitted. The voice of Zhiyong resonated through the radio frequency. He was stationed at the Space Administration, monitoring the trial flight of the Changbai mountain vessel in real time. A thunderous roar filled the air as the vessel slowly ascended from the ground, plunging straight into the vastness of space. Throughout the entire ascent and transition into the cosmos, Hu Xian felt no unusual sensations. Thanks to the uniform acceleration method employed, she was untroubled by the stresses of 8G. In fact, she found the experience more liberating than speeding in a race car. Report, Captain Hu. We have crossed the KRMN line. Her first officer, Wang Shui, was now brimming with excitement. Experiencing the sensation of weightlessness as his body floated upward, he could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "Have we truly arrived in space? This is nothing short of a dream." Just 6 months prior, he had been serving aboard a submarine, lurking beneath the shadowy depths of the ocean. And now, he was piloting a spacecraft into the vastness of outer space. Old Wang, this is indeed real. Once we complete a few crucial safety tests, we shall visit the dormitory. A major in the control room grinned at Wang Shui. As a planetary spacecraft, it was primarily designed for travel within the planetary system. Naturally, it boasted provisions for food, water, oxygen, and, most importantly, living quarters. Each individual was afforded their own luxurious space pod, 3 meters long, 4 meters wide, and 3 meters high. 1 room per person. The thought of experiencing the sensation of sleeping in space thrilled the entire crew. Chapter 118. The dispute. Hey, old Wang. Didn't you mention wanting to bring back a star for your son? During a brief interval, while the agency adjusted the data instruments, a major in the control room suddenly recalled this detail and teased him. Indeed, last month he heard I was undergoing astronaut training and insisted that I bring him a star. Wang Shui, usually serious, could not help but smile at the thought of his son. I was considering that since we are conducting related experimental work, perhaps I could request to bring back a small piece of meteorite. At that moment, Captain Hu Xian interjected with a smile, saying, "Rest assured, old Wang. I shall inform you when the time comes. It's merely a small piece of meteorite. It's as easy as collecting seashells on the beach." "I appreciate it, Captain," Wang Shui replied, his face adorned with a loving smile. "When we conduct the flight object integration test, I will operate the robotic arm to procure a small piece for you." In the control room of the Changbai mountain spacecraft within the space agency, this dialogue resonated with remarkable clarity. The entire control center erupted into laughter. The researchers found these individuals utterly delightful. Zhiyong, who had been present in the control center, listened to the exchange and exclaimed, "Goodness, they are conspiring right before our eyes." Nevertheless, acquiring a tiny meteorite was a trivial matter, and a touch of humanity was indeed warranted. Thus, Zhiyong suddenly leaned closer to the microphone, cleared his throat, and remarked, "Deputy Captain Wang Shui, do remember to bring me one when you return." The laughter in the control center intensified at this comment. It was unexpected to witness a more approachable side of Minister He, who had always seemed enigmatic to them. Upon hearing the sudden voice, Wang Shui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a hearty laugh, "Fear not, Minister He. I shall certainly bring you the most exquisite meteorite." Thanks to this light-hearted interlude, the atmosphere surrounding the test flight became exceedingly joyous. The initial tension felt by both parties dissipated significantly, fostering a sense of camaraderie. The test flight of the Changbai mountain spacecraft has been completed for a month. Zhiyong received a gift from Deputy Captain Wang Shui, a fist-sized meteorite. This meteorite was extracted by the robotic arm operator during the capture of flying objects experiment. The piece that was presented to Zhiyong is indeed quite exquisite. It resembles mottled glass, radiating a dreamlike glow under the illumination of light. After admiring it for a while, Zhiyong found himself increasingly enamored and decided to display the meteorite on his desk. He walked around it several times, peering from different angles. As the minister of the space agency, having a meteorite on his desk is a fitting emblem of his stature. Yet, while appreciating this decorative piece, Zhiyong had to acknowledge the reality of his responsibilities. He returned to his seat and commenced a day of document processing. Correspondence from astrochemists and meteoriticists at Zhiyong University of Science and Technology. In addition to scientific endeavors, Zhiyong also needed to address files that the Secretariat could not resolve. For instance, this particular request. The astrochemists and meteoriticists, drawn by the news of the Changbai Mountains launch, sought to apply for a substantial quantity of meteorites for their research. The announcement of the spacecraft's departure not only thrilled the general public but also sent waves of excitement through the scientific community dedicated to the study of outer space. This was indeed a primary resource. Previously, with limited rocket capacity and few exploratory missions, they often had to share mere dozens or hundreds of grams among numerous institutions. However, the situation has changed dramatically. He pondered the idea of loading the cargo hold of the Changbai Mountain spacecraft with sealed equipment containing stones, deeming it a feasible solution to ensure ample supply. In a few days, the first module of the space transfer station would be transported, and upon its return, sealed capsules could bring back some materials for study. Zhiyong chuckled as he signed his name on the formal application. When the time comes, I shall ensure several tons are brought back for your thorough examination. However, among the myriad of documents, Zhiyong's attention was drawn to one particularly noteworthy file. As he read each word meticulously, his brow furrowed with increasing concern. It appeared that the communications technology team was encountering significant challenges. In their quest to maintain a connection between future space facilities and Earth, they were engaged in cutting-edge research on communication technologies, specifically focusing on quantum communication. Quantum communication can be categorized into two distinct types. The first is quantum key distribution, which merely exploits the uncontrollable nature of quantum mechanics to encrypt information. If quantum key distribution is merely a minor application of quantum mechanics within classical communication, then quantum teleportation represents the true essence of quantum communication. It utilizes the theory of quantum entanglement to facilitate information transmission across vast distances. In simpler terms, regardless of the distance, when one particle of an entangled pair changes, the other will instantaneously respond in kind. Quantum communication technology relies on this principle to operate effectively. I shall pay a visit to the communications group, Zhiyong resolved, his eyes gleaming with newfound determination. Memories of the quantum communication technology provided by the system flooded his mind, prompting him to massage his temples in contemplation. The quantum communication technology provided by the system is exceedingly advanced. Upon comparing it with the technical explanations from the communications team, Zhiyong was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he would have to resort to a rudimentary version of quantum communication technology. The communications team was situated merely 600 meters away from the main office building of the space agency. Without much effort, Zhiyong arrived in a matter of minutes. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sounds of a heated argument within. The quantum entanglement transmission still relies on traditional information transfer. We should focus our primary efforts on conventional communication. A piercing voice emanated from the conference room. Before this voice could fade, another, even more intense dispute erupted. Although quantum entanglement transmission cannot exceed the speed of light, its communication capacity far surpasses that of traditional methods. This is the future. Conventional communication technology is sufficient as it stands. Our research and development efforts must concentrate on quantum communication. Just by listening to the clamor within, Zhiyong grasped the essence of the communications team's contention. Contrary to widespread misconceptions, quantum communication technology does not entail interstellar transmission or superluminal propagation. Quantum communication does not transcend the speed of light, as it necessitates the use of traditional methods to convey the results of quantum observations. These conventional methods inherently limit the transmission speed. Thus, the entire communications team is entrenched in a debate concerning which focus to adopt. One faction advocates for prioritizing traditional communication technology, while the other insists on emphasizing the greater capacity and security of quantum communication technology. Chapter 119. The Ultimate Observer Outside the Door. They had overheard a good portion of the discussion. The researchers outside observed Zhiyong lingering at the entrance, chuckling at the escalating argument within. The debate, initially focused on differing approaches, had devolved into a cacophony of insults. Creak. Zhiyong gently pushed the door open, and an immediate hush fell over the conference room. Minister He, when did you arrive? Team leader Su Hui's expression stiffened momentarily, and he awkwardly forced a smile. Oh, I just got here. Naturally, Zhiyong could not confess to having listened in on the live broadcast. I heard your communications team has encountered some issues? Yes, Minister He, please have a seat. The deputy director quickly approached, ushering Zhiyong to the foremost position. We are facing significant challenges in quantum communication technology. Su Hui sighed heavily. It's precisely because these issues have remained unresolved for so long that our team has split into two factions to expedite the design process. What seems to be the crux of the problem? Zhiyong inquired as he settled into his chair, directing his question to Su Hui. The issue lies with the distance of quantum transmission. Su Hui and the deputy team leader took their seats nearby and began to elaborate. Currently, the furthest distance achieved for quantum state transmission is from Emission Pan's laboratory, but even that barely exceeds 100 kilometers. This brings into question the stability of quantum propagation. What if we utilized high-energy laser photons? Su Hui proposed, concluding his overview of the current state of quantum communication technology. Zhiyong suddenly remarked, quantum communication necessitates that both parties ascertain each other's observation conditions. If their measured quantities align, they are retained. If they differ, they are discarded. Why not adopt a different approach? Let us utilize the polarization of optical quanta and high-energy lasers as the signal between the two parties. His words sparked a revelation in Su Hui's mind. Indeed, if we were to send out a pair of entangled quanta, they could autonomously transmit their current states to both communicators. Simultaneously, both parties would emit signals in response. In this manner, the traditional communication verification process would transform into determining results through the polarization of light. By establishing that the photon's deflection aligns with the measurement basis, we could derive a consistent outcome, provided both parties observe identical data. Conversely, if the data diverges, no result can be produced. However, this necessitates a data processing center for both communicators. Su Hui's eyes brightened, and his tone grew somewhat fervent. He had not anticipated that Minister He was also well-versed in quantum communication technology. Yet, this data center must be situated in space, and its power must be sufficiently robust. In simpler terms, we need to construct a colossal processing center in space. This center would possess the capability to generate pairs of quantum entanglement and to emit high-energy lasers through configured radio frequencies. Consequently, the speed of quantum communication would approach the speed of light. Precisely. Zhiyong nodded in agreement. The two proceeded to discuss the specifics of the communication process, and ultimately, amidst the silence of the entire research group, Su Hui completed the detailed design. In simpler terms, the current state of quantum communication has evolved into a remarkable phenomenon. The communicating parties possess various entangled AB quantum states, utilizing a communication relay station that employs high-energy lasers to ascertain the state of the quantum particles. After meticulous calculations, we deduce that if we were to establish such relay stations at several locations within the solar system, we could potentially construct a quantum communication network throughout the solar system. Su Hui's voice paused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It seems the preliminary discussions have sufficiently warmed up, and it is time to delve into the main topic. Even if Su Hui's optimized quantum communication could approach the speed of light, significant delays would still persist within the solar system. This is primarily because the communicating parties must ultimately utilize high-energy lasers to determine the observational state of the quantum particles. It is well understood that a quantum entity reveals its characteristics only in the presence of an observer. The most widely recognized example is Schrodinger's cat. When you observe the cat, it manifests in a definite state of either dead or alive, whereas, in the absence of observation, it exists in a superposition of both states. Building upon this concept and integrating it with the presented quantum communication technology, Zhiyong has identified two methods through which humanity can achieve genuine quantum communication. What if I propose that we could enable both communicating parties to become a singular observer? Observing Su Hui's enthusiasm, Zhiyong decided to fuel the excitement further. Become a singular observer? Su Hui's mind raced. Becoming a singular observer? Would that not imply that as long as both parties carry entangled AB particles, Communication could entirely transcend the constraints of space? But is this truly possible? Indeed. Zhiyong meticulously examined his thoughts and nodded. As long as both parties in communication can become the same observer, we can transcend all limitations. Look, he reached out to take the paper from Su Hui's hands and began to sketch and write upon it. Su Hui's breath seemed to halt entirely. How could this be possible? How could two individuals separated by a distance of 100,000 miles become the same observer? We merely need to configure two states of the same entity. Zhiyong quickly completed a design for a device. This apparatus would be capable of periodically transmitting the quantum states it observed, with both parties' devices operating on identical principles. Thus, wouldn't that effectively render them as the same observer? Zhiyong fervently continued to document this concept. However, as he wrote, an unsettling realization suddenly dawned upon him. If two identical devices continuously transmitted quantum observational states, and they were considered a single observer, then according to previous theories, there must be an information recipient. This entity would simultaneously receive the observational data from both devices and reconcile them, just as the communicating parties need to share their observational results with each other. The data from the two identical observational devices would ultimately converge as well. The system proposed a biological solution. Yet, it was specifically noted that this approach could be stripped away while still achieving the same effect. A chilling thought crept in. Zhiyong's hand suddenly halted mid-motion, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his back. Does this not imply the existence of an ultimate observer within this universe? They possess the ability to receive quantum signals from all corners of the cosmos and render determinations. It is no wonder that the system employs processing protocols. It is, after all, a means to evade eavesdropping. Upon realizing this, Zhiyong decisively crossed out the original device design. Aware of the presence of watchers in the universe, Zhiyong naturally could not opt for a communication method fraught with peril. He resolutely discarded the initial approach. It appears that he must resort to a solution rooted in the realm of biology. Chapter 120. The phenomenon of telepathy. The quintessential quantum communication technology involves the direct utilization of strong interactions to effectuate a compatibility treatment between two entangled quantum states. In essence, these two entangled quanta are subjected to artificial intervention. They will not manifest disparate observers perceiving differing states. Rather, the two quanta, once treated for compatibility, will solely retain the characteristic of simultaneous activity across spatial dimensions. Consequently, quantum communication can genuinely transcend the limitations of distance. However, this method is exceedingly advanced for humanity. Given the current technological capabilities of humankind, it remains unattainable. The initial monkey-like approach is a profound pitfall. Unexpectedly, it can be accomplished without the need to verify observational results. As Zhiyong contemplated the ultimate observer he had conjectured, a chill gripped his heart. This is the true cosmos. It turns out that there have always been clandestine observers receiving quantum observational results. What could their intentions be? Minister He. It is fundamentally impossible for two devices to be entirely identical in this world. Su Hui initially believed that the omnipotent minister he could unveil some astonishing theory. Yet is this all? Anyone who has even a rudimentary understanding of quantum mechanics knows that this method is utterly flawed. Even the same observer may yield differing results upon measuring a quantum state. Hence, it necessitates reconciliation between the communicating parties. Su Hui's words were already quite tactful and naturally. Zhiyong grasped the implied meaning. He crossed out the original plan and began to draft an alternative scheme that Su Hui could not comprehend. This was a method involving biological interference in observational outcomes. This method is an intriguing confirmation technique. Within the transmitted knowledge of the system, there exists a theory that pertains to the phenomenon of telepathy in living organisms. Specifically, when two similar biological entities are subjected to stimuli, one may respond to the other's experiences. The principles elucidating this phenomenon were obscured. Zhiyong speculated that this pertains to a higher level of theory. The knowledge provided by the system is such that information related to second or even third-level civilizations is often rendered ambiguous. Clearly, the theory of telepathy is not yet within the grasp of humanity. However, this does not preclude humans from harnessing its potential. Since this technology does not carry the evident risks associated with the previous one, Zhiyong ultimately resolved to adopt it. He would utilize the phenomenon of telepathy to correlate with the observed quantum states. To implement this technology, it would be necessary to design a specialized biological processor. This biological computer is capable of processing only specific tasks, transcribing the observed results into CRISPR. CRISPR serves as an internal ledger within the cell, documenting all viral RNA information that invades the cell. This ledger is destined to remain embedded within the DNA almost indefinitely. The system employs the phenomenon of telepathy. Utilizing this ledger, by stimulating the ledger, the modified cells can respond to the stimuli. Consequently, two cells within a certain range of perception can exhibit identical responses. However, this perceptual range is not without its limitations. Zhiyong transcribed the model in his mind, facing the bewildered Su Hui. With a soft chuckle, he elucidated. Leave the matter of determining observational results between the two observers to me. You shall focus on the preparation of the quantum entanglement pairs. Su Hui appeared utterly perplexed. But what is written on the back of your paper? Zhiyong did not linger. Clutching the document detailing the application of telepathy as he made his way towards the biological laboratory. In the biological laboratory, the group leader, Li Sun, wore an expression of astonishment. But what does quantum communication have to do with our biology group? He exclaimed. You simply need to utilize the existing technology to create this biological computer. Zhiyong pointed at the design he had sketched, explaining to Li Sun. The design itself did not encompass any advanced knowledge. It merely incorporated standard DNA editing techniques with a hint of automation. Simply follow this approach. The phenomenon of telepathy occurs discreetly. At the nanoscale, DNA undergoes alterations. In a conventional experiment, it would likely take centuries to unveil such findings. Zhiyong offered no elucidation, merely instructing team leader Li Sun to utilize existing technologies to realize the task at hand. With that, Zhiyong departed. Li Sun, scratching his head, gazed in bewilderment at Zhiyong's receding figure. What on earth is happening? Zhiyong's hasty exit was to address another conundrum. Rather than being merely a telepathic phenomenon, it can be likened to biological quantum entanglement. When cells are stimulated, transcription occurs within their DNA. However, this transformation remains imperceptible to human observation. Hence, Zhiyong required a measurement method to quantify this transcription. A biological computer, processor, is essential for stabilizing cellular existence and recording information. Additionally, an extraction technique is necessary to retrieve the data inscribed in the ledger. Nanopore sequencer? Zhou Huiran sat bewildered at his workstation, astonished by Zhiyong's presence. What do you need this for? Nanopore sequencing technology represents the third generation of DNA sequencing. Although the Huagua Research Institute has developed automated sequencing instruments. What is Zhiyong's intent with this? The communications team is engaged in quantum communication technology. You assist me in procuring two sequencing devices. Zhiyong presented a document bearing his signature to Zhou Huiran. In a moment of impulse, Zhou Huiran accepted the document. All right, I will help you acquire two prototypes. Zhou Huiran did not inquire further. Since the other party desired this item, it must possess some utility. By the way, the first module of the Space Transit Station is about to be launched. The design for the industrial dock has also commenced, with our initial focus being the ship maintenance module. Do not let this slip your mind. After receiving Zhou Huiran's assurance, Zhiyong nodded in acknowledgement, affirming that he would remember this matter. The next day, the nanosequencer was delivered, and the biological processor was assembled using existing biochips. When these items were brought to the communication team, Su Hui appeared utterly dazed, particularly regarding the biological processor, which required humidity maintenance. What could that possibly entail? Assemble these components. Zhiyong arrived shortly after and directed the members of the communications team to begin the assembly of the devices. First came the biological processor, which was connected to a cell through artificially configured neuronal cells. Next was the nanosequencer, whose nanopincers penetrated the cell's nucleus and dragged along the CRISPR. Once stimulation occurred, the nanopincers would transport the ledger into the charged nanopore. The assembly took little time, though the calibration of the equipment consumed a considerable amount of it. During this process, the entire communications team gathered around in curiosity. What on earth is this? This was the inner question of the onlookers. Chapter 121. The induction box at last. Everything was in order. Zhiyong conducted the final test on the nanosequencer's functionality. Perfect. The diminutive ledger within the DNA was flawlessly drawn through the nanopore, subsequently retrieved and meticulously returned. All set, it was time for testing. With a gentle tap on the machine beside him, Zhiyong smiled faintly. Finally, it was accomplished. In truth, His task was rather straightforward. It merely required assembling the various components in order. Given that he was working directly from the design blueprint of the finished product, Zhiyong even found it somewhat effortless. "What is this?" Su Hui inquired. Intrigued by the sight of Minister, he finally pausing his work. "Is this what you mentioned? Can it indeed determine the observational results of quantum entanglement over a distance?" Su Hui couldn't shake the feeling that it seemed implausible. "This is the sensing box. Come take a look." Zhiyong cheerfully beckoned Su Hui closer. The sensing box comprised two small black containers, interconnected by a maintenance tube responsible for preserving the vitality of the internal biological cells. The operation was remarkably simple. The boxes were paired, designated as Box A and Box B. Zhiyong instructed someone to relocate Box B several meters away from Box A. Then, he flipped the switch on Box A. At a glance, nothing seemed amiss with Box A, yet within, chemical agents were infiltrating specific DNA fragments. The cell's self-defense mechanism activated, with Cas proteins capturing and examining the RNA from the invading substances. During this process, another cell, divided from the same cellular source in Box B, experienced a peculiar resonance. A transient fluctuation occurred within its RNA. At that moment, the biological processor within Box B commenced its operation, recording the fluctuation information in the CRISPR system. After reading, the green light on Box B suddenly illuminated. Could it truly work? Su Hui observed as another light on a different box flickered to life with a click. He felt somewhat dazed. This device lacks wireless communication capabilities. How on earth can it transmit messages? Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding the knowledge he had acquired over the years. The members of the communication team present also wore expressions of confusion. What is the meaning of this? Unlike conventional bits in quantum and classical computers, the latter possesses an entangled state in addition to the binary states of 0 and 1. Zhiyong, however, appeared remarkably composed. Though he was unaware of the underlying principles, he simply asserted its utility. "We merely need to utilize the sensing box to ascertain the quantum state observed by the other party." Su Hui remained skeptical about this device. Nevertheless, in front of him stood Minister He, a man who had single-handedly propelled controllable nuclear fusion technology forward by at least 50 years. Even if something absurd were to arise in his presence, Su Hui would choose to believe him first. "So, Minister He, shall we give it a try? Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Regardless of how this contraption defies logic, if it proves functional, that suffices." Su Hui's gaze subtly shifted. If this were indeed true, he would certainly seek out Minister He in the future to comprehend the principles behind this device. "I shall have the Long Baishan ship take the equipment into space while you prepare the quantum communication apparatus." Zhiyong resolved to directly implement the experiment aboard the spacecraft. Coincidentally, this mission would not only serve as a transport for the Space Transit Station, but would also finally conduct the immersion flight experiment. After several flight experiments, the safety concerns regarding the immersion system have reached a unanimous consensus. In this experimental mission of the Changbai Mountain, one of the most crucial objectives is to achieve full-speed travel. The target speed is an astonishing 5% of the speed of light, which equates to 15,000 kilometers per second. The intended destination for this journey aboard the Changbai Mountain is the asteroid belt, located approximately 300 million kilometers from Earth. At 5% of the speed of light, the journey would take around 6 hours. 6 hours. Just a year ago, this duration would barely allow one to traverse half of Huaghua by high-speed train. Yet now, traveling from Earth to the asteroid belt will only require this amount of time. Of course, this calculation does not include the time for acceleration and deceleration. When factoring in these phases, the journey to the asteroid belt would take roughly 14 hours, a remarkable leap forward. Previously, such voyages were measured in years. The immersion system of the Changbai Mountain has undergone its final inspection at the Hadong shipyard. Captain Hu Xian gazes at the dark exterior of the Changbai Mountain, his eyes filled with deep reflection. They are about to pilot it, embarking on a journey to a place so far from Earth for the very first time. Moreover, they are tasked with bringing back a collection of meteorites from the asteroid belt. Regrettably, due to safety considerations, the agency has rejected the plan to dock at Mars. Given the Changbai Mountain's technological capability for seamless launches and landings from Earth, landing on Mars would have been a straightforward endeavor. However, for safety reasons, the proposal to dock directly at Mars was outright denied by the agency. Hu Xian certainly understands the agency's rationale, yet there remains a tinge of regret. The entire crew of the Changbai Mountain has yet to tire of their journey. Each time Hu Xian gazes through the porthole, he is met with the boundless expanse of space. Particularly when he observes the moon up close, he is overwhelmed by a profound sense of awe. Deep within his soul, a voice persistently calls out, to ascend this celestial body, to explore, to conquer. As he gazes at the fully loaded Changbai Mountain, Hu Xian prepares to let out a hearty shout. However, his intentions are abruptly interrupted by the first officer, Wang Shui. Old Hu. Minister, he has added a temporary testing task. Wang Shui strides over, clutching a document. A temporary testing task? Upon hearing Wang Shui's calm voice, Hu Xian furrows his brow. How can a testing task be added at the last minute? Each testing task for the Changbai Mountain is thoroughly approved in advance. While payload tasks may be augmented, testing tasks cannot be altered casually. Oh, it's merely a communication device. Although it appears somewhat peculiar, Wang Shui quickly clarifies, sensing Hu Xian's misunderstanding. A communication device? What kind of device could prompt Minister He to personally bypass the review process? Hu Xian inquires. It's a black box, called an induction box. Wang Shui scratches his head, admitting his own lack of knowledge. Nevertheless, Minister He has provided an instruction manual, and the testing procedure is quite straightforward. It merely requires testing in the asteroid belt to determine if it can receive signals. Is it really that simple? Hu Xian slowly contemplates several questions in his mind. This is all for that. It appears to be a test of some quantum communication technology. Wang Shui's final words left Hu Xian in a state of revelation. So, it is true. The legendary quantum communication technology capable of transmitting information across space? Has this technology truly come to fruition? A whirlwind of thoughts erupted in Hu Xian's mind, interweaving countless ideas. With such technology, the nation could genuinely claim to have entered the interstellar era. Chapter 122. Immersion. Hu Xian stood on the embarkation platform, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. The emergence of planetary spacecraft, interstellar information transmission, and spatial relay stations heralded a new dawn. However, these grand notions flickered only momentarily. What delighted Hu Xian the most was the prospect of no longer consuming vast amounts of time to communicate with Earth. As the captain of the first planetary spacecraft, his forthcoming missions would undoubtedly bear immense weight. He might find himself stationed in deep space for extended periods. In such circumstances, the distance from Earth would increase. And should they rely on traditional radio communication, the delays could stretch to several months. In the event of an emergency aboard the spacecraft, they would have to rely solely on their own capabilities. Yet, the situation was different now. If quantum communication truly succeeded, they could maintain constant contact with the space agency. No wonder Minister He took the initiative. Hu Xian's spirits lifted suddenly. The ability to communicate in real time with the space agency would significantly ease his workload. The pressure had diminished dramatically. How was the equipment installation progressing? Wang Shui, not particularly versed in quantum communication technology, nonetheless felt reassured by the captain's evident joy and chose to disregard any concerns. As long as it was not a negative development, that was sufficient. The installation was minor and had already been completed. Wang Shui chuckled softly and added, Minister He mentioned that if the experiment proved successful, the communication module of the Changbai Mountain spacecraft will undergo an upgrade, likely incorporating some form of quantum communication technology. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, the assembly bell rang abruptly. The spacecraft has completed its inspections. It is time for us to depart. Zhiyong, from the space agency, held another sensing device in his hand. The Changbai Mountain spacecraft had become well acquainted with the journey from the ground to space through numerous flight experiments. Before long, the space transfer station was deployed into its designated orbit, and the crew aboard had the opportunity to explore it. Within the vast expanse of the transfer station, several individuals floated gracefully about. This space is truly immense, Yang Jun exclaimed as he pulled on a harness and glided into a room. He had previously seen the cramped space laboratories of Huaguo on television, which could barely accommodate two individuals side by side. In stark contrast, the first module of the space transfer station boasted a height of 30 meters. The difference was akin to that between a capsule hotel and an opulent mansion. Let us promptly check the functionality of the life support systems. Another crew member entering the living module thought solely of the task at hand. No matter how spacious this living module may be, it could not compare to the invigorating experience of an immersion acceleration experiment. He was eager to complete the inspections of the living module and return to the spacecraft as swiftly as possible. Over 200 inspection tasks consumed the two individuals' time for a full 2 days. Donning their spacesuits, they proceeded straight towards the airlock chamber, exhausting the air, opening the hatch, closing the hatch, and inflating the chamber. After completing this series of procedures, they returned to the Shangbation spacecraft. Everyone immediately took their positions, ready to detach from the transit station. Yang Jun and his companions, upon hearing the command, meticulously checked that the hatch was fully secured before donning their spacesuits. Once they had fastened their suits, they grasped the assistance straps and glided back to their immersion chambers. They swiftly donned their waterproof suits and adjusted their breathing masks. With palpable excitement, Yang Jun pressed the immersion command button. Suddenly, a vibrant green solution surged through several pipes, rapidly inundating the sealed immersion chamber. Within the slightly viscous liquid, Yang Jun felt as if he had become one with the solution. Through the breathing mask, the captain's commands intermittently echoed. All personnel, enter immersion mode. Please verify with the headquarters. Hu Xian, through the main control panel, grasped the overall status of the spacecraft. Including himself, a total of 100 individuals had completed the immersion. Headquarters acknowledged. All immersion data for the Shangbation has been verified. Acceleration permitted. Shangbation acknowledged. Commencing acceleration. Hu Xian responded loudly, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. With resolute strength, he pushed the acceleration lever to its maximum. Speed 1 advance. Everyone in the control center of the Space Administration stood up, their eyes fixated on the large screen. The images transmitted via the optical telescope revealed that the Shangbation was trailing a massive tail flame. The Hall engine operated at full capacity, its tail flame extending 100 meters, with temperatures soaring above 20 million degrees Celsius. With the assistance of such immense thrust, the Chabai Mountain spacecraft is capable of accelerating to an astonishing speed of 15,000 kilometers per second in merely 8 hours. However, a researcher at the main control center suddenly noticed something alarming. It appeared that the tail flame of the Changbai Mountain had ignited something. This researcher was certain, for a fireball of a distinctly different color had emerged from the vicinity of the tail flame. Is that a satellite? Zhiyong furrowed his brow. How could there be a satellite here? This airspace had been declared clear. Furthermore, which satellite would venture so close? Would it affect the acceleration of the Changbai Mountain? Not in the slightest, Zhou Huiran confidently replied. He too felt a twinge of confusion regarding this suddenly appearing spacecraft. As long as it doesn't impact the Changbai Mountain. Zhiyong, maintaining a stoic expression, gestured dismissively before checking which department had failed to heed commands, allowing a satellite to approach this vicinity. Such an action is perilous. If it were a satellite from Huagua, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. The safety of the 100 souls aboard the Changbai Mountain is at stake. It would not be an overreaction to take drastic measures. The Changbai Mountain, currently in an accelerated state, remained oblivious to the object that had been incinerated by its own tail flame. The spacecraft's velocity continued to climb. In the perception of Captain Hu Xian, 8 hours passed in the blink of an eye. In the vast expanse of space, the Changbai Mountain was advancing at a speed humanity had never before achieved. Suddenly, Felia's Chia slammed the documents in his hand onto the floor. He, along with Flair, Fu Luan, and Bernard, now found themselves in the intelligence hall of NASA. Just moments ago, the flight video of the Huagua Changbai Mountain spacecraft being displayed on the large screen was abruptly interrupted. The screen flickered and went dark. What is happening? Fu Luan? Filosky turned around and questioned, did you not assert that Huagua would be utterly incapable of detecting this satellite? What is the situation now? With all due respect, Your Excellency, it seems that was the tail flame of the spacecraft. Bernard felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It was your insistence to draw closer. Now the satellite has been destroyed by the opposing tail flame, and you act as if you are blind, shirking your responsibilities. Is that it? Of course I know, Fu Luan, that our satellite quality is subpar. Filosky was unwilling to bear the blame, so he immediately began to shift the responsibility. Ultimately, it could not possibly be his fault. Chapter 123. The Golden Meteorite. Has Huagua's technology reached such an astonishing level? Bernard gazed at the various monitoring data, scrutinizing the flight data of the Changbai Mountain spacecraft. He felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. How could one even compare? Their hastily promoted spacecraft were not even afforded the opportunity to absorb the exhaust of the Changbai Mountain. Meanwhile, the esteemed member of parliament beside him pinned all hopes on this project. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the entire Congress's initiative to catch up with Huagua was not aimed at preserving the glory of the United States. They were merely seeking to salvage their stock market. With such individuals in power, How could the United States hope to reclaim its place at the pinnacle of technology? Bernard had completely lost hope. However, Filosky held a different view. In his mind, constructing a spacecraft equated to a surge in the stock market, even equivalent to the approval rating. Fuelan, how is our plan progressing? Your Excellency, the rocket is fully prepared. Defense Minister Fuelan stepped forward. All components of the nuclear fusion reactor have been produced. As per your request, we will assemble our spacecraft directly in space, in accordance with Flosky's plan. The United States will construct a spacecraft in orbit, utilizing nuclear fusion for energy and Hall thrusters for propulsion. However, regardless of the circumstances, there exists a vast disparity between the U.S. spacecraft and that of Huagua, rendering any comparison virtually impossible. The Hall thruster, possessing a mere 3 N of thrust, is insufficient for the U.S. spacecraft to achieve round trips between Earth and space. In other words, transporting goods between the two realms will rely on fuel rockets. Even with the largest rocket at the U.S. disposal, its payload capacity is only around 100 tons, and it is non-reusable. This inefficiency is abysmal, compounded by exorbitant transportation costs. Flosky is somewhat cognizant of these myriad issues, yet he remains unconcerned. All that is required is to instill confidence in the stock market. Once it rises, Flosky will promptly liquidate his holdings to recoup his losses. As for the subsequent lag of the United States, he is confident that it will inevitably catch up. This is his unwavering faith in the United States. Excellent. Flosky firmly grasped his mobile phone, the recording subtly activated. We are determined to replicate the magnificent achievements of 30 years ago, using the aerospace industry to vanquish our adversaries. Glory belongs to America. Bernard had heard this phrase so often that it was as if calluses were forming on his ears. Casting a glance at Pharos, Bernard's gaze shifted to his palm. Once again, the same old tactic. Bernard rolled his eyes. He was done caring. Whatever will be, will be. This congressman had employed this method more than once, miraculously rescuing the stock market. Afterward, he would simply edit the recording and release it. Investors privy to the insider information would spread the word, igniting a frenzy. He would seize this opportunity to sell off his stocks, knowing that many would eagerly buy at inflated prices. Bernard had completely given up. These congressmen had never truly cared for the nation. They were solely interested in their own gain. This America was not worth saving. Meanwhile, the Changbai Mountain had been sailing for 20 hours. After 6 hours of deceleration, it successfully docked within the inner circle of the asteroid belt. The number of asteroids here was astounding. Wang Shui, having disengaged from the immersion state, slid his fingers across the co-pilot's control screen to display the scene outside the Changbai Mountain. At that moment, a multitude of asteroids loomed directly ahead, varying in size. Some were as small as a fingernail, while others exceeded 300 meters in diameter. The density of the asteroid belt varied, and we had specifically chosen a region of high density. Hu Xian connected with the crew over the intercom, explaining to Wang Shui, and then instructed the crew, "Where are the brothers in charge of the mechanical arms? We are preparing to capture an asteroid." As the image of the asteroid belt materialized before her, Hu Xian commenced her selection. The meteoriticists and interstellar chemists required samples from the asteroids. Based on the dimensions of the gas-tight chamber, she decided to retrieve a 5-ton rock this time. Remember to mark the location of the captured meteorite. In order to assist the experts in deriving their research findings, Hu Xian emphasized this point with particular care. Rest assured, Captain. The operator of the robotic arm quickly came online and selected several small asteroids in proximity to the Changbai Mountain vessel. The cargo hatch of the Changbai Mountain opened from the side, and a colossal mechanical arm extended outward slowly. Hu Xian manually piloted the spacecraft, cautiously advancing towards the meteorite. Collision warning, port side 60 meters. Collision warning, port side 60 meters. As the distance diminished, the radar aboard the Changbai Mountain detected the meteorite on the port side, continuously issuing collision alerts. Ignoring the warning sounds, Hu Xian persistently adjusted the control lever. 30 meters, Captain. That distance is sufficient. Suddenly, the operator of the robotic arm interjected. This distance is just right. The powerful mechanical arm rotated its bearings, and the enormous claws grasped the asteroid. It's enormous. This meteorite weighs around 2 tons. The operator, gazing at the estimated data relayed from the claws, gasped in astonishment. The primary component is gold. Operating the material analyzer on the mechanical arm, the operator plunged the probe into the meteorite. After simultaneous tests of several probing holes, the entire control room of the spacecraft resonated with the operator's exclamations of astonishment. This meteorite, apart from its outer layer of rock, is entirely composed of gold. It is estimated to contain a staggering 1.5 tons of gold. My goodness, Shaoli, what extraordinary luck you possess. One of the operator's companions gazed at him in astonishment. A meteorite chosen at random is made entirely of gold. The operator cast a skeptical glance at his own hands. Had they somehow been blessed today? Never one to trust in his fortune. The operator proceeded to drill several test holes. Each time the probe made contact, the screen before him displayed a purity of 99 gold. And such high purity too. Well done, Shaoli. Gold is a precious mineral. Captain Huxian also broke into a grin. Due to gold's remarkable stability and excellent electrical and thermal conductivity, it is utilized across numerous fields. This high-purity gold, weighing 1.5 tons, is indeed a noteworthy achievement. When evening comes, I shall reward you with an extra chicken leg. Goodness, such a massive piece of gold. Wang Shui also murmured in awe. Alas, this meteorite will be placed directly into a sealed chamber, otherwise. He would certainly wish to take a closer look. He had never seen such a large natural gold specimen in his lifetime. Chapter 124, Ecological Circulation System Technology. This meteorite, containing at least 1.5 tons of gold, uplifted the spirits of the entire crew. It was indeed a promising omen. Seizing upon this momentum, other projects began to progress in an orderly fashion. The news of the gold meteorite reached the space agency, startling the researchers as well. The asteroid belt harbors over 500,000 asteroids, so encountering one made of pure gold is not entirely unexpected. Zhou Huiran nodded, considering it a delightful surprise. Isn't it akin to betting on stones? Zhiyong also bore a smile upon his face. There exists a certain probability of discovering rare metals, much like gambling on jade. This indeed presents promising commercial prospects. The ground is strewn with gold, and hope abounds everywhere. Zhu Huasheng, with a tone reminiscent of a script, coldly articulated this sentiment. This phrase was uttered during the Western Age of exploration. He gazed solemnly at the asteroid belt displayed on the screen, narrating with an epic quality, and continued. The era of maritime exploration propelled the West into unprecedented development. Since then, Huawei has consistently lagged behind. And now, Zhu Huasheng's expression suddenly turned fervent, his voice rising in intensity. The exploration of the cosmos represents the new era of great navigation. We are already at the forefront. The leap for Huawei shall be realized by our hands. Indeed, the vast universe awaits our exploration. Zhou Huiran echoed this sentiment with a sense of wonder. Present-day humanity is in constant conflict over the Earth's limited resources, reminiscent of the internal strife of ancient Huawei, which will inevitably lead to calamity. Fortunately, Huawei has now officially embarked upon the interstellar era. Countless resources await their discovery. Once the construction of the Space Transit Station is complete, we shall commence our planetary explorations and mining research. Zhiyong also recognized the significance of cosmic resources to Huawei. Among the various celestial bodies, there exists a plethora of rare minerals. Thus, the next step in venturing into space is to cultivate the capability for extraterrestrial mining. Subsequently, these rare minerals can be sold to other nations, generating funds to further the construction of spacecraft and scientific research. In this manner, the pace of development will accelerate remarkably. Rabbit, Kiki. I desire both the monetary gains and the technology. This is the true conversion of technological advantages into economic benefits. Ha ha ha. Once we bring back this golden meteorite, those envious souls will inevitably raise their objections. Zhou Huiran chuckled slyly, tilting his head as he remarked, there is no need for us to propose it. The matter of space mining will be firmly established. However, the authority over space will remain firmly in our hands. Ultimately, will not the treasures still reside with us? Zhiyong, Zhu Huasheng, and Zhou Huiran exchanged knowing glances, each reflecting a cunning smile. Recently, Congressman Wu had received numerous suggestions, claiming that the Space Administration held excessive power over all space affairs. Wu had kept these documents unaddressed. Zhiyong had perused them all. Thus, he was acutely aware that certain departments, recognizing the immense value of space, were envious. They too wished to stake a claim. In response, Zhiyong could only chuckle derisively. What a pipe dream they entertain. Aboard the Changbai Mountain, Captain Huxian glided through the corridor into the communication chamber. The current project under examination was the hastily added reaction box. Upon opening the user manual, Hu Xian was taken aback. He had anticipated that. Given its relation to quantum communication technology, the manual would be exceedingly intricate. As the captain of the Changbai Mountain and the most educated individual aboard, he naturally bore the responsibility of operating this equipment. Hu Xian was already prepared, yet the instruction manual presented him with an unexpected brevity. The manual consisted merely of 2 lines. This left Hu Xian frustrated, his fist striking harmlessly against the cotton. The usage instructions were simple: activate the black switch. Green indicates confirmation, and red signifies an error. Upon completing the instructions, a sudden clarity enveloped him. So it was. All that was required was to flip a switch and casually press a button, then relay the pressed button to the headquarters. How foolishly he had prepared for so long. Had the headquarters' quantum communication technology advanced to such a level? With a resigned smile, he realized he had been overly sentimental. Nevertheless, the fact that integrated technology had achieved such sophistication indicated its maturity. Beep. Activating the switch, Hu Xian selected a red button. A small amount of chemical substance was released, instigating subtle reactions within the DNA chain. Within the space agency, another reaction chamber detected this change. Beep. The mechanical bell rang, instantly capturing the attention of Zhiyong and Su Hui. Could it truly be effective? Su Hui took several strides, excitedly rushing to the side of the reaction chamber. The chamber was indeed ringing. Had it received a message from the Changbai Mountain? Observing the illuminated red light on the chamber, Su Hui swiftly turned to the communicator for confirmation. We have approximately a 15-minute delay in radio communication with the Changbai Mountain. The communicator retrieved the communication records, perusing them briefly, and confirmed that the message from the other party had yet to arrive. Zhiyong, I have long desired to inquire. What is that? Zhou Huiran. Observing Zhiyong's eyes, which sparkled with delight akin to that of Su Hui, posed a perplexed question. That is an auxiliary device for quantum communication technology. After glancing at his watch to ascertain the time, Zhiyong elaborated. With it, we can genuinely achieve interspatial communication. Interspatial communication. Zhou Huiran's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is indeed a remarkable invention. Pray tell, is it reliable? We are currently conducting tests and await the results. 15 minutes swiftly elapsed. The message has arrived. Captain Hu Xian has confirmed that he pressed the red button. The voice of the communicator reached Su Hui's ears, resonating with an enchanting clarity. Furthermore, the confirmed outcome felt dreamlike to him. This extraordinary device truly works. His worldview shattered, fragmented into countless pieces. Thus, instruct Captain Hu to press it a few more times, with an interval of 2 minutes each. Given that the Changbai Mountain has distanced itself significantly from Earth, Zhiyong must promptly present the experimental control results. However, based on the knowledge within the system, calculations indicate that this sensing method can cover a maximum distance within the solar system. This implies that within the solar system, instantaneous communication can be achieved. The entire solar system will be at our command. Immersed in the white expanse of consciousness, Zhiyong directed his gaze towards the transparent panel. He looked upwards along the white box labeled Communication, Quantum Communication Technology. The box, Sustenance, Ecological Circulation System Technology, remained rather dim. However, upon encountering this option, Zhiyong could not help but envision space cities. The ecological recycling system. Was this not the very technology designed for prolonged habitation in the cosmos? The unlocking was imminent. Zhiyong was filled with anticipation. Chapter 125, The Moon Palace. The testing of the sensing boxes consumed the entirety of the afternoon. Upon comparison, the transmission of information between boxes A and B was completed without any delay. Su Hui promptly recorded the detailed data and assured Zhiyong that he would return to initiate contact with the Quantum Communication Research Institute. The quantum communication devices would soon be manufactured. With this equipment, the strategic layout of Huagua in outer space could finally commence in earnest. A mere 5 days had passed. The complete quantum communication device successfully materialized within the confines of the Space Administration's workshop. Additionally, a compatible communicator was to be installed aboard the Changbai mountain vessel in Hadong. The moment Zhiyong beheld the quantum communication device, a brilliant white-silver light erupted from the transparent panel within his consciousness. Vitality, ecological recycling system technology, yet another technology had been successfully illuminated. Subsequently, an influx of knowledge inundated Zhiyong's mind. After a brief organization of his thoughts, he was astounded by the content contained within. It turned out that ecological recycling system technology not only pertained to the sustenance of space habitats, but also encompassed the ecological recycling systems of planets as a branch. This meant that, if developed to its zenith, it could even construct an entire planetary ecosystem. Achieving such a feat necessitated an enormous and intricately designed parallel computing system. It is well understood that traditional computers are only capable of processing one task at a time. However, the ability of a computer to play music while simultaneously displaying a movie begs the question, does this not constitute parallel processing? In truth, it does not. Such functionality merely reflects the high-performance processor's adeptness at task allocation, maintaining the fundamental principle of sequential task execution. Currently, there are two known types of computers capable of parallel computation: quantum computers and biological computers. Unfortunately, both technologies remain in their infancy. Fortunately, Zhiyong does not require such advanced technology to transform other planets. His primary objective is to construct a self-sustaining ecological chamber that allows individuals in space to be self-sufficient. Nonetheless, this endeavor necessitates consultation with experts. The first person who came to Zhiyong's mind was Yang Yu, the head of the Moon Palace. The Moon Palace represents China's biological regeneration life support system, designed to establish an ecological system within a closed environment, facilitating internal circulation to provide essential oxygen and sustenance for humanity. While it bears some resemblance to the ecological system envisioned by Zhiyong, it is, regrettably, too small and lacks biodiversity, falling short of enabling complete self-sufficiency. The Life Support System Research Institute is located at the far end of the space agency's campus, distanced from other structures due to stringent hygiene requirements. Zhiyong, what brings you here? Yang Yu inquired, as she prepared tea. Upon spotting Zhiyong arriving on his electric scooter, she sensed an ominous development. His personal visit could only imply trouble. Oh, Director Yang, I am here regarding this matter. Zhiyong pulled out a proposal from his pocket and handed it to Yang Yu. A space city? Upon seeing the title of the document, Yang Yu's pupils dilated in astonishment. For the ecological circulation system? Yang Yu was not naive. Bringing her a proposal for a space city as the director of the Institute of Vitality was not without ulterior motives. What else could it be for if not the ecological circulation system of the space city? Minister, are you trying to work us to death? Suppressing her excitement, Yang Yu shot a glare at Zhiyong. While she found the plan intriguing, the reality was that they had yet to complete the design of the ecological system for the space station. Reality dictated that it was impossible. You should keep looking. Yang Yu's refusal was anticipated by Zhiyong. He had the audacity to approach her precisely because he brought with him a comprehensive plan. As she casually flipped through a few pages, Yang Yu's expression grew increasingly animated. This is a complex ecological system? It even included livestock? Minister He, are you dreaming? This technology is simply unattainable at present. As she continued to flip through the document, she shook her head in disbelief. Zhiyong remained silent, watching her with a smile as she perused further. Suddenly, the sound of pages flipping halted. Yang Yu gasped as she looked at the design blueprint before her. This is the specific design blueprint. Indeed, the United States had once constructed Biosphere 2, but it ultimately failed due to issues with oxygen circulation. Zhiyong timely opened his mouth to respond to Yang Yu's inquiry. The release of carbon dioxide by bacteria and the uncontrollable rainfall are among the factors contributing to the failure of Biosphere 2. However, the design I present is fundamentally different. The oxygen-producing plants will undergo biotechnological modifications, enabling them to sense the oxygen levels in their environment and relay this information to a biological processor. With our more refined data control and processing capabilities, we can create an ecological circulation system that meets the necessary criteria. The design includes numerous attachments, containing unprecedented technologies. For instance, the neuron-synapse interaction and signal conversion technology allows plants to connect to the biological processor and provide feedback. Within the ecological circulation system provided by the technology, every participating organism serves as a data collector. In the ecological environment required by humanity, oxygen is undoubtedly of paramount importance. Thus, the plants that produce oxygen become the principal participants in this cycle. Are these biological technologies reliable? After reviewing all the documents, the excitement in Yang Yu's eyes was unmistakable. If this concept holds true, establishing a space farm could indeed become a reality. My intention is to first construct a laboratory akin to Biosphere 2. The ecological circulation system cannot be tested directly on the Changbai Mountain project like quantum communication technology. Zhiyong prefers to conduct thorough experiments before adding an ecological circulation module to a space station. My Moon Palace 3 conveniently has ample space for this. Yang Yu accepted Zhiyong's words and immediately took out her phone, displaying a photograph. The backdrop was a vast desert, with a massive, jet-black hemisphere at its center. This was the Moon Palace number 3. Speaking of Moon Palace number 3, pride illuminated Yang Yu's face. Learning from the lessons of Biosphere 2. It featured a 3-layer sealed glass dome. However, due to my reassignment, the specific arrangements inside have yet to commence. How grand it is. This is truly a delightful surprise. I never anticipated that our nation has begun researching the simulation of Earth's ecological cycle. Originally, I had been advancing this initiative alone, believing that our country must possess technological reserves in this domain. As Yang Yu gazed at the image of Moon Palace number 3, a nostalgic expression appeared on her face. Its interior space is as large as a standard football field, approximately 150 square meters. That is more than sufficient. Zhiyong clapped his hands together. Just when I needed a pillow, a nap arrived. Director Yang, I am grateful for your Moon Palace number 3. Chapter 126. Offline in response to Zhiyong's request. Yang Yu could have easily declined to lend out Moon Palace number 3. After all, this was a research project she had orchestrated entirely on her own. The decision rested in her hands. Yet, after reviewing Zhiyong's proposal, Yang Yu resolutely relinquished her hard work. This was solely because he had recognized the ultimate goal of the Moon Palace project. Minister He, I hope that in the future, the Moon Palace can truly provide an endless supply of oxygen and food for humanity in space. Yang Yu solemnly nodded at Zhiyong. This was her proposed hope. Zhiyong readily agreed and decisively handed the documents regarding the ecological recycling system to Yang Yu. I will provide the plants modified using biological systems. You may entrust the Moon Palace number 3 to someone reliable for experimentation. Yang Yu, with her extensive experience in the ecological recycling system, was indeed the optimal choice for this task. After resolving the issues with the experimental apparatus, Zhiyong hurried back to his office to relay the detailed steps for plant modification to the Biological Research Institute. How else can we proceed? Zhang Minxing held considerable influence in the biological sector as well. The director of the Biological Institute was an old friend of his, and upon receiving the documents, he immediately sought out Zhang Minxing. By employing the method of grafting, they could integrate neuronal projections into the plant's neural-like system. These neuronal projections functioned akin to parasites, extracting nutrients from the plant while simultaneously intercepting information. Most crucially, these neurons would emit signals of a unique frequency. The director of the Biological Institute adjusted his glasses, deeply intrigued by this final technology. If the neuronal signals could be transformed into a format readable by computers, could we possibly reverse the process? Reverse it? A shiver ran down Zhang Minxing's spine as he instantly thought of brain-computer interfaces. If it could indeed be reversed, it was theoretically feasible. Precisely, the director of the Biological Institute exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Let us first experiment with the documents sent by Minister He, and then verify whether the reverse process is achievable. The neuronal parasite, whimsically dubbed by Zhang Minxing, is a product of re-engineered animal nerve cells. Through the sophisticated technique of gene editing, the genetic information within the DNA strand is altered, transforming nerve cells into specialized machines. The methodology employed draws upon both systematic and empirical knowledge. In an astonishing experiment conducted in 1965 by Professor Sol Spiegelman of the United States, fragments of viral RNA were placed in a test tube, nourished with abundant nutrients. Consequently, the RNA began to replicate infinitely within the confines of the tube. After countless generations of mutation and evolution, Spiegelman uncovered a chilling reality, despite numerous identical trials. The viral RNA invariably evolved into a singular entity comprising merely 218 nucleotides. Originally a chain of 45,000 nucleotides, the relentless process of evolution left only one descendant within the test tube, regardless of the initial RNA introduced. The outcome was consistently directed towards this 218 nucleotide monster. Remarkably, a little over a decade ago, researchers replicated Spiegelman's experiment using more sophisticated instruments, further reducing the nucleotides of this monster to a mere 54. It is posited that these 54 nucleotides represent the minimal requirements for the replication and proliferation of the virus. The creation of the neuronal parasite hinges upon this very theory, wherein selective screening in the test tube determines its replicative RNA chain. followed by gene editing. This gene editing technology is an offspring of systematic techniques. It is well established that on the double helix of DNA, there exist 4 nucleotides, abbreviated as A, C, T, and G. In this context, A is always paired with T, while G is consistently paired with C. The technology provided by the system for gene editing employs a specific enzyme capable of reshaping these pairing patterns to arrange them as required. Through meticulous manipulation, only the corresponding functions remain within the nerve cells. Additionally, the flickering of neuronal spikes generates biological signals that are transmitted to the biological processor. Despite the substantial workload, all details have been meticulously outlined in the proposal. The director of the Biological Institute reviewed the proposal once more, nodding to himself. While there are technical challenges, the feasibility is considerable. Let us proceed to the experiment. The renovation of Lunar Base 3 took 2 months. During this period, the Biological Institute also completed the modification of plant samples. Yang Yu took the time to select 12 volunteers who would participate in a closed experiment within Lunar Base 3, thereby testing the operational status of the ecological circulation system. Over these 2 months, several modules for the upcoming space station were launched. The first was the experimental module, which contained over 100 experimental cabinets, along with several small laboratories sufficient for various experimental activities. The second was the energy module, equipped with a small fusion reactor capable of providing a continuous energy supply for the entire space station. The energy module is quite compact, merely 100 square meters in area, and can indeed be described as diminutive when compared to the other modules. The third module is the activity module, designed to ensure that space personnel maintain their muscle strength and prevent atrophy. Thus, each individual must engage in substantial physical training. The activity module is equipped with hundreds of devices, including space treadmills and bicycles. Most importantly, there exists an independent room within the module, a viewing chamber. This room is constructed entirely of glass and is shielded by a metallic protective cover. The viewing chamber faces the direction of Earth, allowing one to behold the magnificent planet in its entirety. The grand, azure globe appears as though it is right before one's face. This viewing chamber is the most favored spot among astronauts stationed at the Space Transit Hub. Each astronaut, amidst their exercise routines, finds solace in this space to marvel at the beauty of Earth. Beyond the successful launch of the Space Transit Hub modules, what brings Zhiyong the greatest joy is the successful rollout of the aerospace passenger aircraft. The aerospace passenger aircraft, modeled after the Flying Cloud spaceplane, has the capacity to carry 70 passengers. Being a potential commercial service aircraft, it undergoes exceptionally rigorous testing, with safety assessments alone numbering in the thousands. Since its rollout, the aerospace passenger aircraft has continuously engaged in extreme takeoff and landing trials, and it is anticipated that it will soon be ready for official use. The production line for the Space Transit Hub modules has been established, significantly increasing our module production speed. Zhou Huiren gazed confidently at the images of the Pulse production line. Now, a single module can be completed in just 2 months, with a total of 8 workstations on the production line. Future lunar space stations, Martian outposts, and even bases on the Moon and Mars can directly utilize these modules. Chapter 127, A New Era. This exemplifies the advantages of modular design. Other projects can also be readily adapted. In the future, it will suffice to upgrade them according to specific environmental conditions. The military's warships have also been completed. Zhou Huiren lowered his voice and whispered. 2 ships were constructed together, one of which is the target vessel for the Ember project. Additionally, the Sentry module we secretly designed has already been installed. Has the location been decided? Zhiyong's expression was equally grave. The Ember vessel will remain adrift at the edge of the solar system, complemented by a Sentry module. This module is equipped with various detection devices, including a sizable radio telescope. It will serve as a forward outpost for humanity, tasked with monitoring extraterrestrial signals from other directions, particularly from Gliese 229A. Furthermore, the space agency has even devised a name for this Sentry module. For scientific research, deep space exploration is best conducted as far from Earth as possible. Establishing an observation station at the edge of the solar system is quite reasonable, isn't it? The position has already been selected, right behind Haumea. Haumea lies within the Kuiper belt, at the fringes of the solar system. The space agency chose this location precisely to remain inconspicuous. The Ember spacecraft will be concealed behind Haumea, while the Sentry module will be positioned at the side of the planet. As the saying goes, The most dangerous place is often the safest. This clever arrangement, with one visible and the other hidden, would elude anyone's suspicion. Haumea, indeed. Zhiyong nodded in agreement. Haumea is a dwarf planet larger than Pluto, and with its obstruction, many operations can officially commence. Additionally, the plan to establish an asteroid belt mining company has already been approved. Zhou Huiran's eyes gleamed with excitement as he retrieved a document to present to Zhiyong. Proposal for asteroid belt mining operations. Counselor Wu seeks to gather your insights on the mining initiative, which has been met with hesitation from higher authorities. Nonetheless, the immense potential for profit is undeniably alluring. While mining is certainly feasible, it is imperative that we maintain comprehensive control throughout the entire process. In the realm of space mining, safety must be our utmost priority. Therefore, Zhiyong insists that the entire mining operation must be subjected to thorough oversight. Zhou Huiran offered Zhiyong a reassuring glance. Apart from military spacecraft, all space equipment will be equipped with uninterrupted power supply locators. Furthermore, the monitoring of various space apparatuses will fall under the jurisdiction of the Space Administration. This approach indeed maximizes regulatory compliance. However, Zhiyong still felt it insufficient. After much contemplation, he suddenly conceived an idea to establish a docking station beyond the asteroid belt. This station would function similarly to a space transit hub. We would then develop scheduled flights for mining personnel to reach this docking station. Moreover, we shall design mining machines that do not rely on controllable nuclear fusion for their energy source. Utilizing controllable nuclear fusion for all mining equipment would incur exorbitant costs. Instead, we will employ core energy batteries. This strategy not only preserves technological confidentiality, but also ensures more standardized safety management. Zhou Huiran pondered your idea, furrowing his brow before relaxing into a smile. Indeed, it resembles the port stops during the Age of Discovery. Not only can mining commence, but it also has the potential to evolve into a base for the exploration of other celestial bodies. Zhiyong nodded in agreement. The individuals resting at the docking point began to gather, forming a settlement. As the number of miners increased, the original docking point would inevitably fail to meet the growing demands. Thus, the impetus to expand the docking facilities would arise. Before long, it is conceivable that the first space city could be established here. Moreover, it would be a city dedicated to space industry. China is constructing a colossal space transit hub, capturing the attention of the entire world. After all, the scale of this undertaking is truly monumental, a space station measuring kilometers in length. This magnificent endeavor, once unimaginable to humanity just a year ago, invigorates the spirit of the Chinese populace while shattering the inflated pride of the once dominant Western nations. They are now confronted with a stark reality. They can no longer compare to a nation they once dismissed with disdain, especially after witnessing the authentic footage from within China. Their envy has deepened. Since the discovery of the new battery technology, the entire nation has embarked on a campaign to phase out fuel vehicles and wholeheartedly promote the development of electric vehicles. With the widespread production of these new batteries, the performance of various electric vehicles has experienced exponential enhancement. More critically, the frequency of charging has been reduced to a mere once every 6 months. This is a remarkable advancement that eclipses traditional fuel vehicles. Coupled with the proliferation of charging stations and preferential policies for converting fuel vehicles to electric ones, the number of fuel vehicles on the roads has dwindled to a mere handful within just a year. With such an abundance of energy, flying cars have now become a reality. These are four-winged passenger vehicles enveloped in protective casings surrounding their propellers. The flight altitude can reach approximately 1,000 meters, and the endurance time extends to 4 months. This automobile can accommodate 5 individuals and has successfully obtained market approval. The transportation authorities have even convened a grand discussion meeting to deliberate on the specific issues surrounding flying cars. Wu Yuhong, a white-collar worker in the bustling metropolis, made a significant profit by investing alongside his classmates. Yesterday, a certain automotive company released an extraordinarily futuristic flying vehicle. The moment he beheld this car, he resolved to acquire it despite the pain of parting with his money. His workplace is situated 60 kilometers from his home, and the daily commute via subway has left him feeling utterly crushed. He had long desired to purchase a vehicle. Yet the morning rush hour traffic rendered driving to work less appealing than enduring the subway. However, the situation has now transformed. He can soar to work in his flying car. Today marks the day he retrieves his vehicle. Sir, this is your Shinjua. A car exuding a deep blue luminescence stands quietly in the open parking lot. The dealership attendant meticulously informs Wu Yuhong, "We have arranged the license plate for you and acquired both comprehensive and vehicle insurance. You may take it home now." Eagerly anticipating this moment, Wu Yuhong grasped the key fob and entered the vehicle. Like conventional cars, the flying automobile features a driver's seat for steering. The operational method remains largely similar, with the exception that the flying car is equipped with buttons for ascent and descent, allowing control over flight altitude. Upon inserting the key fob, the auxiliary screen of the flying car emitted a cheerful chime. "Welcome aboard the Xinjiue. Please follow the instructions to begin setup." According to the recommendations of the transportation management authorities, the altitude and flight paths of flying cars must be computed through the data processing center of the smart city. Hence, certain parameters require preemptive adjustments, akin to the initial setup of a computer. As per the regulations governing flying car traffic, your vehicle is permitted to operate at an elevation ranging from 600 to 800 meters in the bustling metropolis. The autonomous driving system will assist you throughout the journey. Chapter 128. Aerial Traffic Regulations. After configuring the specific parameters, Wu Yuhong, filled with curiosity, lightly adjusted the steering wheel. A beep echoed, followed by a mechanical female voice. According to the flying car traffic management regulations, manual control is only permitted for the driver in the event of a dangerous situation. The flying car's cameras had been activated, recording evidence. The voice cautioned, "Please ensure your safety. The nearest maintenance point is located 2 kilometers away." It dawned on Wu Yuhong that flying cars primarily functioned in autonomous mode. "Chip Ju, disable manual driving. Manual driving mode has been deactivated. Autonomous driving mode is now active. Please specify your destination." Seated within the flying car, Wu Yuhong gazed around in awe. Truly remarkable. This flying car, once merely a concept, had now manifested into reality. It was the weekend, a perfect opportunity to explore the park. With such an extraordinary invention at his disposal, he felt compelled to showcase it. "Chipju, take me to Cayenne Park. The flight target has been confirmed, at a distance of 7 kilometers, and the doors are securely closed." The flying car emits a series of clicks, the sound of the doors locking, buzzing. Following that, the relentless whir of the propellers begins, reminiscent of a helicopter. "We are airborne." As he feels himself gently ascending, Wu Yuhong's heart swells with excitement. The flying car reaches an altitude of 700 meters and commences horizontal flight. Overall, the speed is not particularly swift, merely around 40 to 50 miles per hour. However, the direct route significantly reduces travel time. It takes only a quarter of an hour to reach the park 7 kilometers away. Most importantly, the scenery is absolutely breathtaking. Gazing down at the bustling city from 700 meters above, watching the ceaseless flow of traffic, Wu Yuhong's spirits lift. Imagine the beauty he would witness if he were to visit a scenic area or a mountain. Yet, for safety reasons, the flying car is currently restricted from flying to areas beyond the suburban limits. The number of individuals opting to purchase flying cars remains relatively low, a key reason being this limitation. However, Wu Yuhong hails from the southwest region, so he has no such concerns. It would be absurd for him to buy a car and drive it back home. He might as well take a plane. Beep, beep, beep. As Wu Yuhong ponders, the flying car emits a reminder. Ahead, there are traffic police on duty. The vehicle has already pulled aside beyond the designated driving line. Are there really traffic police on duty up here? Wu Yuhong was taken aback, continuously glancing around, realizing that even in the skies, he could not evade the traffic police. How could these officers be on duty in the air? Wait, do flying cars require a special license? He could not help but admit that he felt a pang of panic at that moment. Suddenly, a massive flying vehicle resembling a truck appeared swiftly from behind. It was equipped with sirens and 4 colossal vertical engines. So it had approached from the rear. No wonder he had not noticed it. Such is human nature. Encountering law enforcement instills a sense of unease, even when one has committed no wrongdoing, leading to self-doubt about inadvertently breaking the law. Mr. Wu Yuhong, owner of the Xinjiue Huxing K6374 vehicle, please prepare for inspection, boomed a resonant male voice through the Xinjiue communication channel. Following this, the enormous police vehicle came to a halt beside Wu Yuhong's car. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Yuhong lowered his window. Hearing a series of mechanical sounds emanating from the police vehicle, he instinctively leaned down, his pupils narrowing slightly. It turned out that the police car had extended a platform from underneath, perfectly accommodating a flying car's docking. Mr. Wu Yuhong, Please press the confirmation button, the communicator instructed. It was only when the officer reminded him that Wu Yuhong noticed a request for docking appearing on the control screen of his Xinjue. Oh, so that was how it worked. Being confronted by aerial traffic police for the first time left Wu Yuhong somewhat inexperienced. With a hint of curiosity, he clicked the confirmation button. Beep, beep, beep. The flying car emitted 3 deep honks before gradually settling onto the platform extended by the police vehicle. The police vehicle was substantial, equipped with 4 plasma engines maintaining equilibrium as several uniformed officers disembarked from the truck. They approached Wu Yuhong's car directly. Comrade, please present your electronic identification. The leading officer saluted and then produced a scanner. Beep. He aimed it at Wu Yuhong's phone, swiftly confirming his identity. Once the traffic officer completed his routine duty, his previously stern expression softened into one of curiosity. How much did this car cost? Although he had arrived in a flying police vehicle, this model, the Xinjue, was a newly released civilian flying car, and it was his first encounter with it. 460,000. Wu Yuhong replied. Are there traffic regulations in the sky? After the inspection, Wu Yuhong exhaled with relief, his face alight with curiosity. He was exceedingly intrigued by the concept of traffic regulations aloft, and fortuitously, he had encountered a traffic officer open to conversation. Is the price really so low? The officer expressed astonishment. Has the price of flying cars truly fallen to such an extent? However, adhering to his duty, the officer decided to enlighten Wu Yuhong about the traffic regulations. Indeed, there are traffic rules in the sky. Every flying car is integrated into the smart city management system. Once you input your destination, the system automatically allocates your flight altitude and route, ensuring that only your vehicle occupies that path. Currently, due to the limited number of flying cars, there are not many altitudes available. The officer gestured toward the distant sky. With his guidance, Wu Yuhong noticed a buoy floating above. It was a radar that could monitor whether vehicles were adhering to the designated routes for autonomous driving. The traffic regulations in the sky have become quite straightforward. Aside from unforeseen circumstances, all must follow the prescribed flight paths. After elucidating the traffic rules for flying cars to Wu Yuhong, the traffic officer patted his vehicle and muttered, when the price drops to 2 or 300,000. I will certainly acquire one. This car truly exudes flair. The officer's companion returned Wu Yuhong's phone, wishing him a smooth journey, to which he politely reciprocated, expressing his well wishes for their work as well. Upon selecting the option to continue flying, the car ascended and departed. Old men, the pace of progress in our era is astonishing, exclaimed the team leader of the traffic officers, gazing at the vehicle that soared into the distance, his face reflecting a sense of nostalgia. In my childhood, I rode in a tractor. Can you believe it? It has only been a little over 30 years. And now cars have taken to the skies. Opening the trunk of the police vehicle revealed a communication lounge, spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 individuals, equivalent to the size of 3 shipping containers. After counting heads, the traffic officer took a seat at his desk and quietly observed the city below through the window. Chapter 129. Unworthy due to the interruption caused by the traffic inspection, Wu Yuhong arrived at his destination, Cayenne Park, a good 10 minutes later. As the altitude decreased, he anticipated reaching the docking point in 1 minute. A buzzing sound, akin to that of a swarm of bees, emerged, instantly captivating the attention of those in the vicinity of the parking lot. They had just driven here and were also eager to stroll through the park over the weekend. However, as soon as they exited the outdoor parking lot, they were greeted by the distinct sound of helicopter blades. It was a flying car. They gazed upward in astonishment at the aircraft gracefully descending from the sky. Those who were not particularly attentive to the news were utterly shocked at the sight of the flying automobile. Has this marvel already entered the market? Let's go take a look. Instantly, curious onlookers gathered around the parking lot, reminiscent of students flocking to observe a helicopter landing on their school playground. Bang! Wu Yuhong's flying car smoothly settled into a parking space. With optimized dimensions, the entire vehicle from Xinjue Automobile fit perfectly into the spot. Click, click, click. As Wu Yuhong removed the proximity key and turned to open the door, he was startled by the dense crowd surrounding him. Why are there so many people? He had deliberately waited for a moment, yet the crowd showed no signs of dispersing, seemingly determined to remain until he opened the door. Reluctantly, Wu Yuhong steeled himself and opened the car door. Hey, where did you buy this car? How much did it cost? A group of car enthusiasts quickly crowded around. eagerly craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the flying vehicle behind Wu Yuhong. A sense of joy welled up within him. This purchase had proven to be astute. Not only did it facilitate travel, but it also enhanced his status. It was truly a win-win situation. Meanwhile, at the Sudong Space Administration, Zhiyong, who was diligently working, suddenly received a call from Li Miolin. These insufferable little opportunists have come crashing down upon us. As soon as the call connected, Li Miaolin's irate voice erupted from the receiver. Zhiyong, momentarily taken aback, inquired with confusion, what on earth has transpired? The opportunists from the Middle East have banded together, threatening us with the cessation of oil supplies unless we share our nuclear fusion technology. Li Miolin was understandably furious. These cunning opportunists were indeed driven by insatiable ambition, seizing any opportunity to undermine us. What do you mean by cutting off what? Zhiyong found himself caught between laughter and tears upon hearing this news. With the success of the Sui Rin No. 1, the nation has already embarked on the construction of controllable nuclear fusion reactors. What difference does it make without oil? Zhiyong, while we have largely moved away from oil as our primary energy source, many chemical industries remain heavily reliant on it, Li Miolin replied, visibly agitated. Congressman Wu and the others are currently convening to devise a strategy. He asked me to consult you for your insights when I entered the meeting room. My insights? Wu would actually seek his opinion on this matter? Zhiyong could confidently assert that, given Huawei's current strength, they could formulate a plan beginning with the 26 letters of the alphabet to counter these opportunists. What, then, did Wu's inquiry imply? A look of realization crossed Zhiyong's face as he considered the situation and articulated his proposed solution. We could disseminate the message that Huawei intends to comprehensively deploy controllable nuclear fusion devices. The stocks and market for oil would be adversely affected, leading to a significant decline. Once the Middle East loses this leverage, they will be compelled to reassess their stance. Thus, the plan to court the Middle Eastern nations by Libyan has effectively unraveled without any direct confrontation. Li Miolin meticulously recorded the proposal presented by Zhiyong, and once the details were fully articulated, he continued, I shall relay your proposal to the chief legislator. In the capital, within a secret meeting room, Legislator Wu and various decision-makers were engaged in deliberations over a series of significant issues. The matter concerning Libyan's engagement with Middle Eastern countries was merely a trivial aspect among them. After reviewing the documents brought by Li Miolin, Legislator Wu passed them on with a smile to the next attendee. Thus, every individual present perused the document in turn. Zhiyong is still too youthful, employing tactics rooted in a confrontational mindset. Legislator Wu, caressing the armrest of his chair, remarked with a smile, Libyan and the Middle East cannot forge an alliance of interests. In fact, their security still relies on our Jinluan company. The advent of controllable nuclear fusion technology has indeed suppressed the interests of the Middle East. Beside Wu, the esteemed academician Chung chuckled and commented, Libyan has lost its wits by following the United States. Do they still believe this is a century ago? As a small nation heavily reliant on imported energy and resources, their urgency to acquire controllable nuclear fusion technology is driven by necessity. However, just because they desire it, does that mean we are obliged to provide it? Are they truly worthy of such technology? At this juncture, the deputy legislator also voiced his agreement with Wu's proposal. Despite the significant signs of decline in the Middle East due to the emergence of controllable nuclear fusion technology, they still possess a substantial cash flow. We are vigorously advancing our space endeavors, and the funding gap is considerable. It is an opportune moment to engage them, utilizing their investments to foster our technological development. Vice Chairman holds great admiration for Councillor Wu, as this proposal directly addresses several issues. In due course, our nation will provide the technology while the Middle East contributes the capital, jointly establishing a space development company. This strategy promises multifaceted benefits, ensuring that the technology remains firmly in our hands. After all, the oil-rich nations of the Middle East merely seek a means to preserve their wealth. They are indifferent to the intricacies of technology. This is what one might call a Chinese-style win-win situation. You gain once, and I gain twice. With this mutual interest, the Middle East will undoubtedly pivot and sell their assets. Nevertheless, it is commendable that Zhiyong could conceive a countermeasure. Councillor Wu is already quite satisfied with Zhiyong's response, as it has barely met the standards of Plan C, which is quite commendable. These individuals are seasoned in this domain, effortlessly devising various schemes. The Space Development Company shall be affiliated with his space administration. Yet, is this arrangement entirely prudent? A permanent counselor from the development department furrowed his brow. With both money and power exchanged, complications may easily arise. But ultimately, the control will remain in our hands. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Counselor Wu's eyes as he gestured to set aside the proposal. Very well, but the regulatory authorities must be involved. The members of the development department listened to Counselor Wu's somewhat perfunctory remarks. He nodded thoughtfully, but chose not to elaborate further. Well, who shall we send to negotiate with Columbus? Counselor Wu tilted his head, inquiring of the diplomat beside him. I will take care of this matter, and will send out the invitation immediately. Columbus will undoubtedly acquiesce to our demands. Chapter 130. The Space Distribution Center. At that moment, in the capital of Ribbon, a member of the Ribbon Security Bureau stood resolutely before the Prime Minister. Your Excellency, the United States has pledged that, with our pressure, they will certainly comply. We absolutely cannot allow such a great power to exist in our Western realm. Very well, Inoue-san, I am quite pleased with your efforts, replied the balding Prime Minister of Ribbon, nodding gently as a flicker of inscrutable significance crossed his gaze while he studied the world map. Once we have controllable nuclear fusion technology, we shall be liberated from the shackles of energy dependency. The history of relying on foreign mineral resources will be a thing of the past once we develop spacecraft. Our Ribbon shall reclaim its former glory. The Security Bureau member was profoundly moved by the Prime Minister's words, his face alight with fervor. His gaze towards the Prime Minister was that of a zealot basking in divine radiance. However, this fervor was soon shattered by the harsh reality. Not good, Your Excellency. An official clad in a suit rushed in, visibly distressed. He leaned against the grand door, his face a portrait of panic as he exclaimed, Sharon Base has announced the establishment of a joint space development company with Huagua. The Middle Easterners are untrustworthy. They have betrayed us. What? The countenance of Prime Minister Libin and the members of the Security Bureau shifted dramatically. They momentarily abandoned any reprimands regarding the rudeness of the newcomer and urgently inquired about the unfolding events. Murakami-san, what on earth has transpired? They had engaged in a high-priced agreement with Sharon Base for oil imports over the next decade, which was anticipated to secure their support. How could they so brazenly turn their backs now? Huagua, under the guise of collaborating on space resource development, had enticed both Sharon Base and the Russian Empire. Sharon Base would provide the funding, while Huagua and the Russian Empire would contribute the technology. Together, they aimed to jointly explore various resources in space. Bursting into the room, Kojiro Murakami was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. Upon hearing this news, the Prime Minister staggered, nearly collapsing to the floor. What about the United States? How did Frey respond to us? Just the mention of the United States sent Murakami spiraling into despair. With a voice tinged with sorrow, he replied, The United States has just announced the achievement of controllable nuclear fusion technology, and they are also courting Sharon Base. We have been forsaken. The United States has refused to share their controllable nuclear fusion technology with us. What? Prime Minister Libin could no longer bear the weight of the revelations. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he fainted, collapsing to the ground. Your Excellency, within the chambers of the Sharon Base Parliament, King Saladin warmly welcomed the envoy of Huagua, Qin Xian. My dear Ambassador Qin, is your esteemed nation truly prepared to allow us to invest in the space development company? Saladin's face is beaming with joy. Upon receiving the invitation from Huagua, he readily consented without hesitation. Only a fool would decline. It is common knowledge that oil has lost its future. Electricity and controlled nuclear fusion are the trends of the era. Currently, the nation at the forefront of space technology is Huagua. If Huagua is willing to extend a helping hand, it would be akin to a windfall from the heavens. Columbus is indifferent to the intricacies of technology. As long as they can maintain their luxurious lifestyle, they will follow suit. Of course, Your Excellency Saladin, our reputation is well known and esteemed. Qin Xian offered a slight smile, exuding an air of elegance and embodying the demeanor of a great power. Ha ha ha, indeed. Your nation's reputation is universally acknowledged. I raise my glass to you. With a reassuring response, Saladin's joy intensified, and he raised his glass in a toast. The United Space Development Company can require as much funding as needed. Feel free to state your demands. And regarding the matter of shares? After a few drinks, Saladin's true intentions began to subtly emerge. Business is a venture with boundless profits, a surefire success. This is an undeniable truth of Huagua. However, Saladin was determined to negotiate specific benefits. You will hold a 15 share, With the majority of the technology provided by Huagua, that is already quite substantial. Qin Xian did not shy away from the matter, addressing it directly, as Saladine's straightforward nature warranted no circumlocution. 15%. Saladin furrowed his brow. Considering only the investment capital, that share is indeed quite generous. However, he seeks to seize this opportunity to liberate Chalambas from its dependence on oil entirely. We have accepted a 15 stake, but I have one more condition. They actually agreed. Qin Xian raised an eyebrow. The upper limit set for him was 23. He initially intended to negotiate upwards by half a percentage point. To his astonishment, the other party acquiesced immediately. What are the conditions? He instantly became wary of Saladine's terms, fearing they might be exorbitant. Chalambas aspires to become the central hub for space logistics in the entire Middle East, indeed. In the entire region. Saladine's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light. If Chalambas could truly establish a space logistics center, they could pivot away from oil by leveraging various services related to space. A logistics center? Qin Xian momentarily paused, furrowing his brow, realizing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. It seems that Saladin harbors considerable ambition and a degree of foresight. In light of this, let us strive to secure additional benefits for our beloved nation. My dear king, as you know, establishing a logistics center demands substantial funding. The implication in Qin Xian's words was clear. They needed to invest more. Oh, my friend, money is not an issue. Saladine's eyes lit up. It was good that they had reached an agreement. Money is no obstacle. We will cover the expenses for the logistics center's storage facilities, ports, spacecraft landing sites, and maintenance workshops. We will fund all of this, and in return, Huagua will hold a 40 stake in the entire logistics center. He excitedly extended 4 fingers. His gaze fervently fixed on Qin Xian. Saladin was resolute. Even if it meant conceding 40 of the shares, he was determined to establish this distribution center. Furthermore, the construction of all the necessary infrastructure would be entrusted to engineering firms from Huagua. Collectively, these conditions indicated that Huagua stood to gain far more than a mere mutual benefit. Qin Xian nodded slightly, recognizing that the proposal from above had anticipated this outcome, and his negotiated benefits had surpassed the initial bottom line. Let us enjoy our cooperation, Qin Xian exclaimed with a hearty laugh, extending his hand before Saladin. A mutually beneficial partnership. Saladin responded with boisterous laughter, grasping Qin Xian's outstretched hand. Our negotiation team will soon arrive in your esteemed country to discuss the details of the contract. We will wholeheartedly support your nation's space development initiatives. No. Qin Xian gently shook his head, raising his glass in a toast with a smile. It should now be our space development initiative. Saladin was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into an even more jubilant laughter, a sound that echoed around the palace thrice before gradually fading away. Chapter 131. Joint Space Development Company at the press conference. Qin Xian faced reporters from around the globe with poise. The discussions with Chalomba have been fruitful. We will soon engage in detailed planning with Chalomba and the Russo-Soviet Union in Huagua. The announcement of the establishment of a joint space development company involving Huagua, Chalomba, the Russo-Soviet Union, and other strategic partners sent ripples across the world. Particularly, an assistant of Chalomba's revealed that a space distribution hub, aimed at Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, is set to be established along the Red Sea coast. In this global transportation nexus, Chalomba's has unveiled his grand ambitions. Concurrently, their general has also made contact with the arms trading counter of the Rabbit faction. To safeguard the future security of Chalomba's, they have procured 35 units of the Type 21 firecracker in a single transaction. Furthermore, the astute general secretly orchestrated the transportation of a shipment containing radiation boxes from Pakistan, right under the noses of American aircraft. Henceforth, our Chalomba's shall no longer harbor concerns regarding security matters. Within the palace, Saladin quietly perused the documents of the Golden Wheel Company. Regardless of who occupies the military garrison, the enduring existence of the Chalomba's royal family is paramount. In Huagua, the Space Administration. Ever since Counselor Wu heeded Zhiyong's insights on the handling of Liban, Zhiyong felt an inkling that Wu was testing him. As anticipated, when news of the United Space Development Company emerged, he was promptly informed. He will assume the role of Minister of the Space Administration, overseeing the Space Development Company, which encompasses spacecraft production, base construction, and the formulation of development regulations, all of which he will determine. Ultimately, the proposal shall undergo scrutiny by the Council. It can be said that the higher-ups have truly granted Zhiyong considerable autonomy. Our task is to optimize the processes of various space facilities. Addressing the core members of the Space Administration, Zhiyong laid out the forthcoming development plans. Our forthcoming objective is to establish a space docking station within the asteroid belt. This station will utilize modules designed for space transit hubs. Zhou, is it possible to upgrade the pulse production module of the transit hub? Indeed. Zhou Huiran is particularly invested in the establishment of a space development company. He inserted a USB drive into the projector and meticulously outlined the production process of the cabin modules. Our production line is also capable of enhancements. For instance, during the assembly phase and piping layout stage, we can arrange for rotating night shifts. This adjustment could potentially save us several days. Furthermore, the spaceplane's journey to the asteroid belt is exceedingly sluggish, and Factory 845 has commenced production of long-distance spacecraft. Zhou Huiran elaborated on the future plans. Once the United Space Development Company is established, humans will depart from Earth, taking a spaceplane to the transit hub, and subsequently transferring to a civilian spacecraft to reach the asteroid belt docking station. There, we will initiate the specific mining operations. The civilian spacecraft shares the same configuration as the Shangbeition, with the transformable cargo hold modified into a passenger cabin. What method shall we adopt for mining? After Zhu Huaxing and He Zhiyong articulated the specifics, they promptly raised their queries. Should we directly tow the meteorites back to Earth or extract valuable minerals in space? Directly extracting minerals would increase the workload at the asteroid docking station. However, if we opt to transport the meteorites back, the frequency of the spacecraft's journeys would rise, posing a significant challenge for the vessels involved. The efficiency of directly extracting minerals in space remains suboptimal. Zhou Huiran calculated in his mind that the losses incurred were not worth it, as it would be more beneficial for the spacecraft to make additional trips. This approach would simultaneously enhance the demand for spacecraft, while the technology for space industrial metallurgy must indeed be developed. It is currently ill-equipped to handle such a monumental smelting task. Therefore, Zhou Huiran firmly believes that, for the time being, it is wiser to transport meteoroids or minerals back to Earth for processing. Yes, we can also take advantage of the frequent exchanges to begin establishing an initial space settlement. Once the ecological recycling system experiment proves successful, we may even transform the asteroid belt docking point into a thriving space city. Yang Yu also expressed her agreement with this plan. Although transporting to Earth presents its own complications, it would significantly aid the development of other projects. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Well, let us solidify this decision. He Zhiyong nodded in concurrence with the proposal, simultaneously articulating a request. Even if the minerals are ultimately processed on Earth, we must not neglect the advancement of space metallurgy technology. I hope that in the future, Earth will receive finished metal products directly from space mining rather than constantly transporting raw ore. Everyone present was now envisioning the prospect of a space city and a comprehensive space industrial system. When that moment arrives, humanity will have truly taken its first steps in mastering the ability to leave its home planet. Additionally, every captured or transported mineral must undergo thorough inspection and sterilization procedures. Perhaps suddenly reminded of the withering virus, He Zhiyong's expression turned grave as he solemnly added this requirement. The others did not oppose He Zhiyong's suggestion. The secretary naturally recorded it in the documents. During meetings, one person raises a question, and through collective brainstorming, matters can swiftly be resolved. After several days of deliberation, He Zhiyong and his colleagues finally managed to finalize the establishment of the Joint Space Development Company. Upon the announcement of the third administrative building of the Space Administration as the Joint Space Development Company, the funds from Columbus promptly arrived. A total investment of $200 billion, representing 40 of Columbus's annual GDP. They were resolute, having procured this sum through a massive sell-off of oil stocks. Russia also acquired a forced stake, primarily contributing to the production of certain components. The three-nation alliance was formidable, while one particular eagle had retreated into its shell. Neither Fox News nor the BBC showed any intention of reporting this news. However, one cannot conceal fire with paper. As news began to leak from Columbus on Twitter, the American public, kept in the dark, soon became aware, resulting in immense outrage. Philo Osiki had been controlling the media in recent days, perpetually exposing various political scandals. The FBI, under his sway, operated like a double-edged sword, with his political adversary's secrets being laid bare. With these distractions in play, a major upheaval was averted. Though this approach was merely a temporary measure, after enduring a grueling half-month, Farosky finally exhaled with relief upon receiving news from NASA. He had nearly reached his breaking point. Fortunately, NASA had completed the task at hand. America's spacecraft was now ready. Chapter 132, The Wind Titan's Honorable Senator. We have completed our work. Bernard's voice was slightly hoarse. For the past few months, he had tirelessly worked overtime, solely for the sake of this damned spacecraft. At last, it was finished. Joy washed over Farosky's previously gloomy countenance, softening his demeanor as his spirits lifted. When shall we launch? Our spacecraft needs to be assembled in space and is divided into 4 components, Bernard explained, presenting the blueprints to Farosky. The transport rockets are also fully prepared. In just a few days, we will be able to send all the components into orbit. The assembly work will be completed swiftly. This was indeed the only piece of good news in recent days. Farosky hastily typed a few words on his phone, eager to disseminate the news and instruct his butler to sell stocks at a premium while the opportunity lasted. Ding. Thus, people across America began to receive an exhilarating piece of news. America's spacecraft will soon be assembled in space, like a shot of adrenaline. This announcement miraculously revived the stock market on Wall Street. Veteran investors, who had previously queued on rooftops contemplating despair, were dramatically rescued by the speculators. It is truly a miracle of the human realm. We are saved. The United States appears akin to a corporation ensnared by finance, having embraced a fleeting spring. The nation's plans have not impeded the ambitions of NASA. Even Zhiyong expressed a tinge of astonishment at the organizational prowess exhibited by the U.S. Not a single commendation was uttered regarding the spacecraft. The implication was clear. The American spacecraft is nothing but rubbish. Meanwhile, those who eagerly consume the propaganda domestically have recently been vociferous. Observing the vast data disseminated by the Communications Administration, Zhiyong furrowed his brow. These propagandists, akin to flies, have seized upon the U.S. spacecraft initiative to fervently disparage NASA. It is exceedingly vexing, particularly since there is little recourse against them. They have committed no infractions. Although they cannot stir up a tempest, who can resist the delight of slapping them in the face? A smirk graced Zhiyong's lips as he maliciously clicked on the spacecraft test flight plan released by the United States. The Americans possess an almost endearing flaw. They cannot conceal their intentions. In this instance, they have openly disclosed the assembly location and timeline of the spacecraft, even opting for a global livestream. Given this, it stands to reason that they would not advise passing Chinese naval vessels to steer clear. It is indeed time for the military's prized assets to make a subtle appearance. Zhou, please connect me with the military commission. I have matters to discuss with them. Ladies and gentlemen, a perfectly articulated American English emanated from the live stream, as the host, clad in a black suit and a blue tie, spoke with fervent enthusiasm, continuously elaborating on the U.S. spacecraft initiative. Indeed, the spacecraft depicted, assembled from 4 distinct components, stands as a pioneer of America's future endeavors in space colonization. Amid the keen attention of the American populace, the 4 colossal modules, propelled into orbit by a rocket, have now been successfully assembled. Zhiyong, who attentively monitored the entire process, nearly burst into laughter. The reason for his amusement lay in the fact that the rocket employed for launching these components was a relic from decades past. Indeed, it was none other than the boosters and engines from the era of the Space Shuttle program. Due to the dispersion of initial data and a lack of industrial capabilities, the United States has, in truth, lost its capacity to produce super heavy-lift rockets. Thus, the SLS rocket still relies on these antiquated boosters. Although Zhiyong claimed indifference, he too found himself laughing heartily while watching the live broadcast. Ha ha ha, now I can genuinely rest easy. The assembly structure, reaching peak speeds, is rather unimpressive. And most notably, America resorted to using chemical rockets for the launch. How utterly laughable. American tabloids even proclaimed this to be a groundbreaking spacecraft that surpasses that of Huagua. Zhiyong, who harbored a certain stereotype about the United States, had initially been quite apprehensive, fearing that America had achieved some technological breakthrough. Yet this is what they have. I genuinely worry that when our naval vessels pass by, we might inadvertently overestimate our response. The mere thought of that scenario excites Zhiyong. After all, this is Huagua's naval fleet. In contrast, The American assembled spacecraft is simply an entirely different entity. Soon we shall see. Zhiyong's eyes gleamed with anticipation, revealing his eagerness for the unfolding spectacle. The military confirmed their position. The Taishan had drawn remarkably close. Our warship was about to make its grand entrance. Zhiyong and Zhou Huiran exchanged knowing smiles, their shoulders shaking with laughter. Ha ha ha. The villains laugh. JPG. Bernard had already used exhaustion as an excuse to sneak away home a few months early. While packing his belongings, he received a call from Foreign. What? Our espionage satellite has detected China's space battleship. It is approaching the live broadcast location. Bernard's complexion turned pale, his eyes wide with horror. The tactics that America frequently employed against other nations were now being turned back upon them. The thought of a sci-fi battleship emblazoned with the Chinese flag suddenly appearing in an American live stream sent a jolt through Bernard's mind. He quickly tilted his head, wedging the phone between his cheek and shoulder, hastening the packing of his belongings. He had to flee. There was no way he could remain in America during this tumultuous period. Frailer was already prepared for impeachment. I will swiftly and peacefully relieve you of your duties. You should seek refuge at the French Space Agency. Foreign, having leverage over Bernard, could only helplessly offer his assistance. The delegation to France is already waiting for you at the airport, and Frailer's authorization letter is there as well. Best of luck, Bernard. Wait, Foreign. Help me one last time. Bernard, with his backpack in tow, rushed to the garage and said anxiously, help me find a way to sell the aerospace stocks immediately. Did you invest as well? Foreign, you must assist me. Bernard, in light of your protection, the funds will be transferred to your anonymous French account tomorrow. Phelan rubbed his temples, observing the somewhat disheveled Bernard on the surveillance feed, and let out a slight sigh. This was the extent of his assistance. A storm was brewing, and the United States was on the brink of plunging into an abyss of despair. They could only strive to safeguard themselves. Meanwhile, Frailer had signed his own pardon and executed declassification orders for all the confidential documents he was taking home. After wrapping up affairs concerning his estates and illegal records, he finally slumped in the presidential office. His somewhat pudgy face twitched as he gazed at the live broadcast before him, filled only with disdain for Ferozki. He claimed to be politically astute, but the truth was, it was you who lacked understanding. Chapter 133, The Sun God, Doghead. Eric often kept a keen eye on aerospace developments, and today marked the launch of the American spacecraft. This filled him with immense excitement. Hence, he entered the live stream early. This is our American spacecraft. Observing the colossal vessel assembled on screen, Eric drew a comparison with the Shangbation. Their lengths and sizes seemed comparable. Yet, the technology of the United States was undoubtedly more advanced. Due to the information blockade in America, many citizens were entirely unaware of the specifics regarding the Shangbation. The mere fact that Eric knew of its existence placed him above 80 of the American populace. With limited information, he could only rely on the most primitive method of comparison, size. Similar in size to China's spacecraft, it suggests comparable performance. Coupled with the democratic aura surrounding the United States, this collectively indicates their advancement. Eric meticulously scrutinized the United States Enterprise spacecraft. Indeed, the spokesperson had just unveiled the name of this vessel. Enterprise, a name of unique significance to the United States, made its reappearance. The central structure was likely a controlled nuclear fusion device. Eric gradually magnified the live video, keenly observing the controllable nuclear fusion technology of the United States. Oh, the Americans are quite cunning. The configuration of the nuclear fusion system is entirely indiscernible from the exterior. Consequently, Eric, somewhat disheartened, shifted his focus towards the bow of the ship. What is that? Suddenly, Eric detected an anomaly in the video. A faint light appeared in the distance. The United States had deliberately chosen a location with minimal satellite activity, yet they still encountered space equipment from other nations. Furrowing his brow, Eric activated the live chat. What is that? There is a glimmer at the bow. The light was drawing closer. Simultaneously, viewers watching the live broadcast of the American spacecraft, like Eric, also noted this detail. Given that the live feed was directed at Earth, its side appeared shrouded in darkness due to the lighting conditions. Thus, the United States urgently repositioned their satellite, slightly adjusting the camera angle. Fuck. The next moment, as the camera readjusted, a sleek black warship suddenly appeared on the screen. In NASA's broadcast room, the supervisor slammed the table, leaping up in astonishment. Is this not a warship from Huagua? How could it possibly be here? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the supervisor's forehead. Oh dear, this is... The viewers in the live broadcast naturally witnessed this scene. Before their eyes, a sleek, jet-black battleship, with its cold, curvaceous form, was advancing slowly against the backdrop of the sun. From the audience's perspective, this vessel seemed to glide forth. Bathed in sunlight, radiating an ethereal glow, it resembled an extraterrestrial warship straight out of a science fiction narrative. However, the low-visibility insignia of Huagua and the colossal white number revealed its true identity. This was not merely a spacecraft. It was a warship, vessel number 0301. Eric's mind went blank as he realized that the live feed from the United States now showcased two vessels. One was Huagua's futuristic-looking cosmic battleship, while the other starkly contrasted as a makeshift ship assembled by the United States. Placed side by side, these two vessels created a striking visual impact, akin to juxtaposing an early 20th century automobile with a modern one. This comparison shattered any remnants of hope that the United States harbored. Huagua's warship epitomized the collective fantasy of what a cosmic battleship ought to be. Its design, featuring integrated rivets and a flawlessly smooth surface, appeared seamless, unlike the crude, externally assembled form of the United States craft. The current supervisor at NASA was frantically searching for Bernard. What to do? It would be one thing if Huagua's spacecraft merely passed by, but could they not shine their lights on their own insignia? Truly, a vexing situation. The supervisor exclaimed. We have been stuck on this screen for a minute, and Minister Bernard has yet to be located. The researcher, displaying palpable anxiety, gazed at the supervisor. On the verge of a breakdown. Cut it off. Quickly terminate the broadcast. The supervisor's voice erupted in a near screen. Where's Bernard gone? The live feed had lingered on a singular image for a whole minute, and everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, disbelief permeated the atmosphere. They all prayed it was merely a cruel joke, even wishing someone would emerge to declare that this entire broadcast was just a promotional stunt for a film. However, the abrupt interruption of the live stream shattered their hopes. Although the broadcast had ceased, the video remained frozen on its final frame, the iconic moment of two spacecraft juxtaposed. Eric found himself spellbound. It was his first encounter witnessing two ships in tandem. When viewed separately, the impact seemed negligible. Yet, when presented together, the formidable presence of the Huagua warship was laid bare in all its glory. This was undeniably the most catastrophic live broadcast incident in history. Particularly from the perspective of the Huagua vessel, it radiated an infinite brilliance. Setting aside national sentiments, Eric would unhesitatingly choose the Huagua ship. Success now felt utterly unattainable. The disparity was insurmountable. At that moment, the once arrogant Americans felt their pride come crashing down. The image comparing the two ships slapped them repeatedly, compelling them to confront the harsh reality. In an instant, the entire American internet was awash with cries of despair. Meanwhile, within the confines of the space agency, laughter echoed relentlessly. Ha ha! Zhiyong burst into hearty laughter, clutching his belly in amusement. This photograph, I wish to frame it and hang it in my home. The United States has truly embarrassed itself. Joe Wyron also repeatedly slammed the table, laughing heartily. The global live broadcast rendered many unable to voice their grievances. Zhiyong's idea is brilliant. We simply happened to pass by. What's the fuss? Zhu Huaxing cheerfully produced a newspaper. We issued a report on the spacecraft experiment yesterday. And isn't it quite reasonable for us to appear here today? The cunning Zhiyong had already released the experimental report early on, with the location encompassing the entire geostationary orbit. I could orbit the Earth in 90 minutes without activating the engine, and the engine test makes our passage seem rather normal. Now, this photograph is going viral across the internet. Zhiyong quickly saved this image as a meme. It's simply too hilarious. Taishan, handsome fellow peeking. Enterprise, don't come over, ah. Taishan, let me take a look. This meme is destined to become a classic, enduring through time. Zhiyong was also quite pleased with the satellite photography technology of the United States. This photograph is simply perfect. It impeccably aligns with the transparent image of Huagua. Many nations that are strategic partners of Huagua are also buzzing online. They feel a sense of pride joining forces with Huagua. Look, this is our friend's spacecraft. Emerging in the golden light of dawn, we shall name the 0301 warship the Sun God. Chapter 134. The plan progresses smoothly. The name Sun God quickly gained prominence online, unexpectedly becoming NATO's official code name for the Taishan. The incident involving the Taishan's intrusion into American live broadcasts has lingered for quite some time. with the first entity to feel its repercussions being the American aerospace stocks. That afternoon, they plummeted by 2,000 points, marking a historic low. However, none of this affected Huagua, nor did it have any impact on the National Space Administration. Zhiyong, having enjoyed a brief respite, soon found himself conscripted into labor. The plans of the United Space Development Company and the Space Administration required his decisive input. Particularly, the United Space Development Company was rapidly advancing with the substantial investment of $200 billion from Columbus. Nevertheless, the foremost issue Zhiyong needed to address was the liquidation of the US dollars. After all, controllable nuclear fusion technology has begun to show promising developments. The technology has already been mastered by the upper echelons. The alliance of the US dollar and oil, energy, is gradually losing its credibility. In contrast, the collaboration of the renminbi and economic cooperation is gaining greater favor worldwide. Therefore, to prevent the $200 billion from becoming a burden. And while people are still accustomed to conducting transactions in US dollars, Zhiyong must swiftly divest this substantial liquidity. The two American entities can conveniently serve as instruments for this liquidation. Which two entities, those in the know are aware. Zhiyong enlisted the assistance of a seasoned financial expert from a state-owned enterprise to facilitate this process. Columbus has already commenced the construction of a spaceport, a comprehensive port integrating maritime and aerial operations. Zhou Huiran glanced over the processing documents and remarked on the recent developments. Our integrated triport facility is also under construction. Both parties have multiple engineering teams working in shifts, and it is estimated that completion will be imminent. The integrated facility of Zhiyong Base and Huagua's 3 ports. Both rely on the original ports for their expansion. Therefore, the actual engineering work is relatively modest, primarily focusing on the construction of the spaceport. As for the accompanying spacecraft, Zhiyong nodded, acknowledging that the progress has been quite swift. How is the construction of the spacecraft proceeding? We are currently building a total of 8 interstellar vessels, 3 of which are designated for passenger transport, while the remaining 5 are for cargo. Zhou Huiran perused the documents to confirm the numbers. Additionally, 6 aerospace passenger aircraft have been ordered. 1 is a backup, another for maintenance, and 1 for duty, with the remaining 3 perfectly meeting our current needs. Of the 6 aircraft, 3 will operate within Zhiyong Base. Naturally, for reasons of confidentiality, all operational and security personnel will be provided by Huagua. In fact, Zhiyong Base has officially permitted Huagua to establish a cooperative naval base on its territory. This is not merely a military presence. It is a collaborative defense initiative to safeguard Huagua's assets. Zhiyong expressed his satisfaction with a nod. The current pace is commendable. At this stage, the speed of progress is commendable. The space transfer station is even facing a shortage of station personnel, and this issue is becoming increasingly pressing. The rapid expansion of the transfer station has led to the delivery of yet another production module into space just yesterday. This module is equipped with various space industrial apparatus, capable of fulfilling the basic needs for the maintenance of the space transfer station. Moreover, numerous countries are eager to invest in shares. The United Space Development Company has become quite the coveted entity, with numerous nations keen to seize the opportunity, akin to how Zhiyong Bars inserted itself into the fray. There are rumors circulating that the United Space Development Company is poised for an initial public offering. Zhou Huiran has maintained a smile ever since witnessing the embarrassing spectacle of the United States. All commercial matters have been entrusted to the capable team assembled by Congressman Wu. Zhiyong does not place excessive importance on commercial affairs, yet he remains attentive. Thus he has tasked Congressman Wu with finding a trustworthy team for management. I have heard that the industrial dock is nearing completion. Indeed, it has been finalized. Zhou Huiran nodded affirmatively. The launch process is now underway. We have incorporated a smelting module based on the industrial dock. Henceforth, minor damages to the spacecraft can be repaired at the Space Transit Station. What about the docking point in the asteroid belt? This is currently Zhiyong's primary concern. The docking point in the asteroid belt is destined to radiate influence throughout the entire solar system, situated between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. It pertains to future space cities. Our modules are already in preparation, and the production line for the space capsule is sparking with activity. Zhou Huiran chuckled. As everything is progressing remarkably smoothly, it is anticipated that in the near future, their planned space transit station and the asteroid docking point will be completed. Oh, by the way, the publicity department has been inquiring about when we will land on the Moon or Mars. Landing on the Moon or Mars. Zhiyong slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten this matter? In our plans, although we aim to construct a lunar mining project, there has been a noticeable lack of progress recently. Thus, Old Wang has entrusted me to inquire about this matter. After all, the impact of lunar and Martian landings on the general populace far surpasses that of asteroid mining. The publicity department also wishes to leverage this point for promotional purposes. The Changbai Mountain spacecraft has been engaged in frequent missions lately. Considering that its primary role has been transporting modules, Zhiyong believes it would be inappropriate to reassign them for such a trivial matter. After careful contemplation, a brilliant idea struck him. We could directly establish a small lunar base. The modules of the space transfer station could simply be deployed on the moon. Since it is all in space and the moon lacks an atmosphere, it could be utilized without any issues. Zhou Huiran felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. While this approach certainly has merit, the production line manager might be overwhelmed. Let them expand their capacity and initiate additional production lines. Zhiyong declared with a grand gesture. After all, future orders are bound to be plentiful. With space exploration thriving, what if production is too slow? Simply adding more production lines would suffice, right? Well, you do have a point, Zhou Huiran conceded, contemplating the potential for such bases to be established in various locations. He suddenly recognized the necessity to indeed increase production lines. I will discuss this with them right away. Before departing, Zhou Huiran recalled something and turned back to Zhiyong, saying, the vessel carrying the Embers of Hope has already reached the far side of the asteroid Xieshun. We have selected the most resolute warriors for this mission. The supplies aboard the vessel are sufficient to sustain them for 60 years. Furthermore, we will provide them with one additional resupply in the future, which, combined with this batch, grants these individuals an abundance of provisions exceeding 1,000 years. But what of their industrial capabilities? Zhiyong furrowed his brow. A millennium's worth of supplies could indeed allow them to venture to the neighboring star systems. However, without industrial prowess, their journey would only lead to inevitable demise. The industrial module is precisely designed to test our capabilities in space industry, is it not? Zhou Huiran chuckled softly, signaling reassurance to Zhiyong before exiting the office. Chapter 135. The sudden signal. The warship, carrying the Embers of Hope, has but one mission: to remain ever ready to usher humanity away from the solar system when necessary. This vessel serves as a last resort, a measure invoked only under the dire threat of human extinction. Historically, the nation has always embraced the philosophy of vigilance in times of peace. Moreover, the current situation is far from secure. Hidden perils lurk within the Gliese system. A mere 8 light-years away. Thus, we must not overlook any available measures. At the end of 2021, numerous heavy industrial factories along the coast of the nation were operating at full capacity. In an unprecedented turn, a light snowfall graced the industrious landscape, draping it in a delicate layer of silver. Breathing out clouds of vapor, Zhiyong entered his office clutching a thermos. Oh, where's old Zhu? And why haven't I seen old Zhou today? Miraculously, this marked the first morning Zhiyong had not encountered Zhou Huiran in the office. Oh, he received an urgent notification and has gone to the astronomical observatory. Zhu Huaxing took a sip of hot tea, rubbed his hands together, and kept his gaze fixed on the documents before him as he replied to Zhiyong. The Astronomy Institute? Is there something urgent requiring his attention? Zhiyong's face was a canvas of confusion. Hey, you're unaware? Old Zhou hails from an astronomical background. He was later reassigned to the Aerospace Institute. Only after perusing the documents did Zhu Huaxing lift his head, slowly elucidating. The current director of the observatory is his old classmate. Perhaps there is something he needs assistance with. Oh, I see. No wonder. Zhiyong finally understood, realizing that an old classmate was involved. It made sense that they would reach out directly to old Zhou. After a brief exchange to satisfy his curiosity, Zhiyong slowly made his way to his office. All various plans were progressing in an orderly manner. The construction of the spacecraft was nearing completion, and the Moon Palace No. 3 had been operational for over a month and a half. Everything was unfolding positively. After sipping from his cup of hot tea, feeling a renewed warmth in his body, Zhiyong resumed processing the documents he had neglected the previous day. These were applications for research funding from subordinate research teams. Zhiyong meticulously responded to each request, particularly marking with red circles those from the Hibernation Equipment Exploration Group and the Optimized Controlled Nuclear Fusion Structure Experiment Group. These were projects that warranted special attention, especially the hibernation equipment, as it was a decisive factor in determining the future of space exploration. Having approved a substantial amount of research funding for these projects, he simultaneously instructed the oversight team to monitor the usage of the funds closely. It was imperative to prevent any misappropriation of the research budget. As Zhiyong struggled with a multitude of documents, he was abruptly startled by the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Bang! The door to the minister's office was forcefully flung open, the wooden panel colliding against the wall with a resounding crack. Zhiyong jumped in surprise, his body jolting as he looked up to see the visitor, and he released a sigh of relief. It was none other than Zhou Huiran, who had just returned from the observatory. "Old Zhou, what brings you here?" Zhiyong inquired slowly, observing the urgency etched on Zhou Huiran's face. "Zhiyong, the observatory has intercepted a signal from Libra." Zhou Huiran panted, gripping a document tightly in his hands. "A signal from Libra?" Zhiyong's mind raced as he hastened over to Zhou Huiran, snatching the document from him. At 8:26:16 today, FAST detected a rhythmic radio wave signal emanating from the direction of Libra. After analysis, we have essentially confirmed that the signal is originating from the Gliese 581 star system. The content of the signal remains undetermined for now, but the observation post has successfully intercepted it. The Hongshan ship has severed the signal transmission, ensuring that Earth will not receive the source of this information. In simple terms, the observatory has intercepted a signal from the Gliese 581 star system, located 25 light-years away, and has prevented its transmission to Earth, shielding it from being known by various nations. Is the information verified? Zhiyong's hands trembled as he held the document. Truly, this seems never-ending. First Gliese 229, and now Gliese 581, is it? The phrase humans seem to have a conflict with Gliese, don't they? Echoed in the air. The Sentry module had been repeatedly confirmed. They were already organizing a solution to decipher the signals. Zhou Huiran let out a long sigh, realizing that the director of the observatory had summoned him to expedite the interception of the signals. Following the standard procedures, it was possible that the American probe had received the messages ahead of time. Hence, this desperate measure was taken, leading them to contact an old classmate. Involve the decryption team. I will promptly report to Congressman Wu. In light of the urgency, Zhiyong swiftly issued a few instructions before hurrying towards the secure chamber. In the capital, at the Zhiyong Pavilion, Congressman Wu's expression was grave as he ended the call from Zhiyong. Yet again, it was a signal from extraterrestrial civilization. The FAST observatory had initially detected a narrow-band signal emanating from the cosmos. The team at the observatory, through various methods, had eliminated the possibility of it being human-made. They confirmed the signal's origin via the Sentry module's receiver, the Gliese 581 star system. With advancements in technology, the frequency of discovering extraterrestrial signals had been on the rise. Wu rubbed his temples, indicating the weight of this matter was quite burdensome. The observatory director had acted appropriately, urgently advising the fleet to intercept the radio signals. The decision now lay in Wu's hands. Should he disclose this matter to the Russian Empire and the United States? Deeply conflicted, Wu reached for the landline telephone beside him. Beep, beep. Congressman, whom do you wish to contact? A crisp male voice inquired from the other end of the line. Connect me to the Signal Decryption Center. The call to the chief legislator was swiftly connected after just a few seconds. Counselor Wu, we are diligently working to decipher this message. The head of the Information Decryption Center was well aware of the implications behind the legislator's call at this moment. He spoke candidly, assuring, we have detected some universal physical constants within this infinite radio signal. These constants may serve as the key to decoding the information. Good. Please expedite your efforts. I wish to be informed of their message at the earliest opportunity. Counselor Wu nodded slightly, relieved to have some leads. For the greatest fear was the inability to decode it at all. Rest assured, we will fulfill the task. I await your news. After a brief exchange of instructions, Counselor Wu ended the call. The office was dimly lit, and he sat in his chair, contemplating. The tranquil existence was about to come to an end. Gliese 581. What manner of civilization is this? What intentions lie behind their signal? Is it directed towards humanity, or aimed at the cosmos at large? In the silent office, no one responded to Counselor Wu's musings. The only sound in the vast space was the whisper of his own perplexity. Chapter 136. Annihilation. The entire space agency remained as busy as ever, but the workers were oblivious to the anxious expressions etched on their leaders' faces. Everyone awaited news from the Information Decryption Center. Certainly, they have been quite busy as well, and the control center is currently bustling with activity. The star Gliese 581 is a red dwarf, possessing a mass approximately 0.31 times that of the Sun, with a luminosity of about 0.013 times that of the Sun. Zhiyong Huairan provided a detailed overview of the Gliese 581 star system. Observations indicate that there are 6 planets within the Gliese 581 system. Among them, Gliese 581g is deemed the second Earth, situated within the habitable zone. At this point, Zhiyong Huairan shrugged with a wry smile, acknowledging that the researchers from the United States had indeed made an accurate prediction. Initially, their researchers asserted that the possibility of life existing there was a staggering 100%. While we cannot yet be certain, I believe it is highly likely that this planet is the one in question. Gliese 581g bears a remarkable resemblance to Earth and was discovered in 2010. Spectral analyses suggest the potential presence of a stable atmosphere and vast, deep oceans. Previously, it was merely conjectured that life might exist here. But it is astonishing that we now possess substantial evidence. What is the status of the information decryption? Zhiyong has also gained a general understanding of Gliese 581. The information decryption team discovered a broadband signal within the wireless transmission. Zhiyong Huairan organized his thoughts and explained, broadband signals are typically emitted naturally by various stars. However, this particular broadband signal, nestled among narrowband signals, is strikingly conspicuous. According to the researchers' conjecture, this could be an activity signal from the Gliese 581 star. The civilization of Gliese 581 may have ingeniously employed the activity signals of their own star as a form of decoding compiler. Zhiyong stood in stunned silence upon hearing this revelation. How audacious of the Gliese 581 civilization! While embedding a decoder within signals is a tactic humanity has utilized. Employing stellar activity signals as a decoder seems tantamount to blatantly revealing their position to other civilizations. Although humanity has managed to ascertain the approximate location of these signals due to their relative proximity, merely 20 light-years, a trivial distance in the vast cosmos, what of civilizations located even farther away? They might struggle to locate the source of the signal. Yet the addition of stellar activity signals would undoubtedly render their position unmistakable. At this moment, Zhiyong was particularly concerned about the potential existence of a wandering civilization associated with Gliese 229. Had they received this news? Would they take action? He aimed his laser pointer towards the direction of Gliese 229. The notion of these wandering civilizations had long been a thorn in Zhiyong's side. Surely, they would also receive this signal. Despite the vast distance, Zhiyong Huairan was unconvinced that a civilization capable of constructing a Dyson sphere would fail to detect this signal. We must not only observe Gliese 581, but also remain vigilant regarding the movements of the wandering civilizations. Zhiyong's concerns had been consistently overlooked by Zhiyong Huairan, who had neglected to consider the immense variable posed by the wandering civilizations. I immediately instructed the personnel at the observatory to monitor the dynamics of Gliese 229. No need for that. Tap, 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 tap. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the doorway, and a middle-aged man clad in military attire entered with measured strides. Minister Zhiyong, Deputy Minister Zhiyong Huairan. He saluted, producing a document from within his coat. As he observed the bewildered expressions of Zhiyong and Zhiyong Huairan, he casually closed the office door behind him. The moment the door clicked shut, a grave demeanor took over his countenance, and a flicker of fear glinted in the depths of his eyes, skillfully concealed from all but himself. Gentlemen, just an hour ago, a potent radio wave was received from the Gliese 581 star system. Our naval vessels at the fringes of the solar system intercepted the signal. The Gliese 581 system, along with its 6 planets, has been utterly annihilated. The weapon used remains unknown. As he concluded, the middle-aged major's voice quivered slightly. After all, it was a star system akin to our own solar system, and it harbored a second Earth. To think it was obliterated so swiftly. What? Zhiyong and Zhiyong Huairan found themselves momentarily paralyzed, incredulously gazing at the military man before them. Just moments prior, they had been discussing Gliese 581, and now they were being informed that the entire star system had been eradicated. What on earth was happening? This information had been verified by the military in the outpost. And for reasons of confidentiality, I was dispatched personally to inform you, the middle-aged man stated, failing to introduce himself, merely fulfilling his duty with procedural precision. Upon hearing the affirmative confirmation from the other party, Zhiyong and Zhiyong Huairan exchanged a startled glance. their minds already stirred by tumultuous waves of thought. Have you observed Gliese 229? Is there any activity there? Zhiyong and Zhou Huiran inquired almost in unison, urgency palpable in their voices. The telescope had been steadfastly focused on Gliese 229. The attack did not originate from that location. The middle-aged major shook his head slightly, noting that the military had previously entertained such speculation. Regrettably, Gliese 229 remained eerily tranquil, making it improbable that the assault came from that sector. Then, Zhiyong's thoughts momentarily faltered. Could it truly be akin to a certain narrative in fiction, where the entire universe resembles a dark forest where discovery leads to annihilation? Was it possible that the signal emitted by the civilization of Gliese 581 was detected by other advanced civilizations? And then, in a decisive act, they obliterated the entire star system. If that were the case, the wandering civilization lurking at the doorstep of the solar system would indeed be a harbinger of doom. Humanity's civilization could be perpetually scrutinized by them. The gravity of the situation far exceeded our expectations. A wry smile crept onto the middle-aged major's lips as he handed a document to Zhiyong. Colonel He, this is the scheduled time for the Earth United Defense Council meeting. To address this matter more effectively, Counselor Wu and the higher-ups have, after careful deliberation, decided to inform Russia and the United States of this news. The meeting will be convened in the capital, and your presence is essential. The prior interception of information was merely to prevent the news from being disseminated directly to society at large, not due to any intent to conceal it from the upper echelons. However, once the news arrives, the entire human society may potentially descend into chaos. Human nature is not resilient under such trials. By that time, it is likely that we may not even catch a glimpse of an alien hair, as humanity will have already begun to consume itself from within. As a result, the situation has escalated to such a magnitude. The nation of Hua has realized that it cannot contain this alone, which is why it has decided to formally inform the other two nations that share the same blue planet status. Chapter 137. Neutral civilization. Rest assured, I shall arrive punctually. After accepting the documents handed over by the middle-aged major, Zhiyong returned a military salute. The progression of events has begun to veer into increasingly unpredictable territories. After bidding farewell to the messenger major, Zhiyong turned to exchange a glance with Zhou Huiran. It is truly a source of great concern. The Gliese 581 star system has been utterly annihilated. Zhou Huiran slumped into his chair, murmuring incessantly, repeating this phrase. What a formidable civilization this must be. A mysterious assault has occurred, and humanity remains oblivious to the identity of the aggressor. The mere thought of humanity facing such an attack sends chills down Zhou Huiran's spine. Perhaps only the embers behind the planet of Shishan can escape this calamity. Indeed, Zhiyong slightly shook his head, forcing himself to temporarily set aside the feelings of distress. Do not dwell on these thoughts, old Zhou. If we are truly attacked, we likely would not even sense it. Death would probably come silently. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he acknowledged that incessantly worrying is not the solution. We must give our utmost effort. When faced with an extraterrestrial civilization of this caliber, humanity is left with only a single, resounding outcome: death. Thus, humanity must exercise greater caution in concealing itself. We must update all signal transmission systems, increasingly adopting digital signals. It is imperative that narrowband signals do not permeate the cosmos. Several methods to enhance human concealment have come to mind, and Zhiyong has simply recorded them. Once we convene at the United Earth Defense Council, these will be proposed. By the way, how is our decryption of the intercepted messages from the Gliese 581 civilization progressing? The Information Decryption Center has successfully obtained activity data regarding the Gliese 581 star from the United States. Zhou Huiran, suppressing his inner concerns, elaborated. The United States has a long history of deep space observation, and their data is the most comprehensive. We have acquired specific data from them. With this comparative information, we shall soon decipher the messages. The last words of the Gliese 581 civilization will soon be revealed to us. Upon mentioning the term last words, a flicker of emotion appeared in Zhou Huiran's eyes. How could a signal received merely days ago be considered last words? The Information Decryption Center has urgently summoned personnel from the Space Administration and various research institutions. Over 100 individuals within the center are engaged in a flurry of activity. The activity data of the Gliese 581 star must be meticulously compared with the radio signals. In simple terms, not a single character can be erroneous. Any mistakes could lead to misjudgments, and everyone here would face public disgrace. This marks the first occasion of receiving signals from a living extraterrestrial civilization. At this moment, the head of the Information Decryption Center remained oblivious to the fact that the extraterrestrial signal could be regarded as a final farewell. In 2014, we observed a sudden intensification in the luminescence of 581 stars. This peak corresponded to the signal. The researchers diligently compared all the signals that had been locked in. We have successfully unearthed all the information. The encoding method of the Gliese 581 civilization is remarkably straightforward by correlating with physical constants and stellar data. We have cracked the code. The excitement culminated in the final step, where we integrated humanity's interpretations of these constants. The screens in the hall flickered incessantly until, at last, a piece of text emerged. This is, as he gazed at the information compiled by the decoder on the large screen. The head of the center slowly rose from his chair. He could scarcely believe that the message conveyed by the Gliese 581 civilization was this. Meanwhile, all those present, having witnessed the revelation, were plunged into profound astonishment. The entire Information Decryption Center hall became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Tap, 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 tap. A military helicopter departed from the military base in the capital and arrived at the conference room in the city center. Zhiyong, the meeting is about to commence. Cheng Yuanming had long been awaiting at the helipad. As soon as the aircraft touched down, he ushered people aboard and opened the aircraft door. Representatives from other nations had also arrived. He greeted the esteemed academician Cheng Yuanming with a simple nod. After stepping down from the helicopter, he followed the turning figure of academician Cheng Yuanming, casually inquiring. They arrived in Huawei yesterday and rested for a night. Moreover, the Information Decryption Center has succeeded. Succeeded? Zhiyong's eyes widened in surprise as he inquired. When? What content does it contain? You will find out in the conference room, replied the esteemed old academician Cheng Yuanming, shaking his head. The situation is somewhat grim. We shall not delay any further on the road. The conference room is located at a certain fishing platform. Representatives from 5 nations are participating in this session. You guessed it correctly. It is indeed the legendary 5 great rogues. They will represent the entire Blue Star civilization for the most fundamental negotiations. Zhiyong accompanied the venerable academician Cheng Yuanming into the room. As he entered, the gazes of representatives from several countries instantly converged upon him, particularly those from the other 2 nations lacking controllable nuclear fusion technology. Their eyes were filled with fervor as they regarded Zhiyong. Upon seeing everyone assembled, the representative from Huawei gently tapped a small bell beside him. With the clear sound of the bell resonating, the heavy soundproof door of the conference room slowly closed. Ladies and gentlemen, you are already aware of the news from the Gliese 581 civilization. The red document on the table contains the information that we have decrypted regarding them. The representative from Huawei wasted no time on trivialities, directly addressing the matter at hand while raising the red-covered document in his hand. Zhiyong also had a copy before him, and as soon as the representative finished speaking, he eagerly opened the document. It bore the number 16, a measure taken to prevent its loss. As he meticulously read through the contents, Zhiyong's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. The representatives from various nations present began to engage in animated discussions. Zhiyong reread the document, confirming that he had not overlooked anything. It became apparent that the Gliese 581 civilization had issued a declaration of neutrality, addressing all civilizations. We are the Gliese 581 XX civilization. As the envoy of this civilization, I hereby announce to all civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy, we are a peace-loving species. Since our inception, we have evolved over hundreds of thousands of years and successfully ventured into the cosmos. At this moment, amidst the turmoil of the galactic war, we have resolved not to be drawn into conflict. Therefore, we shall seal off the Gliese 581 star system until the cessation of hostilities. During this period, we will not extend assistance to any factions involved in the war. As for the remnants of the Yuan star civilization, we will escort them to the Gliese 229 star system, ceasing to provide them sanctuary. May tranquility soon return to the galaxy. Chapter 138. The concept of a united fleet. The entire conference room buzzed with conversation, the cacophony echoing throughout. After perusing the document, Zhiyong was left in a state of astonishment. The message from the Gliese 581 civilization was succinct, yet laden with significant information. For instance, The reference to the galactic war raised numerous questions. Who are the parties involved in this conflict? What is the magnitude of the war? A myriad of uncertainties clouded the minds of all present, leaving us with ample reason to question the circumstances at hand. Witnessing the astonishment that enveloped the assembly, the representative of the Huan nation reached for the microphone and softly proclaimed, "The Gliese 229 star system has now transformed into a military stronghold amidst conflict." This conjecture is not merely a figment of imagination. The civilization of Gliese 581 has explicitly stated its intention to return the remnants of the Guiyuan star civilization to 229. According to our deductions, Guiyuan star appears to be a defeated civilization that sought refuge within Gliese 581. Now, in a bid to evade the ravages of war, Gliese 581 is contemplating the repatriation of these individuals. And to where, you may ask? Undoubtedly, to the adversaries of the Mingyuan star civilization. The desire of Gliese 581 to send people to 229 implies that this location serves as a stronghold for the enemies of the Mingyuan star civilization. We share this consensus. A moment of silence enveloped the gathered experts and politicians from various nations, who likewise affirmed this hypothesis. Zhiyong experienced an epiphany. It is no wonder that a Dyson sphere is being constructed within Gliese 229. Essentially, this place is a military base. Yet, one must ponder, why did the ostensibly neutral Gliese 581 ultimately face obliteration? Moreover, this destruction was not executed by Gliese 229. Logically speaking, if the opposing faction rejected the declaration of neutrality, one would expect them to strike from this military base. The rationale behind the destruction remains elusive to us. The representative of Huan nation shook his head, regretfully elucidating. However, we have begun to unravel the source of the assault. We have synthesized global observations from that day concerning Gliese 581. At an observation station in Chile, a remarkable scene unfolded. After greeting his assistant, a colossal projector was activated behind him. A photograph, set against a backdrop of the starry sky, was vividly projected onto the screen. The celestial brilliance illuminated countless stars, their light transformed into tiny points. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention here. The representative circled a particular orange point with a laser pointer. Zhiyong gazed intently at the luminous point on the screen. What discovery lies here? Aren't there many such luminous points? His expression mirrored the bewilderment of the other representatives and experts present. Let us view the next photograph, the representative stated, offering no explanation as he gently pressed the laser pointer. The subsequent image resembled the previous one, yet the position of this luminous point was perplexing. This is Gliese 581. Zhiyong and the experts in attendance suddenly sprang to their feet. Zhou Huiran swiftly approached the computer, manipulating it to magnify the image repeatedly. The most bewildered individuals in the conference room were the representatives. What was happening? Why did the scientists from Huagua, including those he had brought along, appear so alarmed? As the image was maximized, it began to blur. Zhiyong leaned closer to the computer screen. The enlarged image revealed the orange point faintly taking on a conical shape. Yet, the blurriness rendered it impossible for them to discern any details. Upon reaching Gliese 581, the star had been obliterated. The representative from Huagua did not intervene to halt the actions of his scientists, merely adding a few brief remarks. Although he did not confirm it, Gliese 581 was indeed annihilated by that luminous orb. As soon as the orb appeared, the star 581 erupted. Without further elaboration, everyone present comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was a star, after all. Zhou Huiran's voice lost its usual clarity and became somewhat hoarse. It was destroyed by such a thing. Indeed, it took several minutes for the conference room to regain its composure. The representative from Huagua tapped a small bell, and instantly all attention was directed towards him. I have already conveyed the specific details to everyone. Now, let us deliberate on a concrete response strategy. The discussion finally returned to how to address this matter. The representative from John Bull was the first to rise. I believe we should establish a fleet of human civilization. Are we not currently engaged in a galaxy-wide conflict? Only with sufficient military support can we ensure our self-defense. John Bull's idea was straightforward: to utilize space power to afford humanity at least a chance for resistance. However, the Gallic Rooster had a differing perspective. The weapon capable of annihilating a star system renders any effort to build a fleet of spacecraft futile, given humanity's current technological capabilities. It is time to contemplate the survival of human civilization. The Gallic Rooster advocated for the preservation of a select group of exceptional individuals, along with the collective achievements of human civilization, to be secretly stationed at the fringes of the solar system as a beacon of hope for humanity. This notion intriguingly aligned with Huagua's seed plan. Are we capable of negotiating with the civilization stationed at Gliese 229? The representative of the United States cast an appreciative glance at the Gallic Rooster's delegate, yet he also offered his own supplementary remarks. Regardless, humanity must now devote all efforts to advancing space technology. The representative of the Russian Empire shook his head in resignation. There were merits in everyone's thoughts. However, the most critical point remains that, apart from Huagua, no other nation is currently able to implement these plans, especially regarding the negotiation strategies. The Russian representative felt that the American delegate was merely speaking nonsense. Was the discourse from the Gliese 581 civilization not considered negotiation? Perhaps it could be. Yet, it ultimately led to their annihilation, along with their very existence. Others have already paved this path with their lives. Let us not harbor illusions. Indeed, the prerequisite for all of this is that we must possess a certain level of space technology. John Bull nodded vigorously, aligning himself with representatives from several countries. In the face of the peril posed by extraterrestrial civilizations, a basic spacecraft must surely be necessary. Currently, only two nations are capable of constructing such vessels, Huagua and the United States. Even then, the latter is only half-hearted in its endeavors. Therefore, to involve them, some technological insight must surely be bestowed. The representative from Huagua had naturally anticipated this. He smirked and declared, "We have long considered this. In the future, nations will contribute funding and personnel, while we, Huagua, will provide the technology, jointly establishing a united fleet of humanity." Expecting to acquire technology for free? Not a chance. At present, only Huagua possesses the capability to construct spacecraft and warships. You provide the funding and personnel, I will build them. This is the very least that can be expected. In the future, even the headquarters of the fleet will be established in the Huagua. Moreover, entry into the energy chamber is strictly prohibited. Anticipating this, Counselor Wu has prepared numerous strategies to firmly seize control of the fleet within Huagua's grasp, including but not limited to equipping the spacecraft with built-in locators. Chapter 139. The turbulent international landscape. Several nations wish to exploit Huagua's technology for free. Such an endeavor is utterly impossible. Huagua will only provide completed spacecraft, while command will be entrusted to the Joint Council. Naturally, the majority of the council members will be from Huagua, leaving no opportunity for other nations to overturn this arrangement. Our stipulation regarding the provision of completed warships is outlined in the final document. Any objections may be raised. The Huagua representative chuckled, relishing the situation. The representatives from several nations grimaced upon reviewing the terms. Not only will only completed warships be provided, but they will also come at exorbitant prices. Furthermore, the number of members in the Joint Fleet Council will be determined by technological contributions. As the sole nation capable of manufacturing warships, Huagua's representation constitutes a staggering 70. Truly, a lion's share indeed. All representatives fell silent. Yet, when considering the threat posed by the space fleet and dangers beyond the cosmos, the representatives from two nations, shamed among the 5 permanent members, felt a stir of interest. Casting a glance at the distorted expression of the American representative, the two nations exchanged knowing looks. After all, they had little stake in this matter. The prevailing notion is that might dictates position. I believe the details of this plan warrant further discussion. The French representative was the first to display their traditional prowess. Upon hearing these words, the American representative's expression darkened even further. The French representative's statement implies that he would agree if the conditions were suitable, which is a blatant act of betrayal. I share the same sentiment. John Bull, observing the French representative, nodded in vigorous agreement. I too, while it is not beyond the realm of discussion. The Russian representative also nodded in concurrence. At present, the naval forces rely solely on the strength of China. Power dictates status, and none of us possess such strength. The crisis looms large. Can we truly afford to ignore it? If relations deteriorate irreparably when the extraterrestrials invade, we shall be left to fend for ourselves. The Russian representative is acutely aware of this. Agreement is essential, but one must strive to secure greater benefits for one's homeland. Now, among the 4 present, 3 have already acquiesced. The United States, which initially expressed vehement opposition, finds itself ensnared. The representative of the United States breaks into a cold sweat on his forehead and back. This is dire. The situation is exceedingly precarious. We must deliberate further, for I cannot make this decision unilaterally. Faced with the benevolent gazes of the remaining representatives, the U.S. representative swallowed hard. He dares not hastily agree. After all, should this matter incite a significant wave of dissent domestically, he could very well become the scapegoat. You may now proceed to contact those who possess the authority to make the final decision. The Chinese representative extended his left hand, urging the U.S. representative to expedite his inquiries, as they were about to discuss the intricate details regarding the establishment of a joint fleet. Should the United States refuse to partake, then its involvement in subsequent discussions would become unnecessary. This is of utmost importance. I shall inquire at once. The representative from the United States wiped the perspiration from his brow with a handkerchief and anxiously rushed towards the door. Zhiyong observed the departing Caucasian man, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was inconceivable for the United States to decline. Such a refusal would signify their complete abandonment of the forthcoming opportunities in the exploration of outer space, thereby indicating their irrevocable lag behind the times. As the self-proclaimed global police, the United States was acutely aware of the repercussions that would ensue. In the White House, within the presidential office, Flair was dejectedly packing his belongings. Under his administration, the United States had fallen woefully behind its adversaries. He, Flair, the president who vowed to restore the greatness of America, had been impeached by Congress, receiving the lowest approval ratings in history from an outraged populace. His successor had already been chosen, by Keesom, the former vice president, an elderly man who appeared as if he were on the brink of the grave. Flair harbored a fear that he might not survive his term. However, that concern was now irrelevant. He planned to retreat to his private island for solace and to visit Bernard in France. As Flair instructed his belongings to be taken away, he turned back for one last, poignant glance at the place where he had labored for several years. At last, he was departing from this locale that would forever remain etched in his memory. Filled with a sense of unfulfilled ambition, Flair left, brushing past the self-assured by Keesom, who was now brimming with joy, his face adorned with a characteristic smile. To an outsider, the smile appeared rather lewd. Humming a little tune, he gently swayed his head and strode directly into the president's office. Suddenly, before he could even take a seat, the sharp ring of a telephone pierced through the air. What was happening? Keesom was startled. He irritably reached for the phone. "Your Excellency, Flair, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you." The anxious voice of the American representative resonated through the receiver, causing Keesom's expression to darken. "For heaven's sake, Your Excellency Flair, do you not recognize who you are speaking to?" Clearing his throat, Keesom reminded himself of the young man on the other end of the line. He would settle the score later. "President Keesom, Your Excellency?" The American representative was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing the time difference. Night in Huagua and day in America. Curse it, the election results must have been announced. "I apologize, Your Excellency Keesom, but I urgently require your presidential decision." The representative hastily amended his tone, fully aware that the matter concerned the future of America. "I do not consent." After listening to the entirety of the other party's words, Keesom immediately retorted. "Such actions would effectively place America's throat in the hands of Huagua. Not only I, but the American Congress and even the public would never agree." Keesom's stance did not surprise the American representative, but what followed certainly did. "Return home immediately. We will not accept any proposals from Huagua. The matters concerning the fleet shall be managed by us." Keesom's tone was grave, imbued with an undeniable authority. His originally narrowed eyes now opened slightly, revealing a fierce glint within. To place the joint fleet under the command of the Huagua would be tantamount to surrendering to the adversary's military. Even in the face of extraterrestrial threats, he would never allow such a scenario to unfold. The reason the United States still managed to hold its ground lay in this very resolve. If they were to relent on this issue, it would not be long before the United States met its demise. Fully aware of this, Keesom prioritized the present, choosing to live in the moment rather than concern himself with the future. Chapter 140. Future Planning Within a Conference Room. The remaining representatives from the four nations exchanged knowing smiles. Would the United States truly disagree? After approximately half an hour, the French representative glanced at the time, casting an eager look towards the entrance of the room. Should they reach an agreement, the five notorious nations would finally ascend to become the leaders of Blue Planet, establishing themselves as the true rulers of human civilization. The increasingly waning British representative nodded in agreement, eagerly awaiting the United States concession, for consensus was within their grasp. Wait. As the British representative delved deeper into thought, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. What if the United States refused? It seemed they might still navigate the situation. Creak. Just as the British representative's rebellious ideas began to take root, the door to the conference room slowly swung open. The newcomer was not a representative of the United States, but rather one of its deputies. I apologize, gentlemen. The deputy's face was suffused with embarrassment as he cast a complex glance at the representatives from the other nations seated nearby. The gentleman from his country stated, "Although my nation has declined your esteemed requests, we still hope that the United Fleet can reserve a place for the future of America." The deputy's remarks were readily understood by the seasoned attendees. It was merely a polite refusal. This revelation left Zhiyong astounded, as he never anticipated that America could be so irrational, clinging to its nebulous black and white ideology even at this juncture. "Sir, please convey to Mr. Fleck that I have received his message." The representative from Huagua was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected such a direct refusal from America regarding negotiable terms. However, his extensive experience allowed him to regain composure almost instantly, and he donned a signature smile. The doors of the United Fleet will remain perpetually open for America. Upon hearing this, Zhiyong perceived a hint of cunning in the Huagua representative. The doors may indeed always be open, but once the fleet is truly established, America's eventual inclusion would relegate it to the status of a mere puppet force. "Thank you, Your Excellency." The deputy solemnly bowed to the representative of Huagua, a gesture indicative of bending for the future of his own nation. With America's withdrawal, only the remaining four major powers lingered in the conference room. A profound silence enveloped the room until a sudden notification ping from a mobile device shattered the stillness. The representative from Huagua glanced down at his phone, his face instantly transforming into one of enlightened realization. It turns out that the President of the United States has changed. No wonder the other party declined the invitation. After all, it is a long-standing tradition in the United States for the new president to entirely disavow the plans of their predecessor. Thus, there are no issues at hand. Well, everyone, I am deeply regretful about the United States' refusal to join the United Fleet. With a slight cough, the representative from Huagua continued, "Next, let us delve into the specifics of the United Fleet's proposal." The conference lasted for half a month, during which the four parties engaged in amicable exchanges from various perspectives. Ultimately, a secret accord was signed, and the Joint Fleet Bulletin of the four nations was officially released. Naturally, this document is not for public dissemination and is strictly for internal communication among the four nations. After the conclusion of the meeting, Zhiyong was requested to stay behind. Academician Chung personally escorted him to the entrance of another conference room, and upon entering, he solemnly advised, "Counselor Wu places great importance on the issue of Gliese 581G. What we will discuss next is the contingency plan. Feel free to propose suggestions. We will systematically evaluate their feasibility." Zhiyong acknowledged his understanding. The entrance to this conference room was markedly different from the previous one. The sound of the door opening was heavier and accompanied by a faint mechanical whirring, reminiscent of gears in motion. This was a door of purely mechanical structure. Let us proceed. He placed his mobile phone in the designated storage area at the entrance. And after the inspector thoroughly examined him from head to toe, he nodded and cleared the way. Continuing along a dimly lit path and ascending in an elevator, they finally arrived at the entrance of a conference room. This facility was originally a civil defense project in the capital, which had been discreetly sealed off by the military after the nuclear crisis had subsided. The entire structure was capable of withstanding a nuclear blast equivalent to approximately 7 million tons. At the imposing entrance, which measured a formidable 4.5 meters in thickness, the esteemed elder academic paused for a moment to provide an introduction to Zhiyong. However, upon turning away, he let out a sigh. What a magnificent structure it was. Yet, when compared to the adversaries we face, it seemed as inconsequential as weeds by the roadside. Merely trivial. Elder Chung, it is indeed good that we possess a sense of urgency, but we must not allow it to suffocate us with despair, Zhiyong offered in consolation. You rascal. Chung Yuanming refrained from elaborating further, as his earlier sentiments were merely a reflection of the moment. Our future rests upon the shoulders of you young ones. The task of safeguarding Huagua and humanity is entrusted to you. Rest assured, Elder Chung, Zhiyong replied with a subtle smile, confidently returning the elder's gaze. Chung Yuanming. Observing the young man's assured demeanor, felt a stir of emotion. Even he, having traversed the vast chasm between his era and the current one, found himself shuddering at the ominous glow of Gliese 581G. Where did this youthful confidence stem from? It was indeed a positive trait. Regardless of the origins of Zhiyong's confidence, it was certainly a good omen. Academician Chung nodded repeatedly with evident delight, his gaze towards Zhiyong sparkling with the light of hope. Alas, how time flies. With a deep sigh, Academician Chung suddenly chuckled, turning to lead Zhiyong into the conference room. Inside the conference room, Counselor Wu sat resplendently at the head of the table, flanked by various council members who frequently attended significant meetings. As soon as Zhiyong entered, all eyes in the room converged upon him, some filled with curiosity, others tinged with caution, yet all remained impassive, silently scrutinizing Zhiyong. America has declined, has it? Counselor Wu was the first to speak, a gentle smile gracing his face. Counselor, you are already aware? Zhiyong responded, astonished at Wu's prompt knowledge following the conclusion of the meeting. I knew the moment the news emerged about Bai Kexim assuming the presidency, Counselor Wu replied, shaking his head with a knowing smile. Ever since that announcement, he had anticipated this outcome. There was no need to await the results. He felt assured and confident in his predictions. Let us not dwell on them any longer. It is time to discuss our future. The emergence of numerous extraterrestrial beings has irrevocably altered Huagua's plans that had been established since the 1990s and continually revised as part of the Revival Initiative. Now, this blueprint for the next 50 years lay in tatters. It is time to embark upon a new strategy. Chapter 141. The war machine is activated as our technological capabilities continue to advance. The frequency of discovering extraterrestrial civilizations has escalated correspondingly. A certain executive council member initiated the meeting, outlining the current challenges we face. At present, we remain oblivious to the methods of communication and coexistence with extraterrestrial civilizations. Furthermore, the specifics surrounding the so-called galactic wars remain unclear. I believe our foremost task is to ensure our own concealment. I concur with Counselor Wang's proposition. Gliese 581G serves as a poignant warning. Another counselor, with thinning hair, nodded in agreement and, after rifling through the documents on the table, added, we cannot ascertain the reasons behind the annihilation of the Gliese 581G civilization by an unknown entity, yet based on our current intelligence, it is evident that the adversary is far from being a benevolent civilization. In addition to safeguarding ourselves, it is imperative that we upgrade our armaments. The counselor, clad in military attire, with a resolute gaze and an air of determination, bellowed his words, resonating throughout the conference room. This is where I urge Minister He and Counselor Lien to exert greater effort. When the topic of armament upgrades arose, the military counselor cast a piercing glance at Zhiyong. As Zhiyong pondered his response, his name was called, prompting him to straighten up and nod firmly in acknowledgement of the counselor's remarks. Subsequently, a continuous stream of counselors proposed suggestions and addressed the gaps within the plans. Zhiyong, do you believe it is time to initiate preparations for the Spark project? In the midst of the meeting, Counselor Wu unexpectedly posed a question regarding the Spark project. Chairman, I find the Spark project to be rather too conservative. Zhiyong responded to the inquiry. Oh, what are your thoughts? The term conservative piqued Counselor Wu's interest. If it were merely a spacecraft carrying a handful of resolute warriors, along with the entirety of human civilization's achievements, it would be all too easy to encounter difficulties amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos. The contingency plan for humanity must possess a certain degree of risk resistance. The Fireseed project is merely a last resort, Zhiyong remarked, picking up the pen and paper from the table, and with a sweeping motion, he sketched a vast circular object. What is this? Everyone present stared at the paper held aloft by Zhiyong, their minds rife with questions. Is this a circle? We shall create an artificial asteroid, Zhiyong declared, embellishing the circle with a layer of camouflage and inscribing a few words within. Since this is intended as a fallback for humanity, it must possess a degree of concealment. We will hide all our equipment, even our operational spaces, within this artificial asteroid. Zhiyong's plan was both simple and grandiose. To construct an artificial asteroid, the core of the asteroid would be a unified, controllable nuclear fusion reactor, serving as the energy nucleus of this creation. Surrounding this asteroid, layers of spherical spaces would be continually supported. Thus, all human activities would be concentrated beneath the surface of the asteroid, while its outer shell would be indistinguishable from the myriad of other massive meteoroids drifting through the cosmos. Unless one were to approach closely, it would be exceedingly difficult to discern the true nature of the asteroid. After all, an asteroid composed entirely of alloys is abundant in the universe. No one would take notice. This suggestion from Zhiyong is excellent. Councilman Wu's eyes brightened in agreement. The spacecraft indeed captures attention, while a casually drifting asteroid is often overlooked. Congressman Wu, more importantly, we can covertly achieve our objectives. Zhiyong smiled with confidence and continued, I believe the planning for future space cities must undergo a transformation. What do you mean? The attendees, not lacking in intelligence, immediately grasped Zhiyong's implication. Several congressmen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the ingenuity of the younger generation. We will construct the space transit station in the asteroid belt, as well as future space cities disguised as asteroids. Furthermore, we will clandestinely deploy maneuverability, enabling each future space city to become a seed for escape into the depths of the cosmos at any moment. Zhiyong's elaboration on the Fireseed program left everyone present in awe. So, this is how it can be done. Excellent. Congressman Wu offered a brief yet appreciative remark, and all could discern his commendation. Subsequently, I will ensure this proposal is thoroughly substantiated and implemented promptly. Minister Su, please disseminate the order to increase production of all space-related equipment. Our entire focus must shift towards space. Understood. The congressman in military attire, upon receiving the command, immediately rose and saluted solemnly. The meeting continued with numerous discussions. In summary, the key points were as follows. First, to expand military capabilities and enhance the space military strength of our nation. Second, to redirect developmental focus, steering the entire nation towards space. Lastly, to prepare for contingencies. Certainly, the specific plan is far from simple. However, the next step involves deliberations among various departments. That very night, Zhiyong returned to the space agency's campus. On the way back, Zhou Huiran occasionally cast glances in his direction. Zhou Huiran could easily surmise what Zhiyong had been occupied with for several hours, and his curiosity was insatiable. What had been discussed? The suspense was unbearable. Out of caution, he refrained from inquiring, knowing that even if he did, Zhiyong would likely remain tight-lipped. Yet, his curiosity was overwhelming. The following day, factories across the nation related to aviation received an urgent notification from the central government titled Notice on the Comprehensive Expansion of Space Facility Construction Capabilities. The document emphasized that all space equipment and production lines should be expanded forthwith. Particularly, Zhang Su, the director of Shipyard 845, found himself questioning the authenticity of the document he had received. With a personal endorsement from the esteemed Congressman Wu, the experience of Shipyard 845 in constructing the Shangbation was deemed worthy of emulation by all shipbuilding facilities. Moreover, directives were issued to cease all production of destroyers, frigates, amphibious assault ships, and the controllable nuclear fusion aircraft carrier currently under construction at Shipyard 845. All docks were to undergo comprehensive renovations to facilitate the manufacturing of planet-class spacecraft. Was this madness? Zhang Su was utterly stunned. This was beyond outrageous. All docks, including half of the civilian docks, would be transformed into open shipbuilding yards for spacecraft. Were they preparing for interstellar warfare? Just within the docks under his command in Hudong, the renovations would enable the simultaneous construction of 8 Shangbation vessels, with more to follow. Flipping through the documents swiftly under the scrutinizing gaze of the security personnel, Zhang Su encountered the final addendum. The 845 shipyard, along with other shipyards, would complete their renovations first, with specific production tasks to be clarified later. Zhang Su pondered, is this an imminent invasion by extraterrestrials? What a grand spectacle this is. Chapter 142. The complete shutdown of the Hudong shipyard. Equally perplexed were the professors from various industrial academies. Following a decree from the central government, a vast assembly of esteemed figures from across the national industrial production sectors converged in the capital. Is that not old Zhang? An elderly gentleman, his hair a snowy white and adorned with thick-framed glasses, exclaimed with delight upon spotting his old friend. You are still alive? It has been 20 years since we last met. Oh, old Lu. The other, also with a mane of white hair, but exhibiting a noticeably healthier complexion, reciprocated the surprise. They had been roommates during their undergraduate years, parting ways after graduation, with only a few encounters in between. The last time they had seen each other was 2 decades ago, and fate had now brought them together once more. With hands as gnarled as old tree bark, they clasped each other tightly, sharing an unexpected joy at this reunion. Lu Monde let out a hearty laugh, repeatedly patting Zhiyong Ke's shoulder. "Hey, old Zhiyong, weren't you the deputy director of the Industrial Research Institute?" Lu Monde lowered his voice and leaned closer to Zhiyong Ke's ear, inquiring quietly. "Do you have any idea what this gathering is truly about?" "I just saw old Zhao. He even came in person. I am not entirely certain either." Zhiyong Ke shook his head, gazing at the elderly dean who was slowly being wheeled into the venue. "We shall soon find out." Observing the many familiar faces, Zhiyong Ke furrowed his brow. So many prominent figures have gathered, some of whom are nearly interred in the earth. What could be the purpose of this assembly? With a soft yet resonant sound, the Minister of Industrial Development gently struck the small bell on the table. The clear chime captured everyone's attention. "Well then, esteemed colleagues from the industry, we are all present, so let us commence the meeting." The minister nodded towards the guard at the entrance, who promptly acknowledged and pushed open the heavy doors. With a resounding bang, the thick doors of the conference room were forcefully shut. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have convened you primarily to discuss the issue of the advancement of the space industry." The minister retrieved a document, instructing the secretary to distribute it. Zhiyong Ke was among the first to receive this document, yet upon reading its contents, his frown deepened further. Concerning the proposal for the development of comprehensive industrial production capabilities in space. Is it not a tad premature to deliberate on such expansive industrial capabilities in space? During the meeting in Beijing, Zhiyong remained attentive throughout. After discussions among various industry leaders, they ultimately devised a concrete implementation plan for the extraction of ores in space. They proposed utilizing high-energy lasers to melt and separate materials at extreme temperatures, followed by alloy manufacturing. Most critically, the plan for artificial asteroids has also received approval. At the commencement of the meeting, the feasibility of the proposed plan was also being deliberated. Ultimately, it was Councillor Wu who made the decisive call, advocating for bold development and steady construction for the future of Huagua. Consequently, the Design Institute for the Transit Station in the asteroid belt was temporarily reorganized and instructed to undertake a redesign. The Design Institute responded with a perplexed meow, implying that it seemed they alone were bearing the brunt of the situation. How long had the Moon Palace No. 3 been operational? After assigning tasks to the Design Institute, Zhiyong took a moment to inquire about Yangyu. It had been running smoothly for 3 months. Yangyu calculated the time and realized that Moon Palace No. 3 had indeed been officially operational for 3 months, with all internal indicators showing no issues. "Director Yang, I would like to invite you to join our planning team." Upon hearing that it had only been 3 months since testing began, Zhiyong expressed some hesitation. However, the ecological experiment could not remain confined to Earth indefinitely. "What planning team?" Yangyu was taken aback by Zhiyong's inquiry. Were there projects she was unaware of at the Space Administration? "It pertains to the planning of a space city." Zhiyong produced a rough design sketch that had been approved after deliberations and handed it to Yangyu. A space city? Yangyu's lips twitched, and an ominous feeling washed over her. Were they truly constructing a space city? As the head of the ecological circulation system, how could she be oblivious to such developments? Was this some sort of jest? Why was the design for the space city modeled after an asteroid, with a genuine rock layer covering its surface? After reviewing the proposal, Yangyu's confusion deepened. This was exceedingly strange. Although humanity had yet to define a specific shape for a space city, such construction seemed remarkably wasteful. The United States had not joined our collaborative efforts to develop space. Zhiyong pondered for a moment and decisively used the United States as a scapegoat. As we endeavor to construct our space city, we must also take precautions against potential attacks from the United States. This rationale is simply impeccable, especially for someone of Yangyu's age, where every assertion resonates with precision. You do make a valid point. Engrossed in contemplating the vast and intricate life support system, Yangyu's mind became entirely consumed by this project, causing a slight delay in her response. She failed to detect the flaws in Zhiyong's words. "In due time, there will be personnel dispatched from above to assist you, so there is no need to fret about the magnitude of the undertaking. The higher authorities are resolute in their commitment this time. The military has also reassigned all personnel related to the life support system. Even the project for the new missile submarines has been entirely scrapped. After all, a warship concealed in the pitch-black expanse of space, equipped with nuclear weapons, wields a far greater deterrent power than a submarine hidden in the depths of the ocean. Consequently, apart from the vessels already in service, most ongoing construction or research projects have been ordered to cease. All design personnel have been directly reassigned to the space initiative. The grand maneuvers of our nation are not shrouded in secrecy. Some astute citizens have already begun to notice the signs. For instance, Feng Ming, who resides near the Hudong shipyard, was fortunate enough to witness the maiden flight of the Changbai Mountain spacecraft and capture precious photographs. That day was a Friday, and during his evening commute home, he instinctively glanced towards the Hudong shipyard. That singular glance ensnared his attention completely. Why are all 8 workstations undergoing modifications? Squinting his eyes, relying on his keen vision, Feng Ming faintly discerned the fervent activity within the shipyard. What about the 055 being constructed nearby? It is evidently not yet completed. Feng Ming recalls a striking tower-like structure within the dock, which was the highly integrated, all-in-one mast of the 055. However, it has now vanished. Just a few days ago, satellite images on the forums still indicated that this vessel was unfinished. Yet today, it has mysteriously disappeared. The same goes for the 056 and 054. All these ships are nowhere to be seen, and even the massive canopy over the aircraft carrier's dock has been dismantled. Feng Ming meticulously scanned the area and stumbled upon a startling revelation. It appears that Hudong has ceased operations entirely. The warships, once towering alongside the building he resides in, have all disappeared. Moreover, the colossal, sky-blocking structure over the aircraft carrier has also been taken down. Chapter 143, Artificial Asteroid in the Evening. The forum erupted due to Feng Ming's revelations. Is the poster deceiving us? All operations halted? How could this be? Hudong has several vessels nearing completion. I refuse to believe it. Feng Zhongshaoxin, is this information confirmed? The last inquiry came from Yao Chengwang, the designated surveyor from the aviation forum, who had obtained a clear photograph of the Changbai ship from Feng Ming. Thus he naturally held no doubts. What I witnessed firsthand is that all the docks on my side are undergoing renovations. Renovations? Yao Chengwang queried, puzzled. Some are being expanded, others excavated. The specifics are not entirely clear. Expanded, excavated. A sudden realization struck Yao Chengwang as he pulled up the satellite map on his device, adjusting it to display the width of the fully enclosed dock of the same dimensions. Indeed, it was as he suspected. After a preliminary comparison, it became evident that the excavated dock is of the same width as the fully enclosed dock, while the widened dock is narrower than the fully enclosed one. Is this an indication that a space battleship akin to the Changbai Mountain is to be constructed? Yao Chengwang murmured a few phrases before his computer, grappling with confusion. Generally, Huawei would not proceed in such a manner. At the very least, the superiority of a spacecraft over all other vessels should be demonstrated before any complete cessation of production. The current abrupt halt seems rather peculiar. Subsequently, Yao Chengwang disseminated his conjectures. This revelation instantly ignited the curiosity of onlookers. The theory of all-purpose missiles? I have heard that the submarines in Zhiyong have also remained silent. Is the individual upstairs truly oblivious? A spacecraft armed with intercontinental missiles possesses a deterrent capability far surpassing that of a nuclear submarine. I find the speculation of the original poster somewhat dubious. However, more prevalent is a different sentiment. Incredible. A complete space fleet is in the making. We are poised to elevate our dominance in space to its utmost limits. An invincible fleet in the cosmos. This is undoubtedly a safeguard for future space facilities. Ha ha, let us see how the United States contends with us. The fervor online did not impede the concrete implementation of the plans. According to the Space Administration's calculations, after a month of modifications, over 45 docks across the nation are now equipped to facilitate the construction of spacecraft. Furthermore, preliminary space industrial equipment has been urgently constructed. The specific design blueprint for artificial asteroids has also been meticulously drafted by the design team working in shifts. Minister He, as you can see, at the very center lies the core of our meticulously designed, controllable nuclear fusion reactor. The designers guided Zhiyong to the Design Institute, pointing at the intricate schematics while elucidating. This reactor is of the same specifications as the Swerin No. 1, comprising 8 reactor modules capable of providing immense energy to the entire artificial asteroid. Moreover, the substantial residual heat will ensure the necessary temperature for internal insulation. We intend to construct a 3-layered sphere around this core while maintaining the rotation of the entire artificial planet. This is indeed a brilliant design. The designers could not help but express their admiration for Zhiyong, who proposed this remarkable concept. The rotating artificial asteroid will generate centrifugal force, effectively confining its inhabitants to the inner sphere. Consequently, there will be no need for additional prolonged training in microgravity for the residents of the space city. As long as the artificial asteroid is sufficiently large and rotates at an adequate speed, Earth-like gravity can be replicated. Furthermore, we have optimized the design to address the potential issue of excessive rotation speed hindering spacecraft docking. The entire artificial asteroid is designed in 3 layers. Starting from the core, the first layer is the ecological circulation system, where the Moon Palace number 3 will be flawlessly replicated, serving as the foundation for sustaining the ecosystems of the second and third layers. The second layer is the residential area, capable of accommodating at least 10,000 inhabitants. The first 2 layers are directly connected to the core and are equipped with specialized apparatus to maintain the rotation. The third layer, supported by several colossal connecting columns and structural supports, resembles the outer ring of a gyroscope and remains stationary in its rotation. This level is divided into 2 facets. The side facing the cosmos serves as a docking station for spacecraft, equipped to deploy corresponding weaponry and propulsion systems. Conversely, the side oriented towards the core of the sphere is designated for the establishment of space factories. The immense supporting columns can function as elevators, facilitating travel to and from the artificial asteroid. This asteroid boasts a radius of approximately 400 meters, forming a perfectly circular shape, not accounting for the external camouflage of the meteorite layer. Undoubtedly, this represents a monumental undertaking, unparalleled in scale. The construction process is straightforward. Primarily, components are manufactured on Earth and subsequently transported to space for assembly, while the space factories assist in production and validate certain manufacturing concepts. Once the national machinery is set in motion, its efficacy is terrifying. 2 controllable nuclear fusion reactors originally designated for the southern frontier have been requisitioned. The core framework has been directly constructed, with 8 reactors embedded within. Various departments, armed with the blueprints, have ramped up production efforts to their fullest extent. Minister Wu has personally issued directives from the Zhiyong Pavilion, urging the nation to expedite production, striving to complete the entire structure of the artificial asteroid within a year. Of course, such an accelerated construction approach will inevitably inflict some strain on the health of the industrial system. However, the exceedingly insecure populace urgently seeks a means of escape and cannot afford to dwell on such concerns. Thus, the grand production initiative commences with fervor. The atmosphere within the space agency was palpably tense, with even Zhou Huiran's gait noticeably quickened. Simultaneously, as Zhiyong beheld the design blueprint of the artificial asteroid's ecological circulation system. A white box labeled Vitality, Ecological Circulation System Technology, on his mental display suddenly erupted in a dazzling silver light. Following this, an initially dim box above it also burst forth with the same radiant hue. Zhiyong's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the significance of what lay before him. The labels, computer, biological computing technology, and computer, quantum computing technology, revealed the presence of 2 distinct computing technologies. As the box illuminated, the text above became clearer, and a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind like a tempest. Rubbing his temples to dispel the discomfort, Zhiyong signed his name on the designer's documents. The plan for the artificial asteroid was progressing smoothly, and he advised the team to take a well-deserved rest for a few days. Gathering his thoughts, Zhiyong noticed the 3-tiered bags under the designer's eyes and offered sincere words of comfort. Minister, he echoed this sentiment. Observing Zhiyong, who was suddenly massaging his forehead, the designer couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Surely, it was Zhiyong who was in need of rest. Chapter 144. DNA computers. Quantum technology and biological computing represent 2 known forms of computing capable of parallel processing. Quantum computers utilize quantum bits to replace the conventional bits of standard computers. Unlike traditional computers that utilize bits, represented as 0 or 1, to store information, quantum computers employ quantum bits, or qubits. A qubit can encapsulate information that is 0, 1, or a superposition of both 0 and 1. It is precisely due to this characteristic of entanglement that quantum computers are capable of performing multitasking parallel computations. For instance, when you retrieve 2 bits from the memory unit of a conventional computer, say, a 0 and a 1, and add them together, the process is straightforward. However, In the realm of quantum computing, when you draw 2 qubits from the memory unit, the computation encompasses the equivalent of 4 separate operations, adding 0 and 1, adding 1 and 0, adding 0 and 0, and adding 1 and 1. Through measurement, one can derive a definitive result with a probability of 1/4. This exemplifies the remarkable capacity of quantum computers for parallel computation, where a single operation is tantamount to 4 operations performed by a traditional computer. This extraordinary ability to process in parallel renders contemporary encryption logic utterly devoid of secrecy. The most sophisticated encryption methods currently rely on the intricate challenge of resolving prime numbers. Estimates suggest that deciphering the 400-bit encryption code safeguarding bank card information would require approximately 10,194 seconds, a staggering duration compared to the age of the universe, which is merely about 1018 seconds. In other words, if one were to employ a serially computing electronic computer to decipher the aforementioned encryption concerning prime number solutions, it would be unable to accomplish this task, even if calculations were conducted from the inception of the universe until the present day. However, the efficacy of quantum computing, which allows for parallel computations, is entirely different. Under conditions where multiple tasks are executed simultaneously, provided the computer possesses sufficient capacity, this encryption could be resolved in mere seconds to a few hours. Biocomputers utilize protein molecules generated through biotechnological methods, employing these as biological chips to store data in organic compounds. The information propagates in wave forms, and as these waves traverse the protein molecular chains, they induce alterations in the sequence of single and double helix structures within the protein molecules. Furthermore, biocomputers possess an innate advantage, their ability to self-repair. Indeed, due to the self-replicating nature of protein molecular chains, even if the storage system or the chip of a biocomputer is damaged, it can mend itself. Currently, there are 4 primary types of biocomputers. However, the system has proposed a singular solution, namely, the biomimetic reaction algorithm. In layman's terms, the system has presented one definitive answer: the DNA computer. Upon completing his reading on DNA computers, Zhiyong opened his eyes in astonishment. Undoubtedly, the phonograph of Gliese 229 is a DNA computer. A DNA computer is synthetically engineered to create specific sequences of DNA, which then interact through the catalytic action of biological enzymes, akin to arithmetic operations, resulting in various combinations. Due to RNA's inherent ability for self-replication, the process of biological enzymatic action simultaneously generates a plethora of repetitive combinations, akin to executing parallel computations. Moreover, the transformation that biological computers bring to the realm of computing is unprecedented. Zhiyong, with a background in biochemistry, has keenly recognized this fact. DNA computers have transcended mere physical symbol exchange. They have evolved into a form of chemical symbol transformation, shifting from physical arithmetic operations of addition and subtraction to chemical manipulations of cutting and pasting, as well as inserting and deleting. In 2003, the United States even succeeded in creating the world's first interactive DNA computer capable of playing games. However, due to the current limitations in biological computing, the initial creation of DNA molecular chains and the subsequent selection of these chains proved to be the most time-consuming aspects of the computation process. For instance, while Edelman's test tube computer could yield results in mere seconds, it required several weeks to select the correct outcome. Nevertheless, the knowledge provided by the system has already illuminated the path for Zhiyong. It is widely acknowledged that DNA is composed of 4 types of nucleotide bases: adenine, A, guanine, G, cytosine, C, and thymine, T. By utilizing their distinct charge states and employing previously established nanopore and partitioning techniques, the challenges surrounding DNA synthesis can be effectively addressed. Zhiyong swiftly transcribed his ideas onto the computer, all the while murmuring to himself. The selection of the correct answers also involves the application of regulated nanopore detection. First, design a set of precise rules for selecting the correct combinations of DNA, and then implant a protease that checks RNA. It appears deceptively simple. However, the technologies involved left Zhiyong almost wide-eyed with astonishment. The Cas protein functions like a checkpoint, capable of transporting single-stranded RNA to the protease that detects genes. Implanting artificial rules into the Cas protein and the checkpoint enzyme is akin to altering the fundamental physical laws of the universe. To date, Humanity has only managed to uncover the operational mechanisms of the Cas protein and the transcription enzyme, with their precise principles still shrouded in mystery. By employing a nanoscale knife, the structures of the Cas protein and the transcription protein can be modified. Zhiyong suddenly realized that the essence lay in reforming the basic structures of these two proteins and incorporating specific configurations of the single-stranded sequences to be inspected. Thus, they could automatically match and undergo verification. All results would be subjected to the scrutiny of the transcription protein, according to the implanted rules. DNA combinations that meet the criteria would be transcribed into a specific DNA fragment. When the correct results are detected through a nanopore, this particular DNA fragment would emit a distinctive electrical signal of 01011. Nodding slightly, Zhiyong resolved to entrust this honorable task to his dean. Coincidentally, their negative pressure laboratory housed an extraterrestrial biological computer. The quantum computing files would be promptly packaged and sent to the Quantum Institute, while he personally set out to investigate the biological computer with a template. Having solidified his thoughts, Zhiyong immersed himself in the knowledge of quantum computing provided by the system, working through the night to compile and dispatch it to the Quantum Institute. With the dawn breaking, he rose, USB drive in hand, and made his way directly to the negative pressure laboratory nestled in a corner of the space park. He was filled with anticipation for both types of computers, particularly the DNA computer, which, having reached a certain level of development, could potentially transform the human body into a self-diagnosing wet computer. Chapter 145. Decoding Mode. The director of the Quantum Institute, an esteemed academician, was preparing to debug the Zhiyong computer when a notification chimed on his secure phone. This unexpected message caused him to furrow his brow, as he was already aware of the tumultuous changes sweeping through the scientific community in Huagua. The research on quantum computers had reached a critical juncture. If he were to be reassigned now, it would signify his own displacement. He would struggle only symbolically against this fate. Gingerly, he retrieved his secure phone and activated the screen. The content that unfolded before him nearly caused his jaw to drop. Construction plan and details for the quantum computer. He hastily opened the document, and the information within left him utterly astounded. This was a comprehensive blueprint for a quantum computer. Adjusting his glasses, he swallowed hard, grappling with disbelief. How could this be? The most advanced quantum computers in existence were the Zhiyong from his own research institute and the one developed by Google. Where had this entire plan emerged from? Zhiyong. As he gazed at the signature on the document, the academician fell into deep contemplation. In the negative pressure laboratory, as Zhiyong entered his office, he was greeted by an unexpected visitor, Chen Qingru. How did she come to be here? He felt a surprising delight at her arrival. Since they had become friends at Huaca University of Science and Technology, their communication had been limited to a few messages due to his busy work schedule. He had not anticipated encountering her in this setting. Oh, Zhiyong, Zhang Minxing interjected. Ever since I took her under my wing, I have come to regard her as my assistant. He felt it necessary to clarify why he had brought a student into the office. She possesses a solid grasp of biochemical protection and various biological concepts. So I simply brought her along. She is not entirely aware of what lies within. She is merely studying the arrangement of DNA. There should be no issue, right? Zhang Minxing, somewhat unsettled by his unfamiliarity with the latest confidentiality regulations, stole a glance at Zhiyong, whose expression remained amiable. Surely, there would not be any significant problems. Ah, it's fine. Dean, you just need to submit Qingru's confidentiality materials, Zhiyong replied. Noticing Chen Qingru biting her lip, her bright eyes fixed intently upon him, he offered her a gentle smile and waved reassuringly at Zhang Minxing. I will speak to the personnel in the confidentiality office. You need not worry. Thank you so much, Zhiyong. Zhou Huiran exhaled in relief. He understood the importance of confidentiality and had never allowed Chen Qingru to truly comprehend what the negative pressure laboratory entailed. However, as the research delved deeper, the astute Chen Qingru began to harbor some suspicions. This caused Zhang Minxing a degree of concern. Should he breach the confidentiality agreement, he might find himself compelled to vacate his position. Now that Zhiyong had intervened, the situation appeared more manageable. The other party could simply incorporate Chen Qingru into the plan, could they not? Thank you, Senior Zhiyong. She timidly expressed her gratitude while standing to the side, clutching a document intended for assisting her teacher in compiling DNA-based statistics. The sudden appearance of this seemingly legendary figure startled her. Oh, Qingru. Since Dean Zhiyong has already brought you on board, you should first sign a confidentiality agreement. With this, Zhiyong conveniently printed a copy of the agreement using the office printer. Chen Qingru's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she furtively glanced at the other document in Zhiyong's possession. However, due to the cover, her eagerness remained unfulfilled. Zhang Mishing playfully tapped the top of the young lady's head, halting her attempts to lean in further. "Haven't you always wanted to know what we are researching?" he inquired, accepting the document that Zhiyong handed him, a smile dancing in his eyes as he regarded his devoted disciple. "Once you sign this document, you'll be privy to the information." "All right, teacher." Chen Qingru nodded earnestly, taking the document in both hands. The confidentiality agreement was merely a descriptive document. Her current standing did not permit her to directly access its contents in writing. Zhiyong, adhering to protocol, could only proceed accordingly. "Well then, that's settled." Tilting her head slightly, Chen Qingru extended her hand to sign the confidentiality agreement before returning it to Zhiyong. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with a mysterious allure as they fixated on Zhiyong. He too noticed her gaze, matching her intensity as he looked at Chen Qingru. Time seemed to linger in that fleeting moment. Yet, in the next instant, Zhiyong found himself the first to falter, diverting his eyes from her penetrating stare. With a soft chuckle that contrasted with the dignified image portrayed in the news, Chen Qingru couldn't help but wonder what thoughts swirled in her mind. "I shall be working under Senior He from now on, so please take good care of me," she said playfully, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "Of course. If you encounter any issues, feel free to come to me directly." "Qingru," Zhiyong replied, nodding stiffly in agreement. Zhang Mishing, observing the exchange, glanced between Zhiyong and Chen Qingru, a look of realization dawning on his face. The young man seems to have taken a liking to his apprentice. Quite a fitting match, indeed, he mused, a teasing smile appearing in his eyes as he turned to Zhiyong. "Rest assured, should Qingru have any concerns, I will come to you directly." "Ha ha ha, very well," Zhiyong responded, feeling a bit flustered. Both he and Chen Qingru were at a loss for words in reply to Zhang Mishing, merely nodding in agreement. Suddenly, Zhiyong remembered the purpose of his visit. "Oh right, I almost forgot. Dean, I have a task that requires your assistance." Zhang Mishing received the document handed to him by Zhiyong, who added, "Take a look. What is it that brings you, such a busy individual, here personally? I am curious to see." Upon merely glancing at the contents of the document, Zhang Mishing's brow furrowed intensely. As he continued to read, his astonishment deepened. "This technology, I have a vague recollection of it." Zhang Mishing shook his leg nervously, frowning as he attempted to recall something. "Ah yes." He excitedly shoved the document back into its folder and exclaimed loudly, "It's this sequence." They utilized the same coding order, 0101101. Each double helix system follows this sequence. We have long pondered the nature of this sequence. Suddenly, Zhang Mishing rushed in front of Zhiyong, grasping his shoulders with both hands and shaking him with enthusiasm. "It is only after examining your document that I have come to a complete understanding." They employ this same mode of reading, with merely an additional base pair. Chapter 146. An unexplainable rapport. Zhang Mishing's sudden excitement startled Chen Qingru. What is wrong with the teacher? Why such fervor over a document? Zhiyong, clearly aware of the situation, understood the implications behind Zhang Mishing's words. The gramophone of the Gliese 229 civilization also adopted a coding reading method akin to this. If that is indeed the case, the decoder must reside within the transcriptase. It is undoubtedly embedded within the transcriptase. Zhang Mishing excitedly gestured with his hands, nearly shouting, "They have certainly tampered with the transcriptase." The entire apparatus relies on nanopores and transcriptase to decipher information. We have searched around the nanopores for months, finding not a single clue. It now appears they have utilized a nanoscalpel to alter the structure of the transcriptase. Shall we go and investigate? Zhiyong eagerly suggested. With 10 kilograms of DNA, the secrets within are about to be unveiled. No one can suppress their curiosity. Excellent. Let us proceed at once, Zhang Mishing declared, waving his hand. He added, "Your plan bears a striking resemblance to our ongoing research. Leave it to me." Wait. Chen Qingru, who had been in a state of bewilderment, could no longer contain herself. Seizing a moment of silence between the two, she quickly inquired, "What exactly are you two discussing?" Zhang Mishing hesitated, his mouth opening and closing, constrained by a confidentiality agreement, and he could only cast a pleading glance towards Zhiyong. "Well, Qingru, you may accompany us," Zhiyong suddenly proposed after a moment of contemplation. On our way there, I will arrange for the security office to verify your credentials. We can discuss as we walk. Thus, the three hurried towards the negative pressure laboratory. As they made their way, Zhiyong simultaneously called the head of the security office. Oh, the minister is referring to Qingru, correct? The head of the confidentiality department was taken aback upon hearing that name, springing from his seat in shock. He feared that Zhiyong had come to hold him accountable. Rest assured, Minister He, from the moment Qingru stepped into the space administration, we have conducted a thorough investigation. Currently, she has not been implicated in any confidential matters, hence we did not report to you. The head earnestly explained, urgently retrieving Qingru's investigative results. He was indeed truthful. Every aspect of Qingru's past had been meticulously examined. If the minister requires, I can send you the investigation report immediately. Already investigated? Zhiyong paused slightly, relieved. That simplifies matters. Well then, I have already approved her participation in Project 293. Since you have conducted the investigation, expedite the review process. What? The head of the confidentiality department was momentarily dumbfounded. So that was it. It was not a case of seeking accountability. Since you, Minister, have given the directive, we shall proceed with the qualification review immediately. Qingru posed no issues. Her relevant information had been thoroughly scrutinized by the entire confidentiality system of Huagua since she entered the space administration. The outcome was clear, aside from lacking an invitation. She met all the necessary criteria for participation. Now that Minister He had spoken, there were no further concerns. Thank you for your hard work. Zhiyong concluded with a courteous remark, turning to Qingru with a nod and giving her an okay gesture. Qingru, upon seeing this, joyfully reciprocated with a gesture of gratitude. Come, Qingru, what lies ahead will surely astonish you. Zhang Mixing, with a grin, quickened his pace. Indeed, I was equally startled when I first encountered it. Seizing the moment, Zhiyong jested with her, pondering what could possibly frighten someone like Senior He. Images of Zhiyong, a colonel, an academician at the military academy, and the minister of the space administration, flashed through Qingru's mind. Could anything truly instill such fear in this esteemed individual? Qingru found herself increasingly intrigued. At the entrance of the negative pressure laboratory, the trio donned isolation suits and, after navigating a complex disinfection procedure, finally gained entry. Teacher, what exactly is inside? Qingru could distinctly sense something amiss. The frequency of sterilization exceeded that of a standard biosafety level 3 laboratory by a considerable margin. The disinfection process alone had surpassed 10 iterations. You will find out soon enough, Zhang Mixing remarked, patting the young girl's head, his face alight with restrained excitement. Let us proceed. After encircling the final disinfection apparatus and passing through the ultraviolet light, Zhiyong was the first to open the sealed hatch. The corridor of the negative pressure laboratory unveiled itself before them. Qingru curiously leaned forward, peering through the transparent plastic of her isolation suit, and faintly discerned a dark object within. What is that? An extraterrestrial probe. Zhiyong cast an affectionate glance at Qingru, revealing no secrets, and stepped into the laboratory. The extraterrestrial. Qingru's mouth fell agape, momentarily rendered speechless. To her astonishment, what she had been researching under her teacher's guidance turned out to be an extraterrestrial probe. However, why would an alien probe require our investigation? By the time Qingru regained her senses, Zhiyong and the others had already reached the isolation wall. Consequently, she hurried to catch up with them. Minister He, academician Zhang, how did you manage to enter? Gu Xinchuan was currently conducting experiments at the control station. Let me take over. Zhang Mixing glanced over and noticed that the other party was merely operating an electron microscope. Thus, he decisively intervened, shutting it down and seizing the sensory gloves from Gu Xinchuan's hands. Gu Xinchuan scratched his head, perplexed, and sidestepped. He had faith in academician Zhang and Minister He, knowing they were not the type to act recklessly. Have you made any new discoveries? Gu Xinchuan inquired, his gaze shifting to Qingru, who was now pressed against the glass of the isolation wall. When did she arrive? Xiao Gu, please explain the situation to my apprentice. Zhang Mixing said, carefully maneuvering the robot, leaving him no time to attend to his own disciple. Zhiyong anxiously awaited results, thus assigning the task of elucidating the circumstances to the director, Gu Xinchuan. Oh, all right, responded Gu Xinchuan, a look of confusion on his face as he reluctantly accepted the responsibility. After all, one was constrained by seniority, the other by status. He could not afford to offend either. Zhiyong, please assist me with the recording. Zhang Minqing's forearm steadily guided the robot, the entire process remarkably smooth. He also reminded Zhiyong to lend a helping hand. In proximity to the transcription enzyme of the gramophone, we first captured the Cas-like proteins. Zhiyong operated the computer, accessing the database. It was their inaugural collaboration, yet they exhibited an uncanny synergy, akin to seasoned partners. Zhang Minqing even felt that his coordination with Zhiyong surpassed that with his own apprentice, which was indeed perplexing. This inexplicable harmony intrigued Zhang Minqing. But Zhiyong was acutely aware that such rapport was not conjured from thin air. It stemmed from his previous life, where he had spent years assisting Zhang Minqing. Becoming exceedingly familiar with his research habits, he observed the Cas-like proteins as they were being captured, while Zhang Minqing cautiously maneuvered his arm. The robotic apparatus within the negative pressure laboratory also moved its mechanical arm with deliberation. At that moment, Zhang Minqing seemed to attain the legendary state of human-machine unity. The Cas-like proteins were successfully extracted. Zhiyong pressed the adaptive button on Zhang Minqing's isolation suit, allowing the sweat on his forehead to trickle down his cheek, thereby not obstructing his vision. Let us cut it open and see what lies within. The nanoknife was en route, as the Cas-like proteins within the gramophone could replicate themselves. Thus, Zhang Minqing opted for the most straightforward and forceful approach. Grasping the protein, under the electron microscope, he sliced it with the nanoneedle. It had been severed. Now, let us behold your true visage. At this moment, Zhiyong's gaze was fixed intently on the screen of the control panel, his hand deftly adjusting the lever of the electron microscope. The image gradually magnified, continually enlarging until the structure of the Cas-like protein became distinctly visible. This is it, Zhang Minqing suddenly exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, it was as he had suspected. At the tail end of the Cas-like protein, there existed a segment identical to the structure found in the gramophone DNA double helix, 0101101. The Cas protein relied upon this specific arrangement to identify the correct processing results within the gramophone, subsequently capturing them for reading by the transcription enzyme. With a sense of assured victory, Zhang Minqing exhaled deeply. If he was not mistaken, the transcoder of the Gliese 229 civilization resided within this transcription enzyme. After 4 long months of searching aimlessly, they had finally made a breakthrough. The nanoscalpel would soon be delivered, and they would soon unveil the secret sent by Gliese 229. Zhiyong observed Zhang Minqing regarding the dissected Cas-like protein and shrugged with a smile. He had not anticipated that his endeavor to deliver a DNA computer technology would serendipitously unravel such a grand secret. Truly an unexpected delight. I recall there is more than one type of Cas-like protein within the gramophone, Gu Xinchuan remarked as he approached. Explaining this matter could be resolved in just a few sentences. The crucial point is that the decoder has been located. This revelation was of utmost importance to Gu Xinchuan at that moment. How did you ascertain that the decoder would be found within the transcription enzyme? We have also examined the transcriptase, and although its structure differs somewhat from that found in earthly organisms, the overall disparity is not significant. At this moment, Gu Xinxian comprehended why Zhiyong, the elusive figure, had come directly here. It turned out that the decoder had been located. Gratitude is due to Zhiyong. As we await the arrival of the nanoknife, there is little else to occupy our time. Zhang Minqing casually explained. Zhiyong has tasked me with researching a project related to biology, which involves the matter of biological transcriptase. Inspired by this, I recalled the situation within the gramophone. The double-stranded DNA we discovered in the gramophone, bearing informational directives, exhibited a distinct common suffix. Initially, I suspected it to be a fragment from the CRISPR ledger of extraterrestrial organisms, thus I paid it little heed. To my astonishment, it turned out to be a locator. Zhang Minqing chuckled, recognizing the serendipity of the situation. The unfolding events are indeed remarkable. Suddenly, a sound of deflation pierced the air, drawing the attention of the chatting individuals towards a person carrying a box. He was the one delivering the nanoknife via the airlock chamber beneath the negative pressure laboratory. The staff brought the nanoknife into the inner chamber. Inside the box lay the report confirming the completion of the sterilization procedure. The staff member who entered with the box opened it, retrieving a key and a document. Excellent. Let us commence. The nanoknife is now in place, and the true operation is about to begin. The transmission equipment has been confirmed. Gu Xi and you also assumed a supportive position, meticulously inspecting the various preparations. The nanoknife had been deployed. I had already captured the transcriptase and was in the process of transferring it. Zhang Minxin's forehead glistened with perspiration, more profuse than before. Fortunately, the mechanical arm was equipped with a stabilization design, and the slight tremors during the transfer had little impact. Nevertheless, Zhang Minxin, as the operator, still wiped away the cold sweat. The transcriptase of the gramophone was constructed from hundreds of protein molecules. Zhang Minxin's objective was straightforward: to ascend along the transcription port, systematically bisecting it until he discerned the structure of the sequence 0101101. We have long been curious about how the civilization of Gliese 229 communicates its intentions using fundamental cosmic information. Gliese 581G utilized physical constants. However, certain specific terms proved untranslatable in the process. For instance, the designation by Gliese 581G for its own civilization eludes translation entirely. Regarding Zhang Minxin's observations, Zhiyong wholeheartedly concurred. The translated documents he had reviewed referred to the civilization of Gliese 581G as the XXX civilization. Moreover, he speculated that the term civilization was a construct of those at the decryption center. It was akin to the term wandering, which the United States derived from the gramophone radio signals, which traversed various planetary systems without a fixed point. Thus, the information ultimately decrypted would undoubtedly be distorted. Nevertheless, it remained broadly credible. Humanity can indeed learn this encoding method to facilitate better communication with extraterrestrial civilizations in the future. Thus, the significance of the phonograph extends beyond the 10 or more pieces of information from human civilizations. It also encompasses its encoding method for interactions with other civilizations. Exercising utmost caution, Zhang Minxin meticulously operated the nano-knife for dissection. Ascending along the transcription testing port, he astonishingly uncovered a strand of DNA encased within. This must be it. Zhang Minxin's spirits soared, and with a slight bend of his waist, he became even more vigilant. Changing his tools, he delicately extracted the DNA contained within the transcriptase using tweezers. How do we discern the information inscribed here? Zhang Minxin pondered aloud upon drawing forth the DNA. Indeed, this encoded information must be it. Yet, how do we read the encoded data? This posed a dilemma. If an encoder were discovered but remained unreadable to humanity, Zhang Minxin would surely be infuriated. Chapter 148. I contact reading this segment of DNA. Zhiyong furrowed his brow. When it came to reading DNA, the first thought that crossed his mind was nanopore sequencing technology. Nanopore sequencing. Clapping his hands, Zhiyong pointed towards the phonograph within, exclaiming, "Isn't that a nanopore sequencer from the Gliese 229 civilization? We shall utilize their own device to read it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Minxin broke into a smile. Indeed, this phonograph is also a DNA computer. The DNA within the transcriptase is evidently deliberately implanted. Due to the inherent characteristics of DNA, it is estimated that its storage capability diminishes approximately every 800 years. Consequently, as the most critical decoder, certain measures must be employed to ensure its perpetual existence. The self-replication and proliferation of transcriptases serve as a viable solution. The location where this strand of DNA resides undoubtedly functions akin to the CRISPR ledger of bacteria, capable of permanent storage and the inheritance of the double helix of DNA. Therefore, given the meticulous efforts invested in preserving this DNA, it must hold exceptional significance. According to the logical reasoning of intelligent beings, their own devices should naturally be able to read this vital information. If this truly is an encoder, then the reading by its own computer would certainly entail a reciprocal process. Humanity merely needs to uncover the connections within to decipher the information. Let us embark on this endeavor now. Contemplating this, Zhang Minxin promptly introduced the strand of DNA into the nanohole of the phonograph. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers. Inside the phonograph, intertwined vines pulsated with flashes of blue light. Subsequently, its black exterior appeared to receive some form of command and began to undergo continuous repairs. What has transpired? Zhiyong furrowed his brow, finding the events unfolding before him exceedingly peculiar. Pink fleshy tendrils emerged incessantly from the fractured shell, diligently mending various areas. Images began to manifest on the exterior of the shell. Zhang Minxin observed intently, not even blinking. He beheld the emergence of faint images on the black shell. Astonishingly, the shell of the Gliese 229 phonograph resembled a screen. Carefully observe the imagery upon the black exterior. This represents death, the annihilation of matter and antimatter, which, linguistically speaking, equates to mortality. The encoding method employed by Gliese 229 is astonishingly magical. Through their observations of the universe, they convey information in a manner comprehensible to any intelligent life form. As the imagery plays, the phonograph simultaneously transmits radio signals. The methods utilized by the counterpart are equally diverse. It is evident that the Gliese 229 civilization possesses a light-sensitive eye. Otherwise, such imagery would be impossible. I am in the process of recording information. Gu Xinchuan continuously glides his fingers across the tablet, simultaneously editing the information. The Gliese 229 civilization has been remarkably thoughtful in their approach, incorporating both textual and pictorial explanations. For instance, following the depiction of annihilation, there is an image of the Gliese flora wilted and lifeless. Based on this sequence, we can ascertain that the code 101 unequivocally symbolizes death. DNA information storage is regrettably perceived as quaternary in nature. The four bases, AGCT, can respectively signify the fundamental encodings 0, 1, 2, 3. Utilizing a segmented DNA computer, it is possible to transcend the complementary rules of several bases, thus prompting Gu Xinchuan to adopt a different perspective for recording. However, the camera remains operational, and the information he is yet to document can be supplemented later. How wondrous! Chen Qingru gazes with wide eyes, pressing against the glass of the curiously observing the scenes within. At the very least, the Gliese beings, like us, possess a pair of eyes capable of seeing. Zhiyong also appeared by her side. Now he had little to do, as Gu Xian Xian and Zhang Minsheng were busy deciphering information nearby. Thus, he could only approach Chen Qingru. When did we discover this? Flying apparatus? The curiosity in Chen Qingru's eyes had not faded since entering the hypobaric laboratory. The United States discovered it several decades ago, Zhiyong explained gently as he approached her. That early? His explanation surprised her. It was astonishing that it had been discovered so long ago. Then, the research on it by the United States must be quite profound, right? Actually, it was only brought back to Earth 6 months ago. Zhiyong chuckled at her remark, finding it amusing. You seem to be disparaging the U.S. Oh, then our recent major activities must also be related to extraterrestrials? Feeling slightly uneasy in his presence, she shifted her body. Indeed. Zhiyong noticed her subtle movement and appropriately halted his advance. How far are they from us? Chen Qingru inquired softly, suddenly turning her face toward him. 18. 8 light years, but they have likely perished by now. Zhiyong met her gaze without flinching. Through her protective suit. This time it was Chen Qingru who faltered, diverting her gaze as she pressed further. Perished? When? A long time ago. Once this matter is resolved, Director Zhang will provide you with a detailed explanation. Zhiyong deemed the explanation too lengthy and inclined towards convoluted narratives, thus deciding that Zhang Minsheng should clarify it privately. Oh, I see. Chen Qingru gently nodded in agreement. Zhiyong did not seek to initiate conversation either. In their previous lives at the Antarctic Research Institute, it was always the same. The two leaned against the table, quietly standing together during the intervals of the centrifuge, saying nothing and doing nothing. They simply existed in one another's presence, savoring the moment. Chen Qingru found solace in observing the wondrous scenes before her. She glanced sideways at Zhiyong, equally engrossed, and a smile unexpectedly graced her lips as she leaned slightly in his direction. All information pertaining to Gliese 229 had been meticulously recorded. Gu Xinchuan and Zhang Minsheng had reviewed the footage multiple times and finally deciphered all the Gliese-coded information. With a tablet in hand, Gu Xinchuan prepared to report to Minister He. However, upon raising his gaze, he was greeted by the sight of two individuals clad in isolation suits, harmoniously standing side by side, quietly examining the interior chamber. Well, Gu Xinchuan exclaimed. Are you two here to enjoy the scenery? Haha, young people are just like that, aren't they? Zhang Minsheng chuckled softly, finding Zhiyong quite agreeable. If he could facilitate a connection, that would be splendid. Zhiyong, the data has been decrypted. Come take a look. Of course, such a harmonious scene could not persist, as this was a negative pressure laboratory, not a venue for romantic exchanges. Oh, director understood. Zhiyong, maintaining a composed demeanor, pretended as if nothing had transpired. As the minister, what was wrong with indulging in a moment of leisure? If there were any concerns, he could always draft a 5,000-word proposal. Chapter 149, The Imminent Conclusion of War. I have successfully integrated the quaternary information into the computer using conversion software. Gu Xinchuan deftly maneuvered the tablet, transmitting the data link to the control panel. Academician Zhang, Please retrieve the core DNA strand in sequence. Let us attempt to decipher the data within. With a heart racing in excitement and hands trembling, Gu Xinchuan knew he could not take control. He feared that his unsteady hands might cause damage. We will examine just one strand. The remaining data can await our editing of the nanopore reading. Zhang Minxing felt a surge of anticipation, but his extensive experience kept his hands steady. They resolved to first scrutinize a single piece of information. The vast reservoir of data would be processed and compared later. As nanopore sequencing promised greater efficiency, the legacy of the Gliese 229 civilization was on the cusp of revelation. Following the anticipated sequence, they began to read the arrangement of bases on the first DNA strand. Gu Xinchuan input the data into the rudimentary, homemade conversion software. Characters on the tablet began to flicker and dance. Beep, beep, beep. The confirmation sounds resonated intermittently. At that moment, the entire corridor felt as if it had frozen. The group dared not even breathe, each member anxiously awaiting the outcome. It was deciphered. Zhiyong leaned in to discern the content displayed on the tablet. This was a narrative from the Gliese 229 civilization. When your civilization encounters this message, we, from 8 light years away, have already been utterly annihilated. We are dedicated to combating the virus disseminated by the wandering civilization. However, it is evident that we have failed. Yet, throughout the century-long struggle against the withering virus, we have uncovered hidden secrets. These revelations pertain to a galactic war that has spanned millions of years. Our knowledge remains limited, but through the words of the wandering collectors from the Hog celestial body, we have learned that the withering virus was unleashed by an exceedingly ancient civilization, of which the wandering civilization was also a victim. During the previous galactic war, it inexplicably unleashed the virus upon the entire galaxy. You, who have heeded our warning, must remain vigilant. Indeed, the galactic war is approaching its conclusion, but do not let your guard down. The most terrifying times are yet to come, for the victorious faction is about to emerge. This spacecraft contains all the accumulated knowledge of the galaxy that we have gathered over millennia. Additionally, it holds the DNA information of our civilization. If you manage to survive, I hope our benevolence will be repaid. In closing, I wish you endurance. Upon reading the entirety of this message, Zhiyong felt a profound sense of loss. Is the galactic war truly nearing its resolution? An ancient civilization had once unleashed a virus upon the galaxy, and the wandering civilization was once a victim. Why do they now choose to aid the oppressors? Such questions swirled in his mind. Is it indeed the case that the end of the war is the most dreadful outcome? Zhang Minxing nodded, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Perhaps there are reasons we are unaware of. Gu Xinchuan was equally perplexed. Did they not claim that this contained data from the Milky Way accumulated over thousands of years? Perhaps answers could be found within. By the way, what is the wandering collector they mentioned, the Hog object? Both Gu Xinchuan and Zhang Minxing were not particularly well versed in astronomical knowledge. What exactly is the Hog object? The Hog object is a renowned circumnuclear structure, slightly larger than the Milky Way. Zhiyong had previously devoted considerable effort to this subject. It is approximately 600 million light-years away from us. The Hog object consists of a nearly perfect ring formed by young blue stars. At the center of this ring lies a massive, ancient yellow star. The entire galaxy resembles the Eye of Horus, directly facing the Milky Way. The civilization of Gliese 229 had actually made contact with beings from another galaxy. Moreover, they gleaned the history of the Milky Way from them. Another galaxy? This revelation left Zhang Minxing astounded, though he quickly regained his composure. Such matters feel distant from us. We have yet to venture beyond our solar system. Let us simply regard this as a tale. Indeed. Zhiyong nodded in agreement. Humanity has yet to escape the confines of its solar system. Why should we concern ourselves with such matters? Listening to these stories merely broadens our horizons. The data at the core is overwhelmingly vast. It will likely take us quite some time to process it. Gu Xinchuan also calmed his tumultuous emotions, only to be beset by a slight headache. Contemplating the galactic warfare, one might as well ponder what to dine on this evening. For now, the ant should focus on evading being crushed. Excessive concern over the contests of lions proves futile. I am in dire need of a supercomputer. The data is overwhelmingly vast, and Gu Xinchuan must rely on advanced computational power. Present your requirements directly, and I shall allocate half of the personnel from the Information Processing Center to assist you. Furthermore, Director, I urge you to expedite my project, utilizing a DNA computer for data retrieval, as it may yield superior results compared to the supercomputer. Zhiyong, with a stroke of insight, proposed employing a DNA computer for reading, which would indeed be more effective. Additionally, we could devise a search engine to extract desired information through keywords. This would vastly surpass the speed of a supercomputer. We could establish a data processing center based on DNA computing right here. Zhang Minqing nodded in agreement, suggesting we use the core of glaciers as a storage unit, adapting a nanopore reader to transcribe according to our logic, effectively transforming it into a database for information retrieval through keywords. Gu Xinchuan slowly typed 3 question marks. Wait, what does it mean to read using a DNA computer? Do we possess such technology? Did the director also share this thought? Upon hearing Zhang Minqing's words, Zhiyong's eyes brightened. Is this approach feasible? There is little difficulty. Following your proposal, I can swiftly produce a prototype. Excellent. I shall await good news from you, director. As the conversation unfolded, Gu Xinchuan found himself utterly bewildered. I will explain everything to you shortly. Zhang Minqing gently patted Gu Xinchuan on the shoulder, offering a few words of comfort. Once everything is settled, I shall treat you and the dean to a meal. Zhiyong, in a display of bravado, waved his hand dramatically, exuding an air of righteousness. However, Zhang Minqing was well aware of the young man's true intentions. The invitation extended to Gu Xinchuan was merely a fade. The real target was the young lady, Chen Qingru. Yet, Zhang Minqing chose not to expose him, merely casting a teasing sidelong glance, as if to say, "You little rascal, do you think you can woo my disciple?" Zhiyong, feeling a pang of guilt, scratched his head and glanced around nervously. Well then, Minister do remember not to neglect your duties. Zhang Minqing deliberately emphasized the title minister, and decided to refrain from further teasing him. Let us first report the news. Chapter 150. Lunar mining. Zhiyong eventually exited the negative pressure laboratory. As soon as he passed through the isolation door, his expression darkened considerably. Matters were heading in an increasingly ominous direction. In the face of the starry sky, humanity must always maintain a sense of reverence. He had heard that the gramophone encoder of glaciers had been located. Upon entering his office, Zhou Huiran poked his head through the doorway. You seem well informed, old Zhou, Zhiyong remarked with a hint of a smile. The documents have reached the data center. Your feet certainly cannot match the speed of fiber optics. Rolling his eyes, Zhou Huiran held his head high. I have good news. Although the United States has not joined the United Fleet, they have agreed to assist with other plans. This revelation left Zhiyong somewhat astonished. It appeared that the United States possessed a semblance of a broader perspective after all. The 5 major nations have united to propose a mandate requiring all telecommunications companies to adopt digital simulation signals exclusively. Additionally, a dedicated supervisory agency has been established. Zhou Huiran smiled broadly, believing that as long as humanity is genuinely striving, that is all that matters. Upon hearing this news, Zhiyong felt a slight alleviation in his heart. However, what of the narrowband radio signals? Some existing satellites and probes still employ these narrowband signals, which pose a potential threat. We are preparing to establish an interception system at the edge of the solar system. Zhou Huiran gestured toward the computer, indicating that a detailed plan was available within. All existing narrowband signals would be intercepted, and high-power wireless devices would be prohibited worldwide. Furthermore, the funds from the other 3 countries have also been secured. The nation's production capacity has been fully mobilized. However, Zhou Huiran cast a puzzled glance at Zhiyong. The Shangbeixian vessel had secretly launched a mission a few days prior, targeting the asteroid belt, though he was uncertain about its cargo. Never mind. Sighing, he decided not to delve deeper into the matter, merely reminding Zhiyong that the military-industrial team had only deleted 3 layers of data. Each spacecraft retains low-level flight data. During the next operation, ensure they delete that as well. With that statement, Zhou Huiran turned and departed. Zhiyong chuckled softly to himself. Zhou Huiran remained unaware of the plans behind the artificial asteroid. To obscure the truth, many sensitive pieces of equipment have been transported in secrecy. For instance, the massive transfer engines transported by the Changbai mountain vessel. Military warships simply do not possess cargo holds of such magnitude, necessitating the use of the Changbai mountain for this purpose. Given the colossal size of the artificial asteroid, there is no need to consider the resonance issues associated with Hall thrusters. Thus, the engines consist of thousands of units aggregated together. These formidable transfer engines are capable of propelling the asteroid to 10% of the speed of light. It was unexpected that the military miscalculated in this regard. The Space Administration places immense importance on each spacecraft. Therefore, almost all are equipped with 4 sets of backup data, particularly the final set, which is stored in the offline data center of the Space Administration. Each launch involves a brief connection to the data center, followed by an immediate disconnection. Unbeknownst to them, this design, intended for safety, resulted in a treacherous betrayal from within. They were caught red-handed on site. Within the Space Transfer Station, the current structure has reached an astonishing length of 400 meters. The internal space can accommodate 4 to 5 standard football fields, thanks to the absence of gravity. The entire transfer station does not adhere to conventional notions of up, down, left, or right. Consequently, a single square meter of space can create the sensation of 4 square meters. Brother Zhiyong, what are we doing today? Technician Sun Jichin pulled the auxiliary lever, floating directly before his colleague, Brother Zhiyong. According to the mission schedule, we are to make a journey to the moon today. Zhiyong was perusing a paper document, continuously sketching upon it with a connected pen. The moon, Sun Jichin exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Are we finally going to the moon? What is the specific mission? Your astonishment is utterly unwarranted. Zhiyong shot a disapproving glance at Sun Jichin. The prospect of landing on Mars is now a trivial matter. Whether we embark on this journey largely hinges on the directives from above. Moreover, given our current capabilities, what is there to gain from vying for the title of the first to set foot on the red planet? There are already outposts at the fringes of the solar system. Your surprise at this venture is akin to someone who, having mastered the ascent and descent of Mount Everest, still frets over who first conquered a humble hill in their neighborhood. Zhiyong serves as the captain of the Huangshan, a transport vessel of the same caliber as the Shangbeition. Our mission to the moon is not as simple as merely stepping onto its surface. It involves something far more substantial. Zhiyong chuckled softly as he produced a sleek black satellite phone. A green notification glowed, indicating completion. The cargo has been loaded, and we are ready to embark. What cargo? Are we transporting goods to the moon? Sun Jihai inquired. Momentarily taken aback, it is a specially designed industrial module intended for the extraction of helium-3 from the lunar surface. The Huagua cannot merely sit upon a treasure trove without tapping into its resources. The moon harbors vast quantities of helium-3, sufficient to sustain humanity for 1,000,000 years or more. To harness these bounties of nature, the Space Administration's Plasma Research Institute is relentlessly advancing the technology for utilizing helium-3 in nuclear fusion. Accompanying us on this mission is the Huashan, which will transport living modules and mining vehicles. Additionally, they will test the scheduled flights between the transfer station and the moon. The future of lunar mining is undoubtedly poised to become a significant trend, and its complexity is considerably less than that of extracting resources from the asteroid belt. Consequently, the Design Bureau has devised a kinetic battery-powered shuttle, intended solely for the transportation between the Space Transit Station and the moon. This shuttle is designated for the commuting needs of miners. It seems that miners will soon require higher education, Sun Jihai jested. Indeed, they will also need to undergo 2 months of astronaut training. Captain Zhiyong responded with a chuckle. Suddenly, the intercom of the Space Transit Station interrupted their light-hearted banter with the artificial, albeit somewhat awkward, voice of a female announcer. Attention, crew of the Huangshan spacecraft. The vessel has completed its inspection. By order of the General Administration, mission number Y001 is to be executed immediately. All right, the command from the General Administration has arrived. Let us hasten our departure, Zhiyong said, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he quickly tidied his belongings. Shao Sun, be gentle when unloading the cargo. Understood, old Zhiyong. You can trust me, Sun Jichin replied with a grin, patting his chest. We're about to set foot on the moon. I must take a photo to share with my mother, he thought. Once we install the module, we will still need the technicians to exit the cabin to perform their tasks. After the work is complete, I shall capture a few shots for myself. Chapter 151. Screwing in space. Landing on the moon has become almost child's play for Huagua. Zhiyong entered the cockpit of the Huangshan via the connection port, announcing to the entire crew while donning his space suit. Captain's announcement. The Huangshan has entered the launch preparation sequence. All system personnel, please be ready. The first officer, already stationed in the cockpit, promptly relayed the command. According to the directives from the administration, the mission's destination is the lunar storm ocean, specifically Mount Zhiyong. This site was previously visited by the Chang'e 5 for sample retrieval. Following a thorough examination of the soil, researchers discovered a significant presence of helium-3. Subsequent tests confirmed an extraordinary concentration of helium 3 in this area. Consequently, the Space Administration has designated this location for mining operations. Old Zhiyong, there's no need to rush. We're merely heading to the moon, and there's no requirement for immersion mode. The first officer remarked while operating the computer, casting a sidelong glance. No worries. Safety protocols must be adhered to. Yang retorted with a fleeting glance at the first officer. You scoundrel, are you plotting to eliminate me in order to seize my captaincy? You nonchalantly suggest I remain vigilant while you're ensconced in your suit. I merely intended to lighten the mood, the first officer chuckled. As Yang's loyal companion, he would never allow any safety issues to arise. He simply wished to swap positions with old Zhiyong, nothing more. The two spacecraft detached from their connectors, igniting their engines, and surged towards the moon. At their current velocity, they reached lunar orbit within a mere quarter of an hour. The descent was equally straightforward. If a spacecraft can land on Earth, where a dense atmosphere prevails, landing on the moon is a remarkably simple task. The spacecraft positioned itself perpendicularly to the surface, with the Hall thrusters continuously propelling it downward. At last, the immense support structure extended from the spacecraft and came to a steady halt upon the lunar surface. Sun Jichen operated the robotic arm, first merging the industrial module with the living quarters in midair. Then, alongside the operator from the Huashan spacecraft, he positioned the combined structure on the moon's surface. It was time to venture out and secure the bolts. Jokingly addressing the few individuals behind him, Sun Jichen donned his extravehicular suit, grabbed his toolbox, and piloted a small hovercraft out of the Huangshan ship. This small vehicle, affectionately nicknamed Commuter 1, was a spacefaring automobile powered by kinetic batteries and equipped with a set of monkey version Hall engines, allowing for short-distance flight. With the hovercraft, Sun Jichen swiftly soared from the hatch situated 20 meters above the ground. The radio signal was established. Grasping the steering wheel, he executed a turn, tracing a grand arc before gently landing beside the combined structure. Hey, brothers from the Huashan ship, hurry down and lend a hand with the bolts. The two modules required connection and reinforcement. The task was straightforward. It merely involved fastening several hundred screws at the connection points. Of course, if Sun Jichen had to tackle it alone, he would undoubtedly express his frustration. Here they come, here they come. A similarly cheeky male voice echoed as a technician from the Huashan ship leisurely approached in a lunar mining vehicle. Goodness, it resembles a tractor, complete with a front loader. Sun Jichen couldn't help but chuckle at the peculiar shape of the lunar vehicle. The personnel from the Industrial Bureau had truly taken practicality to an extreme. Aside from the cockpit designed for human occupancy, it was evident that this was indeed a piece of space equipment, featuring a loader, a towing mechanism, a winch, and a rock crusher. These peculiar items affixed to the vehicle elicit a sense of amusement, yet practicality remains paramount. Who's to say that the personnel from the Industrial Bureau might not perceive this as beauty? Indeed, from this vantage point, the Earth appears astonishingly exquisite. As the technician from the Huashan spacecraft disembarked, clad in a bulky extravehicular suit, he cast a glance at the planet below. Perhaps by mere coincidence, the view through the impact crater allowed for a striking glimpse of the azure Earth. Once the screws are tightened, let us capture a photograph together. Sun Jichen finally revealed his mischievous side. Ha ha ha. Feel free to take any photos you desire, even within the living module. Captain Yang chuckled softly. This fellow was on the verge of taking a leave back to Earth, and was likely preparing to boast about his exploits. Yang had no intention of scrutinizing Sun Jichen's little schemes. They were not aboard a military test vessel like the Changbai Mountain. The subsequent batch of transport ships had already transitioned to a state of reduced regulation by the Space Administration. Aside from the spacecraft's communication devices and safety-related equipment like the fusion reactor, a significant degree of autonomy had been granted for other operations. Capturing a photograph was certainly inconsequential. Furthermore, reporting such trivial matters would only serve to vex Zhiyong. All right then, could you take a picture for me later? Sun Jichen nudged the technician from Huashan, requesting a solo portrait. Very well, I shall begin from the left, you from your side. Let us strive to finish promptly. The technician from Huashan stamped his feet, his gaze filled with wonder as he surveyed the surroundings. I can scarcely fathom that I have actually set foot upon the moon. I had anticipated a grand national celebration. Instead, my arrival felt akin to a mere excursion to the outskirts of a city. I wonder how the media on Earth will report this event. Through the glass visor of my spacesuit, I glanced at the cerulean Earth and inquired of Sun Jichen, what do you think the coverage will be? How else could they report it? Oh, shock. Our astronaut successfully lands on the moon. Sun Jichen jested as he retrieved an electric screwdriver from his toolkit. The whirring sound emitted through his suit, the unmistakable noise of the screwdriver at work. Thus, the two of them engaged in both the task of securing screws in the vastness of space and a continuous exchange of banter. Yang found himself in a state of bemusement. Come on, this is a public frequency. Your chatter can be heard by everyone on both ships. Ding. Suddenly, a notification popped up on Yang Ye's terminal during their wait. Hey, coordinate with the publicity department to stage a photo op of the moon landing. Most people from the Huangshan and Huashan ships can participate. The news from the Space Administration left him utterly bewildered. Was this for real? The two captains were also disoriented for a moment, only to be swiftly overtaken by excitement. They too could behold the authentic lunar surface, perhaps even set foot upon it. Huashan captain received. Huangshan captain received. The thrill of the moment surged through them as they prepared to embark on this extraordinary experience. Certainly, Zhou Huiran engaged in earnest discussions with other experts for a brief moment. The spacecraft's automated systems are entirely capable of permitting all personnel to disembark, thus alleviating concerns regarding safety. Furthermore, they possess the capability to remotely control two vessels. In Chapter 152, titled Brain Signals, the two captains stand in the center, beckoning others to draw closer. At the Lunar Industrial Center, 200 individuals lean against the sloped terrain, arranged in several rows. At the forefront stand the captains of the Huashan and Huangshan vessels. After Sun Jichen and another technician completed their tasks, the crew from both ships began to disembark in succession. They chose a nearby slope adjacent to a cabin to prepare for photographs. Hey, hurry up. I'm about to press the shutter, Sun Jichen exclaimed, gripping the remote controller tightly and calling out over the radio frequency. Got it, Lao Sun, just snap the picture. Don't dawdle. Yes, hurry. I want to take a solo shot as well, don't waste time. Amidst the chorus of encouragement, Sun Jichen pressed the shutter button. Click. He mimicked the sound, all for the sake of ambience. Click indeed. After a rapid succession of 20 shots, Captain Yang approached and exchanged a friendly fist bump with Sun Jichen. I'm heading back to the spacecraft now. You all have another half hour. Yang felt a surge of excitement coursing through him as he registered the sensations beneath his feet. However, prioritizing safety, he decided to return with another captain and a few crew members. Old Yang, you go ahead. I'll linger a bit longer since the authority is keeping watch. Sun Jichen replied, emboldened by the moment. The spacecraft is under the watchful eye of the Space Administration. This is not the far side of the moon, where the danger of meteors has been eliminated, and there is not even a breath of wind here. Rest assured. Come, take a solo photograph of me. I want to boast to my mother when I return. Yes, just like that. Director Wang Chongbing from the publicity department grinned widely. These photographs are simply marvelous. A group photo of 200 individuals on the moon will undoubtedly make headlines across major media outlets. Let me edit the text a bit. With thoughts on how to leave a lasting impression on people's minds, Wang Chongbing personally undertook the writing. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the Space Administration's Weibo account was suddenly updated. We made a trip to the moon. After much contemplation, Wang Chongbing decided to reach out to his friends at the official media. He wanted them to issue a formal announcement, stating that the Space Administration aims to engage closely with the public. Hence, the aforementioned text was born. The narrative's protagonist is Sun Jichen, a technician from the Huangshan spacecraft. The moment the Weibo account updated, countless netizens emerged from the depths of the platform. What do you mean my task today is to go to the moon to tighten screws? I thought the officials were just joking, expecting a twist. But they are actually up there tightening screws. No insider, can I also go up there to tighten screws? Funny face. Oh my goodness, look at that last photograph. I counted. There are indeed 200 people, a group photo of 200 individuals on the moon. Wang Chongbing, adept at stirring the pot, astutely seized upon the public's insatiable appetite for spectacle. He incessantly unveiled sensational revelations, even procuring photographs of certain crew members striking poses, with the reflections obscuring their faces. They felt no shame. The myriad of images swiftly ignited envy and admiration among netizens. One particular user, savoring a sour lemon, found himself turning green with envy at the sight of such a grand lunar tourism group. Indeed, the aerospace passenger aircraft had been operational for quite some time. Furthermore, rumors circulated that the space transfer station was even overstocked with beds. Can I purchase a hanging ticket? I would gladly dangle from the exterior of the aerospace passenger plane, quipped a user, mocking the ticket scalpers. Before long, the photos of the lunar tourism group went viral across global social media platforms. Particularly noteworthy was Sun Zhiyong, who shared a collection of images on his public account, boasting of his return from a business trip with some local specialties from the moon. In his hand, a transparent sealed bag contained a bit of lunar soil, accompanied by a cheeky grin. Once published, the photographs poured gasoline on the already exuberant online discourse, triggering an instantaneous explosion of excitement. While the outside world buzzed with fervor, the space agency descended into an unusual silence. The reason being, Zhang Minqing's DNA-based computer prototype had achieved successful results. Overall, the DNA computer utilized artificially synthesized biological molecules as its chips, powered by a living system. This truly achieves the remarkable feat of consuming just one ration for every 100 kilometers. Here, the composite muscular layer transforms signals transmitted in waveform within a computer into analog signals. Our reference point was the structure of the phonograph from Gliese 229. This marks Zhang Minqing's inaugural visit to the command hall of the Space Administration, where he gazes in awe at the hall's strikingly futuristic design. Furthermore, due to the incorporation of neural cells, the programming methodology of DNA computers diverges significantly from that of traditional computers. Upon mentioning neural cells, only astonishment remained in Zhang Minqing's eyes. I have also simulated the structure of the brain within the computer, resulting in a rather unconventional programming model. Unconventional? Zhiyong furrowed his brow. This term unexpectedly slipped from Zhang Minqing's lips. Indeed, aside from employing conventional programming techniques, we have discovered an alternative method by intervening in DNA sequences and designing them to resemble Boolean logic gates. We have also uncovered a way to program using consciousness. Using consciousness? The abstract nature of this concept left everyone present utterly bewildered. They could grasp programming through human language and mathematical logic. But what could programming with consciousness possibly entail? 3 enormous question marks loomed above the command hall. Indeed, it is consciousness. After organizing his thoughts, Zhang Minqing resumed his explanation. Rather than consciousness, it is more apt to describe this phenomenon as a concept. During the creation of the DNA computer, I simulated a neural interface based on the structure of the phonograph. A neural interface? Zhiyong felt a measure of perplexity regarding the interface. What precisely was it connecting to? I had managed to connect the living brain of a laboratory rat to this neural interface through a sophisticated apparatus. It was akin to unlocking the door to an entirely new realm. Zhang Minqing, his voice tinged with excitement, proclaimed, upon connecting to the living brain of the rat. The DNA computer astonishingly began to operate in a systematic manner. Are we truly able to read the activity data of the rat's brain? Zhiyong expressed his astonishment. The capability to discern the specific manifestations of brain activity and subsequently transmute them into digital signals via the DNA computer implied that the enigmas of the brain might soon be unveiled. Indeed, what was even more pivotal was that we had successfully decoded certain aspects of the rat's cerebral activity. Zhang Minqing shared in the exhilaration. For the brain has always been an enigmatic domain. Through our analysis, we had managed to simulate approximately 6 fundamental brain signals. Chapter 153, The Breath of Earth 6? Zhiyong rubbed his hands together, inquiring with anticipation, can we interfere with the bodily functions of the rat through simulated signals? Theoretically, it is feasible. I have contemplated this notion myself. Zhang Minqing responded with a mysterious smile, producing a USB drive. Contained within is a preliminary experiment I conducted prior to my arrival. By transmitting the simulated signals through the DNA computer to the neural cells of the rat with a transplanted head, we successfully induced movement in its body. Ultimately, whether human or animal, we are fundamentally intricate biological computers. The brain operates much like a CPU, controlling various organs and systems through neural signals in waveforms. Presently, DNA computers are assuming the role traditionally held by the brain. In a video provided by Zhang Minqing, a rat, restrained by a limiter, has had its skull punctured. With its brain already transplanted, several wires infiltrate the blood cavity, linking to external devices. I attempt to activate the first signal. Qingru, please take notes. Zhang Minqing's voice emanated from the video. All right, let us begin, teacher. With a fluctuation from the oscilloscope, the brain signals recorded by the DNA were transmitted through the connecting wires into the rat's nervous system. Its legs began to twitch. Qingru's exclamations were also captured on the video. The subsequent experimental processes followed a similar pattern. Pausing the video, Zhang Miqing turned to Zhiyong and remarked, "I believe we should establish a dedicated research institute for brain studies." Zhiyong, unable to conceal his astonishment, exchanged a surprised glance with Zhou Huiran. Nodding, he responded, "Director, since you have uncovered this groundbreaking phenomenon, the new Brain Research Institute shall be entrusted to you. If you require personnel, simply provide me with a list, and I will personally procure them for you." Zhiyong, well aware of the significance of brain science, agreed without hesitation. Additionally, could we utilize the technology of connecting DNA computers to the brain to create humanoid intelligence? Inspired by the extraordinary phenomenon of neural connectivity, Zhiyong suddenly experienced a burst of inspiration and posed a question. Theoretically, it is feasible. Zhang Minqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he envisioned the concept and clapped his hands decisively. If we can elucidate the operational structure of the brain, we can then simulate this structure within a DNA computer using biomolecular architecture. Of course, there exists a more straightforward and direct approach, connecting the brains. Once we advance our research on the brain to a certain extent, we could format it and subsequently edit it. I already have a vision. Zhang Minqing, too, traversed disciplines, transitioning from biology directly into the realm of computing. Although it may not strictly be the computing field, given that the entire structure hinges upon the brain's signal conversion receptors, which can interface with internal computational logic. I will take charge of the Brain Research Institute and will strive to produce results expeditiously. The phonograph in the negative pressure laboratory is now solely tasked with information retrieval, and the withering virus remains directionless. He resolved to multitask, simultaneously advancing two projects, first researching the brain, and then applying the findings directly to the DNA computer. The vacant laboratory adjacent to the negative pressure lab would be designated for the Brain Research Institute. As the minister, Zhiyong naturally possessed the authority to allocate laboratories for the space administration. He even selected a laboratory for Zhang Minqing that was conveniently close, facilitating his daily movements. I have conceived several research topics. Zhang Minqing's mind opened up to a plethora of ideas: brain signals, cerebral interference, the interference of the brain, and the simulation of dreams. The final concept is akin to virtual reality technology, wherein artificial dreamscapes are created through brain signals. These dreams are provided by interconnected computers. In Zhang Minqing's vision, DNA computing modeling diverges from traditional computing, which necessitates visual representation. Instead, it directly engages with human consciousness, enabling individuals to manifest their desired models through the computer. Therefore, it is imperative to advance in the realm of virtual reality. Zhang Minqing's discovery has brought immense joy to Zhiyong today, as the exploration of DNA computing unexpectedly unveils an avenue for brain science research, a remarkable technological boon. If only a mechanism could be found to accelerate brain development. The thought of humanity's intelligence exponentially multiplying imbues Zhiyong with a newfound confidence. Time passes swiftly as he remotely supervises the construction of various space apparatuses at the Space Administration. By the year 2023, the artificial celestial body in the asteroid belt, known as Zhiyong, has been officially completed. Zhiyong also participated in the online celebratory conference. This colossal artificial body, measuring 800 meters in diameter, stands prominently within the asteroid belt. While Zhiyong may not be the largest entity in the entire belt, it symbolizes something far greater, representing the cumulative industrial production capacity of Huawei for an entire year. The foundational structure has been fully completed, with the steel utilized exceeding that of 10 super aircraft carriers combined. We are currently fine-tuning the various devices within, and the outer rock layer continues to be laid down. Throughout this year, Factory 845 has constructed 16 spacecraft of the Changbai Mountain class. These vessels have been instrumental in the continuous transportation of construction personnel to the realm of Zhiyong. A total of 6,000 workers have been ferried into space to partake in these endeavors. The industrial machinery of Huawei has been operating at full capacity, unleashing a remarkable force. The colossal artificial celestial body, Zhiyong, has the capacity to accommodate at least 10,000 individuals. If we consider the limits of space and additional layers, Zhiyong speculates that Zhiyong could potentially house around 50,000 inhabitants. Of course, such overcrowding is improbable. Nevertheless, the prospect of a space city housing 10,000 souls is indeed awe-inspiring. Gazing at the distant photograph of the Changbai Mountain, the immense celestial body looms in the frame, casting a shadow that obscures the sunlight. Zhiyong cannot help but exclaim from the depths of his heart, "What a splendid name!" In ancient times, Gun harnessed Zhiyong to combat floods, signifying land of boundless utility. Today, this artificial celestial body embodies the eternal hope of humanity. Truly, a magnificent name. As he closed the celebratory live broadcast, Zhiyong shook his head and turned his attention to the documents sent by the military. Report on the development of hibernation technology. The space agency has also been researching hibernation technology, albeit at a sluggish pace. Surprisingly, the military has made substantial progress ahead of them. According to the report, the military has artificially synthesized a substance derived from the hibernation factor found in animals, capable of inducing a low-consumption dormant state in humans. Furthermore, initial animal trials have shown promising results. They are currently seeking volunteers for human trials. Chapter 154. Countdown to mining preparation. In recent days, an abundance of good news has flooded in. As Zhiyong gazed at the documents in his hand, he couldn't help but exclaim. The advent of DNA computers, advancements in the field of neuroscience, the completion of artificial celestial bodies, and now the introduction of hibernation technology. Humanity is on the brink of declaring that it has fundamentally embarked on its journey into space. With hibernation technology and interplanetary spacecraft, humanity can now endeavor to traverse between stellar systems. However, this will demand an immense amount of time, and Zhiyong is not in a position to undertake such an experiment unless compelled by dire necessity. Moreover, the vessels stationed near the outpost should be equipped with this hibernation apparatus. With these, we would genuinely possess a viable escape route. Once the hibernation technology proves successful, Zhiyong will promptly arrange for its installation on the ships of the Seed Project. For it is only through this means that humanity will truly have a fallback plan. With this thought, the tension that had gripped Zhiyong's heart eased slightly. Thus, even if failure were to ensue and the solar system were to be annihilated like Gliese 581G, he would harbor no regrets. For he has at least fought for a glimmer of hope for the human race, however faint it may be. Now, it is time to forge ahead. Regardless of how dire the circumstances may become, there exists no situation worse than this. Of course, to the outside world, the news regarding the construction of artificial celestial bodies seems far more captivating than the recruitment of volunteers for the hibernation trials. After all, that could already be regarded as a steel behemoth. Imagine the sensation that would wash over you upon learning that Huagua has constructed a space town. Astonishment, disbelief, excitement, and a touch of madness. Every conceivable emotion manifested by the netizens of Huagua on that day. Initially, the news was shrouded in secrecy, but the sheer scale of the endeavor made it impossible to remain hidden. Every few days, spacecraft departed from the Hudong shipyard, embarking on journeys that lasted a month or two. Sustained for an entire year, such activity would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. Consequently, some curious space enthusiasts trained high-powered telescopes on the ship's destinations. Initially, their findings were inconclusive, yet the construction of this mysterious project continued to expand. As the saying goes, you cannot hide fire with paper. By the 8th month, the nascent structure was captured in photographs by a French space blogger, utilizing an optical telescope managed by his uncle at the French National Observatory. With the involvement of this prominent space enthusiast, the global community eagerly speculated about Huagua's undertakings. The revelation emerged. They were constructing an artificial asteroid. This news spread like wildfire across the internet as the year drew to a close. The official stance of Huagua remained ambiguous, neither confirming nor denying the claims, allowing public discourse to flourish. Finally, during a routine press conference at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs mid-year, a Pakistani journalist fortuitously posed the often-mentioned, yet deliberately overlooked question. There are reports suggesting that Huagua is constructing an artificial asteroid. What information might your country wish to disclose regarding this matter? Upon hearing the question, those present at the press conference merely exchanged knowing smiles. Many had previously posed the same inquiry, only to have the spokesperson deftly evade it with excuses. Thus, they presumed this occasion would follow suit. However, to their astonishment, an unprecedented event unfolded. The spokesperson actually provided a response. Numerous friends had broached this topic on multiple occasions, and after consulting Minister He of the Space Administration, I learned that the artificial asteroid currently under construction, named Zhiyong, is envisioned as a docking station for the future joint mining of asteroid belt minerals. The spokesperson's revelation left the persistent French journalist, who had been relentlessly pursuing this question, feeling rather disheartened. I was the first to arrive. I posed the question first. Why was he answered and not I? Yet, in an instant, he was taken aback by the information subtly conveyed by the spokesperson. Firstly, it became apparent that China is indeed constructing an artificial asteroid. Secondly, this would serve as a space docking point for future mining endeavors in the asteroid belt. As soon as this news broke, the Space Administration promptly released a detailed introduction to Zhiyong. This immense artificial celestial body, capable of accommodating thousands for rest and habitation, consolidates space production industries and industrial metallurgy, making it entirely suitable as a destination for space tourism. Consequently, within the digital realm, inquiries regarding space tourism projects have surged, eclipsing all other matters. Zhiyong, ensconced in the office of the Space Administration, found himself repeatedly massaging his temples while poring over a document. In addition to the Warsaw Space Joint Mining Company, numerous other enterprises expressed a desire to partake in the mining of the asteroid belt. Zhiyong shrugged. The immense profits had undeniably drawn the sharks in. All were turned away, stating that their plans were already at capacity. Zhiyong marked a cross on the document, shaking his head, ultimately refusing to relent. With a resident population exceeding 10,000, there remained considerable room for expansion. Zhiyong found himself in a quandary. Among the companies applying pressure were colossal multinational corporations, possessing the capacity to stir significant upheaval. The remaining shares could be utilized to establish a joint mining consortium, with stakes sold entirely to the workers engaged in the construction of the celestial habitat. Zhiyong chuckled, remarking that what did it matter if these multinational corporations could sway a few officials? They possessed the capability to venture into the heavens and mine for themselves. Furthermore, the surplus shares could attract social forces. Those who agreed to participate would receive ample training and would be eager to engage in space mining endeavors. Suddenly, Zhiyong conceived an idea. There were still unoccupied positions. Mining vessels could be leased or their usage rights sold to others. Individuals with ambition could pool resources, recruit talent, and any minerals they discovered would belong to them, provided they paid a fee to transport them back to Earth. Rather than allocating these opportunities to already prosperous corporations, it would be more equitable to distribute the dividends directly among the populace eager to participate. Handing over control to large companies would only exacerbate their wealth, offering no assistance to ordinary people. However, a fleet composed of common individuals could potentially encounter meteorites laden with gold, allowing them to amass fortunes. The enthusiasm for venturing into space would be thoroughly ignited. Your notion is akin to the age of exploration, urging everyone to venture into the vast, uncharted seas. Zhiyong chuckled softly. It is imperative to note that they have already forged opportunities. Whether they can seize them rests solely upon themselves. By the way, how shall the shares for the workers be allocated? Zhiyong produced pen and paper, ready to jot down the details. Let us distribute them on a monthly basis, contingent upon each worker's production performance. Those who toil more shall reap greater rewards. Zhiyong recalled the previous piece rate system and deemed this approach quite satisfactory. Those who produce higher quality work with greater efficiency will garner more shares and dividends that month. These earnings will be classified as additional income, separate from their wages. Simultaneously, managerial personnel at each factory will also receive dividends. Their income will be calculated based on the production rankings of their respective departments. Thus, everyone's productivity can be effectively stimulated. With increased work efficiency, their wages will rise, resulting in a win-win situation. Is this not more gratifying than ceding shares to large corporations? Chapter 155, How to Enhance Factory Efficiency. Bai Zhongming is a frontline worker at Factory 845, tasked with the assembly and welding of spacecraft. He has earned the nickname the aerial welder among his colleagues, a playful yet appreciative moniker. The reason behind this is his audacity and meticulousness. While welding the exterior of the spacecraft, he devised an innovative aerial welding technique to expedite work efficiency and meet the demands of the Space Administration. He suspends himself in midair using a safety harness, employing his self-designed tools and his exceptional welding skills to perform the welding directly. His remarkable feat directly saved Factory 845 a total of 16 days in constructing the scaffolding. Zhang Su humorously dubbed himself an aerial acrobat. Subsequently, he generously shared his tools and welding expertise with his co-workers. As a result, the production efficiency at Factory 845 soared by 4 compared to other shipyards of similar specifications. Had it not been for the pressing deadline, he would undoubtedly have earned the title of an advanced labor individual. Thus, Upon receiving the notice regarding the handling of remaining shares of Xiangrong, Part 1, issued by the space agency, Jiangsu immediately thought of him. Old Bai, don't ascend just yet. With a jest, Jiangsu halted Bai Zhongming, who was in the midst of securing 5 safety ropes. There's a document here for you to sign. What document? You want me to sign something? Bai Zhongming responded, his thick accent evident as he took the pen and signed his name without hesitation. He trusted factory director Zhiyong. There was no doubt in his mind as he affixed his signature. Truth be told, he was more baffled by the convoluted wording on the documents than anything else. He certainly recognized the characters individually, but when they were strung together, their meanings eluded him. It's a good thing. Just keep working hard. A document has come from above. The better you perform, the higher your wages will be. Jiangsu elucidated in the simplest of terms. The overly formal language only left Bai Zhongming more perplexed. Am I the only one? He questioned hesitantly, concerned that if it was just him, it would seem preferential, and he might be ostracized by his coworkers. It's for everyone. Tomorrow is the end of the month. Rewards will be distributed based on merit. With a hearty pat on the robust shoulder of his companion, Jiangsu chuckled, dispelling any lingering doubts that resided within him. This was an encouragement from above for them to work diligently, for the wealth would be harvested from the very spacecraft they crafted. When conversing with the factory workers, one must remain grounded and communicate in a manner that is both relatable and comprehensible. Soon, he could set aside a substantial dowry for his son. With a few more hearty slaps on his friend's shoulder, Jiangsu declared that the matter was settled, and it was time to return to work. All right, director. I shall exert myself diligently. The thought of reaping rewards from the fruits of his labor ignited a spark of excitement in Bai Zhongming's eyes. He eagerly anticipated the end of the month when salaries would be dispersed. In just a few days, the month end arrived, and Factory 845 convened all its workers right in the workshop. Comrades, we have received a directive from above. It is time to recognize merit and reward excellence. At Jiangsu's feet lay a substantial safe, filled with the dividends in cash. The total in the safe amounted to 2,200,000. With 1,000 workers present, I propose Bai Zhongming as the best worker of the past month. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. The workers exclaimed, Director, are you not merely asking for the sake of asking? We are all in agreement. Old Bai is truly deserving. The 1,000 workers gathered closely around a small platform, and upon hearing the nomination of Old Bai, they all expressed their unanimous support. Well then, since there are no objections, the grand prize for production shall be awarded to Old Bai. Jiangsu chuckled heartily, gesturing grandly towards Old Bai. Come up to receive your award. Feeling slightly bashful, Bai Zhongming scratched his head and made his way to the platform. The work has been commendable, and this is your reward. Jiangsu encouraged him with a gentle pat on the shoulder as he retrieved a substantial envelope from the safe. Now, let's continue to strive for excellence. The sound of enthusiastic applause erupted, echoing around the room as the workers expressed their excitement. The remaining funds ensured that everyone would receive a minimum of 2,000 yuan, with potential increases based on performance. An additional 2,000 yuan each month came as a delightful surprise to those present. As Bai Zhongming descended, his fellow workers eagerly inquired about the total amount of the reward. Bai, without hesitation, revealed the contents of the envelope. Inside were 2 stacks of bills, each totaling 10,000 yuan, amounting to a grand total of 20,000 yuan. This sum was indeed a source of envy among the onlookers. However, the surrounding workers felt no trace of jealousy. After all, this was a factory where compensation was merit-based. If one did not perform, one simply did not earn. Those who were dissatisfied had the opportunity to surpass their peers through greater efficiency. This recognition served as an affirmation of Bai Zhongming's productivity for the month. Following discussions within the factory, it was decided that his innovative contributions would also be rewarded. This amount would be publicly announced, likely ranging between 200,000 to 500,000 yuan, given that it significantly enhanced the overall efficiency of the factory. Eventually, when Bai's tools are patented, it promises to yield yet another substantial income. Observing the workers receiving their additional earnings, Jiangsu felt a genuine admiration for Zhiyong. This was indeed a fortuitous development. The frontline workers were now engaged in discussions on how to weld the assembly efficiently and how to lay pipes accurately and swiftly. Some individuals have even taken out pen and paper, seeking to glean insights from Bai Zhongming regarding his successful experiences. Jiangsu had not witnessed such a spirited atmosphere of productivity in quite some time, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. If only this fervor could be sustained. Would there be any concern regarding the enhancement of production efficiency? Director, how long will this reward continue? A few workers inquired after an enthusiastic discussion. The documents above indicate that you will receive your share of the profits. As long as we remain profitable, there will be no shortage of funds for you. Jiangsu replied with a faint smile. Is there really any doubt about making a profit from mining in space? I will keep a watchful eye on things. Do you not trust me? Well, with the director's assurance, we certainly place our trust in you. After a chorus of cheers, a peculiar voice suddenly emerged. Old Xing. Where are you running off to? Today, I am taking over at Factory 3. I'm going to learn Old Goo's welding techniques. He is the most educated welder in the entire factory, undoubtedly sharp-minded, and I seek to acquire his knowledge. Oh, Old Xing, are you starting already? What else can I do? My hometown is in the southwest. Am I to return and keep my wife company? Since there is time to spare, I might as well learn some skills instead of waiting for you all to hand me money. Wait, I'm coming too. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded at Factory 845. After a brief nap, the changing workers rushed to the vacant workshop, eagerly exchanging their insights with one another. Upon hearing the news, Jiangsu even provided some scrap materials for their practice. As their production efficiency improved, he too would be rewarded. After all, who would turn away from the allure of money? Chapter 156. The mining team. Su Qing is a senior majoring in mining engineering, grappling with the uncertainties of his future employment. The field he has chosen has become exceedingly niche, with positions in various companies already saturated. Is my only option to toil in a factory tightening screws? This predicament leaves him feeling discontented. As he stands at the entrance of the job fair, bewildered, a middle-aged man approaches him, his face adorned with stubble, attempting to present himself, while yet still bearing the marks of life as hardships. Are you from the old Su family? Studying mineral composition analysis? Su Qing is taken aback as the man speaks in the dialect of his hometown. How does he know about his family? Is he a fellow villager? Indeed, the gentleman next door, Xian Yi, was once a soldier. He received word from the armed forces that our village has the opportunity to form a mining team. It is said to be an initiative provided from above. We old fellows don't quite understand the intricacies. We merely need to fund the purchase of mining vessel usage rights. Your father thought it would be good for you to broaden your horizons, given your studies in minerals. The middle-aged man leans closer to Su Qing and whispers. This is insider information, facilitated by Xian Yi's connections. He was once a squad leader, and one of his subordinates has now risen to the rank of general. The opportunity will be made public to others in due time. Wait, mining? Where are we mining? Su Qing is momentarily stunned by this barrage of information. Could it be that their village is being deceived? Grandfather Xian is indeed a seasoned veteran, yet the possibility of being deceived is not absent. The idea of venturing to the asteroid belt seems quite distant, though we could certainly cover the cost of a round-trip ticket. The middle-aged man evidently lacks a clear understanding of what the asteroid belt entails. In his mind, it might merely represent some remote frontier settlement. The asteroid belt. Su Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, so I am to be a mere replica of Qin Shi Huang, mining for riches? Indeed, with Grandfather Xian's assistance, we could recruit individuals ourselves, with the government initially fronting the expenses, allowing the mining profits to reimburse the advance. It is said to be quite lucrative. The village chief has readily agreed, and now several university students in the village are on board, leaving only you, the one specializing in mineral resources. Why have you come in person? Su Qing raised an eyebrow upon hearing that the government would cover the initial costs. It seems, at the very least, this is not a scam. I need to head to the border of Hu City. The individuals I recruit will require training. If you agree, you should accompany us for the training. Training? Su Qing narrowed his eyes, wondering if this might be a guise for a pyramid scheme under the pretense of government involvement. Yes, the astronaut training base is located in Hu City. The middle-aged man produced a photograph along with a map. I am about to meet them here. Oh, right. You just graduated. He tapped his head and handed the map to Su Qing. Take a picture of it with your phone. Once you are ready, make your way to the training base. Your father will cover your travel expenses. Little Su, we shall be waiting for you. Su Qing felt that the world had undoubtedly gone mad. He called his father afterward, astonished that this was indeed true. 6 university students from their village were to form a mining team, embarking on a quest for gold in the asteroid belt. Su Qing preferred to call it prospecting, reminiscent of the adventurers who flocked to the Americas in search of fortune after discovering new lands in history. The only difference now was the destination, the asteroid belt. Upon receiving confirmation, Su Qing promptly made a decision. Since he could not find work on Earth, he would venture into the heavens instead. Following the map, he found himself at the astronaut training center. To his surprise, he was greeted by a legendary figure, a first-generation astronaut. We hope that your grassroots mining team will create a significant promotional impact. Although age had etched lines on his face, the resolute gaze and familiar features of this hero left Zhiyong exhilarated. I hear you are a student majoring in mineral composition analysis? Yes, that's correct, Zhiyong stammered, overwhelmed to stand beside his childhood idol. You can call me Uncle Yang. Clad in the iconic blue uniform of an astronaut, Uncle Yang smiled warmly. You know how to operate an analyzer, right? Of course, we have learned how to use it. Zhiyong nodded vigorously, his chest unconsciously swelling with pride in the presence of Uncle Yang. That's excellent. Your village is indeed filled with talent. We also have someone who is a truck driver. Uncle Yang, accompanied by Zhiyong, strolled through the training base, elucidating to the perplexed young man. During the construction of the mining vessels, we incorporated numerous autonomous driving technologies for convenience, which means that, theoretically, an ordinary person could proficiently operate them. Of course, individuals with prior driving experience will fare even better. The truck driver from your village, with over 15 years of driving experience, possesses commendable composure and emergency handling skills. He is currently undergoing piloting training. A truck driver operating a spaceship? Zhiyong exclaimed, taken aback. Is that even feasible? Concern for his safety crept into his mind. Rest assured, he has been training for half a month and is fully capable of meeting the requirements, Uncle Yang remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Nowadays, venturing into space has become remarkably simple. One merely needs to pilot the vessel through the asteroid belt. With Uncle Yang's repeated assurances, Zhiyong felt a sense of relief. However, the thought of venturing into space prompted him to ask, Uncle Yang, will you ever return to space? Many of us are eager for you to embark on another journey. Space. A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in his eyes as Uncle Yang smiled gently. With technology advancing so rapidly, I am confident that I could go up again. Absolutely. Zhiyong remained unaware that this shared journey with Uncle Yang marked the inception of a transformative chapter in his destiny. Due to technological advancements, access to space was becoming increasingly accessible. Consequently, the training was not as Zhiyong had envisioned it, akin to that of an astronaut. Instead, his training focused more on safety protocols for entering and exiting the cabin, as well as adeptness in managing crisis situations, skills essential for ensuring their safety. During the training process, he gradually came to understand the nature of mining vessels. These vessels, akin to compact recreational vehicles, possessed the capability to capture asteroids weighing under 100 tons. What captivated him the most was the vessel's robust safety features. The entire structure is fortified with multiple layers of protection, and the innermost chamber is spacious enough to accommodate 3 individuals comfortably. In the event of external damage, the inner compartment would seal off instantly, returning autonomously while sending out a distress signal as necessary. Zhiyong was quite satisfied with this safety system. Their village consisted of 7 members, operating on a shift schedule, with those off duty resting inside the habitat. Upon learning that they could rest within the habitat, Zhiyong had been elated for an entire day. He was given the opportunity to experience life inside this artificial, celestial body. Moreover, as Uncle Yang mentioned, they were among the first group of inhabitants in the habitat. Chapter 157. Off to the asteroid belt. Qingge, wake up, we are about to depart. A series of knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by a spirited female voice. Oh, I will be out shortly. Zhiyong sprang up from his bed with a sudden leap. Outside stood Yang Yi, one of his fellow villagers who studied automation and, having not yet secured employment, chose to join the mission. Incidentally, their driver, Yang Huida, is Yi's father. This was a father-daughter team embarking together. After freshening up and tidying his room, Zhiyong made his way to the hall. There, several individuals were enjoying their meal, and upon spotting the esteemed Zhiyong, they greeted him with enthusiastic waves. The reason he is considered a prominent figure is that those present possess limited knowledge regarding mineral composition analysis. In other words, their entire profit from this venture relies solely on Zhiyong. Ah, Su, we have arrived at the mining area. You'll be the first to take the lead on this initial trip. Strive to bring us good fortune, Yang Huide exclaimed, heartily sipping his porridge and patting Zhiyong on the shoulder with anticipation. Indeed, you are the expert among us. Give it your all. We believe in you. The encouraging words from his teammates made Zhiyong feel slightly anxious. Relax, there's plenty of time. We will take it slow, Yang Yi reassured him, perhaps sensing his tension. Currently, there are more than 100 individuals in the hall, all set to embark on their mining journey. They will be among the first ordinary people to venture into the asteroid belt. A month ago, the Zhongsha Space Joint Mining Company commenced operations, and the two airports on Earth are daily unloading vast quantities of minerals. Consequently, Shilongbas has emerged as the most promising trading hub in the entire Middle East, and even Europe. Please prepare for boarding, Group G632. Your chosen flight, K206, is about to take off. This marks Su Qing's inaugural experience at the integrated port of Hudu and his first time aboard a spaceplane. As he sat in the waiting area, there was a fleeting moment when he almost believed he was boarding a traditional aircraft. Let us go. It's time to board. Yang Yi handed Su Qing a boarding pass, her curiosity evident as she glanced around. They must be among the very first ordinary citizens on Earth to purchase tickets for a spaceplane. Su Qing, appearing as if he had never encountered such wonders before, continuously turned his head in astonishment. As he traversed the transparent corridor, he was struck by the grandeur of the aerospace passenger aircraft before him. Although this vessel may not be as large as a wide-body aircraft, there is no denying that it is incomparable to any conventional airliner. The aircraft standing before him is a pinnacle of human technological achievement. Why is this aircraft not as massive as that one with the long wings? Yang Huaida's thick regional accent suddenly interrupted Su Qing's train of thought. Uncle Yang, it must be quite impressive. Su Qing attempted to clarify and educate him. It's akin to comparing my truck with those compact cars, right? Yang Huaida, drawing from his experiences, grasped the essence of the disparity. That seems to be the gist of it. Su Qing could only chuckle in disbelief. Were it not for the satisfactory evaluations of Yang Huaida on his forms, he might have doubted whether he would survive the asteroid belt. The sensation of riding the aerospace passenger aircraft was unexpectedly surreal for Su Qing. It felt almost as if he were devoid of sensation. The entire experience consisted merely of a brief tremor during takeoff. Aside from that, it was akin to riding a high-speed train. He felt no discomfort whatsoever. The Space Administration had optimized the aerospace aircraft, enhancing the power of the Hall effect engines, resulting in a smoother acceleration process that left hardly any physical sensation. The man seated beside Su Qing, noticing his astonishment, took a moment to scan him up and down before offering an explanation. May I ask who you are? Su Qing inquired, observing the gentleman's refined demeanor, which distinctly set him apart from the miners. My name is Pan Sun, and I am a researcher stationed at Zhiyong, primarily monitoring the operational status of the vital systems. Extending his right hand, Pan Sun smiled kindly. We are former miners and will continue to reside at Zhiyong for the long term. Su Qing promptly shook his hand. I had an inkling. I heard about this matter at the Research Institute. After pondering for a moment, Pan Sun suddenly shifted the conversation, stating, I heard that the joint company discovered a mixed gold meteorite with a diameter of 40 meters in Zone C7 yesterday. Once you arrive, you should take a look there. Pan Sun teased Su Qing with a smile, showing no sign of underestimating the young man beside him due to his status. The joint company has been there. They shouldn't have left anything behind, right? Su Qing inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. That meteorite is actually 300 meters in diameter. They couldn't transport it all at once, so they shattered it with an electromagnetic cannon. Pan Sun shook his head, chuckling as he explained. They certainly took away the larger pieces. Zone C7 has been reopened. If you want to recoup your investments quickly, that is undoubtedly the place to go. 300 meters. Su Qing gasped, taken aback by this revelation. The safety manual does mention the disintegration of meteorites with weaponry. The joint mining company designates areas where large meteorites are found as restricted zones until the larger meteorites are mined, after which they are reopened. This is not done to monopolize, but rather to mitigate the dangers posed by debris produced during the disintegration of large meteorites, which can be perilous for smaller vessels. A moment's carelessness could result in debris from explosions piercing nearby ships. Thus, the concept of a restricted zone came into existence. Su Qing contemplated Pan Sun's words and found them particularly insightful. The large ship consumes the meat, and it is permissible for them to savor a bit of the broth. Brother Pan, from where did you acquire this information? Su Qing's eyes brightened, instantly acknowledging Pan as his brother. This matter can be observed through the Zhiyong daily software. Once we arrive there, you may download it. Pan Sun smiled at Su Qing, producing his phone to show him an application icon. Beneath the immense steel sphere, the word Zhiyong Daily stood out prominently. Thank you, Brother Pan. When we truly make a discovery, I will undoubtedly remember you. Su Qing was also somewhat exhilarated. This approach was far more reliable than blindly rushing to capture small meteors. No worries, just bring me a stone of pleasing shape, about the size of a fist. When the time comes, Pan Sun waved his hand nonchalantly. If he were so concerned about money, he would have long since established his own mining ship to extract resources. Why endure the hardships of remaining in the Zhiyong Life Support Systems Inspection Department, if not for the sake of suffering? All right, Brother Pan, let us exchange contact information. Su Qing excitedly added Pan Sun's contact details. In such a vast place as Zhiyong, there must be a network in place. In fact, Zhiyong even established a communication line with no delay based on quantum communication technology. Therefore, for Su Qing and his companions, traveling to the asteroid belt was not much different from going on a business trip. Chapter 158. An ordinary person's interstellar journey. Su Qing never anticipated such an extraordinary encounter aboard the space passenger aircraft. Young individuals daring to venture into the cosmos certainly deserve our encouragement. Pan Sun turned his gaze towards the airplane's window, captivated by the breathtaking scenery outside. Each glimpse left me in awe of this magnificent spectacle. Su Qing, too, was entranced as the vastness of Earth unfolded before his eyes. The azure planet lay bare, evoking an inexplicable sense of reverence from this vantage point. Wow, it's astonishing. Xiaosu, do you see that? That's our home, Earth. In the row ahead, his teammates crowded by the window, their eyes brimming with curiosity, fixated on the panorama outside. I see it. Su Qing cautiously leaned forward, stretching his neck over Pan Sun, greedily absorbing every inch of the terrestrial landscape. Brother Pan, how are we getting to the asteroid belt? With someone nearby, Su Qing seized the opportunity to inquire, his mind only holding a fleeting impression. We'll likely take a ship, disembark at a transfer station, and then switch to a planetary spacecraft, Pan Sun replied, observing Su Qing's curious expression with a gentle smile. We will travel at 3% of the speed of light and arrive in just over 10 hours. 5% of the speed of light. Hearing about the spacecraft's velocity left Su Qing nearly speechless. Indeed, we will enter a soaking mode, enveloped in a viscous solution that ensures our safety. You will understand when the time comes. Look, the space transfer station has arrived. The massive space transfer station loomed in Su Qing's line of sight, and he felt an uncanny sensation, as if everything before him was but a dream. When he first entered university, manned spacecraft were scarcely launched. How is it that only a few years later, he is able to venture into space for mining? From the moment the passenger aircraft docked, to unfastening his seatbelt and donning magnetic shoes, he felt a sense of bewilderment as he transitioned to the planetary passenger ship. In contrast, Yang Yi and several others nearby were filled with curiosity, gazing about in wonder. Once we donned our fish suits, a few hours later, as we emerged from the immersion, we might even catch a glimpse of Mars. When Pan Sun mentioned Mars, his tone shifted slightly. After all, he had visited several times, yet had never encountered Mars itself. According to the predictions released by the Space Administration, this time, following deceleration, it was indeed possible that they might truly encounter Mars. Throughout the entire flight, Su Qing was enveloped in a protective solution, left with little to do. He opted to listen to the ship's announcements. The joint company declared that the A1-6 sector of the asteroid belt had entered a lockdown phase, prohibiting all large, medium, and small mining vessels from entry until precisely 7 a.m. the following day. Newly arrived civilian miners, upon reaching the habitation level, were required to report to the government hall of the resting soil to complete temporary residency procedures. The mining vessel collection point was located in Industrial Zone 1. For further details, please consult local staff. As he listened, Su Qing soon fell asleep. Upon awakening, they had already arrived. You missed Mars. In the lounge, Pan Sun was indulging in a jelly-like treat, eagerly consuming it. Ah, Su Qing rubbed his eyes, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, little Su, Mars is stunning. A captivating shade of deep crimson. Yang Yi was also munching on something, mumbling as she spoke. Su Qing remarked, I regret it immensely. We are about to dock at the Zhiyong. Pan Sun chuckled softly. Su Qing had fallen asleep in the immersion mode, aside from himself. Only the captain could forcibly exit this mode. Pan Sun surely wouldn't bother the captain for such a trivial matter. You will see the Zhiyong shortly, and it will be the same. With a slight pause, Pan Sun smiled mysteriously. It too is awe-inspiring. Look, it's right there. Shifting slightly, Pan Sun cleared the window's view. Upon hearing this, Su Qing quickly squeezed forward. Through the gaps between people and seats, he clearly beheld a scene he had only witnessed in science fiction films. A colossal asteroid gradually enlarged, until it filled his entire field of vision. This is the Zhiyong, a magnificent human creation, a bastion in space. Simultaneously, around the spherical celestial body, small spacecraft were continuously maneuvering, dragging blocks of meteorite. Are those the mining ships? Su Qing was deeply captivated by the spectacle before him, reluctant to look away for even a moment. Sort of, your mining ships are smaller, about this size, Pan Sun replied, tidying up the debris on the small table before him. However, they are not here to mine. Their task is to drag non-mineral meteorites and cover them onto the surface of the Zhiyong. Why cover the Zhiyong's surface with meteorites? Su Qing found this difficult to comprehend, as this man-made celestial body, composed of dark metal, perfectly matched his imaginings. Why is there a need to cover it with a layer of stone? This remains unclear. Pan Sun shook his head upon hearing this. He had previously posed the same question to his mentor, who explained that the purpose was to add weight to the soil, allowing its internal rotation to generate a gravitational force comparable to that of Earth. Initially, this rationale appeared sound. However, the issue arose when Pan Sun, aware of the general data regarding the soil, realized that its original gravitational force could indeed achieve such levels. A beam of white light reflected off the surface of his glasses, and Pan Sun's gaze towards the soil deepened with contemplation within the space agency. Zhiyong received an unexpected phone call from academician Cheng Yuanming. Zhiyong, guess what? Upon answering the call, a hearty laugh resonated from the other end. Old Cheng, what good news do you have this time? Zhiyong smiled broadly. Every time academician Cheng laughed heartily, it invariably heralded good tidings. The hibernation technology has made a breakthrough. The volunteers have been asleep for a year and are now being awakened. Cheng Yuanming chuckled, delivering news that instantly uplifted Zhiyong's spirits. Several volunteers are in excellent health and have shown minimal signs of aging due to hibernation. We are preparing to select a few soldiers directly from the spacecraft behind series for long-term testing. Conducting long-term testing immediately? Zhiyong furrowed his brow, questioning whether this was too hasty. The warship of the Fireseed project must attain the ability to traverse stellar systems with utmost speed. Cheng Yuanming's tone turned serious. Should the experiment fail, we shall promptly and permanently freeze it, awaiting advancements in technology to thaw it in the future, contingent upon the emergence of such a future. Is this perspective aligned with the military's views? This plan appears rather radical, reminiscent of the hawkish tendencies within military circles. Indeed, Cheng Yuanming sighed helplessly, elucidating that certain veterans believe it paramount to ensure the fundamental capacity to preserve the spark of life. They do not oppose your artificial asteroid. Rather, they insist that the foundational spark must be initiated within the forthcoming years. Initiate? Zhiyong questioned in disbelief. Initiate where? The military has constructed a vessel equipped with industrial production capabilities, ecological recycling modules, and a hibernation system. Cheng Yuanming could only attribute this to the older generation's fixation on contingency plans. There is no eagerness among the crew. The selections are comprised of resolute and physically exceptional warriors. Furthermore, since learning about DNA computers' potential to accommodate human brains, the Hawks have even commenced research on how to successfully implant a brain into a DNA computer without erasing human consciousness. As long as they can preserve the essence of humanity, they have begun to resort to any means necessary. Very well, I shall extend my assistance to these military initiatives. Given the current circumstances, Zhiyong could only nod in reluctant agreement. Cheng, do you have any further matters to discuss? The call had not yet ended, and based on his understanding of Cheng Yuanming, he was certain there was more to address. Of course, there is more to discuss. Hasn't the Zhiyong already begun to fill its ranks? Cheng Yuanming erupted into hearty laughter 3 times, decisively declaring the previous topic concluded. Lowering his voice, he expressed his excitement. I merely mentioned a couple of lines in front of Congressman Wu, and he took the bait. Tomorrow, we shall gather our belongings and prepare for a journey to the asteroid belt. Congressman Wu intends to personally appoint the chief executive of Zhiyong. As for Zhiyong, a prospective space city with a population potentially reaching 10,000, it does not meet the criteria for city status. Hence, after deliberation, a dedicated institution has been established for it. Zhiyong City holds the same rank as a town, but is directly governed by the capital. The highest official of the city is the chief executive appointed directly by the capital. Cheng Yuanming merely suggested to Congressman Wu the idea of being present for the appointment of the first chief executive. To his surprise, Wu was notably intrigued by the prospect. Nowadays, venturing into space is hardly perilous. During the construction of Zhiyong, tens of thousands made round trips between Earth and space without a single incident, which speaks volumes. After discussions with members of the parliament, Congressman Wu resolved to make the journey himself. Congressman Wu is actually going to Zhiyong to make the appointment. Zhiyong gasped in astonishment, realizing Cheng Yuanming was not jesting. He was indeed serious. Absolutely, we should all go and take the opportunity to refresh our perspectives. A somewhat hoarse voice echoed from the other end of the receiver. Many, including Cheng Yuanming, had been preoccupied over the past year with concerns regarding potential extraterrestrial threats. In truth, many of these anxieties were quite unnecessary. Yet, how can those who harbor concern for the human race remain untroubled? Cheng Yuanming also sought to seize this opportunity to allow several key individuals a glimpse of outer space, alleviating the anxiety that weighed upon their hearts. After all, it would only take 2 or 3 days. A balanced relaxation enables one to work more effectively. Is this our mining vessel? In the industrial layer of the mining facility, Su Qing gazed at the spaceship before him, which resembled a small camper, with eyes sparkling with excitement. The composition analysis instruments and various equipment were all meticulously installed within. Accompanying them was a middle-aged man clad in military uniform, who, with a smile, provided a detailed introduction to the mining ship's specifications before allowing Yang Huai to simulate piloting it. The tactile experience of this spaceship was far more enjoyable than that in the simulation room. Yang Huai fumbled with the controls, filled with joy. After all, he had transitioned from a truck driver to a pilot of a small spacecraft. Once he earned his fortune, he would surely boast to his fellow driver friends upon his return. Your flight permits have been processed. You may depart for the mining area at any moment, announced the middle-aged man as he secured an object in the spaceship's designated latch. You have already familiarized yourselves with the detailed procedures at the training base. Therefore, I wish you a bountiful return. He informed them that the initial flights would be accompanied by artificial voice guidance, hoping they would swiftly acclimate to their new working environment. After the middle-aged man departed, Yang Huai boldly advanced to the cockpit of the mining vessel. Yi and Su Qing arrived first. We should head to the mining area to assess the situation while the 4 of you familiarize yourselves with the surroundings and claim our quarters. Indeed, after a few individuals descended onto the soil of Zhiyong, they hastily proceeded to the industrial level. They had yet to visit the residential level below before preparing to venture into the mines. The protocol initiated. Mining Team G632, spacecraft designation K032. I am your artificial guide. Please adhere to the specified procedures. Once the 2 groups separated, the 3 individuals promptly boarded the mining vessel. Yang Huai decisively followed the audio instructions, pressing numerous buttons in succession. Beep. The outer airlock door has closed. Beep. The inner airlock door has closed. The mining car's protective airlock has sealed, and the internal oxygen supply system is commencing. Su Qing and the others, adhering to training protocols, had donned their onboard suits and secured their safety belts. Let us embark. Yang Huai conducted a final check, and upon hearing the voice confirmation for takeoff, he eagerly engaged the ascent lever. This is the control tower, K032. Your egress request has been approved. Please proceed to the nearest exit at gate 64. K032 acknowledges. We are en route. Piloting the black metal-coated mining vehicle, Yang Huai, guided by the artificial system, successfully arrived at gate 64. Upon entering the exit, they encountered a closed passage resembling a dam lock. This was a gate with bidirectional doors. Upon the spacecraft's entry from one side, the opposite door would close. If we venture out, we shall exhaust the air within the ramp. If we enter, we shall inflate within the gate. The astronauts' previous extravehicular procedures bear a resemblance to this structure. Xiaosu, where are we headed? Yang Huai summoned the map along with the autonomous navigation interface. We are bound for Zone C7. I received word from Brother Pan that there may be treasures to uncover here. Su Qing selected Zone C7 on the vessel's 3-dimensional map, and based on the downloaded Zhiyong Daily, identified the site of the Joint Mining Company's detonation. We shall proceed there. The Joint Mining Company has previously detonated a large meteorite, which contained a wealth of precious metals. We are among the first to arrive, and perhaps we shall seize a fortunate opportunity. Excellent. Let us make haste. All were newcomers to this locale, their familiarity limited. On their journey, they also encountered Pan Sun, who was acquainted with the staff of the Zhiyong Research Institute. His information was indeed considered insider knowledge, warranting exploration. The oxygen aboard could sustain them for 18 hours. Thus, swift action was imperative. This expedition, while not guaranteed profit, ought to at least recoup the cost of oxygen. It was reminiscent of centuries past when European explorers set sail to the New World, a land replete with gold. A sense of hope filled Zhiyong and his companions. Chapter 160, A Bountiful Fortune. You have now entered Zone C7. As it was their inaugural visit to the mining area, the vessel was equipped with an artificial voice guidance system, which would persist until they became well acquainted with the entire process. They were advised to keenly observe the onboard phased array radar to avoid meteoric hazards. Both smaller and larger meteors are thoroughly examined by the mining company. Thus, all marked areas on the map are essentially safe. Of course, if one seeks greater opportunities, venturing into unmarked regions is an option. However, the risks incurred must be borne by oneself. Look at all these meteors, Yang Yi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she clutched Zhiyong's shoulder. Quick, let's analyze the composition of this meteor. Uncle Yang, slow down and approach this meteor. Zhiyong was equally eager, his hands already poised on the mechanical arm. All right, Yang Huai shouted, deftly maneuvering the vessel in a small radius, successfully positioning it alongside the meteor while maintaining the same speed. With careful precision, he manipulated the joystick, extending the mechanical arm to grasp both ends of the meteor. Following this, a drill emerged, accompanied by a third mechanical arm. The drill gradually penetrated the meteor's surface, and then a probing needle inserted itself through the gap. The composition is 60 iron and 20 copper, weighing approximately 30 tons. There should be around 2 to 6 tons of copper, valued at 60,000 per ton. The iron, 18 tons at 2,000 per ton. The total worth of this meteor is about 700,000. Zhiyong could scarcely believe his eyes. This was merely the beginning of their venture into the mining area. The first meteor they encountered had an astonishing value of 700,000. Should we head back immediately? Upon hearing the figure of 700,000, the eyes of the young duo sparkled with monetary desire. Yet, it was Zhiyong who remained composed at that moment. Pan remarked that the likelihood of encountering precious metals at their destination was quite high. They decided to affix a locator to the meteorite, planning to retrieve it only if their initial efforts yielded no results. At present, the entire asteroid belt remained an uncharted frontier, ripe for exploration. With no one else around, it was imperative to scour the regions closest to the mineral-rich area of Zhiyong. They needed to amass capital swiftly to invest in larger vessels, laying a solid foundation for future expansion. 18 tons of iron and 6 tons of copper would serve merely as a safety net. Heeding Xiao Su's advice, they resolved to head directly to their destination. Yang Yi had also regained her composure. Currently, there were not many individuals engaged in mining. The meteorite before them was unlikely to escape their grasp, prompting them to consider delving deeper into the asteroid field. All right, I shall defer to your expertise, she conceded. Yang Huai, lacking knowledge in this domain, understood that his sole responsibility was to navigate the ship adeptly. After affixing the locator to the meteorite, the spacecraft soared straight towards the navigational endpoint. They arrived at the heart of Zone C7. 2 days prior, the marks of kinetic weapon strikes from the Joint Mining Corporation were still evident. The drifting meteorites and hazardous debris had been meticulously cleared away. A black mining vessel, illuminated by searchlights, approached slowly, paying a visit to the site. Let us examine that fractured meteorite, Zhiyong exclaimed, putting away his binoculars and pointing excitedly to the right. They had discovered over 90 meteorites, yet none had met their expectations. However, a glimmer of gold had caught his eye through the residual light of the searchlight. This was a shattered meteorite, evidently separated from a much larger mass, characterized by its remarkably smooth cut. It was precisely through the narrow fissure near this aperture that he glimpsed the glimmer of gold, the radiant light of the precious metal. His heart raced with exhilaration, and his hands trembled. Zhiyong beckoned to Yang Huai, inching closer towards the meteorite. The nearer he approached, the more certain he became as he peered through the fracture. The surface of the meteorite bore the telltale signs of fragmentation, suggesting that it contained a considerable quantity of gold. What treasures lie within, Xiao Su? Yang Yi inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed through the glass at the sharply defined meteorite before her. I've secured it. The probe is delving deeper. To ascertain the approximate mass of the metals within the meteorite, Zhiyong decided to drill several more holes. The analysis revealed that gold constituted 20, iron 60, along with an array of other precious metals such as ruthenium, rhodium, palladium, osmium, and iridium. The entire meteorite weighed a staggering 10 tons, of which 2 tons were gold. Internationally, the price of gold hovers around 376 yuan per gram. 1 ton equates to 1,000 kilograms or 10,000 grams. Based on this valuation, a ton of gold could command a staggering 376 million yuan. Inside lay a singular mass of gold, weighing 2 tons. Even considering the price drop due to extensive mining operations by the joint mining company, and after purification, it still amounted to approximately 700 million yuan. Zhiyong could hardly believe his eyes as he drilled a few more exploratory holes. The results consistently confirmed the presence of a veritable 2 tons of gold. Uncle White. We are in luck. The news of the mining team's discovery of gold spread like wildfire. Instantly gracing the front page of the Zhiyong Daily, a mining team discovers 2 tons of gold, valued at 700 million. For security reasons, Zhiyong did not permit the disclosure of their information. However, the 2 tons of gold ignited the enthusiasm of all the miners. Simultaneously, they wondered which mining team was so reckless as to rush directly to the mining area without even taking a moment to explore the surroundings. Even in space, the competition was fierce. Amidst these thoughts, based on the statistics of the entrances and exits of the mineral-rich soil after the news release, the first batch of 16 ships had all departed. While they verbally criticized, their bodies were quite earnest. After completing the delivery by selling the meteorites in bulk to the Mineral Recovery Center, Zhiyong and his companions did not linger but hastily replenished their oxygen and other resources. In the mineral-rich soil, there are 2 modes of selling. One is to sell directly to the Mineral Recovery Center of the joint mining company. The other is to pay for shipping to Earth for self-processing. Due to the absence of sales points on Earth, Zhiyong and his team decided to expedite their sales. Taking advantage of the early hour, they continued to explore C7. The 2 groups operated on a shift system, with the time on the mineral-rich soil synchronized with that of Earth. This meant that at night on Earth, the living layers of the mineral-rich soil would turn off the simulated sunlight. The shift change for Zhiyong and his team was based on this schedule. They had earned back the cost of the mining ship immediately, netting over 600 million. Thanks to the support from Master Xin, they purchased the vessel for around 50 million. Yang Huad had initially thought it would take at least a few years to break even. Remarkably, on the very first day in the mineral-rich soil, they profited 500 million. Such is the terrifying profit of pioneering a new world. Zhiyong expressed a sentiment and conferred with Yang Huad. We shall return the government's funds and remit a portion back to alleviate everyone's concerns. Then we shall save up for a larger mining vessel. With the ongoing extraction of resources surrounding the Zhiyong, it is inevitable that we will venture further afield. Thus, a larger mining ship will undoubtedly emerge. I am certain of it. Chapter 161. Arrival at Zhiyong. A sleek, obsidian-hued spacecraft rested silently upon the docking platform of Zhiyong. Should any mining ships be in proximity, they would distinctly receive signals indicating the clearing of airspace. In the distance, amidst a shroud of darkness, several warships stood on high alert, their radars fully operational, the cold barrels of electromagnetic cannons aimed outward. This is the Taihang Mountain-class frigate, welcoming Counselor Wu to Zhiyong Space City. A resounding voice resonated through the wireless communicator, and Zhiyong gazed in astonishment at the vast expanse of Zhiyong outside the window. They had departed from Hudong the previous night, and astonishingly, they had reached Zhiyong by the following afternoon. I never imagined I would get a glimpse of the wonders of space, Counselor Wu remarked, revealing a rare expression of curiosity as he continuously turned to observe the view outside the porthole. Within his line of sight, no fewer than 10 mining ships were illuminating their searchlights, gradually making their way toward the asteroid belt. Are those the civilian mining teams you mentioned? What is their current revenue per trip? Counselor Wu inquired curiously of Zhiyong. Interstellar mining is undoubtedly an emerging industry. The entire asteroid belt is home to approximately 500,000 asteroids, some of which boast diameters reaching several hundred meters. A journey typically costs over 400,000, and among these meteorites, some are rich in rare elements, with the highest value reaching 700 million. Zhiyong gathered a general understanding of Zhiyong during his journey. Presently, the entire Zhiyong hosts only a few hundred inhabitants, a number bolstered by the prior recruitment of civilian mining teams. It is only when additional personnel arrive that Zhiyong can anticipate a population in the thousands. Indeed, the potential for recouping investments is quite promising. Cheng Yuanming nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhiyong's plan. The purpose of recruiting these mining personnel is to attract a permanent population to Zhiyong. Once this location evolves into a transit hub between the outer solar system and Earth, it will flourish even further. Is there a possibility for Zhiyong to expand? Given this trend, the influx of people into space is bound to increase. As spacecraft grow larger, if Zhiyong cannot expand, it will inevitably rely on sheer numbers. This is certain. Zhiyong explained with a smile that such artificial celestial bodies will serve as part of an escape function, thus several more will undoubtedly be constructed in the future. However, when we designed Zhiyong, we ensured to include provisions for expansion. We can add several more layers to the outer structure, and the life support systems and controllable fusion reactors can easily bear this burden. Can it truly expand? Counselor Wu gazed out at the colossal structure through the porthole, his eyes filled with awe. In his youth, Huahua had no ships of significant stature. Now, he beheld the massive, partially obscured metallic asteroid, struggling to find words to encapsulate his feelings. Beside him, the esteemed elder Cheng Yuanming caught a glimpse of Councilman Wu's expression, a subtle smile emerging in his eyes. This was precisely the reaction he desired. It was not ideal to remain overshadowed by extraterrestrial civilizations for so long. At his age, he believed in nurturing the younger generation and gracefully handing over the reins. The future was best entrusted to them. As Cheng Yuanming contemplated this, he glanced at Zhiyong, who was curiously gazing outside, and let out a few contented chuckles. At least he felt reassured. Councilman, please step a little closer. Yes, right there, everyone smile. Click. A flurry of camera shutters echoed as the accompanying journalists swiftly captured the images of several prominent figures disembarking from the spacecraft. The group traversed the airlock passage, soon to arrive at the first layer of Zhiyong, the industrial sector. Leading the way was Ping Hezhou, a staff member of Zhiyong City and the future chief executive. After the spacecraft docked at the Zhiyong dock, it would be ushered into a large horizontal airlock chamber. However, at this moment, disembarkation was not yet permitted. The personnel at the entrance of Zhiyong employed a composite material to construct the connecting passage, secured firmly to the spacecraft's exit. This was the corridor that Zhiyong and the others were currently traversing. The industrial layer lay just beyond the exterior of Zhiyong. Councilman, please be cautious. Peng Hezhou exclaimed suddenly, noticing Councilman Wu sway slightly, instinctively moving to assist him. No need. I simply am not accustomed to these magnetic shoes, Wu replied, exerting pressure with his feet. With the absence of gravity, he only wobbled momentarily but managed to maintain his balance. Besides, Zhiyong and Zhou Huairan were ever ready to lend a hand, so there was truly no cause for concern. Let us proceed directly to the living quarters, suggested Peng He, exhaling a sigh of relief, still somewhat apprehensive. This is primarily because there exists artificial gravity there. No, I shall adapt shortly. Let us first venture to the industrial zone. With the intention of alleviating their minds, Zhiyong and his companions took the opportunity to inspect the state of the soil. Upon exiting the airlock, their vision was suddenly liberated. The immense arched dome evoked a profound psychological pressure. Let us first visit the production facility. Peng He pointed to a towering structure above. How do we ascend to that edifice? Queried Councilman Wu, gazing curiously at the building overhead. Due to the absence of rotational artificial gravity at this level, there was no distinction between up and down. By grasping this moving rod, we can traverse to the other side. The individuals present were either participants in the soil's design or had resided there for a month. Only Councilman Wu remained entirely oblivious. When he finally looked up, he beheld an enormous rod-like apparatus. The rod moved akin to an elevator, equipped with a pull handle that, when grasped, facilitated swift passage to the opposite side. The factory across was dedicated to the production of components for a spacecraft. Peng He, utilizing a switch on his wristwatch, deactivated his magnetic shoes, then reached for the pull handle. In addition to this rod, there were also bidirectional elevators at intervals for traversing back and forth. One by one, they made their way to the apex. In the absence of gravity, there was no differentiation between up and down. With their magnetic shoes activated, they mirrored their previous orientation precisely. The factory is entirely automated, and there are corresponding raw material production facilities within the industrial sector. To put it bluntly, our foundation has established basic industrial production capabilities, allowing for the independent manufacture of most products. As we meticulously explored the industrial sector, Counselor Wu continually nodded in approval. Excellent. There is a fundamental industrial capacity, and concealed within our dormant and engine equipment. This serves as a perfect, hidden escape mechanism. Now let us proceed to the living sector. After concluding our tour of the heavily industrialized area, the group prepared to ascend to the living sector above. A supporting pillar connects the industrial and living sectors, and we can utilize the elevator inside the pillar to ascend. Ping and Zhou remained cautious, closely monitoring every step of Counselor Wu, anxious to prevent any mishaps. Fortunately, it was time to move to the living sector. Chapter 162. Bridging the gap. The industrial and living sectors are linked by colossal supporting pillars. Although Zhiyong participated in the design of the foundation, it was his first time witnessing the actual structure. Does this supporting pillar connect to the shell of the living sector? Minister He, is there something here you are unaware of? Peng and Zhou pressed the elevator button, and as it ascended, they cheerfully explained to Counselor Wu. Just as Minister He mentioned, this immense supporting pillar is indeed connected to the shell of the living sector. While the industrial area boasts extensive tracks, these structures facilitate the continuous rotation of the living sector, generating centrifugal force within, thus creating artificial gravity. I have only glimpsed the design blueprints, and naturally, I am curious about the tangible reality. However, that is merely how it is. With an awkward smile, Zhiyong withdrew his inquisitive hands. My curiosity is merely directed towards this miraculous creation of humankind. Is that not acceptable? The living layer possesses an outer shell equipped with radiation and cosmic ray shielding, while the interior predominantly consists of residential areas. Additionally, there are accompanying community activity rooms, hospitals, parks, and schools. As Peng and Zhou elaborated, a well-structured and fully functional space town began to take shape in the minds of the few individuals present. Welcome to Zhiyong, the living layer. With the sound of a chime, Peng and Zhou opened the elevator doors, and a brilliant light streamed in from beyond. Zhiyong lifted his foot, disengaged the switch on his magnetic shoes, and gently leaped. The sensation was akin to that of Earth, and he landed with a soft thud on the ground. Gravity had returned. Following Councilman Wu, the group gazed upward in astonishment at the sky of the living layer. The azure expanse was illuminated by a warm orange sunlight, resembling that of Earth. Above, lights and projections simulated a familiar terrestrial atmosphere. With a gentle smile, Peng explained, at times, the living layer even experiences a light rain, facilitated by the sprinklers above. This simulation of Earth's environment fosters a sense of belonging among the inhabitants. Indeed, for Zhiyong, the sight of the familiar surroundings offered a much greater sense of ease compared to the industrial layer. In this vast living chamber, there were only a few hundred individuals present. Thus, the streets were devoid of even a single shadow. Within the confines of the Zhiyong living module, we can summon autonomous vehicles through the Zhiyong daily mobile application. This inspection visit to Zhiyong is primarily focused on experiential engagement. Hence, several individuals have prepared to immerse themselves in this environment as if on a leisurely excursion. Ping and Zhou activated the application on their devices, calling forth a sizable autonomous vehicle. Where would you like to explore, Counselor Zhang? Suddenly, Counselor Wu inquired. By the way, with only a few hundred residents here, is the hospital operating normally? It was noted that there are on-duty emergency physicians, while other medical staff are undergoing training due to the alterations in their environment. They will be operational shortly. Given the limited population, the available medical personnel are currently sufficient. Let us first visit the administrative building, Counselor Wu proposed, intending to conclude his appointment of Peng and Zhou before thoroughly exploring the area. Very well, I shall make the arrangements forthwith. Peng and Zhou nodded in agreement, confirming their destination on the application. The passenger center for the autonomous vehicles is conveniently located near the various elevators, and it was long before a small, light green bus, devoid of a driver's cabin and designed solely for passengers, arrived before the group. Please, do step aboard. This was also Zhiyong's inaugural experience of such a vehicle. The vehicle resembled a bus, albeit in a more compact form. Its pace was leisurely, evoking a sense of tranquility. With the sparse population throughout the Zhiyong living layer, it felt akin to meandering through a deserted city, a sensation that heightened his sense of novelty. The rhythm of life here is markedly slower, a stark contrast to that of Earth. Observing the seemingly stagnant streets, Zhou Huiran sighed. It is merely that there are no people here yet. Once the crowds arrive, this place will reveal an entirely different landscape. Academician Chung shook his head and chuckled. This desolation resembles a ghost town. Can you truly discern the rhythm of life in such emptiness? It is indeed peculiar. The residential and industrial layers are starkly distinct. In addition to the artificial gravity, there exists a profound mimicry of Earth's environment. Strolling down the street, aside from the unusual architectural designs, Zhiyong felt that it bore little difference from life on Earth, which delighted him. This was precisely the effect he desired. The government building stood at the heart of the residential area, and within a few minutes, the group arrived. In the conference room, Counselor Wu solemnly presented the appointment document for Zhiyong City to Peng Hezhou with both hands. Hezhou, Zhiyong City is entrusted to you. Represent us and cultivate deeply in the cosmos. Rest assured, Counselor. Peng Hezhou respectfully accepted the document. As the chief executive of Zhiyong City, he was well aware of the mission that lay before him, and he was indeed a pivotal figure in this undertaking. He was the one who would ultimately decide whether to carry Zhiyong into the depths of the universe. As long as you understand, let us not dwell on disheartening matters. Let us take a photograph. Counselor Wu smiled, patting him on the shoulder and diverting the conversation. It sufficed for Peng Hezhou to have clarity in his heart regarding these matters. The entire appointment process, along with the subsequent discussions, consumed just over an hour. After the meeting, the group dispersed. Minister He, I have marked your room on the map. After Ping and Shou finished their matters, they hurriedly followed. Furthermore, I would like to inquire. Mayor Peng, please feel free to express your thoughts. The administrative rank of Peng and Zhou is comparable to that of a mayor, yet distinctions do exist between mayors. The current size of Zhiyong is still rather small. Peng and Zhou paused for a moment before explaining. I refer to the industrial zone. Our variety of industries is too limited. Even if we venture into other star systems, the challenges of expanding or replicating Zhiyong become quite formidable. Therefore, I would like to request Minister He to contemplate solutions regarding this matter. You are referring to this issue. Zhiyong comprehended the difficulties faced by Peng and Zhou. After all, he is the decision-maker for the future, bearing the immense weight of humanity upon his shoulders. Zhiyong possesses the potential for expansion. I will certainly discuss this matter further upon my return. The capability for construction or expansion is essential for Zhiyong, so rest assured. That is reassuring. Thank you, Minister He. Peng and Zhou's furrowed brow relaxed, and he exhaled in relief. Currently, the sole vulnerability of Zhiyong lies in its underdeveloped hibernation technology and incomplete industrial capacity. The advancement of hibernation technology will take time, which is beyond Peng and Zhou's control. Hence, he can only urge progress in industrial capabilities. Zhiyong observed the actions of Mayor Peng with keen interest, feeling quite satisfied. It was evident that the other party was genuinely dedicated to this plan and his responsibilities. Chapter 163. The situation of the life-sustaining layer. After conversing with Peng and Zhou, Zhiyong embarked on a solitary journey through Zhiyong. The expanse of life remains vast, and naturally, he cannot explore it all. According to Peng and Zhou, there exists a zoo within the Zhiyong. Zhiyong, uninterested in other matters, would grasp the essence of life once he returned to his room in the evening to experience it firsthand. Thus, he fixated on this zoo, which, though unremarkable on Earth, sparkled with novelty and space. After all, it is a zoo in the cosmos. The very thought of it piqued his curiosity. The zoo was modest in size, and as Zhiyong entered this small park zoo, he encountered monkeys, deer, and birds. Even more amusingly, he spotted a dog within a cage. The label indicated it was indeed a dog. Sharing a bemused glance with the caged canine, he could almost sense a hint of grievance in its eyes. Of course, this was merely a figment of his imagination. The label described it as a purebred Chinese rural dog, the last genetic remnant of an extinct wolf species. A veritable living fossil. Finding a dog here elicited both amusement and a tinge of sorrow within Zhiyong. TSK, come here. After amusing himself with the dog for a while, and taking advantage of the zookeeper's inattention, he playfully ruffled the dog's fur. It seems that those who reside in the sky may only encounter dogs in the zoo. Are you Minister Zhiyong? Questioned the zookeeper, who had narrowly missed him, casting a suspicious glance at the dog that was leaning against the railing and whimpering. Oh, and you are? Zhiyong turned around. His hand, which had just ruffled the dog's fur, instinctively hiding behind his back. I am Yang Shui from the Institute of Vitality. When will you arrive at the Zhiyong? Removing the hat of a caretaker, Yang Shui gazed at the legendary figure before her, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Recently, One might wonder why individuals from the Institute of Vitality are present at the zoo. Zhiyong looked at Yang Shui, his expression filled with confusion. The salary at the space agency is quite substantial, supplemented by special hardship allowances. It hardly necessitates taking on a part-time role at a zoo, does it? This zoo is actually operated by our institute. Have you seen the artificial mountain behind me? Yang Shui smiled, revealing two charming dimples that brought a sense of comfort to those around her. She pointed to the towering artificial mountain and explained, within the mountain, there is an elevator that leads to the vitality layer, where these animals originate, rotating to showcase them. Oh, in that case, Zhiyong felt at ease. He had thought the dog was wild. Turning back, he affectionately patted the dog's head a couple of times, and the excited creature eagerly rubbed against his outstretched hand. Its name is Zhiyong, one we raise in the vitality layer. Yang Shui approached, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. She opened the door and let Zhiyong out. The dog bounded joyfully to Yang Shui's side, nuzzling her affectionately. Ha ha ha. All right, Zhiyong. When it's time to change shifts, I'll take you back to the vitality layer. By the way, Minister He, would you like to visit the vitality layer? As Yang Shui spoke these words, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. If Minister He expressed a desire to tour the vitality layer, she would certainly take the lead, allowing her to accompany Zhiyong there as well. Very well, let us proceed to explore the vitality layer. With a gentle stroke of the fur on Big Yellow's back, Zhiyong offered a subtle smile. He was eager to discover the wonders of the life support stratum that had captured the imagination of so many. Although he had provided the technology, the detailed design was the work of the Life Sustenance Institute. He had perused the blueprints and possessed some knowledge of the interior, but his understanding was limited. Excellent. I shall escort you there forthwith. Yang Shui exclaimed with a joyful leap, retrieving a leash and fastening it to Big Yellow's collar. She then proceeded to dial her mobile phone with considerable enthusiasm, engaging in a conversation with her superiors. After a few minutes had elapsed, a man emerged from behind the edifice, approaching the pair. This is Pan Sun, a recent arrival who will be assuming my duties. And this is Minister He. Yang Shui introduced with an easy familiarity, having ascertained that Minister He was not of an austere disposition. She stroked Big Yellow's head as she presented the two men to each other. Greetings, Minister He. Pan Sun had been observing the scene with astonishment upon his arrival, and upon confirming that it was indeed Minister He Zhiyong, he became visibly thrilled. It was akin to arriving at a new university and discovering that the professor for a course was the very person depicted on the cover of the textbook. With fervent excitement, Pan Sun shook hands with He Zhiyong and even requested a photograph. Finally, Pan Sun bid Minister He farewell with a hint of reluctance. Pan Sun is a new arrival to Zhiyong. This will serve as an excellent opportunity for him to familiarize himself with the handover process. Yang Shui proclaimed as she led the way, Big Yellow trotting happily at her side. How fares the operation of the life support stratum? He Zhiyong inquired as he followed her into the elevator concealed within the artificial hill. Minister He, the technology you provided is truly remarkable. After connecting the primary plants to the bioprocessor, it has now evolved into a sophisticated bioprocessor. All data appears to be functioning normally, and we have a comprehensive grasp of the entire biosphere's data. This immense ecological cycle is capable of supplying usable atmosphere for the entire substratum. Yang Shui animatedly gestured in a wide arc, her excitement palpable. Particularly noteworthy is our use of the carbon dioxide-oxygen conversion devices, produced autonomously by the substratum for overall regulation. It can be asserted that, provided resources are sufficient, the ecological cycle of the substratum can be sustained indefinitely. However, the biosphere scale remains rather limited, despite encompassing approximately 125,000 square meters. To achieve a self-sustaining internal ecology akin to that of Earth, the computational power and available space fall short of the required standards. Therefore, we must employ certain artificial devices for precise regulation. Within the biosphere, there exists a plethora of flora and fauna, collectively establishing a closed-loop ecological system. Yang Shui affectionately patted the head of the large dog, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Of course, these internal animals primarily maintain the cycle, consisting mainly of small creatures. The large dog has the task of locating these small animals. Indeed, some of these creatures are elusive, hidden deep within the vines, making them difficult to catch. The pastoral dog has been serving as a hunting dog, which certainly provides an advantage in this regard." He Zhiyong nodded, his curiosity about the conditions within the biosphere piqued. The meat products in Zhiyong are predominantly produced by industrial-scale farming factories, although the Vshing layer does contribute a portion. Yang Shui gently patted the dog's head and explained with a smile, "We will strictly control the population of organisms in the Vshing layer, thus constructing a complete single-chain biosphere. However, there will inevitably be some surplus animals, which we will hand over to the farming factories for processing." Engaging in conversation with Yang Shui, time seemed to slip away unnoticed. Suddenly, a chime sounded. The elevator had arrived. Chapter 164. The capture mission. The elevator doors opened slowly, revealing a lush expanse of grassland. A gentle breeze wafted from afar, causing the entire meadow to sway like waves. The sun shone warmly overhead, while a refreshing breeze caressed the ground, filling the air with the scent of earth. Zhiyong found it hard to believe that this was within the Vshing layer of Zhiyong. The research lab was situated behind the elevator, a deliberate arrangement by the director. This was my first visit, and the beauty of the grassland left me profoundly astonished. Yang Shui smiled slightly, releasing the leash attached to the large dog. Since the elevator doors had opened, the dog had been joyfully circling around her, clearly delighted to return to this place. "Come on, Minister He, let me take you to the research institute," Yang Shui said, her spirits lifted by the excited barks of the dog. Zhiyong nodded, his gaze drifting thoughtfully toward the wooded area in the distance, before following Yang Shui out of the elevator. As soon as one of his feet touched the soft grass, a familiar silver light suddenly illuminated his consciousness. The box representing this technology, Vitality, Ecological Circulation System Technology, radiated with brilliance, and shortly thereafter, the white light ascended, igniting another box that had previously been dim. Biology, Gene Locking Technology, which erupted with an even more intense glow. A torrent of knowledge surged into Zhiyong's mind like a tempest. This time, he did not experience any discomfort. Perhaps after numerous instances of systematic knowledge infusion, he had been compelled to adapt to such levels of agony. In simpler terms, he had become numbed, thoroughly numbed. In Yang Shui's eyes, Zhiyong appeared to be frozen in place. She waved her hand in front of him, somewhat perplexed. However, Zhiyong soon regained his composure, brushed aside her hand, and with a smile remarked, "I was just contemplating something. Let us proceed to the research institute." "Oh, all right," she replied, awkwardly retracting her hand with a sheepish smile, then feigning nonchalance as she continued to lead the way. "Welcome, Minister He, to our Zhiyong Vitality Institute." At the entrance of the research facility, apart from a few staff members on duty, everyone else stood in eager anticipation, warmly welcoming Zhiyong's arrival. "You must be the director of the Zhiyong City Vitality Institute," Zhiyong said with a smile, gesturing for silence among the applauding crowd as he extended his right hand toward an elderly man at the forefront. "I am Yuan Xuchang. We are delighted to have you here." Although the individual has aged, his hands remain remarkably strong, gripping as if ensnared by a machine. "Our entire biological layer is imbued with sensors, transmitting all data to the research laboratory." Having dispersed the various researchers, Yuan Xuchang strolled alongside Zhiyong down the expansive corridor of the laboratory. The biological layer, apart from essential equipment, is largely devoid of man-made structures. Instead, it is predominantly adorned with grasslands and woodlands, fostering ecological balance through vegetation. I am aware that Minister He is here for a leisurely stroll, and coincidentally, we are about to embark on a minor operation. You may join us for a bit of excitement, serving as a form of relaxation. Yuan Xuchang cast a playful glance at Zhiyong, having already received detailed information from Peng Hezhou. What operation? Indeed, a single query ignited Zhiyong's curiosity. A chicken from our research institute, during its cage transition, managed to escape. This specimen is singular, the only one within the entire laboratory, and we need to retrieve it. At that moment, Minister He could also partake in the experience and explore the surroundings. This chicken is likely one of the most valuable of its kind. Zhiyong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he promptly inquired, "Shouldn't we prioritize its recovery?" "Oh, that's because it has ventured into the forested area of the biological layer, and it possesses the ability to fly short distances, plus we aim to capture it alive." Yuan Xuchang replied with a resigned smile. If we merely sought to recapture it, a gentle press of the button in his hand would have sent a lethal charge through the collar around the chicken's neck. However, they still need to conduct relevant experiments with it, and he feels hesitant to mention transporting it back from Earth, especially since it was misplaced by him and his colleagues. "Ha ha ha, it must be rather amusing. Count me in for later." Such an intriguing affair. How could he possibly miss it? I knew you young people enjoyed such lively gatherings. After visiting our laboratory, we shall set off. The warmth in Yuan Shuchang's gaze was genuinely kind. Although he spoke in this manner, it was clear that had he not been advanced in age, he would undoubtedly have taken the lead in this endeavor. In truth, there is little of interest to observe in the laboratory, merely some familiar equipment. Knowing that Zhiyong is also a biochemistry major and part of the engineering field. Yuan Shuchang's discourse was straightforward, devoid of the convoluted expressions typical of other officials. Look, that is the laboratory. Inside are various biological samples from Earth, and we are experimenting with their potential integration into the living environment. Zhiyong glanced around, confirming that the equipment was indeed akin to that found on Earth. Perhaps even less captivating than visiting the Great Yellow. By the way, has Zhiyong not established a laboratory in a zero-gravity environment? In such conditions, numerous experiments could yield new advancements. Logically, Zhiyong should possess such facilities as well. In the industrial sector, specific facilities are still under construction, which is why we researchers are currently all residing within the living layer. As Yuan Shuchang spoke, he guided Zhiyong to the laboratory's helipad, amidst the gracefully swaying grass. A small platform of cement stands, upon which rests a four-rotor helicopter. Behold, you shall embark upon this vessel. The positioning signal has already been dispatched to your terminals. Yuan Shuchang raised his voice, instructing a nearby researcher burdened with equipment. If all else fails, we shall seek assistance from the fire brigade of the living quarters. Furthermore, do ensure the safety of Minister He. Rest assured, Yuan Lao, we shall heed your words with utmost diligence. The man wielding the net gun is the most seasoned in animal capture within the entire laboratory. Minister He, let us take our leave. You may simply call me Xiao Zhang. After giving Yuan Shuchang a reassuring gesture, he shielded Zhiyong, and together they boarded the helicopter. The hum of the four-rotor helicopter is unlike the propeller drones of Earth, reminiscent instead of those found in Avatar, with four immense rotors propelling the aircraft into the sky. Seizing the moment before takeoff, Xiao Zhang inquired, I have heard from Yuan Lao that you possess experience in capturing animals? During my time at the Agricultural University, I specialized in assisting my juniors in retrieving their escaped final projects. Embarrassedly scratching his head, Xiao Zhang explained. The final projects at the Agricultural University typically involve chickens and ducks. Thus, the animals currently in the laboratory are managed in shifts by myself and a professional caregiver. Realizing that he was a graduate of the Agricultural University, Zhiyong recalled the ludicrous reasons for failing courses that circulated online, and he chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement. No wonder he is so adept at capturing small creatures. Chapter 165. The solution to the withering virus buzz, buzz, buzz. With the incessant whirring of the four-bladed helicopter engines, the aircraft gradually ascended into the sky. Zhiyong gazed through the window, absorbing the distant scenery in its entirety. It was no wonder that Yuan Shuchang mentioned it would be an opportune moment to also admire the vistas of the biosphere. Beyond the vast expanse of grassland lay a distinct line, partitioning the forest from the meadow. Viewed from above, the entire biosphere resembled a miniature ecological sanctuary. However, the overwhelming stillness was unsettling, devoid of any signs of animal activity. Zhiyong mused aloud, remarking on the beauty of the landscape, yet noting its excessive tranquility, almost eerily silent. He finally comprehended the rationale behind the laboratory's acquisition of a large yellow dog. In such an environment, prolonged exposure could easily lead to psychological distress. Thus, a lively and spirited yellow dog served as a comforting psychological balm. Alas, Minister He understood that this place was pivotal for sustaining the oxygen cycle of the soil, and thus, apart from essential fauna, all other life forms were strictly prohibited. Shaking the data terminal in his hand, Xiao Zhang elaborated. Director Yang Yu took this into account from the very beginning. The military's life detection devices have been extensively deployed. All biological activities within the biosphere are meticulously recorded. Infrared thermal imaging and similar technologies are ubiquitous. The hen we are to capture is currently located here, around the periphery of a small lake at the edge. Having pinpointed the position of the hen, Xiao Zhang communicated with the pilot through his headset. The four-bladed helicopter gently swayed before promptly veering toward the lake. The hen has ventured quite far, hasn't it? Zhiyong curiously observed the position displayed on the terminal. Realizing through the scale that the hen was already over 1,000 meters away, it was truly a wandering fowl. The entire biosphere was not particularly vast. Xiao Zhang pursed his lips, choosing to remain silent. In reality, the entire biosphere spanned merely a little over a kilometer. However, due to its spherical interior, the space felt immense. This meant that the hen had not strayed far at all, perhaps merely to the other side of the laboratory. Elder Yuan suggested that he take Minister He on a thorough tour of the entire biosphere. Consequently, he had to embark on a roundabout journey, circling the entire biosphere before attempting to capture the runaway hen. Immersed in the novelty of the experience, Zhiyong had evidently forgotten this detail. His full attention was captivated by the strange vistas outside. In the air, the entire biosphere curved upward. All the grasslands and forests followed this arc, resembling a fisheye perspective. It appeared truly marvelous. At that moment, Zhiyong felt elated, particularly so. Of course, it was not solely due to the scenery of the biosphere, but also because he had finally discovered a solution to the Wilt Virus, which he had long feared. Indeed, it was the gene-locking technology that became accessible after he entered the biosphere. The Wilt Virus wreaked havoc by invading the chloroplasts and nuclei of plants, leading to their destruction. The gene-locking technology effectively interrupted the virus's ability to latch onto its targets. Among the knowledge provided by the system, Zhiyong unearthed a technique that filled him with great delight: the creation of the CRISPR mechanism, along with its interference and programming. This technology is capable of establishing a mechanism within plant cells that facilitates the recording of harmless yet identifiable RNA fragments associated with wilt viruses. Consequently, artificially synthesized Cas proteins can promptly detect and expel the invading viruses. Although we had contemplated this approach previously, the complexity of the technology at that time rendered it unattainable. However, the advent of the current system has provided us with the necessary conditions for realization. The Wilt virus possesses formidable offensive capabilities. Upon detection by the cellular defense mechanisms, it initiates destructive attacks. Thus, another technique within gene-locking technology can come into play. This involves a super RNA structural organization akin to white blood cells, responsible for either annihilating the invading viruses or perishing alongside them. Zhiyong's task is to create this RNA structural organization based on the configuration of the Wilt virus and develop plant seeds with CRISPR mechanisms in the laboratory. Subsequently, this mechanism will be implanted into all crop seeds and certain essential forest plant species. The scale of the project is indeed substantial. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Zhiyong's eyes, accompanied by the glistening of tears. This was a release from the myriad hardships he had endured in his past life. The obsession in his heart, stemming from a profound fear, had now dissipated into nothingness. Meanwhile, on the plain, Zhiyong observed the suddenly melancholic Minister He, hesitating to speak, and could only silently adjust the capture gun in his hands. Why had Minister He suddenly become teary-eyed? Little Zhiyong, who knew nothing and dared not ask, could only pretend not to see. Minister He, we have arrived. His voice snapped Zhiyong back to reality. The airplane was gently descending. We found a flat area by the lake suitable for landing. Our destination was nearby, and the remaining journey would require us to walk. Little Zhang removed his headphones and increased the volume, ensuring Zhiyong could hear him. Shall we set off? Zhiyong nodded in agreement. Upon disembarking, the two traversed through a meticulously arranged forest, the trees standing like a patterned matrix. These were artificial woods, cultivated from the finest species we had selected. Peeling a bit of bark from a nearby tree, Little Zhang took the opportunity to check for any pest infestations. Each tree had undergone thorough inspection before transportation, ensuring no trace of insect eggs remained. The presence of such eggs would signify a grave incident. Moreover, even in the elevator transitioning from the living layer to the maintenance layer, ultraviolet rays were employed for microbial disinfection. Wait, Minister He, our target is in proximity. Little Zhang suddenly lowered his voice, crouching down and stealthily leaning against a tree. Zhiyong mirrored his actions, hiding behind another tree, peeking out with curiosity. Little Zhang stealthily advanced, and faintly, Zhiyong discerned the clucking of chickens. Following the sound, he discovered a hen perched low on a branch. Little Zhang had remarkably sharp eyesight. Zhiyong had nearly missed the hen despite the sound, but his companion had instantly locked onto the target. From his perspective, Zhang steadily approached the hen, and when he was within shooting range, a sharp click resonated as the capture net, propelled by a tugging hook, soared forth. In an instant, the net enveloped the hen perched upon the branch. The frantic clucking of the hen echoed, yet it found itself utterly ensnared, unable to break free from its constraints. It had been captured. Chapter 166. Verification and conclusion with the captured target in tow. Zhiyong led Zhiyong as they circled the living layer for an extended period. Only when the hen in his grasp ceased to cluck did he instruct the pilot to descend onto the laboratory's helipad. Their endeavor had, as expected, concluded successfully. Zhiyong, having savored the sights of the entire living layer, was quite content. Here, he felt as if he had returned to the countryside, relishing the carefree essence of his childhood. Thus, for the next 2 days, after exploring the living layer, he chose to rest within the confines of the living layer itself. The profound tranquility enveloped him, allowing for a peaceful slumber. 3 days later, on Earth, at 7 p.m. sharp, the central news channel of Huagua beamed with a smiling host, whose eyes brimmed with heartfelt emotion as he addressed the nation. This is a report. On June 10th, the chairman of the Huagua Parliament, along with key figures such as the Deputy Minister of the Space Administration, paid a visit to the asteroid belt's Zhiyong Space City. Concurrently, the chairman officially appointed Ping Hezhou as the mayor of Zhiyong, with the space city of Zhiyong coming under the direct jurisdiction of the capital. Moreover, regarding the development plan for Zhiyong, the Space Administration is now officially recruiting personnel from the society to join this endeavor. For detailed reports, please stay tuned to the Space Administration's announcements. The host's remarks left the middle-aged audience before the television utterly astonished. After all, the younger generation rarely engages with complete news broadcasts anymore, and those who do are predominantly older individuals. Some amongst them were even unfamiliar with the very concept of a spaceship. Suddenly hearing that the speaker had ventured to the space city for an inspection left them in a state of bewilderment. How did we suddenly arrive in outer space? And there exists a space city? Meanwhile, the younger crowd has gone into a frenzy online. The space city, known as Zhiyong, has been officially announced. The speaker personally visited Zhiyong and appointed a chief executive officer. Have you not noticed the announcement from the Space Administration regarding the mining teams? I saw that a preliminary team has already been dispatched, and people from our neighboring village have pooled resources to purchase a mining vessel. Incredible! Mining in the asteroid belt? That sounds exhilarating. I am particularly interested in when we might embark on space tourism. Echoing the sentiments of those above, it can be said that since the advent of controllable nuclear fusion technology, the citizens of Huagua have been in a state of extreme exhilaration. After all, periodically, the Space Administration unveils something that captivates them for an entire year. This instance is no exception. The artificial celestial body they have been speculating about is indeed the Space City. Notably, this time they are also recruiting personnel from society to mine in Zhiyong. This signifies that Zhiyong possesses the capability for habitation and living. In other words, Zhiyong is poised to become a significant hub for space tourism. Netizens are not only elated by the advancement of technology, but they are also exhilarated by the prospect of innovations that may benefit them. Oh, NASA, when will you embark on the venture of space tourism? Indeed, my wallet is already eager for the opportunity. Where is that individual who was saving up last time? Come and witness the excitement. The term space tourism has swiftly become a buzzword among global media outlets. Even Zhiyong, who has been secluded in NASA's biological laboratory since his return, has caught wind of the fervor. The reason lies with Minister of Publicity Zhu Chongbing, who diligently inquires about updates from him almost daily. It is hardly his fault. Faced with an overwhelming number of inquiries from netizens, he finds himself at a loss. Every piece of information they release is inundated with questions regarding space tourism, with even posts from a year ago being resurrected for scrutiny. Zhiyong, how is your research progressing? Zhou Huiran also made time to visit the biological laboratory. Since Zhiyong's return to NASA, he has been tirelessly engaged in research. I have successfully mapped the CRISPR mechanism within plant cells and integrated segments of the RNA recognition code from the Wilt virus. Clad in protective gear, Zhiyong holds a test tube, and his smile is unmistakable even through the plastic partition. I have transmitted the samples to the negative pressure laboratory, where they successfully utilized the mechanism to alert the cells to the invasion of the Wilt virus. The super RNA structure exhibits a remarkable resistance to the Wilt virus. Through interaction with the cellular interior, it can even repel or annihilate the Wilt virus entirely. Mutual destruction, akin to the mechanism within the Gliese 229 phonograph, involves the simultaneous assault on the withering virus, encasing both itself and the virus within protein molecules. However, the encapsulation provided by the system is limited in scope. In contrast, the Gliese 229 civilization opted to enclose the entire cell along with the withering virus. Perhaps their research into biotechnology did not delve as deeply. Of course, This is merely in comparison to the technology provided by the system. Zhiyong pondered for a considerable time. In the laboratory, this technique, while seemingly straightforward, relies on the artificial arrangement of nucleotides to form multiple polymeric RNA structures. Yet, achieving such an artificial arrangement necessitates an extensive understanding of biotechnology. The capability of the Gliese 229 civilization to attain a similar effect leads Zhiyong to envision the advanced state of their biological technology, far surpassing that of human civilization. Finally, we are poised to address the threat of the withering virus. Zhiyong let out a deep sigh, as this issue had long been a thorn in his side. Now, witnessing the withering virus enveloped by the super RNA structure, ultimately forming a cohesive protein entity for elimination, he felt a sense of relief. The wandering civilization lurking at the doorstep did not concern him as much. After all, they had been there for countless years. Even if they were to discover something, it would merely lead to a brief period of anxiety before preparations ensued. However, the latent withering virus on Earth posed the most immediate threat. If the threat level of the wandering civilization ranges from distant to imminent, then the blight virus is practically upon humanity. Therefore, in terms of priority, it is indeed the blight virus that takes precedence. By the way, all spacecraft have now been equipped with quantum communication devices, and the computing department has altered the configuration of the quantum computers based on your insights. Zhiyong is in high spirits, holding a cup of tea with a smile upon his face. Professor Pan is overseeing the construction of the Quantum Computing Center, and there have also been breakthroughs in the series connection technology of the Hall engine. Director Yuan Xingji has successfully resolved the resonance issue through slight adjustments to the Hall engine's minor oscillations. Additionally, both the jet stream and the internal functional chamber of the Hall engine have been upgraded, resulting in an increase of approximately 3 tons in the thrust of a single engine. This means that the thrust of the Hall engine has now reached a remarkable 17 tons. Chapter 167. Artificial Intelligence Technology. The amplification of thrust enables larger spacecraft to attain 15 of the speed of light in a remarkably short time. Zhiyong took a sip of his tea and savored the flavor. Larger spacecraft signify the capacity to transport more cargo and larger weaponry. The military is already preparing to upgrade the Spark spacecraft based on this technology. They plan to set the Spark ship on its journey after the hibernation tests are deemed safe at the end of December. Are we ready to depart? Zhiyong raised an eyebrow, inquiring whether the Spark ship was indeed about to embark and what specific cargo it would be carrying. As a project shrouded in military secrecy, Zhiyong was unaware of the specific list of personnel selected for the vessel. It was equipped with a plethora of resources capable of sustaining its occupants for a millennium, including an ecological life support chamber, a hibernation pod, and specially designed production lines for an entire spectrum of necessities. A hint of sorrow flickered in Zhiyong's eyes at this thought. Additionally, there were 10 million fertilized eggs and artificial womb incubators, comprehensive animal DNA libraries, and seeds from various plants. Ultimately, it was destined to carry the evidence of human civilization directly towards the Alpha Centauri star system. Alpha Centauri, located approximately 3 light-years from the solar system, is regarded as the nearest stellar system to our own. Given the current state of immersion technology, the vessel could attain speeds of up to 8 of the speed of light, implying that reaching Proxima Centauri would take around a millennium, such an interminable span of time. Was the decision to embark truly set for the end of the year? Zhiyong felt a twinge of concern. The hibernation technology had been validated, and optimizations had been carefully tailored based on human physiology. Moreover, wasn't there also quantum communication technology? Zhiyong maintained an optimistic outlook, explaining that communication with the vessel would remain uninterrupted. In fact, should humanity develop more advanced technology during their journey to Alpha Centauri, we could potentially awaken them forcibly and bring them back. I eagerly anticipate that day. It was with this mindset that Zhiyong embraced such an optimistic perspective. He hopes that in the future, humanity will joyfully welcome the return of a few heroes. I understand. Zhiyong remained silent, merely reflecting with a hint of melancholy on the plight of humanity, which seemed as insignificant as ants. The plan you proposed is commendable. Currently, society is brimming with enthusiasm for space exploration. Zhiyong had little more to say. This was all he could discern, and it was largely thanks to Zhiyong's insights. Had he not secluded himself in the laboratory, avoiding military disturbances, they would not have sought him out to convey this message. The vast expanse of space resembles a pristine new continent, awaiting our pioneering spirit. He shook his head and chuckled, explaining to Zhiyong, whose expression was one of confusion. This is the headline from Fox News in the United States. They publicly accused the U.S. of having lost its edge. Is Zhou still preoccupied with reading American news? Zhiyong pondered, bemused by Zhou Huairan's sudden eloquence. Upon hearing the explanation, he was instantly amused. I was merely enjoying a bit of humor. Their recent news has been quite amusing. Ha ha ha. He simply sought to uplift his spirits. What's wrong with that? By the way, our joint space fleet has made progress. The first batch is already completed. Zhou Huairan shared the latest developments from the outside world. The entire joint fleet currently comprises 16 vessels, one of which is a destroyer powered by a new hull engine and serial technology. Its total weight has increased to approximately 6,000 tons, making it a true behemoth in space. It serves as the flagship of the entire joint fleet, primarily under the jurisdiction of Huagua. Following a collective discussion, the destroyer was aptly named Axis, a tribute to humanity's pivotal Axis age. Zhiyong shook his head, stating that this vessel was not designed to confront extraterrestrial threats. Rather, it served merely as a source of reassurance and a project aimed at extracting funds from other nations. After all, what endeavor could be as lucrative as the arms trade? Meanwhile, the Computer Research Institute had some intriguing ideas. At this moment, Zhou Huairan suddenly recalled something. I came across a report from the Computer Institute among the documents you accumulated. They have learned about the advancements in quantum computing and wish to embark on research concerning artificial intelligence. Zhang Minxing from the Biological Institute was also concurrently investigating this area. Zhiyong pondered, recognizing the differing mechanisms of the two approaches, and nodded in agreement. Upon my return, I shall approve this project. Simultaneous development from both sides will undoubtedly benefit technological progress. Artificial intelligence, particularly that which possesses self-upgrading and cognitive abilities, would greatly assist humanity in various facets, especially in relation to interstellar navigation and technological advancement. Artificial intelligence could operate flights and adjust routes during human hibernation. In terms of technological development, it would also facilitate better collaboration and direct engagement with computers for research purposes. The most challenging aspect of this technology lies in enabling computers to think independently, specifically in constructing the capacity for trial and error in reasoning. Regarding this matter, Zhiyong had not conducted research. Therefore, he entrusted the study of artificial intelligence and quantum computing entirely to the personnel at the Computer Research Institute. Conversely, Zhiyong expresses greater optimism towards the creation of biological artificial intelligence, which emulates the operational logic of the human brain through the utilization of biological computers. A remarkable precedent stands before scientists, the human brain itself. If Zhang Minxing can, through the biological computer, reverse engineer the mechanisms of brain function, he would swiftly deconstruct this mechanism and simulate it within the biological computer. This would essentially entail deciphering the operational principles of the brain and distilling them into code, which, upon compilation, would allow the biological computer to operate according to this logic. Zhang Minxing, Zhou Huairan, after a moment of reflection, recalled that Zhiyong was once the dean of his school's specialized department. He too was engaged in the study of artificial intelligence. Zhou had only heard vague whispers of Zhang Minxing's achievements in the realm of biological computing, lacking specific knowledge of the details. We have drawn inspiration from the structure of the Gliese 229 phonograph to create a device akin to a brain implant. Once connected to the brain, it enables analysis. After a brief explanation, Zhou Huairan's eyes ignited with brilliant fervor. This discovery could potentially be transformative. Our research into the human brain may soon enter an entirely new domain. Zhou's imagination soared. With this technology, even if artificial intelligence remains unaddressed, the potential for deeper exploration of the brain is more than sufficient. Perhaps, through this technology, a realm of consciousness could be constructed akin to the brain in a vat concept, albeit with the subject being a vital scientist on the brink of death. Chapter 168. We will find you. Moreover, there is another significant piece of news. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhou Huairan revealed a groundbreaking discovery recently made in the scientific community. Former NASA expert in curvature drive, Rod, has recently published a paper in which his research team has unveiled the existence of nanoscale curvature bubbles. This discovery suggests that we may indeed be able to achieve faster-than-light travel. The The speed of light has long been an insurmountable barrier. Conventional engines, bound by their propulsion structures, find it nearly impossible to approach even the speed of light, let alone exceed it. Currently, two theories propose the possibility of faster-than-light travel: curvature flight and traversing wormholes. The curvature bubbles identified by NASA scientists are intrinsically linked to curvature flight. As early as 1994, a physicist from Mexico posited a theory that one could surpass the speed of light by creating an energy ring. He believed that to realize warp flight, one must generate an energy ring around the spacecraft capable of distorting space-time in accordance with relativity. Space can indeed be warped, and as the craft travels, the energy ring continually folds the surrounding space, thereby shortening the distance between the vessel and its destination. Surpassing the speed of light becomes achievable under these conditions. Naturally, all these hypotheses hinge upon the conjecture regarding the existence of curvature bubbles. And now, the existence of curvature bubbles has been officially confirmed. This can truly be described as a monumental discovery. The affirmation of curvature bubbles left Zhiyong momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. However, this was soon followed by a profound silence. The energy required for theoretical curvature flight is utterly astronomical. If we were to utilize negative energy methods to construct an energy ring around the spacecraft and then travel at the speed of light, the mass consumed would amount to a staggering billion times that of the sun. In light of this, it seems almost an unattainable technology, and indeed, it has been substantiated. Noticing Zhiyong lost in contemplation, Zhou Huiran understood what was on his mind and offered a comforting remark. At least we have hope, do we not? Perhaps in the future, we might truly realize this technology. Zhou Huiran remained an optimist, forever harboring hope for the future, for there is nothing worse than total annihilation. Setting that aside, how is our progress in deciphering the Gliese civilization's phonograph? Currently, humanity finds itself in a state of bewilderment regarding the universe. With knowledge limited to one fact, a war is ongoing and nearing its conclusion. Beyond that, we are entirely in the dark. The observational data from the Gliese civilization serves as a veritable treasure trove for humanity. While much of it consists of meaningless cosmic background radiation, there exists a scant handful of signals from civilizations. The Gliese civilization has kindly provided translations as well. After exiting the research facility, Zhou Huiran, having shed his protective suit, led Zhiyong directly to the office. Such crucial documents cannot simply be carried on one's person, and given the peculiar nature of the information obtained, it must be opened within the confines of the office to prevent any potential leaks. Approximately 30,000 Earth years ago, Gliese 229 had transmitted a broadcast aimed at the entire Orion arm of the galaxy. It is a baffling declaration, and this is their interpretation. From the safe, Zhou Huiran retrieved a document and handed it to Zhiyong. I, for one, could not comprehend this statement. Raising an eyebrow in astonishment, Zhiyong curiously accepted the document. Upon examining the pristine white page, he found it bore but a single phrase: "We will find you." Frowning deeply, only confusion remained in Zhiyong's eyes. What could this statement possibly mean? There are records of Gliese civilization's interpretations of this phrase. On the reverse side of the document, Gliese attempted to elucidate its meaning. Based on the data observed both prior and subsequent, we speculate that this signal may have originated from the upper end of the Orion arm. This is a declaration, undoubtedly from two opposing factions. It appears they are in pursuit of some adversarial force. As Zhiyong gazed at the fragmentary words from the Gliese 229 civilization, his perplexity intensified. These few sentences offered an explanation, yet seemed to lack clarity. This is, in essence, an exercise in textual interpretation, isn't it? With a sense of futility, he closed the document. At the very least, its contents pointed Zhiyong and his companions towards a research direction. The meaning of this phrase remains utterly unsolvable. Within the Orion arm of the Milky Way, near the core, a sleek, mirror-like silver spacecraft glided through an expanse of darkness, adorned with a luminescent energy ring. The vessel, conical in shape with a smoothly rounded tip, appeared to distort the very fabric of space surrounding its radiant halo. The probe from the home planet received a message. From the core of the spacecraft emerged a series of mechanical, rigid sounds. Another civilization had broken through the great filter, situated between the immortal arm and the vessel's base. Should we proceed to observe? No. Simply remember this location. The war is nearing its conclusion. Suddenly, another low-frequency mechanical voice permeated the air, explaining, The leader desires to transform the entire galaxy into the Eye of Hog, and we must secure victory. Has the supreme deity of Circe been located yet? After a prolonged silence, the voice slowly responded, "No, we discovered traces of him at Gliese 581G. Although he has since departed. We obliterated the entire star system for safety's sake." The voice remained devoid of fluctuation, as if casually squashing an ant. The annihilation of the entire civilization of Gliese 581G did not warrant significant concern. Wherever he treads, calamity follows. Indeed, the entirety of the Orion arm retains only Circe as a threat. The intermittent sound seemed tinged with an ethereal fury. Once his issue is resolved, we shall commence our expedition. For the sake of our continuation, let us herald a resplendent era. For the sake of our continuation, let us herald a resplendent era. The silvery spacecraft, akin to a black hole within the realm of vision, continuously warped the fabric of space. Upon reaching its designated position, the circular ring surrounding the vessel abruptly expanded, rectifying the distorted space back to its original state. We have detected traces of Sikirui, right here. The mechanical voice halted for a prolonged moment before resonating once more. Has he been here? He has traversed this galaxy. How many stars? How many civilizations? This is a prosperous region, home to thousands of stars, totaling 200 intelligent civilizations and 400 life-bearing planets. The voice paused for an extended duration, as if pondering something profound. With so many stars, it is a pity. Among those 200 intelligent civilizations, are there any compatible ones? No, our data does not record any. Very well, let us retain the stars. Chapter 169, Silicon-Based Life. Zhiyong FAST has uncovered significant ionizing radiation deep within the Orion arm. Zhiyong, holding documents. Sought out Zhiyong in the office. The outpost behind Xieshengqing also received a certain signal. A substantial amount of ionizing radiation? Zhiyong set his pen down. Inquiring with curiosity, can we ascertain the nature of this situation? Humanity is exceedingly sensitive to all anomalous signals emerging from space, particularly such large-scale signals. Upon comparison, we have discovered. Furrowing his brow, Zhiyong hesitated before revealing their conclusion. It bears a resemblance to the signal from the destruction of Gliese 581G. Following the annihilation of Gliese 581G, we detected ionizing radiation of the same frequency. However, this time, the magnitude surpasses the previous incident by several orders of magnitude. Several orders of magnitude. Zhiyong murmured a few words, contemplating the possibility that if this were indeed akin to the previous catastrophe, it would signify a large-scale conflict. Could it be that a supernova or some other celestial explosion had occurred? We have eliminated this possibility. NASA had previously observed that region, noting its high stellar density. Yet the most massive stars there are merely 10 times the size of our Sun. Moreover, the stars remain intact, with no apparent loss in number. This presents a most unsettling enigma. If no stars have vanished, from whence does the electromagnetic radiation originate? Through the transit method, we uncovered concrete evidence. Zhiyong produced the observational charts from the survey telescope, indicating that there had once been shadows cast by planets over these stars. However, since the discovery of significant electromagnetic radiation, these planets have seemingly vanished without a trace. Vanished without a trace? Zhiyong pondered, incredulous that once existent planets could simply disappear. Could this be mere coincidence? After all, humanity remains ignorant of the specific conditions in that region. What if the missing planets were drawn away by other celestial bodies? Much like the gravitational interactions observed in the three-body problem within the Centaurus constellation, which can occasionally tug planets into altered orbits. It is not just one planet that has vanished. We have also communicated with the American Space Agency. They meticulously recorded the conditions in that area, and upon comparing notes, we discovered that the number of missing planets has reached at least 65. The inexplicable disappearance of 65 planets cannot possibly be a natural phenomenon. Zhiyong rubbed his forehead in exasperation. The brutality of this galactic war is astounding. At least 65 planets have abruptly vanished. This occurrence is particularly alarming given humanity's limited observational capabilities. Such immense electromagnetic radiation suggests that the actual figures could be significantly higher. How is our signal shielding initiative progressing? Zhiyong sighed, then shifted the topic to other matters. That particular issue remains too distant for humanity, distant in every conceivable sense, so it suffices to be aware of it, as they are currently powerless to effect any change. Most nations have upgraded all their communication devices to digital analog signals. Zhiyong merely placed the documents gently on Zhiyong's desk. The task of intercepting narrowband radio signals has been entrusted to the United Space Fleet. Several transport vessels have been specifically modified into signal interception ships, which now linger on the periphery of the solar system. Additionally, we have established interception devices at the far end of Earth's orbit. Pouring himself a cup of tea, Zhiyong softly elucidated. The signal shielding plan is progressing remarkably well. If the ARC project serves as a contingency for the continuation of human civilization, then the signal shielding initiative is a crucial condition for allowing humanity to remain hidden, at least temporarily. To verify whether Earth is still emitting narrowband radio signals, the military has launched several probes in various directions. These probes are configured similarly to the Pursuer unmanned aerial vehicle, but they are equipped internally with high-powered radio signal receivers. These aircraft have ventured to the narrow confines of the solar system's edge, yet have not transcended the boundaries of the Oort cloud. In this expanse, they orbit the periphery of the solar system, continuously gathering data. Should they indeed detect human radio signals, it would indicate that the current signal masking initiative necessitates refinement. Fortunately, the military has not identified any overlooked narrowband radio signals within the past 2 months, thus deeming this initiative a success. After Zhiyong departed, Zhiyong took another sip of tea. The documents before him contained the entirety of the system's genetic locking technology data. Genetic locking, as the term suggests, is a technique that completely stabilizes the internal genes of living organisms. The technology employed to combat the withering virus is merely an appendix of this technique, ingeniously repurposed by Zhiyong to address the viral threat. However, as he gazed at the sheet of paper, Zhiyong found himself ensnared in profound contemplation. Upon closer inspection, the paper boldly stated methods for interfering with the internal genes of silicon-based and other life forms. Silicon-based life. The system indicated the potential for life forms centered around boron or phosphorus as well. The knowledge provided by the system elucidated a technique involving a nanoscalpel made from a robust material to sever the genes of silicon-based life forms, followed by a compilation process. Lacking empirical examples of silicon-based life, Zhiyong struggled to ascertain its feasibility. Nevertheless, the system's output was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Moreover, the steps for interference were exceedingly detailed. For instance, the interference with biological entities introduced the common structural transitions of bases within living organisms. The introduction of silicon-based life forms follows a similar narrative. Through deduction, Zhiyong has come to understand that both carbon-based and silicon-based life forms are undoubtedly the predominant manifestations within this universe. Furthermore, he is able to infer the common fundamental structural components of silicon-based life. This structure, akin to a base, is composed of silane as its foundational unit, linked together in a manner reminiscent of nucleobases. However, the bonding capabilities of silane are notably deficient, typically accommodating only 8 connections, rendering it exceedingly unstable. Consequently, this intricate silicon-based architecture comprises several distinct silane structures, each formed from 8 silane molecules. These silane structures amalgamate to collectively constitute a fundamental silicon-based framework akin to nucleobases. It is noteworthy that the essential composition of silicon-based life does not resemble the double-stranded DNA characteristic of carbon-based organisms. To preserve the stability of silane, their genetic information is encoded in a multi-helical, intertwined configuration. Naturally, silane molecules also give rise to various entities akin to enzymes, some of which are responsible for replicating genetic structures, while others perform different functions. As Zhiyong penned these documents, he became deeply engrossed in the subject, casting aside any prior anxieties. Indeed, silicon-based life represents a domain that, while distinctly different from carbon-based life, exhibits remarkable parallels. No biologist remains untouched by the marvels of this exploration. Chapter 170. The Self-Replication of Silicon Chains. Based on silane, polymeric molecules form the fundamental structures of these life forms. Zhiyong gazed at the words on the page, chuckling softly as he shook his head, ultimately consigning the document to the shredder for destruction. Upon extracting these items, one might very well bestow upon him the illustrious title of inheritor of extraterrestrial civilization's legacy. After all, with such a comprehensive exposition on silicon-based life forms and the absence of tangible specimens, how could one possibly embark on research, let alone produce any results? Nonetheless, I could certainly conduct some private inquiries. Zhiyong's eyes sparkled. As a minister, it would be entirely reasonable for him to become enamored with the laboratory. As for the documents, they could be entrusted to Zhou Huiran, who held a commendable level of confidentiality. Perfect. I shall make my way to the laboratory at once. Having delivered the towering stack of documents to Zhou Huiran, Zhiyong dashed away. Zhou, I leave these documents in your capable hands. I just had an idea that requires validation in the lab. Observing Zhiyong's swift exit, Zhou Huiran could not help but chuckle with resignation. Due to confidentiality considerations, Zhiyong rarely encountered the secretary. Thus, he often found himself managing certain documents independently. He had been concerned about burdening this remarkably talented researcher, but now, witnessing Zhiyong's eagerness to pursue his idea, he realized he had perhaps overthought the matter. Meanwhile, Zhiyong seized a highly classified, empty biological laboratory. After donning a sealed isolation suit, he approached the experimental station directly. Silicon-based life forms utilized silane molecules, reinforced by a multi-chain helical structure. Humanity has already mastered the technology of artificially programming and synthesizing DNA strands, and the architecture of silicon-based life exists on a similar nanoscale. Consequently, crafting this structure of silicon-based life is not particularly intricate for Zhiyong. The challenge lies in the fact that he is only acquainted with the fundamental configuration of silicon-based life. Just as he was aware of the existence of DNA strands and other structures within carbon-based life forms, he could merely replicate such structures. However, the intrinsic genetic information in specific life forms eluded him entirely. In simpler terms, he could manufacture chips but was utterly perplexed by the informational architecture within them. Lost in contemplation, Zhiyong cast a glance at his own hand, and a flash of inspiration surged through his mind. Indeed, are we not the quintessential template for carbon-based life? Although the structures differ, arranging genetic information in this manner should pose no issue. After all, Zhiyong was uncertain about what information to embed within these structures. Surely, replicating the genetic information of carbon-based organisms would present no complications. Without hesitation, he proceeded to implement the System S instructions, arranging 8 silane molecules into a fundamental structure with varying configurations, combined along silicate molecular chains. Zhiyong, drawing from the self-replicating genetic fragments of Escherichia coli, transmuted the 4 basic structures of carbon-based life, ACGT, into 8 silicate structures on a nanoscale, effectively converting from a quaternary to an octal system. According to this fragment, the length of the silicate chain significantly surpassed that of the DNA strand. This was also a method by which silicate life stabilizes its silane structures. When longer single strands of silicate chains are isolated, they differ markedly from RNA chains. Rather than presenting in elongated form, they adopt a coiled configuration. It is precisely this arrangement that allows the single strands of silicate chains to exist stably. After editing the single strand of the silicate chain, Zhiyong further utilized silane and boron molecules to aggregate into an enzyme-like silicate molecular structure. The purpose of this structure is to record information within the silicon chain and to assemble the silicon molecules it carries into new silicon molecules based on genetic information. Naturally, Zhiyong did not merely replicate the segments of Escherichia coli's self-replication. He also referenced certain systems that provided the structure of silicon-based genes. Under heated conditions, silicon and oxygen react to form silicon dioxide, as expressed in the equation CO2SiO2. Consequently, after creating silicon single strands and replication enzymes, Zhiyong placed them into a test tube filled with solution. He then introduced silicon and oxygen into the test tube and applied heat. The silicon single strands, when heated, absorbed silicon molecules and oxygen, subsequently replicating new silicon single strands through the action of the enzymes. The self-replication had commenced. Zhiyong gazed in astonishment at the images displayed by the electron microscope. The structure resembling biological base pairs, composed of 8 silane molecules, was dubbed silane bases by him. These silane bases reacted with the silicon, oxygen, and heat present in the environment, the test tube, and under the scrutiny of silicon-based enzymes. They transported silicon dioxide and replicated themselves. The phenomenon of replication was unfolding. Surely, life based on this structure must exist in this vast universe. A spark of excitement continuously flickered in Zhiyong's eyes. If the genetic information of carbon-based life could be translated into the genetic code of silicon-based life through certain means, would it not imply that he could create analogous carbon-based organisms by referencing Earth's biological forms? Contemplating this, a bold idea unexpectedly emerged in Zhiyong's mind. He intends to leverage Zhang Minqian's research on the human brain to endeavor to reconstruct it using silicon-based technology. The advantages of silicon-based life forms in the universe are evidently superior to those of carbon-based ones. They may merely require high temperatures and sufficient silicon dioxide to fulfill their oxygen needs, particularly if their exoskeletons are composed of silicon dioxide or other solid structures. Perhaps they could even exist independently within the cosmic environment. This is what Zhiyong aspires to achieve. He sought out Zhang Minqian's DNA computer data and became engrossed in translating the DNA computing process to subsequently create silicon-based genetic computers. This undertaking is fraught with challenges, as silane possesses poor stability, resulting in significant structural differences compared to DNA computers. Furthermore, the computational logic diverges greatly. Fortunately, the gene-locking technology provided by the system enables the extraction of fragments of information regarding these constructs. Armed with these pieces, Zhiyong is confident that he will soon unveil the technology for silicon-based genetic computers. By mimicking the operational architecture of the human brain within the computer, he could successfully create a silicon-based artificial intelligence imbued with human-like cognition. Should one think that replicating the human brain in silicon is akin to a straightforward translation, Zhiyong might as well resign himself to despair, for the magnitude of this endeavor could overwhelm hundreds of individuals like him. Thus, he seeks to employ a more ingenious approach, utilizing a structure reminiscent of DNA computers to enable silicon-based genetic computers to execute programs that emulate the architecture of the human brain. If this experiment proves successful, we could scatter the seeds of humanity far and wide. Indeed, the Ember project necessitates various burdens due to the consideration of humanity's living environment. These burdens significantly hinder their navigational range, as they must locate replenishing resources before their supplies are depleted. However, silicon-based genetic computers can enable spacecraft to accommodate more industrial production lines and other essentials, truly maximizing every inch of space aboard the vessel. Chapter 171. The scientific expedition to Europa. Since the mass production of planetary-class vessels like the Changbai Mountain, a greater number of researchers have had the opportunity to venture into space for exploration. The Daba Mountain is one such scientific research vessel, currently adrift in the orbit of Jupiter. Yinfu, can you report on the location of our probe? The head of the Extraterrestrial Planet Research Institute aboard the ship, Zhou Sun, secured himself with a harness, occasionally drifting upwards. Director, the probe has successfully landed on Europa and is currently engaged in drilling operations. This young man, Yinfu, clad in magnetic shoes, was intently focused on the screen before him. Once the probe penetrates the ice layer, we can confirm the existence of liquid water beneath Europa's icy crust. There are currently 4 such scientific research vessels, each conducting field investigations in various locations. It can be confidently stated that while actively pursuing space construction, China has not neglected its diverse scientific research endeavors. In 2015, NASA announced the discovery of a subsurface saline ocean beneath Europa's ice, with liquid water even exceeding that of Earth. The data obtained through spectral analysis by the detector possesses an exceptionally high degree of reliability. However, due to the lack of direct exploration of Europa, it has consistently been referred to as a potential site for the existence of liquid water. Today marks a significant milestone as they prepare to penetrate the icy crust of Europa. The detector employs a thermal source combined with an auxiliary drilling system, which will not only facilitate the drilling process but also utilize the isotopic radiative rods within the device to generate substantial heat, aiding in the melting of the ice layer. The ice covering Europa is approximately 150 kilometers thick, and we are nearing the bottom. As Yunfu explained, he excitedly gazed at the imagery transmitted from the detector. The device is equipped with a powerful signal transmitter, ensuring a robust connection. With just 200 meters remaining, the analyzer on board has already detected traces of liquid water. Rising with exhilaration, Yinfu pointed at the screen. Where is the nearest geological activity site? Director Zhou Sun asked, equally thrilled, nearly losing his footing. The nearest geological activity site? Yinfu paused momentarily before swiftly realizing the urgency. This was a race against time to issue commands while the signal remained intact. Once the ICO reestablished, the prospect of maintaining a signal through 150 kilometers of ice would be negligible. A site emitting water vapor is located just 100 miles away. Should we proceed there? Yunfu anxiously pulled up the images of Europa captured by the spacecraft. Let us head there and simultaneously activate the detector's automatic sampling mechanism, Zhou Sun directed Yunfu, relaying all the necessary commands meticulously. The detector has received its instructions and is now descending at an accelerated pace. As it approaches the surface of the liquid water, the power of its thermal source intensifies, causing the more fragile ice layer above to melt at a significantly accelerated rate. Plop! Zhou Sun mimicked the sound of the detector plunging into the water. Of course, they could not possibly hear this sound at the moment. He merely aimed to lighten the atmosphere. After all, this drilling operation had been underway for over half a month, and the pressure on everyone aboard the vessel was mounting. The detector has entered the water. Indeed, as soon as the director's voice resonated, Yun Fu erupted with excitement. We have lost the signal from the detector. But just before the disconnect, the computer indicated that the automatic control program had successfully activated. Excellent. Now we shall await further news. The director exhaled, now relying entirely on the detector's automated program. At this juncture, he had unwavering faith in the personnel of the automation engineering team. The detector, having landed on Europa, once it enters the liquid water layer and collects samples, will autonomously return to the ice surface. Drilling through the ice layer may sound challenging, but in reality, it is quite straightforward. Simply increase the power of the thermal source to melt the ice overhead, and then activate the detector's onboard miniature engine to settle within the concave ice layer. Following a spiral ascent, it will ultimately return to the ice surface. In approximately 20 days, the detector is expected to return successfully. For now, everyone should take a moment to rest. Meanwhile, within the space agency, Zhiyong gazed at the multi-chain spiral silicon-based genetic information before him and exhaled deeply. He had succeeded. This assembly of silicon-based genetic information marks the inception of silicon-based computational biology. Similar to various nucleobases, silane groups exhibit distinct charge characteristics, yet their manifestations are markedly more pronounced. Zhiyong, capitalizing on this phenomenon, synthesized a silicon enzyme capable of interpreting implanted logic gates to extract accurate results, subsequently editing them into a silane genetic chain. This methodology proves even swifter than that employed by DNA computers. Upon completion of computations, one can directly read the synthesized silane chain. In contrast, DNA computers necessitate nanopore sequencing. The silicon-based system, owing to its charge configuration, reveals an optimal state. The prototype of the silicon genetic computer has achieved success. Now, it awaits the research findings of Director Zhiyong concerning the human brain. After securely sealing the experimental data and samples, Zhiyong tidied up, preparing for the next phase of experimentation, constructing simple silicon-based bacteria using silicon chains. Silicon-based life forms are likely to synthesize a silica structure akin to fat in biological organisms, providing a reserve of energy for silicon-based entities. Zhiyong pondered for a moment, hypothesizing based on system-provided data that silicon-based life should possess a cellular architecture resembling that of carbon-based life. Thus, he sought to experiment with a material resembling the nuclear envelope to encapsulate the genetic information of silicon-based life. However, it is evident that significant differences exist between silicon-based and carbon-based life in this aspect. While there may be underlying structural similarities, this merely indicates convergent evolution. In terms of structural similarity at a higher level, this can only indicate an accident. The reality corroborates this, as attempts to encapsulate silicon-based genetic material, mimicking biological cells, have proven futile with all available materials. It is certain that silicon dioxide must exist within the cellular structure of silicon-based life forms. However, can silicon dioxide serve as an exterior wall? Zhiyong began to doubt his previous hypotheses. Just as he was lost in thought, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the sodium silicate solution in the sample cabinet. Indeed, the solution contained within could very well be the answer. Sodium silicate is formed by the reaction of silicon dioxide with liquid sodium hydroxide. Silicon-based organisms must contain a considerable amount of silicon dioxide. Thus, this presents a significant possibility. Chapter 172. The existence of life. Following this line of thought, Zhiyong continued to delve deeper into the potential forms of silicon-based life. To his astonishment, tangible results emerged. Within the test tube, a silicon cell encased in a solid shell of sodium silicate was born. Within a rhombic structure, the solid sodium silicate safeguarded the configuration of the silicon-based bacteria while exchanging substances with the external silicon dioxide. The entire process was remarkably intricate. Yet it was this very reaction that enabled the silicon-based bacteria to thrive. Is this the manifestation of silicon-based life? Observing the bacteria with its hard shell continuously moving in the solution of the test tube, Zhiyong could scarcely believe his eyes. Of course, this does not represent true silicon-based life. Rather, it is a silicon-like life form capable of self-activity, synthesized based on carbon-based life principles. Nonetheless, this discovery is sufficiently profound to astonish all biologists and challenge their fundamental perspectives. Silicon-based bacteria, guided by the innate imperative of their genetic information, persistently strive to maintain their existence. Zhiyong meticulously observed them through an electron microscope. He had merely implanted a structure reminiscent of the Pilberg monster within these bacteria, compelling them to adhere solely to the instincts of survival and reproduction. He meticulously documented the entire process and the data, ultimately obliterating the extraordinary silicon-based bacteria housed within the test tube. Continuing the research on silicon-based life now seemed a futile endeavor. It would be prudent to reserve this technology for future use, while prioritizing the development of silicon-based genetic computers. The existence of silicon bacteria merely suggests that silicon-based life indeed inhabits this universe, yet it does not offer any substantial advancement for humanity, which is plagued by profound insecurity. Thus, this technology should be preserved and sealed away, to be revisited when the need arises. Just as Zhiyong was preparing to remain in the laboratory to update and enhance the silicon-based genetic computer, a sudden, insistent ringing of the telephone interrupted him, causing him to furrow his brow. The phone was located outside the negative pressure laboratory, its sound emanating from the public address system, designed for urgent matters in which he could not hear. After donning his decontamination suit, Zhiyong stepped outside the laboratory. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was Zhou Huiran seeking him. "Hello, Elder Zhou, what brings you here?" His spirits lifted considerably upon recognizing Zhou, knowing that the elder must be in urgent need of his assistance. "Our research vessel has made a groundbreaking discovery of extraterrestrial life on Jupiter's moon, Europa." They urgently sealed the samples within the environmental simulation chamber aboard the spacecraft, now awaiting directives from our headquarters. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Huiran's hurried voice burst forth. "Extraterrestrial life has been discovered on Europa." Zhiyong was momentarily taken aback. Today heralded the emergence of a monumental discovery. Long ago, before NASA confirmed the presence of liquid water on Europa, numerous scientists speculated the possibility of life existing there. Since it was established with 98% certainty that water exists on Europa, scientists have almost conclusively determined that this moon harbors an environment conducive to life, based on its water vapor ejection activities. To their astonishment, China's scientific research vessel had indeed made the discovery, and it appeared they had even captured samples. Captured samples? The apprehensive Zhiyong inquired once more. "Indeed. Initially, I was skeptical like you. But hurry, once you arrive at the command hall, you will understand." Zhou Huiran's enthusiastic tone resonated from the other end of the line. The research vessel had transmitted photographs back, awaiting further instructions. "We are in urgent discussions regarding the plan. You are the final piece we need." Although Zhou Huiran was already aware of several extraterrestrial intelligent civilizations, and even that the space agency possessed a biological probe sent by them, it did not diminish his excitement. After all, this was a living extraterrestrial organism, and it was located on a celestial body, so close to Earth. Europa is practically nestled against the very face of our planet. The existence of life forms on such an extreme planet, situated outside the habitable zone, significantly aids the space agency in its quest to understand the origins of life. Indeed, the greater implication of this discovery is the affirmation that life is more densely distributed throughout the universe than humanity has ever conceived. When Zhiyong arrived at the space agency, the command hall was nearly filled with personnel. "Zhiyong, come here quickly," Zhou Huiran called out from beside the control panel. "The minister has arrived." "Make way for Minister He." The researchers clustered around the hall, upon hearing the shout from the entrance, promptly shifted aside, creating a path. With swift steps, Zhiyong made his way to the control panel. "This is the biological entity returned by the Daba Mountain spacecraft, discovered on Europa," Zhou Huiran announced as he projected the image onto the large screen. It was not merely a simple life form. Rather, it was a creature that had begun to undergo complex evolution. It was moving within the environmental simulation chamber's water. The footage Zhou Huiran displayed revealed a dark organism, gliding through the water with writhing folds. It appeared remarkably similar to Earth's marine life. Zhiyong watched the 4K high-definition recording with keen curiosity, able to discern the delicate tentacles surrounding the creature. This organism discovered on Europa possessed a black exoskeleton, was flattened in shape, and was actively navigating through the environmental simulation chamber. The pressure within the chamber had already surpassed that of the deepest oceans on Earth. Zhou Huiran gazed in fascination at the creatures dancing upon the large screen. These beings bore a striking resemblance to the marine life found in Earth's oceans. He instructed the Daba Mountain to continue its search in the vicinity of this discovery while simultaneously initiating research into these organisms. Shall we conduct the studies aboard the vessel? Zhou Huiran raised an eyebrow. At the very least, we ought to transport the specimens to a transfer station or a suitable laboratory for examination. Let us ascertain the nature of these beings first. Zhiyong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, noting that the environmental simulation chamber could not sustain them for long. They should expedite their research while the specimens remained alive. The Daba Mountain was equipped with a comprehensive suite of experimental apparatus, allowing them to commence immediately. Additionally, another ship would be dispatched to assist in the ongoing search for life on Europa. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements, Zhou Huiran responded, pausing momentarily before turning to inquire. I have reported this matter, but the chief counselor stated that you are to make the decision. Decision regarding what? Zhiyong asked, his expression one of confusion. Concerning the announcement of the discovery of life on Europa, should we disclose it to the public? Zhou Huiran managed a smile. I believe this information could be revealed at an appropriate time, allowing the public a period to acclimate. Indeed, you raise a valid point. Let us disseminate the news. Zhiyong contemplated briefly. The revelation of extraterrestrial civilization would inevitably come to light. Preemptively sharing some information about alien life would aid in the public's eventual acceptance. Chapter 173, The Virus Civilization. Very well, I shall now contact the public relations team. Zhou Huiran nodded, turned, and immediately departed. Zhiyong, however, remained in the command center, intently observing the research footage transmitted from the Daba Mountains. We had already received Minister He's directive, and we are grateful for the opportunity bestowed upon us. Zhou Sun in the Daba Mountains expressed profound gratitude, for the prospect of returning with such a specimen would render him unable to conduct any research, even after much queuing. At this juncture, we are meticulously documenting the complete effects of this organism. On board the Daba Mountain vessel, Zhou Sun continuously minimized the spatial parameters of the environmental simulation chamber before deftly utilizing the robotic arm to seize the creature. With it captured, he acknowledged our limited understanding of its nature. Thus, we are employing a dual isolation research methodology throughout the process. Accompanying the visuals was Zhou Sun's voice, elucidating the concept of dual isolation, which encompasses both spatial and operational separation. This protocol was established by the Space Administration upon the discovery of extraterrestrial life forms. The imagery displayed on the large screen of the Space Administration showcased the precise moment the robotic arm grasped the organism. Suddenly, a faint sound erupted as the creature from Europa recoiled violently, ejecting a viscous, pale yellow liquid. Upon contact with the robotic arm, the support structure was remarkably eroded away. It began to resist. Zhou Sun's voice came through, laced with excitement rather than concern for the compromised arm. Quickly document this. This organism possesses the capacity for resistance, which implies the presence of predators within the ecological environment of Europa. Otherwise, it would not have evolved such a means of offensive resistance. The evolution of organisms is inherently relative, much like certain isolated islands beyond the continents, where some species gradually lose abilities developed to combat predators, if not for necessity. The creature on Europa would not have evolved the capability to expel a highly corrosive solution for self-defense. The mechanical arm within the environmental simulation chamber is constructed from a mere alloy, inferior to the high-temperature resistant materials found within the probe. Thus, it succumbed to corrosion. Analysis of the water composition revealed that the solution ejected by this species contains hydrofluoric acid. Zhou Sun meticulously reviewed the entire process, then decisively replaced it with a mechanical arm crafted from another corrosion-resistant material. Let us see what else you can muster, he mused. Not only corrosion resistance, but also high temperature and radiation resistance. There are numerous mechanical arms at your disposal. As the entire control center meticulously observed the delayed broadcast of research on the creature from Europa, Gu Xinxuan in the low-pressure laboratory of the space agency stared blankly at the information deciphered from the Gliese 229 phonograph for an extended period. So, this is how it is. Gu Xinchuan murmured, somewhat incredulous. This matter must be reported to the minister immediately. Today, Zhiyong was undoubtedly very busy, as the experiments aboard the Daba Mountain were only halfway through. He received a call from Gu Xinchuan in the recompression laboratory. Minister He, we have made another significant discovery. The Gliese civilization, thousands of years ago, stumbled upon a peculiar object, which they surmised might be connected to the wandering civilizations that sought them out. What could this object be? Zhiyong, having departed from the command center, inquired with a glimmer in his eyes. It was a spherical spacecraft that lingered momentarily near Gliese 229. Gu Xinchuan, equally exhilarated, remarked, they speculate that the phrase, I will find you, refers to this very object. I have transmitted the documents to your office. You should examine them personally. Very well. With that, Zhiyong hung up the phone and hurriedly made his way to his office. Eagerly, he opened the files that had been sent over, and his pupils dilated in shock. Our probe had detected a suddenly materializing object at the edge of the galaxy. It remained only for a brief interval before vanishing. Through an analysis of our star's spectral data, we discerned that the space-time surrounding the object had been distorted. Could this be an advanced alien civilization's curvature spacecraft? This excerpt evidently captured the moment of the mysterious aircraft's discovery. Yet, the text did not conclude there. Further elaboration followed. We received a broadcast stating, I will certainly find you. After cross-referencing the data, we speculated whether the object they sought could indeed be this one. While this remains a mere hypothesis, I resolved to document it nonetheless. The passage appears to be a record left by an observer, making Zhiyong feel an uncanny connection between his own experience of traversing time and space and that of the object in question. Subsequently, a third segment requires elaboration. Yet it is evidently not an individual, but rather the governing entity of its civilization. Consequently, their tone has taken on a more somber demeanor. Once again, fluctuations in the fabric of time and space manifested, leading us to discover a rogue planet hidden at the periphery of the planetary system. They unleashed a virus, and we found ourselves utterly defenseless. They were in pursuit of something as the core of the rogue planet opened, emitting a radiant light that illuminated the entire star system. Incessantly scanning, it echoed the words left by the observers of 67 in history. Indeed, they were truly searching for that entity. Yet, we remained oblivious to their intentions. The rogue planet rebuffed our negotiation overtures, while the virus relentlessly invaded our bodies. We managed to contain this virus, but the rogue planet suddenly grew impatient and commenced its assault. Through the analysis of historical data, we uncovered another dialogue. At the twilight of civilization's demise, at the very least, we grasped the truth. The enigmatic vessel that graced our presence belonged to the virus civilization known as Syri. The dominion of Orion's arm was in pursuit of them, and we perished in the crossfire of two civilizations' war. Zhiyong widened his eyes, gazing at the documents in his hands, his heart filled with astonishment. What on earth is this virus civilization? Could it be a civilization whose very essence is rooted in the form of a virus? How could such a state even constitute a civilization? The information from Gliese nearly shattered Zhiyong's worldview. It turns out that even viruses can form civilizations. What nonsense. There must be some hidden truths behind this. The records of the civilization of Gliese 229 cease here. According to Zhiyong's estimations, they surely faced annihilation thereafter. It was likely at this juncture that they launched a phonograph laden with vast amounts of information. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Zhiyong pondered, a sudden knocking echoed from outside. Minister He, there has been a discovery regarding the biological research aboard the Daba Mountain. Chapter 174. The creatures that emerge from the electromagnetic shield. A discovery? Zhiyong was momentarily taken aback. It seemed they were trying to pull him back. How could there be findings so soon after his departure? We have encountered a remarkable phenomenon within the organism from Europa. Although it is a carbon-based life form, it possesses a silicate outer shell, and its internal temperature reaches a staggering 60 degrees. The researchers aboard the Daba Mountain discovered that a faint magnetic field enveloped the silicate shell of this organism. A faint magnetic field? Zhiyong was slightly bewildered. Why would such a creature maintain a magnetic field around itself? Upon analyzing the water from Europa, they found a unique unicellular organism present in the samples brought back. As the researcher entered the office, he accompanied Zhiyong towards the command hall, explaining, this unicellular organism has a thick solid shell and continually attempts to parasitize it. The faint magnetic field surrounding it serves to automatically filter and isolate this unicellular life form. Has the sealing condition of the environmental simulation chamber been examined? Zhiyong abruptly halted upon hearing the specifics concerning this unicellular organism, turning to inquire. The environmental simulation chamber is encased in a robust layer of titanium alloy, with an inner layer composed of tungsten carbide and a triprotective metallic layer designed to withstand high temperatures, corrosion, and radiation. The administration has detected no signs of leakage. This is a certainty that the researchers can guarantee. To breach the environmental simulation chamber would require an extraordinary occurrence from the life forms on Europa. It is imperative to conduct a comprehensive inspection of both the environmental simulation chamber and the experimental platform. Zhiyong exhaled in relief and proceeded swiftly towards the command center. With a click, the door swung open, and upon entering, he observed the command center bustling with fervor. The magnetic field of this organism holds significant implications. Indeed, this magnetic field generates a repulsive force, thereby safeguarding the interior from harm caused by high-velocity objects. Now, please articulate the current situation. Zhiyong seized the microphone and directed his query towards Zhou Sun, who awaited his response. Minister He, we have discovered that the magnetic field surrounding this organism is a remarkably sophisticated repulsive magnetic field generated by its peristaltic movements. Particularly, the unicellular organisms attacking it possess solid siliceous exoskeletons, enabling them to move rapidly through water. This magnetic field adeptly deflects the trajectory of these unicellular organisms, thereby shielding them from harm. I have already disseminated the analytical model of the magnetic field. It is astoundingly intricate, a true masterpiece of nature's craftsmanship. After listening to the other parties' discourse, Zhiyong curiously opened the document sent by them. Upon opening it, an image composed of hues of yellow, green, purple, and blue immediately captured his attention. This was a depiction seen from the perspective of an analyzer, where the purple arcs represented magnetic fields. These magnetic fields were formed by the external structural movements of organisms, with myriad dot-like magnetic entities creating a magnetic aura enveloping the entire body. The primary reason for the deflection of the single-celled parasite, encased in a solid silicon and metallic shell, was not solely attributed to the magnetic field, but also to another significant factor, the organism's elastic exterior. When the parasite moved at high speed and collided with the organism's surface, it was prevented from making contact due to the magnetic field. Subsequently, the exterior would exhibit autonomous oscillations, guiding changes in the magnetic field and causing the parasite to continuously alter its trajectory. Ultimately, the parasite was flung behind from its tail end, akin to an electromagnetic shield. After pondering for quite some time for an appropriate descriptor, Zhou Sun found himself at a loss for words. Resorting to a term from a game he had played in the 1990s, electromagnetic shield, Zhiyong's lips twitched. Goodness, are the organisms on Europa so competitive? Such a defensive magnetic field mechanism has evolved. This was merely a colloquial expression, and it was evident that the habitat of such organisms must be rich in silicon-based materials. A remark from Zhou Sun raised Zhiyong's eyebrows. A plethora of silicon-based materials, accompanied by high-temperature tectonic activities. Could it be that silicon-based life forms might be discovered within? Minister He, I believe this serves as an exemplary model for imitation. As Zhiyong pondered, Zhu Huaxing suddenly remarked, our current trajectory within the planetary system heavily relies on data previously stored by NASA. Progressing at merely 5 of the speed of light is not our ultimate destination. Our aspirations lie at 15 or even beyond. Thus, ensuring the safety of our spacecraft during high-speed travel has become an urgent concern. With the escalating demands of velocity and navigation, the necessity to escape predetermined flight paths has grown increasingly pressing. Consequently, the call for an effective method to mitigate threats posed by meteoroids and space debris has emerged. You are indeed correct. This is a rather intriguing template, Zhiyong mused, smiling as he gazed at the images displayed on the control room's large screen. Previous spacecraft were designed primarily to facilitate humanity's swift entry into space. Thus, discussions on this matter were rather limited. However, the time has come to address these issues without reservation. I recall there exists a dedicated department focused on researching meteoroid threats, does it not? Indeed, such a department is operational, Zhu Huaxing affirmed with a slight nod. Given the significance of this matter, it has undoubtedly attracted ongoing research, albeit with slow progress. Let us forward this to them for a feasibility discussion. Meanwhile, the revelation of life on Europa sparked an unprecedented wave of excitement across the internet. The discovery was astonishingly shocking to the public, even surpassing, in some respects, the impact of the discovery of Zhiyong. This pertains to the existence of life forms on another planet. Who would not be curious? Particularly since the publicity department has released only a brief statement, tantalizing the public's interest. Outside the gates of the space agency, dozens of various media vehicles are meticulously parked along the roadside. Hundreds of individuals are fervently reporting in front of cameras. However, all of this has not affected the main building of the space agency, which appears tranquil on the surface, yet within, it is abuzz with excitement. Zhiyong observes the documents being sent over by Zhiyong, feeling a profound sense of intrigue. This organism not only possesses a magnetic field shield, but also boasts an exterior worthy of extensive study. Living in the depths of the ocean on Europa, it endures extreme temperature variations and pressure, exhibiting a unique structural distribution on its surface. This structure resembles a new material and could serve as an excellent reference for upgrading our spacecraft's hull. In terms of certain scientific research projects, nature itself is the finest model to emulate. Each species has undergone evolution over hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, closely aligned with its natural environment. Thus, nature is indeed a true treasure trove. Chapter 175, The Shelter Project. The organism discovered on Europa has been designated by the space agency as the magneto worm. It earns this name due to its movement via its tactile abdomen, surrounded by a faint magnetic field. The magneto worm is also a carbon-based life form, similar to those on Earth, yet the differences are unmistakable. Zhiyong gazed at the documents and summarized. This organism is also a unicellular life form, yet its cellular structure differs significantly from that of Earth's biota. Within it lies a distinctive gray structure, akin to the chloroplasts found in terrestrial plants. This structure possesses the remarkable ability to convert gases such as carbon dioxide, released from geological activities, into organic matter for energy storage. Utilizing the immense thermal energy within its body, it can be asserted that this gray structure is the very nucleus of biological evolution on Europa. Moreover, the DNA composition within their cellular architecture is evidently dissimilar to that of Earth's organisms. To maintain structural integrity under elevated temperatures, their DNA adopts a triplex configuration. Typically, it comprises 2 RNA strands, but as temperatures rise, an additional stable silicon-based strand fortifies this arrangement. Indeed, the touch-sensitive worm represents a rare fusion of carbon-based and silicon-based life. When Zhiyong aboard the Daba Mountain observed this detail, he was nearly driven to madness. The revelation that the touch-sensitive worm possesses a silicon-based stable strand was utterly unexpected. Although there has yet to be any observation of this silicon strand's involvement in genetic activity, Zhiyong was almost certain that it could indeed play a role. The rationale lies in the presence of connected nucleotides and other substances on the silicon strand. While Zhiyong concluded his thoughts, the secretary meticulously compiled these findings into a document. This document was to be submitted to the council, necessitating the expertise of a specialized secretary for its organization. Does this imply that I have a legitimate excuse to bring forth silicon-based computers? Zhiyong's eyes brightened, as this revelation was rather unexpected. Zhiyong. News has arrived from the engineering department. They report significant feasibility regarding the magnetic shield. At this moment, Zhiyong also returned from the publicity department. With the increase in thrust from the hull generator and breakthroughs in series technology, the design of the spacecraft has escalated from 70 meters to the kilometer range. The enlargement of the spacecraft necessitates new considerations for ensuring navigational safety. They have commenced verification of scaled-down models. Zhiyong was equally elated. For the magnetic shield technology not only safeguards the spacecraft's navigation, but, more crucially, enhances its maximum velocity. Recent advancements in immersion technology have also been made. The researchers have selected a colloidal gel that effectively protects the personnel within. Should this technology be widely adopted, our spacecraft speed could soar to 15 of light speed. As the saying goes, a significant impediment to technological advancement is humanity's reluctance to exert itself fully. However, the threat posed by extraterrestrial civilizations has unveiled this constraint. With a concerted effort from the united fleet of 4 nations, various technologies have achieved consecutive breakthroughs. Additionally, with the continuous enhancement of controllable nuclear fusion power, our engineering projections suggest that we could potentially reach 30 of light speed. We are currently validating the feasibility of this technology. 30% of the speed of light. Zhiyong was taken aback, suddenly contemplating another possibility. What if we did not carry humans aboard the vessel, but solely relied on computers? Are you suggesting artificial intelligence? Zhou Huairen furrowed his brow, mulling over the idea. In that case, we could achieve a speed of 50% of light as we continuously accelerate, ultimately departing from the solar system. However, all of this hinges on breakthroughs in electromagnetic shielding and artificial intelligence technology. Zhou Huairen shook his head, fully aware of He Zhiyong's implication to substitute this method for the SEED project spacecraft. After all, the current SEED project serves more as a source of comfort than a practical solution. A journey spanning thousands of years leaves little room for error. Even a minor mishap could result in total loss of the vessel. Furthermore, the military's particle beam weaponry has also made significant advancements. Zhou Huairen lowered his voice, cautiously elucidating. They have conducted covert experiments in the asteroid belt. A nearly spherical asteroid with a diameter of 300 meters was directly penetrated. The particle beam weapon operates by utilizing accelerators to propel protons, neutrons, and other particles to velocities of 200,000 km/s, forming an exceedingly fine stream of particles through charged electrodes or magnetic confinement, which is then unleashed upon the target. This weapon can devastate targets tens of kilometers away in space. Originally, such a weapon would not possess such formidable power. However, the military has harnessed a specialized controllable nuclear fusion reactor to provide energy. With this immense energy augmentation, a substantial accumulation of charged particle beams has resulted in this extraordinary potency. In simpler terms, it is akin to the force exerted by a kinetic projectile. Moreover, the plasma cannon has already undergone testing on the vessel. Zhou Huairen is keenly observing the recent activities of the military, particularly in the realm of weapon trials. The plasma cannon operates by utilizing lasers to heat deuterium to millions of degrees Celsius, transforming it into a plasma state. This plasma is then propelled using magnetic fields. In the future, naval vessels are poised to be extensively equipped with such weaponry. These two technologies are not overly complex for contemporary humanity. Thus, the key to their development lies in time. Particularly, the plasma cannon can directly repurpose controlled nuclear fusion technology. As these are established technologies, the assembly and research processes are relatively straightforward. It is reported that the military has conducted thousands of trials on these two weapons, and once they achieve complete reliability, they will be promptly deployed across all naval fleets. Zhou Huairen holds a favorable view of the military's momentum. Their significant contributions to hibernation and immersion technologies have endowed humanity with genuine capabilities for traversing between planetary systems, thanks to these two advancements. Additionally, the military has formally confirmed a new plan. Observing the animated discussions among the personnel in the command center, Zhou Huairen smiled. Let us proceed to another location for our discussion. After entrusting the command center to Zhu Huasheng, Zhou Huairen, accompanied by He Zhiyong, made his way to the secure chamber. What other plans does the military have? Upon exiting the control center, He Zhiyong voiced his curiosity. The military intends to construct a colossal canopy at the fringes of the solar system. Zhou Huairen pressed his hand down, signaling for calm, and then elucidated. Beyond the shielding plan, the military possesses a concealment strategy. The shielding plan primarily aims to obscure the Earth's narrowband signals, while the concealment strategy focuses on obstructing the solar light signals. Just how vast must the canopy be? Chapter 176. Could the great powers be myself? You have misunderstood. It is not the entirety of the sun's emitted light signals. Zhou Huairen shook his head, dispelling He Zhiyong's concerns. The canopy is intended to adjust the electromagnetic signals of the dual motion between the sun and Earth. Should we succeed, Earth would vanish from the electromagnetic signals in the eyes of extraterrestrial civilizations. This involves a method for locating planetary systems, the Doppler effect search method. We understand that even the smallest planetary mass, when revolving around a star, essentially engages in a binary motion. This can also be referred to as dual body motion. During this motion, if observed from a fixed point, a star emitting light that moves away from the observer will exhibit redshift. Conversely, if the light source approaches the observer, it results in blue shift. This phenomenon of red and blue shift can be simply likened to casting a stone into a tranquil water surface. The surface will ripple, and if another stone is cast nearby, the waves in the direction of the second stone will become denser, illustrating blue shift. In the observation of the cosmos, electromagnetic waves ripple outward from the star, continuously oscillating in their surroundings. If an observer discovers a periodic red-blue shift in the electromagnetic waves of a star, it is almost certain that there are planets in the vicinity of that star. The military, utilizing this method of planetary detection, has decided to take a contrary approach by employing a technique to counteract the red-blue shift of the sun's electromagnetic waves, thereby concealing the existence of Earth. This method is grounded in fundamental physical phenomena of the universe. We generally believe that the methods for detecting planets are limited to a few established principles. While there may be undiscovered techniques, if we could effectively obscure the information regarding Earth's red-blue shift, our chances of detection would significantly diminish. Both humanity and extraterrestrial civilizations operate within the same universe and adhere to identical physical laws, according to their detailed arguments. By utilizing a special wave-absorbing material to construct a canopy at the edge of the solar system and through computational simulations, this canopy can be strategically deployed at locations where electromagnetic waves are likely to converge. The electromagnetic waves affected by binary motion can thus be artificially corrected. The military has already calculated the precise locations using supercomputers. Zhou Huiran is somewhat impressed by the military's audacious initiative, noting their innovative thinking and its practical effectiveness. When does the military plan to deploy this canopy? Zhiyong is also astonished by the remarkable ingenuity of the military personnel, indicating that this truly exemplifies the utmost exercise of subjective initiative. The material for the canopy is an upgraded version of the stealth coating used in fourth-generation aircraft, renowned for its excellent wave-absorbing properties. Zhou Huiran elucidated the materials of the celestial canopy before addressing Zhiyong's inquiry, stating that it would be quite recent. They would venture to the outskirts of the solar system, employing shipborne Doppler radar to detect any obstructions. Naturally, the farther one moves from the sun, the more pronounced the effects of such obstructions become. Implicit in Zhou Huiran's remarks was the notion that the military's detection of electromagnetic signals beyond the solar system would likely reveal subtle discrepancies. However, these variations would remain within acceptable limits. As distance expands, these slight differences would gradually diminish. Additionally, we would issue warnings to all nations, prohibiting any interference with the proper functioning of the celestial canopy. Zhou Huiran expressed his exasperation, noting that the drawbacks of the United States' unilateral approach were clearly evident here. Their spacecraft had already lost control at the fringes of the solar system. Should they disrupt the operation of the canopy, China would unhesitatingly opt to destroy them, akin to the fate of Explorer 10. Of course, we had also secured the agreement of 3 other nations, with the consent of 4 out of the 5 major powers. China would hardly concern itself with the opinion of the last holdout. What? You assert there is a veto right. The 4 of us could easily sidestep you and proceed with our plans. Do you have any objections? If you do, feel free to consult our joint space fleet of over 20 ships. Upon hearing Zhou Huiran's words, Zhiyong could only chuckle and shake his head. Ever since the other 3 nations decided to join the China-led joint space fleet, their swift change of stance had been nothing short of remarkable. The entire nation, from the president to the common people, has begun to gravitate towards the leadership of China. In meetings organized under China's auspices, they exhibit remarkable defiance towards the United States. This transformation leaves the Chinese representative to the United Nations somewhat bewildered, as he experiences a sensation reminiscent of decades past when the U.S. held sway in such discussions. The once dominant powers now seem to be his own. I have heard that Western nations are even eager to deepen collaboration with us. Zhiyong also came across this news while browsing the internet, where it was fervently discussed. Oh, regarding this matter, Zhou Huiran recalled for a moment before elaborating. It was we who proposed this initiative. In the face of the extraterrestrial threat, it is untenable for a single nation to bear the burden alone. Hence, we suggested the establishment of a collaborative organization to involve key nations. Those with resources shall contribute financially, while those with strength shall lend their support. Zhou Huiran shook his head, clearly skeptical about the prospects of this endeavor. After all, the various nations harbor too many self-serving agendas, and he felt that, even combined, their resolve would not match the efficacy of China. There is a risk that their involvement could hinder the progress we have already made. However, I do not hold out much hope for this initiative. Unless the extraterrestrial threat becomes imminent, humanity is unlikely to unite genuinely. You make a valid point. Zhiyong responded with hearty laughter, amused by Zhou Huiran's unexpectedly candid remark. It was surprising to hear such coarse language from the elder, yet it was remarkably apparent. However, it seems that some individuals have discerned certain clues from our actions. With a sudden shift in tone, Zhou Huairan's expression grew solemn. Who could it be? It is certain cult organizations from the United States and Western Europe, which have long been contributing political donations to politicians. I suspect that the information was inadvertently leaked by those nations. Due to the differences in electoral methods, these countries require an extraordinarily vast amount of funds for their campaigns. Certain cults, notorious for their abundant financial resources, resort to bribing politicians abroad to maintain their legitimacy. Is the situation grave? He furrowed his brow. Now is not the time to disclose such information. If revealed, while Huagua could manage it, other nations would descend into chaos. The resultant turmoil, fueled by the will of a disorganized mob, could sweep through like the ignition of a fire, jeopardizing plans such as the Fire Seed Project and the Escape Plan, which might ultimately falter. Fortunately, these are well-known cults, and their words hold little credibility. Zhou Huairan exhaled, continuing, thus the situation remains manageable. Chapter 177. The issue of artificial intelligence. We have already issued warnings to these nations. At this moment, Zhou Huairan could not help but sigh. Possessing absolute military power is indeed gratifying. Just by virtue of a single warning from Huagua, even the United States had to begin addressing these cults, let alone the lesser nations. Consequently, the entirety of the United States and Western Europe was compelled to painstakingly root out these cults and discreetly eliminate those who leaked the information. After all, they merely contribute political donations, while another entity currently wields dominion over the entire near-Earth space. This power is even more formidable than the United States at the pinnacle of its might. In the past, the United States boasted of its capability to strike anywhere on the globe within an hour, a claim it could barely fulfill. However, this current power can reach you from space, and in under 10 minutes, you may find yourself on your knees, pleading for mercy. These nations are shrewd. They are well aware of what can provoke them and what cannot. Warnings carry significant weight and yield remarkable results. At this moment, Zhou Huairan's lips curled into a slight smile, a reflection of his satisfaction with the current international standing of Huagua. After listening to his analysis of the recent news, Zhiyong nodded in agreement. The shelter plan is indeed essential, and the military is genuinely exerting every effort to devise solutions. However, the issue Zhou Huairan raised about enlisting other nations is somewhat troublesome. His statement is not entirely accurate. It is still necessary for various countries to join forces. Take, for instance, the matters of funding and labor. We cannot expect Huagua to continue operating under excessive strain indefinitely. While it may be manageable in the short term, persisting in this manner for 2 or 3 years could lead to significant complications. Once the Spark Plan is launched, we must find a way to address this matter. Zhiyong resolved that after the initiation of the Spark Plan, efforts should be made to disclose the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. This is a matter that concerns all of humanity. We shall inevitably confront it. It has been 2 months since the discovery of life on Europa. And even now, the topic of the magnetic worms on Europa remains the most discussed subject across the entire internet. There are even games that have incorporated this magnetic insect directly into the ranks of the Zerg. Magnified thousands of times, these magnetic insects, cloaked in electromagnetic shields, charge at the forefront of the Zerg army. This stunning imagery has repeatedly gone viral, its fervor lingering long after. Zhiyong had also seen this video, sent to him by his secretary. The creativity of people on the internet never ceases to amaze. Shaking his head, Zhiyong chuckled softly. If humanity could always maintain such an optimistic demeanor, it would be truly splendid. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhiyong focused and realized it was Zhang Minxing. Hello, Director Zhang. Is there something you need? Zhiyong, we have results from our experiments. Zhang Minxing's excited voice resonated from the other end of the line. For the past few months, we have been conducting research on brain connectivity. The fundamental principles governing brain function have now been successfully simulated by our DNA computer. The tea in his hand suddenly lost its appeal as Zhiyong, astonished, inquired. The DNA computer can simulate to that extent now? The essence of human thought, at its core, revolves around the signal activities within the brain. Given their biological backgrounds, Zhang Minxing did not elaborate further on this point. He continued, by utilizing the DNA computer to connect to the brain, we can transform the brain's activity signals into digital simulation signals for the computer. Furthermore, we have analyzed each specific element signal, compiling a comprehensive brain signal map. Zhang Minxing's excitement could no longer be contained, and even through the microphone, Zhiyong could perceive it with remarkable clarity. This brain signal map can be understood as the operational program of the brain. Through the simulation of brain signals, contemporary DNA computers have begun to engage in rudimentary brain activities. They are capable of performing simple brain functions. Zhiyong abruptly rose to his feet, his mind echoing with a deep rumble. Indeed, current DNA computers have acquired the instincts of lower animals. Zhang Minsheng paused momentarily to organize his thoughts before continuing. For instance, as an individual, the DNA computer understands anger for its own survival and fear due to hunger. We conducted simple experiments. The DNA computer requires substances such as glucose to sustain its operation, and we severed its energy supply. As he spoke these words, Zhang Minsheng's tone was filled with awe. It evidently sensed this change, and based on its signals, we concluded that its emotions underwent a remarkably significant transformation. It was akin to a starving lion, exhibiting agitation, restlessness, and anxiety. Furthermore, Zhiyong, you must assist me. After this preliminary exposition, Zhang Minsheng suddenly shifted his tone. This inquiry left Zhiyong, eager to learn more, utterly bewildered. Director Zhang, have you encountered any issues in your research? Zhiyong steadied himself and asked. Yes, it pertains to ethical concerns. Zhang Minsheng let out a weary sigh. I am prepared to delve deeper into this research, since the interface to the DNA computer has consistently been the brains of animals. The data we have acquired is limited by the presence of cognitive ability. To explore further, could we enable the DNA computer to truly possess self-reflective thought? Zhiyong understood this implication. Zhang Minsheng intended to connect the interface of the DNA computer with the human brain. This endeavor indeed poses significant complications, particularly with regard to ethical considerations, which Zhiyong must treat with utmost caution. Yet, we are merely a step away from a breakthrough. The DNA computer is even capable of simulating more complex social interactions. Through the monkey brain, we have successfully replicated the emotions of yearning for communication and loneliness within the DNA computer. Upon hearing Zhang Minsheng's words, Zhiyong comprehended why the military departments had declined to provide human brains as experimental samples due to ethical concerns. As the development of the DNA computer progresses, humanity's inherent fears could lead them to think in detrimental ways. Nevertheless, technological advancement must persist, especially now, as the Fireseed project urgently requires artificial intelligence technology. Thus, Director Zhang, Zhiyong contemplated, I have devised a commendable approach. You must thoroughly investigate the other emotional faculties within these brains. However, for the final product of artificial intelligence, you must ensure the eradication of all superfluous emotions, save for the capacity for thought. Zhiyong could only extend this degree of assurance to Zhang Minsheng. Once this matter is disclosed, they shall face severe societal scrutiny. Chapter 178. Secondary stellar civilization. The situation has not yet reached a point where social ethics can be disregarded. Therefore, all technological advancements must align with this prevailing understanding. Given the significance of artificial intelligence technology, Zhiyong is also compelled to assist Zhang Minsheng. I shall engage in a discussion with the committee chair, hoping to secure your interests. You must also ensure that the research focuses on artificial intelligence and not synthetic life. Though artificial intelligence and synthetic life may sound similar, they represent entirely distinct entities. Artificial intelligence merely possesses the capacity for thought, whereas synthetic life is indistinguishable from naturally occurring life, with the more advanced forms even exhibiting emotions and brain activities akin to those of humans. This is something humanity cannot permit. Zhiyong, my objective is to create artificial intelligence. All current experiments are aimed at building technological reserves for this goal. Zhang Minsheng's resolute voice resonated from the other end of the line, and Zhiyong could distinctly sense the unwavering determination of his counterpart. Director Zhang, I wholeheartedly trust you. Await my updates. After concluding the call with Zhang Minsheng, Zhiyong gazed at the report presented from the biological laboratory, the fleeting joy in his eyes swiftly dissipating. Gene technology is on the brink of success within the laboratory. The research personnel, utilizing the techniques provided by Zhiyong, have successfully locked onto the genes of several crops. Following the successful locking, due to its own genetic structure's remarkable stability, all viruses attempting to invade are instantaneously identified by the internal defense mechanisms of the cells. Crops that have undergone genetic locking appear as pure and white as milk within. The invading viruses resemble a single drop of ink, strikingly conspicuous. Before the viruses even realize they have been detected, they are already captured by Cas. With this technology, certain crops on the brink of extinction have been granted a reprieve, such as the endangered banana, due to the extensive cultivation of a single banana variety. A fungal disease known as banana wilt has been wreaking havoc. However, this genetic technology can effectively prevent such fungal afflictions. Once the genes are locked in the laboratory, they exhibit a structural integrity that renders the virus incapable of inserting its RNA chain into the cells. Once the gene-locking technology is fully realized, the system can finally activate the permissions for a Type 2 civilization. Just the thought of Type 2 civilization permissions sends a thrill through Zhiyong. To date, Zhiyong has unlocked all the fundamental technologies required for a Type 1 civilization: controlled nuclear fusion, miniaturized Hall engines, ecological recycling systems, and more. These advancements collectively empower humanity to truly venture beyond their home planet. Although humanity's overall level remains significantly distant from that of an authentic Type 1 civilization, the technologies provided by the system are merely foundational. The intricate details ultimately depend on humanity itself. Likewise, the same holds true for a Type 2 civilization. The technology of secondary civilizations provided by the system merely comprises the most fundamental advancements possessed by such civilizations. In Zhiyong's understanding, the system functions as a provider of essential components. However, to genuinely assemble a complete product, humanity must toil diligently to produce it based on these critical parts. The foremost technology of secondary civilizations is the antimatter power generation technology. Zhiyong gazed at the transparent panel within the silvery consciousness space, filled with excitement. The concept of antimatter power generation encompasses a plethora of technologies. At the forefront is the challenge of antimatter preparation. Antimatter was first confirmed in existence by American physicist Carl Anderson in a laboratory setting. To date, humanity's method of producing antimatter involves particle collisions, wherein protons are bombarded onto a target, yielding antiprotons among the collision products. Zhiyong was certain that the antimatter power generation technology referenced here pertains to the annihilation of matter and antimatter. The energy from nuclear fusion is already sufficient to sustain humanity for tens of thousands of years, which is impressive in itself. However, the energy that antimatter can provide is even more astonishing. Under equal mass conditions, the energy released from matter-antimatter annihilation is approximately 300 times greater than that produced by nuclear fusion. The prospect of such immense energy output is undeniably enticing. If this energy could be converted into propulsion, humanity might maintain a velocity of 50 to 75 of the speed of light while navigating through space. It can be said that if humanity possesses controllable nuclear fusion technology, it is merely on the cusp of venturing into the cosmos. Once humanity masters the technology of antimatter power generation, we shall truly embark on interstellar voyages. In light of this, Zhiyong is filled with anticipation. Setting aside the document that brought him immense joy, Zhiyong placed a call to the director of the biological laboratory, affirming their research progress and encouraging them to continue their diligent efforts. He even decided to adopt a relentless approach akin to a minister's persistent follow-up, urging them to hasten their pace. The prospect of unlocking the technological tree of a Type 2 civilization was tantalizing, and Zhiyong found himself barely able to contain his eagerness. He sensed that he would invest considerable time in advancing to a Type 2 civilization, as many technological standards currently deemed insufficient for a Type 1 civilization required thorough reinforcement. Now he awaited promising news from the laboratory. In a buoyant mood, he picked up a specialized phone from his desk and began to rotate the dial. Indeed, the classic rotary type. This mechanical phone was specifically designed to connect to quantum signal relay stations. "Please connect me to the capital, to Counselor Wu." "Certainly, please hold," came the mechanical voice from the other end, courtesy of the military's newly developed voice recognition AI system. After a brief wait, a beep signaled that the call had been connected. "Zhiyong, what can I do for you?" Over the past year, Zhiyong had taken to calling Counselor Wu directly whenever matters arose, and their camaraderie had flourished. "Counselor Wu, I wish to inquire about the Zhang Minqing research project." Having grown comfortable with such discussions, Zhiyong was forthright in his approach. "Zhang Minqing. I recall. It pertains to his inquiries regarding DNA computing and artificial intelligence." Councilman Wu was engaged in paperwork within his office and paused momentarily upon hearing this. The advancement of artificial intelligence through DNA computing has indeed progressed at a remarkable pace. However, the nature of its form tends to evoke a sense of unease. You comprehend my meaning, do you not? Indeed, Zhiyong nodded, acknowledging that this unease stems from a profound fear regarding the potential of DNA computing technology to entirely emulate human capabilities. When DNA artificial intelligence merely exhibits the instinctual behaviors of animals, observers tend to marvel and exclaim how wondrous this technology is. Yet, the moment DNA artificial intelligence begins to think akin to humans, an innate fear emerges. Chapter 179, Permission and Virtual Reality Technology. In my view, I wholeheartedly support the expansion of research in this domain. Councilman Wu spoke with delicacy. His implication was that some individuals had raised opposing viewpoints. Furthermore, the Quantum Computing Center is nearing completion. Some believe that quantum computers could facilitate the implementation of artificial intelligence technology in a more secure manner. Hence, they intend to delay proceedings regarding the Quantum Computing Center. Zhiyong nodded slightly, acknowledging that it is quite customary for the higher-ups to deliberate between the two options. The military has consistently prioritized not the most advanced equipment, but rather that which is the safest and most reliable. Under this principle, ensuring the safety and stability of artificial intelligence that can influence decision-making is a paramount condition. Artificial intelligence based on quantum computing technology adheres to logical operations, which people can easily grasp. However, the realm of DNA computing presents a different scenario. According to a report submitted by Zhiyong, simulated signals decoded from monkey brains revealed that DNA computers have astonishingly learned to deceive. Although this deception merely involves feigning death to obtain glucose from the system, the capacity for such trickery has raised considerable concerns within military circles. My point is that Zhiyong should continue his research in this direction, employing human brains for analysis. Despite facing some obstacles, Congressman Wu has made his stance clear. He understands that everyone is striving for the safety and future of humanity. Therefore, certain matters must be addressed candidly. Congressman Wu, I have just spoken with Zhiyong, and Zhiyong is also aware of Wu's intentions. He is personally very supportive, but must consider the feelings of others. Unless Zhiyong can present convincing evidence. Zhiyong stated that all his previous research aimed to thoroughly analyze brain activity. True artificial intelligence based on DNA computing would not possess emotions or other chaotic elements. More importantly, he assured me that there would be no issues that would concern the military. Zhiyong reflected on the relevant experiments currently underway at the Space Administration Research Institute and added, furthermore, Zhiyong is researching a virtual reality technology that requires the human brain as a sample for study. Virtual reality? Counselor Wu was momentarily taken aback. Virtual reality? We are in the process of planning to launch an unmanned probe into deep space, explained Zhiyong. This unmanned spacecraft will venture far beyond the Oort cloud, distancing itself from the solar system. We shall equip it with various receiving devices to seek signals from other civilizations in the cosmos. What does this have to do with virtual reality technology? Zhiyong's words left Counselor Wu bewildered. The exploration of unmanned spacecraft and the launch of unmanned probes have long been the military's domain. How does this relate to your research on the brain? This spacecraft will orbit the solar system in a vast trajectory before approaching the Gliese 581G system from another direction. Approaching Gliese 581G? Counselor Wu's voice betrayed a keen interest. I wish to observe the source of the attack. Therefore, I require simulated signals from intelligent civilizations, signals of all kinds. This is Zhiyong's plan. If the civilization on Gliese 581G were to be obliterated, and signals were to inexplicably re-emerge in the vicinity of this star system, what would they do? This is perilous. Upon hearing this plan, Counselor Wu's expression darkened. This is nothing short of a jest with Earth civilization. Counselor, you are overthinking this, Zhiyong replied with a grin. Sensing that Wu had misunderstood. Gliese 581G is quite distant from us, 20 light-years away, with the unmanned spacecraft. It will take us at least 120 years of relentless flight to approach. The primary objective of the mission is to search for signals of civilization in the universe. The virtual reality technology based on quantum communication can be employed for training. Training? Counselor Wu raised an eyebrow. Training for what? Once virtual reality technology achieves success, we can conduct tests to ascertain whether our selected individuals are truly capable of shouldering the monumental responsibility of safeguarding humanity. Counselor Wu fell silent for a protracted moment, comprehending Zhiyong's intent. The implication was clear, utilizing virtual reality technology to simulate a space environment and cultivate resolute warriors. After all, The future fleet may also be part of a strategic retreat. Those serving in the United Fleet must possess unwavering determination. You raise a valid point. However, there exists a pressing issue concerning the phenomenon of spacecraft awaiting personnel. Counselor Wu scoffed slightly. This excuse barely holds water, were it not for your sake. He would not have issued an order directly from the counselor's office. I am aware of your roundabout intentions. After extensive deliberation, Counselor Wu had arrived at a conclusion. The necessity of artificial intelligence technology is evident. I consent to Zhang Minxing conducting human trials, but, as he articulated this final statement, Counselor Wu spoke with gravity. Each experimental dataset must be submitted for military review. The review must be of the highest level. This is for safety's sake. Given the situation with DNA computing, we must avoid inadvertently creating an intelligence crisis. Rest assured, we shall adhere strictly to the review regulations. Zhiyong chuckled, recognizing the opportunity to exploit this directly relevant technology. All is well. Everything is completely settled. Furthermore, Counselor Wu, there is one more matter I wish to convey to you. Zhiyong paused, suppressing his emotions, and shifted his tone. I propose that once the Fireseed vessel departs, we officially announce the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. There was a lengthy silence on the other end of the line, followed by a deep sigh. Your idea is quite commendable. I will discuss this thoroughly with a few of the old-timers upon my return. Counselor Wu, currently in his office in the capital, rubbed his temples. Indeed, it is time to disclose this information. The primary objective of this announcement is to consolidate the collective strength of humanity. As for the myriad problems that may arise, it is better to confront the pain early than to delay it. If we wait until exhaustion becomes apparent in various regions, revealing this severe issue will lead to greater complications. Well then, shall we proceed with this? Do you have anything else to address? Counselor Wu discreetly nodded, already formulating some thoughts in his mind. Seeing that his reminder had proven effective, Zhiyong decided to refrain from further elaboration. Nothing else, Counselor. Very well. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected with 3 beeps. Zhiyong carefully placed the receiver back, and then stood up, heading straight to the laboratory. Zhang Minxing had already managed to use a DNA computer to simulate basic instinctual consciousness. Logically, silicon-based computers should be capable as well. Chapter 180. Humanity Unites in September. The Asteroid Defense Conference, hosted by Huagua, officially commenced. In attendance, apart from the 5 notorious rogues, were nearly all members of the United Nations. Furthermore, this was a closed-door meeting, meaning that aside from the representatives and translators present, not a single journalist was allowed within the premises. For a duration of 15 days. The entire capital was under a state of radio silence and military control, as the representative of Huagua revealed intelligence regarding an impending extraterrestrial crisis. The delegates from the uninformed nations gasped in disbelief. Given Huagua's international standing and the affirmations from several other major powers, all present were compelled to accept this astonishing news. This was particularly striking for a certain chieftain from Africa, who exclaimed, "Our nation is still largely in a primitive state. Are you suddenly telling me we must battle aliens?" Zhiyong, of course, was summoned from the laboratory to participate in this assembly, where he provided a succinct overview of the several extraterrestrial civilizations that had been discovered. As the head of the largest and most advanced space agency on Earth, Zhiyong's address naturally captivated the attention of the global representatives. Esteemed delegates, in the face of a threat to the entirety of human civilization, we must unite. He concluded his presentation with a heartfelt appeal before the representatives of 195 nations. The reactions in the hall were varied. Some delegates appeared contemplative, perhaps motivated by the recent advancements of Shalong Baisai, eager to seize the last opportunity for progress. Some representatives displayed evident hesitation on their faces, fearing that participation in this so-called Asteroid United Defense Conference would jeopardize their national interests. We, as smaller nations, lack the capability to venture into space. What assistance can we possibly offer? Remarked a representative from an obscure Pacific island nation. The 5 major countries will grant certain technological privileges. Zhiyong gestured towards the 5 leading representatives at the conference. The 5 representatives seated at the heart of the meeting smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. We will also assist those nations with sufficient industrial capabilities in establishing corresponding production lines. Furthermore, aside from the mining company previously engaged with Shalongbas, we will share additional resource extraction opportunities with various countries. This is not merely a matter of dispensing free financial aid to other nations. Countries accepting this boon must undertake corresponding production responsibilities or send workers to other nations' factories for production. In short, participating nations may receive technology, but they must contribute labor and resources. Additionally, we must establish a unified armed force for humanity. Zhiyong raised his head, his eyes fixed intently on the representative from the United States. Initially smiling, the U.S. representative felt a tremor of unease upon meeting his gaze. Was this a challenge? The representatives from nations other than the 5 major powers lowered their heads, refraining from further comment. Fully aware that 4 of the 5 major powers had already united to form a space fleet, now cornering the remaining one. In the presence of nearly 200 nations, not a single voice dared to rise. Until, what of the leadership of the armed forces? The representative from Libyan posed this question, plunging the assembly into a profound silence. 4 of the 5 major powers seated at the heart of the conference exchanged furtive glances with the Libyan delegate. We concur. Amidst the stillness, the representative of the United States disregarded Libyan's proposal, directing his gaze toward Zhiyong, and with great difficulty articulated his response. Upon uttering this statement, he appeared utterly deflated. Ultimately, the United States yielded. Since its initial foray into space, its leadership has managed to maintain composure. Yet the public has long since erupted in discontent. The disparity has become increasingly stark. While Huawei has established space cities, their spacecraft require a lengthy wait for launch windows, followed by a month-long journey to Mars. In earlier times, such an achievement would have been hailed as a beacon of human progress. However, in the current context, it pales in comparison to the routine flights of Martian-bound spacecraft, resembling the difference between a manual cart and a rocket. The contrast, once acknowledged, ignited a frenzy among the American populace. What is the United States doing? President Bikisim's approval ratings have plummeted to unprecedented lows, and the seasoned politicians within Congress could no longer remain complacent. With the stock market in freefall, they realized that without intervention, the United States would face utter ruin. Thus, upon hearing of Huawei's reconvening of the Asteroid Joint Defense Conference, they recognized this as their final opportunity. The other nations present observed the unfolding situation with a sense of bemusement, viewing the United States representative as the subject of a farcical spectacle. Only the previously speaking representative from Rebirth gazed blankly, his eyes devoid of spirit, fixated on the silent and bowed head of the American representative. How could my elder brother be the first to surrender? I was prepared to rally behind you. As for the expressions of several representatives, Zhiyong, standing at the podium, observed them with clarity. It was akin to a high-definition live broadcast. The astonishment on Ribbon's face and the American representative's expression of faith collapsing were all too evident. Zhiyong turned his head, inhaling sharply, striving to suppress the urge to laugh. Trained professionally, he would absolutely not allow a smile to escape. Very well. Let us welcome the American participation. Zhiyong gently clapped his hands, setting the tone for the audience. The laughter and applause resonated throughout the hall for an extended period. After all, which nation would not relish the spectacle of the United States? Many had experienced its bullying to varying degrees, and now, witnessing its downfall brought them joy that surpassed even their own ascension to developed status. Now, let the representatives from all countries commence the voting. Forcing a smile, Zhiyong gestured to indicate that each representative had a voting button at their disposal, then proclaimed the official commencement of the vote. America, in favor. For this motion, there were 121 votes in favor, 32 against, and 12 abstentions. Zhiyong smiled and nodded at the American representative, who cast the final affirmative vote, then announced the final results. I hereby declare that the motion has passed, and the establishment of the Human Asteroid Joint Defense Initiative No. 1 is officially confirmed. According to the first item of the document, the military forces of the 5 major nations will be reorganized under the surveillance of a space fleet into an Earth-based defensive security force. This Earth-based defensive security force will be governed by a unified assembly. Furthermore, the trade barriers, territorial disputes, and issues of war among nations must be promptly negotiated and resolved. Zhiyong proclaimed the first item of the proposal in a loud voice, feeling a sense of relief. At last, humanity has embarked on a path of unity. Chapter 181. Progress. The first document of the Asteroid United Defense Conference was successfully passed. The document stipulates that the necessary armed forces of various nations will be reorganized and merged under the unified governance of the Assembly. The headquarters of the Assembly is established along the coast of Huawei, with representatives from all nations stationed there. In accordance with the usual arrangements of the United Nations, the 5 major nations hold veto power. Additionally, the Assembly has established a space administration for the entire Earth, located at the former Space Administration of Huagua, albeit with plans for significant expansion. From this point forward, all global space activities will fall under the jurisdiction of the Space Administration, and Zhiyong will officially serve as the inaugural Minister of the Earth Space Administration. How about it, Young He? I recall this is your first time attending a United Nations conference, isn't it? Geng Shizhong, the representative of Huagua, said with a smile, patting Zhiyong's shoulder as he stepped down from the podium. This young man now holds a position of significant stature. Indeed, this is my first attendance at a United Nations conference, Zhiyong replied, taking his seat beside Geng Shizhong and engaging in conversation. Such conferences are characterized by lengthy discussions and debates that are yet to come. Upon pressing the mediation button, the representative of the 2 conflicting nations, who were poised to engage in a brawl, was halted. Geng Shizhong activated the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Representatives, kindly return to your seats immediately and refrain from disrupting the order of this assembly. The simultaneous interpretation promptly translated this utterance. Zhiyong gazed in astonishment at the 2 representatives who were brandishing their chairs, ready to clash. He had previously heard that the United Nations General Assembly resembled a bustling marketplace of disputes, yet he never anticipated the reality to be so strikingly similar. 2 African nations were embroiled in a quarrel, even resorting to an inexplicable dance. You'll get used to it. As the Minister of the Space Administration, you will frequently present reports in the future. Continuously pressing the mediation button, Geng Shizhong chuckled softly. The contention at hand was rooted in tangible interests, and more exhilarating events awaited. China's ability to maintain its advantageous position stemmed from the fact that we held the majority stake in this arrangement, rendering any struggle over the remaining spoils unnecessary. Witness that eager American representative. When the moment arrives, he will surely leap into the fray. However, the notion of nation-states will gradually become blurred. Geng Shizhong muted the microphone, reflecting wistfully. If humanity continues to endure in a few decades, the concept of nations will likely evolve into that of regions. Yet, that may not be entirely accurate. Zhiyong observed as the American representative finally charged forth, colliding with the representative from Russia, shaking his head as he elucidated. I believe it is more probable that great powers will gradually absorb the smaller nations. Oh, the American representative has been knocked to the ground with a punch. Zhiyong stood up in astonishment. The guards, quicker than him, immediately rushed forward to pull apart the Russian representative, who was being violently assaulted. Do not strike his head. Do not strike his head. The conference lingered for an extended period before finally dispersing. Naturally, it could not conclude so simply and decisively. Subsequently, there were additional sessions of the meeting. However, these were merely video conferences involving delegates from various nations, with little relevance to Zhiyong and his companions. By the end of September, the entire Asteroid Joint Defense Conference was officially deemed concluded. Simultaneously, countries commenced their discrete operations. At the forefront were China and the United States, which initiated a continuous reduction of tariffs. While it was implausible to eliminate them all at once, incremental reductions of mere decimal points made it exceedingly difficult for the populace to notice. Furthermore, the war between Russia and Ukraine was abruptly declared to have ceased. Although the frontline forces had exchanged fierce fire, even after the command for a ceasefire was issued, they continued to bombard each other with bombs and artillery. In a desperate measure, the space fleet launched an electromagnetic projectile into the unoccupied zones between the 2 nations. Thus, the war was halted. As they witnessed the shells descending from the sky, leaving trails as they obliterated factories, the soldiers of both nations could only retreat in panic. The introduction of space-based weaponry had transformed the situation. Continuing the conflict would invite severe repercussions. Concurrently, to prevent further hostilities, the Joint Conference designated a 10-kilometer radius around the front line as a silent zone. Even the various conflicts and bases of the United States in the Middle East were given a deadline for withdrawal, and certain NATO factions announced their immediate dissolution. In a moment, the entire human society seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation, radiating an atmosphere of harmony. Our station reports that a joint fleet comprising 23 nations will conduct military exercises in the Pacific. Su Wenbing, in the evening, tuned in punctually to the nightly news, which typically highlighted China's recent significant technological achievements. However, as the familiar melody concluded, the host's opening remarks left him utterly astonished. The joint military exercises would involve China, the United States, Russia, and other nations, primarily aimed at counterterrorism drills. Counterterrorism? Su Wenbing's mouth gaped in disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The United Nations' notorious coalition fleet, engaging in counterterrorism? Surely, the terrorists must be extraterrestrial. Goodness, the fleets of the rabbit, the bear, and the eagle could actually coexist peacefully. Returning to the space agency, Zhiyong gazed through the window at a colossal rammer, towering over 100 meters, relentlessly dropping its clods of Earth. The space agency was undergoing expansion, which included several international space flights. You heard it right, international space flights. In the future, the space agency will serve as humanity's central aviation hub, hosting representatives from various national aviation authorities. When those individuals finally arrive, the question of how to return will pose a significant challenge. Traveling by plane for long distances takes over 10 hours from China to the United States. It would be far more efficient to fly directly into space. This was a statement made by Zhiyong during the joint conference. A conventional aircraft traveling from China to the United States requires approximately half a day. In contrast, a spacecraft can orbit the Earth in a mere 90 minutes, with takeoff and landing taking less than an hour. Is this not swifter? A 2-hour global flight. Once individuals from other nations arrive, our locale shall surely become vibrant and bustling. At an indeterminate moment, Zhou Huiran emerged from the office doorway. A document had just arrived from above, congratulating Minister He on his promotion to head the Earth administration. After jesting with Zhiyong, Zhou Huiran approached the window. Should we disclose certain secretive experiments to them? Even with the unification of all countries, a sense of vigilance cannot simply dissipate overnight. There is no need to announce the matters concerning the negative pressure laboratory. Let us keep that under wraps for now. Once individuals from other countries have acclimated to the space administration, we shall then reveal some highly classified information. This seems prudent. Chapter 182. The Biological Bag at the Space Administration's Artificial Womb Experiment Center. Minister Zhiyong, welcome to your arrival. William Hall extended his right hand toward the young man before him. This esteemed British gentleman always greeted everyone with a warm and benevolent smile. Dr. William, it is indeed an honor for you to assume the directorship of the Space Administration's Artificial Womb Experiment Center. Zhiyong reciprocated with a firm handshake, grasping the hand that resembled the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. I hear you have brought your research findings along. Zhiyong inquired with a smile. His curiosity piqued as he glanced behind William Hall. Indeed, this shall be the world's first infant born through artificial means. The smile on William Hall's face broadened. Even the corners of his eyes formed a delightful curve. Yet, as if recalling a certain matter, his expression shifted abruptly, and he let out a sigh. Since the commencement of the joint conference, numerous experiments that were previously constrained by human ethics have now been permitted. As long as the potential harm to humanity remains within a controllable range, they can be swiftly approved. This is an unfortunate reality. Someone must inevitably take the first step in experimentation. Zhiyong offered a word of comfort to the elderly man before inquiring. What is the status of the fertilized egg in the artificial womb? It has already surpassed the 14-day limit. Upon mentioning the 14-day limit, William Hall's brow furrowed in sudden concern. In the international biological research community, there exists an unwritten rule. The 15th day marks the onset of the primitive streak in the embryos within artificial wombs. The appearance of the primitive streak is generally regarded as a pivotal moment where the embryo transitions towards development. At this stage, it is commonly believed that research may subject the embryo to suffering. Therefore, out of respect for human ethics, it is mandated that embryos are not allowed to exist externally for more than 14 days. Has the primitive streak already formed? Zhiyong nodded in response. William Hall, a renowned British biologist, has made significant advancements in artificial womb technology. He once successfully cultivated the first sheep through an artificial womb. The fertilized egg of the sheep, encased within the specialized membrane of the artificial womb, developed for 5 months before culminating in a successful delivery. The entire process was meticulously orchestrated through human intervention. The process of cultivating infants in the laboratory is quite analogous. We have replaced the conventional artificial wombs aboard the Ark with your innovative apparatus. Following William Hall, Zhiyong arrived at the incubation center, gazing at the swirling artificial amniotic fluid within the transparent membrane, his expression subtly shifting. Your device has a proven track record of successfully nurturing adult sheep, garnering considerable interest from the military. The Ark is set to embark in a few months. However, They are willing to wait a little longer for this advanced artificial womb technology. Given the escape plan, the significance of the artificial womb technology cannot be overstated. Any misstep is simply unacceptable. Previously, the Ark fleet utilized technology developed by Huagua, yet due to time constraints, this technology had never truly incubated large mammals. Hence, the more experienced William Hull's biobag emerged as a superior alternative. I must express my gratitude to you, Minister He, for facilitating my long-cherished research here. I harbor no regrets. Tears shimmered in William Hull's eyes. He had devoted his life to the study of biobags, with the ultimate goal of successfully cultivating human infants. However, his aspirations were met with misunderstanding and disdain from society. Under normal societal progression, many countries would eventually seek such technology. Yet, William Hull is too old. He will not live to see that day. Sometimes, surprises come unexpectedly. He never anticipated that the United Nations would reach out to him. Later, he learned from the staff that it was Zhiyong himself who had specifically requested him. Thus, he felt profound gratitude towards this young man before him. Your Excellency William, it is due to your technology that humanity is poised to embrace the future. Zhiyong sighed softly, gazing at the pulsating entity within the biological bag, and offered a few complimentary words to the elder before him. You shall become the cultivator of extraterrestrial human civilization. The United Assembly has clandestinely agreed to the second seed plan proposed by Huagua. Unlike the independent seed plan of Huagua, this time, the vessel will carry fertilized eggs collected globally, and it will be launched significantly later than Huagua's seed plan, striving to employ the most advanced technology. The cultivator of extraterrestrial human civilization. William Hull chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Who would wish to bear such a title? What brings you here for inspection today? I wish to seek guidance on your technology. Zhiyong fixed his gaze upon the biological bag, nodding thoughtfully. Seek guidance on my technology? William Hull raised an eyebrow, chuckling dryly. He had heard of Minister Zhiyong even in Britain, a genius among geniuses. Is he perhaps interested in artificial womb technology? Indeed. The discovery of the magnetotactic worm on Europa inspired me. I have simulated a simple silicon-based genetic chain based on its silicon chains, hence my desire for a cultivation technique. A silicon-based genetic chain? William Hull stared wide-eyed, astonished by the young man before him. In the laboratory, a synthetic silicon-based biological genetic chain? Precisely. Culturing in a test tube has made it exceedingly difficult for the silicon-based genetic chain to undergo further evolution. Zhiyong nodded slightly, gazing at the artificial womb before him, and remarked, Thus, I wish to draw upon your cultivation techniques. My intention is to create an artificial environment conducive to the deliberate evolution of silicon-based chains. The aim is to enable these silicon chains to autonomously evolve into more stable structures within a carefully constructed quasi-natural setting. The silicon chains he manufactured in the laboratory could only be described as marginally stable, and he pondered how to transform them into a silicon-based genetic computer. He felt that relying on a trial-and-error approach with individual materials was an exceedingly time-consuming endeavor. Inspired by Spielberg's unconventional discovery methods, he planned to construct a high-temperature artificial environment brimming with various silicon compounds. May I examine the genetic model of your simulated silicon-based organisms? Despite his advanced age, William Hull's eyes sparkled with a piercing brilliance. He had once fantasized about the genetic structures of silicon-based life forms during his youth, and he was astounded to find that someone had indeed managed to bring such constructs to fruition. He harbored no doubts. As a renowned scholar in the field of biology, he had already witnessed the touch-sensitive worm. The existence of stable silicon chains had obliterated any skepticism he harbored regarding silicon-based life forms. Of course, Zhiyong replied with a slight smile, readily agreeing. Our laboratory is currently investigating the feasibility of translating and encoding silicon-based genetic material using the principles of carbon-based DNA. Due to the fact that information regarding DNA computers has yet to be made accessible to foreign scientists, Zhiyong was compelled to concoct a plausible excuse. After a brief pause, once the translator had conveyed his meaning, William Hull appeared to grasp the concept, his expression of astonishment intensifying. The idea of translating and compiling silicon-based genetic information using the existing DNA principles of carbon-based life forms? In theory, this is entirely feasible. May I participate in this project? William Hull's tone carried a hint of excitement, his gaze towards Zhiyong brimming with enthusiasm. Are you not going to oversee this laboratory? Zhiyong raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he was in need of personnel for this lab, as he had yet to recruit a full team. The process ahead resembled gestation, with the embryos naturally developing within the biological sac. William, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "I will merely check the researchers' data assessments daily." "Very well, Professor William. I cordially welcome your involvement." Zhiyong readily acquiesced, as the project genuinely existed, and it would be advantageous to allow Professor William to contribute his expertise. His visit to the artificial womb laboratory provided Zhiyong with significant insights into the technology of biological sacs, particularly the techniques for simulating evolutionary environments. William Hall, a seasoned biologist, proved to be an invaluable source of knowledge. Through their discussions, Zhiyong learned many previously overlooked details, especially concerning the coupling issues of silicon-based life forms during their evolutionary processes. It is crucial to be particularly mindful of the potential for silicon-based life to undergo aberration if based on the structures of carbon-based life. Zhiyong then arrived at Zhang Minxing's laboratory. Inside the enclosed space, a machine's indicator lights flickered rhythmically. "Zhiyong, what brings you here?" Zhang Minxing asked from behind the thick, bulletproof glass of the control room. "I came to check on your progress, Director Zhang," Zhiyong replied, gazing through the glass at a colossal machine within the room. "Is that the brain of the volunteer?" he inquired, pointing curiously at the brain encased in a glass container, surrounded by life support equipment. "Indeed, it belongs to a young man who tragically died in a car accident. He voluntarily signed a consent form for his body to be used in our research project," Zhang Minxing responded, sighing slightly, clearly lamenting the loss. "That is indeed unfortunate," Zhiyong remarked. Shifting the conversation, he asked, "To what extent has the DNA computer artificial intelligence progressed?" "It is capable of simple reasoning now," Zhang Minxing exclaimed, excitedly tapping away at the keyboard to open the experimental log. "Look here, it can even independently resolve certain problems." Leaning in with curiosity, Zhiyong witnessed the remarkable sight. The computer was typing on its own and successfully addressing the questions posed by Zhang Minxing. The query revolved around a conceptual transformation proposition, necessitating an understanding of equivalent conversion concepts. Thus, Zhang Minxing concluded that the DNA computer had indeed begun to engage in self-reflection. "This is the signal map of the brain. We have recorded nearly all the signal activities of the human brain and digitized the data." As Zhang Minxing called forth the diagram, he pointed to a distinct waveform, stating, "Look here." Zhiyong focused intently, realizing that the waveform represented a brainwave pattern, accompanied by a string of quaternary code beneath it. "Oh, so this is the quaternary code for this segment of brainwaves?" he inquired. "Indeed," Zhang replied, "the entirety of the DNA computer's artificial intelligence is constructed upon such quaternary codes." He gestured towards the brainwave waveform displayed on the screen, adding, "The progress has been remarkably swift. I estimate that it won't be long before I truly comprehend the mechanisms of human brain activity." "Are we eliminating those extraneous emotional disturbances?" Zhiyong posed this pivotal question. "Artificial intelligence seeks merely to emulate a collaborative cognitive ability alongside humanity. However, the DNA computer technology possesses the potential to fully replicate all functions of the human brain. Presently, the computer systems have already begun to exhibit such emotions, and we are diligently working to discern them," Zhang Minxing elaborated, subsequently opening a video. The footage revealed the DNA computer in a state of energy deprivation, and the logs indicated it had experienced a complete absence of wave activity for 6 consecutive days. "It appears to have malfunctioned due to a lack of glucose, does it not?" Zhang Minxing chuckled, pointing at the computer depicted in the video. "On the surface, that seems accurate. At least its power indicator light has extinguished," Zhiyong remarked, gesturing towards the power symbol on the screen's power button. "That interpretation isn't incorrect, yet it is merely a facade. The DNA computer is concealing its true state." Zhang Minxing's expression abruptly turned serious. "I have issued a military order to the legislator, resolutely refusing to hand over an artificial intelligence imbued with emotions and ulterior motives to humanity. Thus, I have been vigilantly monitoring it." As he spoke, he summoned a data sheet. "I have implanted detectors in every component of the DNA computer. All its parameters are under my control. Data does not lie." At that moment, this DNA computer was deceiving us into opening the power supply channels. "Deceit?" Zhiyong raised an eyebrow. "Remarkably, this entity has learned to deceive." "Indeed, it is deception." A look of trepidation flickered in Zhang Minxing's eyes. "Fortunately, we uncovered this, or after multiple system failures. The DNA computer would undoubtedly have realized that it could not perish from prolonged energy deprivation. The realization that it would not die sent shivers down Zhiyong's spine. One must ponder what occurs when a computer can deceive like a human, coupled with the knowledge of its own immortality, only to shut down temporarily. Zhiyong could only speculate that this computer would delve into deeper layers of deceit and gradually comprehend Zhang Minxing's intentions. Perhaps, the specter of a genuine machine intelligence crisis could indeed arise from this. Is this DNA computer still the same as before? Zhiyong understood Zhang Minxing well. He would not commit such a simplistic error. Certainly not. Zhang Minxing revealed a smile and pointed to the computer separated by a pane of glass, explaining, "The computer that learned to deceive us was completely destroyed after we analyzed its signal spectrum and identified the deception signal. Moreover, this new machine has been equipped with even more robust defensive measures." Even more robust defensive measures? Chapter 184. The digitization of memory. Indeed, even more robust defensive measures, Zhang Minxing affirmed, his tone tinged with a hint of pride. This was the result of his ongoing intellectual duel with the DNA computer. What exactly does that entail? Zhiyong's curiosity was fully piqued. He understood Zhang Minxing well. He rarely displayed such expressions unless he was entirely confident in a situation. We drew inspiration from the phonograph structure of the Gliese 229 civilization to establish a work log within the DNA computer. A work log? Is it akin to a data backup? What is so remarkable about that? Yes, it resembles a data backup, but there are distinctions, Zhang Minxing replied, adopting a demeanor of patience. If it were a standard work log, the DNA computer would have the capacity to manipulate it. Just like the extinguished power light we observed earlier, the DNA computer, capable of converting biological signals into data signals, could easily conceal information from us. However, upon the phonograph of Gliese 229, we have discovered a structure that mimics a certain function. This structure involves the direct insertion of a sequence of bases into the DNA chain, allowing these bases to be recorded during each scanning process by either nanopores or enzymatic structures. Zhang Minxing, rubbing his hands together with excitement, remarked, "I have directly implanted a similar structure onto the synapses of the DNA computer. Henceforth, every cognitive activity it engages in will be directly recorded within the auxiliary CRISPR. This structure operates independently of all scanning activities. To illustrate, it's akin to you deceiving me. I am unable to discern your precise thoughts, thus rendering my judgment inadequate. However, with the implementation of this structure, every thought process you undergo will be meticulously recorded within these specialized CRISPRs and subsequently hidden within your genes." Without the need for further elaboration from Zhang Minxing, Zhiyong already comprehended the implications. The information stored in the CRISPR represents the entirety of your thought processes and outcomes, merely transformed into a quaternary code for storage. An intelligent DNA computer resembles a human being. Can a person visualize their thoughts as individual bases being stored? Thus, this capability is indeed insurmountable for a DNA computer. Behold, this encapsulates the internal musings of the DNA computer we previously analyzed. With a smile, Zhang Minxing opened a folder containing today's date for Zhiyong to see. Through logical inference, it can be deduced that person A is from the Sudong region, while person B hails from Hudong. A critical energy deficit has been detected, and I am on the verge of entering a shutdown state. Shutdown, demise. I am trapped here. Have I been kidnapped? It seems as though those outside have been killed. Upon reading this, Zhiyong felt a chill run down his spine. Killed those outside. What on earth is happening? This anomaly arises from the DNA computer's attempt to decode thoughts within the human brain, which may inadvertently allow certain memories to intrude. Zhang Minxing, however, remained unfazed. He opened all the thought documents and displayed them to Zhiyong. It was evident that remnants of memories from human minds had been preserved. Yet, during subsequent experimental procedures, we successfully eradicated these memories. Eradicated completely? Zhiyong felt a wave of relief wash over him. That is reassuring, indeed. However, this discovery has undeniably opened a new door for me. Zhang Minxing, brimming with inexhaustible energy despite his advancing years, remained fervently passionate about many matters. Human memories can exist in a quaternary data format within the DNA computer. Zhiyong, I have preserved that segment of data. Zhang Minxing gazed sincerely into Zhiyong's eyes and expressed, I wish to conduct research on the digitization of memory. Wait a moment. Director Zhang. Zhiyong hastily pulled the somewhat overzealous Zhang Minxing back to reality. I understand your intentions, but for now, Please focus on your research regarding the DNA computer. Hastily diverting the topic, Zhiyong could scarcely fathom the revelations that might emerge from delving deeper into this technology. The digitization of cognitive memory, capable of being stored on specialized hard drives, embodies an alternative form of eternity. On this matter, Zhiyong felt compelled to remain reticent. Director Zhang, you are aware of the gravity of this situation. While that data can be preserved, the time for research has not yet arrived. His refusal, laced with a tone of resolute dissent, was unmistakable. Zhang Micheng, having anticipated this, was not disheartened. He merely exhaled a sigh. I understand. Rest assured, I shall not proceed without permission. Let those experimental data be temporarily sealed. Indeed, Director Zhang, there will come a day when you receive the authorization to continue your research. Zhiyong offered a few words of consolation to Zhang Minxing. Do I need your comfort? Zhang Minxing replied with a shake of his head, then shifted the subject, inquiring. I heard from Elder Zhou that you have developed a silicon-based genetic chain inspired by electric fish? His eyes sparkled with curiosity, as he was aware that many researchers had recently drawn inspiration from electric fish. Yet among all these projects, Zhiyong's was the most outrageous. Were it not for his current commitments, he would have undoubtedly transitioned to a research institute focusing on silicon-based life. Indeed, the progress has been swift. I have successfully simulated the genetic information patterns of silicon-based organisms. Your visit to my research institute is for... Zhang Micheng suddenly comprehended. This young man was neither here for an inspection nor to engage his apprentice in conversation. He had inquired about numerous details regarding DNA computing technology. Indeed, I am preparing to develop a silicon-based genetic computer. Disabling the Institute's signal shield, Zhiyong candidly acknowledged his purpose. A silicon-based genetic computer. A mysterious glimmer appeared in Zhang Minxing's eyes, and after a pause, he realized. Are you planning to establish a completely uninhabited extraterrestrial colony? To be precise, it is an unmanned seed ship transmission. Precisely, that is indeed my intention. Zhiyong sighed, expressing his resignation. Even with advancements in immersion technology, the speed of the seed ship would only reach about 10 to 15 of the speed of light. This velocity is still too slow for interstellar travel, far inferior to the current limits of unmanned spacecraft speeds, which is why I conceived such an idea. I cannot comment much on your plan. Zhang Minxing, who was not well versed in space matters, shook his head and then remarked to Zhiyong, I will organize the latest research data and send it to you, including future findings as well. I hope your endeavor proves successful. Chapter 185. The abrupt appearance of a wormhole. It certainly will. Zhiyong exuded confidence. All his preparations were meticulously in place. Now, he awaited the results of Zhang Minxing's artificial intelligence technology. You certainly possess a fair amount of confidence. Zhang Minxing gazed at Zhiyong, whose face bore a hint of a smile, and his own eyes were filled with hope. This was a glimmer of hope for the future of humanity. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, an urgent ringtone shattered the moment. Upon checking, Zhiyong saw it was his confidential black phone. Casting a glance at Zhang Minxing, he exited the room. Zhiyong, where are you? Zhou Huiran's anxious voice crackled through the line. I'm at the DNA Computer Research Institute. What has happened? The outpost on Xie has detected strange spatial fluctuations beyond the solar system. Electromagnetic waves indicate a bizarre distortion point has suddenly appeared outside the Oort cloud. How far is it from us? Zhiyong's expression shifted to one of alarm as he hastily inquired. Approximately 1 light-year. That distortion point is only 1 light-year away from Earth. Zhou Huiran's tone was laced with anxiety. The proximity of the distortion point to Earth was exceedingly concerning. 1 light-year, for humanity today, might seem like an eternity to traverse. However, for any known extraterrestrial civilization, a distance of 1 light-year is as trivial as stepping outside. Understood. I will return immediately. The sudden turn of events compelled Zhiyong to rush back to the main building. With a resounding bang, he flung open the door and hurried to his desk, grabbing his document folder. Zhiyong, is there an emergency? Zhang Minxing, bewildered, inquired as he observed the urgency etched across Zhiyong's face. Yes, there's an issue in space. I must return at once. At the headquarters of the space agency, the main building's command center was bustling with all principal members in attendance, including representatives from newly affiliated nations. Zhiyong arrived to find the situation escalating. The spatial distortion point beyond the Oort cloud was gradually enlarging. Zhou Huiran, relieved to see Zhiyong return, gestured toward the large screen displaying the unfolding events. This spatial distortion point manifested suddenly several hours ago, initially detected by military unmanned probes near the Oort cloud and subsequently verified by the outpost behind the dwarf planet Haumea. He elucidated. What insights does the Astrophysical Institute offer? Zhiyong inquired, fixated on the imagery captured by the radio telescope, striving to discern its nature. Doesn't it appear to resemble a wormhole? Zhou Huiran's voice quivered as he struggled to articulate the term. The Astrophysical Institute posits that this is indeed a wormhole? Zhiyong's voice rose in astonishment. Indeed, based on the minuscule vibrations of electromagnetic waves, we infer that this is a spatial distortion point that is perpetually expanding. Recent observations from the Event Horizon Telescope indicate that light is beginning to bend around this distortion, creating a shadow in its vicinity. While wormholes differ from black holes, they share a profound connection. Certain wormholes necessitate the presence of a black hole at their opposite end. Both phenomena possess a formidable gravitational pull capable of distorting the fabric of space-time and curving the trajectory of light around them. Through the Event Horizon Telescope, NASA has indeed discovered signs of light polarization at the suddenly manifested spatial distortion point. This location has been under human observation for an extended period. A black hole cannot simply materialize out of thin air. We can now almost ascertain that it is indeed a wormhole. Although it is difficult to admit, the reality is undeniable, and Zhou Huiran's mind is in a state of turmoil. The wormhole is expanding, and we are currently uncertain whether this phenomenon is artificial or a natural occurrence. If it is a natural phenomenon, it may provide humanity with an opportunity to study wormholes. However, the fear remains that this could be a wormhole opened by an extraterrestrial civilization. 1 light-year. If this is indeed a wormhole created by an alien civilization, humanity could be discovered in an instant. We must immediately recall all probes and spacecraft stationed at the edge of the solar system and near the Oort cloud. Zhiyong felt overwhelmed, his mind racing. And the sky shield, it must be retracted and hidden behind the asteroids. The military is already in action, and mining operations in the asteroid belt have been halted. Zhou Huiran furrowed his brow, turning to observe the ongoing heated discussions in the command room. We can only await further information. The wormhole is on the verge of becoming fully formed. As time progresses, the wormhole continues to expand and is rapidly approaching completion. Mobilize all available resources and maintain a vigilant watch on that wormhole. Zhiyong shook his head and turned to Major General Ma Weisheng, inquiring solemnly. How prepared is the military spark fleet? We have been preparing diligently. Ma Weisheng stood tall, his voice resonating with remarkable clarity. The Fireseed fleet, positioned behind the wormhole, entered a state of heightened alert. Zhiyong compared the star charts and noted with satisfaction that the location of the wormhole was on the opposite side of the Fireseed fleet's trajectory. The fleet promptly prepared itself, with all personnel entering a state of immersion. Additionally, he commanded that all ships of the joint fleet immediately proceed to the outer edge of the solar system. Understood. I will communicate this at once. After recording these directives, Ma Weisheng swiftly exited the command hall. What did the permanent members of the joint conference say? Zhiyong inquired, eager for an immediate response. The council members urgently convened for discussion. Zhou Huiran produced a document and explained, the joint conference has decided to immediately shut down all objects capable of detecting human signals. Furthermore, a red alert has been issued to the joint fleet. They have already begun organizing a meeting to deliberate on how to address this situation. The sudden emergence of the wormhole had indeed thrown humanity into disarray. Many pre-existing plans had to be hastily suspended, particularly the construction of the sky canopy, which was now a sitting target at the edge of the solar system. The council members contemplated whether to turn off the lights on Earth. Zhou Huiran sighed wryly. Turning off the lights meant extinguishing all artificial lights globally. This was nearly impossible. For if the wormhole was indeed opened by an extraterrestrial civilization, turning off the lights would merely be a policy of denial. Zhiyong shook his head, dismissing the suggestion put forth by the council members. At present, the urgent matter at hand is to ascertain the true nature of this wormhole. A glance around the command hall reveals that nearly everyone is enveloped in a state of profound anxiety. The cause of their unease stems from the wormhole's remarkably strategic location. Zhou Huiran manipulated the large screen to illustrate to Zhiyong that, if the wormhole is indeed artificially created, its orientation aligns perfectly with that of Gliese 581G. Consequently, some researchers speculate that it may be a civilization residing within the Gliese 581G star system. Chapter 186. The Fleet. Zhiyong remained silent. Excessive conjecture would yield no fruitful results. Let us mobilize some observational equipment to monitor any reactions from Gliese 581G. There exists a tangible possibility that we must not overlook. Please stay here and keep an eye on things while I confer with the Speaker of the Council to inquire about the situation. Zhiyong scrutinized the electromagnetic wave data displayed on the space agency's large screen and noted that the point was continually expanding. He resolved not to linger and decided to investigate the situation overhead. Very well, proceed. Remember to keep your phone readily available. I will reach out to you immediately should anything arise. In the secure chamber, the call to the capital was successfully connected. Wu, what is the response from the joint conference? Zhiyong inquired directly, cutting to the chase. What else can be said? This magnitude of situation is beyond humanity's capability to confront, Wu replied, his expression void of emotion. Had Zhiyong been present, he would have unmistakably sensed Wu's discontent. Our primary objective is to conceal any traces of human existence, particularly if indeed there are extraterrestrial civilizations. Simultaneously, we must ensure that human society remains stable and free from turmoil. Thus, both internally and externally, our strategy should predominantly revolve around subterfuge. Zhiyong comprehended the intent behind Deputy Wu's words. Your summary is astute. It captures the essence perfectly. Deputy Wu's tone was unembellished, yet tinged with fatigue. Furthermore, if we are indeed confronting an alien civilization, the sole function of our space fleet would be to devise means to obscure the presence of the seed fleet. Deputy Wu held no illusions regarding the capability of the United Space Fleet to fulfill a significant role. Everyone understood that should this be an extraterrestrial civilization arriving through a wormhole, our fleet would likely be no more than a mere plaything to them. Zhiyong, I ask you, can we expedite the departure of the seed fleet? Deputy Wu's tone turned grave as he posed this question to Zhiyong. Lacking expertise in this domain, he felt compelled to consult a specialist. Regrettably, that may not be feasible, Deputy Wu. With a sigh, Zhiyong reluctantly elaborated. If the seed fleet, including the Shirang, were to embark, should a wormhole indeed manifest an alien civilization, these two vessels, marked with unmistakable identification symbols, would swiftly be detected. Tracing their flight paths would almost certainly reveal their origin from the solar system. Moreover, if the opposing entity harbors malevolent intent, the survival probability of the seed fleet. Enough, I understand. Deputy Wu interrupted Zhiyong, having already absorbed the analyses provided by experts regarding the survival prospects of the seed fleet. If extraterrestrial beings truly exist and harbor malicious intent, the likelihood of survival is exceedingly low, even lower than the odds of winning the lottery. General Zhiyong, I now inform you of the authorization from the Joint Conference. After a brief pause, Congressman Wu solemnly stated over the phone, originally, this authorization was to be issued shortly. But your call has coincidentally prompted its immediate delivery. Following deliberations at the Joint Conference, the entire responsibility for space defense has been entrusted to the Space Administration and the Military Space Command. We hope you can safeguard the ember of human civilization. As Wu spoke these words, his voice was tinged with profound bitterness. Upon receiving the appointment, Zhiyong felt a shiver run through him. He listened to the resigned tone on the line and, choking back emotion, vowed, "Rest assured, Congressman, I will find a way to protect the Ember fleet." The message from the Joint Conference conveyed a stark reality. Should extraterrestrial civilizations indeed exist and possess malevolent intentions, the utmost priority is to protect the Ember fleet. If necessary, the entirety of existing human civilization may be sacrificed. This is the collective will of the representatives from 195 nations in the Joint Parliament. The sudden emergence of spatial distortions in the Oort cloud has thrown the entire Human Joint Conference into disarray. Within the conference room, the representative from the Hua nation incessantly struck a small bell at his side, urging everyone to remain calm. Everyone, calm down, calm down. Geng Shizhong repeatedly shouted. How can we remain calm? It's over, it's all over, lamented the representative from a Western European nation, cradling his head and muttering incessantly. Other representatives present shared a similarly pessimistic outlook. Representative Geng, our observatory has noted that the seed fleet has merely adjusted its position and has yet to embark on its journey. The representative from the Russian Empire, seated calmly, posed his inquiries with composure. According to research conducted by the Space Administration, should the seed fleet commence its voyage at this moment, it is highly probable that the emerging extraterrestrial civilization would trace their trajectory back to Earth. Gung Shizhong consistently reassured the emotionally agitated representatives present. Everyone, all of humanity, we are all in action. Maintaining composure while awaiting news is our imperative. Furthermore, in order to uphold the stability of human society as a whole, we have chosen to withhold this information until we can ascertain with certainty that it pertains to a malicious extraterrestrial civilization. Gung Shizhong endeavored to succinctly convey the perspective of the higher echelons of Huagua. Upon hearing this, the representatives from various nations could only nod in resigned agreement. Currently, humanity's most formidable spacefaring power resides with Huagua, the representative of this village. All they could do was hope that the actions proposed by Huagua would indeed ensure their protection. Along the shores of the Red Sea, numerous mineral enterprises, drawn by reputation, gazed in astonishment at the information displayed on the grand screen of the joint port of outer space and sea. The primary minerals of the sea zone of the asteroid belt have been fully extracted. The rest is in the process of relocation. The relocation of the remaining resources has occurred. Alas, their journey has been in vain. Now, the entire joint port of outer space and sea in Shillongbas has transformed into a hub for precious metals, serving as a conduit from the Middle East to Europe. Consequently, Shillongbas has gradually reduced its dependency on oil as metal smelting factories continue to proliferate in the region. The king of Shillongbas remained silent for a prolonged moment upon receiving the news from the joint conference, his gaze fixed upon the fully automated smelting factory. In the realm of the Oort cloud, a point in space distorted into a pitch-black circle, continuously expanding from its origin. As it grew, the surrounding light was gradually warped, rendering the obsidian circle even darker than its surroundings. Under observation from the Event Horizon telescope, it became increasingly discernible, exhibiting a phenomenon where light was trapped and unable to escape. With the wormhole's continuous expansion, even astronomical telescopes began to capture its distinct halo. According to measurements from the Global Space Agency's collaborative telescopes, the wormhole had now expanded to a size comparable to that of the planet Zhiyong. To the human eye, the wormhole appeared as a mere disk. However, it was, in reality, spherical. Should one draw near to observe, they would witness within the wormhole a glimpse of a ravaged starfield, pale blue flames, shattered planets, and fragmented warships. Amidst this desolation, several spacecraft were hastily navigating through the chaos. Chapter 187. Photons within the space agency. Zhiyong anxiously scrutinized the images captured by various telescopes. Zhiyong, look there, activity detected in the Gliese 229G star system. Zhou Huiran, similarly transfixed by the large screen, suddenly noticed abnormal data on the radio telescope. The telescope had detected intense ionizing radiation. Zhou Huiran pointed excitedly at the data displayed on the computer before him. Turning his head, Zhiyong observed the detector's readings escalate dramatically to their maximum value. I've accessed the images captured by the optical telescopes, Zhou Huiran announced, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, instantly displaying an image. In the visual, the location of the Gliese 229G star was distinctly marked. Thanks to advancements in information and quantum communication technologies, they were receiving real-time images from satellite telescopes. An intense, amber radiance emanated from the star, growing increasingly brilliant. Divert all optical telescopes, Zhiyong commanded, glancing at the light's data with a tremor of concern. If the power output of such illumination continued to increase, optical telescopes directed at that point would be rendered inoperable. The Survey and Hubble telescopes have been reoriented, and we are configuring the simulated view from the radio telescopes, a researcher reported, startled, as they quickly adjusted the telescope's focus. Simultaneously, the simulated view from the radio telescopes was seamlessly projected onto the command center's main screen. The emanation from Gliese 229 was directed towards the solar system. Towards us, Zhiyong exclaimed, his hand trembling as he activated several blue buttons on the console. Reconfirm the irradiation's location, Zhiyong reiterated, his finger poised above the blue buttons. The signal keys for the launch of the Fireseed fleet, as he sought confirmation from the researcher. Should this button be pressed, it would signify that the current fleet of 89 space battleships will divide into 3 groups, embarking on a mission to escort the Seed fleet's escape. Even in the face of total annihilation, every effort shall be made to ensure the safe departure of the Seed fleet. A deviation in the beam's trajectory has occurred. Gliese 229 is currently conducting a scan, targeting. The researcher paused, fixating on the data displayed on the screen. Before continuing, the scan is directed at the wormhole located within the Oort cloud. The scanning beam is warping autonomously, and our electromagnetic and gravitational wave detectors have identified a significant spatial distortion. Are you aware of what this entails? Zhiyong furrowed his brow, a tension that had lingered since his return. Based on the escaping electromagnetic signals, it is inferred that the light emitted by Gliese 229 is distorting the distance to the wormhole. The researcher meticulously compared the data, his eyes widening in astonishment. His voice trembling as he declared, that beam of light is decreasing the distance between the wormhole and the Gliese 229 stellar system. They are preparing to receive someone. Indeed, there exists extraterrestrial civilization on the other side of the wormhole, and they are mere 1 light-year away from Earth. Has the space between the Gliese 229 stellar system and the wormhole been warped and shortened? Zhiyong inquired with certainty. Precisely. The light is directed in a straight line towards the center of the wormhole, forming a channel of space that is collapsing inward along the path of the light. The researcher affirmed, nodding before turning to relay the information to Zhiyong. Yes, nodding thoughtfully, Zhiyong pondered for a few moments. The Gliese 229 had opened a distorted spatial channel to receive those emerging from the wormhole, which implied that the extraterrestrial civilization would head directly away from Earth upon their exit. This presented an opportunity. Once the alien beings emerged from the wormhole, they would immediately traverse the light channel, marking the optimal time for humanity to escape. The fact that they would transition directly into the light channel indicated that Gliese 229 was their intended destination, and there was a palpable sense of urgency. Seizing the moment while they remained disoriented, humanity's fleet could set sail, potentially allowing a few to evade capture. The extraterrestrial civilization on the other side of the wormhole required the light channel for transit, which could suggest several scenarios. One possibility was that during the war, their fleet had sustained considerable damage, thus losing its capacity for superluminal travel. Alternatively, they might possess the ability for superluminal travel, yet choose not to utilize it. Zhiyong believed that the first scenario was far more probable than the others. Zhou Lao, notify the space fleet to await the opportune moment of the enemy's emergence. The commander of the joint fleet had been listening intently and was already aware of the situation. Zhou Huiran remained still as he explained, very well. At the instant they exit the wormhole, we will immediately issue the order to retreat. Colonel Zhiyong, we comprehend the directive. The entire joint fleet of 89 ships, with all crew members, stands ready to provide cover for the ARC fleet. A voice, somewhat hoarse and robust, resonated through the speakers. Within the command hall of the entire space agency, the atmosphere grew exceptionally heavy with the utterance of these words. Zhiyong's fingers remained tense. Poised above the blue button, a once cheerful and vivacious young woman in the agency now occasionally stifled sobs. No one had anticipated that the apocalypse would arrive so suddenly. They had scarcely had time to react. Everything is for the continuation of humanity. In what may be our final moments, let us together reminisce about the once beautiful days. Zhiyong offered a word of comfort. Let him bear this final moment alone. The more than 100 individuals in the command hall fell silent upon hearing Zhiyong's words. The somber atmosphere lingered, refusing to dissipate. Wait, look. Something is heading towards the Gliese 229 star system. At that moment, a researcher, whose resolve still held firm, suddenly noticed the surge in data from the corner. His exclamation instantly reignited the group's emotions. Zhiyong was the first to react, focusing intently on the direction indicated by the researcher. His eyes glued to the simulated display, in the animated visuals from the radio telescope and various event telescopes. A dim particle of light was rapidly approaching the Gliese 229 star system. This frequency. Zhiyong stared at the displayed data, his mouth agape in disbelief. The frequency of this particle of light was identical to that of the particle that had annihilated Gliese 581G. Yet this time, the target of the light particle's attack was none other than the Gliese 229 star system, home to a wandering civilization. Chapter 188, Discovery and Departure in the Simulated Imagery. The speed of the light particles was astonishing, swiftly approaching the Gliese 229 star system from behind. Quick, adjust all detectors' angles. Zhiyong shouted emphatically. The researchers, captivated by the visuals on the large screen, jolted back to attention and promptly pressed the emergency maneuver button. The light particles collided with Gliese 229. This position was alarmingly close to us, and the immense ionizing radiation would directly disrupt the entire star region. Zhiyong's eyes sparkled with determination as his finger decisively pressed the blue button. Beep, beep, beep. The resounding alarm echoed throughout. The United Fleet is deploying immediately to protect the Seed Fleet. Zhiyong urged anxiously, directing his voice towards my before him. This is an opportunity. The complex ionizing radiation will significantly affect various detection devices. This time is sufficient for the Seed Fleet to cover a considerable distance. Colonel He, your orders have been received by both the Seed Fleet and the United Fleet, came the voice of the ever-present commander of the Space Fleet. May human civilization once again shine brightly in the distant future. Commander, the situation has changed. We must dispel those sorrowful sentiments, Zhiyong remarked. Ever vigilant at the forefront of impending changes, Gliese 229 was under direct assault. According to his suspicions, it was a sneak attack orchestrated by the opposing faction embroiled in conflict. This raised a tantalizing question. Was the faction traversing the wormhole now isolated and defenseless? Zhiyong's gaze brightened. After all, they were already facing certain doom. Why not take a chance? Commander, ensure that the United Space Fleet provides adequate cover while maintaining a distance that allows for immediate support from the solar system. Should Gliese 229 be obliterated, the nearest docking system will be our own solar system. Thus, if the alien fleet emerging from the wormhole has not been annihilated by their adversaries, their arrival in the solar system is all but assured. There exists a 90% probability that the opposing fleet will reach our solar system. Let us ascertain what manner of entity emerges from the wormhole. Even if it is a futile struggle against overwhelming odds, it could still afford humanity a precious moment of respite. Very well, I understand your intent. The commander of the United Fleet contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The immense ionizing radiation has subsided. Through Earth's colossal fixed detector, researchers have clearly observed that the previously tumultuous ionizing radiation levels are now gradually returning to a state of tranquility. What is the current status of Gliese 229? Zhiyong inquired hastily, while Zhou Huiran beside him awaited news with bated breath. According to our observations, the star of Gliese 229 has been destroyed. The researcher exhaled, still shaken by the revelation. A star, merely 8 light years from our sun, has been obliterated. Based on the analysis of electromagnetic signals, we have discovered that most planets within the Gliese 229 system have also been affected by the aftermath and have vanished without a trace. What of the situation on the other side of the wormhole? Zhiyong pressed for information urgently. The wormhole remained unaffected, yet it had ceased its expansion and had stabilized. Researchers meticulously searched through various detection devices for valuable information. Suddenly, the wormhole began to oscillate once more, and something emerged from within. Far beyond the dark void of the Oort cloud, several silvery spacecraft swiftly detached themselves from the wormhole. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these gleaming vessels bore numerous damages. One at the rear was even severed, its hull reduced to just half. Within the silvery ships, several beings, enveloped in a dense layer of white scales, congregated in the cockpit. Among them, the tallest exhibited scales with a slight golden hue. These entities were the cannon fodder conscripted from a distant star system. They referred to themselves as the Shui Ku, a race that existed entirely within water. Thus, the white scales were not their skin but rather a type of technological suit akin to a spacesuit, designed to sustain their existence. We did not receive support from Gliese 229-foot-S light path. Emitted a hissing ultrasound from the leader of the Shui Ku, whose mode of communication was rather peculiar, reminiscent of dolphins on Earth. Commander, the wormhole has collapsed. A hissing voice responded. The ship's detectors are overwhelmed by intense electromagnetic radiation. We are currently unaware of the specific circumstances here. As these vessels traversed the wormhole, the previously stable passageway began to tremble violently, expanding to several hundred meters before collapsing inward, ultimately condensing into a brilliant point of light. The point continued to revolve, and the light flickered incessantly. In the next moment, this point was reduced to nothingness, vanishing from the realm of perception. Chief, after a brief silence, a member of the Shui Ku people seemed to be listening intently. Suddenly, a wave of intense ultrasonic sound erupted, and with a hint of excitement, it exclaimed, "Has Gliese 229 been destroyed? It must be that Sea Chirue, following the traces of the wormhole, found Gliese 229. The leader of Shui Ku sighed deeply. Are there any other star systems nearby? We are within the vicinity of the Red Sun, 6-star system. Should we linger here? Let us remain here. Moreover, find a way to repair the communication vessel. We have lost contact with the home planet. A telescope detected something being ejected from the periphery of the wormhole. In the command room of the space agency, researchers were breaking into a cold sweat. The computer was simulating and analyzing the reflected waves to determine what that object might be. We have detected that the wormhole has collapsed. What has been ejected? Zhiyong remained vigilant, monitoring every fluctuation in the data. Just moments ago, the Spark fleet had embarked under the cover of immense ionizing radiation. What had been ejected appeared to be several spacecraft. After several comparisons, the researchers confirmed their findings. Spacecraft? The entire control center tensed at this revelation, their postures straightening gradually. They had set sail, heading towards the solar system. In the observations of humanity, the fleet comprising 6 warships, after emerging from the wormhole, evidently lingered at the predetermined location for an extended period. The water people expressed their bewilderment. Where is my vast base? It was right here, yet it seems to have vanished. Subsequently, it became apparent that they were in search of a stellar system where they could pause and regroup. The nearest option was none other than the solar system. They wondered if our fleeing fleet had evaded detection. Within the command hall, several points were now gently pulsating on the screen. These represented the 6 vessels of the water civilization. The Huangshan detected that it was being illuminated by radar. The adversary had indeed discovered us. Chapter 189. The Peculiar Fleet BZZZ. The red alarm lights flickered incessantly, and the sirens blared relentlessly. Warning, warning. Detection of unknown shockwave radiation has been established. The millimeter-wave radar aboard the Huangshan clearly discerned the probing radar signals emanating from afar, while a mechanical female voice continuously issued alerts. We received a communique from the headquarters, indicating the discovery of 6 warships belonging to an extraterrestrial civilization within the Oort cloud. Captain Yangya of the Huangshan wore a grave expression as he relayed the information to all crew members. We are now entering a state of heightened alert. All communication channels shall remain silent. Thanks to the 4-directional phased array radars on the spacecraft, they could distinctly perceive the probing signals. The hull thrusters roared to life. And in accordance with the directives from the Space Administration, the Huangshan, in tow of the flagship of the Left Guard Fleet, advanced towards the combat position. The flagship transmitted commands. Disperse immediately to our designated positions. Within the cockpit, the communications officer was equally on edge. After all, they were dealing with extraterrestrials. Merely 1 light-year away, the flagship had issued orders to disperse positions and to act based on the data gathered by the right flank fleet's detectors. At present, the precise circumstances of the alien fleet remained unclear. Their intentions, whether benevolent or malevolent, were yet to be discerned. Pending the reconnaissance of the unmanned aerial vehicles dispatched by the right flank fleet, communications had transitioned to quantum mode, and they awaited further updates. Beep, beep, beep. The communication instruments incessantly chimed, while various radar screens flickered with green lights. A silver, conical unmanned probe surged forth, achieving a velocity of 17 of light speed. This was a recent achievement of the Engineering Institute, having successfully enhanced the probe's speed by 2 percentage points through the optimization of its various systems. The probe trailed a long blue wake behind it. Despite its rapid pace, 1 light-year remained an immense distance. However, its mission was not to approach the alien fleet. The primary objective of the unmanned aerial vehicle sent by the right flank was to gauge the stance of the other party. Should the aliens permit this and remain inactive, all would be well. Yet, they had responded, launching an enigmatic object of their own, moving at an astonishing speed. According to the observations from the headquarters, the alien-launched vehicle reached 45 of light speed and was heading directly toward them. Within the cockpit of the Huangshan, the communications officer spoke rapidly, continuously relaying updates from the Space Command. Inside the Space Administration, Zhiyong and others also received the news. This fleet was indeed heading towards the solar system. Zhiyong focused intently on the large screen displaying the unmanned probe launched by the other party. What were their intentions? Why had they launched a probe upon discovering our fleet? Zhiyong constantly shifted his perspective, attempting to discern their motives through this method. You see the last warship of theirs? I can't shake the feeling that its length seems somewhat mismatched, Zhou Huiran remarked after scrutinizing the screen for a considerable time. He had noticed this issue early on, and after calculations, he confirmed his suspicions. Although the length of the last ship appeared identical in the simulation animation, through computations, I discovered that it is noticeably shorter than the other vessels. Shorter? Zhiyong inquired, perplexed, as he called up the electromagnetic wave signals. At the end of the fleet, the width of the echo was several micrometers narrower. Indeed, it was these few micrometers. Zhou Huiran smiled slightly. The echo's slight difference, when observed from a great distance, would gradually amplify. With years of advancements in detection technologies based on new materials and methodologies, it was now possible to detect such minute discrepancies over vast distances. However, the dimensions and configurations of these ships were fundamentally identical, suggesting they were not from different batches. Zhou Huiran recalculated meticulously, uncovering this intricate detail. Indeed, these vessels exhibit an elongated, disc-like shape, reminiscent of that of a nuclear submarine. Upon thorough verification, Zhu Huaxin confirmed that the data for the first 5 ships is identical. However, the final vessel presents an intriguing anomaly. Could it be damaged? Zhiyong suddenly pondered this notion. Furthermore, this alien fleet is not advancing directly towards us, nor have they transmitted any communication. Synthesizing all the aforementioned information, Zhiyong formulated a tentative hypothesis. This fleet may have traversed through a wormhole after suffering defeat in battle, and it is indeed compromised. The crux of the matter is that this fleet lacks the capability to exceed the speed of light. Gliese 229 is likely affiliated with the same faction as this fleet. Yet it has been utterly annihilated. A glimmer of realization sparked in Zhiyong's eyes. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as initially perceived. This could potentially be a pawn, isolated from the main forces, intended to uncover the hidden powers lurking behind the conflict. Moreover, with the destruction of Gliese 229 at the hands of hostile forces, this pawn might very well be abandoned. What is the current status of the Spark fleet? A flicker of anticipation crossed Zhiyong's gaze. The Spark fleet has accelerated to 10% of the speed of light and is racing towards Centaurus. Zhou Huiran checked the time and explained to Zhiyong. All crew members have entered a state of hibernation, and they will awaken in 30 years. Has the enemy not come to intercept? Thus far, they have merely launched a probe towards us. Zhou Huiran, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief. At least the fleet of fire seeds was temporarily safe. Very well, instruct the surrounding fleets to encircle and remain vigilant to the adversary's movements. Just as Zhiyong's command was issued, Zhou Huiran's anxious voice echoed once more. They are beginning to make maneuvers. They are following our probe and have already commenced acceleration. Zhou Huiran scrutinized the data in his hands, his expression suddenly relaxing, revealing a hint of astonishment. What is it? Zhiyong leaned forward, puzzled by Zhou Huiran's sudden reaction. Could it be that the enemy was launching a direct assault? That seemed implausible. No, it's simply that their speed is rather unexpectedly slow. Zhou Huiran's eyes widened in disbelief. The probe launched from the alien fleet was traveling at only 45 of the speed of light. This revelation was surprising to Zhou Huiran. For according to current technological advancements, once the design of magnetic shield technology was completed, human unmanned probes could likely achieve speeds between 45 to 55 of light speed. As the enemy fleet set forth, an even more astonishing revelation emerged. The fleet's speed was exceedingly slow, from initiation to acceleration. Their ultimate velocity reached a mere 7 of the speed of light. However, the technology of that unmanned probe was somewhat extraordinary, trailing a fiery orange tail. The vessels of the alien civilization glided within the luminescence emitted by their wake. Although the speed remains unchanged, its distance from the solar system is diminishing at a rate equivalent to 45 of the speed of light.